During the sacrificial rites of Qian, a red-haired infant unexpectedly tumbled down, clutching a spear capable of vanquishing Xunji with ease. Within the realm of blue silvergrass, Qian transformed into a blood ring, merging with Tang Hao's essence, inciting Xunji's fury to the point of turning his face sickly. Shade of green, his coveted tint, the sandier soul beast, had merely become another's wedding attire. Holy angel sword. Xunji conjured a colossal blade, intent on cleaving Tang Hao in two. Suddenly, a patterned spear descended from the heavens, accompanied by the infant, that a spectral figure with white hair emerged from the spear, casting a fierce glare at Xunji, which resulted in him and his offerings suffering grievous injuries. Retreat. Xunji fled in disgrace, leaving Tang Hao and the red-haired infant behind. The spear spoke, "This child is named Young Lady, I entrust her to you." After uttering these words, it fell silent. Tang Hao named the infant Tang Yu, and together with Tang San, they sought refuge in the Holy Soul Village, where he worked as a blacksmith and indulged in daily libations. 6 years passed, and Tang Yu blossomed into a spirited little girl with twin ponytails, her striking red hair and eyes accompanied by the ever-present spear. One morning, as Tang San awoke, he beheld Tang Yu practicing with her spear in the courtyard. Sky Strike. Dragon Fong. Her youthful voice carried an impressive force, executing her moves with remarkable precision. "Good morning, sis," Tang San greeted, rubbing his eyes. "Little San, run back and fetch some firewood, heater will chop," Tang Yu replied, not even glancing back as she continued her training. At the firewood shed, a goblin clad in armor labored diligently. This was Heater, summoned by Tang Yu at level 5, tasked with both menial chores and assisting Tang San in his practice of concealed weaponry. The villagers had long since grown accustomed to such peculiarities, yet none could fathom. Why did the spear protect Tang Yu back then? Who was the white-haired specter? Why did her battle cry seem to echo the essence of a realm beyond Douluo continent? More astonishingly, Tang Yu had already attained a soul power of level 10, surpassing even her peer, Tang San. What would transpire upon her awakening of martial spirits? One day, a servant from the spirit hall arrived in the village, bearing a soul awakening stone and calling out, "Children of 6, come forth to awaken your martial spirits." Tang Yu touched the spear behind her, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Could her martial spirit be the very spear capable of toppling the Pope? Would the spear unveil the white-haired specter during her awakening? If Xunji were to learn of the infant's growth, would he send agents to reclaim her? Tang San tugged at Tang Yu's sleeve. "Sis, let us go." Tang Yu nodded, following him towards the awakening site, the spear behind her gently swaying as if filled with expectation, or perhaps a warning. What indeed was Tang Yu's martial spirit? Could her innate soul power surpass that of Tang San? Would the secrets of the spear be revealed during her awakening? "It is your turn, young lady," the servant indicated towards the awakening array. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu stepped forward, the spear emanating a soft glow behind her. At 6 years old, Tang Yu had already achieved an astonishing soul power of level 18. She could even haul Tang Hao from his bed with a single hand. How had the once mighty Hao Qian been bested by a mere little girl? "Father, rise and partake in your porridge," Tang Yu urged, tugging at Tang Hao's hand, dragging him towards the table. The floor by the bed was slick, a clear indication of this daily routine. Half awake, Tang Hao was led to the table, consuming the porridge before retreating back to the inner room to sleep, accustomed to this scene long ago. Tang San inquired quietly, "Sister, have you grown stronger again?" "Just reached level 18, Tang Yu replied, sipping her porridge. "Have you mastered the throwing techniques that Heater taught you?" Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have." The technique manifests like rules, augmenting the hidden weapon skills, doubling the power. As they spoke, village chief Jack knocked and entered. "Tomorrow, the Soul Master will come to awaken your martial souls. Both Xiao San and Xiao Yu must attend." "What is a Soul Master?" Tang San asked with curiosity. "A formidable being, capable of hunting soul beasts and standing out among others." Village Chief Jack's face radiated admiration. A thought flickered in Tang San's mind. Could becoming a Soul Master improve the lives of father and sister? Early the next morning, Village Chief Jack pulled the two children towards the awakening point. Tang Yu touched the battle spear floating behind her, pondering, "Surely, my martial soul cannot be this spear. That would be far too mundane." The power within her inheritance was significantly more potent than the Soul Master system, approaching the title Douluo at level 50, and a second awakening could lead directly to divinity. Were it not for the overwhelming strength that she currently could not control, she would have swept across the continent long the awakening point. A robed attendant arranged 6 awakening stones. Next, Tang San, Tang Sin stepped forward, his blue-silver grass martial soul shining, yet the crystal ball only glimmered faintly. Innate full soul power? Unfortunately, it's the worthless martial soul, blue-silver grass. The attendant shook his head. Tang Sin clenched his fist. This was not what Tang Yu had indicated. Next, Tang Yu. As Tang Yu stepped into the array, the battle spear behind her suddenly erupted with brilliant light, inscriptions sprawling across the entire awakening array. The attendant stumbled back in shock. Is this a weapon, martial soul? Tang Yu extended her hand, and the spear swiftly flew into her grasp, its tip aimed skyward, drawing in all surrounding lights. Measure the soul power. The attendant handed over the crystal ball, his hand trembling. The moment Tang Yu placed her hand upon it, the crystal ball shattered, far more powerful than Lu Ze's from years past. While what? The attendant stammered. Innate soul power exceeds level 20. Village Chief Jack leaped up in excitement. Saint Soul Village is about to produce a genius. Tang San, too, was left in a way. His sister's martial soul was astonishingly potent. However, Tang Yu furrowed her brow, sensing a familiar pressure emanating from the spear, identical to the aura that had once driven away Qian Xunji. Suddenly, a small white-haired phantom emerged from the spear, winking at Tang Yu before swiftly retreating. The attendant, oblivious to this spectacle, continued to urge, "Quick, come with me back to the Martial Soul Hall headquarters. With your talent, even the Pope must meet you personally." Tang Yu took a step back, and the spear emitted a resonant hum, compelling the attendant to hesitate. She was acutely aware that the individuals from the Spirit Hall were not to be trusted, especially that Qi Xunji. If he were to discover that she was still alive, he would undoubtedly come to seize the spear. The steward, flustered, demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Tang Yu tightened her grip on the spear, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her crimson eyes. "My affairs do not concern you." She aimed to depart with Tang San, yet the steward would never allow a genius with innate spirit power exceeding level 20 to escape. "Stop them," the steward commanded, summoning the guards. The spear suddenly enlarged, providing protection for Tang Yu and Tang San, its tip glistening ominously. Would the white-haired specter reappear? Could Tang Yu fend off the Spirit Hall's people? What secrets did her spirit truly conceal? At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. A cloud of dust billowing. Was a more formidable spirit master arriving? Was it a powerful presence from the Spirit Hall? Or had Tang Hao finally sobered up? "Father, remember to drink the porridge on the stove." Tang Yu called back as she was pulled away by Village Chief Jack. Tang Hao peeked through the door, only to retreat back to slumber spirit awakening. Nothing was more pressing than drinking. In the assembly center, Su Yuntao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a group of anxious children trailing behind him. "Wolf spirit, manifest!" A colossal wolf specter emerged from Su Yuntao, sending the children into tears, except for Tang Yu and Tang San, who remained unfazed. Su Yuntao raised an eyebrow. These two children were intriguing. The first few children awakened spirits that were either sides or hoes, none possessing any spirit power. Tang San stepped forward. As Tang San entered the formation, blue-silver grass sprouted from his hand, the useless spirit. Next, Su Yuntao turned to leave. "Wait," Tang Yu called out to him. "Aren't you going to measure spirit power?" Su Yuntao rolled his eyes. "Can blue-silver grass possess spirit power? Let's measure it." The moment Tang San's hand touched the crystal ball, it illuminated with a brilliance akin to a light bulb. Innate, full spirit power. Su Yuntao leapt in astonishment. What a pity it's blue-silver grass. When it was Tang Yu's turn, the formation's light flashed, and the spear clattered into her hand. "I'm awake." The spear suddenly spoke, nearly causing Su Yuntao to fall to the ground in shock. A talking spirit? He had never encountered such a phenomenon in his lifetime. During the spirit power measurement, Tang Yu discreetly transformed her magical energy into spirit power. The crystal ball shone dimly, though not as brightly as Tang San's. Level 5 spirit power, spear spirit. Su Yuntao mused, stroking his chin. More practical than innate full spirit power. Upon exiting, Village Chief Jack tugged at Su Yuntao, inquiring, "Are there any who can become spirit masters?" "Two. One with innate full spirit power, and another with a spear spirit." "Who are they?" Su Yuntao pointed at Tang San and Tang Yu. "It's these two." Before he could finish, the spear suddenly prodded Tang Yu's hand with its tip. Tang Yu felt a stir within her. Why had it urged her to conceal her strength? Level 5 spirit power? Who was she fooling? Her spirit power was at level 18, capable of shattering the crystal ball to pieces. Su Yuntao gazed intently at the spear, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "My dear girl, would you accompany me back to the Spear Hall? You may access resources at your leisure." Tang Yu clutched the spear tightly. I will not go. Suddenly, the spear emitted a soft grunt, causing the wolf's phantom behind Su Yuntao to tremble slightly. Village Chief Jack beamed with delight. 2 spirit masters are about to emerge from Holy Spirit Village. Tang Xin tugged at Tang Yu's sleeve. Sister, why is the spear pretending to be level 5? Tang Yu lowered her voice. Those from the Spirit Hall cannot be trusted, especially that Qian Xunji. Just then, the spear pointed toward the village entrance, its tip quivering. Tang Yu looked up to see a group of knights charging through the dust, the leader clad in white robes, members of the Spirit Hall. Were they here to seize Tang San, who possessed innate full spirit power, or were they after the talking spear? Su Yuntao appeared flustered. What brings you here? The knight commander sneered. The Pope has heard of a unique spirit and sent us to investigate. The spear elongated with a swift motion, positioning itself protectively in front of Tang Yu, its runes beginning to glow. Was it preparing to strike? Would Tang Yu's true spirit power be exposed? Would the Spirit Hall dare to lay hands on a 6-year-old child? The spear suddenly exclaimed, Little girl, use me to pierce him. Su Yuntao turned pale. This was no mere spirit, it was an ancestor. Give both spots to the siblings. Su Yuntao declared decisively, while Village Chief Jack, grinning broadly, pulled Tang San and Tang Yu toward the blacksmith shop. Tang Hao was stacking firewood when the village chief abruptly seized him. Your children are both destined to be spirit masters. Little San has innate full spirit power, and Little Yu possesses the spear spirit. They can attend the academy. I refuse, Tang Hao replied without looking up. Who will cook for me if they leave? Village Chief Jack was incensed, nearly jumping in frustration. You are ruining their futures. I shall return in 3 months. Inside the house, Tang Hao scrutinized Tang San's blue silvergrass and suddenly spoke. You have another spirit, do you not? Tang San extended his left hand, and the diminutive Haotian hammer emerged. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, never reveal that hammer. Protect the blue silvergrass with it. When it was Tang Yu's turn, she hesitated. Father, that may not be a spirit. The spear swiftly appeared in her hand, proclaiming, I am Willie. The young lady is concealing her strength. She possesses far more than mere level 5 spirit power. Tang Hao, astonished, stood up. You are not cultivating spirit power. It is magical energy, part of the inheritance system, Tang Yu explained. I can also condense marks and transmit skills to others. Tang Hao gasped at a revelation of such abilities would surely provoke a frenzy at the Spirit Hall. Can Willie manifest spirit rings? Tang Hao inquired suddenly. Willie boasted, a trivial matter. Suddenly, 7 spirit rings emerged around the spear, in shades of purple, black, and red, more extravagant than those Tang Hao had possessed in his youth. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, are those 10th Sandier spirit rings? Tang Yu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, how splendid. From now on, I shall rely on this to play the part of a big shot. However, Tang Hao furrowed his brow, cautioning, this ability must remain concealed from outsiders, especially those from the Spirit Hall. Willie scoffed them. They'll take down any one of them with ease. As they spoke, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, more intense than that of the morning's night brigade. Tang Hao's expression darkened. The Spirit Hall has arrived. Willie suddenly shrank down, burrowing into Tang Yu's sleeve. Tang Yu clenched her fists. Were they after the Haotian hammer, or had they discovered their hidden strength? A cold voice emanated from the door. Mr. Tang Hao, our Pope wishes to invite the 2 little ones to the Spirit Hall for a visit. Tang Hao seized the iron hammer beside him, positioning it protectively in front of the children. Tang Sin stealthily reached for the hidden weapon in his bosom, while Tang Yu's hand tightened around Willie in her sleeve. What were the people from the Spirit Hall plotting? Would Tang Hao resort to violence? If Willie were to act, could he overpower these individuals? The door creaked open slightly, and shadows loomed closer. Willie swiftly conjured 10 spirit rings, displaying an array of colors: purple, black, red, and astonishingly, blue and green as well. Tang San's eyes widened in amazement, while Tang Hao frowned. In the future, only manifest the standard spirit rings upon breaking through. Do not reveal these extravagant ones. Over the course of 3 months, Tang San trained in blacksmithing under Tang Hao's guidance. Each strike sending sparks flying. Tang Yu utilized the alchemical extractor crafted by Tang Hao, learning potion making from Willie, with bubbling flask strewn about. He'll give this to you. Tang Yu pressed a mark into Tang Hao's hand, stating, mastery of the giant soldier using the hammer will feel more natural. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer, his eyes gleaming as spirit power surged, indicating this inheritance was indeed substantial. Tang San also acquired a throwing enhancement, allowing stones to shatter upon impact, and with his concealed weapon techniques, the power doubled. 3 months later, Village Chief Jack arrived punctually to escort them, while Tang Hao remained asleep inside. Tang San and Tang Yu stood at the doorway with their bundles. Upon reaching the gate of Nodding Academy, the guard glanced at their notice with skepticism, sneering, a blue silver grass with innate full spirit power? Surely a forgery. And that 5th grade spear looks phony as well. You're the fake. Tang Yu flared up, and had it not been for Tang San's restraint, Willie would have lunged at him. I declare it's fake, so it is. Begone. The guard attempted to shove them aside. What's happening here? A man wearing glasses approached. The guard hurriedly presented the notice, stating, Master, these are the forged certificates. The certificates are authentic. The master glanced over them, then turned to the guard with a cold demeanor. Let this be a warning. Once inside the academy, Tang San whispered, Are you a teacher here? The master adjusted his glasses, replying, I'm merely a guest here for the free food and lodging. Just call me master. Tang Yu scrutinized him, though he appeared ordinary. Willie suddenly stirred her sleeve, as if on high alert as they passed the playground. A group of upperclassmen approached. The leader pointing at Tang San and taunting, Blue Silvergrass. How dare a worthless martial soul show up at school? Tang San remained silent, discreetly placing his hands behind his back. Tang Yu slammed her spear onto the ground. Do you wish to fight? The student scoffed. You dare act arrogant with a mere level 5 soul power? With that, he unleashed his yellow soul ring and threw a punch towards Tang Yu's face. Tang Yu sidestepped gracefully, suddenly producing a vial of green potion, which she smashed at his feet. Da-da! The student yelped, jumping up and clutching his leg, as green smoke billowed from the ground, his pants disintegrating. This is a corrosive agent. Next time, they'll splash it directly on your face, Tang Yu remarked, dusting off her hands. The master observed from the side, squinting. This potion was not a common item in Douluo continent. Was the battle spear, martial soul, capable of such feats? Terrified, the group of students fled, and Tang Yu turned to the master with a smile. Can we proceed with our enrollment? Just as they took a couple of steps, Willie suddenly prodded Tang Yu's palm with the spear's tip. She looked up to see a figure in a black robe standing atop the teaching building, gazing intently in their direction. Were they being pursued by the spirit hall? Or was it trouble from within the academy? The master seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. Tang Yu tugged at Tang San's sleeve, the spear subtly glowing. Would they be able to enroll smoothly? Who was the figure in the black robe? Why would the master assist them? Tang San, would you like me to be your teacher? The master crouched down, looking at the two children. Tang San nodded, but Tang Yu shook her head resolutely. Why are you unwilling? The master inquired, perplexed. Her talent clearly surpassed that of Tang San. I do not cultivate a martial soul. Tang Yu scratched her head. You cannot teach me. The master was taken aback, his glasses nearly slipping off. In Douluo continent, aside from soul beasts, who else did not cultivate a martial soul? This was even more astonishing than having twin martial souls. Upon reaching the academic affairs office, the staff scrutinized Tang San. You wish to be taught by the master? What does he know? Just a theoretical oddball. Tang San clenched his fists, but Tang Yu retorted, he knows far more than you. As they made their way to the 7th dormitory, Tang San was still fuming. Tang Yu patted his shoulder. Don't be upset. Ignorance is rampant. Just as they pushed the door open, a boy launched a punch from midair, shouting, Newcomer, prepare to be beaten. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu raised her hand, channeling magic into her palm, and with a resounding bang, she blocked the punch, following up with a dragon tooth strike. To the boy's abdomen. Arg. The boy was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and groaning. Surrounding students stood in stunned silence. This newcomer girl was far too fierce. You. The boy, clutching his stomach, managed to stand. I am Wang Sheng, the leader of the 7th dormitory. How dare you strike me? Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. You initiated the attack. Wang Sheng attempted to summon his soul ring, but was restrained by a companion nearby. Boss, she has level 5 soul power and a battle spear martial soul. Level 5? Wang Sheng was taken aback. Can a level 5 actually send me flying? As they were arguing, a girl with pink hair burst in, her ponytail bouncing, her round eyes wide with curiosity. What are you all arguing about? Tang Yu observed her closely. There was something peculiar about the fluctuations of her soul power. She did not seem entirely human. Willie suddenly stirred within her sleeve, as if to indicate, this is a soul beast. Upon seeing the girl, Wang Sheng's arrogance diminished significantly. Xiao Wu, you've arrived. Xiao Wu ignored him, her gaze fixed on Tang San and Tang Yu as she smiled brightly. Are you the newcomers? I am Xiao Wu, as in the dance of the waltz. Just as Tang San was about to respond, Xiao Wu abruptly pointed behind Tang Yu. That spear behind you seems to be moving. Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Had Willie been discovered? Xiao Wu blinked, then leaned in closer to Tang San. Can I share a bed with you? Tang San's face flushed crimson, while Tang Yu chuckled softly. He snores when he sleeps, it'll find you another bed. Wang Sheng muttered to himself. Xiao Wu is the little tyrant of our academy. These newcomers are in for trouble. Xiao Wu suddenly turned and glared at him. What did you say? Wang Sheng quickly waved his hands. I didn't say anything. Tang Yu scrutinized Xiao Wu. What kind of soul beast had transformed into this form? Why did Willie react to her? Was her approach towards Tang San mere coincidence? Or did she harbor ulterior motives? Xiao Wu suddenly grasped Tang San's hand. Come, they'll take you to see something fun. Tang San stumbled slightly as he was pulled along, and Tang Yu hurried to follow, her eyes never leaving Xiao Wu's retreating figure. Who exactly was this pink-haired girl? Could she pose a threat to Tang San? Would Tang Yu be able to protect him? As they stepped out of the dormitory, Xiao Wu turned back, flashing a smile at Tang Yu, a smile that seemed to conceal something. My name is Xiao Wu, as in dancing. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself in a lively manner. At this moment, Wang Sheng nudged Tang Yu from behind and said to the boss to give her a bit of color quietly. Tang Yu also went speechless. Hello, Xiao Wu. You see, there's a rule in the 7th dormitory that newcomers have to practice with the original boss. If they win, they become the boss and take on the responsibility of helping the 7th dormitory stand out. However, Tang Yu still braced herself and stepped up. Boss, this is interesting. I want to give it a try. Saying this, Xiao Wu handed her bag to a nearby student and got into position. Seeing this, Tang Yu also directly took her stance. Xiao Wu rushed forward, intending to use a grappling technique on Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu, who had already reached level 18, had mastered the Niwu combat technique and activated the falling flower palm, attacking Xiao Wu while emanating a faint golden light, indicating her berserk body state. Relying on this state, Tang Yu ignored Xiao Wu's grappling attempt, landing a falling flower palm on her. The moment it hit, a dazzling pattern appeared, and Tang Yu immediately launched it. She continued with a series of attacks, connecting the Heavenly Strike and Dragon Fawn. Xiao Wu exposed a flaw due to her failed grappling, and was hit by Tang Yu's falling flower palm and dazzling pattern, causing her to become stiff and then struck by Tang Yu's subsequent Heavenly Strike, sending her flying. This mistake led to Tang Yu's continuous combo. The hits from Heavenly Strike and Dragon Fawn generated more dazzling patterns, which were also shot out. In the end, Tang Yu used a round dance staff technique to throw Xiao Wu to the ground. Xiao Wu lay on the ground, momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her senses, and her eyes filled with mist, but she held back her tears. Seeing this, Tang Yu was also flustered. Don't cry, this is just sparring. Tang Yu had to scramble, feeling at a loss. I'm not crying. Wow, it's obvious you're angry. After a long struggle, it was finally Tang Yu who took out a magic crystal from her bag to appease Xiao Wu. Once everything was settled, the staff also came to deliver 2 beds. However, Xiao Wu didn't have one, which could lead to more trouble. In the end, Tang Yu agreed to share a bed with Xiao Wu to resolve the issue. Thus, Tang Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu got acquainted. The next day, Tang Yu and Tang San went to meet the master. Little San, you are a full innate soul power, and to continue your training, you need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Prepare today, and tomorrow I will take you to hunt soul beasts. Master, I want to go too. Tang Yu was unhappy when she saw the master planning to take only Tang San. Nonsense. Hunting soul beasts is extremely dangerous. Protecting little San is the limit of my abilities. With you added, I'm afraid I won't be able to manage, and it will be dangerous. The master directly rejected Tang Yu's request. Don't. I'm very strong. I'm already level 18, and my combat power is close to level 20. I can protect myself. Tang Yu tried to argue again. What? 18? How old are you this year? Little San, is this true? The master was extremely shocked that Tang Yu had already reached level 18. Yes, my sister is indeed at level 18. Tang San knew that Tang Yu had reached level 18, but he evidently didn't understand the difference between Tang Yu's level 18 and an ordinary level 18, and neither did the master. However, Tang Yu still got the opportunity to go to the soul hunting forest the next day. Chapter 7. New Chapter. Soul hunting forest. The next morning, Tang Yu brought the listless Tang San to the master's office. As soon as they entered, the master saw Tang San's unenergetic state and hurriedly asked, Little San, what's wrong? Why do you look like this? Master, after finishing, Little San played outside with Xiao Wu all night. While I went to bed, they hadn't returned yet, so it's normal for him to look like this. Tang Yu said to Tang San with annoyance. Tang San couldn't say anything. After all, it was his own problem. Sai, let us set off first. I'll explain the precautions to you on the way. With that, the master took Tang Yu and Tang San onto the carriage, heading towards the soul hunting forest outside the city. soul masters need to obtain soul rings to break through their bottlenecks. The soul rings produced by soul beasts of different ages are also different. 10-year soul beasts produce white 10-year soul rings. 100-year soul beasts produce yellow 100-year soul rings. 1,000-year soul beasts produce purple 1,000-year soul rings. And 10,000-year soul beasts produce black 10,000-year soul rings. The nearly invisible 100,000-year soul beasts produce red 100,000-year soul rings. The master explained this in detail to Tang San. As for Tang Yu, since she didn't cultivate a martial soul, she naturally didn't need to know this. However, all of this was learned by Willie, whom Tang Yu summoned. So, Master, what are the best soul rings for each level? Willie directly asked, as it was his task to help Tang Yu match excellent soul rings for disguise. The best ratio of soul rings, etc. The master only realized halfway through that the one speaking was Tang Yu's weapon, the spear. Oh my god, I've never seen a martial soul that can talk. Wait, this doesn't seem to be a martial soul. In any case, it was very magical. This is... The master was truly baffled by Willie's existence. Master, this is my partner, Willie. He is like a martial soul, and I can also give other special skills through Willie, which you can understand as soul techniques. Tang Yu explained to the master, also clarifying that Willie could simulate the abilities of soul rings. This made the master cancel his earlier thoughts on how to conceal Tang Yu's special inheritance. Since I understand Willie, I'll continue explaining. According to my research, the first soul ring limit for soul masters is 423 years. Exceeding this age poses a great threat to the soul master. The second soul ring is 764 years. As for the third soul ring, it reaches the 1,000-year level, so the best soul ring colors are yellow yellow, purple purple, black 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 red. I see, understood. So the first ring for the young lady is yellow. It was clear that Willie understood that as long as they followed the order of yellow yellow, purple purple, black 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 black, red to create disguise soul rings, it would be fine. By the way, this is a soul guide device with 24 independent spaces, each space being 1 cubic meter. I'll leave this to you. The master took out a belt and handed it to Tang San. Tang San accepted it without hesitation. Good. One should not refuse gift from elders. As for Yuer, it was clear that the master couldn't offer her anything good at this point. It's okay, master. I have my own independent space. It's quite large. And Willie usually stays inside. Tang Yu noticed the master's predicament and quickly said. Upon hearing this, the master stopped saying more. After all, Tang Yu was not his disciple. Besides, he indeed couldn't offer anything good anymore. Soon, the carriage stopped, and the group arrived at the soul-splitting forest. At the edge of the soul-hunting forest, many people were gathered. Some were selling goods, some were shouting to form teams, and others were shouting prices for leveling. It resembled the scene back when they were forming teams to farm thunder in the offline city. Master, do you think those soul masters would need potions that temporarily enhance soul power or restore soul power after injuries? Seeing the scene, Tang Yu thought of the alchemy she was currently practicing. What? Potions that restore injured soul power or temporarily enhance soul power would definitely be very popular here if they existed. The master was also surprised by what Tang Yu mentioned. Here, these are. As Tang Yu spoke, she took out 1 bottle each of expert level HP potion and expert level MP potion. The master took them in his hand, feeling the powerful life force and soul force emanating from the potions. What kind of potions are these? The energy reaction inside seems capable of instantly restoring all injuries or soul power of a soul master. This is simply a lifesaver. Yuer, if you trust me, hand the potions over to me, and I'll help you handle them. Until you have enough strength, do not sell these potions yourself. Their effects are enough to tempt some people to take risks. The master solemnly warned Tang Yu. Tang Yu felt quite speechless about this. The potions she had taken out were already the lowest grade, just something for her practice with. She still had over 100 bottles of potions stocked in her backpack. Unlike the game, the leveling speed in reality was incredibly slow. However, the good news was that anything with a bit of soul power could be thrown into the extraction machine. So Tang Yu's supplies of life breath, dragon's heart, and gold powder were extremely abundant. By the way, life breath is indeed a material that contains life energy, while gold powder contains concentrated life essence, not actual gold. Similarly, dragon's heart is a material that contains concentrated energy, not a real dragon's heart. After putting away the potions handed over by Tang Yu, the master took Tang Yu and Tang San to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. The gatekeeper stopped the 3 of them, asking to see the token. The master took out his token, which had 3 patterns on it, and after explaining to Tang Yu and Tang San, he led them into the soul-hunting forest. Upon arriving at the soul-hunting forest, the master summoned his martial spirit. "Come forth, Luo Sanpao." Accompanied by the master's call, a chubby little beast resembling a small dog appeared before everyone. Is this the master's martial spirit? So cute. Tang was extremely curious about Luo Sanpao's appearance. "This is my martial spirit. It is a product of martial spirit mutation. As I mentioned, martial spirit mutations have a high chance of going a bad direction. My martial spirit is like this, and my innate soul power is very low. I have yet to break through level 30. As he spoke, the master showed a sense of helplessness and sadness. It was precisely because of his weak strength that he lost his loved ones. "Master, don't be sad. Since you cannot cultivate your martial spirit, then cultivate my inheritance." Tang Yu spoke to comfort the master. "Your inheritance? I feel it doesn't suit me. And if I cultivate your inheritance without permission, won't you be blamed? Let's forget it." After thinking for a moment, the master decided to decline. "Don't worry. Willie said that all my inheritances are mine. I can do whatever I want. Since your theoretical ability is extremely strong, this inheritance will definitely suit you." After saying this, Tang Yu summoned Willie, condensing a mysterious mark in the void and injecting it into the master's body. Chapter 8. New Chapter. Persecution of the Mandala Snake. As the mark entered the master's body, a massive torrent of knowledge instantly flooded the master's consciousness, forcing Luo Sanpao to dispel its summoning under the immense mental burden of the master. The overwhelming knowledge made the master sit down on the ground, concentrating to sort through the continuous flow of information. After a long sorting process lasting 3 hours, the master finally fully accepted the information, but it was only acceptance. To fully understand and integrate, it would take several more years. However, as the master finished sorting, a mark appeared in his sea of consciousness. Mechanics Overview. From the mark, he gained the power of another world, another civilization, a tactical mastery using steel, where massive machines would engulf the enemy. Knowledge could lead to strength. For someone restricted by their martial spirit and unable to progress, this was like a timely help. "Where? I don't know what to say. I can only say thank you." The master's voice was choked with emotion. He was so excited. Today, the sister of his disciple provided him with a new path, a new way to become stronger. A path that was extremely suitable for him. Perhaps when he achieved something on the path of the mechanic, he could hold her in his arms once more. "Master, you are my brother's teacher, so we are family now. Why would I need to thank family for helping each other? If you really want to repay me, then teach my foolish brother well." Tang Yu's words once again moved the master, making him feel that the most correct thing he had done in this life was to take Tang San as his disciple. "However, master, let's help Xiao San get his soul ring now. If you want to continue studying mechanics, you need to go back and take your time. Once you fully digest the knowledge in this mark, I will teach you the other skills." After hearing Tang Yu's words, the master no longer focused on understanding mechanical principles, nodded, and continued forward with Tang Yu and Tang San. "Sister, what did you give the teacher that made him meditate for 3 hours?" Tang San obviously remained very curious about this matter. Mechanics Overview. A kind of manufacturing similar to soul guides or your mechanical traps. If studied to a profound level, it can also lead to super strength. Consider it a new path for the master. Tang Yu's tone was casual, as if it were an ordinary matter. However, Tang San still felt this was an extremely powerful inheritance, just like the skills Tang Yu taught him, which were also unreasonable. "What are you two talking about? Hurry up and catch up." At this moment, the master summoned Luo Sanpao again to clear the path ahead. Along the way, the three encountered many miscellaneous soul beasts and soul plants. "Look, the mandala vine ahead disguises itself as a mandala snake. It's a kind of soul plant." The master pointed to a large area of vines shaped like snakes clinging to a big tree. "Master, there seems to be a vine snake crawling towards us over there." Tang Yu pointed to a vine that looked exactly like the surrounding vines. "Not good. That's a mandala snake, and it seems to be 400 years old. Run." When a master saw what Tang Yu pointed at, he was immediately alarmed and quickly called for Tang Yu and Tang San to flee. Tang Yu and Tang San obediently followed the master and began to run, while the mandala snake, upon noticing its prey fleeing, did not bother to disguise itself and started to pursue them. After running for a while, Tang Yu could no longer help but ask the master, "Why are we running? I sensed its aura, and it's not that strong. It's only slightly stronger than my current power. With your and Xiao San's help, it should be easy to take it down. Isn't it because I subconsciously want to protect you both? Since that's the case, let's defeat it, but be sure not to kill it. This mandala snake is the most suitable soul beast for Xiao San among my anticipated ones." The master awkwardly chuckled and reminded Tang Yu to show mercy later. After receiving the response, Tang Yu immediately activated the magic shield and jumped up. Performing a backflip in the air, she landed directly above the mandala snake, executing the technique Comet Fall, which mimics the falling technique of a spiral comet. She kicked the mandala snake directly at the 7-inch mark, causing its heart to stop instantly, and it began to roll on the ground. As soon as Tang Yu landed, she summoned Willy and aimed a dragon tooth at the mandala snake's heart, plunging it down. Blood sprayed instantly, but before Tang Yu could pierce the heart, the mandala snake, driven by a strong survival instinct, managed to push her away in time. At this moment, Tang San and the master arrived on the battlefield, and Tang San immediately leaped onto a nearby tree, aiming for the mandala snake's eye with a hidden arrow. However, it was blocked by the mandala snake's rapid blinking. However, this also gave Tang Yu the opportunity to pursue. She immediately moved forward and executed a spinning staff strike, causing the mandala snake to make a 180-degree turn, allowing her to regain control. Before the mandala snake could react, Tang Yu connected with another heavenly strike, sending it flying. She then delivered a falling blossom palm directly to the mandala snake's vital spot, infusing it with powerful magic that nearly forced the heart out of its body. At the moment the mandala snake opened its mouth, Tang Yu picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and thrust it into its mouth. Tang Yu then positioned herself above the mandala snake and used her immense strength to slam it to the ground. Xiao San, hurry, shoot into its mouth. Upon hearing Tang Yu's call, Tang San seized the opportunity and fired 2 hidden darts directly into the mandala snake's heart. Seeing this, Tang Yu quickly jumped away and watched as the mandala snake writhed before falling still, a yellow soul ring slowly rising. All right, Xiao San, quickly absorb the soul ring, and you wear her, and I will protect you. In this battle, the master couldn't intervene at all. Tang Yu's superb combat skills had completely suppressed the mandala snake, while Tang San's support and harassment were also excellent. Thus, Tang San successfully absorbed the mandala snake's soul ring, and although the mandala snake died in a rather suffocating manner, filled with resentment, it was still completed smoothly under the strength of Tang San's 2 lifetimes of soul. Xiao San, hurry, show us the soul skill you obtained. Without a martial soul, Tang Yu was very interested in the way soul rings were granted to martial souls. Okay, first soul skill, bind. The blue-silver grass, summoned by Tang San, had purple patterns and was incredibly resilient. Not bad, just as I expected. Blue-silver grass, as the lowest quality martial soul, has a strong compatibility with other soul rings, and the mandala snake's soul ring has granted the blue-silver grass unmatched resilience and toxicity. This is the best attribute for control-type soul master. The master also praised Tang San's blue-silver grass highly. Chapter 9. A new chapter. Brotherhood since Xiao San. Your martial soul now has a poisonous attribute. Let me give you a few more seals. Saying this, Tang Yu summoned Willy and condensed several seals to inject into Tang San's body. This is amazing. This is perfect for me. Thank you, sister. Tang San felt the new abilities given to him by Tang Yu and immediately became overjoyed. The seals Tang Yu gave to Tang San were Poison Attack Mastery, Backup Pocket, and Automatic Refill. Poison Attack Mastery greatly enhanced the power of Tang San's poison. Of course, it was still that unreasonable direct enhancement. And it also significantly increased Tang San's own poison resistance. The Backup Pocket allows Tang San's hidden weapons to randomly gain enhanced throwing effects in an extremely unreasonable manner, with a very high probability. The automatic reloading feature automatically retrieves all of Tang San's missed hidden weapons back into his pocket, which is simply outrageous. Since Tang San successfully obtained the Soul Ring, the 3 of them plan to return to the Soul Master Academy. By the way, after the battle with the Mandra Snake, Tang Yu gained a lot of experience and leveled up to level 19, and it's estimated that she will reach level 20 before the end of the semester. After returning to the academy, the master took Tang San and Tang Yu to register as Soul Masters. Of course, the manager from the Spirit Hall also tried to retain Tang San and Tang Yu, and Tang Yu's acquisition of a soul ring surprised Su Yuntao greatly. However, the early stages of cultivation are relatively quick. After completing the registration, they also receive their salaries. Tang Yu returned to the academy and also gave the master a dozen expert-level potions, but she didn't give any attribute potions, deciding to take it slow. Tang San went to the blacksmith shop to find a job, allowing him to earn money while practicing his hammering skills. Why not? Just as Tang Yu returned to the academy, a student from dormitory 7 rushed over. Boss, you're finally back. Sister Xiao Wu got into a fight with Boss Xiao. We probably can't take them on. The student was clearly out of breath from running. All right, I got it. Tell me where. I'll go right away. Since he had become the boss, he naturally had to take on responsibility. By the time Tang Yu arrived, Wang Sheng had already been beaten up quite a bit. Sister Yu, you have to help me. They are bullying me. As soon as Xiao Wu saw Tang Yu arrive, she immediately started complaining. All right, Xiao Wu, I can feel that you should have broken through to level 10 by now. With your level, you should be the one bullying them. Tang Yu also sensed that Xiao Wu's strength was not much different from Tang San's now, and she had clearly obtained her first spirit ring. I don't care. Please help me. Xiao Wu directly resorted to acting cute, and it worked wonders. Okay, those over there, do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group? I can take on all of you at once, or you can challenge me one by one. Tang Yu approached Boss Xiao and the crowd. So arrogant. You should know that I have the final say here. Let's go. Boss Xiao was also infuriated and planned to start a group fight. As Tang Yu faced a group of small bean sprouts, she directly used the falling flower palm, sending Xiao Lao Da and the others tumbling. Wow, Sister Yu, you're amazing. Xiao was also quite pleased. From then on, Xiao Wu leveraged Tang Yu's reputation to become the unofficial king of the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy. Meanwhile, Tang Yu focused on cultivation and alchemy. Soon, a semester came to an end, and Tang Yu and Tang San planned to return to Holy Soul Village. At this time, Xiao Wu approached Tang Yu and Tang San. Sister Yu, Brother San, can I go back with you? Yes, but what will your family say? Besides, we live in a small mountain village, Tang Yu and Tang San replied, puzzled. Oh, we'll be fine. Your family won't be bored at all. Please? Xiao Wu pleaded cutely. In the end, Xiao Wu returned to Holy Soul Village with Tang Yu and Tang San. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, the three stopped. Finally back home, Dad. We're back. Tang Yu shouted towards the inner room. However, the expected loud response did not come. The door slowly opened, revealing Village Chief Jack. Oh, Xiao San and Xiao Yu. Why did you come back without waiting for me to pick you up? Village Chief Jack was clearly very happy about Tang Yu and Tang San's return. Grandpa Jack, where's our dad? Tang San noticed something was off and hurriedly asked. Oh, you should see for yourselves, said Village Chief Jack as he handed a letter to Tang Yu and Tang San. Xiao San, you error. By the time you read this letter, I will have already left. You now have the ability to be self-reliant and to make your own judgments. I have some matters to attend to, and I will return after I finish these things. You must cultivate well and become strong, deciding your own lives. Don't worry. Dang Hao. Tang Yu looked at the letter and felt a sense of emptiness, but she wasn't too affected. She believed Tang Hao would come back, and all she needed to do was continue to grow stronger. However, Tang San's emotions were more turbulent. That night, on the hillside where Tang San practiced the purple extreme magic eyes, he sat at the edge of a cliff while Tang Yu and Xiao Wu sat beside him. Xiao San, you still have us, and Dad said he just want to handle some matters and we'll come back. Tang Yu comforted. We just need to keep getting stronger. I know, sister. I just feel it was too sudden. You're right. We need to keep getting stronger. Otherwise, if we can't even protect ourselves, how can we help Dad? Tang San's mood clearly improved. That's right, Brother San, you still have us, Xiao Wu also consoled. By the way, Xiao Wu, why don't you just be our little sister? That way, we'll be a family, Tang Yu suddenly suggested to Xiao Wu. In the end, the three of them became sworn siblings, forming a small family together. By the way, Xiao Wu, you practice soft skills, right? Tang Yu suddenly asked. Yes, Sister Yu, what's up? Xiao Wu seemed quite puzzled. Since you're already my family, let me give you some gifts, Tang Yu said as she summoned her power and created several seals to give to Xiao Wu. Violent grab, grab cannon, glide grab, and a move called air twister hammer. Wow, what are these? This is amazing. But what is this grab cannon for? Xiao Wu was extremely excited, as these skills would greatly enhance her soft skills. Chapter 10. New chapter growth. It has been 6 years since that day when Tang Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu became sworn siblings. In these years, Tang San and Xiao Wu had grown into young men and women. However, Tang Yu remained short after growing to 1.5 meters 4 years ago. She had not grown any taller. Now, Xiao Wu was a head taller than Tang Yu, and they were both still 12 years old, an age for growth, while Tang Yu had stopped growing. Due to her height, people on the street often assumed Tang Yu was the little sister, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were the older siblings, which made Tang Yu quite frustrated. Of course, aside from height, their strength had also significantly improved. Tang San had broken through to level 20 a few years ago and had now reached level 29, while Xiao Wu had also achieved level 29. Tang Yu has reached an astonishing level 36. Although it may not seem that impressive, this is level 36 of a battle mage, not a soul master. If we convert Tang Yu's combat capability, it actually corresponds to a soul emperor of level 62. It's that exaggerated. However, This is primarily because Tang Yu's power comes from degraded magical energy, which fundamentally suppresses lower-tier powers like soul power and magic. The suppression strength is about level 10. Therefore, Tang Yu's solid strength is approximately at the Soul King level. Fully unleashing her power characteristics, Tang Yu can achieve Soul Emperor-level combat power for 30 seconds with her current strength. This completely shocked Master and Tang San and the others. Xiao San, when will we arrive? At this moment, Tang Yu and her companions were on their way to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Sis, we're almost there. Besides, we're all walking, and you're flying on Willy, Tang San said, looking at Tang Yu speechlessly. That's right. At this moment, Tang Yu was sitting sideways on Willy, who had transformed into a broom shape. Ever since she discovered that Willy could hover and fly when in broom form, she would always fly instead of walking on long trips. The main reason is that since Tang San and Xiao Wu's heights surpassed Tang Yu's, she often found herself unknowingly left behind while walking, feeling frustrated about her short legs. You're sitting on Willy flying, and I haven't complained about being tired yet. But you are, Xiao Wu added. You have no right to complain. Xiao Wu, how long are you going to stay on Xiao San's back? Tang Yu bluntly pointed out a more realistic issue. Soon, while the three were joking around, the enormous gate of Soto City, which was countless times more magnificent than that of Nodding City, appeared before them. Wow, what a big city gate! Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, compared to it, Nodding City is just a small village. Soto City looks like a great place. There must be a lot of rich people here, Tang Yu said, focusing on the fact that there would be more wealthy people in Soto City. In Nodding City, due to the exorbitant prices of her potions, purchasing power was severely inadequate, leading to Tang Yu earning much less, most of which went to Tang San for blacksmithing and Master for mechanical research. All right, let's find a hotel to rest for the night. Tomorrow is the enrollment day, Tang San said, bringing the two back to reality. Entering Soto City, they were met with bustling streets and a plethora of shops lining both sides. Xiao Wu immediately spotted a hotel decorated with roses. Third brother, can we stay there? Xiao Wu pointed at the hotel. Tang San took a look and thought, wow, a couple's hotel. Although he didn't know for sure, he instinctively felt something was off. However, he was still pulled inside by Xiao Wu. Tang Yu didn't mind. As long as there was a place to stay, she was fine. Once inside, Tang San and Xiao Wu told the receptionist they wanted a room. Just the two of you? The receptionist politely asked. There are three of us. Tang Yi, blocked by the counter due to her height, had to tiptoe and shout. Oh, sorry. The receptionist quickly apologized and was about to hand the key to Tang San. Wait, that's my reserved room. A tall, golden-haired man walked in, casually embracing two young women. He approached the counter and said to the receptionist, Is the manager here? Hey, we arrived first. Tang San couldn't help but reason with him. What do you want? The golden-haired youth, Dai Mubai, turned around with a flippant tone. Xiao Wu's temper flared up. You're not that great. Why don't you just scram? Very well, daring to speak to me like that. I see you must be a soul master too. Come on, let us see if you can make me leave, or just show me how to roll away. Dai Mubai spoke confidently. How dare you talk to my younger brother and sister like that? Today, I'll give you a taste of pain. Tang Yu's voice came from below. Dai Mubai looked around, didn't see anyone, and finally realized the voice came from below. When he looked down, he saw an angry little girl. This guy is finished. Yujia hates it when people mention her height, Xiao Wu said gleefully from the side. Hey, I hope he doesn't get hurt, Tang San sighed, feeling helpless. The last person who provoked Tang Yu was a soul beast, and he chose to end things himself after being beaten by her. How dare you look down on me? Willy, Tang Yu commanded, and Willy instantly appeared, with 3 soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple materializing. Dai Mubai was shocked to see that she had reached level 30 at such a young age. Looking at her stature, she seemed to be under 10 years old. But didn't she just say younger brother and sister? That was too absurd. Oomph. Take this. Battle Instinct activated, automatic dazzling pattern, strong impact meteor strike. Tang Yu immediately activated her battle instinct and automatic dazzling pattern, then began charging her current ultimate move, strong impact meteor strike. White Tiger Possession. Dai Mubai sensed the power contained within the strong impact meteor strike and realized he was in for a tough time. He didn't dare be careless and immediately activated his martial soul. White Tiger Diamond Transformation, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai directly activated 2 soul skills, further enhancing his defense with the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and the 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Tang Yu seemed to be waiting for Dai Mubai to prepare. The charging time was just enough for him. The moment Dai Mubai was ready, Tang Yu unleashed the strong impact meteor strike, hitting the white tiger shield head-on. With just one strike, the white tiger shield shattered, and the strong impact meteor strike continued its momentum, hitting Dai Mubai directly and sending him crashing into the gate. I'll let you off this time. With that, Tang Yu turned and returned to Tang San and Xiao Wu's side. Chapter 11. New Chapter. Shrek Academy. After dealing with Dai Mubai, Tang Yu and her companions smoothly obtained the room key. At that moment, Dai Mubai finally regained his composure and walked in from outside. Are you still looking for a fight? Xiao Wu immediately approached, acting tough. No. I genuinely respect you. But I guess you're here for Shrek too, right? We'll probably be classmates, so if you have any problems, feel free to find me. That is all. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Dai Mubai left without further ado, clearly having been intimidated by Tang Yu. When they reached the door of their room, Tang San felt that something was off. Seeing Tang San dawdling, Xiao Wu snatched the key and pushed the door open, revealing a beautifully decorated room adorned with various heart shapes, a couple's suite. Xiao Wu immediately started exploring, clearly enamored by the rose petals. Tang Yu, on the other hand, went straight to the bedroom, blew the rose petals off the bed with a gust of wind, and then lay down to sleep. It seems like my sister is really tired from that battle earlier. Tang San could only come up with this excuse for himself. I think Yujia is just being lazy. Third brother, let's go out for a stroll, Xiao Wu said, directly pulling Tang San out for some shopping. The next day arrived quickly. As soon as Tang Yu woke up, she saw Xiao Wu sleeping soundly beside her. Stepping outside, she found Tang San lying on the sofa next to a tattered couch. I don't know how Xiao San and Xiao Wu managed to mess up someone else's sofa like this yesterday. Tang Yu paid tribute to the sacrifice sofa. Soon, the three of them woke up, tidied up, and headed to Shrek Academy outside the city. Upon arriving at the academy gate, they saw many people lining up. Looking at the dilapidated school gate, Xiao Wu couldn't help but murmur, can this really be considered an academy? Is Senga sure the master didn't make a mistake? It doesn't matter. We're just here to accompany Xiao San, so I'm indifferent, Tang Yu said nonchalantly. It should be noted that Tang Yu's training style was completely different from theirs. The teacher shouldn't have made a mistake, but since we're here, let's just take a look first, Tang San said, also unsure about the shabby school gate. However, the passers-by were different. Is this really a Soul Master Academy? Are you kidding me? This is the academy that's supposed to grant nobility upon graduation. This was said by someone from the Spirit Hall, so it shouldn't be wrong, but it was really too shabby. Dad, I think I'd rather go to the Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy. This is just too embarrassing. Various discussions arose. Soon they arrived at the registration desk. Teacher, this is 10 gold soul coins. A young man placed the gold soul coins into the collection box. Extend your hand. The lazy-looking teacher at the registration desk said. The student extended his hand, and the teacher placed his hand on top. Age doesn't match. You can leave. The teacher said lazily. Hey, teacher, my son just barely passed the age limit. Can't you make an exception? The student's parent also tried to salvage the situation. School rules state that anyone over the age limit will not be accepted. You all know that, the teacher replied without even looking up. Then it seems our registration fee. The parent was still unwilling to give up. Once registered, fees are non-refundable. As soon as money was mentioned, the teacher perked up. Now, this is interesting. The parent started to make a scene, causing those behind to begin discussing as well. I've never seen such an academy before. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, I've decided to join this academy. This unusual academy immediately piqued Tang Yu's curiosity. Sister, you're still as unique as ever. Tang San also felt speechless. At the registration desk, Mubai, someone want a refund. As the teacher at the registration desk finished speaking, Dai Mubai, who had been beaten by Tang Yu yesterday, jumped down from a nearby tree. If you want a refund, fine, but only if you can beat me. I'll return all of it. Saying this, he revealed his 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple. The troublemaker saw this and cursed under his breath before leaving. Oh, isn't that the one from yesterday? So if I win, I can get money? Tang Yu ran out and stood in front of Dai Mubai. Upon seeing Tang Yu, Dai Mubai quickly retracted his soul rings and awkwardly said, it's for refunds, not to take money. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Mubai, do you know each other? Teacher Li Yusong at the registration desk was also curious. Teacher, we just met yesterday and sparred a bit, Dai Mubai replied bashfully. Oh, how'd it go? Clearly, Li Yusong was interested. I was completely defeated. Dai Mubai's voice grew weaker. What? That's interesting. Are you here to register too? Li Yusong asked Tang Yu. Yes, Tang Yu answered immediately, then returned to Tang San and Xiao Wu's side. Interesting. Let us continue with the registration. With Tang Yu leaving, waiting in line is a virtue. The registration continued. Not qualified. Another disqualified applicant. This time the parent was confused. So Li Yusong had to explain to everyone. You should know the rules when coming to register at Shrek, if you don't understand. You're just wasting your registration fee here. If you want to leave, now is your chance. Do you know what the word Shrek mean? It means monsters. My academy is a monster academy that only accepts monsters. If you're over the admission age or your soul power level is below level 21, don't waste your time here. After finishing, Li Yusong returned to the registration desk, showcasing his soul emperor strength. Many people left immediately. At this moment, a girl with an excellent appearance arrived at the registration desk, and Li Yusong was taken aback when he recognized her. You're here? Do your family members know? The girl was indeed Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After a brief explanation from Ning Rongrong, she was allowed to enter. Soon it was Tang Yu and the others' turn. Tang Yu directly placed 30 gold soul coins on the table. Let's do this. Li Yusong was very surprised when he placed his hand on the coins. Although the amount reached level 36, just below Mu Bai, the quality is already close to the level of a Soul King. This is unheard of. Moreover, she was only 12 years old, albeit a bit short. Earlier, everything was fine. Tang Yu enjoyed Li Yusong's compliments, but when the last comment about her height came, she was ready to explode. Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately pulled Tang Yu away. Sister, no need to be so upset, Tang San quickly said. Right, no need, Xiao Wu chimed in. Damn it. I just haven't developed yet. I will grow taller. In the end, Tang Yu was calmed down and entered Shrek Academy with Dai Mu Bai. While the playful antics of the three attracted Ning Rongrong's attention, she approached them. Hello, Ning Rongrong. Nice to meet you. Tang Yu and the others saw Ning Rongrong's friendly attitude, and, since they were of similar ages, were happy to make friends. Hello, Tang Yu. This is my brother Tang San and my sister Xiao Wu. We're also very happy to meet you. Tang Yu stepped forward to shake hands with Ning Rongrong. Really? Then can we say we're friends? Ning Rongrong, who rarely encountered such sincere people, asked. Yeah, if you think so, then we are. I'm fine with it. What about you, Xiao San and Xiao Wu? Tang Yu had a good first impression of this well-dressed young girl with decent talent. Whatever you say goes. Tang San replied under Tang Yu's influence, not daring to disagree. Just then, a man with a thick beard pushed a mobile stall into the square where they were. Come take a look. Delicious grilled sausages. The bearded man called out with a youthful voice. Look, there are grilled sausages for sale. To celebrate our new friendship. I'll treat you all. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, do you want some? Seeing Oscar's sausage stall, Tang Yu planned to buy a few to eat. Then I'll trouble you. Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't decline, as they were all friends. Hey, mister, I'll have 4 sausages, please. Tang Yu approached Oscar to place her order. Mister? Little girl, I'm only 14. How can you call me mister? Oscar, surprised by the girl who was only a head taller than his sausage stall, reacted. Damn, I'm 12 this year too. Don't call me short. After saying this, she slammed down the soul coins and snatched the sausages away. Oscar was startled by Tang Yu, then looked at the coin she had just dropped, which had lodged firmly into the sausage stall, making it impossible to retrieve. Oscar was once again taken aback. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai, who had been called out temporarily, returned and immediately saw Oscar selling sausages. Oscar, didn't I tell you that you can't sell sausages at school? Pack it up. Dai Mu Bai immediately scolded, then turned to Tang Yu and the others, seeing Tang Yu already sharing the sausages and about to take a bite. You can't eat that. Dai Mu Bai shouted loudly to stop her. However, it was too late. Tang Yu took a big bite and started chewing. The others also paused at Dai Mu Bai's shout. Seeing this, Dai Mu Bai pulled Oscar in front of everyone. These sausages can't be eaten. Why not? Isn't it delicious? Tang Yu, still chewing, asked. Oscar, make one on the spot. Dai Mu Bai urged Oscar to demonstrate. This isn't good, boss Dai. Oscar hesitated. Hurry up. Dai Mu Bai didn't give Oscar a chance. I have a big sausage. Finally, Oscar gave in and shouted loudly. Everyone frowned at this, except for Tang Yu. Then Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu all returned their sausages to Oscar. Oscar only smiled bitterly at this, clearly used to it. Is there a problem with this? I think it's quite good, Tang Yu said, unable to understand their reactions. Dan Yi Ue, is there really no problem with this? This is two. Ning Rongrong was so excited she couldn't find the words. There is no problem, right? Originally, sausages are made with casings. These sausages are made directly with soul power. How clean is that? Tang Yu expressed her different opinion. Finally, someone understand my sausages. Oscar felt a sense of enlightenment upon hearing Tang Yu's words and directly leaped to hug her leg. Hey, let go. Tang Yu kicked Oscar away in disgust. Well, saying this to seem like there's really no problem. Tang San also expressed his agreement with Tang Yu's view. Hey, you guys can't really just accept this strange thing like that. Ning Rongrong couldn't accept it. All right, let's do it this way. I'll take you to the fourth round now. After saying that, Dai Mubai planned to lead everyone into the academy. However, the candidates still in the second round were unhappy. Why could Tang Yu and the others skip ahead while they still had to go through the assessments slowly? Then everyone revealed their soul rings and reported their levels. And those little guys no longer said anything. The second ring of Xiao San and the others was fine, but when it came to Tang Yu's third ring, and due to Tang Yu's height, it put a lot of pressure on those who were making a fuss. Soon, under Dai Mubai's lead, everyone arrived at the fourth round. They saw a sturdy middle-aged man, about 165 meters tall, resting on a lounge chair. Teacher Zhao, I brought them here. Dai Mubai reported as soon as he saw Zhao Wujia. Oh, interesting. This time there are actually 5 little ones skipping ahead. In that case, I'm interested. I'll give you a stick of incense's time to prepare. If you can last a stick of incense under my hands, you will pass. Mubai, you can introduce my information to them well, Zhao Wujia said, clearly intrigued by the 5 individuals. De Mubai's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately began introducing Zhao Wuji's situation to everyone. Sai, I was supposed to be the one testing you in the fourth round, but for some reason, Teacher Zhao wants to take the reins himself. Time is tight, so let me introduce you to Teacher Zhao Wuji first. Zhao Wuji, isn't he the immovable king, Zhao Wuji? Clearly, Ning Rongrong was well informed. That's right, Teacher Zhao Wuji is a level 76 beast spirit master, with the martial spirit of a powerful diamond bear, and his defense is incredibly impressive. You all should discuss this quickly. After saying this, De Mubai closed his mouth and watched the others. I'll go first. I'm Tang Yu, a level 36 soul master, but taking on a soul king is not a problem. My martial spirit is a battle spear. I have many soul skills, but I can't list them all at once. Most of them I created myself. Tang Yu spoke up first. Next, I'll introduce myself. I'm Tang San, a level 29 control system spirit master, with a martial spirit of blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu, level 29 attack system spirit master, with a martial spirit of a rabbit. Zhu Zhuqing, beast martial spirit of the nether cat, level 27 agility attack system spirit master. Ning Rongrong, weapon martial spirit of the 7 treasure glazed tile, level 26 support system spirit master. 7 treasure glazed tile. You come from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Those who understood were amazed. That's not something to brag about. Tang Yu has already reached level 36. Ning Rongrong felt a sense of pride, but still expressed humility. Then Tang San began to arrange the strategy. In that case, Sister, you'll be the main attacker. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will provide flanking support. I'll assist from the side, and Ning Rongrong will provide buffs. Chapter 13. New chapter, end of the test. Having discussed the tactical arrangement, it was time to welcome Zhao Wuji's test. Teacher, we are ready. Please instruct us, said Tang San, the only male among the 5 present. Naturally, he was the one to take on the heavy lifting. All right, gather your guys. Let's get started. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he lit an incense stick and casually tossed it, sticking it into a nearby tree. Tang San, skilled in hidden weapon techniques, immediately saw the intricacies and couldn't help but marvel. This might be comparable to his own mastery of throwing techniques. Then let's go. Battle instinct. Automatic glimmering patterns. Magic shield. Magic show. Tang Yu charged forward, immediately casting 4 buffs. Instantly, 4 runes swirled above her head, and an aura of gathered magical power surrounded her, reducing damage through a rule-based power. At the same time, under the boost of automatic glimmering patterns, colorful glimmering patterns began to appear behind Tang Yu. With the enhancement of battle instinct, waves of ability rippled around her. Holding her spear, she launched a glimmering pattern bomb at Zhao Wuji, slightly tilting the spear back to connect a glimmering pattern at the tip, instantly infusing it with magical power to form a ticking glimmering pattern bomb, which she hurled at Zhao Wuji. Simultaneously, she advanced, the spear shining with colorful light, a manifestation of the power of rules, clearly showing the effect of the Nyo Wu battle technique, with an innate ability for overpowering attacks. Meanwhile, Tang San released his blue-silver grass martial spirit from behind Tang Yu, rapidly spreading toward Zhao Wuji. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly ran to flank Zhao Wuji. The 7 treasures, also known as strength and speed, Ning Rongrong immediately began to provide buffs. As soon as Ning Rongrong displayed her martial spirit, Zhao Wuji decided to cut off the support first, intending to deal with Ning Rongrong. He was determined to take immediate action and attack Ning Rongrong. How could Tang Yu, facing Zhao Wuji directly, let him escape from her battle circle? She directly swung her spear at Zhao Wuji, using the powerful control ability of the round dance spear to intercept in mid-air. sending him flying towards the glimmering pattern bomb. Zhao Wuji never expected that Tang Yu had such a technique. He was instantly forced into a controlled state, crashing into the glimmering pattern bomb and taking damage from Tang Yu's round dance spear. At the same time, with Ning Rongrong's acceleration, Tang San's blue-silver grass also ensnared Zhao Wuji, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to quickly close in and flank Zhao Wuji. First soul skill, immovable king body. Zhao Wuji immediately unleashed his soul power and activated his first soul skill, instantly breaking Tang San's blue-silver grass and pushing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing back. Tang Yu, under the effect of battle instinct, immediately countered with shattered dominance, clashing hard with Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, Tang Yu remained unpushed back due to her overpowering state. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately seized the opportunity and launched a falling flower palm to pursue. As she hit Zhao Wuji, she followed up with Sky Strike, sending Zhao Wuji flying. Tang San, seeing this, immediately activated his second soul skill, Parasitism, to restrain the airborne Zhao Wuji further. Tang Yu naturally wouldn't miss this chance. She leapt high and executed Dragon Tooth, connecting it with a double hammer strike to slam Zhao Wuji into the ground. As Zhao Wuji hit the ground, Tang Yu began to gather glimmering patterns, preparing to unleash glimmering pressure. Feeling the immense power gathering at the tip of Tang Yu's spear, Zhao Wuji sensed trouble. This power was comparable to a peak Soul King's attack. He couldn't help but think, this young girl can unleash such an attack at such a young age. And it seems she's not even using her trump card. Truly impressive. However, while Zhao Wuji was lost in thought, Tang Yu completed the gathering of glimmering patterns and unleashed glimmering pressure. Since reaching level 35, it had been a long time since she showcased her power in front of Tang San. This was the first time Tang San and the others saw Tang use glimmering pressure. With a loud bang, the ground was instantly devastated, creating a large pit in the center. Zhao Wuji lay in the middle of the pit, clearly caught off guard and knocked out. Everyone present widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief. A level 36 Soul Master had brought down a level 76 Soul Saint. Looking at the massive pit, they wondered if this was something a level 36 Spirit Master could achieve. Of course, it wasn't. This was the work of a level 36 Battle Mage. Soon, Zhao Wuji regained consciousness, and after waking, he realized what had just happened. He felt utterly humiliated to have been knocked out by a group of kids. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to look at where the incense had been placed, only to see that it had long since burned out. Looking over at Tang Yu, she was currently eating a sausage, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were gathered around Tang San, listening to his explanation of hidden weapons. And Oscar was leaning onto Mu Bai's back, peering forward. Oscar, Zhao Wuji shouted when he saw Oscar present. Yes. Oscar stood straight up and quickly approached Zhao Wuji. Bring me 2 sausages. Zhao Wuji feigned authority as he demanded sausages for recovery. Oscar said nothing, silently taking out 2 sausages and handing them to Zhao Wuji. After eating the sausages to recover, Zhao Wuji instructed Mu Bai to take Tang Yu and the others to find their dormitory. After Mu Bai led Tang Yu and the others away, Zhao Wuji finally left the venue, glancing back at the large pit before him. This student was truly remarkable. On the other side, under Mu Bai's guidance, Tang Yu and the others found their dormitories. Tang San and Oscar shared a room. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shared another room, while Tang Yu shared a room with Ning Rongrong. After the room assignments were made, Tang Yu organized her nearly non-existent luggage. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong was busy taking out a large pile of luggage from her spatial soul guide. Let me help you, we're friends. And now we're roommates too. Upon seeing this, Tang Yu offered to help, and Ning Rongrong was quite happy, perhaps because Tang Yu was her first friend. So she didn't throw any tantrums, though it was likely mainly due to the difference in combat ability. After organizing the luggage, everyone went to the academy's cafeteria for a meal. Afterward, Tang Yu and the others returned to the dormitory to sleep, feeling exhausted. Tomorrow would mark the start of their new academic journey. Chapter 14 New Chapter. Opening ceremony early the next morning. Tang Yu woke up and turned to see that Ning Rongrong was still asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, Tang Yu left the dormitory. She arrived at the playground, which was actually the village square, and began her training for the day. Training was, after all, a significant source of experience. Not long after Tang Yu started exercising, Tang San came out of his room. Sister, you're up so early. Tang San greeted Tang Yu as he approached her. Oh, it's little San. Is Xiao Wu still sleeping? Tang Yu continued practicing her skills without looking up. Yeah, but she should be waking up soon. Although Xiao Wu always sleeps in, she does wake up early sometimes. This situation was clearly not the first time. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Wu came out of her room and immediately ran over to Tang Yu and Tang San when she saw them. Once the three gathered, Tang Yu stopped her training. Since we're all awake, let's go have breakfast. Today is probably the first class of the new school year, said Tang Yu, leading Tang San and Xiao Wu towards the cafeteria. After finishing breakfast, Tang Yu returned to the playground, while Xiao Wu and Tang San went to familiarize themselves with the campus. Of course, they encountered Ma Hongjun and ended up having a fight. Soon it was time for assembly, and everyone arrived at the playground. At this time, Tang Yu also saw Ma Hongjun, the last student of Shrek Academy. Not long after everyone gathered, Dean Flinder arrived at the playground to begin the first class of the new school year. This year is looking good. We have 5 more little monsters joining us. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you all. He continued later. Each of you will pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. As support-type Soul Masters, you face great danger on the battlefield without protection, so running away is an essential quality you must have. Oscar, Ningrongrong, Fentilaps. From now until lunch. If you haven't finished, you won to eat. Flinder had a unique understanding of support Soul Masters. After arranging for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Flinder began to handle the matters regarding Tang Yu and the other combat Soul Masters. Mubai, you first explain our academy's rules to them, and then we could dismiss for now. Little San, come with me. After saying that, he took Little San away. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were still running. Although Ning Rongrong had become friends with Tang Yu and had slightly restrained her temper, her nature was hard to change. She still threw a tantrum and left Oscar to go play in Soto City. By noon, they gathered again. Fried asked Oscar and Ning Rongrong about their running results. Oscar, did you finish 20 laps? Flander asked. Dean, I finished mine, Oscar replied. I was asking about you too. After a moment's hesitation, Oscar replied, we finished. Upon hearing this, Flander punished Oscar and began to educate Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong immediately threw a fit. Flander didn't back down and confronted her directly. Here, any academy is better than you. Nonsense. I broke through to level 25, a well-known genius of the sect, and our 7-treasure glazed tile school's martial soul is unrivaled in the world, Ning Rongrong retorted. Mubai reached Soul Master, and Tang Yu is even at level 36 at the same age. Tang San and Xiao Wu both have soul power reaching level 29 and can break through at any time. In terms of genius, they're all stronger than you. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul has flaws, but it is a top-tier beast martial soul, and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is comparable to yours. Yet she has the determination to grow stronger. Ning Rongrong responded, I am an auxiliary soul master. I can't compare in combat, but my role on the battlefield is greater than theirs. Role? With no will and system. The first to die on the battlefield will be you, with your impulsive arrogance. You and T think you could find partners you can trust with your back, would you? Enough. What about Oscar? I'm definitely better than him. Ningrongrong soltet angridi. Have you ever seen a food-type martial soul with full innate soul power? Among all the students, you are the worst. Finally, Ning Rongrong left in tears, and Flander told Oscar to stop and comfort her. In the evening, Flander took Tang Yu and the others to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Returning to Soto City, Tang Yu and T had the chance to really enjoy it last time. This time, under Fried's guidance, they were going to the Great Soul Arena, which was good news for Tang Yu. Everyone knows that fighting can gain experience, and with experience, one can level up, which makes sense. Upon arriving at the Great Soul Arena, no one spoke up to ask questions, and Flander found it strange. Aren't you curious about what the Great Soul Arena is? We were just waiting for you to speak. Ma Hongjun was the first to flatter. Less chatter. All right, let me explain the situation. Each participant will receive an Iron Soul badge after registering. For each win, you gain a point. For each loss, you lose a point. Reaching 100 points allows you to upgrade to a Copper Soul badge, and before graduation, you must at least obtain a Silver Soul badge. Mubai will take you to register. Flander explained to everyone and then arranged for Dai Mubai to take them to register, while he, of course, went to slack off. Mubai, what level is the Silver Soul badge? Tangsen asked Dai Mubai. The Silver Soul badge is at the 3rd level. It starts with the Iron Soul badge, then the Copper Soul badge, followed by the Silver Soul badge. After that is Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. Dai Mubai began to explain the specifics of the Soul Arena to everyone. The Silver Soul badge is only at the 3rd level. It's not hard, Xiao Wu said. It's not that simple. I started participating in the Great Soul Arena at level 29, and my current record is 29 wins and 27 losses, with only 2 points. Dai Mubai immediately poured cold water on her. Mubai, with your strength, how could that be? Tang San expressed his confusion. Little San, there's nothing impossible. The competition format here is large tier matching. I didn't T-win many matches at the Great Soul Master level before breaking through to Soul Master. And then I kept losing to higher level opponents, Dai Mubai said, clenching his fists, clearly feeling a bit down. The competitions here are mainly divided into 3 types: strategy fights, death matches, and gamble fights. We primarily participate in strategy fights, focusing on sparring. Each person can only compete once a day, but there's no restriction on the types. You can participate in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles on the same day. Dai Mubai detailed the competition rules. Alright, let's go register. I can't wait to start knocking down those poor opponents, Tang Yu said as she led Tang San and the others to sign up. Having witnessed Tang Yu's crazy combos against Zhao Wujia, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Tang San all had images flash in their minds. Tang Yu could even hold her own against a soul sage like Zhao Wujia. Although one cannot rule out the possibility of Zhao Wujia letting her win, it was still impressive. This was clearly a case of being able to fight beyond her level. I guess Xiao San and Xiao will team up, so I'll team up with Zhu Zhuqing. Let us go, Zhuqing, let us fly, Tang Yu said as she took Zhu Zhuqing to form a team. After that, Tang Yu dragged Zhu Zhuqing to register. Upon arriving at the registration desk, Tang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly completed their registration and received their Iron Soul badges. During the name registration, Tang Yu whimsically registered the title Demon World Person. Could it be that this was destined? All right, registration is complete. Let's go sign up for the duo battle, Tang Yu said, pulling the much taller Zhu Zhuqing towards the 2-on-2 registration desk. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, the well-trained receptionist immediately stated. Here, 10 gold coins for the team. Let's call ourselves the Meow Fight Combination. Tang Yu quickly completed the registration without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to say anything. Soon, an Iron Team badge was tossed out. Without even looking, Tang Yu took it and left. Not long after registering, Tang Yu was matched with an opponent. Iron Soul Demon World Person, please go to Arena 1. Iron Soul Demon World Person, please go to Arena 1. Alright, it's my turn. I'm going now, Tang Yu said before heading to the battle. This is my first battle in the Soul Arena, Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. In the 1-on-1 battle, the opponent was a Soul Master with a martial soul spear, facing off against Soul Master Zheng Kaidong, whose martial soul was a sharp-horned rhinoceros. The announcer began the opening remarks. Look at that little girl. The audience is very enthusiastic. Hearing this, Tang Yu felt her anger surging. But she couldn't do anything about the audience, so she turned to Zheng Kaidong and said, I'm really angry right now. So you're in trouble, gritting her teeth. With that, the battle began. Tang Yu immediately activated her magic shield, battle instinct, automatic flash patterns, and magic show. After buffing herself, Tang Yu charged at Zheng Kaidong at an extremely fast speed. So quickly that Zheng Kaidong didn't even have time to react. He could only cross his arms to defend. But Tang Yu hit him with a sky strike that sent him flying. A falling blossom palm struck upward, hitting Zheng Kaidong higher into the air, followed by an upward dragon tooth, all while continuously launching flashy patterns. Before Zheng Kaidong could land, Tang Yu jumped up again and unleashed another sky strike to keep him airborne. Immediately, she used a rondo staff to pull Zheng Kaidong down from the sky and slammed him hard onto the ground. Then, she followed up with a smash. And before Zheng Kaidong could regain his footing, Tang Yu unleashed a flash pattern explosive downwards, sending him bouncing up. Tang Yu immediately unleashed the dazzling pattern fusion pursuit, followed by a double hammer strike, seamlessly connecting it with a meteor flash shadow strike while crazily launching dazzling patterns. Zheng Kaidong finally regained his composure and planned to counterattack. But Tang Yu directly delivered a heavenly strike to lift him up once again, then quickly charged her energy, merging the dazzling patterns behind her into one, and delivered a powerful dazzling pattern smash to end the battle. Upon seeing this, the host immediately announced that he didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, as the Demon Realm contestants' mesmerizing attacks had directly taken down Zheng Kaidong. In this battle, the Demon Realm contestant emerged victorious, earning 1 point. As Tang Yu left the arena, she felt much better after venting her emotions, and moreover, the outcome of the recent battle had upgraded her soul power to level 37. Chapter 15 New Chapter, Ning Rongrong's Transformation. Miss Demon Realm, please go to the front desk to register your points. We'll begin the next match shortly. After Tang Yu's battle concluded, the host immediately notified her, then continued to host the fights. Tang Yu naturally went to the front desk to register her points. Then she started waiting in the lounge for Zhu Zhuqing to come out so they could go play 2v2. Not long after, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San arrived at the front desk at the same time. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately stepped forward. Why are you both out together? How'd it go? Since Tang Yu had started her battle early, she didn't know the subsequent matchups. Sister, this is how it is. We were both arranged for the same match. When Tang San was asked about this, he awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, I see. So what was the result? Who won? Let me guess, it was little San, right? After all, controlling systems are at a disadvantage against agile types. At this point, Tang Yu finally learned the details. That's right. I won. But that means Zhu Zhuqing's points are now -1. Tang San was directly called out by Tang Yu. That's fine, next. I'll have Zhu Zhuqing win one for us. Come on, Zhuqing, I'll take you to victory. After saying that, he pulled Zhu Zhuqing towards the waiting room. Not long after, it was Tang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing's turn to fight. Next up was the Miao Do team versus the Mu Mu team. The host's enthusiasm was still high. Standing opposite Tang Yu's team were the Mu brothers, Mu Yu and Mu Ji, whose martial soul was the wood pattern rod. The two brothers looked almost identical. They were likely twins. Zhuqing, just watch. If there's anything I miss, please help me out. I'm going in. After saying that, Tang Yu charged forward. On her way, she activated 4 buffs and dashed right in front of the Mu brothers. At this moment, the Mu brothers also summoned their martial soul and got into position. Seeing this, Tang Yu grinned and shouted, "Heavenly Strike." She swung from a diagonal lower angle upwards, lifting both of them off the ground in one go. Tang Yu didn't give the Mu brothers a chance to retaliate. She unleashed a rising burst from below, then crouched slightly before leaping high into the air, using a side spin with her rod to gather them together, lifting them high before slamming them down hard. Tang Yu then quickly gathered her power and executed a powerful pressure move. Utilizing the momentum from her descent, she brought it down heavily. Such a strong pressure move. Having never seen this before, clearly wouldn't end the match in one hit, so Tang Yu immediately followed up with a double hammer strike. Then swiftly completed a meteor flash strike, launching the Mu brothers out of the arena. Everything happened too quickly. Zhu Zhuqing was still poised and ready to support Tang Yu, but she was directly finished off by Tang Yu's combo. Congratulations to the Miao Do team for winning this match. Please proceed to the front desk to register. Even the host was momentarily stunned before quickly announcing the result. Back at the front desk, Zhu Zhuqing seemed somewhat dissatisfied, feeling like she was just a bystander in that battle, which she indeed was. Come on, Zhuqing, don't be like that. I didn't know why they were so weak that they couldn't even handle my combo. Tang Yu was also trying to defend herself. Huh? Didn't teacher Zhao Wujia also fail to withstand your combo? Zhu Zhuqing immediately shot back, raising Tang Yu's platform high and then tearing down the stairs. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu also finished their match and came to the front desk. They happened to see Tang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were watching the match, also approached. Sister, you're done too, how is it? Tang San immediately asked Tang Yu upon seeing her. Yeah, just now. Little San and Xiao Wu's match was quite exciting, Ma Hongjun remarked, clearly impressed by their seamless teamwork. There's nothing much to say. I just watched. Tang Yu handled everything alone. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was very flat, clearly feeling a bit down. Haha, Little San, quickly tell me what kind of strength your sister has. Ma Hongjun laughed, secretly asking Tang San since he had never seen Tang Yu fight. Sister's strength can be said to be invincible at the same level. At least from what I've seen, she mostly fights above her level. To be honest, Tang San also didn't know how strong Tang Yu had become. Over the past 10 years, he had seen Tang Yu fight where she unleashed a flurry of attacks, and her opponents barely had a moment to fight back. Well, we've fought 2 matches. It's been refreshing, but I'm really tired. Let us head back, Tang Yu suggested to everyone. Naturally, everyone agreed. They had already spent quite some time in Soto City, and they had fought 2 matches, although Tang Yu's battles were very quick. Once outside the battle arena, Ma Hongjun planned to invite Dai Mubai to have some fun, but Dai Mubai was already distracted by DNA, intending to reform himself. He declined the invite, but Zhu Zhuqing still expressed her disgust. Then Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai got into an argument at the entrance of the battle arena, while Tang Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu watched in confusion before deciding to head back to school. Soto City was still a bit of a distance from Shrek Academy. By the time Tang Yu and the others arrived at the entrance of Shrek, it was already quite late. However, it was clear that someone had arrived even earlier. At that moment, they saw Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong confronting each other at the gate, while Oscar stood by, unsure what to say. Don't think I want to make a move on you. If you provoke me, I'll kill you. As soon as they got close, Tang Yu and the others heard Dai Mubai angrily shouting at Ning Rongrong, with Ning Rongrong saying, I'm so scared. Dai Mubai couldn't hold back anymore and directly attacked, sending Ning Rongrong flying. Seeing this, Oscar rushed forward to catch her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai gathered his soul power, ready to hit Ning Rongrong again. Tang Xin immediately went to pull Dai Mubai back, and Xiao Wu and Tang Yu quickly followed. Mubai, we're all classmates. Let go. Tang Xin spoke up to stop Dai Mubai, and the scene fell into a moment of silence. After some contemplation, Dai Mubai dissipated his soul power. All right, little San, I'll give you this face. Don't provoke me again, otherwise, I won't care about your status. After responding to Tang San, Dai Mubai yelled at Ning Rongrong again before turning to leave. Ning Rongrong had never faced such humiliation in her life. She immediately stood up, angrily walking towards Tang Yu and the others. Tang Yu, are we friends? Help me kill him, and if you help me kill him, you'll be a VIP of my 7-treasure glazed tile clan. I'll give you 10,000 gold soul coins, and from now on, the 7-treasure glazed tile clan will support you unconditionally. Ning Rongrong's words were filled with anger. However, upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression turned serious. Rongrong, the friend I want is the optimistic one who knows what she is doing and what she truly wants. Look at you now, blinded by vanity and bound by your noble status. Friends are about mutual trust and sacrifice, not servants who can be commanded at convenience. This world isn't something that can be exchanged for money and power. I don't know what happened between you and Mubai, but this time, it's definitely you who let that reckless pride cloud your judgment. If you continue to act so high and mighty, I think our friendship might just end here. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Ning Rongrong felt disbelief, and her heart was deeply shaken. She had never had friends before. Tang Yu was her first and only friend. However, Tang Yu's words pierced deep into her heart. Oscar, will you help me? Ning Rongrong, still unable to let go of her anger, turned to ask Oscar when she saw Tang Yu was unwilling to help. However, Oscar shook his head in response. Don't you like me? What I like is the you I met for the first time. Oscar also stated his reasons. You all. Do you know how powerful the 7-treasure glazed tile school is? Ning Rongrong was also extremely angry. Rongrong, as a friend, I'll give you one last piece of advice. After saying this, Tang Yu infused a memory charged with magic into Ning Rongrong's mind. In that memory, a person with 2 horns split the continuous peaks with a single strike. A massive dragon's roar released breath that turned the prosperous city below into ashes. A figure with wings descended from the sky, colliding with another person carrying a ring, creating a huge shockwave that swept in all directions. Powerful figures kept appearing, displaying unimaginable power. Under those strong ones, the world's methods were like toys, shattering at a touch. Were these? Ning Rongrong asked Tang Yu in a daze. True strong ones. I hope you think carefully. If your mindset remains the same, perhaps you really don't belong here, and friendship is just a wishful thought. After saying this, Tang Yu left, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar also followed suit, leaving Ning Rongrong alone at the entrance of Shrek Academy. That night, Ning Rongrong cried and was heartbroken, not returning home. It seems that this conversation and the memories Tang Yu transmitted to her would help her think clearly about some issues. The next morning, when Tang Yu got up from bed, she found that Ning Rongrong still hadn't returned to the dormitory. After leaving the room, she saw Ning Rongrong standing alone on the playground. It wasn't long before everyone arrived at the playground, but no one spoke to Ning Rongrong. Tang Yu observed Ning Rongrong, and it seemed she had thought things through. Soon, Fried arrived. Where's Oscar? Fried noticed Oscar was missing. When I came out, Oscar was still cultivating. He might be in a deep meditation, Tang Xin reported as Oscar's roommate. Go call him. Today's lesson cannot do without him. Fried intended to send Tang San to fetch Oscar. Look, he's coming. At this moment, Ma Hongjun spoke, and as he looked, he saw Oscar running over with a bright expression. Oscar reached Fried's side. What's up? Want to run laps again? No. Dean, let me explain. I've broken through to level 30. Oscar's tone was extremely excited. Chapter 16, New Chapter. Stardew Forest. The news of Oscar's breakthrough to level 30 undoubtedly made Fried very happy. Good, very good. You're the third among this group to reach level 30. Tomorrow, I'll have Zhao Wujia lead you to the Stardew Forest to help Oscar hunt for spirit rings. Fried's tone was quite cheerful. Oscar was someone he had trained, and he was very pleased with his achievement. However, even so, today's lesson still had to continue. Oscar, come on, use your martial soul to make 2 sausages. Fried's expression turned serious again. Seeing this, Oscar obediently used his martial soul to summon the sausages. What is the dean trying to do? All right, today's lesson is that everyone must eat Oscar's sausages. Fried directly stated the lesson for the day without keeping them in suspense. Now, apart from Tang Yu and Ning Rongrong, everyone expressed psychological resistance. Of course, Oscar was almost overjoyed. Why not eat? Oscar's martial soul is so exceptional. It would be a shame not to. Fried's reasoning was very sound, and Oscar beside him nodded vigorously in agreement. I'll eat. To everyone's surprise, the first to speak up was not the unaffected Tang Yu, but the delicate Ning Rongrong. Tang Yu looked at Ning Rongrong. It seemed that what happened last night had changed her significantly, and she had made a big decision. After saying this, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, took the sausage from Oscar's hand, and without hesitation, stuffed it into her mouth and took a big bite. Her eyes widened, and after chewing for a bit, she swallowed. The taste is not bad, right? I think so too. This sausage is a rare delicacy, Tang Yu said as she also took a freshly made sausage from Oscar's hands and started eating. Fried looked at Ning Rongrong with relief. It seemed that this rebellious girl had been resolved, and Tang Yu's performance had also impressed Oscar. Seeing that even Ning Rongrong had eaten the sausage, the others were no longer shy about not eating, and each took a portion to eat. Among them, Tang San and Xiao Wu, after years of Tang Yu's culinary training, also praised the taste of the sausages. Very good. There are only 0 times and countless times. I think after this, everyone won't resist Oscar's sausages anymore. So today's lesson ends here. Go back and prepare well for tomorrow's departure. Dismissed. Fried was very satisfied with this lesson and directly let everyone go. So it was the next day. Early in the morning, the 8 of them gathered at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Not long after, Zhao Wujia arrived at the entrance. But it seemed he had suffered some unforeseen calamity in recent days. His face still bore faint traces of it. Good fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. On the day of enrollment, he had been beaten by Tang Yu in a series of strikes during the day, and that night, he was beaten again by Tang Hao, who had come to protect his student. Since everyone is here, we'll set off. Zhao Wujia said, I'll only be responsible for protection in dangerous situations. The hunting process will rely on you. After finishing his words, he set off ahead, and the 8 of them immediately followed. After a long journey, they arrived at an inn to rest. As the teacher, Zhao Wujia would handle his own meals, while Tang Yu and the others began to eat at a table. Tang Yu was very focused on eating, and just as she finished her meal, she noticed that the other 7 people had already stood up and were preparing to go out. Xiao San, what is going on? Tang Yu hurriedly asked Tang San. Sister, you were too absorbed in your meal. We just fought with Songhui Academy, and now we're going to spar with their leading teacher. Tang San briefly explained the situation to Tang Yu. This is awesome. Just finished eating, and it's perfect for digestion. Come on. Everyone step back and let me handle it. Upon learning the whole story, Tang Yu immediately became excited. It was really considerate of them. Xiao San, is your sister all right? Ma Hongjun asked Tang San, clearly worried about Tang Yu facing off against Yi Zhiqiu. Don't worry. That leading teacher is probably only at the Spirit King level. My sister can handle it, Tang San assured him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Yu and Yi Zhiqiu's battle had already begun. Tang Yu directly launched an attack with a falling flower palm aimed at Yi Zhiqiu, instantly activating her combat instincts during the movement. When the attack made contact, a dazzling pattern formed, and Tang Yu activated her automatic dazzling pattern. Then came the control of the Rondo staff, starting a combo. Yi Zhiqiu, as a Spirit King and a leading teacher, immediately reacted by using the Qian turtle possession, revealing his martial soul to enhance his defense. However, it was useless. Yi Zhiqiu was directly lifted by Tang Yu, and as he was thrown to the ground, he simultaneously triggered the dazzling pattern explosion, connecting with a double hammer strike. Even the shell of Yi Zhiqiu showed fine cracks. Tang Yu would certainly not stop, directly launching a sky strike and starting a meteor shadow strike in midair, while continuously firing dazzling patterns. Just as Yi Zhiqiu finally regained his composure and was about to counterattack, Tang Yu executed her finishing move, sweeping him away, and instantly followed up with a crushing strike. Immediately after, she used a dazzling pattern fusion, which hit Yi Zhiqiu while the previous dazzling pattern explosive detonated, causing a triple explosion that knocked Yi Zhiqiu unconscious. Seeing this, Tang Yu directly used a dazzling pattern strong pressure to end the battle. Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying high by the shockwave, landing on top of a well. Ah, how refreshing. It's really nice to digest after a meal. Tang Yu stretched her body and walked towards the restaurant. The others followed suit, as they hadn't eaten yet, while the students of Songhui Academy stood there in shock, wondering what kind of monster this was, looking younger than them, but able to beat teacher Yi Zhiqiu so badly. Upon entering the restaurant, they saw Zhao Wujia. Little monsters, you performed well this time, daring to fight, especially Tang Yu's fighting process was quite smooth. But you must remember, Unity is the key. You still lack in this aspect. Reflect on it. After the lecture, everyone continued to eat. The next morning, everyone put last night's events behind them and headed to the Stardow Great Forest. The Stardow Great Forest is a very dangerous place, and its unfathomable core area, those powerful big shots inside, don't dare to provoke the titled Douluos casually. Of course, this has little to do with Tang Yu and the others, as they were just here to hunt on the outskirts. However, finding a suitable soul beast in the vast Stardow Great Forest can be easy or difficult, largely depending on luck. And luck struck, a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was discovered. Ha ha ha, Oscar, this is an excellent soul beast. And it's just the right age. Hurry up and seize the opportunity. Zhao Wujia was also happy for Oscar. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was quickly driven into encirclement. Tang San took the lead, using his first soul skill to instantly restrict the snake's speed, while Dai Mubai immediately moved forward to attack, and Tang Yu also provided buffs. They charged in to control the beast. Seeing the battle start, Ning Rongrong began to enhance their status, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu provided support, acting according to the situation. The battle ended quickly. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake couldn't even handle Tang Yu alone, let alone against a group. It was knocked down by Tang Yu and the others, mainly Tang Yu, and now lay on the ground, giving up on treatment. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia informed Oscar to start obtaining the soul ring. Do we really have to hunt the soul beast? Xiao Wu, who is also a soul beast, expressed her sympathy. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. If it were stronger than us, do you think it would let go of its meal? Tang San provided a standard answer to Xiao Wu's doubts. Yes, Xiao Wu, soul masters hunt soul beasts to survive and grow stronger. This is the battle of life, and we cannot stop it or deny it. However, if it weren't for promotion and obtaining soul rings, I wouldn't recommend wanton hunting of soul beasts, as their cultivation is far longer than that of humans. Tang Yu also advised Xiao Wu. The others present agreed with Tang Yu's words. Indeed, we obtain soul rings for survival. Aside from that, unless there's a grudge, we shouldn't recklessly hunt soul beasts. Everyone expressed their agreement. Of course, Oscar still needed to obtain his soul ring. However, good things often encounter obstacles. Just as Oscar was getting ready to end the tragic life of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, an elderly female voice called out, "Stop!" Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw an old lady leaning on a long staff, accompanied by a little girl. Walking towards them, old lady, Chao Xiang. As she walked, she summoned her soul rings, a total of 6, indicating she was a soul emperor. Zhao Wujia, seeing this, revealed his 7 soul rings, showcasing his soul sage realm, finally having a chance to show off. Is there something you need? Zhao Wujia was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Hello, esteemed soul sage. You cannot give this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to this child. The snake woman's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why? Because we discovered this snake first. As soon as this was said, the situation became strange, and the unwilling Tang Yu had already leaned against a nearby tree with Willy. After some discussion, they finally decided to follow the rules of the Soul Master world and have a duel. However, since Oscar was a support type and had no combat ability, at least not yet, Tang San would fight on his behalf. Upon hearing that a match was about to take place, Tang Yu became energized and rushed over to cheer for Tang San. After a round of combat, the two began to clash soul powers, leading to a stalemate. Seeing this, the snake woman decided to give up. Forget it, this time we lost. Let's both make a move, shall we? The snake woman planned to break the stalemate. No need. Tang Yu stepped directly between them and cast a dispelling magic, instantly dissipating the clashing soul power. This greatly surprised the snake woman. In the end, Oscar successfully absorbed the soul ring. Chapter 17. New chapter. Stardow matters. After Oscar completed the absorption of the soul ring, he naturally also gained a new soul skill. Little Oscar, hurry. Let's see your new soul skill. Dai Mubai was the first to ask. I must say beforehand, you can't laugh at me. Oscar earnestly made sure everyone agreed. And after receiving their responses, he began to chant, "Imagine the non-ordinary mushroom sausage." Accompanied by Oscar's incantation were countless bursts of laughter, making the previous agreement seem pointless. You're still laughing. Oscar was also furious. All right, Oscar, tell us what effect your mushroom sausage has. Ma Hongjun was also curious about the effect of the mushroom sausage. Oscar first posed dramatically, then swallowed it whole, unfolding a pair of energy wings and flying up. Not bad, you can fly. Tang Yu was very happy to see this. If he had flying ability, they could engage in aerial combat during battles. Quick, how long can you fly? Ma Hongjun hurriedly asked. 1 minute. Oscar raised one finger and said, What, only 1 minute? Ma Hongjun lost interest upon hearing it was just a minute. But what if I say I can fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? As soon as this was said, everyone's attention focused on Oscar. Really? The intensity of that speed immediately compensated for the time limitation. All right, little ones. The Stardew Great Forest is fraught with danger. Since Oscar has completed the soul ring absorption, we should hurry back. Zhao Wujia planned to take everyone back. I'm afraid we can't go back just yet. At this moment, Tang San, who had just completed his meditation, chimed in with a contrary opinion. Why? Zhao Wujia did not directly scold him. Because I also need a soul ring. Tang San's tone was calm, and Zhao Wujia and the others nodded, intending to move on, before suddenly realizing. What? You've also broken through to level 30? Zhao Wujia's expression was one of great joy. This truly was the best class he had ever taught. In that case, let's hurry, everyone scatter. Zhao Wujia had just started to speak when he suddenly shouted. The group's reactions were quick, immediately dispersing. Tang Yu's direction was a bit off, and she was directly caught by a large hand along with Xiao Wu. At this moment, everyone could see who had arrived. It was the Titan Great Ape, a 10,000-year-old beast residing in the core area. Zhao Wujia saw that Tang Yu and Xiao were captured by Er Ming and immediately used his soul power to try to rescue them. After a fierce battle, Zhao Wujia was injured, and Tang Yu and Xiao were taken away by Er Ming, leaving the others in a state of disarray. The atmosphere among the group was extremely tense. In the end, Tang Sin made up his mind, asked Oscar for a sausage, and then set off to rescue Tang Yu and Xiao Wu. On the other side, Er Ming, after bringing Tang Yu and Xiao Wu along, soon realized he had caught an extra one. He threw Tang Yu out halfway, and if Tang Yu hadn't activated her magic shield in time, she would have fallen hard. Although Tang Yu wasn't hurt, she felt a bit dizzy after rolling on the ground a few times. Once she recovered, she immediately planned to follow the traces left by Er Ming to go for rescue. However, not long after she started, Tang Yu encountered many soul beasts attracted by the noise, but they were all low-level soul beasts, the highest being only 2,000 years old. Of course, Tang Yu wasn't scared and charged straight ahead. Meanwhile, Tang San, after obtaining the sausage, set off immediately. After a chase, he discovered the traces left by Tang Yu, including many unconscious soul beasts. In fact, there were more than a dozen that were over 1,000 years old. However, by this time, the effect of Oscar sausage had worn off. Tang San had no choice but to proceed on foot. These soul beasts were all knocked out, which seemed to be the work of his sister. That being said, she must have dragged them away from danger to chase after Xiao Wu. Damn it! If only I were a bit stronger. Tang San fell into a state of self-reproach, and just as he was about to continue forward, he sensed a malicious presence. Without hesitation, he dodged, and shortly after he moved, an attack landed right where he had just been. At that moment, Tang San also saw clearly who the attacker was. The one who attacked Tang San was the face-devouring spider. Faced with the face-devouring spider, Tang San used all his skills. After a fierce struggle, he finally seized the opportunity to use the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to kill it directly. On the other side, after a series of intense battles, Tang Yu finally approached Xiao Wu's location. Throughout this journey, Tang Yu's battle intensity had directly exceeded that of the past 6 years, allowing her to level up 3 times in one go, reaching level 40. At the same time, she unlocked a new skill, Meteor Assault. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, also noticed the commotion in the distance, but it was a critical moment for her, and she felt powerless. Meanwhile, Er Ming, who was guarding Xiao Wu, had already reacted and was rushing towards Tang Yu. Willie, is there a way to temporarily boost my power? Although I've just reached level 40 after the recent battle, it's still not enough against such an opponent. Knowing that she could not yet compete with a 100,000-year level being, Tang Yu was seeking help from the invincible Willie. Since the young lady has now broken through to level 40, she can temporarily withstand a certain amount of pressure. I will tell you a method. I still have 3 powers of the apostles that can temporarily increase your strength, but since you haven't completed your first awakening, this time it can only raise your level by 20 temporarily and only for 10 minutes. Willie, considering Tang Yu's safety, ultimately provided a method. 10 minutes? That's enough. With a trump card in hand, Tang Yu accelerated forward. At this moment, due to Er Ming's previous actions, the soul beast blocking the way had disappeared. It wasn't long before Tang Yu met Er Ming. Finally caught up. Give me back Xiao Wu. Tang Yu directly activated one of the apostles' powers, a golden light swirling around her. At this moment, I wield the power of the apostles to fight against a 100,000-year enemy. The will of the fighting god is upon me. Beiana, transform. After a burst of golden light, Tang Yu's appearance completely changed. Her height instantly increased to 2 meters, radiating a golden glow, with golden dragon patterns continuously emerging behind her. Facing the approaching Air Ming, Tang Yu launched a meteor assault. Air Ming felt the powerful force within Tang Yu and did not dare to underestimate her, immediately raising his hand to defend. Just as Tang Yu's attack landed, a halo surrounded her, signifying the accumulation of the fighting god's will. Radiant Dragon Dance. Seeing that the meteor assault had little effect, Tang Yu directly unleashed the Radiant Dragon Dance. Willie instantly transformed into a gigantic dragon spear, unleashing a series of strikes at Air Ming, while the patterns behind her wildly fired off energy. The number of hits continued to rise, and soon the fighting gods will reach the second stage. At this point, Tang Yu's attacks were causing Air Ming to feel pain. Shatter Dominance. Flash Shatter Dominance. Seeing her attacks effective, Tang Yu immediately executed a 2-hit combo of Shatter Dominance. Of course, Air Ming would not allow Tang Yu to attack freely. He unleashed a powerful wave of soul power, intending to push her back. However, Tang Yu, experienced in dealing with such moves, immediately activated the pattern pressure, using her powerful body to withstand the shockwave, while the pattern pressure inflicted significant damage on Air Ming, greater than just a scratch. With his robust strength, Air Ming engaged in battle with Tang Yu, and as Tang Yu continued her relentless attacks, the fighting gods will kept accumulating, quickly reaching its peak, unleashing a powerful domain that suppressed Air Ming's strength. Seeing this, Air Ming also activated his domain in an attempt to counteract Tang Yu's influence. But the fighting god's domain had the highest priority and directly ignored Air Ming's domain. Tang Yu, seeing this, immediately prepared for a decisive attack. Knowing time was running out, this is the final move. I will definitely save Xiao Wu. Star Pattern Meteor Explosion. Using the massive dragon patterns behind her as a guide, a vast amount of energy gathered above Tang Yu's head, forming a gigantic star pattern. Upon hearing Tang Yu's final call, Air Ming realized that this person might be Xiao Wu's friend, and thus retracted his attacking moves to defend with all his might. After a dazzling explosion of light, Tang Yu collapsed to the ground, and Air Ming also fell, covered in burn marks. The energy fluctuations were so powerful that even the distant Zhao Wujia and the others, who were chasing Tang San, noticed, exclaiming about the formidable power. At this moment, Xiao Wu finally completed her breakthrough and hurried over to check, discovering Tang Yu and Air Ming lying on the ground. The scene before her left Xiao Wu both surprised and saddened. She rushed to check on their conditions and sighed in relief after inspecting them. Tang Yu was merely exhausted, and although Air Ming appeared heavily injured, he had defended with all his might at the last moment and had not been seriously hurt, only knocked unconscious. Xiao Wu felt relieved, while also amazed that Tang Yu, at her age, had the ability to contend with Air Ming. At this time, both Tang Yu and Air Ming awakened. However, this also made it impossible for Xiao Wu to hide her feelings. After some explanations, Tang Yu learned about Xiao Wu's identity, and they reached an agreement. Sister Yu, then it's settled. You keep my secret as a soul beast, and I won't tell anyone about today's events. Xiao Wu had now said goodbye to Air Ming, and was following Tang Yu on the way back. Okay, Xiao Wu, don't worry. You're my sister, and I will protect you no matter what. Besides, I don't need a soul ring, see? Saying this, Tang Yu had Willie perform a neon soul ring for demonstration. When Tang Yu and Xiao Wu found the main group, they saw everyone gathered around Tang San, who was showing signs of pain. Upon seeing Tang Yu and Xiao Wu return, everyone expressed surprise, naturally asking how they had escaped from danger. The reason was roughly similar to what Xiao Wu had originally said, but specifically, Tang Yu had been left behind, fought her way through, and finally found Xiao Wu in safety, helping her obtain a soul ring. Chapter 18 New Chapter. Super Shrek. While everyone was discussing Xiao Wu's breakthrough, the situation around Tang San was also improving as he had completed the most difficult process and was in the final stage of his breakthrough. However, a situation arose. Tang San suddenly exploded with power in the final phase, revealing his external soul bone, which startled everyone. Tang Yu looked at the hazy purple aura surrounding Tang San, clearly indicating a significant amount of poison. Everyone stand back. Little San is currently highly toxic, especially you, Xiao Wu, come back. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately pushed everyone away, especially pulling Xiao Wu back. But Brother San Xiao Wu still felt worried. Don't worry, when Little San obtained his first soul ring, I gave him a powerful mark. I believe the poison won't be a problem. Just as Tang Yu said, the poison within Tang San began to calm down as the mark he received started to exert its power, making the newly acquired toxic abilities behave less violently. Soon, the chaotic aura stabilized, and Tang San awoke, feeling relieved upon seeing Tang Yu and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia also breathed a sigh of relief. Great. This time the operation in the Stardow Forest went very smoothly. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu have all completed their breakthroughs. Teacher, I also broke through. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to continue speaking, Tang Yu interrupted him. What? You leveled up? Clearly, Zhao Wujia was only aware that Tang Yu had leveled up by 1 level and was trying to take credit, lacking composure and silently giving a negative review in his heart. No, I broke through to level 40, Tang Yu directly stated, feeling that Zhao Wujia did not understand the real meaning. What? Level 40? This time, not only Zhao Wujia but everyone present, including Xiao Wu, was utterly shocked. Breaking through to the Soul Master realm at just 12 years old was simply unheard of. Moreover, Tang Yu's soul power concentration is extremely high, equivalent to that of a Soul Emperor. Truly a monster among monsters. This is great news. Let's hurry back, haha. Let's go. Zhao Wujia was at a loss for words to express his shock, and then led everyone back to Shrek Academy. However, at that moment, another unexpected event occurred, as a group of face demon spiders surrounded them. In this situation, Tang San took out the hidden weapons he had crafted to help everyone overcome the crisis. Of course, Tang Yu, who had reached level 40, directly activated the magic shield and single-handedly defeated nearly a quarter of the face demon spiders. After dealing with the face demon spiders, everyone became very interested in Tang San's hidden weapons. After that, there were no major incidents. Along the way, everyone was somewhat silent, pondering Tang Yu's inhuman leveling speed and the hidden weapons displayed by Tang San. Soon, everyone returned to Shrek Academy, but it was already night when they arrived. After a few days of travel, everyone was tired and went to rest. Zhao Wujia went to report to Fried, and of course, he also met the master. After hearing Zhao Wujia's description, Fried was equally astonished, mainly about Tang Yu breaking through level 40. However, having already been exposed to Tang Yu's incredible inheritance, he wasn't too surprised by Tang Yu's terrifying leveling speed. After all, with 6 years of research on machinery and the skills provided by Tang Yu, his combat power was already not weaker than a soul sage. Early the next morning, when everyone arrived at the dining hall, they were stunned. The breakfast before them was nothing short of luxurious. At the same time, the appearance of one person also caught the attention of Tang Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. It was the master, who had come to Shrek Academy, apparently having completed his purchases in the imperial capital. After breakfast, everyone gathered on the playground, and others were also curious about the master. Naturally, Tang San, as a student, approached to greet him. Once everyone had assembled, Fried introduced the master to everyone, saying he was the master and also Tang San's teacher, who would be responsible for guiding their cultivation from now on. At this point, the master took over Fried's words, stating that he had already reviewed everyone's information and that he hoped they were ready for his guidance in their training. At this moment, Tang Yu raised his hand high, indicating he had something to say. Seeing this, the master allowed Tang Yu to speak. Master, after this time together, I feel that everyone here is a friend I can trust, so I plan to share the inheritance with everyone. What do you think, Master? Tang Yu's words puzzled everyone, except Xiao Wu and Tang San. Inheritance? Since you believe they're the right people, that is your freedom. I hope you all cherish this opportunity and remember Tang Yu's kindness, the master responded. Seeing Tang Yu's determined gaze and the trust reflected in Tang San's eyes, he did not stop him, while also explaining to everyone that this was an extremely rare opportunity. Opportunity? Kindness? Everyone felt puzzled by the master's serious and solemn words. Seeing their confusion, the master had to explain, you may not take it seriously, but you need to understand that Tang Yu intends to give you a powerful inheritance that can elevate an ordinary person to a title de law. Originally, my strength was only that of a level 29 Great Soul Master, perhaps even weaker than any of you, but with the help of the inheritance given by Tang Yu, my combat ability may have already reached the level of Soul Emperor. The master's words shocked the remaining 5 monsters of Shrek Academy, and even Zhao Wujia and Fried were stunned. What? Xiao Gang, your strength has reached the level of a soul sage. How is this possible? I'm not doubting, just surprised. Fried felt this was simply surreal. So, Fried, do you want to give it a try? It would also give the little ones a chance to learn something. What Fried didn't expect was that Xiao Jiang, who had once felt inferior due to his strength, would actually propose a spar to him. Tang San, who was standing beside them, was also surprised by his teacher's current combat power. After all, he had been studying and practicing for the past few years and was not very familiar with the situation of the master. He turned to Tang Yu and asked, "Sister, what abilities have you given to the teacher? His strength has increased so quickly." Tang Yu replied, "Oh, that's nothing much. The main reason is that the mechanic profession fits the master perfectly. Both require research. I gave the master the imprint of mechanical principles, which you know about. And after he fully mastered the mechanical principles, I provided him with Mechanical Improvement, HS, One Mechanical Assistant, War Pursuer, Arc Reactor, Light Reaction Energy Module, Song of Fighting Spirit, and Flame Voltage. These are all theoretical knowledge imprints. Additionally, the master has conducted his own research and created standardized imprints like G-Series, RX robots, EZ-Series self-destructing robots, mechanical commands, mechanical detonation, EXS Viper cannon, airdrop support, interceptor factory, and aerial combat mechanical storm. Of course, the key to the master's increase in combat power is that I handed over the teleportation commands of Gaboga to him, which can deliver a heavy blow to a soul saint. Tang San was left bewildered by Tang Yu's string of skill names, regretting why he had asked such a silly question. Meanwhile, the battle between the master and Flender had already begun. The master, who had initially acquired the ability for spatial transmission, clapped his hands and summoned the mechanical assistant, and then G1 was directly activated to begin attacking Flender. At the same time, he started moving continuously while summoning one robot after another, and the aerial combat mechanical storm was also summoned to start attacking. Facing the dense attacks coming his way, Flender immediately activated his martial soul and flew high into the sky, intending to evade the attacks. Seeing this, the master immediately used airdrop support, and a large aircraft appeared from a higher altitude, quickly bombarding Flender. Meanwhile, the master deployed the interceptor factory, and a large number of interceptors were dispatched, forcing Flender to the ground. Just when Flender was overwhelmed, the master directly used mechanical detonation, causing the small robots scattered around the area, including those left by airdrop support, to rush towards Flender and then self-destruct in an instant. After a cloud of dust, Flender staggered out, coughing. "Cough, cough, Shao Gang, your techniques are truly powerful, but it seems you haven't reached the Soul Saint realm yet. However, handling an ordinary Soul Emperor is definitely not a problem." It was clear that Flender had a very favorable view of the master's current combat capabilities and felt genuine joy. Of course, after all, the techniques that can directly heavily injure a Soul Saint cannot be used against you. But I think the current situation should be enough to prove it. As he spoke, the master turned to see the reactions of his students. Except for Tang Yu, everyone else looked dumbfounded. The master's attacking methods were things they had never seen before. At this moment, they were all convinced of the master's claim that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first to regain her composure was Xiao Wu, who immediately rushed to Tang Yu's side. "Sister Yu, look at how many skills you've given to the master, while I only got the 3 you gave me back then. Can you give me a little more?" She immediately began to act cute. Tang Yu had no choice but to push Xiao Wu's head aside and said, all right. This time is just to give you new skills." Receiving Tang Yu's affirmative response, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Yay." The more mature Dai Mu Bai and Ning Rongrong from the Big Sex knew that with the new combat power the master had shown, it was enough to establish a new rising power. And now Tang Yu was planning to directly gift them this, which was undoubtedly a great favor. Seeing that Dai Mu Bai was about to say something, Tang Yu directly interrupted, "Don't say anything. Aren't we family who share life and death? Accept my gift, or we will sever our ties." Faced with Tang Yu's words that were hard to refuse, Dai Mu Bai and the others had no choice but to remember this favor and strengthen their mutual friendship. At this time, the master also recalled the machines and came to the front of everyone. "All right, when the time comes, I believe Tang Yu will teach each of you. Now, disperse and start training." Afterward, everyone returned to their dormitories with excitement, waiting for Tang Yu's guidance. Chapter 19. New chapter: Splendid transformation. Since the news had already been conveyed, it was time for Tang Yu to go find others for the inheritance. The first one, of course, was Ning Rongrong from the same dormitory. "Rongrong, are you ready?" Tang Yu said, "This time, I'm giving you a great inheritance, the power of the Seraph." Before starting, Tang Yu planned to introduce it to Ning Rongrong. "What? Seraph? I remember my father once said that angel martial souls only appear in the spirit hall. This is too. Wait. Dang Yi Ue. Is the angel you mentioned the power of the angels from that war in the memory you passed on to me?" Ning Rongrong was initially astonished that Tang Yu possessed the angel inheritance monopolized by the spirit hall, but suddenly recalled the images from back then. "That's right. It's the power inherited from one of the 13 apostles. This is much more powerful than those angel martial souls. All right, I'm going to start. Get ready." With that, Tang Yu condensed several golden imprints, The transfer of inheritance cannot be rushed. It must be done step by step. First, I'll give you some basic imprints. And once you become proficient, I'll give you higher level ones. As Tang Yu explained, she integrated the imprints into Ning Rongrong's body. I understand, thank you. At this moment, Ning Rongrong showed the demeanor of an ordinary girl. It seemed she had completely blended in with everyone. I can feel it, under the influence of the imprints. Ning Rongrong emitted a faint golden light. The skills Tang Yu imparted to Ning Rongrong included Holy Light Infusion, grants Ning Rongrong light attribute power, while attacks will reduce the enemy's resistance. Revelation, Punishment, converts Ning Rongrong's soul power into intelligence attribute to enhance combatability. Revelation, Holy Song, increases intelligence and enhances Ning Rongrong's singing talent, mastering the technique of infusing soul power into song. Cross Mastery, master the ability to skillfully wield a cross. Buff skills, Healing Prayer, slightly or significantly, restores the injuries of all nearby allies. Purification, removes all abnormal statuses from allies in the area. Guardian Blessing, greatly enhances allies' defense and resistance. Courage Blessing, greatly increases all damage and reaction speed of allies. Combat skills, Holy Light, launches a small ball of holy light causing damage. Spear of Victory, condenses a spear of holy light to pierce the enemy while controlling them. After feeling the power brought by Tang Yu, Ning Rongrong was also deeply moved. All right, no need to say more. We are friends, right? You should take your time to adapt. I'll go to the next room. After saying that, Tang Yu left, leaving Ning Rongrong to become familiar with her new abilities. The next room was naturally Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's room. As soon as she opened the door, Xiao Wu excitedly pounced over her. Great! Sister Yu, you finally came. I've been waiting so long the flowers have withered. Tang Yu quickly caught her. Luckily, Tang Yu was strong. All right, I'm here now. Sit down properly. Under Tang Yu's words, Xiao Wu immediately returned to her bed and sat down obediently, waiting for Tang Yu to start the inheritance, while Zhu Zhuqing beside her appeared elegant and proper, saying little. Since you're all ready, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let's begin. With that, Tang Yu gathered two different imprints in her hands, one bright silver and the other silver with gold. Inject both of them separately. The passive skills given to Xiao Wu are Throwing Enhancement, fundamentally increases Xiao Wu's soft skill damage. Powerful Grapple, increases the damage of grapples. Fighting Specialization, allows non-grappling skills to also benefit from soft skill enhancements. The active skills are Gale Pursuit, Back Throw, Toss, Neck Break, Savage Charge, Thunder Elbow Strike, Thunder Impact. How about it, Xiao Wu? You should be satisfied now. Practice these skills well. They will keep you busy for a while. Tang Yu reminded Xiao Wu after the transfer was complete. Zhu Zhuqing's inheritance is that of an assassin. Passive and buff skills. Pillage allows Zhu Zhuqing to gain combo power, which can be obtained through superb skills, and can also consume combo power to unleash special finishing moves. Arc Flash increases the number of combo hits for Arc Flash and unlocks Aerial Arc Flash. Shadow Speed allows Zhu Zhuqing's active skills to gain combo power upon hitting an enemy, while significantly enhancing her agility. Active skills, Arc Flash. Finishing Chase, skill that consumes combo power. Whirlwind Slash, Air Leap, Double Jump, Rush, Spinning Blade. How does it feel, Zhuqing? Tang Yu quickly asked after completing Zhu Zhuqing's inheritance. It feels great. It's a very powerful ability, very suitable for agile attack-type spirit masters. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude. Since that's the case, you all get familiar with it first. I'll go to the next place, she said before heading to the boys' dormitory. The first stop was the dormitory of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Upon entering, they were warmly welcomed by Ma Hongjun. All right, Ma Hongjun. If you keep this up, I'll cancel your inheritance, Tang Yu directly threatened, feeling quite annoyed by Ma Hongjun. Don't, Yu Jia, can I call you sister? Ma Hongjun immediately softened. Okay, Tang Yu, stop scaring Hongjun. Quickly tell us what inheritance you've prepared for us. Dai Mubai stepped forward to comfort Ma Hongjun's fragile heart. All right, first, Dai Lao Da's is easy to solve. I already have a plan. As for Ma Hongjun, I haven't decided yet, so you can choose yourself. Do you want something more powerful, or something more elegant and cool? Tang Yu ultimately left the difficult choice to Ma Hongjun. This, of course, something elegant and cool is worthy of my handsomeness. Saying this, Ma Hongjun struck a pose he thought was cool. Really disgusting. All right, since you are boys, I'll just get started. After speaking, a white mark and a red mark were infused into Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's bodies. Dai Mubai was fine. A misty white aura surrounded him, and his muscles began to change, becoming more scientifically and naturally arranged. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, had a big reaction. His whole body was engulfed in roaring flames. Interestingly, although the flames were the evil fire that had always troubled Ma Hongjun, this time they did not go out of control, but instead obediently circled around him. The inheritance Tang Yu gave to Dai Mubai included passive and buff skills. Strong Fist significantly enhances Dai Mubai's hand-to-hand attack power. Armor of Dominance allows Dai Mubai to temporarily gain Armor of Dominance, ignoring general control, level suppression, and reducing a certain amount of damage. Muscle Softening makes the muscles extremely flexible, allowing for forced interruption of the currently executed moves. Weakness Perception allows Dai Mubai to vaguely sense the opponent's soul power flow and weak points. Active Skills: Bone Crusher, Iron Mountain Lean, Crushing Fist, Inch Punch. Rising Dragon Fist, all classic moves, Dance of Lightning. Although these moves can usually be used, the inheritance from Tang Yu provides enhancements, meaning the same punch can deal a bit more percentage damage, essentially a free boost. After experiencing it, Dai Mubai also expressed that it was powerful. The inheritance of Ma Hongjun is that of a ninja, yes, a ninja, and the other is of course the leader, Heretic Judger. Buffs and passives. Flame Mark concentrates Ma Hongjun's fire seed, completely controls it, allowing him to completely rid himself of the side effects of the evil fire, while greatly purifying his flames, increasing their temperature and power. Fire Style. Crimson Lotus consumes soul power to concentrate 5 flame marks, which will be consumed when releasing other skills. Enhancing their power. Ninjutsu Mastery allows Ma Hongjun to strengthen the power of skills through hand seals. Active Skills. Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone summons a shadow clone that explodes upon disappearing, being destroyed, causing minor fire damage. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, Sealing Position Technique. Fire Style. Phantom Shuriken summons many clones to simultaneously throw shurikens condensed from flames. Fire Style. Substitution Technique. Fire Style. Hurricane Kill. Upon sensing the evil fire in his body condensing into a flame mark and completely freeing himself from its torment, Ma Hongjun immediately jumped up excitedly, gazing deeply at Tang Yu, causing Tang Yu to break out in goosebumps. In response, she delivered a spinning kick and quickly left. She arrived at the room of Tang San and Oscar, where she saw the calm Tang San and the excited Oscar. Little San, just to clarify, I don't have any inheritances to give you yet. Compared to those strange throwing objects in the inheritance, referring to throwing goblin, your own hidden weapons are better. When I have a chance, I will give you a few poison-related marks. Tang Yu still hadn't decided what skill to give Tang San, so she postponed it. All right, Oscar, you're the only one left. What do you want? Tang Yu turned to ask Oscar. Can I still choose? Although what I want most is combat ability. I think I should be a good support and assist you all in the future. Oscar initially expressed great enthusiasm, but quickly became hesitant again. Oscar, you need to be more spirited. Don't you like Rome Rome? You both are support soul masters. If you lack combat ability, how will you protect Rome Rome in the future? After hearing Tang Yu's words, Oscar felt even more self-deprecating. Moreover, I actually have an inheritance that combines both combat and support, and it's paired with Rome Rome. Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately perked up. Of course, the inheritance given to Oscar was that of a paladin healer, and Tang Yu thoughtfully provided him with both support and apocalypse skills. Buffs and passives. Hammer of the Holy Spirit compresses all of his support abilities to greatly enhance his combat power. Vengeance of Light. Firm Belief greatly enhances Oscar's soul power, energy, while the increase in soul power significantly strengthens his physique. Guardian's Blessing greatly enhances Oscar's physique, and the increase in physique feeds back into soul power growth. Gift of Courage. Attacks will enhance soul power, greatly strengthening attack capabilities. Heavenly Melody summons the voice of angels, significantly boosting the physique and soul power of surrounding allies. Holy Light Guardian. Guardian Blessing enhances teammates' defense and resistance based on his own soul power and physique levels. Honor Blessing enhances corresponding attack power based on his own soul power and physique levels. Attack skills. Holy Light Cross, Spear of Victory, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light Sphere. Holy Light Convergence, Pure White Blade. Feeling the information from the inheritance, Oscar shed tears of excitement. Thus, Shrek's transformation was completed. Chapter 20. A new chapter. Shrek's first training session. After a night of practice, everyone had initially digested the knowledge of Tang Yu's inheritance and felt that they could easily defeat the previous 10, while Ning Rong and Oscar felt they could take on 100. After all, they originally had no combat ability. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they discovered a luxurious breakfast, and after a pleasant meal, everyone gathered on the playground, waiting for the master's instructions. Very good. It seems everyone has completed their inheritance and has some understanding of it. Master said, Tang Yu, tell me what inheritances they have received. The master asked Tang Yu to explain in detail for the training plan to be formulated later. Seeing this, Tang Yu introduced each person's inheritance to the master, and after receiving detailed information, the master expressed his admiration. Truly astonishing. What a powerful inheritance. Now that I understand the details, I will plan the subsequent training scheme. Let's start today's training. I have prepared some weights for each of you. You cannot use soul power and must finish running with them before today. While your marks have not yet taken effect, the weights are still useful. After some time, when the power of the marks fully merges, I expect none of you will match Rong's strength. The master also brought up a harsh topic. It is well known that healers are the strongest in terms of strength. Master, Rong still cannot convert intelligence attributes into strength. She must at least reach the Soul King level to do so. However, when that time comes, I doubt anyone besides me could match Rong's strength. Everyone couldn't help but sweat awkwardly upon hearing this. The inheritance of the Seraphim is indeed absurd. The balance of strength and intelligence is too ridiculous. Oh, by the way, I just remembered, I didn't give Little San any marks. I forgot all about it. Little San's set of marks can also coordinate intelligence and strength attributes, which should greatly enhance Little San's throwing ability and the power of poison. At this moment, Tang Yu suddenly recalled that the Poison King also had a balance of strength and intelligence, which she herself had forgotten. Indeed, the power of this inheritance is truly miraculous, and the intelligence attribute of that evolution can even enhance soul skills and the potency of toxins, which is fascinating. Even mechanical energy attacks can be enhanced, which is quite unique. The Master, being a profession focused on intelligence, has also conducted some research on this special attribute that is not tied to IQ. All right, let's get started. I will be at the supply point ahead waiting for you. After saying this, the Master jumped onto the summoned transport plane and left directly. This is really convenient, Ma Hongjun remarked as he watched the Master leave on the transport plane. Stop sighing. Once you all get stronger, you can also travel with skills. Like Zhu Qing, who can shine while traveling to the destination, Tang Yu said, and everyone turned to Zhu Qing, who showed an embarrassed expression. Soon everyone adjusted their state and arrived at the academy gate, where they saw 8 baskets with labels on them. Upon closer inspection, Tang San and Dai Mubai had the most, followed by Tang Yu and Ma Hongjun, then Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, and lastly Oscar and Ning Rong. However, before everyone could wonder why Tang Yu's amount was so little, Tang San stepped forward to lift it but couldn't. Everyone realized something was off. It turned out to be the material difference. Although the quantity looked small, the quality was the highest. Subsequently, Tang Yu lifted the basket that even Tang San couldn't manage. As Tang Yu's level continued to rise, the concentration of her magic power was also increasing. Willie once said that Tang Yu's magic power was a product of higher level energy diluted, and as Tang Yu's physical quality, level, increased, its essence slowly returned to its original state. This is also why Tang Yu, even at level 40, can still fight against Soul Emperors 20 levels higher. The continuously increasing concentration compensates for the gap between higher levels. At the same time, the higher magic concentration also enhances Tang Yu's physical quality, which means an increase in her base attributes. This has led to Tang Yu's panel being one that stacks tons of intelligence under the support of numerous passives and equipment, combined with the power panel of a healer who can convert strength into intelligence through her First Awakenings passive. It's simply terrifying. All right, let's get going. Time waits for no one, and I plan to finish training before dinner. With that, Tang Yu intended to set off, and everyone quickly found their respective backpacks and began to run. Without using soul power, the burden of weight was still significant for everyone. Although the Master provided timely supplies during each segment of extreme distance, it remained a difficult training session. About a third of the way through, Ning Rong and Oscar, as the original support soul masters, clearly could not keep up with their stamina. Oscar, Rong, come here, put a hand on my shoulder, and I'll help you share some of the pressure. Let's try to keep our pace consistent. It will save some energy, Tang Yu suggested to help alleviate their burden. Tang San and Dai Mubai also intended to help Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, but were refused. Let's stick to what Sister Yu said and maintain a consistent pace. That way, we can keep our formation and advance together. Zhu Qing's strong personality was evident. After some adjustments, everyone's morale rose, and the trust among them became even stronger. Of course, nothing goes smoothly. Their back and forth between Shrek and Soto City attracted the attention of Tsanghue Academy, who planned to seek revenge. However, this time they encountered a formidable obstacle. What they didn't expect was that Tang Yu still had a powerful little assistant, Heater. That's right, even the goblin summoning beast, forgotten in the corner, that helped chop wood when he was young, was crucially at the same level as the summoner, meaning Heater had also reached level 40. Although he couldn't take on level 60 opponents like Tang Yu, dealing with several ordinary Advanced Soul Master Academy students was not a problem. With the enhancement of high levels, Heater's throwing skills became even more refined and varied. The continuous barrage of stones was enough to make those students with bad intentions feel like they were about to die. If it weren't for Tang Yu's orders, it wouldn't just be stones. Heater could throw bombs, even magically enhanced ones, which could potentially take down title Douluo in the future. This opened everyone's eyes. If it weren't for this incident, they wouldn't have known that Tang Yu had such a powerful special partner like Heater. Of course, after witnessing Tang Yu's extraordinary inheritances, they were no longer surprised by Heater. Thus, training progressed day by day, and the weight burden increased daily, especially for Oscar, whose burden increased geometrically. Although the increased physique did not significantly boost Oscar's strength, it greatly enhanced his endurance, allowing him to keep up with others' training effects even while carrying a massive weight through sheer will and stamina. The most intuitive effect of this training was that everyone quickly adapted to the physical quality changes brought by the imprint. This also prepared the master for the second phase of training. Alright, this period of training has helped you adapt to your new bodies. Next comes further training for you all. First, Daimu Bai, your upcoming training is to master all martial skills, become proficient in techniques and energy enhancement, and most importantly, learn to use softening at any time, which can unexpectedly disrupt an opponent's formation. Finally, you will spar with others to cultivate your combat skills and reaction abilities. This is something everyone must do. Then, Ma Hongjun, your task is to proficiently form seals, requiring speed while also training positioning techniques to ensure optimal release of soul skills. Of course, practical combat training cannot be neglected. Next is Xiao Wu. Your requirement is to master soft skills and adapt to the grab bomb, which is a true divine skill for someone like you who uses soft skills. Many defensive soul masters choose stable self-sustaining soul skills, like Zhao Wujia's Immovable King. Encountering such an enemy, the grab bomb can unleash your skill's full power. Following that is Zhu Zhuqing. You will also need to master the techniques of interrupting moves and, in easier skills, incorporate finishing attacks, as well as train your reaction abilities. I understand from Yuer that the inheritance you received will make you a high-speed agility-type soul master in the future. High speed requires correspondingly high reaction speed. Lastly, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you will first train how to wield the specially designed cross weapons freely. Then, learn how to release attack skills and instantly enhance all support skills for your teammates. As for Xiao San and Yuer, you can continue with your usual training methods. Xiao San, you haven't gained any new imprints this time, and as for Yuer, I can't teach you anything. Master, I have a question. What if we get injured from such frequent sparring? Dai Mubai obviously expressed concern about this almost frenzied training. You don't need to worry about that. Yuer has a special potion that can instantly heal injuries at your level. A single bottle will have you feeling lively again after a spar. At this point, the master also took out the potions that Tang Yu had previously given him for auction. Oh, I've seen this before. Dad spent a lot of money to get a few bottles from the auction house. Although their effectiveness has a low power cap, the results are amazing. Recently, there hasn't been any stock, and the price has skyrocketed. Did sister you make these? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the potion. Oh, I almost forgot. By the way, come on, everyone share a bit. I used to make a lot every day, but the master only let me sell a few bottles, and now my storage space is almost full. Come and take some, Tang Yu said, pulling out a large pile of potions, including some top-tier ones. Sister Yu, were these particularly gorgeous ones? Xiao Wu asked, looking at the few bottles of Heavenly Series potions in her hands. Oh, those? They should be potions that even titled Douluo can drink to instantly restore their state. I've made these the most, but you might not need them now, so I'll give you a little less, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly while continuing to pull out potions. Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded, including the master. Chapter 21. New chapter soul fighting training. In the end, everyone only took a few potions, and of course, each took a bottle of the Heavenly Series as an emergency measure, but they didn't dare take more. Instead, they took a large number of the most ordinary potions. After all, these were necessities. After receiving the potions, it was time for rigorous training. Everyone followed the master's arrangements for enhanced training, and the effects were indeed significant. Tang San continued to study hidden weapons and soul power cultivation outside of practical combat exercises, spending all day training hard. What was Tang Yu doing during this time? Since the master's research on mechanics had reached a level of awakening, his self-developed energy device was struggling to keep up. This led to the situation where, although the master could use the ability of the second awakening, mechanical overlord on a technical level, he couldn't unleash it due to the high concentration of energy. Of course, this was also related to Tang Yu not having completely handed over the time-space protocol to the master. Now Tang Yu is tinkering with issues related to energy. Based on the master's research, Tang Yu has started studying decomposition machines. After spending 6 years leveling up to the rank of a god alchemist, she is now beginning research on her secondary profession, the decomposer. This profession can be described as both the simplest and the most difficult. It's simple because it just involves improving the decomposition machine, but difficult precisely for that reason. However, the master's mechanical research has advanced significantly in recent years, and with this convenient help, Tang Yu quickly manufactured the first decomposition machine. However, it seems that the decomposition machine Tang Yu created is a bit too powerful. Anything that can be put inside can be decomposed, as long as it carries energy and the energy intensity isn't too high. If it reaches the highest level, the god-level decomposition machine should be able to directly decompose the martial soul of a titled Douluo. Everyone is very interested in this new device and starts to experiment by throwing all sorts of weapons into it. After a grinding sound, several colorless, transparent crystal pieces fall out, and those with attributes yield corresponding attribute crystals upon decomposition. The pure energy contained within is quite astonishing. The master's research concludes that these small crystals are high-quality items for replenishing soul power. Just crushing or ingesting them can replenish a large amount of pure energy, provided they are colorless or attribute crystals. With the appearance of these crystals, the master's path as a mechanic can advance further. Are you ready, master? With your current understanding, although you still cannot gain recognition from the Transcendental Protocol, you should be able to grasp other mechanical knowledge. I will now grant you the mark. After saying this, Tang Yu once again gathered several marks in her hand. Following a burst of light, the master obtained the final skill. Aside from the second awakening, TX 45 Special Attack Team and Qian 80 Terminator. Alright, master. What you need to do next is to establish an energy network with the machinery and use energy to enhance your physical attributes. Once you reach the level of a soul Douluo, I can transfer the Transcendental Protocol to you. After that, you will need to explore on your own. If you can achieve a moment of enlightenment, you can step into title-level combat power and even ultimately reach the realm of Zhongshao. After saying this, Tang Yu left the master's room, and the master fell into contemplation after she left. Now he has also gained power and can take on the responsibilities he had abandoned. However, that is still early. Now, after completing the second phase of training, everyone needs to prepare for the third phase of training. Flinder has finally cried all the tears and drained the treasury. All right, children, you have done well in your training during this time. Next is the third phase of training, real combat training. You may feel that your combat abilities are quite average during this training and even have no power to resist and use hands. But you must know that you are all geniuses among geniuses, monsters. Your talent is undeniable. The next training will take you to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for soul battles. Each person must complete 3 soul battles of all types every day. This will not only build your confidence, but also familiarize you with the harsh realities of society, and of course relieve some economic pressure on the academy. The master's words concluded here, and everyone understood the upcoming training and regained some confidence in their talents. Indeed, during this period of practice, everyone finally realized how extraordinarily powerful Tang Yu's combat ability was. Although they had accepted the inheritance of strength to reinforce themselves, when facing Tang Yu's force control skills, even the body armor couldn't endure. They could only resist temporarily, and once the time was up, they would face endless combos. This created an illusion for everyone that they were just ordinary people, and the only genius was Tang Yu. Eventually, even when all 7 of them surrounded Tang Yu to practice techniques against a boss, their lack of confidence in battle was about to end. Under Flinder and the master's leadership, everyone arrived at the Soul Arena. Alright, let me explain the detailed requirements. Each person needs to complete 3 soul battles daily, 1 solo battle, 1 doubles, and finally a team battle. You must wear masks and use code names. There is no time limit for this training. It ends when you obtain the Silver Soul Badge. Isn't that simple? With new skills, we can definitely achieve invincibility at the same level. The soul battles will basically be all victories. This time, Dai Mubai seemed very happy. recalling how he had just been promoted and faced consecutive defeats. However, now everyone's combat abilities had greatly improved, and that silver soul badge was not out of reach. Indeed, but my requirement is that you should try to avoid relying on the inheritance that you provided. These can be considered as trump cards, and the main focus is on the attacking capabilities of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as this will be a hidden card. Therefore, Oscar and Ning Rongrong do not need to obtain personal silver soul badges. The master also placed restrictions on everyone's DNF skills. Then let's first discuss the codenames. At this moment, Tang Yu brought up another key topic, codenames. After a heated discussion, everyone retained their original codenames. Evil Eye White Tiger for Dai Mubai, Sausage Specialty for Oscar, Thousand Hand Azura for Tang San, Evil Fire Phoenix for Ma Hongjun, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit for Xiao Wu, Seven Treasure Glaze Tile for Ning Rongrong, and Nether Spirit Cat for Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Yu's codename is Ji Yuan Zhan Fa, Knowledge Source Battle Method. The ultimate realm of magic is Knowledge Source. Next comes the team division. Tang San and Xiao Wu are still in the same team, the 3-5 combination, due to some special reasons. Zhu Zhuqing still refused to team up with Dai Mubai, and in the end, teamed up with Ning Rongrong, while Ma Hongjun teamed up with Oscar. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing planned to stick with the Miao battle team, but the level jump was a bit exaggerated. Now she has reached level 42, which is 2 major realms higher than Zhu Zhuqing, making it impossible to team up. In the end, Dai Mubai and Tang Yu had to team up. The battles in the Soul Arena finally allowed everyone to experience the overwhelming feeling that Tang Yu brings, even without using DNF's active skills. Just relying on passive skills and buffs greatly magnified the gap between them and ordinary people. The feeling of genius that could not be felt from Tang Yu was once again experienced. The most intuitive feeling is that everyone's points are rapidly increasing. The key point is that after everyone obtained Tang Yu's inheritance mark, they also gained some characteristics of the 4th heavenly calamity, namely experience. Although it doesn't level up at the ultra-fast speed like Tang Yu, over-leveling, it has significantly accelerated the cultivation speed. Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing have all broken through to level 30, while Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar have also made progress. As for Dai Mubai, he is close to reaching the 40th level. However, Tang Yu's improvement is minimal, just reaching level 44, because apart from solo battles, during doubles, Tang Yu is just observing while Dai Mubai handles 2 opponents. In team battles, they demonstrate a match. As the team battle begins, Oscar and Ning Rongrong immediately activate their martial soul buffs, and Oscar uses 2 blessings in a row, stacking a bunch of buffs. They then hide behind Tang Yu, while the other 5 charge in like wolves, often resolving the battle with just 3 people, with 2 holding the line, and Tang Yu responsible for protection and support. Of course, even if they break through the main 3 attackers, they will still be intercepted by the 2 holding the line. Tang Yu just stays there observing. This has led to Tang Yu's battles being quite scarce, and although Tang Yu's level is only 40, he can be regarded as a 60th level Soul Emperor, already comparable to the 2nd tier of teachers in the academy. Today is the day for everyone to upgrade from Copper Soul badges to Silver Soul badges, team battle. And it is also the final match, where they encounter an unexpected opponent, the Tiando Royal Team. The team is led by Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, with a vice-captain being Du Yin, the granddaughter of the Poisoned Douluo. All members are above level 35, but this time the Shrek team is all soul respecters, with Dai Mubai having recently broken through to level 40 but not yet obtaining the 4th soul ring, making him the 2nd in the team to reach level 40. In terms of levels, they have a clear advantage over the Tiando Academy team, which is quite awkward. The key point is that in this soul battle, the master allows the use of inheritance skills, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong may also join the attack. However, Tang Yu is directly restricted from participating in the battle. If the battle restrictions on Tang Yu were relaxed, it would be a one-on-one situation. Chapter 22. New chapter. The end of the old Shrek. This soul battle also relates to everyone's level. Although everyone has reached the Silver Soul Badge, obtaining the Team Silver Soul Badge is not so easy, and this match will determine whether they can be promoted to the Silver Soul Badge, which also means whether the 3rd phase of training can be successfully completed. As the match begins, both teams enter the arena and stand on either side, with both sides having some understanding of their opponents. This indicates that it will definitely be a match of equal strength, a complete crushing battle. With the referee's announcement, the match begins. Ning Rongrong and Oscar instantly complete the stacking of buffs. At the same time, Oscar activates the Holy Spirit Hammer, and all the enhancement skills he casts are absorbed back into himself, instantly filling Oscar with immense power. Ning Rongrong's buff effects also cover all members. Meanwhile, the others complete their own buffs as well. This method makes Yu Qianheng clear about his target. Obviously, the main target is Ning Rongrong, the auxiliary provider. However, before the Tiando royal team can make arrangements, Dai Mubai charges forward. Under the effects of the buffs, his fists and feet are enveloped in ethereal soul power. Facing the charging Dai Mubai, Duguyan plans to release her martial soul to restrict Dai Mubai's advance. Of course, this is useless. Dai Mubai directly activates his body armor, completely ignoring the effects of poison, and charges straight to Yu Qianheng. As for the Tiando royal team's healer, Jiuxing Haidang, she is already overwhelmed. Long before Dai Mubai attracted Yu Qianheng and others' attention, Zhu Zhuqing had already used her 3-stage Arclight to reach the back row of the Tiando royal team, and Xiao Wu also teleported in directly, which meant the back row of the Tiando royal team was doomed. As expected, Xiao Wu directly uses the empty spiral hammer, sending Yi Lingling soaring high. Zhu Zhuqing's final Arclight also hits Yi Lingling directly, immediately connecting to the finishing attack, then channeling her soul power to unleash the Nether Hunter Claws, and finally using the Nether Slash to eliminate Yi Lingling's combat ability. At this moment, Dai Mubai also engaged with Yu Qianheng, launching a powerful punch that directly repelled Yu Qianheng's attack. He then immediately executed the Dance of Lightning, swiftly moving among the members of the Emperor fighting team. As the control role in the middle army, Tang San seized the opportunity to use Spider Webbind when Dai Mubai attacked, taking advantage of the Tianshou team's momentary stiffness. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who served as a large-scale AoE damage dealer, made his entrance. Ma Hongjun soared into the air with Phoenix Wing Ascension and unleashed a fire release, Hurricane Kill, directly below. The massive fire tornado swept through the members of the Emperor fighting team, simultaneously incinerating the poison of Duguyan. Dai Mubai's Dance of Lightning also delivered a finishing blow. When the flames subsided, only 2 members with the Xuanwu Turtle Martial Spirit remained standing in the Tiando team. Thus, the outcome of this battle was without suspense. The children had a good grasp of their skills and could effectively combine them with their soul abilities, indicating that the practical training could come to a close. The master was quite satisfied with the results of the match. Meanwhile, Flender had a serious expression, as the end of the 3rd stage also meant that Shrek's teaching was approaching its conclusion. Unlike the relaxed and joyful atmosphere on Shrek's side, receiving the Golden Soul Badge from the Soul Arena, everyone had reached the level of the Golden Soul Badge after this battle, which meant they would be upgrading. On the other side, the Huangdo team looked quite downcast. They were directly ambushed at the beginning, losing their healer right away, and then the majority of their team was wiped out by a combination attack. They truly felt what it meant to face a real genius. With their nearly perfect team composition, they should have been able to handle any situation, but the opposing team managed to cut through their backline with an exaggerated mobility that was simply unheard of. In the end, it was their captain who came to encourage them. All right, there's no need to be so down. You're facing the best of the best this time. You could even say they're monsters. The average level of their team is also 35, with their captain at level 40, though he has yet to obtain his spirit rings. Moreover, their strongest member, who has already reached level 42 and can crush soul masters close to level 50, didn't even participate in the match. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Qianheng and the others felt even worse. They were already being overwhelmed, and the strongest member hadn't even shown up yet. I know this is discouraging for you, but you must understand that their academy is known as the Monster Academy, only accepting monsters, and I also come from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming's words finally made the Huangdo team feel a little better. Even their incredibly strong teacher was from that academy, which didn't seem too hard to accept. After Yu Qianheng met with the master, they discussed various matters. For instance, Tang San is his disciple, and the strongest, Tang Yu, could single-handedly crush the entire royal fighting team. However, what surprised Yu Qianheng the most was remembering the siblings, Tang San and Tang Yu. This time, the master seemed less uncomfortable and restrained during their meeting, as he now possessed the strength of a soul sage. This gave him more confidence in his words. And Tang San's robust growth proved the success of his years of research, achieving a dual success in career and strength. Once his physical enhancement was complete, he would reach the level of a title Douluo. The condition to unlock the time-space military is the time-space agreement, which also allows Gaibwa to unleash full power punches, enough to injure title-level combatants with full defense. After completing the 3rd stage of training, everyone received a half-month vacation. Tang San chose to tinker with his hidden weapons, while Tang Yu worked on improving the disassembler. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. and Flinder finally made up his mind to take the entire Shrek family to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Of course, Tang Sen also distributed the Flying God Claw, a great toy, to everyone. After a grueling journey, they finally approached Heaven Do City. Along the way, they opened a massacre at the Silver Soul Arena, leaving everyone feeling extremely uncomfortable, except for Tang Yu. An instinctive will made Tang Yu perceive the deaths of humans no differently than those of soul beasts. In her perspective, death is the most equal occurrence in nature. The Master and others provided psychological counseling to Tang San and the team. Naturally, everyone was curious about Tang Yu's completely unfazed reaction. Sister Yu, didn't you feel anything about today's events? Xiao Wu asked, intrigued by Tang Yu's response. Yes, sister. I feel very uncomfortable. Tang San also expressed his unease. Well, death is something all beings must face. To me, all living beings' deaths are the same. Not to mention that so-called evil god team, those unforgivable people are, in my eyes, no better than those soul beasts that kill to survive. After hearing Tang Yu's words, everyone felt somewhat better, although still a bit uncomfortable. After another grueling journey, they finally arrived at Heaven Do City. Upon reaching the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it must be said that it was truly luxurious. However, they were met with trouble at the entrance by the Avalanche Prince. After being slapped around by Dai Mubai, he left in disgrace, only to be chased away by Qin Ming to go for a run. Then, under Qin Ming's lead, they went to meet the 3-soul Douluo from the Education Committee. Of course, Xiao Wu's soul beast aura was suppressed by Tang Yu's mark, making it undetectable unless she reached level 95 or above, ensuring their safety for now. During a conversation among the Dream God Machine trio, they also tested Tang San. And since Tang Yu didn't participate in the last battle, they didn't face any difficulties. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation and about to resolve matters, Prince Xuexing brought Dugu Bo to disrupt the scene. In the end, they were driven out, and Qin Ming left as well. Naturally, they needed to find a place to stay first. Not long after arriving in Heaven Do City, they saw a recruitment advertisement from Lamba Academy, and immediately decided to check it out. Upon arriving at the Lamba Academy recruitment site, the staff asked Flinder and others to show their soul rings twice. Originally, Tang Yu planned to show off a bit since she was over level 40, but the master directly stopped her, saying she was there to be a student, not a teacher. Tang Yu had no choice but to let it go. However, it was quite a spectacle when Flinder and the others showcased their soul rings. Qin Ming, level 62 Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Fire Wolf. Li Yusong, level 63 Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff. Xiao Xian, level 71 Soul Saint, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean. Lu Qibin, level 66 Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Star Chess. Zhao Wujia, level 76 Soul Saint, Martial Soul, Mighty Golden Bear. Flinder, level 78 Soul Saint, Martial Soul Owl. The master's words were that strength is not a matter of one system. Although his physical fitness had been enhanced to the level of a soul master during this period, there was still a long way to go, as his soul power level had not changed. The staff at the recruitment office were at a loss and had to take everyone to find the dean. When they arrived at the dean's residence, they met the last member of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong. As soon as Lu Erlong saw the master, she rushed over. Flanders also introduced Lu Erlong to everyone. Although the master appeared awkward, it was not because he was unwilling to see Lu Erlong, but because he didn't know how to apologize. Yes, apologize. The former master Yu Xiaojiang had no strength, only reaching level 29 in his lifetime, unable to protect his loved one, unable to shield her from gossip. Therefore, he chose to leave, to escape. Now that he had power, he was not weaker than the other 2 members of the Iron Triangle, and he could even reach title Douluo level combat power faster, allowing him to protect his loved one. Thus, while still at Shrek Academy, he had resolved to apologize to Lu Erlong after Tang Yu and Tang Xin graduated, and to clarify the events of that year with Bibi Dong after reaching title Douluo level strength. Xiaojiang, is that really you? Lu Erlong grasped Yu Xiaojiang's hand. Her eyes filled with joy and disbelief. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Lu Erlong, speechless, and finally managed to utter a simple "I'm sorry." Chapter 23. A new chapter in a new Shrek. This single line from the master instantly opened the floodgates for Lu Erlong's tears. Years of waiting had culminated in this response. Flanders, watching this scene, felt a sense of comfort. All right, Erlong, are you not going to invite us in for a chat? Flanders suggested, entering the house to reminisce. Noticing that the master's and Lu Erlong's emotions had slightly eased, Lu Erlong naturally expressed that her small house could not accommodate so many people, but in the end, she still let everyone in to discuss their accommodation issues in detail. It was simply outrageous. The Heavendo Royal Academy was truly bullying people. After calming down, Lu Erlong once again revealed her explosive personality. She slammed her fist on the table, and if she had used more strength, the table might have met a tragic end. How could they dare to bully even Old Fu? Beside her, Flanders showed a look of grievance upon hearing this. Old Fu, don't say anything. My place is your place. Everyone can stay here. From now on, this is your place. Everyone remained silent, obeying the arrangements. Flander looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who also showed no reaction, seemingly indicating that Flander should decide for himself. After thinking for a moment, Flander spoke, "Our demand for treatment are quite high. Can you handle it?" He took a sip of tea as he spoke. "Now the issue of treatment is your problem, Old Fu. You are the leader of our golden iron triangle. From now on, this academy is yours. Tomorrow, I will hold a meeting for all faculty and students to announce that the academy's name will be changed to Shrek." Everyone's expression was one of shock, and Flander nearly choked on his tea. Lu Erlong was not one to delay, immediately arranging for the staff who had come with them to return to the academy to notify everyone. Flander was now somewhat indecisive, looking at Yu Xiaojiang. "You see, let everything be decided by longer." At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had relaxed a bit, but "I'm sorry" was perhaps the beginning of his compensation. During dinner, Yu Xiaojiang called Tang San and Tang Yu outside to have a talk. This time, Flander did not say anything. He could see that Yu Xiaojiang had already let go of his previous avoidance and was ready to face the situation. Therefore, he was not worried, and Lu Erlong also sensed some positive signs, feeling quite good about it. However, she was still a bit worried. After all, it had been 20 years, and there was some anxiety about gains and losses. Once outside, Yu Xiaojiang began to tell Tang San and Tang Yu the story from years ago. "Little San, you error. I have let longer down for a full 20 years. Back then, I was too weak to face such a blow, but now I have the strength to protect her from gossip. However, the secular world still stands as an obstacle before us. I owe too much. What should I do now?" Yu Xiaojiang felt very confused, although he had decided to take responsibility and rekindle the feelings of the past. He did not have a good solution. He owed too much. "Teacher, since you truly love each other, why care about the opinions of the secular world?" Tang San pointed out the core issue, which was caring about the opinions of society. "Exactly, Master. Since the secular world does not accept it, then why bother with their opinions? If they still make things difficult, just directly use the Gai Bujia to blow them all away." Physical persuasion. Tang Yu was also gesturing in the air. "That's right. Teacher, now you have the power to not fear the secular world. You should get along well with Aunt Erlong. I believe that's what she wants the most." Tang San's words opened up Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts. Yes, this was the best solution. Now he had the strength and was not afraid of the harm from the secular world, and the high mountain of blood relations could also be crossed with spirit. Everything would be resolved. At this moment, Lu Erlong also came out, and Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, embracing her deeply. It seemed that their issues had been resolved. After finishing the psychological counseling, Tang San and Tang Yu planned to let Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong get along well, so they left to avoid being a third wheel. After leaving, Tang San intended to take a walk in the nearby forest to clear his mind, while Tang Yu went back to continue eating. She was quite hungry. However, an unexpected incident occurred. While Tang San was out for a stroll, he was taken away by the ambushing Douluo. Tang San went off to have a showdown with Douluo. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had already begun searching everywhere. While others were still searching, Tang Yu had already sensed the direction of Tang San through her inheritance mark and rushed directly toward it. After a frantic run, Tang Yu arrived at the Sunset Forest. Looking at the Soul Beast Forest before her, she moved forward directly. This was not the Stardew Great Forest, and the strongest beasts here were only around 1,000 years old. If she couldn't beat them, she could still run, so she boldly charged in. Along the way, Tang Yu made quite a commotion, sprinting straight ahead. Naturally, she encountered a large number of soul beasts, but Tang Yu was not afraid. She was still at the edge of the forest, where the strongest soul beasts were only about 1,000 years old, all of which were knocked down by her. Once again, she encountered the fainted soul beast from the Stardew Great Forest. As Tang Yu continued to delve deeper, the level of the soul beasts she encountered increased, and she occasionally came across groups of soul beasts. However, they were all ineffective. It was well known that many skills in DNF could clear a map with one hit. Relying on Tang Yu's strong abilities, she knocked down several groups of soul beasts as she advanced. It must be said that for Tang Yu, such a free-for-all in the Soul Beast Forest was the fastest way to level up. Her level was rapidly climbing. Soon she crossed level 45 and mastered the skill Huanglong Yanhua. With this skill, Tang Yu's ability to push through maps greatly increased. Soon, she approached Douluo's poison formation. Douluo also noticed Tang Yu's presence, which surprised him greatly. A little fellow at over level 40 actually managed to fight his way deep into this forest. Tang Yi, looking at the poisonous mist in front of her, completely ignored it and charged straight in. The poisonous mist, upon approaching Tang Yu's body, was directly assimilated and absorbed by the magic power within her. This greatly astonished Douluo. Even the soul beasts in the forest were helpless against the poison array. Yet Tang Yu completely disregarded it, which significantly piqued Douluo's interest in her. By the time Douluo appeared in front of Tang Yu, she had already reached the center of the poison array. Seeing Douluo, Tang Yu confirmed the location of Tang San. "Give me back Xiao San." Tang Yu stared at the title Douluo in front of her, feeling no fear. At worst, she could use another portion of apostle power. She had already reached level 46 now, a far cry from her state back in the Stardew forest. With her current physical strength, she might even be able to trade blows. You little brat are quite interesting. A mere level 40-something soul power can allow you to move freely in the Sunset Forest. How interesting. What is your relationship with that Tang San? Douluo also became interested in Tang Yu. He is my brother. Where is Tang San? Give it back to me. Tang Yu had no intention of dragging this out any longer. What gives you the courage to speak like that in front of a titled Douluo? Douluo asked. Since you want to see Tang San, I will take you to him. He was pleased to see the hunt and wanted to check on Tang San as well. Tang Yu found it strange that Douluo planned to take her to see Tang San, but she eventually followed him to the outskirts of the Eye of Ice and Fire. That kid is inside. Whether you can still find his corpse or not is uncertain. After saying this, Douluo left and began to observe secretly, curious about Tang Yu's unusual combat ability and her complete disregard for his poison array. At this moment, Tang San was lying in the Eye of Ice and Fire, soaking in a bath. After climbing over that damned cliff, Tang Yu still did not find Tang San in the herb garden and finally turned her gaze to the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Without saying a word, she jumped into the water. Sure enough, she discovered Tang San's presence inside. However, at that moment, the effects of the Eye of Ice and Fire began to take effect. Although Tang Yu's tough body could withstand the Eye of Ice and Fire, the extreme cold and heat, while sound level, were still overwhelming. The Eye of Ice and Fire was a wonder. Its energy was quite abundant. As soon as Tang Yu jumped in, she began to automatically absorb energy, feeling incredibly comfortable, and unexpectedly fell asleep. Outside, Flander and the others also noticed that Tang Yu was missing, so they hurried to inquire about Douluo's whereabouts from the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. They finally learned the location of the Sunset Forest and rushed there. Douluo, of course, had also noticed. A fierce battle was unfolding above, with Yu Xiaojiang and his companions first using their martial soul fusion technique to engage in a fierce fight with Douluo. The Holy Golden Dragon fought powerfully and was evenly matched with Douluo, but in the end, they were still defeated. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang immediately summoned his mechanical assistant and inputted commands, opening a spatial gate. Inside was an endless void, filled with ancient energy trying to escape, but it was blocked by the world. Douluo was quite curious upon seeing this. Just then, a huge arm struck out from within, and Douluo quickly defended himself, expending a significant amount of soul power just to barely block it, while he was also pushed back quite a distance. However, he still couldn't showcase his full strength, as Yu Xiaojiang had not yet fully unleashed the power of Guiwujia. Just as Douluo was planning to deal with Yu Xiaojiang and his companions, he finished absorbing the octagonal Xianbing grass and the Liuhua Xingjiao vegetable. After some conversation, they temporarily reached a reconciliation, while Tang San was still worried about Tang Yu, who was floating and sleeping on the Eye of Ice and Fire when he came out. Chapter 24. New Chapter. Individual growth. After Flander and the others left the Sunset Forest, Tang San returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire with Douluo. Both were concerned about Tang Yu still inside. One because she was his sister, and the other because since they had chosen to cooperate, if anything happened to Tang Yu, it would bring trouble from the Hao Yian Douluo, which was not what he wanted to see. Upon arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, they saw Tang Yu still floating in the spring water, gently circling in the flow of 2 different temperature springs, looking fine. Tang San and Douluo both breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, what exactly is your sister? How can she remain unharmed in this spring water? Douluo was quite astonished by the scene before him. It should be noted that even he, who had reached the title Douluo level, did not dare to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire directly. I don't know either. My sister has always been very mysterious, truly a monster among monsters, and her strength far exceeds mine. All right, old monster, weren't you going to test my understanding of poison? Let's begin. Tang San's response surprised Douluo. In his view, Tang San's talent was already impressive, yet Tang Yu was far beyond that, simply absurd. However, in the end, he was still captivated by Tang San and his wager. Okay, the first challenge is my poison. Douluo's 3 tests naturally couldn't pose a problem for Tang San. After all, possessing the absolute skills of the Tang sect from his previous life and having strengthened his body in the Eye of Ice and Fire, combined with the mark of poison control given by Tang Yu, being immune to all poisons was not an issue at all. Tang San's performance greatly strengthened Douluo's confidence in him, and both Tang San and Tang Yu managed to settle down in the Eye of Ice and Fire. After 3 full days, Tang Yu finally woke up from the Eye of Ice and Fire, having reached level 48. This level was truly outstanding among his peers. Douluo, who came to investigate, was amazed, and Tang San also felt relieved. However, Tang Yu began to worry about Tang San. Little San, I'm so glad you're okay. If I hadn't rushed back for dinner, you wouldn't have been captured here. What do you think? Do we need to escape? Don't worry with me around. The soul beasts outside are not a problem. As soon as she woke up, Tang Yu went to Tang San to check on him, unaware of the situation. It's all right, sister. There's nothing to worry about. I just had some minor issues with Senior Douluo, but they have been resolved now. We are very safe here. Tang San had to reassure Tang Yu, as her combat ability was becoming increasingly remarkable, and he couldn't stop her. Finally, after Tang San's detailed explanation, Tang Yu gave up on the idea of breaking through the encirclement with Tang San and chose to stay in the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate peacefully. During this time, Tang Yu also encountered Douluo several times, and the 3 of them each got their own loud nicknames. Tang Yu and Tang San called Douluo Old Monster, while Douluo referred to Tang Yu and Tang San as True Monster and Little Monster. Given Tang Yu's exaggerated combat ability and cultivation speed, Douluo couldn't help but exclaim that only Tang Yu could be considered a true monster. After easing the relationship with Douluo, Tang Yu became more casual interactions. The cliffs surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire and the poison formations outside were merely decorations in her eyes, as she frequently ventured out to the Soul Beast Forest to challenge large groups of soul beasts. This led to the soul beasts outside often changing their territories, causing quite a bit of discomfort for the surrounding soul beasts. Under such intense monster farming, Tang Yu's level has been rapidly increasing. Previously, it was difficult to gain experience when facing a large wave of enemies, but now he can farm experience every day. After farming, he can return to the Ice and Fire 2 element to soak in hot springs, and sometimes encounter Douluo to feed him some moves and accumulate a bit of combat experience. The biggest change for Tang Yu during this time was, of course, his first awakening after breaking through level 50. The fluctuations he emitted were quite astonishing, which also attracted Douluo's attention. After just breaking through, he had to familiarize himself. So Tang Yu fought with Douluo. You really are a monster. It hasn't been long, and you've already broken through level 50. You've truly opened my eyes, Douluo said, filled with surprise. Tang Yu's current level had already surpassed the golden generation of the Spirit Hall of the same age. Not to mention his unreasonable combat power. Old monster, it's perfect timing. I've just broken through, let's spar, how about it? Tang Yu planned to practice a bit with Douluo upon seeing him. A true monster, my appearance fee as a title Douluo is quite expensive. Why should I spar with you? Previously, when Tang Yu sought to spar with him, he presented potions that could instantly heal injuries. Although these were of little use to title Douluo, they were just right for Douluo. Those potions were already known to him, and now it seemed that they came from the hands of this monster, Tang Yu. Perfect timing to see if Tang Yu has any good stuff left. Well, here is one for you. Saying this, Tang Yu threw a bottle of purple potion to Douluo, who quickly caught it. What is this? A mental stimulation potion. It can temporarily accelerate your soul power operation speed, speed up the release of soul skills, and facilitate the mobilization of soul power. Tang Yu revealed the effects of the potion without any hesitation, which astonished Douluo even more. The speed of soul power mobilization is crucial, and this potion is surprisingly magical. All right, I'm very satisfied. Then, the old place, Douluo said, carefully storing the potion and then leading the way outside. Tang Yu quickly followed, and the two soon arrived at an open area, where many pits remained in the center and the edges were in disarray. Let's start. Let me show you the power of the battle god Beiana. Tang Yu's mention of the battle god piqued Douluo's interest. What kind of power dares to bear the name of a god? Energy began to swirl around Tang Yu, and unlike the previously deep blue magic power, his magic power was now interspersed with strands of golden light, beginning to evolve towards a higher form of energy. Its concentration and power were greatly enhanced, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that, if nothing unexpected happened, Tang Yu could already fight against the Soul Sage, though it would likely be a draw. Once the blue-golden energy completely surrounded Tang Yu, under a dazzling brilliance, he once again displayed the form of Beiana. Douluo Bo observed Tang Yu's transformation and wondered if this was similar to the true form of a soul beast's martial soul, but it seemed even more pronounced. The battle was about to begin, and Tang Yu immediately entered a powered-up state. After using Douluo Bo's attack to close the distance with a substitute scarecrow, the two engaged in close combat. Tang Yu's body technique, like a torrential rain, continuously struck Douluo Bo, with every attack interspersed with dazzling patterns. In Douluo Bo's perception, he was now fighting not against a level 50 Soul King, but against a level 70 Soul Sage, so he also brought out the means of Soul Sage, the true form of the emerald-lined Snake Emperor martial soul. Faced with the giant snake before him, Tang Yu was naturally undaunted, with the 40-meter Huanglong Yin sword in hand. He condensed and unleashed Huanglong Chaos Dance, exchanging blows with the martial soul true form. However, the advantage gradually leaned towards Tang Yu, as his battle god will continue to accumulate with the ongoing fight. Finally, after a powerful aura surged upwards, a golden domain rapidly unfolded, which was the battle god domain. Under the suppression of this domain, the combat power of the emerald-lined Snake Emperor significantly decreased, and Douluo Bo was greatly surprised. It was actually a domain. However, he had already been surprised by Tang Yu many times, so it didn't feel that impactful this time. He immediately planned to unleash his own domain, not to mention suppressing it, at least to neutralize it. However, what surprised Douluo Bo was that his domain was completely ineffective after activation. It had no effect on Tang Yu's battle god domain and was still being severely suppressed. Tang Yu naturally wouldn't just stand there in a daze. The attacks continued to pour out relentlessly. This battle lasted a full day and night, finally ending when Tang Yu could no longer bear the hunger. After some time, Tang San had also nearly completed his tasks at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, and it was time to leave. One day, while Tang San was refining the King of Hell's token in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Tang Yu was unusually quiet, sitting beside him and watching. Xiao San, how are you adapting to your new mark? That's right, just a few days ago, Tang Yu had given Tang San a new mark. Venomous blood. Tang San had consumed 2 divine medicines, and his poison resistance was already quite high. With his mastery of poison attacks, it was time to master this skill. After acquiring this skill, Tang San's blood was infused with strong venom, enhanced by the mysterious power of intelligence attributes. Of course, there were also active skills, greatly strengthening Tang San's 3rd soul skill, Heaven and Earthnet, allowing his web to have both physical and magical control. In the Death Poison Mist, although Tang San couldn't fully unleash its power, yet due to his level, he could still manage to use it with his physique and blood as a medium. Of course, Tang San's level had also reached level 43. When he broke through level 40, Tang Yu, who had already taken a nap, took Tang San to the sunset forest outside to catch a 10,000-year-old cave spider. At that time, the cave spider was completely helpless against Tang Yu, who had transformed into Beiana and ultimately lost all hope of survival. When Tang San killed it, it felt a sense of relief. Once we finish refining this, we should be ready to return to Shrek Academy, Tang San said, looking at the furnace in the spring water, his mind already reminiscing about his friends at Shrek Academy. Chapter 25, New Chapter, Return to Shrek the next morning. Tang Yu was dragged by Tang San, running wildly. At first, Tang Yu was still dazed, but soon the furious roar of Douluo Bo came from behind. Xiao San, what did you say to that old monster after I went back yesterday? And what did you do to make us run like this? Yesterday, when Tang San was halfway through refining, Tang Yu had gone back to rest, while Douluo Bo stayed with Tang San and continued to observe, discussing some matters. Nothing much. Just let the old monster become our honorary professor at Shrek, so our academy would have a title to a level background. Clearly, Tang San's answer was not enough to explain why they were being chased. And what else? I can't believe that old monster would chase us just for that. It was evident that Tang Yu was now fully awake, his intelligence returning. Also, I took some medicinal materials. That's right. It seems you must have taken quite a lot for that old monster to be so angry. Just then, Douluo Bo caught up. You little brat, stop right there. Douluo Bo shouted angrily from behind. But you said I could take whatever I wanted, Tang San shouted back as he ran. I said you could take what you wanted, but I didn't say you could empty my entire stash. Hearing Douluo Bo's words, Tang Yu realized just how much Tang San had taken and silently gave him a thumbs up. I've kept the roots and seeds. They will grow back in a few years, and besides, you are coming back to Shrek Academy with us, so we won't need so many herbs. Tang San saw that he was being chased, so he simply stopped running, while Tang Yu had already jumped aside to watch the show. In the end, Douluo followed Tang Yu and Tang San as they slowly made their way to Shrek Academy. After walking a considerable distance, the three finally arrived at Shrek Academy. After some announcements, a group of teachers came to the academy gate. As soon as Tang San saw Yu Xiaojing, he excitedly ran over to greet him, while Tang Yu followed slowly behind. When Flander and the others saw Tang San and Tang Yu, they immediately came over to ask how they were doing. How is it? Xiao son, Yuya? Are you alright? Did he give you a hard time? The teachers expressed their concern. No, Elder Douluo treated us very well. Tang San explained on behalf of Douluo. Right, the old monster didn't give us a hard time. He often practiced with me. Tang Yu's words eased Flander and the others' concerns about Douluo. By the way, Dean Flander, Elder Douluo is coming to our academy as an honorary professor. This statement shocked the group of teachers significantly. After Tang San explained the details to the teachers, Flander immediately welcomed Douluo warmly and took him to find a place to settle down. Xiao San, how did you convince that old monster to come to our academy? It's simply unbelievable. Lu Erlong expressed disbelief at Douluo's willingness to come to Shrek and looked at Tang San and Tang Yu. Don't ask me, ask Xiao San. He has a close relationship with the old monster. I just often practiced with him. Tang Yu immediately shifted the topic to Tang San when he noticed Lu Erlong and the others looking at him. Maybe we just hit it off, well. Tang San could only explain. Well, having a title Douluo to oversee us is good for our academy. The master also agreed. Don't say that, master. I just took a look, and you should have nearly integrated the energy by now. After a while, I can hand over the space-time agreement to you, and then you should be able to compete with title Douluo level powerhouses on equal footing. Our academy will then have title Douluo level combat power. Tang Yu's words left Lu Erlong, who was unaware of the situation, stunned, and even Tang San, who was in the know, felt surprised, although more was joy for Yu Xiaojing. This matter is not urgent. You guys have just returned with great difficulty. Everyone else has been waiting anxiously. I'll take you to meet them, and on the way, I'll tell you about their situation. Saying this, Yu Xiaojing led Tang Yu and Tang San to the gathering place. They have made great progress in the past 6 months. Dai Mubai has reached level 48 during this time, and perhaps in a while, he can begin to break through level 50. The others are also pushing against the bottleneck of level 40. How has your cultivation been during this time? You can't fall behind them, you know. The master's words were filled with happiness. After receiving the marks given by Tang Yu, everyone's cultivation speed had greatly increased. Oscar and Xiao had already broken through level 40, while Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were also working hard to break through, planning to hunt soul beasts together to obtain soul rings. Oscar and Xiao Wu were currently practicing the abilities of the marks, accumulating for their breakthroughs. Don't worry, teacher. I have also reached level 43. My sister broke through level 50 some time ago and is now probably around level 54. She helped me obtain a soul ring, which is from a 10,000-year-old cave spider. Upon hearing Tang San's introduction, Yu Xiaojing was also surprised. The 4-soul ring was indeed from a 10,000-year-old beast, mainly astonished by Tang San, as Tang Yu had already exceeded his expectations. Tell me more about the 10,000-year soul ring. Clearly, Yu Xiaojing was very interested in Tang San's 10,000-year soul ring. This is an interesting story. Since the soul beast lost its will to survive after being defeated by my sister, when I killed it, it actually contained gratitude and did not produce a soul shock, making it quite smooth. Tang San's words left the master deep in thought. Interesting, you must be lucky. All right, we've arrived. They're waiting for you inside. As Yu Xiaojing opened the door in front of him, he found Xiao Wu and the others sitting inside. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Wu, facing the door, saw Tang San and rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. Xiao San, you two are finally back. Oscar also noticed Xiao Wu's actions and, seeing Tang Yu and Tang San at the door, called out, drawing everyone's attention to the two. The crowd immediately surrounded them, expressing their concern for Tang Yu and Tang San. Xiao San, if you didn't come back soon, Xiao would be worried to death, Dai Mubai teased. Sorry for making everyone worry, Tang San apologized, while Tang Yu casually found a place to sit down. Third brother, didn't you say you brought gifts? Hurry up and show us. Ma Hongjun was still the one who got straight to the point. Seeing this, Tang San no longer delayed and took out the celestial herbs to distribute to everyone. For Dai Lauda, it's the Chiron Ton Tianju. For Xiao Ao, it's the 8-petal immortal orchid. For the fatty, it's the Coxcomb Phoenix sunflower. And for Rong Rong, it's the Chihuahua tulip. Tang San first distributed the celestial medicine to the four of them. However, Yu Xiaojing had some doubts. Xiao San, the herbs you gave them are those brought back from Douluo. With your talents, you shouldn't need to take such shortcuts, especially since there's also Tang Yu's inheritance. Teacher, rest assured, these celestial herbs are selected based on everyone's characteristics. Their main function is to solidify the foundation and remove impurities, so they won't harm anyone. Tang San explained to Yu Xiaojing's concerns. All right, I believe you know what you're doing, Yu Xiaojing said, no longer questioning it. Zhu Qing. The celestial herb I've chosen for you is a treasure among celestial products, capable of reviving the dead and changing the world. However, you must pay a certain price to consume it, so I hope you're mentally prepared. Tang San's words immediately caught everyone's attention, making Zhu Qing feel serious. I understand. Thank you, third brother. Once Tang San saw that Zhu Qing was prepared, he took out the Xiangxi Duan Changhong and began to tell everyone the story of the Xiangxi Duan Changhong. This flower is extraordinary. It serves its master. When picking it, you must think of the person you love and drop a drop of your blood on the petals. If you have even a moment of distraction, even if you bleed to death, you still can't pick it. Once picked, as long as it's by the owner's side, it will never wither. After saying this, he handed the flower, which still had its roots, to Zhu Qing. However, when Zhu Qing was about to drop her blood, she remembered the incident with Dai Mubai, which naturally led to her failure. I'm sorry, third brother, I was distracted and have no fate with this flower. This situation also made Dai Mubai feel embarrassed. Tang San then turned to let Yu Xiaojing try, but he also failed. Although Yu Xiaojing had resolved Lu Erlong's emotional issues, there was still Bibi Dong to consider. In the end, it was still Xiao Wu, filled with love for Tang San, who successfully picked the Xiangxi Duan Changhong. However, Xiao Wu chose not to consume it, which turned out to be a happy accident. With the addition of the inheritance mark, it could effectively conceal Xiao Wu's soul beast aura, as long as she didn't make any mistakes, a classic iron flag. Zhu Qing ultimately obtained the Shui Xianyu Ji bone as a substitute, while Yu Xiaojing received the Jiupin Ziji. As for Tang Yu, Tang San couldn't find any celestial herbs that would be effective for her. Long ago, during the ice and fire yin-yang eye incident, Tang San had tried before. Regardless of whether it was poison or celestial herbs, everything that Tang Yu consumed was directly absorbed as energy with no other effects. It would be better for Tang Yu to soak in the spring water than to eat celestial herbs. However, those herbs were not in vain. At least Tang Yu's physical quality panel had greatly increased, but the cost effectiveness was still too low. While everyone was consuming the herbs and beginning to refine them, Tang Yu called out to Xiao Wu, "Come here for a moment." She took Xiao Wu away from the refining courtyard. Seeing this, Xiao Wu followed, as she was the only one who knew her identity here and likely wanted to discuss this matter. Xiao Wu, the old monster has come to the academy. I know you're very worried. I don't know if I should leave you all. Staying by your side will only harm both you and me. But I can't bear to leave you. This Xiangxi Duan Changhong also tells me my feelings, Xiao Wu said, almost crying. All right, don't worry, Xiao Wu. With my mark, you won't easily be discovered by the title Douluo. Otherwise, you would have been found out by the 3 committee members back at the Tiando Royal Academy. Besides, now that you have this Xiangxi Duan Changhong, as long as you carry it, you'll be even safer. Don't worry. Tang Yu's words immediately calmed Xiao Wu's heart, and she revealed a happy smile. Okay, let's hurry back. They're almost done absorbing. This time, they would likely make significant breakthroughs and need to hunt for soul rings. At that time, she would take Xiao Wu away alone to help her obtain a soul ring. Saying this, Tang Yu pulled Xiao Wu back to the courtyard, where everyone was also finishing their absorption. Chapter 26. New chapter strength increased not long after Tang Yu and Xiao Wu returned to the courtyard. Everyone had completed their absorption. The first to wake up was Oscar, who immediately ate the mushroom sausage and shouted in the air, "Awesome! This is incredible! My soul power has been compressed and is now more solid. I feel like my soul power is more than twice what it was before." Since Oscar had already reached level 40, he couldn't level up but had accumulated deeper power, which would likely lead to a significant leap in level after obtaining a soul ring. What the hell? I've also reached level 40 and my soul power has thickened, Go said, waking up as well, with Ning Rongrong approaching, holding her martial soul. These celestial herbs are too magical. Why practice so hard in the future? Just eat herbs every day, Oscar joked half seriously. Eat herbs every day? Let's not even talk about whether you can afford it. Even if you could eat too many, it wouldn't help. This is the effect of accumulation. The herbs are at most auxiliary. Tang Yu's words promptly extinguished Oscar's immature thoughts. I was just saying, hey, Rongrong, Rong. Look, 1, 2, 3, 9. Your 7-treasure glaze tile has turned into 9 layers. Oscar's words surprised Ning Rong, and tears even appeared in her eyes. It was known that the 7-treasure glaze tile sec strength was limited to Soul Sage due to their tower having only 7 layers. Now, that her martial soul had reached 9 layers, it meant she had the possibility of reaching the title Douluo level, breaking through the sect's cultivation limits. At this moment, Tang Sen also finished absorbing and walked over, only to be met with a big hug from Ning Rong. Third brother, thank you. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Tang Sen also said there was no need to be polite. At that moment, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye was also passively activated, revealing a chilling divine light that surrounded him, allowing him to see Xiao Wu's unusual appearance. Of course, when he saw Tang Yu, he also noticed the immense magical power surrounding her, with the blue magic power increasingly infused with golden elements, causing Tang San to quickly shut off the purple extreme magic eye. It seemed he shouldn't casually look at Tang Yu with the purple extreme magic eye in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun also completed their absorption, both reaching level 40. Among them, Ma Hongjun's flames became purer, and the original characteristics of his evil fire were completely absorbed by the flame mark, causing all his soul skills to carry attachment effects. After expressing concern for the two, Dai Mubai also finished absorbing and successfully broke through the level 50 barrier. Finally, it was Yu Xiaojiang who completed the absorption. Under the effect of a 9th grade purple Ji, his soul power successfully broke through level 30. At the same time, his body fully utilized the superdimensional energy brought by the mechanic mark due to the effect of the elixir, equipping him with the capital to accept the final inheritance. It truly was unexpected that the bottleneck that had troubled me for 30 years was broken today. Now, my soul power cultivation is no longer limited. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but sigh. Great master, it seems your body is also ready. Tomorrow, I will begin your final inheritance and the secondary inheritance for the others. Tang Yu is sincerely happy for Yu Xiaojiang. All right, everyone, go back and rest. Prepare to accept your inheritance tomorrow. After 7 days, we will head to the Sunset Forest to obtain your soul rings. After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang dismissed everyone. That night, Zhao Wujia also decided to test everyone. Naturally, he was beaten up by Tang San and the others, but mainly because Zhao Wujia didn't use his full strength. If he had, Tang Yu would have intervened. Now, Tang Yu could directly contend with a soul saint. The next day, everyone, along with Flinder and Lu Erlong, arrived at a safe and hidden location. Master, please be ready. This will be the first time this world welcomes transcendent power. As Tang Yu's words fell, 2 profound marks condensed into Yu Xiaojiang's body. A massive energy surged through Yu Xiaojiang's body, causing him to break out in a sweat as he endured immense pain. This was body transformation. The bodies of the heavenly beings are quite remarkable. Being a great achievement of the pinnacle of genetic technology, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a celestial physique. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang's body had already completed the adaptation process, so the final inheritance proceeded very smoothly. After Yu Xiaojiang awoke, he became radiant. It's truly amazing. I feel incredibly light now, and my sensitivity to space is extraordinarily sharp. Congratulations, Master. You have now obtained the superdimensional protocol, allowing you to summon the superdimensional legion. Moreover, the power of Gaibwa has been fully unleashed. Once you are completely familiar with it, you should be able to contend with Tidal Douluo. If you ultimately achieve the moment of enlightenment, you might even surpass Tidal Douluo. Tang Yu's words made everyone feel surreal. The Tidal Douluo, which had previously been extremely rare and a symbol of strength, seemed trivial in Tang Yu's mouth. That's right. Master S' last 2 skills are Superdimensional Legion and Superdimensional Protocol, fully unleashing the authority of dimensional transport and obtaining the ultimate inheritance of the mechanic war god. After finishing Yu Xiaojiang's inheritance, it was time for the others. After this period of training, everyone's levels had also increased, so it was naturally time to enhance the content of their inheritances. First was Dai Mubai, who had reached level 50 and was ready to obtain the power of his first awakening. Passive skill, Martial God Steps, continues to strengthen power during movement, greatly enhancing damage and speed. Active skills, Shadow Kick and Martial God Strong Kick, both powerful skills that can determine the outcome of a battle, greatly enhancing close-range offensive capabilities, with the core still being the significant boost from Martial God Steps. Next was Oscar, who, although still at level 40, could now accept up to level 45. Duff, Life Spring, restoring a large amount of health upon receiving massive damage. Active skills: Hammer of Repentance, Holy Wind of Healing, and Judgment of Justice, which not only enhanced his support capabilities, but also significantly increased his combat ability. Next was Xiao Wu, whose situation was similar to Oscar's. Active skills: Thunder Impact, Spiral Comet Fall, Hell Cradle, and Rock Shattering Sky, all powerful grabbing skills or strong soft techniques, very suitable for Xiao Wu. Then came Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun, all just reaching level 40. Ning Rongrong, Teachings of the Gods, greatly enhances the effect of the first soul skill while reducing its consumption. Light of Revival, creates a field where friendly units within can enter a brief near-death state when receiving fatal damage, allowing them to be fully restored by the Light of Revival, but can only be used once a week. Newborn Holy Song, Light of Baptism, Holy Light Shield, Courageous Holy Song, Thunder of Repentance. This not only granted Ning Rongrong a field skill in advance, but also greatly enhanced her support and combat capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing, Death Storm, when casting Blade Storm, continuously throws energy daggers outward. Blade Storm, Thunderblade Shadow, Whirlwind Dance. Mastering these skills, Zhu Zhuqing had quite a glamorous combination of moves. Ma Hongjun, Fire Release, Spiral Shuriken, Fire Release, Shadow Clone Technique, Fire Release, Flame Heaven Path, Ninja Art, Shadow Technique, Fire Release, Toad Oil Fireball, Ninja Art, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. With this, Ma Hongjun's firepower bombing system took shape, mastering the core techniques of Shadow Technique and 6 Paths of Reincarnation, giving him remarkable, sustained bombing capabilities. After witnessing the changes in the few of them, Yu Xiaojing truly understood the developmental directions of their respective inheritances. Dai Mubai's super strong frontal assault capability, Xiao Wu's super strong control and single target strike capability, Zhu Zhuqing's ultra high mobility assassination capability, Ning Rongrong and Oscar's super strong support and combat synergy capabilities, Ma Hongjun's super strong large area sustained bombing capabilities, Tang San's super strong poison capabilities coupled with his powerful throwing skills, and finally, Tang Yu's unparalleled combat ability, although it also represented a strong frontal assault. When facing large numbers of enemies, Tang Yu's skills were even more adept. Next, they headed to the Soul Beast Forest to capture Soul Beasts. This time, everyone participated in the hunt. Shortly after entering the Soul Beast Forest, Tang Yu took Xiao Wu to hunt Soul Beasts. Due to Tang Yu's strength and having tested it against Zhao Wujia, the teachers had no choice but to let Tang Yu take Xiao Wu for a solo hunt. Since everyone's strength had greatly increased this time, they decided to still pursue solo hunting for soul rings, with the teachers responsible for emergency rescue work. The first to encounter a target was Ma Hongjun. The battle was fierce. After a brief moment of floating, it was an unending barrage of fire release. A massive amount of Toad oil fireballs, Hurricane Kill, and Spiral Shuriken continuously raining down on the target below. After burning a large area of the surrounding forest to the ground, a purple soul ring floated out. The teachers were quite satisfied with the scorched earth before them. Ma Hongjun's fourth soul skill was also Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. Next, Oscar and Ning Rongrong also obtained their fourth soul rings, leaving a shining ruins behind. Ning Rongrong received a defense enhancement, while Oscar obtained the Excitation Pink Sausage. When they first encountered that pink lady, Ning Rongrong directly purified and completely ignored the toxins. Then Oscar activated Judgment Mode. Lu Liqiu threw wildly. Due to the slow speed of the Liuli ball, Oscar even developed a golf technique. That shining ground was the result of this. Thanks to the previous accumulation, Oscar's level directly reached 45, achieving the 3rd rank. Zhu Zhuqing's battle left countless scratches, just like a cat tearing apart a house. At the same time, she obtained her 4th soul skill, Shadow Clone. With Tang Yu's protection, Xiao Wu successfully condensed her 4th soul ring, reaching level 44, surpassing Tang San by 1 level. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters once again made a significant leap forward. Chapter 27, New Chapter, Incompatible School Life. After obtaining the soul rings, everyone's strength saw a notable improvement. Of course, it was also time to readjust and get familiar with each other. Upon returning to the academy, Yu Xiaojing instructed everyone to head to the classroom to get acquainted. After all, they couldn't just have the few of them fight in the Soul Master Academy competition. That would be exhausting. They needed a few substitute team members, and naturally, those substitutes could only be selected from the original students of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Due to the exaggerated gap in combat power between the two groups, everyone needed to focus on mastering their current abilities getting familiar with new teammates, and completing team cohesion in the next 6 months. For this reason, it was time for Tang Yu and Tang San to head to the Academy's classroom for unified study. Since Tang Yu and Tang San had been training in the Sunset Force for the previous 6 months, they were unfamiliar with the school, and were now being led to the classroom by Ma Hongjun and others. There were a total of 6 classes in the Academy, divided according to soul power levels. As long as one reached a certain level, they could skip grades. All of us had surpassed level 40, so technically we could graduate, but we were still in the advanced class, where our future teammates would also be selected. Oscar and Ma Hongjun introduced the surroundings while posing confidently, clearly forgetting the days when they were defeated by Tang Yu. The power of time is truly remarkable. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. What is wrong with my sister? Tang San expressed his curiosity. Xiao Wu and Oscar also leaned in, reflecting on the past. They had been educated to be extremely humble by me, and now, under the power of time, they had once again soared to great heights. With that, Tang Yu walked ahead alone, leaving everyone behind to reminisce about unpleasant memories. Upon arriving at the classroom, Tang Yu directly found a standard spot for slacking off located about 2/3 of the way back and sat down, taking out a small notebook to doodle. Although this cute little lowly Tang Yu attracted everyone's attention, it was still Tang San, holding hands with Xiao Wu, who drew the most attention. This included Tai Long. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu sitting closely together, chatting and laughing, Tai Long's anger flared up. He stood up abruptly and quickly walked over to Tang San. "What is the matter?" Tang San asked as he noticed a shadow blocking his light. "Hey, you're new here? Don't you know the rules of our advanced class? Don't you know that no one can sit next to Xiao Wu?" As soon as he said this, Tang San looked completely confused. "Who allowed you to sit here?" Tai Long pressed on, but at that moment, Xiao Wu slammed her hand on the desk. "You guys have nothing better to do you? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Xiao Wu's action contained a lot of information. "This is a matter between men. Xiao Wu, don't interfere," Tai Long said. Losing his earlier bravado and speaking timidly after Xiao Wu shouted at him. Just as Xiao Wu was about to say something else, Tang San pulled her back. "I'm not afraid of you. Do you think my position as the Academy's top student is just for show?" Seeing Xiao Wu being held back, Tai Long immediately planned to regain his momentum. "Top student?" The ignorant Tang San expressed that he had no idea what that was. Fortunately, one of his enthusiastic little buddies explained. "The top student is the strongest student in the entire Academy." Halfway through, Xiao Wu kicked him away. However, the information revealed made Tang San alert. The strongest student? Is he even stronger than Dai Mubai? This was Tang San's inner monologue, and he even cast a questioning glance at Dai Mubai, who merely shrugged in response, indicating that he didn't know. "Kid, you have 2 choices now. 1, a one-on-one duel with me. If you win, I'll acknowledge your right to sit here. 2, get lost and go sit elsewhere." Tai Long was incredibly arrogant, completely unaware that he was stepping into hell. Naturally, he chose to accept this provocation. A duel? Right now? Although his words were flippant, Tang San was mentally prepared for a fierce battle. He was facing an opponent who was at least level 49. Ha ha! Do I need to pick the occasion to deal with a little brat like you? Tai Long appeared quite confident. At that moment, Tang Yu was also attracted by the commotion, and upon looking up, she realized that the proud rooster-like person in the center of the classroom was just a weakling, completely no match for Tang San. Finding it uninteresting, she lowered her head again. The others nearby, hearing Tai Long's confident words, couldn't help but laugh. Thankfully, their voices were masked. Seeing Tai Long getting into position, Tang San also stepped into the center of the arena. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Level 33 Control System Soul Master. Please give me guidance. As Tang San displayed his yellow, purple, and black soul rings and announced his level, Tai Long realized something was off. How is this guy only a little over 40? A monster. Ultimately, Tai Long had no choice but to tough it out and revealed his 3 soul rings, instantly appearing weak. Tai Long, Martial Soul Mighty Gorilla. Level 37 Assault System Soul Master. Please give me guidance. His confidence had significantly diminished. Despite being at a disadvantage in every aspect, he still had to fight. Tang San also realized that he had underestimated the situation, not expecting to be intimidated by a title. As the battle began, Tai Long intended to strike first, but in an instant, he was firmly bound by Tang San's blue silvergrass, unable to move in the center. Tang San returned to his seat. The onlookers were naturally in an uproar. "What's all the noise? We're in class." At that moment, Teacher Xiao Xian walked in and saw Tai Long tightly bound on the ground. "Tang San, how come you bully your classmates on your first day?" Tang San immediately apologized and untied Tai Long. Teacher, I was the one who challenged Tang San. Tai Long bravely admitted his fault, and of course he had to concede. He was younger, but his soul power was 6 levels higher. In the end, he obediently started the class. The lesson went smoothly, but Tai Long, sitting in the back, was constantly fed dog food by Tang San and Xiao Wu. This frustrated Tai Long, whose head was mostly filled with muscles, and by the end of class, he approached Tang San, determined to challenge him to a physical fight. The result was, of course, that he was soundly beaten by Tang San. After the beating, Tang San and Xiao Wu went out for a meal. However, this matter was not over yet. After Tang San and Xiao Wu finished their meal, visited the auction house, and got to know Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Xunji, they returned only to be confronted by Tai Nuo, who was waiting at the entrance. Having heard that his son had been beaten, who said anything about Tang San? Tai Nuo approached Tang San and Xiao Wu as they returned. That would be me. Tang San naturally wouldn't back down. However, for Tai Long, this was no small matter. It was a complete social death. Facing Tang San, Tai Nuo was tough and spoke little, going straight to the point. With a left jab and a right whip kick, both were blocked by Tang San. It turned out you were Tai Long's father. At this moment, Tang San realized the identity of the visitor. That's right, I'm the mighty king Tai Nuo. You hurt my son, and I want you to give me an explanation. Tai Nuo said this in the most assertive tone, uttering the most embarrassing words. Tai Long beside him was covering his face. Tai Long, if we beat your dad, shouldn't your grandpa come out too? Xiao Wu's words struck at Tai Long's sore spot. Given his grandpa's personality, if that really happened, he would definitely come looking for trouble. After a round of exchanges, Tai Nuo revealed his 5 soul rings, at which point Tang San was experiencing the combat level of a normal Soul King. With his unique body technique and martial arts, he should be able to defeat this Soul King. At the same time, it became clear that someone like Tang Yu as a Soul King was completely unusual. Finally, after Tai Nuo was caught in Tang San's heavenly net, he was taken down by the poison of the 8 spider lances. Upon seeing Tai Nuo fall down, his body turning purple, Tai Long intended to attack Tang San, but he was caught in another heavenly net. In the end, Tang San cured Tai Nuo of the poison, though a few days of weakness were unavoidable. Of course, this matter didn't end just like that. After dealing with the younger ones, the older ones would come. The next day, Tai Long was truly socially dead. The father and son were brought into the academy, and if this continued for a while, everyone in the academy would know. However, when Tang San received the notification and rushed over, he found the entrance in chaos. At the entrance, a robust figure was fighting against a figure radiating dazzling golden light. It was none other than Tai Long's grandpa, Tai Tan, and Tang Yu. As for how the fight started, it was because Tang Yu planned to go out in the morning to purchase some materials for upgrading the decomposition machine, only to find 3 people blocking the door. Although Tang Yu did not recognize Tai Nuo and Tai Tan, Tai Long did. You're Tai Long. What is going on with you today? Tang Yu asked after seeing Tai Long. You seem to have just come in on the same day as Tang San. It's hard to explain, Tai Long stammered, feeling embarrassed. On the side, Titan has a straightforward personality. If there's nothing to hide, my grandson and son were beaten by that Tang San kid, so naturally I have to seek revenge. Oh, so you're all here to trouble Tang San, huh? Then I'll take on this challenge. Seeing this, Tang Yu certainly wouldn't let her brother be bullied. Little kid, who are you to take his place? Titan was also curious about why Tang Yu was doing this. I'm his sister. Come on. After saying this, Tang Yu summoned Willy and activated her abilities to confront the opponent. Chapter 28. New Chapter. School Matters. Tang Yu came up swinging her Huanglong Yinhua, raising her hand to use her strongest basic skill, intending to take the initiative. However, she was facing a Soul Douluo above level 80. Although Tang Yu could now hard weld with a Soul Sage, she was still a bit lacking against the Soul Douluo. Titan is a pure power type of Soul Master. Facing the dazzling dragon dance from Tang Yu, he also prepared himself for the confrontation. What surprised Titan was the force and level of power coming from the huge, bright dragon moon blade in the hands of the little girl in front of him, which was approaching his own level. It was truly shocking. Interesting, this little girl is indeed a monster at such a young age. Her strength is almost catching up to mine. Titan's words stunned Talon and Tenno greatly, as they knew just how terrifying their grandfather, as strength was, comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Yet now they heard this. The little girl, who was only 1.5 meters tall, was actually praised for her strength by Titan. Oh my, what immense power that must be. It seems you're quite a tough opponent too. With that, the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, disguised by Willy, appeared, After a brilliant golden light, a 2-meter-tall golden figure appeared before everyone. It was Tang Yu, who had transformed into her Beiana form. The 3 members of the Li family were even more surprised when they saw Tang Yu's soul ring that represented her rank. Reaching the Soul King level at such a young age and being praised for her strength by the Titan was truly a terrifying talent. Come on! Accompanied by a resonant shout full of magnetic echo, Tang Yu once again faced the Titan. This time, the Titan no longer acted arrogantly. He felt a pressure equivalent to that of a soul sage coming from Tang Yu, which once again shocked him. Next, Titan faced Tang Yu's storm-like barrage of attacks. As both sides continued to engage, dazzling patterns were emitted. The will of the fighting god kept accumulating, and the battle between them intensified, with the surrounding area being constantly destroyed. This was the scene Tang Sen witnessed upon his arrival. Please stop for a moment. After Tang Sen spoke, both sides finally halted and jumped to either side of the large pit. Little San, why are you here? Hearing the mature and echoing voice of the golden figure in front of him, the unsuspecting Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were filled with confusion. The others did not follow. This is my sister, Tang Yu. Tang Sen then realized that the others had not yet seen Tang Yu's transformed form. As he spoke, Tang Yu also released her transformation and returned to her 1-meter-5 form. My god, this is incredible. The scene left Oscar and Ma Hongjun speechless. You are Tang San? I am Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan. Yesterday, you injured my son and grandson. That is their incompetence, but does not reflect the weakness of my clan. Your sister is also the strongest monster of this age. A top talent. I will not take advantage of you and fight you, and your sister has also demonstrated her extraordinary talent in front of me. How about we make a bet? Titan had developed a fondness for Tang Yu and Tang San, seeing them as true geniuses. First, I thank the leader for not holding my sister's rudeness against her. May I ask what the bet is? Tang San first made sure to save face, then inquired about the terms of the wager. Upon hearing this, Titan casually tossed out an incense stick, wrapped in soul power. The fragile incense stick directly pierced into the iron-forged stone pillar, which left everyone in awe. As long as you can endure the soul power pressure I release until the incense burns out, you win, and I will have my son and grandson bow to you in apology. Otherwise, you must join our Strength Clan. Titan's conditions changed slightly under Oscar's mediation, allowing Tang San to gain an opportunity to rebuild the Tang sect, and he agreed to the contest. When they arrived at the duel site, the incense was already burning slightly, but clearly, Titan did not mind. The competition began, with Titan's massive soul power pressing down on Tang San. Tang Yu, watching from the side, clenched her fists, ready to rescue Tang San at the slightest sign of trouble. At the same time, Tang Yu also sent Xiao Wu to call for Flander and the others. Soon after receiving the news, Flander and the others rushed to the scene and felt helpless upon seeing Titan. After all, Titan was a soul Douluo and a pure power type at that, which their group of soul saints could not handle. Of course, currently, Yu Xiaojing could defeat Titan, but it would require a long battle, and by then, the school might be finished. After all, both the time-space military and the fully unleashed Gubo Jia were large-scale destructive skills. However, the presence of many soul saints made Titan wary. He not only respected several of them, but also valued Tang Yu and Tang San's talents. Tang San was persevering under the immense soul power pressure, calling forth the 8 spider lances for support, as the previous blue-silver grasses could no longer withstand the massive soul power pressure. The appearance of the external soul bone also made Titan regard Tang San more favorably. However, it was clear that the presence of the 8 spider lances was still not enough for Tang San to win this bet. Currently, the only way for Tang San to exert stronger soul power and resist Titan's pressure was to summon the Haotian hammer. But memories of Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojing's admonitions flashed through his mind, warning him not to reveal his twin martial souls in front of others. At the critical moment, just as Tang San revealed a hint of the Haotian hammer's aura, Titan noticed it. However, the bet was ultimately concluded due to the intervention of an outsider, Ning Rongrong, who had returned home to visit family, arrived at Shrek Academy with her father and a titled Douluo escort. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Bowen Douluo and the esteemed Ning clan leader. I greet you, old man. Titan also gave face to the title Douluo and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, having already stopped his soul power pressure upon noticing the Haotian hammer. Tang Yu immediately stepped forward to feed Tang San a whole bottle of Heaven's healing potion. One could say that the Heaven's potion lived up to its name. After just 1 bottle, Tang San's complexion quickly improved. Old gorilla, give my brother some face. Let's call this bet off. Douluo also attempted to mediate. However, to everyone's surprise, the stubborn Titan unexpectedly agreed to Douluo's request right away. Such grace. Old gorilla, this is not your usual style. While others might not have said much, Douluo, as a titled Douluo, spoke candidly. Old Bone, look closely at what that kid is holding. Although Tang San recovered quickly after taking Tang Yu's medicine, during the adjustment, he had released the Qian hammer and had not yet retracted it. Everyone saw the Qian hammer in Tang San's hand. Of course, unrelated personnel had already been dispersed by Tang Yu earlier. And facing a classmate who could hard counter Douluo, the students still dared not provoke trouble. As for Ning Fengji and Douluo, they arrived later, and Tang Yu temporarily had no way to deal with them. As for the other teachers and the 8 monsters, they were all informed individuals. Douluo glanced over and also spotted the Qian hammer. This is the Qian. It's good to know. I'm like a flood sweeping through the Dragon King temple. You guys probably can only seek your own misfortune. Although Titan was a power-type soul master, he was not without brains. He quickly guessed the intentions of Ning Fengji and the others appearing here. At this moment, Tang San had completed his meditation. Of course, it was a case of misfortune turning into a blessing, as his level was directly raised to 45, returning him to the 3rd tier. Hello, Sect Master Ning. Tang San greeted Ning Fengji, and Tang Yu also bowed in respect. Just call me Uncle, Ning Fengji said, indicating that they were all on friendly terms and could be more intimate. You are Tang San, and you are Tang Yu. Your father's name is Tang Hao. At this time, Titan hurried over to inquire about Tang Yu and Tang San. Faced with Titan's question, Tang Yu and Tang San expressed their confusion. How do you know? In the end, it was Tang San who asked. In response, Titan immediately knelt on one knee, saying, Old servant Titan pays respects to the young master and young lady. This scene shocked everyone present. Young master? Senior, please get up. Seeing this, Tang San rushed forward to help Titan up, as he was a strong individual. And in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao had always been just an ordinary person. Only Willie and the teachers at the academy knew Tang Hao's true identity, while Tang Yu had her suspicions, as Tang Hao's performance after receiving the mark had been too minimal. At this moment, Flandra and other teachers finally had the opportunity to approach, inviting everyone to discuss matters at the academy. Titan immediately requested a quiet room to have a detailed conversation with Tang Yu and Tang San. Flandra and the others arranged for a meeting in the conference room on the 4th floor. Since the 7-treasure glazed tile school had specifically sought out Tang San, he planned to first meet with Titan along with Tang Yu to resolve matters here. When they arrived at the conference room, Titan and the others could no longer wait. As soon as they entered the room, the 3 approached and expressed their apologies. The old servant has harmed the young master. Please punish me, young master and young lady. Titan's immediate request for punishment showcased his identity vividly. Senior, please get up. I am not the young master you speak of. Besides, my injuries have already healed under my sister's medicine, so there is no major issue. Seeing this, Tang San immediately helped Titan up again, indicating that he was not a young master at all. Your father's name, Tang Hao, is indeed the master of the old servant. And although the young master possesses the Qian hammer, the young lady's martial spirit is not the Qian hammer for some reason, but her talent is still astonishing. The old servant would not mistake it. The young master was holding the unique martial spirit of the Qian sect in his left hand, the Qian hammer. Titan's words plunged Tang San in a deep thought, while also confirming Tang Yu's suspicions about Tang Hao, albeit only vaguely. No need to say more, Xiao San. It seems Dad has hidden many things from us. He must be a powerful soul master. He also has his reasons. What we need to do now is to become stronger so that we can help Dad in the future. Tang Yu's words temporarily dispelled Tang San's desire to investigate Tang Hao, further solidifying their determination to become stronger, not only for themselves, but also to help their father as soon as possible. Indeed, the master has not disclosed the specifics to the young master. It must be for his own reasons. The young master should continue to practice diligently. If convenient, please share the experiences from the past with the old servant. Titan was unwilling to elaborate further. After learning about Tang Hao's condition from Tang San and Tang Yu, Titan sighed at Tang Hao's decline. In the end, the Titan family joined the Tang sect to serve Tang San and Tang Yu began to call Titan Grandpa Titan. Following that, Tang San went to discuss hidden weapons with Ning Fengji. Chapter 29, New Chapter. Pre-competition preparations. Another 6 months of hard training had passed, and everyone's improvements were significant. Their levels had all increased considerably. Although Tang Yu's improvement wasn't large, this was in comparison to the situation of constantly seeking trouble with soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. After 6 months of cultivation, Tang Yu's level reached 57, while Dai Mubai from the second tier reached 53. In addition, Tang San and Oscar reached levels 49 and 51, respectively, while Xiao Wu reached level 48. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun were slightly lower, but also reached level 47. As their strengths continuously improved, the level gaps also narrowed. Originally, everyone had excellent talents, and under the influence of Tang Yu's mark inheritance, their cultivation speed was like they had cheat codes, as these marks themselves were essentially cheats. After Oscar reached level 50, with the help of Tang Yu, Flandra, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia, he found an excellent soul ring in the Sunset Forest. That 10,000-year soul beast was beaten to a pulp under Tang Yu's increasingly brilliant blue-gold magic attack. Not to mention, there were 3 soul saints joining in the beating, which resulted in the soul beast dying in extreme resentment. Especially the final blow that severely injured, it was Tang Yu's star pattern meteor explosion, which directly tore apart the soul of the soul beast, leaving only some scattered fragments of its soul hanging on to life. After Oscar killed it, it dropped a soul bone, a piece of driving soul bone, which was quite powerful. Oscar's 5th soul skill was the Limit Break Ink Green Intestine, with a side effect of weakness for a day. The skill attached to this soul bone perfectly resolved this side effect, allowing 3 opportunities each day to remove all weakness statuses from target. The weakness status is not fully considered a negative status, just overexertion, so purification cannot resolve it. As for why Oscar was able to smoothly absorb the soul ring without suffering from soul shock, it was naturally because it was directly destroyed by Tang Yu, causing its consciousness to vanish completely. To be fair, the original author didn't seem to understand the concept of soul shock. Not to mention the data from the Spirit Hall under BB Dong's influence. Flandra and Lu Erlong's Iron Triangle could be famous across the continent, and they must have at least dealt with 10,000-year soul rings. There's no reason they wouldn't know. Of course, after Oscar reached level 50, he also completed the awakening on Tang Yu's side, becoming someone who could shout, "Abo Cray." The training time had come to an end, and the Continental Soul Master competition was about to begin. Next, it was time to test everyone's cultivation results during this period. This time, Tang Yu served as the examiner, both to allow everyone to directly understand Tang Yu's strength and to let Tang Yu know what a normal Soul King should be like. The first match was Tang Yu against Dai Mubai and Oscar. Yes, it was 1 against 2, and the main purpose of this match was to let Tang Yu understand the relatively normal strength of Soul King. The battle began, and Tang Yu directly activated the Beiana transformation, automatic flashy patterns, magic shield, and combat instincts, charging straight towards Dai Mubai and Oscar. Only when truly facing Beiana could one feel the overwhelming pressure of a superior. However, Dai Mubai and Oscar were not pushovers either. Dai Mubai directly activated his martial spirit, simultaneously enhancing his strength. Oscar even handed all his pink intestines, ink green intestines, and mushroom intestines to Dai Mubai. Then he directly provided Dai Mubai with a heap of buffs like Heavenly Sound and Honor Blessing. Having witnessed Tang Yu's combat, they knew that if they didn't gain an advantage or at least an equal footing in the initial clash, they would have no chance to turn the tables. Those who had been defeated by Tang Yu were all strung together and killed without any chance to fight back. The fact was that Dai Mubai and Oscar's decision was correct. After adding a plethora of buffs, along with Oscar's explosive ink green intestines, Dai Mubai was not directly suppressed in the first clash, which gave him another opportunity to strike. This was a situation that had never occurred when fighting Tang Yu at the same level. The onlookers watching from the side couldn't help but feel astonished. They all know the effects of the dark green intestines, and the buffs from Oscar are also incredibly powerful. Now, under so many terrifying enhancements, Dai Mubai can barely maintain a balance with Tang Yu. This shows just how exaggerated Tang Yu's strength really is. The battle between Tang Yu and her opponents continued. The initial stalemate gave Dai Mubai an opportunity to immediately unleash his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, launching a barrage of attacks towards Tang Yu. Unfazed by the concept of defense, Tang Yu countered with an aggressive move, executing Meteor Shadow Strike. The continuous spear shadows and fist shadows intertwined wildly in the air. Tang Yu's dazzling patterns allowed her to gain the upper hand in each counterattack. Seeing this, Oscar quickly activated the recovery wind behind Dai Mubai to restore his condition. Despite this, Dai Mubai was still swept away by Tang Yu's Meteor Shadow Strike's finishing blow. In midair, Dai Mubai used White Tiger Diamond Transformation and White Tiger Demon God Transformation to strengthen his state once again. He then planned to return with Thunder Dance. However, Tang Yu immediately countered with a dispelling magic, dragging Dai Mubai out of his high-speed movement towards Thunderdance and directly controlling him with a round dance rod. Everyone realized that Dai Mubai was in trouble. Those who had been tormented by Tang Yu often fell victim to this simple round dance rod control. As expected, once Dai Mubai was under Tang Yu's control, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of falling flower palm, heaven strike dragon tooth, and shatter dominance. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai managed to seize an opportunity to activate his body armor, forcibly breaking free from the control. He then closed in and executed the shadowy chain kick. Oscar also seized the chance to strike Tang Yu with Repentance Hammer from Dai Mubai's side. Seeing her control chain disrupted and facing a pincer attack, Tang Yu decisively unleashed Brilliant Dragon Dance, using its enormous attack range to encompass both Oscar and Dai Mubai within her attack zone. After this exchange, both sides accumulated tremendous momentum. During this period of counterattacks, Dai Mubai's Martial God Step and Tang Yu's Fighting God will reach their limits, and the Golden Fighting God domain unfolded. Dai Mubai was engulfed in a blazing platinum aura, a manifestation of his martial god domain. Oscar realized it was the final moment. The effect of the dark green sausage was about to wear off, and they had to go all out. Abokli, with Oscar's shout, a golden holy light orb soared high. Under the illumination of that golden brilliance, Dai Mubai received a massive boost in all attributes. Tang Yu and Dai Mubai were clearly prepared. Star Pattern Meteor Explosion. Martial God Strong Kick. The two extraordinary attacks collided, creating an intensely dazzling light that erupted from the arena. After a burst of light and dust, Tang Yu still stood tall, while a fatigued Dai Mubai and Oscar lay on the ground. This battle made everyone realize how exaggerated their current strength was and how incredible Tang Yu truly was. From the residual waves of the battle, it was evident that with Oscar's full support, Dai Mubai's final strike could clearly have defeated the Soul Emperor, even through a direct confrontation. However, such a powerful attack still failed to defeat Tang Yu. She merely felt a slight impact and completely recovered with a potion. This demonstrated that Tang Yu's ability to forcibly exceed 20 levels was comprehensive and not just one-sided. Following this, Tang Yu faced off against Tang San, battled against the agile soul masters Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and confronted the buff combination of Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, known for their massive reaction AoE. Although Tang San's control, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's high mobility in close combat, and Ma Hongjun's wide-range bombardment each posed challenges, Tang Yu managed to resolve them all one by one. This made everyone feel that Tang Yu was like an insurmountable mountain, absolutely the number one in talent of the current era. This also relieved everyone of the burden of being a genius. After all, there were even more exaggerated talents. Of course, in the end, after witnessing the combat power of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others who could fight above their level, it still couldn't help Tang Yu understand what a normal Soul King was like. Ultimately, they had to find Tyron's father, Taino, to demonstrate the strength of a Soul King, which was quite amusing. Naturally, the most crucial goal of the pre-competition preparations was to understand each other's strengths, and this went quite smoothly. At the very least, those four substitute players had their eyes opened. The skills, whether magnificent, swift, or incredibly powerful, truly dazzled them. They also gained a new understanding of these 8 classmates who were not ranked, making comparison impossible. The 4 substitute team members are level 35 Assault Type Soul Master, Huang Yuan, with the Martial Spirit Wild Wolf, level 35 Agility Type Soul Master, Jing Ling, with a Martial Spirit Skeleton, level 35 Healing Type Weapon Master, Jiang Zhu, with a Martial Spirit Healing Staff, and level 37 Assault Type Soul Master, Tai Long, with the Martial Spirit Mighty Gorilla. A few days before the competition, Yu Xiaojiang also explained the rules of the tournament to everyone. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is hosted by the 2 royal families of Tiando and Xinglua, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, and is the largest martial spirit competition in the Soul Master community. The strength of the participants is second only to the elite selection competition of the Spirit Hall. The competition rules state that participants must be under 25 years of age, and each match consists of 7 players. Death is not allowed during the competition. With Yu Xiaojiang's introduction, the issue of the prohibition on death raised questions among the crowd, as their combat power was significantly above standard, especially Tang Yu, who could accidentally eliminate the opponent. This is why I had Tang Yu familiarize herself with the normal strength of a Soul King, and in any match Tang Yu participates in, at least Oscar, Ning Rongrong, or Jiang Zhu will be present, and your main task is to provide healing for the opponent, just in case. This statement reflects the helplessness of being too strong. At the same time, the rules also completely block Tang San's hidden weapons and Tang Yu's potions. This can be considered a good thing, I suppose. The preliminary rounds are team battles, while the qualifying rounds are a wheel battle, which is suitable for Tang Yu's string of 7. In the preliminary rounds, Tang Yu is explicitly prohibited from participating, and Ning Rongrong is also unable to compete, being taken away for the secrets of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Thus, the pre-competition preparations are completely ready, and everyone goes to rest well. Chapter 30 New Chapter Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition one time quickly passed, and it was finally time for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition. However, the first challenge Tang Yu faced was not a powerful opponent, but a backstab from her allies, specifically the dark green school uniforms designed under Flanders' unpredictable aesthetic and the eye-catching advertisement rental space. The others were quite dissatisfied with the advertisement rental space, even more so than with the dark green color scheme. However, for Tang Yu, that color was even harder to accept. As for the advertisement space, it could be interpreted as mockery, implying that not only could I crush you, but I could also run an ad on the side. Reference to the compressed 6-level dog tag. In the end, after Tang Yu found Flander for a friendly greeting, Dean Flander finally compromised and changed the color to black, as it was during the Soul Arena. However, the advertisement space remained Flander's last stubbornness. Nevertheless, custom uniforms take time. So for the first preliminary match, they could only wear this green team uniform. At this moment, I wished I were mechanic, so I could sneak in invisibly. Tang Yu and her group hid behind a pillar outside the venue. I really don't know what Flanders' aesthetic is. Ning Rongrong had particular objections to the school uniform. Eventually, the group took advantage of the low flow of people to sneak into the venue. They also encountered the Tsanghui Academy, which had been severely taught a lesson before and now relied on their backing. The battle soon began. As the Tiando City competition area, besides the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spear Hall, the Snow Knight Emperor, and Ning Fengji, who supported the Tiando royal family, were also present. The academies in the Tiando competition area were quite excellent and numerous, and of course, that dark green school uniform was quite memorable, causing everyone to lose face and feel a lot of frustration. Before the competition began, there were the usual opening speeches from the leaders. Fortunately, the Snow Knight Emperor did not start with "I'll just say a few words." The first enemy Shrek Academy faced was the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. It could only be said that they had run into a gunpoint. One was cheered while the other was ridiculed. Of course, as a test for everyone, Yu Xiaojiang set a condition for Tang San and the others, which was to end the battle within a minute, which was certainly not a big problem. The members participating this time were Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Jiang Zhu, Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan. It must be said that at the beginning, the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy made a flashy entrance, receiving enthusiastic cheers. As the countdown ended, Tang San and the others immediately activated their spirit rings. Not to mention Tang San's black 4th spirit ring. Even Dai Mubai's 5 spirit rings astonished everyone, especially the education committee members, who lamented their regret. Tang San and the others wouldn't give the opposing Tiando Royal Academy any time. They immediately activated their respective enhancement skills and charged forward. Especially under the effect of Dai Mubai's martial god step, he truly seemed to fly forward, leading the charge. His presence successfully attracted the attention of the second team from Tiando Royal Academy, whose control-type Soul Master directly released the Soul Skill Brass Ring to bind Dai Mubai. Just as they saw the control take effect and became a bit relaxed, Dai Mubai activated his 5th Soul Skill, White Tiger Demon Transformation, breaking free from the restraints. He then quietly activated his body armor, while Tang San immediately unleashed Blue Silver Prison, binding all 7 opponents. Before Tai Ren and the others could react, Xiao Wu jumped high and launched a spiral comet at the center. Dai Mubai, who had already freed himself, also unleashed White Tiger Meteor Shower on them. Under the impact of these 2 powerful area of effect attacks, the opponents were bombarded into a state of incapacity before they could even escape the Blue Silver Prison. Of course, Jiang Zhu had already been healing them from the start. In the end, although the leader of Tiando Royal Academy's second team claimed that this was outright murder, the reasoning was unfounded. This battle didn't even last half a minute, with most of the time spent on Jiang Zhu's healing efforts. After this round of bombardment, everyone's frustration has eased a bit. However, the new uniforms will arrive tomorrow, so they won't have to wear these atrocious school uniforms anymore. After the competition ended, Ning Fengji also came to find Tang San to meet Xue Qinghe. Originally, he was supposed to bring Tang Yu along, But this time Tang Yu didn't participate in the competition and was rushing to the Sunset Forest to relax. As for the competition, she didn't have to participate anyway. Of course, Xue Qinghe was disguised by Qian Rengshu, and it was probably because Qian Rengshu used one of the 4 great evil arts, the art of disguise. That Tang Xin couldn't see through Xue Qinghe's disguise. It could also be because it was their first meeting. The next day, Tang Yu indeed did not return to the academy, and the team uniforms had arrived, now with an additional sponsor. Fortunately, the color was no longer that crazily disturbing color. Ning Rongrong was undergoing the training of the 7 apertures Linglong Heart under Master Yu Xiaojing. Of course, this is a colloquial term. The official term is mind control, which is not as catchy as 7 apertures Linglong Heart. Naturally, Tang Xin also gained the ability to practice this mind control technique. Soon, the second battle arrived. In this match, Shrek was to face the team from the Elephant Armor sect. If it were based on the original novel strength, it would indeed be a tough fight, considering the opponents had 7 tanks, each with the thickest armor. However, Shrek now had a super enhanced version. After discussion, they chose to stick with their previous lineup. This would maximize their strength preservation, with Jiang Zhu responsible for holding the opponent's life in check, while Tai Long and the others were tasked with protecting the rear. Tang San and his group would still handle the battle. Not to mention, as a control soul master, Tang San's main task was to focus on control, so it didn't matter whether the opponent was fragile or sturdy. Xiao Wei used soft techniques, overcoming strength with flexibility. Dai Mubai directly unleashed a powerful punch to shatter their armor. Therefore, before the match, Yu Xiaojing mainly advised them to ease up a little. After all, they were known for their defensive capabilities and could take a few hits. The match began. The Elephant Armor Academy's all-defense lineup was also quite strong. As the battle started, both sides activated their spirit rings. The Elephant Armor sect's uniform mammoth theme was very satisfying for those with OCD. Their strategy was simple. At the moment the battle commenced, they all activated their shield wall, forming a diamond wall to push forward, which was impressive in terms of momentum. However, today they were facing an abnormal team that had been enhanced by Tang Yu. Dai Mubai directly activated the White Tiger transformation and the White Tiger Demon God transformation, followed by a powerful punch. He charged straight at the shield wall, and a crushing punch directly struck the barrier. The expected scenario did not happen. That seemingly indestructible shield was shattered. Xiao Wu also quickly executed an Iron Mountain approach, then seized the target and activated the Hell's Cradle. The dissipating energy enveloping Xiao Wu and that fortunate individual, causing them to roll wildly among the crowd from the Elephant Armor Academy. Tang Xin also revealed the Heavenly Net, gathering everyone from the Elephant Armor Academy together. Shadowy Chain Kicks, Rock Splitting Heaven, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu unleashed 2 powerful skills, combining with the binding of the Heavenly Net, which had an astonishing toughness that even the evil force couldn't quickly break free from, forcing them to take on Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu's 2 powerful skills head-on. After these 2 moves, the arena was engulfed in dust. Indeed, with Xiao Wu's rock splitting heaven, a large chunk of the competition arena was directly demolished, now turning into dust floating in the air. When the smoke and dust dissipated, what appeared before everyone were the fallen members of the other 6 from the Elephant Academy, along with the manifestation of the head spirit bone of Hushieli. In response to this situation, Dai Mubai went straight up and delivered a punch that knocked him down. Thus, the second battle officially ended with Shrek Academy achieving a complete victory. The subsequent battles posed no challenge. Relying solely on the likes of Jiang Zhu and Tai Long was enough to easily handle them, and there were even academies that chose to forfeit. On this day, Tang Xin learned some topics regarding academy factions from Yu Xiaojing and planned to return to the academy for his training in distraction control. However, on the way back, he encountered the leader of Tsanghui Academy, Shernyan, and was pulled into a nightmare illusion. Yet, everything was a series of coincidental combinations. Just as Xiao Wu felt that Tang San was encountering a blood disaster and led everyone to check it out, Tang Yu, who had been missing for several days and was happily relaxing in the Sunset Forest, finally ended her leisure time and planned to see the competition. Coincidentally, she sensed Tang San's aura returning to the academy and went over to take a look. She then discovered Shernyan doing something indescribable to Tang San. "Stop! What are you doing to Xiao San?" Tang Yu shouted immediately, attracting Shernyan's attention. "Oh, another little genius. Let us see if you can handle the power of my 7th spirit skill, Nightmare." After saying this, Shernyan launched an attack towards Tang Yu, and a strange mental wave surged towards her. However, something unexpected occurred. At the moment his soul power, wrapped in mental energy, made contact with Tang Yu. A vast and overwhelming mental force instantly swept back into Shi Yan's mind. Shi Yan's eyes became vacant, clearly trapped in a deep illusion, and Tang San, who had been observing from the side, immediately seized the opportunity to unleash a king of Hell's Note at Shi Yan. In that moment, Shi Yan was forcibly merged with nature within that unknown illusion. That soul bone from that year was successfully revealed by Tang San. It was a soul bone. Tang San was also surprised. Wow, Xiao San, what is this thing? It's too powerful. Tang Yu, on the other hand, didn't care about that soul bone at all and was more interested in the king of Hell's order. There's no point in telling you. Anyway, sister, you're completely immune to all toxins. Although this thing has a chance to take down a titled Douluo, it has no effect on you at all. Tang San was quite troubled by this, as toxins, in Tang Yu's bizarre physique, could be directly decomposed and absorbed as a form of energy, making her completely immune to poison. Chapter 31 New Chapter Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition 2 After the battle with the Elephant Armor Sect. There was nothing noteworthy to say about the preliminary matches, as they were all easily crushed, until they faced the Blaze Academy, an academy with a full fire attribute. However, what Blaze Academy did not expect was that they originally planned to rely on fire to counter Tang San's blue-silver grass in the match. But they were instead faced with Tang San's immunity to both ice and fire due to the ice-fire yin-yang eye. The intricate maneuvers were also showcased by Tang San's footwork. One could only say it was bad luck, and Tang Yu nearly fell asleep during the observation, preferring to find trouble with those cute soul beasts. The subsequent battles were worth mentioning, as they were about to face the Tsanghui Academy, an academy with a bit of history. Facing Tsanghui Academy, Tang Yu made a strong request to use Xiaojiang to participate in the match. In the end, Tang Yu managed to qualify for the match by only using powers not exceeding that of a Soul King, relying solely on simple skills to face the enemy. Welcome to the 12th round of the preliminary matches, with Tsanghui Academy and Shrek Academy facing off. It can be seen that Shrek Academy replaced the team member Xiao Wu with a new member, Tang Yu. What does this mean? With the host's introduction, the match began. Tsanghui Academy immediately set up a special formation, while Shrek Academy surprised all the spectators and judges by clustering all their members around Jiangzhu to ensure Jiangzhu could safely heal the opposing side. Dear audience, it can be seen that Shrek Academy has set up a strange formation. Except for the newly introduced member Tang Yu, all others are protecting the support Soul Master Jiangzhu. What is the intention behind this? The phenomenon mentioned by the host was also noticed by the judges. Sec Master Ning, is there something special about this new member of Shrek Academy? How did they come up with such a tactical arrangement? Obviously, Emperor Shuya was quite curious about this. As far as I know, Tang Yu is the strongest member of Shrek Academy, but I don't know the specifics of her strength. After Ning, Fengji finished speaking. He also looked at the arena, and at this moment, Tang Yu initiated her offensive. Tang Yu activated her combat instincts, automatic dazzling patterns, and magical shield before charging directly towards Tsanghui Academy's formation with Willy in hand. Seeing this, the captain of Tsanghui Academy immediately laughed, as he had not expected this new member to be such a headstrong rookie. Tsanghui Academy immediately unleashed their fusion skill, 7 Azura Illusion, but Tang Yu was completely immune to it. Ignoring the effects of the soul skill, she directly charged in front of the most flamboyant member and sent him skyward with a heavenly strike. What followed was a series of combos: Dragon Tooth, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Staff. She directly incapacitated that person, then immediately turned to send all nearby members flying towards the center, and then Tang Yu began her traditional performance. She tossed 7 people into the air, continuously flipping them, using skills to send the Tsanghui Academy students flying, with no sense of landing at all. Moreover, Tang Yu controlled the power perfectly, matching it with Jiangzhu's healing effects. Thus, Tang Yu kept this combo going until the countdown to the match was nearly over. And with each attack, she infused a bit of magical power. In the following days, they would feel their strength rapidly increasing, only for their entire soul power circuits to be completely destroyed. Once that magical power dissipated, they would completely turn into ordinary people. When the people from Tsanghui Academy completely lost consciousness and the fog dissipated, what appeared before the audience and the podium was Tang Yu using a move called Fragmenting Dominance, sending a group of Tsanghui Academy students flying like celestial maidens scattering flowers. Of course, under the cooperation of Tang Yu and Jiangzhu, the current Tsanghui students were still able to shout in pain. Thus, the retaliation against the Tsanghui students was successfully completed. However, since the battle scene was completely obscured, Others, including Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, were curious about what had happened inside. What is there to say? After Yuera gathered those 7 guys together, she didn't let them come down from the sky, and they fought like this until the time was nearly up. As soon as Dai Mubai spoke, everyone immediately had a vivid image in their minds, and after putting themselves in that situation, they shivered. Little did they know, I had also done a little trick on them. I injected a portion of specially adjusted magical power into their bodies, and they would discover a significant increase in their strength over the next few days. After some time, my magical power would completely destroy their soul power circuits, and once that magical power dissipated, they would completely become ordinary people. When Tang Yu said this, everyone felt even more fear. They had never expected that Tang Yu's magical power had such an effect. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? That is specially adjusted magical power. You have to know that the reason I kept them in the air for so long was that I was working hard on the adjustments. Naturally, everyone was just joking, and they all agreed with Tang Yu's actions. The determination of those from Songhui Academy to kill them was quite evident. Since Shrek Academy did not need to seriously injure anyone this time, they naturally achieved a complete victory and reached the final round of the preliminaries against Tianshui Academy. This battle still used the original lineup, and of course, it was hard for the 7 of them to keep coming out. As soon as Shui Binger launched her Ice Seal, it restricted 4 Shrek's side, including Dai Mubai. However, this time, Dai Mubai, who intended to launch a direct assault, activated his dominant body armor right at the start. The moment the Ice Seal spread towards him, he directly ignored this wave of control and continued charging towards Tianshui Academy's formation. Shui Binger had never seen such a situation before and couldn't help but think, is this the power of a Soul King? She quickly reached this conclusion. However, before Shui Binger could react, Dai Mubai directly unleashed Lightning Dance. At the same time, the liberated Xiao Wu also arrived at the back row of Tianshui Academy, caught one person, and began the Hell's Cradle. This wave of offensive directly sent other Tianshui Academy team members flying out of the arena. Faced with this situation, Shui Binger also chose to unleash a martial soul fusion skill with Shui Wu. In the face of the martial soul fusion skill launched by 2 level 40 soul masters, Tang San immediately activated Blue Silver Cage for defense, resulting in a stalemate. Seeing this, Shui Binger and Shui Wu had no choice but to use their final trump card, the martial soul fusion, which manifested as the Ice Phoenix. Faced with this significantly strengthened attack, although Blue Silver Cage could still hold on, it wasn't a sustainable solution. Jiangzhu, heal the opponents with all your might. The only option now is to use that move. As Dai Mubai's words fell, Tang San and Xiao Wu also understood what Dai Mubai intended to do. As Dai Mubai was about to complete his preparation, Tang San also released Blue Silver Cage. Martial God Strong Kick. Although this time it was not under the enhancement of the powerful Martial God domain, this Martial God Strong Kick was still incredibly powerful. It was a strike destined to be remembered. This move directly shattered the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul along with the Martial Soul Fusion skill. The powerful energy fluctuations even caused the protective shield of the venue to ripple. Incredible. Shrek Academy's Captain Dai Mubai actually shattered the Martial Soul Fusion skill with sheer strength and won this match. The audience on site was in an uproar, feeling it was unbelievable. Even the dignitaries on the podium, like Ning Fengji and the Night Emperor, were astonished and stood up, as it was unheard of to shatter a martial soul fusion skill with pure power. Of course, the preliminaries of the high-level Soul Master Academy competition were considered over at this point. The advancing academies included Shrek Academy, Thunder Academy, Flame Academy, Divine Wind Academy, and Tianshui Academy, all successfully advancing to the qualifying rounds. The qualifying rounds were when Tang Yu would showcase her dominant level strength. Naturally, for these 5 qualifying academies, the Night Emperor also offered considerable rewards, including titles. This also drew strong condemnation from the Platinum Bishop of the Spear Hall. This shows that under BB Dong's governance, the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires had become quite tense. After the preliminary rounds, the organizers gave each college a month of rest. During this month, Yu Xiaojiang arranged special training for everyone, which involved sparring with Tang Yu. That's right, sparring with Tang Yu. If there's a better way to improve practical combat skills, it would be hard to find one better than practicing with Tang Yu. It's worth noting that Tang Yu, in her strongest state, could defeat Flander and has fought to a standstill with Lu Erlong. This terrifying combat power, even when suppressed, is enough to outshine others. Not to mention that Tang Yu's skills possess a strong controllability and extraordinary power, combined with her extremely fast speed. One could say Tang Yu is a perfect battle soul master, embodying control, strong attack, and agility, if she can be classified as a soul master. Of course, during this time, Douluo also returned to Shrek Academy after a fight with Juhua. This piqued Tang Yu's interest, although her battles with Lu Erlong were competitive. They weren't satisfying enough. After all, Tang Yu's level had approached level 58 after that incident in the Sunset Forest where she hunted soul beasts. And her recent battles had successfully pushed her level to 58, bringing her true combat power close to that of a soul Douluo. Douluo's return also provided Tang Yu with a training partner, and her practice sessions with Douluo made the Shrek 7 monsters happy. Compared to sparring with Tang Yu, they preferred to spar with Zhao Wuji. After all, Zhao Wuji was merely a strength-type soul master, whereas Tang Yu was a perfect battle soul master. When it came to being troublesome, Tin Zhao Wuji couldn't compare to a single Tang Yu. Of course, Tang Sen also encountered a bottleneck and fell into philosophical contemplation. However, with Douluo's guidance, he untangled his mental knots and was introduced to the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. This time, Douluo didn't advise Tang Sen to give up, but was quite happy, as the current Shrek not only had the exceptional talent of Tang Yu, but also 2 Soul Kings, with everyone's level nearing 50. In terms of average combat power, they even surpassed the Spirit Hall, and as for top-tier power, Tang Yu was that insurmountable mountain. Time passed quickly, and it was time for the promotion matches. The venue for the promotion matches changed to the military camp of the Tiando Empire, reflecting the high-end nature of the competition, while also preventing ordinary spectators from watching, ensuring a certain level of privacy for the participants. After a night of rest, the first match of the promotion rounds began, and fortunately, there was no opening ceremony, allowing the matches to start directly. After drawing lots, Shrek Academy's first opponent was Balak Academy, which came from the Balak Kingdom, the same country where Shrek was originally located. Balak? I remember we were in Soto City of Balak before. They made it to the promotion matches. Dai Mubai expressed his opinion and stepped on Balak. In addition to the 5 spots from the Tiando Empire's competition area, there were 10 spots from other affiliated countries and principalities, totaling 15, with Balak being one of the 4 major affiliated countries. Yu Xiaojiang once again introduced more detailed competition regulations. Back then, Shrek had also fought for a spot from the Balak Kingdom, but was squeezed out by the kingdom's nobles and ultimately did not qualify for the promotion matches. Flanders' words were filled with regret from those years. I also missed the Senior Soul Master Academy competition during my student days. This is a lifelong regret for me. Qiming also felt regret over this matter. Teacher Qin, since the Balak Kingdom has a grudge against us Shrek, let me teach them a lesson in this first match. Just watch me score a string of 7. Tang Yu said, determined to resolve the grudge quickly. Since she had been squeezed out back then, this time she would let the nobles of Balak understand the harshness of society. Alright, the rules of the promotion matches suit our Shrek combat style quite well. Almost none of us have any shortcomings. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong have considerable combat power, and Tang Yu is our ultimate insurance. So the promotion matches should be no problem. Since you plan to take the stage to make a strong start, you need to hide your strength. Yu Xiaojiang also praised the promotion matches system. No matter how strong the other academies were, they couldn't surpass Tang Yu. And as long as they didn't plan to lose, there was no way to lose in the promotion matches. Don't worry, Master. I won't need my true strength against those opponents. Tang Yu's words received consensus from everyone present. After all, she had been practicing with titled Douluos. After a series of routine announcements, the promotion matches officially began. The promotion matches system often led to weaker academies experiencing a string of defeats, making the competition even more exciting. While the Shrek Academy members watched the matches with ease, the incoming team from Balak Academy unexpectedly came over to provoke them. I thought who it was. Turns out it's the defeated Shrek from Soto City. The Balak side appeared quite arrogant. However, the Shrek members looked at Balak not with anger, but with growing pity and sympathy. This reaction puzzled the Balak side. Lo Fuji, you really are just like your father, haunting us endlessly. Flanders was familiar with the leader and spoke with a hint of pity. Flanders, it's you Shrek who are haunting us. And what do you mean by that tone? Although Lo Fuji remained arrogant, he was confused by Shrek's response. Nothing, just nothing. You don't need to pay attention. Flanders had no intention of saying more. Shaking his head as he returned to his seat, it was truly unfortunate. The Shrek members weren't angry, as they knew Tang Yu's upcoming actions would be enough to make them uncomfortable. Hey, Yujia, what are your thoughts on Balak? Ma Hongjun was also curious about how Tang Yu planned to deal with them. Nothing much. Although Balak acts arrogantly and likes to provoke fights, they don't have murderous intent. So it's just some painful punishments. I've already calibrated my magical power. After being defeated, they LL hurt for several days, but 1T affect their bodies. I might have insomnia. Does that count? Tang Yu shared her plan. This would indeed be enough for them to suffer a bit, a small form of punishment. Tang San fully supported Tang Yu's plan. After all, a string of 7 would be the main blow to these nobles' pride. And the pain for several days was just the interest. Soon, the match between Shrek and Balak began. Next, it's Shrek Academy against Balak Academy. Let's first look at the data of the two participants. Balak Academy sent out their captain, Lo Fuji, a soul master at level 42, aiming to secure an early lead. On the other hand, Shrek Academy sent out Tang Yu, who had been the only one to substitute in during the preliminary rounds. Her level was an astonishing 58. As the host announced this, everyone present, except for Shrek, was astonished, turning their gazes to the 1'5" little girl on the field. Even Ning Fengji, the Snow Knight Emperor, and that Salas stood up in surprise. Others might not know, but people of their level understood that among the golden generation revered by the Pope, the highest level was only 52, and clearly older than Tang Yu by a few years. However, she was still 6 levels higher than Tang Yu. This was 6 levels of Soul King. Barak also realized that something was wrong. How could a Soul King, who was almost at the level of a Soul Emperor, appear? Shouldn't such strength have graduated long ago? They would be more than qualified to be a teacher. If it weren't for Tang Yu's obviously immature appearance, being from the demon realm, she doesn't grow tall. One would think there was a mistake. Moreover, the host also didn't know how to comment on it. The level difference was directly 16 levels. How was that supposed to be explained? It was completely one-sided crushing. Of course, Tang Yu wouldn't adopt such a one-hit kill strategy. She came with the intention of torturing her opponent. After applying a few basic buffs, Tang Yu began to perform her traditional skills, which included dancing in the sky. During the previous match against Songhui Academy, the audience couldn't see it due to the fog. But now there was no fog obstructing the view. Everyone present could clearly see that Luo Fuji was directly sent flying into the air by Tang Yu, continuously being juggled without any sign of falling. Unfortunately, it was a one-on-one duel, and Tang Yu didn't provide any healing skills to her opponent. It wasn't long before Luo Fuji couldn't withstand it anymore. Seeing this, Tang Yu had no choice but to use a move called Crushing Sweep to send Luo Fuji flying, of course, with some special magic power infused. This caused Luo Fuji to groan in pain after falling to the ground. Come on next. This arrogant remark infuriated Balak's side, and they immediately surrounded Tang Yu. Interesting. Are you all going to take me on one at a time? If the tournament organizers have no objections, then it doesn't matter, Tang Yu said with a flippant tone, her words filled with disdain. This further ignited the anger of Balak's side. However, this was not allowed, and in the end, Balak was yelled back by Salas. Since they couldn't increase the difficulty even a little bit, Tang Yu naturally had to find some fun for herself, but this made it tough for Balak's team. Tang Yu lowered the power of her skills, allowing the subsequent members of Balak Academy to maintain their aerial stances for a longer time. Ultimately, Balak was defeated without any suspense after being hit by a series of 7 attacks from Tang Yu. This made Balak lose face, and the 7 who fell were continuously groaning in the audience, while the medical staff reported that there were no issues, leaving Tang Yu with no way to deal with it. Of course, everyone also got to understand a bit of Tang Yu's strength, the fingertip universe. After successfully completing the first match of the qualifiers, the next match was against Flame Academy. Ma Hongjun was quite eager to take the stage, but ultimately, for tactical reasons, they chose Tang San to lead, with Ma Hongjun coming out afterward, giving him a bit of chance. The next day, the match began. The first battle was between Tang San and Ho Wushuang. Since Tang San's fire immunity had already been exposed in the previous match against Flame Academy, Ho Wushuang came up with a strategy to explode. This put Tang San at a disadvantage at the beginning, but that wasn't the reason for his defeat. Tang San used the web binding technique with the accompanying Tian Luo Di Wang to directly capture Ho Wushuang in front of him, then executed a grappling throw to the ground, using the Fuhu Boang Quan. Yes, it was the Fuhu Boang Quan. Tang Yu had always felt that even though she had learned the Tian Luo Di Wang, she couldn't use the Fuhu Boang Quan, which made her feel a bit obsessive. So, during the month before the qualifiers began, she taught this technique to Tang San, and now it seemed to be quite effective, although the execution was a bit, well, not very appropriate. In the end, Ho Wushuang was still defeated under Tang San's Tang Sek's ultimate techniques. Honestly, if he hadn't used poison attacks, the power of the Fuhu Boang Quan would have been greatly reduced. In the end, Flame Academy was directly defeated by Tang San with a series of 6 attacks, leaving only the last one, Huowu. Although Tang San's series of 6 feats did not cause much shock under the warning of Tang Yu's series of 7. This time, it was from the 5 Elements Academy, and this series of 6 also led to criticism from other academies toward the Qihua Academy. Because of this, the last one to compete, Huowu, planned to give it her all. Unlike Tang Yu, Tang San couldn't recover energy while fighting, and the concentration was extremely high. He could go a whole day without issues. Having gone through 6 battles, Tang San's consumption was also considerable. Under the powerful offensive of Huowu, Tang San was successfully forced into the air. Facing the planned finishing move, Huowu unleashed her ultimate technique, the Fusion Ring. In the end, Huowu managed to force Tang San out of the match with her self-destructive strategy. However, after Tang San was brought back, he was restored to full health by a bottle of Heaven's Medicine from Tang Yu. Huowu's final words were that she wanted Tang San to taste the bitterness of failure. Someone with low emotional intelligence would directly say that he had experienced it many times before, referring to Tang Yu's special training. In contrast, someone with high emotional intelligence would say nothing. Chapter 33, New Chapter, Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament 4, after completing the battle with the Qihua Academy. The next victim was the Plan Academy, also one of the 5 major elemental academies. In this battle, Yu Xiaojiang chose to send out Jingling, Huang Yuan, and others first, allowing Ma Hongjun to understand the combat strategy of the Plan Academy. Indeed, it was finally time for Ma Hongjun to take the stage. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, it was the right moment to deploy Ma Hongjun, who possessed fire attributes, against the Plan Academy. After Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Talon were defeated by the members of the Plan Academy in a series of 3, it was Ma Hongjun's turn to step up. However, the previous losses made the other academies somewhat unclear about the situation, leading them to believe that Shrek Academy would be restrained by the Plan Academy. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun, who still appeared slightly chubby, take the stage, they underestimated him. However, when Ma Hongjun's data appeared on the screen, indicating that his martial soul was the Fire Phoenix, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Of course, his level above 40 did not disappoint anyone. As expected, after Ma Hongjun took the stage, he quickly formed seals, and 5 flames blossomed around him. With just the Phoenix Fire line, he easily defeated 5 Soul Masters from the Plan Academy, perfectly demonstrating the concept of attribute restraint, which forced the captain of the Plan Academy to step up and challenge him. Her Blaze Thorns have fire resistance, which makes Ma Hongjun's soul skills a bit constrained. Unfortunately, my Blaze Thorns are fire resistant. This remark made many people feel disgusted. Oh dear, in that case, I will have to show my true abilities. Sister Yu once said that as long as it's not immune, resistance is fundamentally useless. After saying this, Ma Hongjun directly activated the 6 paths of reincarnation. Let me show you what firepower suppression is. As Ma Hongjun's words fell, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and the movements of his hands created numerous afterimages. Among the crowd present, only Tang Yu and Tang San, whose strength reached at least the Soul Sage level, could see Ma Hongjun's hand speed clearly. Fire Release, Hurricane Destruction. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Fire Release, Flame Heaven Path. Fire Release, Spiral Shuriken. A large-scale fire release was rapidly unleashed by Ma Hongjun, with each previous technique still being executed as he began to release the next skill. Under this operation, Ma Hongjun's surroundings were filled with afterimages of gathered flames. Seeing this, the captain of the Plan Academy immediately used his 3rd soul skill, Thorn Strength. However, the Thorn Wall quickly showed signs of inability to hold. This left the captain astonished. How could fire forcefully break through the fire-resistant Thorn Wall? What level of firepower is this? Not only the people on the field were surprised, but the spectators were also immensely amazed. Such astonishing firepower suppression could actually generate such a strong pressure even against a fire-resistant martial soul. Indeed, such a powerful attack likely cannot last long. However, just as that person finished speaking, Ma Hongjun's 6 paths of reincarnation was activated, and another afterimage appeared beside him, beginning to replicate Ma Hongjun's previous skills. The double stacking instantly doubled the firepower. The Thorn Wall was directly pierced through. In this critical moment, Tang San and Dai Mubai immediately called for Ma Hongjun to show mercy. Ma Hongjun quickly withdrew his flames, but the scorching heat wave had already rendered the captain incapable of fighting. The last member of the Plan Academy saw the situation and had no choice but to surrender. After all, Even the captain who was resistant to fire had been forcefully burned through, so there was no need for the remaining member to compete, and they directly forfeited. Thus, Shrek once again achieved a 7 in a row. In the subsequent battles, they faced some weaker academies. Against such opponents, Yu Xiaojing also let Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai take the stage. Whether it was Dai Mubai's powerful transformation with his enhanced strength and armor, and his strong punches breaking through directly, or Zhu Zhuqing's ultra-high-speed combat techniques featuring gorgeous finishing combos, they easily completed another 7 in a row. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing achieved a record of 2 7s in a row each. Thus, Shrek Academy had completed 11 consecutive victories, with 6 of those being 7 in a row. However, it was clear to anyone with discernment that both Tang San's 6 in a row and the remaining 3 could have been 7 in a row, but Shrek chose to rest, resulting in no further 7 in a row records. This performance showcases the terrifying combat capabilities of Shrek Academy. Currently, among the Shrek 7 monsters, as it is well known, there are actually 8. Only Ning Rongrong and Oscar have not taken the field. Of course, even if Ning Rongrong gains compatibility, it is primarily for self-defense. In the next battle, even if they face Thunder Academy, this time Yu Xiaojing chose to let Oscar take the stage, and it is time to witness Oscar's compatibilities. This is also what Oscar has been looking forward to, as not long ago, Ning Rongrong had informed him of the rules of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, this time is different. Oscar possesses powerful combat abilities, and now is the time to showcase them to his future father-in-law. When Oscar took the field, Ning Fengji in the VIP area was understandably taken aback. Ning Songchu, is there a problem? The Snow Knight Emperor beside him also felt puzzled, wondering what could astonish Ning Fengji. Your Majesty, as far as I know, Oscar is a food-type soul master. I'm unclear about Shrek Academy's intention in sending him to the field. Ning Fengji's words shocked the Snow Knight Emperor, as sending a food-type soul master to face off in a duel seemed like child's play. However, the reality is that Oscar's martial soul, as displayed in the contestant information, is a sausage. This left all the other academies present astonished. Even more surprising was the enormous cross that Oscar dragged onto the field. This match would be the moment for Oscar to prove his combat abilities. As he arrived on the field, facing the members of Thunder Academy, his eyes were filled with determination. Honor Blessing, Guardian Badge, Life Source, Light's Revenge, Holy Spirit Hammer. Accompanied by the enhancement of the Holy Spirit Hammer, the halo surrounding Oscar quickly converged towards the cross in his hands, ultimately forming a massive hammer radiating brilliance. At the same time, Oscar did not forget to summon a mushroom sausage and a pink sausage to consume, further enhancing his combat power. He then charged directly at the members of Thunder Academy. The Thunder Academy members, recovering from their surprise, also launched an attack against Oscar. However, at the moment the lightning struck Oscar, a golden bolt of lightning formed from the void and struck the members of Thunder Academy, which was Light's Revenge. This incident coincidentally triggered an electric shock, causing a slight pause, and Oscar seized the opportunity, swinging the Holy Spirit Hammer in his hand and directly knocking the student away. He then unleashed a gathering of holy light, with a massive golden radiance rapidly forming and converging around Oscar, pulling the opponent back from midair. What awaited that opponent was a powerful strike that had been prepared for a long time, which sent them flying out of the arena, resulting in a swift and decisive victory. Such a scene left everyone in awe, as a food system soul master effortlessly defeated a battle soul master. The subsequent battles were also easily resolved by Oscar, with the most challenging opponent being the Thunder Eagle soul master, who ultimately fell under the twin spirits of Qian. Next up is the vice captain of the Thunder Academy, whose martial soul is a Thunder Spider, making him a control-type soul master. This puts Oscar in a bit of a tough spot, as he is currently considered a strong attack-type soul master, which is suppressed by control-type abilities. However, having received the inheritance of the paladin, Oscar has a high resistance to light attributes, which also translates to a higher resistance to lightning attributes. Ultimately, Oscar closed the distance using his shield and then directly unleashed the Hammer of Repentance. The massive golden hammer struck towards his opponent, and the terrifying might of it even left the audience in the stands in awe. With the fall of this hammer, the match was undoubtedly won by Oscar. Moreover, this strike was quite powerful, causing significant injury to the opponent. Oscar is about to face the captain of Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin. This food system soul master from Shrek has displayed astonishing combat power, achieving a streak of 6 against Thunder Academy. If the captain of Thunder Academy loses another round, Shrek Academy will have one more person completing a streak of 7. The host is also incredibly excited. Yu Tianxin's Thunder Dragon is clashing violently with Oscar's Holy Spirit Hammer, and the battle is quite intense. Although Oscar has reached level 50, he has also experienced some exhaustion from the previous 6 battles, making the fight against Yu Tianxin very tense. The blue Tyrannosaurus Rex truly deserves its title as the strongest beast martial soul, with its attacks being quite powerful. But Oscar is not to be underestimated either. He continuously uses the holy light glass shards, scattering many glass orbs across the battlefield, restricting Yu Tianxin's movement. Finally, under Oscar's relentless strategy, he manages to seal off Yu Tianxin's surroundings and unleashes the judgment of justice. A golden magic circle forms beneath Yu Tianxin's feet, and numerous holy light projectiles are generated from the void, attacking Yu Tianxin, who is forced to dodge as his escape routes are blocked by the glass orbs. However, in the final blow, a 6-winged angel's silhouette appears from above, swiftly throwing a magnificent holy light spear downward, which creates a massive explosion upon impact. Yu Tianxin cannot evade and has to defend directly. Although he manages to block it, he still suffers significant injuries, and Oscar's energy consumption is not low either. Both sides are preparing to unleash their ultimate moves. Meanwhile, Saruth on the podium stands up, gazing in astonishment at Oscar in the arena. He is certain he did not see wrong. That silhouette is indeed an angel. But how could it appear on a food system soul master? He must report this to the Spirit Hall immediately. So he hurriedly takes his leave. On the arena, Yu Tianxin unleashed his strongest move, blue Divine Dragon Rapid. Oscar also used Pearl of Apocalypse, Abakili, under the effect of the Holy Spirit Hammer. As soon as the Pearl of Apocalypse appeared, it was in a state of black release, with thick black beams continuously sweeping across the arena. While attacking Yu Tianxin, it also completely shattered Yu Tianxin's soul skill. At this point, Oscar completed a series of 7, winning this promotion match and showcasing his combat abilities in front of Ningfengji. Chapter 34. New Chapter Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition V. After defeating the Thunder Academy, Shrek Academy only had one opponent left, the Wind Spirit Academy, to achieve a complete victory in the promotion. Of course, after the match ended, Feng Xiaotian from Wind Spirit Academy became extremely jealous and proposed a one-on-one duel to determine the outcome to Tang San. Faced with such a request, agreeing was inevitable. After approval from the organizing committee, this final promotion match was also conducted in this manner. The battle process was without suspense. In the face of such a serious matchup, Tang San also used a certain poison attack. After being put at a disadvantage at the beginning, Tang San relied on the Heaven's Net to pull Feng Xiaotian down to the ground, subsequently using the Death Poison Fog for the first time on the Douluo continent. As the deadly poison was released, the powerful toxin directly shattered Feng Xiaotian's combat ability, simultaneously entering his body and causing continuous damage. In the end, Tang San won this battle. However, during the confrontation, Tang San revealed the presence of the Haotian hammer, which attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall. However, none of this was important anymore. The victory in this battle also meant that Shrek achieved a complete victory in the promotion. Of course, before heading to Spirit City, Yu Xiaojiang went alone to the Spirit Hall to meet his first love and to seek a way to resolve the potential dangers of Tang San's twin martial souls. However, this journey was destined to be anything but smooth. While passing through a desolate canyon, the traveling party indeed encountered an ambush. The first attack came from a large number of boulders separating the various academies. The fighting power on Shrek's side was still commendable, as they had no problem dealing with the falling rocks. However, the attackers were not easy opponents. But in the face of a large number of enemies, Tang Yu's combat prowess was overwhelming. Although the attackers were generally strong, they could not withstand Tang Yu's attacks, and she quickly cleared the field with her wide area skills. However, it was evident that the attackers would not allow Tang Yu to clear the field so easily, and the leading Soul Douluo also took action. At this moment, it was the time for Oscar and Ning Rongrong's buffs to truly unleash their power. With each skill enhancement, the aura of Tang Yu and the others continuously surged. And under the final amplification of Oscar's Apocalypse Pearl, Tang Yu's combat power approached the level of a tidal Douluo. This was sensed by Lord Yalia, who immediately attacked Tang Yu, but it was already too late. Faced with the direct, incoming attack, the inhabitants of the Demon Realm naturally did not back down and engaged head-on, forcing the attacker back with a single move of the Radiant Dragon Dance, and then directly unleashed the Star Pattern Meteor Explosion. In the instant of the massive Star Pattern explosion, the powerful force severely injured Lord Yalia. However, this commotion also attracted the attention of the actual leaders, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. The moment the two appeared, they saw Tang Yu, who was floating in the Beiana state, and Lord Yalia, who lay on the ground, unconscious. Looking around, Douluo realized that the people present were indeed their targets for this mission. Interesting, to be able to defeat Lord Yalia, you little ones have some ability. But what a pity. Our task today is to make you disappear on the way to Spirit City. Douluo was quite interested in Tang Yu and the others. 2 seniors, must it be to the death? If possible, I still do not wish to fight, Tang Yu said, as once the fighting started, she might not be able to protect the others. Yuegwan, the mission is urgent. Avoid unnecessary complications. Mei replied, not wanting to waste words. Faced with this situation, Tang Yu sighed. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved easily. Little Sam, protect the others well. Let me handle you. With that, Tang Yu activated her second apostle power. Unlike the first time she used it, this time the apostle power still only increased her level by 20. But Tang Yu's level had already reached 58. With the apostle power boost of 20 levels and the suppression of her power essence, her strength had reached the level of a title Douluo. This was Tang Yu's capital to win this battle. Yuegwan and Mei were surprised to see the momentum of the girl, in Beiana form, suddenly rise to the level of Soul Sage. But what use was that? Interesting, little girl, you have such a secret technique, but merely being a Soul Sage cannot change your fate. Yuegwan still appeared confident. But what if it were a Soul Sage comparable to a 98-level title Douluo? Before Yuegwan and Mei could comprehend the meaning behind this, Tang Yu directly approached them with a speed akin to teleportation and unleashed the Radiant Dragon Dance. Unlike the previous Radiant Dragon Dance, this time its power was multiplied several times. One must understand that once a title Douluo reaches level 95 and above, the difference between each level is tremendous. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yuegwan and Mei finally became aware of the seriousness of the situation. Golden Rhizome, vanishing clouds. Yuegwan immediately countered with an attack. At the same time, Mei also launched an attack toward Tang Yu. The battle here was extremely intense. Seeing this, Tang Sin immediately took everyone aside to evade and released his soul power to withstand the shockwave. The dazzling patterns swirled around Tang Yu as she waved her hands, creating a dense array of dazzling patterns around Yuegwan and Mei. The two instinctively felt danger and quickly dodged, but it was still slightly late. The dazzling patterns exploded, causing both of them to stagger. Tang Yu seized the opportunity to use the Shatter Dominance and Quick Strike Shatter Dominance in succession to draw them together, then directly unleashed the Meteor Thunder Strike, with strange currents paralyzing Yuegwan and Mei, preventing them from pushing back, forcing them to rely on their soul power to defend. After a series of attacks from Tang Yu, Yuegwan and Mei were already injured in multiple places. And just then, misfortune struck. Tang Yu's domain of the fighting god was activated, and golden light enveloped the entire canyon, filling the whole world with golden brilliance. This is a domain. Old Ghost. The two had worked together for many years, and with just a few words, Mei understood Yuegwan's thoughts, immediately cooperating to unleash their soul fusion technique, Dual Poles Stabilized Domain, which had brought them to high positions in the Spirit Hall. It was indeed a domain skill, but what the two did not expect was that the previously invincible Dual Poles Stabilized Domain had completely no effect. No, it couldn't be said to have no effect. As the initiators of the soul fusion technique, they could clearly sense that their Dual Poles Stabilized Domain had activated and was in effect. However, the situation before them could only be explained in one way. Their domain was completely suppressed and covered by Tang Yu's domain. In the fighting god domain, Tang Yu's power and speed saw a tremendous increase, and her continuous moves became even swifter. However, the one truly anxious was Tang Yu. Her current state was temporary, and time was running out. Thus, she could only aim for a quick resolution. With this in mind, Tang Yu no longer hesitated. A star pattern containing terrifying power gathered above her head. Yuegwan and Mei sensed the immense power contained within that star pattern. If they were to take it head-on, there would be only one outcome, death. They had to escape immediately. The synchronization between the two was quite high. Facing such a situation, they immediately turned to flee. However, Tang Yu's star pattern had already finished gathering, and with a violent burst of light and the instant annihilation of surrounding space, a brief vacuum was formed. The scene instantly became silent, with only the intense light showcasing the terror of this strike. Although Yuegwan and Mei had escaped in advance, they were still caught in the wave of the star pattern explosion, instantly sustaining severe injuries. And it was likely they would be unable to exert power beyond the Soul Sage level for a while. The two narrowly escaped with their lives, fleeing like the wind. Just after the bright light dissipated, Tang Yu, hanging in the air, transformed back into her 1-meter-5 form and began to fall. Tang San and the others immediately consumed Oscar's mushroom sausage to fly up and catch Tang Yu. Meanwhile, the previously injured Flinder and others also came forward to check on Tang Yu's condition. The previous scene was truly something they had never heard of. They did not expect Tang Yu to be able to unleash the power of a top title Daw instantaneously. At this time, the powerful fluctuations of energy sensed by Douluo Bo, Ning Fengji, and Jian Shun also rushed over. Today's encounter left everyone astonished. There were hardly a few titled Douluos on the continent, yet they unexpectedly saw 4 in one day, and 2 of them were severely injured and repelled by Tang Yu alone, completely refreshing their worldview. The retreat of Yue Guan and the ghostly figures signifies that this attack by the Spirit Hall has ended in failure. After the crowd cleared the boulders blocking their path, they planned to continue their journey. Although many suspected that the attackers came from the Spirit Hall, the competition must go on, and there was no solid evidence. With this matter coming to a close, Tang Yu successfully overcame this challenge at the cost of a bit of apostolic power. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang, who had arrived early in Wuhuan City, reached the Pope's Hall and met his first love, the Pope Bibi Dong. Now that it's come to this, why do you still want to see me, Yu Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of him, but she could no longer turn back. The moment Yu Xiaojiang called her Donger, Bibi Dong recalled the experiences of those years, which were her most beautiful dreams until that day when the dream shattered. I am here for 2 things, Yu Xiaojiang stated his general intentions. Oh, what are the 2 things? Bibi Dong maintained her cold demeanor. One is the method to resolve the conflicts caused by your twin martial souls. The other is what exactly happened back then. I don't believe that the pure and kind Donger would give up everything just for power. Now that I have strength, I must get to the bottom of this. This statement from Yu Xiaojiang opened the curtain for a battle. As Yu Xiaojiang's words fell, as if responding to his call, mechanical assistants emerged from a void. After their appearance, a massive space gate opened behind Yu Xiaojiang, supported by several robots that restrained the space gate from collapsing. Following that, a large number of machines surged out from the space gate, pursuers, aerial combat machines, terminators, and so on. Today, I will end my past mistakes. Today, I will unveil all the mysteries. This shout served to bolster Yu Xiaojiang's spirit and also declared his determination. Bibi Dong looked at the scene before her, filled with surprise and joy. Yu Xiaojiang's powerful strength was what she most wanted to see. Even after her death, he would be safe. However, Bibi Dong had to counterattack now. Although she didn't want to harm Yu Xiaojiang, she had to sever his feelings for her to protect him. Bibi Dong's staff struck down suddenly, unleashing a powerful wave of soul power that swept out, but it stopped spreading after reaching a certain range. This made Bibi Dong realize something was off. Under the influence of the Transtemporal Agreement, the Pope's Hall had become a temporarily independent space-time, except for transcendent beings. No one could interfere or perceive the situation inside. It could be seen directly, but the door was well closed. As Bibi Dong's soul power circulated, soul rings emerged from her body, with the most striking being the red 9th soul ring. As the soul rings unfolded, Bibi Dong launched her attack. But during the clash with Yu Xiaojiang, he sensed something was wrong. Bibi Dong's attack clearly only reached the level of a newly titled Douluo, which was completely inconsistent with her situation. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Bibi Dong was currently inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god, and her soul power could not be fully mobilized. Second, she still couldn't bring herself to truly attack Yu Xiaojiang. Donger, your strength should not be limited to this. Yu Xiaojiang keenly noticed the problem. I don't need to use my full strength to deal with a weakling like you. Bibi Dong could only force herself to argue. As time passed, Yu Xiaojiang's machines continued to appear, with the geomagnetic vibrator completely sealing off the ground battlefield, forcing Bibi Dong to use her martial soul, true form, and rise into the air, but this would lead to her being continuously harassed by interceptors. Meanwhile, the aerial combat machines could launch continuous attacks. The situation seemed to be under Yu Xiaojiang's control. As the machines kept pouring out, the firepower net on Yu Xiaojiang's side grew denser, leaving Bibi Dong with no way to evade. In the end, she could only use a large area soul skill to clear the battlefield. However, at that moment, a gigantic metallic fist burst forth from the space gate, directly hitting Bibi Dong, and the intense pressure made her feel the threat of death. In that instant, Bibi Dong let go of her defense. Perhaps it's okay to die at Xiaojiang's hands. Such a thought arose in Bibi Dong's heart, and now Yu Xiaojiang's displayed strength also gave her the ability to protect herself from the Spirit Hall, which further reassured her. Just like that, Gubujia's punch directly struck Bibi Dong, and upon impact, she flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall and slowly falling down. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang rushed over and picked Bibi Dong up. Donger, why didn't you defend yourself? Yu Xiaojiang's face was filled with anxiety. Holding Bibi Dong tightly, he realized that she had barely any unbroken bones left, her body limp. Such severe injuries could not be recovered even by a titled Douluo. Xiaogang, I'm sorry. I'm no longer pure. I'm sorry for you. I can't hold you back. You still have Lu Erlong. She can accompany you through life in my place. No, you are irreplaceable. I love you. I love Erlong. You are both special to me. I need you to live. I don't care what happened to you in the past. I only know you are my beloved, and we once loved each other. That is enough. Yu Xiaojiang's words truly opened Bibi Dong's heart this time. Perhaps she felt the passage of life and was ready to let go. After we separated, I returned to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong then told Yu Xiaojiang about what had happened back then, and her breath continued to weaken, clearly indicating that even the peak titled Douluo's strength was on the verge of failing her life. At this critical moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly remembered the potion Tang Yu had distributed to everyone at the beginning of the second phase of training in Shrek Academy. There was still a bottle lying in his storage soul guide. He immediately took it out and fed it to Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong returned to the state she had when she lived with Yu Xiaojiang. It seemed that her sincere confession before death had also relieved her of her inner turmoil. Bibi Dong had been prepared to die, but after taking the potion, she was enveloped by a vast life force. In just a few seconds, her body restored to its optimal state, clearly the heaven's life potion. What is this? It's so miraculous. This sudden change puzzled Bibi Dong, but her heart was also conflicted. Originally, dying would have been the end of everything, but now she was alive again. However, all the secrets had been told to Yu Xiaojiang, and now she didn't know how to proceed. Great, Donger. This time, Yu Xiaojiang said nothing and just held Bibi Dong tightly. In this warm embrace, Bibi Dong let go of everything. Everything returned to the way it was before. After the two embraced for a full half hour, Bibi Dong finally said, Xiaojiang, can you let go now? Clearly, she felt embarrassed at this moment. Oh. At this, Yu Xiaojiang was also jolted awake and slowly released Bibi Dong. Dongya, let the past be the past. I don't care what happened to you. I only care that you are you. Yuxiagang's words completely reassured Bibi Dong. Well, I have let go. Thank you, Xiaojiang. At this moment, Bibi Dong was no longer the icy figure she used to be. Now she was as radiant and charming as spring flowers. So what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to be the Pope? Also, I came here to ask you about the twin martial souls. At this point, Yuxiagang finally remembered why he had come here. Oh no, I completely forgot that I had sent Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo to attack your convoy. It was then that Bibi Dong recalled that she had just sent someone to stir things up. What? Yuxiagang was also taken aback. With two titled Douluos attacking the convoy, wouldn't Tang San and the others be in danger? The two felt the urgency and wanted to check the situation. With the speed of two titled Douluos, they would soon return regardless of the outcome. She didn't believe that Yue Guan and Gue Mei would die, as their martial soul fusion skill was quite strong. As soon as they stepped outside, Bibi Dong's face immediately turned back to a serious expression. She found a staff member to inquire about the two Douluos. Fortunately, Bibi Dong learned that the two Douluos had returned to the spirit hall heavily injured not long ago. Bibi Dong hurried back to inform Yuxiagang of this news. Upon hearing this, Yuxiagang felt a little relieved. It seemed that Xiao San and the others had received help from a powerful expert and were safe. Yuxiagang sighed in relief. He didn't blame Bibi Dong, as that was an order given before he arrived, and since Xiao San and the others were fine, there was nothing to hold against her. I will continue to be the Pope, and when my disciples grow up, I will pass the position to her, and then we can live happily together. Bibi Dong stated her current plan. Having resolved her inner turmoil, she now had many responsibilities to take care of. In order to destroy the Spirit Hall, she had made many preparations, including weakening the two empires and destroying the top 3 sects, all aimed at forcing all powers on the continent to unite against the Spirit Hall. However, now she only wanted to eliminate hidden dangers, pass the position to Hulaina, and then enjoy a happy life with Yuxiagang, although she might have to deal with Lu Erlong's issue. But she was quite confident that she could surpass Lu Erlong, as her blood relationship with Yuxiagang would always be her advantage. However, for now, the most important issue was the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Bibi Dong then shared some insights about her twin martial souls with Yuxiagang. But after obtaining what she wanted, Yuxiagang began to feel at ease regarding Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Rengshu, which put Bibi Dong in a difficult position. In the end, Under Yuxiagang's persuasion, she decided to rekindle this familial bond, of course, for Yuxiagang's sake. While Bibidong's ultimate goal for Qian Ringshu was to have her call Yuxiagang dad. Thus, Yuxiagang spent a rather happy time here, but the time for parting had come. The teams for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition had almost arrived at Spirit City, and it was time for Yuxiagang to return to Shrek Academy. However, this parting was only temporary. The two, with open hearts, would never be separated in spirit. After Yuxiagang left, Hulaina also came to visit Bibidong, and to her surprise, the usually cold and serious teacher was radiating a sweet and gentle aura today. Hulaina even thought she might have made a mistake in her training and was hallucinating. On the other side, Yu Xiaojiang also floated back into the Academy's team. Everyone felt strange until Yu Xiaojiang was directly pulled into a room by Lu Erlong. Chapter 36 New Chapter Senior Soul Master Academy Competition 7 Teacher. You're back. After Yu Xiaojiang returned to the group, looking haggard, Tang San immediately went to inquire about the situation. Cough, cough, it's nothing. This time my mission went quite smoothly, and the issue of your dual martial souls has also been resolved. The high adaptability of your blue-silver grass martial soul can help you avoid conflicts when adding the Qian hammer soul rings in the future. Now you just need to deal with the impact of soul power enhancement on your body. For this, you can consult your sister for solutions. Whether it's those powerful inheritances or potions, they can greatly assist you when adding the Qian hammer soul rings later. This time, I successfully met Bibidong and have also learned how to resolve the hidden dangers of dual martial souls. In summary, the focus is on 2 issues: compatibility of the 2 soul ring types and physical strength. Alright, these matters can wait. In my opinion, you should reach at least level 70 before starting to add soul rings to the Qian hammer. For now, we need to focus on the finals of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition. Yu Xiaojiang also redirected Tang San and everyone's attention back to the competition. Of course, Yu Xiaojiang had already learned about the situation of the attack while in Lu Erlong's room, and it was indeed more of a scare than a danger. Soon it was time for the competition. To conserve strength and strive for results, Tang Yu was sent out first in the opening match. Her appearance also indicated that the outcome was obvious. Unfortunately, the opposing Qihua Academy also forfeited, intending to merge with Shanfeng Academy to see if they could test their strength against Tang Yu, considering that Shrek combat power was simply too outrageous. They were betting that Tang Yu wouldn't appear when they fought, which might give them a chance. However, something interesting had happened in Shrek over the past 2 days. Pope Bibidong came alone to Shrek's base, which startled everyone, except for Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. It was none of their business. That day, after Bibidong arrived, she entered a room with Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, and strange sounds, referencing comedic sound effects from Western animations, came from inside. Then, after Bibidong left with a smiling face, and after comforting everyone, Lu Erlong's gloomy expression suggested that she had the upper hand. After enjoying 2 rounds of happy buys, Shrek's first match in the finals was also set against the Academy of the Xinglua Empire. Everyone confirmed the importance of this fight from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. This was indeed a problem. Obviously, Yu Xiaojiang also supported Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, but this would be unfavorable for the subsequent battles. It's fine, Master. Just let Xiao, San, and the others go. Lift all restrictions, and I will serve as the final trump card. This way, there won't be any issues. Clearly, Tang Yu noticed Yu Xiaojiang's dilemma and took the final trump card position, which also indicated that she wouldn't appear in the battle against the Spirit Hall team later. But there weren't many battles left after that, with Tang Yu as a real killing weapon as backup. Everyone could let loose and help Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing win this battle beautifully. This time, the fully liberated Shrek 7 monsters would showcase their terrifying combat power to the world. Then, let's discuss tactical arrangements first. After confirming the lineup and conditions, Tang San began to discuss the tactical arrangements. I suggest this battle revolves around Boss Dai and Zhuqing, creating opportunities for them to shine. Tang Yu was the first to propose, and this opinion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. At the same time, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing looked at everyone with grateful eyes, but did not express their thanks. After all, they were partners, and no thanks were necessary. Sister is right. So for this battle, Boss Dai and Zhuqing will face the opponent's captain and vice-captain. Oscar will focus on enhancing Boss Dai and Zhuqing, while Ron will enhance us. We will deal with the members of the Xinglua Royal Academy and provide space for Boss Dai and the others to fight. Tang San's planning was still as effective as ever. Thank you, Xiao San. We will win this match beautifully. Let's go. Dai Mubai felt fortunate to have such a group of partners. Let us go. Soon, it was time for the match to begin, and the participants entered. That day, on the viewing stand of the Spear Hall, only Bibi Dong was present. The two titled Douluos, Yuguan and Gue Mei, who should have been supporting, were still recuperating from injuries caused by the apostolic power-infused star patterns, which are not easy to recover from. They needed to dispel that high-level, specialized magical power before they could start healing. It was truly tragic. Before the battle began, both sides started exchanging banter, but this time, with the confidence given by Tang Yu and the training during this period, they were quite confident. At least in the banter, Dai Mubai had an implicit upper hand, though it was unclear where he had learned such trash talk. After the trash talk, both sides began the battle and revealed their martial souls. Once both sides' martial souls were fully unleashed, the audience noticed the similarity between Davis and Dai Mubai, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun's martial souls, though their levels differed. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing's 4 rings had already surprised Zhu Zhiyun, but upon seeing Dai Mubai's 5 soul rings, Davis could no longer remain calm. When Dai Mubai left, his level was still below Davis, but now he had surpassed him, and at a younger age. In that instant, he felt immense pressure. Level 50. Davis' surprise echoed the thoughts of many who had not witnessed Shrek's battles. Of course, Shrek's Soul Kings were not just Dai Mubai, but also Oscar. The battle officially began, and Oscar immediately bestowed honor blessing on Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, while a bunch of buffs stacked up, and he also didn't forget to condense pink sausages and dark green sausages in his hands, which were fine for both of them. Ning Rongrong directly activated the Courage Blessing and the amplification of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. At the same time, a magnificent golden magic circle appeared beneath their feet, and the Courage hymn began. The sacred melody descended from the void, landing on the Shrek team, enhancing the buff effects on them. Let's go. Boss Dai. Leave the rest to us. Tang Sen also completed his preparations as the blue-silver grass rapidly spread, forming a wall that enclosed Dai Mubai and the others. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and the others who had been ambushing the Xinglor Royal Academy since the second round moved in. With the support, Dai Mubai immediately activated his strong fist, charging directly at Davis. Davis, undeterred, unleashed the White Tiger's fierce light wave to counterattack, but Dai Mubai's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he struck Davis directly. Davis felt as if his body had been hit by a high-speed boulder and was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately planned to go in for support, but Zhu Zhuqing was already prepared and closed in with a swift arc light flash, instantly unleashing the whirlwind dance. The rapid and continuous attacks left Zhu Zhiyun overwhelmed. The battle outside the barrier was also incredibly exciting. After failing to break through the blue silvergrass barrier, I was caught off guard as Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun quickly interrupted, forcing me to deal with the two of them first. I saw Xiao Wu instantly teleport between the two members of the StarLuo Royal Academy, delivering a thunderous elbow strike and a powerful impact that captured both of them. Then, she directly grabbed them and executed the spiral comet drop, leaping high into the air before crashing down with a spiral motion. In that instant of landing, the two members felt that things were not going well for them. But before they could react, Xiao Wu began the Hell's Cradle. And the outcome was naturally clear. They lost their combat capability immediately. On the other side, Ma Hongjun was even more explosive, directly activating the 6 paths of reincarnation, rapidly forming hand seals and instantly creating multiple afterimages. The Hurricane Kill, Toad Oil Firebomb, and Flame Heaven Dao were continuously unleashed, making the battle on this side a visual spectacle, except for those high-level individuals who could clearly see the internal situation due to their formidable strength. Others could only see the dazzling flames shooting into the sky. When the flames subsided, only the 3 fallen team members remained, lying there in the dark. Of course, Ma Hongjun had held back. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left but ashes. Moreover, due to the convenience of Tang San's blue-silver grass fire immunity, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun inside could only see the towering flames rising nearby before they were silenced. At that moment, Zhu Zhiyun was being suppressed by Zhu Zhuqing, while Dai Mubai's attack followed closely. Seeing this, Davis immediately used his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Shockwave, intending to restrict Dai Mubai's advance. However, Dai Mubai, after years of training under Tang Yu's control, instinctively activated his body enhancement armor, completely ignoring Davis's soul skill, leaving Davis astonished. Before Davis could react, Dai Mubai engaged, launching a White Tiger meteor shower that connected into a series of rapid kicks. The alternating high-speed attacks left Davis overwhelmed, and just being grazed once by those rapid punches and afterimages made Davis feel an unparalleled force. Currently, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun were completely suppressed, and the two had no choice but to use their martial soul fusion skill, Spectral White Tiger. As the two fused, a white tiger with purple markings appeared on the field, greatly boosting Davis's confidence. He thought that even if Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing performed their martial soul fusion, they would still be inferior in terms of application and experience, and there was still hope for victory. However, what Davis and Zhu Zhuyan did not expect was that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of using their martial soul fusion skill at all. At that moment, as if they understood each other, Oscar unleashed the Pearl of Revelation. Under the massive amplification of that golden little sun, Dai Mubai charged towards the spectral white tiger with the astonishing might of the God of War step. God of War's strong kick. That stunning strike instantly shattered the spectral white tiger, forcibly breaking its fusion state, and the residual force surged backward, overturning all the ground behind Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. This match was a victory for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 37. New Chapter Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition 8. The battle between Shrek and the Xingluo Royal Academy concluded with a one-sided crushing victory for Shrek. The strength displayed by the Shrek team opened the eyes of all the spectators. Whether it was Oscar and Ning Rongrong's terrifying support abilities, Ma Hongjuan's extensive area of effect damage, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's pinpoint killing capabilities, Dai Mubai's frontal breakthrough ability, or Tang San's exceptional control ability, all were astonishing. Among them, Dai Mubai's final God of War strong kick was particularly impressive. After that, the Heaven Do Royal Academy faced off against the Spirit Hall Academy. Unfortunately, while the appearance of 3 Soul Kings would normally be quite eye-catching, Shrek also had 3 Soul Kings, so they were not at a disadvantage in terms of level. In fact, Tang Yu's insane level of 58 completely overshadowed the others. Moreover, after the battle with Yu Guan and Gue Mei, Tang Yu broke through again and reached level 59, and was on the edge of another breakthrough, so it was possible that she would break through during the fight. However, I have to say that Beiana and Xie Yu's martial soul fusion technique was quite impressive, and the power they achieved through this technique reached the level of a soul saint, which was unmatched in the arena if Tang Yu hadn't been there. This was also the reason for the defeat of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Under the control of the enchanting charm, the Heaven Do Royal Academy had no strength left to fight back. The thick red mist blocked everyone's view, but it completely failed to obstruct Tang Yu and Tang San's observation. Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye, while Tang Yu directly ignored the thick mist. In her perception, the red mist was merely energy, completely ineffective against her. However, although the Spirit Hall team performed remarkably, they still lost to Shrek in terms of special effects. When it came to the splendor of skills, the skills from Shrek were not to be underestimated. After that, there was not much to say about the battles. During the drawing lots, they did not encounter any formidable opponents, and Shrek smoothly advanced to the top 3. In the top 3 battle, the first thing to do was to meet the Pope. Among the 3 teams present, only Shrek did not perform the kneeling ceremony. As they had often seen Bibi Dong secretly visiting Yu Xiaojiang in recent days, and everyone had become familiar with each other. Of course, the people from the Spear Hall were unaware of this and angrily reprimanded Shrek. However, Bibi Dong denied their accusations. But then Lu Erlong started causing trouble, taking the opportunity while Bibi Dong was presiding over the competition to get close to Yu Xiaojiang, which infuriated Bibi Dong. The first challenge in the top 3 battles was the individual elimination matches. This time, Shrek chose to directly dominate the individual elimination matches and advance straight to the finals. In this first match, Xiao Wu was sent directly to the stage. After discussion, it was decided that Xiao Wu would rest as a substitute in the final team competition. So, she was allowed to fight hard in the individual elimination matches. Speaking of one-on-one battles, among the Shrek's 7 monsters, only Ma Hongjun would face a slight disadvantage. The others are all incredibly strong in duels, and anyone could easily take on a rotation battle. As expected, whether it was the Soul Hall's competitors or Ho Wu Shuang, they were all completely controlled by Xiao Wu's agile techniques, leaving them no chance to counterattack, and she directly secured 2 victories. After that, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San also completed their domination with overwhelming strength. Among them, Ho Wu lost to Tang San once again, and there was nothing more to say about it. The fate was inexplicable. The subsequent battle was between Dai Mubai and Yan. Relying on his dominant body armor and powerful fists, he won the battle by directly shattering Yan's flame demon with a strong kick from the martial god. Oscar defeated the evil moon with the Pearl of Apocalypse. And in the end, it was Tang Yu against Beiana. Since Tang Yu was completely immune to charm, without even making a move. He placed the tip of his spear against Beiana's throat and won directly, without using any skills, which surprised everyone present. Shrek Academy surprisingly secured victory in the top 3 individual knockout matches with their overwhelming strength, directly advancing to the finals despite being targeted by 2 other academies. The subsequent battles in the losers bracket were predictably won by the Spear Hall and the new Godwind Academy, which originally planned to rely on the pressure of the 2 academies targeting Shrek for a rematch, also failed in their plans. The next day would witness the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, where the Wuhuan Temple team, which also had 3 Soul Kings, would face off against Shrek Academy. However, the real challenge in the finals was for the Wuhuan Temple team. The previous individual elimination rounds had showcased Shrek's exaggerated individual strengths, with even the support Soul Master Oscar able to fight evenly against Xiaoyu in direct combat. This put the Wuhuan Temple team at a significant disadvantage, as their usual strategy of relying on hard power was no longer effective. It can be said that it was quite awkward. Therefore, Shrek was feeling joyful, while the Wuhuan Temple team was focused on strategizing. Time quickly passed to the next day, and the highly anticipated final battle finally began. This match also placed immense pressure on the 3 members of the Wuhuan Temple team. From a now-recovered Yueguan, they learned that Tang Yu's regular combat power had reached an astonishing level of 70, not counting the boost from her teammates. The Wuhuan Temple team only had Xiaoyu and Beiana's martial soul fusion technique to counter this, which created a 6 against 7 situation. However, on the night before the finals, Tang Yu sensed Tang Hao's presence and had a premonition that today would mark their separation. Therefore, that night, she fused all the subsequent marks into a crystal and handed it to everyone, which would automatically teach them the corresponding skills when their levels were reached, serving as a farewell gift in advance. As the battle began, Tang Yu was positioned at the center for Shrek Academy, with Ma Hongjun backing her up, Oscar and Ning Rongrong on the left and right, respectively, and Tang San in the front. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were on the left and right flanks, preparing to encircle from both sides. Beiana immediately used her charm ability, but just as the charm effect reached Shrek's side, Tang Yu swiftly unleashed a nearly forgotten skill, Dispel. Although the skill was inferior to Ning Rongrong and Oscar in terms of removing abnormal statuses, it had an astonishing effect against such energy-aggregating abilities. In an instant, Beiana's charm was completely dispelled. This also surprised Beiana. She never expected there were such methods of contact and charm. Immediately, with the help of her teammates, she performed a martial soul fusion technique with Xiaoyu. Under the enhancement, the charm was instantly completed. The red mist quickly enveloped everyone from Shrek. Beiana transformed. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately activated her transformation, and powerful and pure energy surged forth, directly dispersing the pervasive red mist. When Tang Yu reached level 59, the color of her magic reached a half-gold, half-blue state, with an increasingly monstrous strength, transitioning towards apostolic power. The red mist was suppressed by Tang Yu's magic, and the battlefield was clearly visible. Tang Yu's Beiana state was also incredibly shocking. Her golden body was astonishingly beautiful. Come on, the real battle has begun. Tang Yu's voice, which carried an echo, resonated strongly throughout the arena. At the same time, Ning Rongrong and Oscar's buffs were also stacked successfully. Everyone faced their respective targets, while the central battle was completely dominated by Tang Yu and the charm. After Oscar completed the enhancement of the sausage, he directly activated the Holy Spirit Hammer, transforming into a powerful attacking soul master to confront Yen alongside Dai Mubai. The 2-on-1 battle completely suppressed Yen. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's ultra-high-speed harassment and Tang San's heavenly net along with the deadly poison completely covered the area. A purple toxic mist spread across the arena, marking the start of Shrek's area skills. However, the poison mist did not obstruct everyone's vision. Zhu Zhuqing completely suppressed the other members of the representative team with her incredible mobility, and the support Soul Master was taken down instantly by her series of swift attacks. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's continuous flames covered the entire battlefield in an instant, leaving the restrained teammates unable to resist and forced to confront it head-on. But was it that simple? Of course not. Just when the flames engulfed the scene, Tang Sin detonated the toxic mist, catching everyone off guard. No one expected the toxic mist could be ignited. This attack took out the last 3 members of the Spirit Hall representative team directly. Only Yao Mei and Yin were left to face Shrek's onslaught, and the situation instantly tilted in Shrek's favor. On the side of the demon, Tang Yu had already found an opportunity to directly use a sky strike. followed by the earth-shattering dominance, which pinned the demon in midair. Immediately after, Tang Yu unleashed a powerful pressure of dragon patterns that gathered behind her. With just one strike, she severely injured the demon. In response, the demon executed their self-created soul skill. Crescent Moon transformed into Blade Tornado. While this might allow a normal person to defeat a level 67 Soul Master, it simply wasn't enough against Tang Yu. Radiant Dragon Dance. Tang Yu directly unleashed Radiant Dragon Dance, using the massive Radiant Dragon Crescent Moon Blade to directly shatter the Crescent Moon. The exchanges during this time also allowed Tang Yu to stack the will of the battle god to its final stage. Let this strike in this boring battle. As Tang Yu spoke these words, a gigantic star pattern gathered above Beiana, coalescing immense energy within the massive sphere, its power nearing that of a Soul Douluo's attack. The audience was extremely astonished. How could this be possible? To unleash an attack at the Soul Douluo level while at the Soul King realm? Although it was equivalent to a novice Soul Douluo, it was still beyond what the already severely injured demon and Yin could withstand. Unless Tang Yu held back and detonated it in the form of an aerial explosion, only using the shockwave to attack. Fortunately, Tang Yu did hold back, and the massive energy explosion in the sky merely created a shockwave that severely injured both the demon and Yin, causing Beiana and Qian to directly exit their fusion and feign on the ground. Thus, the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition came to a close, with victory belonging to Shrek Academy. After the shocking announcement of the match results, Xunji also activated a soul skill to heal everyone present. However, under the influence of that soul power wind, Xiao Wu's heartbroken red was blown away. And combined with the amplified soul power, Xiao Wu's aura was leaked in an instant. The subsequent award ceremony was completed smoothly, but the atmosphere around was quite tense. After receiving the soul bones, the chasing wind soul bone was given to Zhu Zhuqing, while the flame soul bone was handed to Ma Hongjun. The final skull was taken by Tang San, and Ning Rongrong received the previously exploded soul bone from Shrek Academy. After the award ceremony, other problems need to be addressed, specifically regarding Xiao Wu. Chapter 38. New Chapter. Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition Conclusion. Xiao Wu's identity has been exposed as a fact, and although Bibi Dong has reconciled with Yu Xiaojing, she must still stand on the side of the Spirit Hall when it comes to Xiao Wu's issue. Not to mention, today, Yu Egwan and Guimei have also more or less recovered and have arrived on the scene. Guimei, Yu Egwan, take that girl down. Although Bibi Dong is somewhat reluctant to be enemies with these adorable little ones, she must at least put on a show. If it comes to a real fight, they could just let it go. Judging by Yu Xiaojing's current strength and the previous actions of Yu Egwan and Guimei, it shouldn't be a problem for them to retreat unscathed. Your Holiness, is there any misunderstanding in this matter? Could you please inform us of the truth? Yu Xiaojing also sensed that something was off. However, although his combat power has reached the title Douluo level, his soul power is insufficient. If she is just a student from Shrek Academy, that would be fine. But what if she is a transformed soul beast? While Bibi Dong spoke, she was also signaling to Yu Xiaojing and the Shrek members. The others silently assumed a defensive posture, clearly having received the hint. However, upon receiving this confirmation, everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. Yet, Bibi Dong's heart was racing. After confirming Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, she realized that Xiao Wu was the soul beast that escaped back then, and her mother's soul ring is now hanging on her. This makes things complicated. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. As long as we are here, you'll definitely be safe. After Tang Yu finished speaking, the others also expressed their support. After so many years together, they have already formed deep bonds. Faced with such a decision, the Shrek team immediately took their positions, ready to fight back. Yu Xiaojing also opened the time-space portal directly, revealing his mechanical assistant. Seeing this, Bibi Dong had no choice but to order an attack, but deep down, she felt pleased. Upon reflection, this time the Spirit Hall might end up gathering a large number of enemies, and, at that point, they could directly trap the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojing issued automatic commands, and then initiated a spirit fusion technique with Lu Erlong and Flender. Meanwhile, Dugabo stepped onto the battlefield on Shrek's side, which gave Bibi Dong a target. As long as they could deal with Dugabo, it would be easy to hold back with the strength of a title Douluo. However, when Bibi Dong displayed her 100,000-year spirit ring, it was revealed by Xiao Wu that this spirit ring belonged to Xiao Wu's mother, which caused everyone's hearts to become conflicted. On one side were comrades who shared life and death, and on the other was the wife of their respected mentor. Wasn't this infighting? Since Ning Fengji had not intervened for 100 years, The battle scene was entirely Bibi Dong, creating trouble for Douluo, while Yu Egwan and Gai Mei fought against Yu Xiaojiang and the other three, simultaneously facing the overwhelming mechanical creations. The situation reached a temporary balance. However, it was clear that Bibi Dong's side couldn't hold out for long. At that moment, Xiao Wu planned to sacrifice herself to save Tang San, slowly moving forward. In her view, this was the only way to save Tang San and the others. This action prompted Yu Egwan and the others to attack Xiao Wu directly. Faced with this situation, Tang San rushed forward without hesitation to protect Xiao Wu, but he had to confront two titled Douluos, albeit not the strongest ones. Just then, a massive hammer fell from the sky, knocking Yu Egwan and Gue Mei back. Bibi Dong took this opportunity to take a hard hit herself and then fell heavily to the ground, showcasing poor acting. However, everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Wu, so it could be said that it was reasonable for two titled Douluos to defeat one. The hammer that landed was the Haotian hammer, and the newcomer was Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao's appearance also caught the attention of the Hall of Offerings. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. She was still at level 59, and even if she used the last bit of Apostle's power, it wouldn't have much effect, as she hadn't reached a qualitative change yet. However, she was about to break through, and Tang Hao's arrival temporarily stabilized the situation. Therefore, Tang Yu immediately sat cross-legged, preparing to break through to level 60 and secure a fallback. As soon as Tang Hao made his move, he directly attacked the entire papal hall with the Haotian true body, intending to save his allies. At this moment, two figures appeared from the Hall of Offerings. Surprisingly, two titled Douluos. What shocked Bibi Dong, who was still pretending to be dead, was that one of them was someone she was extremely wary of, Qian Douluo. The great offering of the Spirit Hall and a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Now Tang Hao was in a difficult position, not to mention that there was another golden crocodile Douluo, also a super Douluo. Tang Hao was still suffering from internal injuries and would not be a match for these two. This is bad. How did these two guys come out? Everyone present who recognized the two felt astonished. The Hall of Offerings usually did not interfere in worldly matters. So why did even that old fellow Qian Douluo come out? Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation, and in an instant, Qian Douluo saw through the aura surrounding Xiao Wu. Interesting, there is actually a transformed soul beast in this spirit city. Qian Douluo also planned to capture Xiao Wu to prepare for Qian Renxue. Just as Tang Hao was thinking about making a quick escape, he found himself in trouble. Safely taking Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Tang Yu away was going to be difficult. But he had to engage, so he had no choice but to brace himself and fight against the golden crocodile Douluo, while Qian Douluo headed straight for Xiao Wu, leaving Tang Hao to fend for himself. Seeing this, Tang San planned to step up once more, but at that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted that covered the entire area. It turned out that Tang Yu had completed her breakthrough and reached level 60. And the aura just now was as if she had forcibly boosted herself to level 80 using the last trace of Apostle's power. Moreover, under the catalysis of that last and strongest trace of Apostle's power, Tang Yu's energy had completely transformed into a golden color, albeit a light golden hue resembling diluted Apostle's power. Having reached level 80, Tang Yu also gained the ability to transform for a second time. Apostle Transformation. A blazing golden aura surrounded Tang Yu, and although this transformation didn't make her taller like Beiana's, the golden ring-like long horns that formed on her head resembled a halo, and the overwhelming aura emanating from it directly forced the martial souls of everyone present to tremble. Even Qian Oliu's angel martial soul showed a slight tremble. Upon hearing the skill name mentioned by Tang Yu, the only one present who had the fortune to know about the existence of apostles, Ning Rongrong, also exclaimed in surprise. It's actually an apostle. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes towards Ning Rongrong. Tang Yu, having completed her apostle transformation, leaped directly into the sky, taking Qian Douluo along with her, as well as golden crocodile Douluo. Apostle Dance of Chaos. Tang Yu unleashed the Apostle Dance of Chaos, severely injuring golden crocodile Douluo, causing him to fall, while Qian Douluo managed to hold on for the time being. Deeply astonished, Qian Douluo thought to himself that he had only seen such combat power in one type of existence, a god. How is this possible? Qian Douluo was extremely shocked. Both the pressure that made his martial soul tremble and the god-level power displayed now left him utterly amazed. Who exactly is this little girl before him? Today, I will safely take my friends and family away from here. So let's go. One man against 1,000, shattering dominance. Accompanied by Tang Yu's roar, The enormous ship-slicing blade that overshadowed the sun was seen by everyone below, and the immense energy emanating from the blade made it difficult for everyone down there to breathe. As Tang Yu swung the enormous battleship-slicing blade, the strongest in the world, Qian Douluo, was severely injured. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately returned and rushed to Tang San and Xiao Wu, grabbing both of them. After handing Tang San over to Tang Hao, she soared into the air and flew outside. Master, teachers, we're leaving now. We'll see you again later. Dad, let's go. With that, she charged ahead. After Tang Hao thanked you Xiao Jiang, he took Tang San away. Not long after, the fallen Bibidan stood up and ordered everyone to let the master and others go. As everyone present had just been overwhelmed by the earlier display of power, the only one still able to act at the scene was Yu Xiao Jiang, who was directly controlling the mechanical assistants. He instructed the robots from the Super Time Army to help everyone up and leave the Martial Soul City. Beiana also breathed a sigh of relief, as she still needed to consider how to undermine the Martial Soul Hall and then escape. After leaving the Martial Soul City, Flander announced to everyone that they had graduated. Now, let's talk about your plans for the future, he said. Yu Xiaojiang was also curious about everyone's future plans. The master, Yu Jie, and Xiao Xin were still worried about Tang Yu and the others. Don't worry, they should be safe. Moreover, based on the attack Tang Yu previously unleashed, the Martial Soul Hall will have to think carefully about how to deal with them, and Donger will back us up. The current situation is the best it could be. Yes, and we have Beiana the Pope backing us up. Before the battle, she was already signaling to us, particularly between her and Xiao Wu. When Ma Hongjun said this, the atmosphere among the group became tense. Well, let's leave that matter to Xiao Wu to decide in the future, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Now, let's talk about our next plans. I plan to travel around the continent first, and then return to the academy to help the teachers, Ma Hongjun said first, moving Flander deeply. I plan to go back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Rongrong. With Yu Jie's inheritance, my combat ability is on par with Battle Soul Masters, and I can definitely pass the test from Sect Leader Ning and be with Rongrong. Oscar shyly shared his plans, and Ning Rongrong beside him blushed. Zhuqing and I plan to return to the Star Luo Empire, as we still have things to do. Everyone understood Dai Mubai's plans. So, are we all going to separate? That feels quite difficult. How about we set a 5-year agreement? Ma Hongjun finally proposed a 5-year agreement. Good idea, but what about Yu Jie and Xiao San? Everyone agreed with the 5-year agreement, but how to deal with Tang Yu was another question. Leave that question to me. I'll send my mechanical assistants to investigate and see if there's an opportunity. Yu Xiaojiang finally took on the task of notifying Tang Yu and Tang San. Thus, the matters of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition finally came to an end, and it was now time for everyone to grow rapidly. They believed that when they reunited again, they would all become strong. Chapter 39. New Chapter. Tang Hao Special Training Shrek had their own plans and parted ways in Martial Soul City, intending to develop freely. With the inheritance given by Tang Yu, they would surely grow at an astonishing speed. On Tang Yu's side, after quickly flying out of the Spirit City in her apostle transformation state, she soon exhausted her last bit of apostle power, reverting back to her original form and plummeting downwards. Seeing this, Tang Hao immediately caught both Tang Yu and the little dance in her arms. What is going on? Tang Hao could tell at a glance that Tang Yu's situation was not simple. The young lady's sudden burst of power was a temporary enhancement drawn from the residual apostle energy, and now that the apostle power had been depleted, she naturally felt weakened. Willie, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, appeared beside Tang Yu and explained the situation to Tang Hao. Having received the answer and recalling the scene from over a decade ago, Tang Hao understood. However, it was not a suitable place to linger, so he quickly led the 3 little ones away until they reached a forest where they could take a short break. After stopping, Tang Hao lit a fire. Soon, little Dance woke up first, and upon facing Tang Hao, the title Douluo, she appeared quite flustered. However, after some persuasion from Tang Hao, she left and returned to the Stardow Forest. Not long after, Tang Yu and Tang San also woke up. The two of them woke up almost simultaneously. Before Tang Yu could say anything after waking up, Tang San reacted, so they decided to wait until Tang San was fully awake to ask some questions. Dad, where's Little Dance? As soon as Tang San woke up and noticed Little Dance was missing, he hurriedly asked Tang how about her whereabouts. Right, Dad, where's Little Dance? Did she leave? Although Tang Yu was also puzzled, she had a faint suspicion, thinking that their current strength was too weak, and that returning to the Stardow Forest was the best choice given the situation. That's right, the little girl has indeed left. Tang Hao's answer directly confirmed Tang Yu's guess. At this moment, Tang San and Little Dance were filled with guilt and helplessness, their hands clenched tightly. A real man must know when to hold on and when to let go. Right now, you still can't protect her. If you don't want today's incident to happen again, you need to become stronger. Tang Hao's words made Tang San understand what he should do now. I know you both have many questions for me, but now is not the time. Once your strength reaches a certain level, I will naturally tell you. However, Yuera's strength has indeed progressed rapidly. Let me first talk about your matters. Hearing Tang Hao's words, both Tang Yu and Tang San focused their attention on him. Yuera is not my biological child. She is someone I adopted. As soon as Tang Hao said this, Tang San was quite surprised, while Tang Yu had no reaction. Sister, why are you not reacting? Tang San noticed Tang Yu's expression. Actually, I had this feeling a long time ago. Look at me. First, my cultivation method is completely different from yours. Then, my energy is not soul power at all. And lastly, why is my height fixed at 1.50 meters? At first, Tang Yu's analysis was quite logical, but her final outburst left both of them speechless. I don't know about Red-HairedInfant's origins, but I do know she's definitely not simple. These past 8 years have also been tough for you. Do you resent me? As Tang Hao spoke, he became a bit melancholic. No resentment, they replied in unison, which struck a chord in Tang Hao's heart. After hearing their reasons, he hugged them tightly. To Tang Yu, after so many years of companionship and the grace of raising her, it felt as though she was no less than a biological child. By the way, Dad, was Mom killed by the spear hall? As soon as Tang San asked this question, Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically. We will talk about this matter once your strength reaches a certain requirement. Next, I will train you until you meet my requirements, but you want to need to. Tang Hao also informed them about what their upcoming life would be like. After a brief rest, Tang Hao led the two of them on their journey. After a long and warm trek, the three arrived at a beautiful paradise. Here, there was a huge lake and a powerful waterfall. Tang San's next training would be to practice the chaotic wind hammer method under the waterfall's rush. As for Tang Yu, her task was to battle with Tang Hao. Instead of meditating slowly to accumulate magic power, it was better to directly spar with Tang Hao to gain experience. Since Tang Yu's magic power had already transformed into apostle power, the energy level was higher. Although it was still light yellow, it had already shifted away from the blue of magic power. Coupled with her current level of 60, fighting against Tang Hao was completely unproblematic, of course, limited to practice. Air slash. With the Qian hammer in hand, Tang Hao charged towards Tang Yu, intending to use an air slash to knock her away. The might of the Qian hammer was fully unleashed in Tang Hao's hands and under his technique. The skills of the chaotic wind were integrated into every attack of the Qian hammer. Opposite Tang Hao is Tang Yu, who is transformed into her Beiana form and has also activated her Battle God domain. The golden aura covers the entire training stone platform. While Tang Hao is no easy opponent either, a closer look reveals that the Death God mark on the Qian hammer has already begun to emit brilliance, indicating that he has long activated his Death God domain, yet he is still being suppressed by the Battle God domain. Fortunately, it has offset the suppression of the Battle God domain on himself. In response to Tang Hao's attacks, Tang Yu uses the Enwu battle technique's tyrannical body to strike back, countering with her own attacks. A sweeping blow of the fractured tyrant goes out, and the Qian hammer makes contact with the opposing weapon repeatedly in the air, then separates with a ringing sound like metal being struck. Not far away, Tang San is struggling with a small iron hammer against a waterfall, with the sound of hammering ringing in his ears. The battle between Tang Hao and Tang Yu once again draws to a close amidst the clashes of the Radiant Dragon Dance and the Swift Sky Whirlwind Break. This battle has lasted for a long time. Just a few days after arriving here, Tang Yu began practicing with Tang Hao. However, it wasn't long before Tang Hao's old injuries flared up again. Seeing this, Tang Yu directly used the world instrument and poured all the heavenly medicine into Tang Hao. And then there was no further action needed. The heavenly medicine is indeed reliable. Tang Hao's hidden injuries healed, and under the restorative power of the medicine, his strength reached level 97. Although Tang Hao had been using his soul power to suppress his injuries over the years, his soul power had indeed increased. The giant soldier mastery that Tang Yu and Tang San had given him when they left became the key for Tang Hao to break through all his bottlenecks. And now, with his hidden injuries healed, his strength naturally surged. At the same time, Tang Yu also taught Tang Hao some suitable skills for the Qian hammer, Potential Dragon, Battle Spirit Emission, Air Slash Strike, Gale Strike, Breaking Space Hammer Strike, Starfall Strike, Giant Whirlwind, Frenzied Hammer Strike, Swift Sky Whirlwind Break, Peerless Strike, Reverse Scale Shock, True Dragon Burning Heaven, Hammer Style, and Thunder Roaring Sea, Firehelm Mountain Collapse. Chapter 40. New Chapter. Preparing to head to the City of Slaughter. Time flies, and the training of Tang San and Tang Yu has lasted for several months. During these months of training, Tang San has finally fully mastered the chaotic cloak hammer method, achieving the ultimate state of 9-9, returning to 1. At the same time, the soul power that had been sealed by Tang Hao, which had already reached level 50, has also been released. What surprised Tang San the most was that the purple extreme demon I had directly reached the vast realm thanks to the large amount of mental power potions Tang Yu fed him. In fact, reaching the vast realm with the purple extreme demon I is most difficult because it requires possessing a mental power as vast as the sea. Even a mental power of a tidal Douluo is merely comparable to a lake, which shows how challenging it is to achieve the vast state. Of course, all of this is insignificant in front of Tang Yu, who has already reached the divine realm as an alchemist. During this time, besides practicing with Tang Hao, Tang Yu often went out to fight against soul beast groups. Her level was rapidly increasing, and it's no wonder to say that having a super experience package at level 97 is great. Naturally, Tang Yu's level skyrocketed to 75. Now, Tang Hao could no longer defeat Tang Yu, even though his level had reached 97, making him a super Douluo. However, Tang Yu's magical power had already reached a concentration of 90% of apostolic strength. Now Tang Hao was preparing to take Tang San to obtain his long-awaited 5th spirit ring. Tang Hao brought Tang San into the forest, and as soon as Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul, he was drawn in by an old yet joyful voice. Following the call of this voice, Tang San arrived at the large gathering of blue-silver grass. Here, Tang San learned about his noble bloodline and discovered that he possessed the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Subsequently, the awakening of his bloodline took place at the blue-silver grass gathering. By the time Tang Yu arrived, she saw that Tang San had been enveloped in a cocoon made of a large number of blue-silver grass, emanating waves of energy. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu was also surprised. Interestingly, in the face of Tang Yu's arrival, the spirit beasts present did not show any signs of wariness. The concentration of apostle power within Tang Yu was already quite high, and upon arriving at this gathering, a trace of apostle power naturally diffused from her, causing the blue-silver grass she passed by to grow rapidly. It can only be said that high-level energy is truly powerful. Great being, our blue-silver grass clan welcomes your arrival. The super-aged blue-silver grass also expressed respect towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu felt quite surprised. What is going on? Why do you call me a great being? At this moment, the forgotten Willie reappeared to explain. Miss, your energy has now completely transformed into apostle power, which is equivalent to the creative divine power of this world. To the spirit beasts, you are undoubtedly a great being now. Oh, interesting. I now have a bold and immature idea. With that, Tang Yu refined the apostle power within her and transmitted it into Tang San, who was in the cocoon. Faced with this situation, the elderly blue-silver grass did not try to stop her. Instead, it was quite excited. It seems that old age brings wisdom. Clearly, this is a wise being. The apostolic power caused Tang San's martial soul to undergo another transformation during this second awakening, evolving towards a higher level. After completing the evolution, 2 new soul rings appeared on Tang San, directly reaching the level of 63. Moreover, the 2 black soul rings were surrounded by a golden glow. When Tang San released his martial soul, he discovered that it had transformed. The originally toxin-tainted blue-silver grass had turned into a red and black color. And now, the blue-silver grass was adorned with golden patterns, some of which even radiated a golden light. Even the Qian hammer was imbued with a golden glow, all influenced by the apostolic power. Currently, the martial souls infused with apostolic power can suppress all other martial souls, even top-tier and divine martial souls. Of course, the effect of suppression depends on Tang San's own soul power level. After completing his second awakening, Tang San was taken by Tang Hao to begin the next phase of training, and of course, Tang Yu was also included. Yes, the next place Tang Hao planned to take them was the City of Slaughter. The reason Tang San was going was simple: to acquire the domain of the god of killing and master the use of killing intent. As for Tang Yu, the reason was quite straightforward. Now Tang Hao could no longer defeat her, and if she continued to train, it would only result in him getting beaten up. Tang Hao didn't want to lose face right now, so he planned to throw Tang Yu into the City of Slaughter. Although the domain of the god of killing was completely useless for Tang Yu, the City of Slaughter had plenty of despicable sinners who were not worth mourning, which should be enough for Tang Yu to have her fun. After a period of travel, the 3 arrived at the entrance of the City of Slaughter, a small bar. Upon entering the bar, Tang Yu and Tang San sensed that it was filled with some nefarious individuals. At the bar counter, Tang Hao ordered 3 cups of yellow spring dew, such a nice name. After some intimidation, the 3 cups of yellow spring dew were successfully obtained. Looking at the fishy-smelling yellow spring dew in her hand, Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. Her foodie mentality from an unknown nation made her have some standards for food. She drank it. However, Tang Hao's words also prompted Tang Yu and Tang San to gulp down the yellow spring dew. As soon as Tang Yu drank it, she felt like she was consuming a mixed drink filled with various fishy flavors. This thing is too hard to drink. Looking at Tang Yu, who felt nothing but the awful taste, Tang Hao revealed a meaningful smile. Tang San was unwilling, and as soon as he took a bite, he was directly engulfed by killing intent, which made him feel nauseous. Other customers also noticed this. Wasn't this just food delivered to their doorstep? They immediately surrounded him. These weaklings were frightened when Tang San revealed his 3 black 6 soul rings. In the end, Tang San solved them all with a single move. The blue-silver spike array, which also made him feel the power of the new blue-silver grass. You shouldn't let them go. In the city of slaughter, you can only rely on yourself. Of course, you can go find your sister, but then your training would be meaningless. You need to eliminate all threats to you. Win the annual championship of the Hell's Killing Field, and then survive. As for you, have fun. That's right. Tang Hao's only reminder to Tang Yu was to have fun. The night before coming, he had asked Willie about it. The rules of the City of Slaughter had no effect on Tang Yu. In the City of Slaughter, only soul power is restricted, and it is ineffective against apostolic power. So the City of Slaughter was just a game for Tang Yu. Then Tang Yu and Tang San directly opened the door and entered the City of Slaughter. Chapter 41 New Chapter. The City of Slaughter. Upon entering the City of Slaughter, a dense miasma enveloped them, and this miasma stimulated the Huangquan dew within Tang San, causing him to have hallucinations and see some pleasant sights. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who was completely unresponsive, watched her silly brother perform. Soon, Tang San sensed something was wrong, used the purple extreme magic eye to dispel the illusion, and then saw Tang Yu with a mocking expression. Tang San felt embarrassed and scratched his face, planning to brush it off. Fortunately, Tang Yu didn't care about this. Seeing that Tang San was awake, she led the way towards what was clearly the main gate. Although the distance to the main gate seemed far, it was just a slightly longer bridge, which was still short for soul masters. However, just as they arrived at the entrance of the City of Slaughter, they encountered a guard dog. Stop! With these words, a heavily armored knight appeared before them, blocking their path. I am the terrifying Knight Scott. You have violated the rules. Defeat me, and you will be qualified to enter the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu understood and was ready to act. Meanwhile, Tang San tried to summon the blue silver grass, but found he couldn't use his soul power. While he was still contemplating, Tang Yu had already pulled out Willie and used a waltz stick to directly drag Scott off his horse. Before the terrifying knight could react, Tang Yu used the falling flower palm to send him flying and then executed the sky strike. Willie spun rapidly beneath Scott, and Tang Yu could now use Beiana's special attack in her normal state, which naturally was the Meteor Flash Shadow Strike. The high-speed spinning Willie continuously attacked Scott's back, and with occasional dazzling strikes, Scott was left hanging in midair. After a dazzling series of aerial attacks, Tang Yu directly attached a dazzling explosive to Scott and transformed Willie into the bright dragon Moonblade, leaping high and delivering a single strike that sent him flying. The dazzling explosive detonated midair. By the time Scott landed, he was already unrecognizable, and his armor had long been reduced to fragments. Done. Little San, let's go. Saying this, Tang Yu took the lead as they continued onward. The surrounding guards were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone who could so easily defeat a terrifying knight in the entrance trial. Since Scott was taken down by Tang Yu, the City of Slaughter had to immediately summon a replacement terrifying knight to drag Scott back. Naturally, the new one was specifically designated to test Tang San. Tang San, not one to shy away from battle, directly swung his hammer and passed the test, allowing both of them to receive a token from the new terrifying knight. Tang Yu's was 9527, while Tang San's was 9528. Interesting. Does the number on this token mean there are over 9,000 opponents to defeat? Tang Yu was persuaded by her own reasoning and began to look forward to life in the City of Slaughter. Arriving at the entrance, the intense, killing aura hit them like a wave, and there was already someone waiting inside. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. I didn't expect 2 distinguished guests to arrive at once. I am your guide. Within the 12-hour novice protection period, I will answer all your questions. After 12 hours, you will become official members. The guide spoke seriously. So, "Miss, where can we quickly take out a large number of enemies?" Tang Yu directly stated her intention. She came here to farm monsters. Although simple sparring was still beneficial, Tang Hao was unwilling to cooperate. So she had no choice but to come to this instance to farm monsters. Faced with Tang Yu's direct curiosity, the guide explained the information about the City of Slaughter. When she mentioned the King of Slaughter, Tang Yu had a question. Is this King of Slaughter powerful? Tang Yu's question left the guide momentarily speechless. It's not a matter of whether he is powerful. He is the ruler of the City of Slaughter, the strongest existence here. The guide spoke with pride, unaware that Tang Yu's expression had already turned excited. Yay! I can foresee that if given the chance in the future, I will definitely beat that King of Slaughter up. Finally, the guide explained the rules of the Hell's Killing Field. In simple terms, after a free-for-all battle and achieving 100 consecutive wins, they could proceed to the challenge game. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the Hell's Killing Field. Right, my foolish brother? Tang Yu's words received Tang San's agreement. While the guide was shocked by the relationship between the two, realizing they were clearly siblings but were actually sister and brother. Upon entering the inner city of the City of Slaughter, they encountered Hulina. Although Tang San's appearance had changed, Tang Yu's striking red hair and her height of 1.50 meters still allowed Hulina to recognize her as the opponent who had once overwhelmed both of them. You are Tang Yu. Is this over here, Tang San? What a big change. Why are you both here in the City of Slaughter? You're here for training, right? After the Soul Master competition ended, Bibi Dong had summoned her most valued disciple and talked about her relationship with Yu Xiaojiang. Tang Yu's departure from Wuhuan City with a single, overwhelming strike was also incredibly impressive. It's Hulina. Little San is here for training, and I'm just here to have fun. My level has reached 75, and the progress has slowed down. As she spoke, Tang Yu still looked unsatisfied. Hulina felt like hitting someone after hearing this. This little girl, who was a few years younger than her, was already quite strong. Previously, she was only a few levels stronger than them, but now she had directly reached level 70 Soul Sage, making it impossible for anyone else to compete. The commentator was also dumbfounded. Encountering familiar faces for a chat in the City of Slaughter was quite something. Of course, this overlooks the fact that while the three were chatting and walking, they were suddenly attacked from all directions, only to be easily dispatched by others. Upon arriving at the Slaughter Arena, Tang Yu was the first to sign up. Tang Yu's battles were quite simple, facing her opponents. She could even defeat the remaining 9 without using any skills, simply by attacking them directly. Tang San's battles were also ongoing. Unlike Tang Yu, after achieving over 60 victories, Tang San could no longer fight every day and needed a rest. In contrast, Tang Yu fought once a day and completed 90 victories in just 3 months. With her level skyrocketing to 79, just one step away from the second awakening at level 80. Chapter 42. New Chapter. The destruction of the City of Slaughter. Since Tang Yu achieved 99 victories, she began to roam around the City of Slaughter every day. Initially, there were brainless attackers, but after one occasion, when a group of hundreds attempted to surround Tang Yu and were all turned to ash by her star pattern attack, no one dared to approach her while she wandered. Meanwhile, Tang San was still diligently training and participating in battles at the Slaughter Arena. Hulina also learned about the Huangquan Lu issue early on, and under the care of Tang San and Tang Yu, she continued to achieve victories. 2 years quickly passed, and Tang San and Hulina both completed 99 victories, just one step away from becoming the annual champions of the Slaughter Arena with 100 victories. In a few days, it will be my 100th victory. Sister, what are you planning to do? Tang San asked as he looked at Tang Yu, who was half lying on the bed, doing nothing. How would I know? I completed my 100 victories a few days ago, and during this time, my level has also reached 82, achieving the second awakening. The power within me has completely transformed into apostolic power. I dare say there is no opponent for me on this Douluo continent now. Indeed, during this time, Tang Yu was not idle. Her level also broke through to 80, completing her second awakening and gaining the ability to manifest her apostolic incarnation, allowing her to unleash the strength that once overwhelmed the 1,000 paths. Her current strength was likely at the divine level. All right, I will complete my 100th victory every day, and then I will go with Hulina to challenge the Hell Road. Tang San shared his plan with Tang Yu. Little San, just handle it yourself. This is your training. However, since you plan to challenge the Hell Road tomorrow, I will go the day after to directly beat up that Slaughter King. And then I will demolish this City of Slaughter. After you go out tomorrow, just wait for me with Dad outside. Tang Yu finally revealed her plan, which was to directly take on the demolition business. After Tang San learned about his sister's plan, he couldn't help but show an awkward expression. Well, I'll talk to Dad about it then. I hope you have fun the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Tang San began to check for safety and adjust his state. With the help of his training in the Killing City and the absorption of soul power, Tang San's level had been rapidly increasing, and just a few days ago, his soul power reached level 70. Tang Yu, having reached level 80, also condensed a soul ring for Tang San using her apostle power, which was a red soul ring equivalent to 100,000 years. In fact, even Tang Yu didn't expect to succeed. It was just that when Tang San reached level 70, there was no way to obtain soul rings in the Killing City. So Tang Yu tried her luck and surprisingly succeeded. The 10,000-year soul ring condensed from Tang Yu's apostolic power brings an astonishing enhancement to Tang San's blue silvergrass, granting it a powerful martial soul manifestation. With the strong oppressive force of the apostolic power, it completely ignores the opponent's martial soul quality and directly suppresses them, making it incredibly formidable. Due to it being the 7th soul ring, there are no 2 skills, but its immense energy greatly enhances all attributes of Tang San's blue-silver emperor. Naturally, as Tang San's level has progressed, new skills are also inevitable. This time, Tang Yu prepared all the remaining skills of the Poison King for him: Venom's Grief, Heart-Devouring Poison Technique, and Forbidden Technique, Venomous Serpent's Denver. Of course, Tang Yu also passed on the skills intended for Tang Hao to Tang San, which allowed Tang San to unleash the Hao-Ian Hammer with great ferocity in the slaughter arena. Soon, the next day arrived, and Tang San's 100th opponent was shattered under the tangible killing intent and reverse scales he emanated, making him the 3rd annual champion in recent times. This time, the Killing King could no longer sit still. This was a full 3 annual championships at stake. Fortunately, Tang Yu did not seem too eager to leave, clearly unaware of what he was about to face. Tang San and Beiana did not intend to listen to the Killing King's lengthy speech and directly requested to open the Hell Road. The opening of the Hell Road also made the Killing King feel uncomfortable and worried. After entering the Hell Road, Tang San and Beiana naturally advanced rapidly, even using a big hammer to farm some monsters, harvesting 10 inner Dan of the Sunshot. Ultimately, Tang San and Beiana broke through the Hell Road, and their martial souls were granted the domain of the God of Killing. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who was waiting outside, was extremely excited to see Tang San again. Congratulations, little San, on completing the preliminary training. Where's your sister? It was evident that Tang Hao noticed Tang Yu did not come out with him. Date. My sister said she plans to destroy the city of Slaughter and wants us to wait outside for a while. As Tang San spoke about Tang Yu's plan, Beiana was taken back to the Spirit Hall for a celebration. Turning the conversation back to the city of Slaughter, Tang Yu felt the aura of the Slaughter arena had weakened significantly, indicating that Tang San and Beiana had passed the Hell Road. Today was the first day since Tang San's departure, and on this day, Tang Yu challenged the Killing King. Killing King, let us have a battle today. If you win, I will leave the city of Slaughter. Otherwise, I will destroy this city of Slaughter. Tang Yu's words clearly made the Killing King furious, feeling humiliated, and he intended to show Tang Yu true power. As both sides entered the arena, the audience erupted in excitement. They never expected to witness such a scene, where someone dared to challenge the Killing King in the city of Slaughter. Little girl, don't get too cocky. However, the Killing King's harsh words got stuck in his throat. Tang Yu directly activated her apostle transformation, displaying her dazzling patterns, battle instincts, and magical shields. The power of the apostle gathered in a circular arc, showcasing Tang Yu's formidable strength and noble power. Come on, let me see the might of the Killing King. This time, Tang Yu's voice, though not mature, still carried a solemn and reverberating tone. Feeling the pressure from Tang Yu, the Killing King knew he was up against a tough opponent. Tang Yu did not give the Killing King any time to prepare and immediately launch her attack with the Falling Flower Palm, pushing him back, followed by the Dragon Tooth Sky Strike, the Brilliant Dragon Dance, Dual Smash, Meteor Thunder Strike, and a series of moves that left the Killing King dazed and even unstable. Finally, under Tang Yu's star pattern meteor explosion, he was knocked out cold. Afterwards, the figure that appeared was a slightly aged silhouette. Upon seeing this, Tang Yu brought him to her side and then directly unleashed the one-man against 1,000 technique, severing the entire strange space of the Slaughter City from the main world and grinding it to dust. The sinful exile land of the Slaughter City thus became a thing of the past. Chapter 43. New chapter. Tang Chen, Tang Hao, and Tang San set up a campfire at the exit, waiting for Tang Yu's appearance. After a night of casual chatting, Tang Hao learned about the experiences of Tang San and Tang Yu in the Slaughter City over the past 2 years. Upon hearing about Tang San's experiences, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel that his son was truly exceptional, and he felt quite happy. However, after understanding Tang Yu's experiences, he felt a sense of helplessness, or perhaps confusion. There were many high-level soul masters in the Slaughter City, and the rules of the Slaughter City were simply a joke to Tang Yu. She was truly like a fish in water. Not to mention, when she first entered, Tang Yu's combat ability had already reached the level of title Douluo. Now, from Tang San's words, he learned that Tang Yu's level had already reached 82. During the return from the battle with the Spirit Hall, Tang Yu had briefly mentioned to Tang Hao that she had temporarily boosted her level by 20 using a secret technique, reaching level 80. At that time, she could easily defeat Qian Douluo, who was at level 99. Now that Tang Yu's level had surpassed 80, it seemed that there was no opponent for her in the world. Tang Hao felt genuinely happy about such a result. Although Tang Yu was not his biological child, after so many years of living together, he regarded her as his own. His relationship with Tang Yu was not much different from that with Tang San. However, Tang Yu's astonishing growth rate always reassured him. Now that Tang Yu was invincible, he could rest easy teaching Tang San. Now, Xiao San, tell me about your progress. What level have you reached? You should have been able to absorb and refine more soul power from the slaughter field with Yuera's guidance, right? That's right, Dad. With my sister's techniques, my soul power has reached level 73. My 7th soul ring was directly condensed by my sister using her amazing apostolic power. It is the most suitable 100,000-year soul ring for me. As she spoke, Tang Yu released her blue-silver grass soul rings one by one, and the staggering combination of yellow, purple, black, and red rings was truly astonishing. Tang Hao looked at the 7th red soul ring, filled with excitement and joy. Good, very good. Now, Tang Hao seemed a bit incoherent. However, just as the two were about to continue their chatter, a sound like shattering glass echoed from all directions, followed by countless large and small red cracks appearing in the sky. Finally, after a series of loud explosions, pieces of red fragments, resembling shattered glass, began to fall from the sky. These were the broken fragments of the Slaughter City space. At the same time, the Azura god in the divine realm sensed that his inheritance space had been destroyed, and he was immediately furious, wondering who dared to destroy his place of inheritance. However, he soon checked and discovered that there were still 5 divine candidates on Douluo continent, which eased his anger slightly, but he still planned to investigate further. At this moment, along with the falling fragments, Tang Yu, still in her apostle incarnation state, was slowly descending from the sky. Tang San and Tang Hao looked at Tang Yu in the air, and a thought simultaneously arose in their hearts, where sister really destroyed the city of slaughter. In fact, Tang San originally planned to use the Snowy Swan Kiss to destroy the city of slaughter before leaving, but after learning about Tang Yu's intentions, he gave up on that idea. Dad, Xiao San, I'm back. When Tang Hao and Tang San saw Tang Yu, she also saw them and was waving her hands as she descended towards them. You did a great job. How was your time in the city of slaughter? Tang Hao managed to ask this question after thinking for a while. Dad, let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that I almost broke the city of slaughter while playing, I really wouldn't want to destroy it. The people inside are all a bunch of reckless fools. They keep wanting to fight even when they can't win, which has greatly improved my strength. And that king of slaughter, I feel like he can take way more hits than you, Dad. At first, Tang Yu's words amused Tang Hao, but the last sentence made him feel incredibly awkward. Just when the three were about to chat and walk at the same time, an unexpected change occurred again. From the still, falling spatial fragments, a figure with bat-like wings burst out. It was the king of slaughter. With sharp eyes, Tang San and Tang Hao immediately recognized the newcomer. That's right, after leaving the cluster of fragments from the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter had locked onto Tang Yu and charged towards the three. What a persistent ghost. It's just a matter of destroying his home. Tang Yu complained as she directly activated her apostle incarnation and flew towards the king of slaughter. On the side, Tang Hao and Tang San were both left speechless, wondering how someone who had demolished another's home could brazenly accuse others of being persistent. Truly, that's you, Tang Yu. At this moment, the king of slaughter was clearly blinded by his own arrogance and had forgotten the experience of being beaten by Tang Yu earlier. With the rain stopped and the sky cleared, the king of slaughter felt invincible again. However, the outcome was evident. He charged forward only to be intercepted mid-air by Tang Yu's spinning staff, which then flung him downwards, causing him to crash into the ground and create a massive pit. Inside, the king of slaughter coughed up a spout of blood like a water gun. Tang Yu gracefully jumped back and then executed a heavenly strike, lifting him up for another series of dazzling combos. By the time Tang Hao and Tang San arrived, Tang Yu had already severely injured the King of Slaughter with a powerful strike, which caused the King of Slaughter's bat wings to flicker as if they were about to disappear. Tang San, with his vast understanding from the purple extreme demon eyes, immediately noticed this situation. Sister, I just discovered something. The bat wings and the King of Slaughter don't seem to be one entity, but rather parasitic. Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Yu became intrigued. Interesting, let's see how this goes. Tang Yu immediately activated her apostle power and struck the King of Slaughter in a peculiar manner, leading to a miraculous event where a massive bat was directly forced out from the King of Slaughter's body, and the King of Slaughter's appearance also changed. At that moment, Tang Hao became excited as he recognized this person from his childhood memories. He should be from the Qian sect. But what was going on? The bat that was captured on camera was none other than the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Initially surprised, it didn't take long for Tang Yu to blast it into pieces with a massive flashy ball. After learning from Tang Hao that the King of Slaughter was actually one of their own, Tang Yu fed the unconscious King of Slaughter a bottle of heavenly potion. Before long, the King of Slaughter woke up, and the three learned of his identity. His name was Tang Chun, a level 99 unparalleled Douluo, Tang Hao's grandfather, and the great-grandfather of Tang San and Tang Yu. Chapter 44. Qian sect. I never expected that our Qian sect would fall to such a state. Bullied by that old scoundrel Qian Douluo. After hearing from Tang Hao about the events of the past few decades, Tang Chun felt an immense anger. By the way, Grandpa, where have you been all these years? I only heard from Father that you went to seek a way to become a god. Tang Hao also asked with curiosity why their ancestor would be in the city of Slaughter and possessed by a bunch of strange creatures. At the same time, Tang San and Tang Yu also looked at him with interest. Tang Chen glanced at Tang Hao and Tang San, then deeply looked at Tang Yu before slowly speaking. I had a sort of friendship with that old scoundrel Qian Douluo. Back in the day, when we both reached the level of 99 extreme Douluo, we began to seek opportunities for becoming gods. In the end, we both found the Sea God Island. Sea God Island? Tang San and Tang Yu felt curious about this unfamiliar term, especially since it was a place where their level 99 ancestors sought opportunities for becoming a god. It must be a powerful place. Sea God Island is an overseas island inhabited by soul masters with ocean martial souls, who call themselves Sea Soul Masters. There, Qian Douluo, and I met a woman who was also a level 99 extreme Douluo, and like Qian Douluo, I fell in love with her. She is the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Seeing his two exceptionally talented descendants interested, Tang Chun was naturally willing to share more, especially since he could clearly sense Tang Yu's potential to become a god. Wow, I didn't expect Grandpa to have such experiences. What happened next? Tang Yu expressed her eagerness to hear more of the story. After that, Qian Douluo and I fought, and we both made a promise that we wouldn't return until we became gods. And that was necessary. Tang Chen's words were filled with melancholy this time, as he considered himself a failure now. Why is that? Tang Sen asked. That's because Poseidon is the executor of the divine examination. And the last trial of the divine examination requires the executor to sacrifice themselves to open. If I want to be with her, I must first become a god to have the qualifications to negotiate with the sea god. After that, I searched everywhere and finally found a divine inheritance. That of the Shura god, and the location of the inheritance is the city of Slaughter. What? The city of Slaughter? Tang Chen's words shocked Tang Hao and Tang San greatly, while Tang Yu felt incredibly embarrassed since the city of Slaughter was her doing. Seeing Tang Yu's guilty expression, Tang Chun felt happy inside, reaching out to ruffle her red hair and laughing, "Haha, Lily, there's no need to feel guilty. If it weren't for you, I would still be under the control of that blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, and I owe you thanks for that miraculous potion. Otherwise, I would have been backfired and at death's door by now." Oh, I see. Then, Grandpa, how did you become a King of Slaughter? This question from Tang Yu is also what Tang Hao and Tang San wanted to ask. Well, it's because during the divine examination, I sensed a different divine power and was then interfered with, allowing the blood-red nine-headed Bat King to take advantage of the situation and become the King of Slaughter until little Yuer saved me. As he spoke, Tang Chun gently patted Tang Yu's head, enjoying the feeling. Then, Grandpa, what about your divine examination now? Tang San noticed the issue. Was Tang Chen's situation still considered as continuing the divine examination or a failure? Naturally, it was a failure, but fortunately, Lil Yuer brought me back. It wasn't all in vain. After all, my divine examination had reached the final stage, and the previous results shouldn't go to waste. Now, Hauer and Little Sanner both possess the killing god domain, which is a prerequisite for the Shura god inheritance. Who among you plans to accept this power? This news shocked Tang Hao and Tang San. The progress of the divine examination could also be inherited. However, in the end, it was not Tang San, but Tang Hao who obtained the Shura god inheritance. Surprising, right? Just as Tang Hao was about to pass the inheritance to Tang San, Tang Yu stood up, promising to give Tang San an opportunity to become a god. Naturally, Tang Hao did not believe it. Tang Yu's strength made sense. But the divine inheritance was not something that could be easily obtained. What ultimately convinced Tang Hao was actually a sentence from Tang Chun. I believe it, after all. Xiao has already become a god. That's right. As a level 99 ultimate Douluo, Tang Chun could clearly feel that Tang Yu's strength had surpassed his own. And there was only one possibility for this situation. Tang Yu had already become a god. This also serves as evidence for Tang Chun and finally makes Tang San and Tang Hao understand a principle. Even if the classification methods of different power systems are the same, the realms they represent cannot be generalized. Alright, after all these years, I also want to return to Qian sect and see how things are. What about you? Are you planning to go back with me, or do you have other plans? After chatting, Tang Chen also intended to return to Qian sect. Grandpa, Hao plans to take Xiao San to Qian to learn how to suppress his killing intent. He is currently too sharp. Moreover, I am a sinner of Qian sect, so it's better not to go back. In the end, Tang Hao also showed a sad expression. Nonsense. You did very well. Our Qian sect must have the determination to fight against all opponents. Those who choose to yield are the ones who lose face for Qian sect. Hearing this, Tang Chun was displeased. According to Tang Hao's understanding, currently, only he and Tang San possess the domain of the god of killing in Qian sect. Therefore, it can be seen that these two can truly be called his descendants. The others do not qualify. Don't worry, this time when I go back, I will teach those useless kids a good lesson. Once you have trained well, you can return to Qian sect anytime. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, he took off into the sky, and it seems that Tang Xiao and the elders will have to face some difficulties. At this moment, Tang San also noticed that Tang Hao's eyes were a bit moist. It seems that being expelled from Qian sect back then had an impact on him. It's nothing. I'm just happy. We're going to Tiando City now, and when you can skillfully control your killing intent, we will return to Qian sect. After saying that, Tang Hao took the lead and walked ahead. Tang Yu and Tang San had no choice but to hurry and catch up. Dad, what kind of place is Qian? What are we going there for? In response to Tang Yu's inquiry, Tang Hao only replied, "You'll know when we get there." Relying on the speed of the three, they quickly arrived at Tiando City, and Qian appeared before them. It was a magnificent building, exuding an air of nobility everywhere. Tang Hao's eyes also revealed a nostalgic expression. Chapter 45. Qian. The three arrived at the entrance of Qian under Tang Hao's lead. The entrance of Qian was filled with well-dressed, dignified, and elegant people, clearly a gathering place for the upper class. The three raised their feet to enter Qian, but were stopped by two gatekeepers. Halt! Qian does not receive those who are poorly dressed. Hearing this, Tang San intended to release his killing intent to intimidate them. But Tang Yu was faster, directly transforming into Beiana. In a flash of golden light, she radiated a golden glow, and a wave of the aura of a superior being continuously pressed down on the two gatekeepers. Indeed, after completing her second awakening, Tang Yu's Beiana form carried a strong aura of authority. That was the might of the battle god. The two gatekeepers were immediately flustered. Such a powerful aura and the fear from deep within their souls forced them to freeze in place. One of them mustered all his strength and took a step forward, running inside, seemingly to report the situation. Seeing this, Tang Yu also released her transformation, as she had just transformed and her pressure naturally dissipated. With this situation, the other servant was trembling when the three entered, no longer daring to stop them. Upon entering the interior of the Moon Pavilion, it appeared luxurious, with various celebrities engaging in elegant conversations. Tang Yu was quite interested in everything inside. Tang Hao led the two to the front desk and told the three maidens to inform Yue Hua that an old friend had come to visit during the waning moon. These maidens were well-trained and behaved very appropriately, respectfully greeting even the rather disheveled Tang Hao. Upon hearing that an old friend was visiting, one of the maidens immediately went to inform the inner room. Soon, several people arrived in the hall, led by a man, and upon learning that it was Tang Hao and the others who wanted to see the lady, they began to show their displeasure. The Moon Pavilion only received elegant guests and asked them to leave. As soon as the chief steward spoke, two staff members stepped forward to drive them away. Of course, putting on a good show. However, they were facing Tang Hao, who directly said, "You judge people too superficially, get lost." This provoked the two, who then intended to take action. Wasn't this ridiculous? They were up against Tang Yu, who had reached level 82 with divine level strength, Tang San, who had just emerged from the City of Slaughter with a power surge, now a level 73 Soul Saint, and Tang Hao, who had just obtained the Shura Goddess Inheritance and reached level 98 as the Haotian Douluo. In the end, it was Tang San who retaliated, as Tang Yu had already shown her capabilities once. Of course, before Tang San acted, Tang Hao had made a request to avoid killing and not to damage the Moon Pavilion. Tang San's opponents were just 2 level 40 Soul Zone, a direct difference of 30 levels, and he was instantly killed. At the same time, Tang San's killing intent also spread out. Director Ode, who was relatively powerful, saw his 2 subordinates being crushed by Tang San and released his soul ring. He turned out to be a 6-ring Soul Emperor. It was his last warning to leave Qian. However, Tang San's next performance greatly shocked him. The appearance of the 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, scared Ode so much that his legs went weak. A level 70 Soul Sage, and he actually had a 100,000 year soul ring. What kind of monster was this? His confidence instantly vanished. Nevertheless, Director Ode was a diligent person. Facing the exceptionally well-trained Tang San, he still chose to strike. But he was directly crushed by Tang San's killing god domain. At this moment, Tang San's killing intent also went out of control. Seeing this, Tang Yu knew it was time for her to step in. She sighed, called out Willie, wrapped the god of battles wool around Willie's head, and then struck Tang San on the head with a hammer. In an instant, Tang San woke up and regained his rationality. Of course, such a huge commotion and the fluctuations from the killing god domain had already attracted the attention of the master of this place. Accompanied by a melodious tune, a domain unfolded, completely dissipating the effects of the killing god domain. The master of Qian also came out and saw her. However, the originally extraordinary Lady Yu changed her expression upon seeing Tang Hao and rushed to him, grabbing him tightly. "Is it really you?" Her tone was filled with urgency. "It's me, Yuehua." This response also made Tang Yuehua feel sad. "Why have you become so haggard?" After saying this, she tightly hugged Tang Hao with a choked voice. "Little San, I told you Dad was really too depressed. Clearly, his injuries have healed, and now he's become stronger. But why doesn't he take care of himself?" Tang Yu said quietly to Tang San while looking at the scene before her. "I'm not sure either," Tang San replied, feeling quite embarrassed at Tang Yu's question. The staff of the Moon Pavilion were all astonished as they watched the scene before them. After expressing her emotions, Tang Yuehua turned to Tang Yu and Tang San. "Are they your children?" she asked Tang Hao, but when she looked at Tang Yu, she felt puzzled. Tang Yu's exquisite appearance didn't seem like something Tang Hao's genes could produce. "Sort of," was Tang Hao's answer, which only deepened Tang Yuehua's confusion. "What do you mean, sort of?" "Tang San is my biological son, and Yuer is my adopted daughter." Upon hearing Tang Hao's response, Tang Yuehua felt relieved. After all, a child like Tang Yu didn't resemble her brother's genes at all. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Yu and Tang San, wanting to reach out and pat their heads. Tang Yu obediently allowed her to pat her head, and after some ruffling, she even showed a cat-like expression. However, Tang San instinctively dodged away. "What are you dodging for?" "I'm your aunt, and you're not nearly as cute as you were," Tang Yuehua said, giving Tang San a sideways glance before continuing to ruffle Tang Yu's hair. Then, under Tang Yuehua's lead, the 3 entered the Moon Pavilion. After some discussions, they got to know each other's situations better. Tang Yuehua also proposed to Tang Hao about returning to the sect, but unexpectedly, Tang Hao agreed this time, although he refused by saying he had other matters to attend to. Furthermore, Tang Yuehua learned about the return of their grandfather, Tang Chun. Tang San also knew why he was here, which was to learn etiquette and music, to control himself. Tang Yuehua also understood why Tang Yu came here, which was to have fun. This left Tang Yuehua with a headache, as it seemed her second brother treated this place like a kindergarten. Chapter 46. Cleansing the lead and glamour. The next day, Tang Yuehua took Tang Yu and Tang San to class. These two were Tang Yu and Tang San, who would study with you for the next year. Tang Yuehua also introduced Tang Yu and Tang San to the group of students below. Upon learning their names, anyone with some connections was incredibly surprised. A few years ago, the one who defeated the Spirit Hall representative team with exceptional talent and won the elite competition of senior Soul Master academies across the continent was actually back to learn noble etiquette and planned to spend a year completing 3 years' worth of content. Originally, Tang San intended to use a pseudonym, But now that Tang Yu is already unmatched in the world, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, it was precisely because of Tang Yu's presence that the pressure from the spirit hall on Tang San was significantly reduced. But the pressure from dignity had greatly increased, as he was now the least skilled in their family. The harp lessons quickly began, and among the many students who already had a foundation, Tang San appeared quite clumsy. The surrounding laughter gradually pushed Tang San to the brink of a breakdown, but fortunately, he managed to control himself at the cost of sacrificing a string. At first, Tang Yu obediently learned music scores for a while and acted like a good girl, but then she began to unleash herself. Tang Yu surprisingly played the harp to create a rock vibe, and such stimulating and bold music left everyone present quite shocked. Tang Yuehua also rubbed her forehead in frustration. It seemed that Tang Yu's earlier obedient behavior was due to her being in the learning phase, and now that she had learned, she started to enjoy herself. Since then, it seemed like Tang Yu had opened the door to a new world. She actually replicated the music from the knowledge she was born with. From then on, there was no stopping her. Over the course of a year, Tang Yu continuously replicated the instruments from her memory, and after understanding them all, she even began to play symphonies. The grand and magnificent atmosphere of symphonic music was truly astonishing to the noble students. Tang San was once again amazed by his sister's talent. The ability of one person to control hundreds of instruments simultaneously through energy manipulation was truly an exaggerated display of control. During this year, Tang San has made significant progress, and the sharp aura around him has completely been reined in, making his demeanor quite elegant. As for Tang Yu, with her height of 1.50 meters, she looks like a little girl. Children have their privileges, although she is Tang San's sister, who would know if it's not mentioned. Additionally, during this year, Tang Yu and Tang San also took time to return to Shrek Academy, where they met with Master Lu Erlong, Flinder, and others. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang's physical condition has completely reached the level of a title Douluo. With Yu Xiaojiang's help, Flinder and Lu Erlong have also broken through level 80 and reached the level of Soul Douluo. Of course, Tang Yu and Tang San also learned about Oscar and the others' 5-year agreement. When leaving, Tang Yu gave Flinder, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, and others a mark each. A basic proficiency that had no miraculous effects, merely purifying soul power and breaking through bottlenecks, which was the best gift for these teachers. Finally, after completing the graduation ceremony, Tang Yu and Tang San were set to leave. At the graduation ceremony, Tang San performed as a representative, while Tang Yu gave an additional performance of Lilia, the bashful bloom, immersing everyone in her dream. Among the attendees was Xue Qinghe, Qian Shui, who was surprised to see Tang Yu and Tang San boldly appearing in Tiando City. Although a few years ago, his mother had inexplicably become kindred to him, the relationship between them was still quite stiff, and that day his grandfather had just recovered from his injuries. However, none of this mattered, as after today, Tang Yu and Tang San would be leaving for the place they agreed upon with Tang Hao a year ago. Upon seeing Tang Hao again, Tang San appeared quite happy. And Tang Yu also saw Tang Hao, whose aura had condensed, indicating he had stabilized the enhancements granted by the assessment. Now, he was just a step away from breaking through level 98 to reach the limit of 99. At least now, Tang Hao's complexion looked good, though the sense of desolation still lingered. You are here. Come over here. Kneel down. Yu doesn't need to. This wasn't because Tang Hao looked down on Tang Yu, but because he had already guessed her identity and was afraid that her kneeling might lead to some unexpected issues. Nonetheless, Tang Yu still knelt down, but it was a single knee down, which carried a completely different meaning. As Tang Yu and Tang San knelt before the blue silver grass, the branches and leaves of the blue silver grass actually embraced Tang Yu, Tang San, and Tang Hao like arms. It seemed that Tang Hao had talked a lot about Tang Yu with Qian over the years, and now he clearly regarded Tang Yu as his own child. Faced with such a scene, Tang Yu and Tang San felt a warmth that was the feeling of maternal love. Dad, is this Mom? Tang San asked Tang Hao. Qian's performance also gave Tang Hao a glimmer of hope. Yes, this is your mother. She is the Blue-Silver Emperor, a 100,000-year soul beast. When you were born, she was forced by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji, to sacrifice herself to help me break through to title Douluo, and she became a soul bone and a seed. As Tang Hao spoke, his tone grew more desolate and sorrowful. Looking at their fragile father, Tang Yu and Tang San recalled their childhood, when Tang Hao appeared as if he had lost the world. After listening to Tang Hao carefully recount their past, Tang Yu and Tang San understood the whole story. Dad, So Mom needs to cultivate again to become a 100,000-year soul beast, right? To Tang San's question, Tang Hao gave a positive answer. Then I think I have a way to help Mom reach 100,000 years sooner. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao seemed to grasp the last straw. What way? Tang Hao's tone was urgent. I know a place called the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. There, plants can grow hundreds of times faster. When Tang San mentioned the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, Tang Yu also remembered the place. That's right. With that place, there's no problem. I thought I could only increase the time flow rate in a small area by a few thousand times with all my apostolic power. But now with the addition of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang, we might even catch up at dinner today. This news from Tang Yu excited Tang San and Tang Hao immensely. They never expected such an opportunity. Chapter 47. A family. Now that they knew Tang Yu had the ability to help Yin regain her form, Tang Hao no longer hesitated. After handing over the soul bone created from a Yin's sacrifice to Tang San, he began preparing to move Yin. Tang San began to absorb the soul bones, while Tang Yu went to Shrek Academy to borrow a venue from the old monster, Douluo. After all, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I could be considered Douluo's territory, right? The three of them split up and started simultaneously, with Tang Yu's current strength. Traveling from Stardew Forest to Shrek Academy was completely unproblematic. In less than half a day, she arrived at the academy. Without bothering with the staff at the gate, Tang Yu directly entered the academy from the sky. After sensing some auras, she found Douluo's presence. It was just right that Douluo happened to be in the academy at that moment. At this time, Douluo also sensed a presence probing him and walked out of the room. Before he could investigate further, a figure descended from the sky. Old monster, it's been a long time. Tang Yu greeted Douluo as soon as she landed. During her last visit to the academy to see the dean, Douluo was not around, and she had no idea what he was up to. Oh, it's you, this real monster. With your current strength, I fear I'm no longer your opponent, Douluo remarked, feeling the power within Tang Yu that far surpassed his own, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, even someone like Qian Douluo is no match for me now. Hearing Douluo's words, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise her head proudly. Wait, I'm not here to reminisce. Old monster, I have a small favor to ask of you. Tang Yu quickly realized she had come for an important matter and promptly brought the conversation back on track. What favor do you need? Having a favor from someone like you, a monster, must be quite something, Douluo teased, but there was some truth to his words. If what Tang Yu said was true, and she indeed had the strength to crush that tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall like she did during the Soul Master tournament, she could be considered one of the strongest on the continent. It's not a big deal, I just need to use your Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Tang Yu's request was not a major issue. Alright, but this time you must not completely ransack my herb garden, Douluo agreed, although he was wary of Tang San and Tang Yu. However, he never expected that this time they were going to play with time acceleration, which would allow them to harvest a few waves while using it, if needed. After receiving formal permission, Tang Yu headed to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, planning to meet up with Tang San and Tang Hao there. Tang Yu didn't have to wait long before Tang San and Tang Hao arrived at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, carrying a huge potted plant. They had somehow managed to get an oversized flower pot and placed a Yin inside. Due to Tang Hao's involvement, they filled a large area around it, making the entire potted plant enormous. Fortunately, both of them were accomplished soul masters. Otherwise, carrying such a thing over such a long distance would have been quite daunting. Old man, little San, over here. Tang Yu saw the two of them carrying the large potted plant. She had already dug a suitable hole, but realized it was obviously too small now. You guys are too much, Tang San said, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head upon seeing Tang Yu. This is to avoid damaging Mom's root system. Tang San didn't know how else to explain it. All right, little San, hurry up and help Dad place Mom into the hole I dug. I need to prepare to start. Tang Yu urged Tang San and Tang Hao to get to work. Tang San and Tang Hao didn't say much more and quickly placed a Yin into the pit. After arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, a Yin's plant body clearly felt a sense of relaxation. It seems that your mother really likes this place. Seeing the situation, Tang Hao also felt very happy. All right, old man, step aside. You all keep your distance. The following will be a super high flow of time. Before having eternal life, don't get too close, or you might turn to ashes in an instant under the power of time. Tang Yu's words made the two quickly leave, as the power of time is no joke. Tang Yu then came to the plant body, and Ain reached out a branch to gently wrap around Tang Yu's ankle. All right, Mom, get ready, I'm about to start. Let's work hard to cultivate so we can end this quickly. After speaking, Tang Yu slightly retreated, leaving space for Ain, who would definitely grow tremendously next. Once Tang Yu stood firm, she directly activated her apostle transformation. entering the apostle form under Tang Yu's guidance. A massive amount of natural energy began to gather here. Tang Hao also informed Tang San to start cultivating, as this was a great opportunity. Tang Yu closed her eyes, concentrating her spirit, as this was her first time fully utilizing the power of the apostle, directly calling upon the power of time. By my will, by my name, grant me the power of the universe. Let the river of time manifest once more. Under Tang Yu's operation, a river flowing with golden fine sand appeared in that area. Time accelerated once again. With Tang Yu's command, the river of time enveloped a yin's area, and time began to flow wildly, while a yin started to cultivate crazily. Experiencing her own years. Outside, Tang Hao saw a yin growing at a visible speed, quickly becoming immensely huge, and the golden patterns on her leaves became increasingly distinct. After nearly a day and night, the river of time dissipated in this area, and Tang Yu also got up from the nearby recliner. At the same time, Tang San also woke up, and when the two looked at the original location of the plant body, they were choked by the overwhelming sweetness. What was once blue silver grass was now a yin, who had completed her transformation, embracing Tang Hao, who noticed her first in a sweet display of affection. Tang Yu could no longer bear to watch, pulling Tang San outside the eye of ice and fire, intending to give the two some private space. Soon, the affectionate pair noticed that the two children had left and stopped exuding their sweet aroma, coming outside. When Tang San saw Ayin come out, he stepped forward to receive a big hug, and Ayin also pulled Tang Yu into the embrace. However, due to Tang Yu's height, she could only be enveloped in the embrace. By the way, the transformed Ayin had also cultivated to tidal Douluo level with the abundant energy drawn by Tang Yu and the accelerated time, of course. With the standard soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Meanwhile, Tang San remained the weakest in the family. Chapter 48. Return to Haotian sect. A Yin's revival could be said to have completed Tang Hao's heart and unraveled all his emotional knots. Now, Tang Hao felt as if he had suddenly become younger. Moreover, he was now at level 98, while A Yin was just barely at level 91. But she was already a title Douluo, so safety was no longer an issue. A content Tang Hao planned to take Tang Yu and Tang San back to the Haotian sect to acknowledge their roots. Originally, Tang Hao had no intention of returning to the Haotian sect, as he had been disheartened and felt guilty towards his father, making him reluctant to go back. Even when he encountered his long-lost grandfather, who ordered him to return to the Haotian sect, he still didn't want to go back. However, things were different now. With a happy family and improved strength, and with his grandfather, a limit Douluo, returning to the sect, his only regret now was not having properly worshipped his father. After learning they were returning to the Haotian sect, both Tang Yu, Tang San, and A Yin were eager to try. Bro, we are returning to the Haotian sect, right? I wonder how Xiaogu is doing. A Yin also showed a nostalgic expression, as if the days when the three traveled together were not long ago. Then, Mom, can you tell us about the past with you, Dad, and Uncle? Compared to Tang Hao, Tang Yu was very close to A Yin and happily called her Mom. All right, I'll tell you all about it. A Yin gently stroked Tang Yu's smooth head and said. Meanwhile, Tang Hao wanted to stop this, but was directly deterred by Yin's glance. Thus, the family of four chatted and laughed as they headed towards the Haotian sect. When they reached the entrance of the Haotian sect, looking at the weary village before them, Tang Yu and Tang San couldn't help but feel emotional, realizing that the strongest sect of the past had fallen to such a state. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow. This is just the outer village. At that moment, Tang Hao's voice reached Tang Yu and Tang San's ears. Hearing this, the two quickly followed him, while A Yin smiled at the two children. However, the four hadn't walked far when a few people appeared before them. Please leave here. We do not welcome outsiders. The newcomers asked a few customary questions. However, before Tang Hao and Tang San could say anything, the person, after sizing up Tang Hao for a moment, suddenly showed a look of realization and quickly spoke up. So it's Uncle Hao. You finally returned. Ever since Grandpa returned to the sect master has been waiting for you to come back day and night, even sending us out every day to scout. Now that you have finally returned, our hard days are finally over. From the words, it was apparent that they had suffered quite a bit during this time. After all, rescuing Tang Chun was a year ago, and having to run back and forth every day must have been exhausting. Since they recognized his identity, the earlier tension dissipated, and the group chatted and laughed as they headed towards the true location of the Haotian sect. It should be noted that when Tang Chun returned to the Haotian sect, he had praised Tang Hao, Tang Yu, and Tang San to the skies. After all, One had reached level 98 after absorbing the gifts from the Shura God trial. Another had become a god at a young age, and the last had reached Soul Sage at a young age, possessing the domains of the god of killing and blue-silver, all being geniuses. After learning about the situation of the three from Tang Chun, the Elder Council was left speechless. After all, your father is still your father. Moreover, Tang Hao's current strength at level 98 is no joke. Not to mention Tang Yu. To reach the location of the Qian sect, they first needed to pass through a passage built with iron chains. However, these were all trivial matters in the eyes of Tang Yu and the others. This also led to some interesting scenes. The younger generation and Tang Sen were running on the chains, while Tang Hao and Ian, both titled Douluos who could fly, floated behind them, following at a leisurely pace. Tang Yu was even more outrageous, simply lying back and floating, being pulled along by a strand of Yin's blue-silver grass. This made the younger generation feel immense pressure. After all, besides flying martial souls, only titled Douluos could fly. As for the two older generations, it was understandable since they were of the uncle generation, and the reputation of the Qian Douluo had long been established. The key was Tang Yu, whose height of 1.50 meters was truly deceptively impressive. In fact, after merging with the Soul Bone, Tang San could also fly. After all, what era was this? And who couldn't he fly? If it weren't for the fact that others still had to run along the chains, Tang San wouldn't have wanted to embarrass them and would have just flown ahead. The journey was surprisingly safe. After all, 3 people exuding a clear "don't mess with me" aura were following behind, so no one would dare to provoke them. Upon arriving at the main gate, with the help of 2 Qian sect disciples, the gates slowly opened. One must say that the decoration of the Qian sect was quite nice, giving off a strong sense of another world. Once inside the Qian sect, the 4 were directly brought to the sect leader. As for Tang Chun, of course, he was serving as the supreme elder. Why would he take on the role of sect leader and still have to work? As soon as the door opened, Tang Hao and Ian appeared before Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua was at least somewhat restrained, having seen Tang Hao about a year ago. But Tang Xiao was different. He hadn't seen Tang Hao for over a decade, and now Tang Hao had even brought Ian back. It was an overwhelming joy, and he completely forgot the lines he had prepared, his mind going blank. "Big brother, I'm back." This sentence from Tang Hao instantly broke through Tang Xiao's defenses. He rushed across the large conference table and hugged Tang Hao tightly. "Brother Xiao, it's been a long time." Ian also greeted Tang Xiao. Her words confirmed to Tang Xiao that he wasn't dreaming, nor was he seeing things or hallucinating. He was so excited that he couldn't find his voice. "Big brother, this is all thanks to you, little San, and you are." Tang Hao moved aside to reveal Tang Yu and Tang San. These 2 were his pride and joy, even if only one was his biological child. Good. Come, call me uncle." Dan Xiao, having realized his long-cherished dream was coming true, felt light as a feather, and his expression became warm and amiable. "Uncle, too good." One could say that Tang Xiao had truly reached the pinnacle of his life at that moment. At this moment, Tang Yuehua also came forward and gave Tang Hao a big hug, as it had been a year since they last met. However, looking at Tang Hao's radiant expression, he seemed to be much better than he was a year ago. Chapter 49, Acknowledging Ancestry. After some pleasantries with Tang Xiao, Tang Hao and Tang Yu settled down to discuss the changes in the Qian sect and the ancestral recognition ceremony scheduled for tomorrow. Come, Xiao San, where? "You sit here with your aunt." Tang Yuehua warmly invited Tang Yu and Tang San to sit beside her. They had been playing with Tang Yuehua for a year, so they were quite familiar with each other and quickly started chatting with her. "Aunt, tell us about the current situation in the sect," Tang San said, curious about the current state of the Qian sect. From what he had experienced so far, the sect's attitude towards their family of 4 was quite good. "All right, Xiao San. Speaking of which, the current Qian sect really seems to have returned to how it was in the past. You must know that a year ago, the Qian sect was not like this at all." Tang Yuehua's words prompted Tang San to ponder. According to his aunt, the Qian sect had undergone changes, and the cause of these changes dated back to a year ago, when their ancestor, Tang Chun, was saved by Tang Yu. "It seems you figured it out." "That's right. Ever since Grandpa returned to the Qian sect a year ago, the previously divided factions within the sect have reached a consensus under his influence. That is, your father's approach was correct. The disciples of the Qian sect should be like your father. However, this has made things difficult for your uncle," Tang Yuehua said with a smile when mentioning Tang Xiao. Tang Yu and Tang San have just learned the reason behind it. After all, according to what Tang Yuehua told them back then, it was Tang Xiao who initially advocated for the closure of the Qian clan's mountain gates. Now that the strongest, Tang Chun, has returned, it's natural to give Tang Xiao a good scolding. All right, tomorrow is your return to ancestry ceremony. Although everyone in the clan has already agreed to your return, due to the previous issues with the spirit hall, many clansmen died at their hands, and there is still some resentment among them. You two need to perform well. After chatting about family matters for a while, Tang Yuehua began to remind them about the precautions for tomorrow. Perform well? Both Tang Yu and Tang San questioned simultaneously, wondering why they needed to perform for a ceremony. What kind of performance? Of course, it's a test of strength. Although I know you both definitely won't have any issues with your strength, as you're both unparalleled geniuses. However, I want to emphasize in the Haotian clan, power is everything. The members of the Haotian clan respond better to strength than to softness. With this explanation from Tang Yuehua, Tang Yu and Tang San understood. In simple terms, it means to be a bit tougher. The tougher they are, the more respect they will receive. On the other side, the reunion between Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Qian was almost coming to an end. Xiao San, you heir, after the ancestor recognition ceremony tomorrow, you will follow me to pay respects to your grandfather. Tang Hao is also informing the two about other matters for tomorrow. By the way, there is something I wanted to ask for a long time. Why do I, an adopted child, also have to undergo the ancestor recognition? At this moment, Tang Yu suddenly raised a fundamental question. It doesn't matter, even as an adopted daughter. You are still Haoti's child, which makes you one of us in the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao immediately answered. However, he was quickly countered by Tang Yuehua. Don't listen to him, you heir. You should know that when Grandpa returned, he specifically mentioned your name and repeatedly instructed that you must undergo the ancestor recognition. Even if you're not his biological child, you must still be one of the Haotian sect. All the elders who had objections were severely dealt with by Grandpa back then. Tang Yuehua said with a smile. Recalling the amusing scene when her grandfather returned and seeing several title do being suspended and beaten by Tang Chen amidst the elders' opposition. In short, as Tang Hao's daughter, even as an adopted child, she is still a member of the Haotian sect. After all, she possesses god-level combat power, and regardless of the purpose, Tang Yu is absolutely a worthy investment. Tang Yu herself doesn't care much. After all, in this world, what she values most are her family members, Tang San, Tang Hao, and Qian, followed by her friends, the Shrek's 7 monsters, and the teachers at the academy. Soon it was the next day. Many people gathered in the conference hall of the Haotian sect. Apart from some who were diligently practicing, most had come here. As the current sect master, Tang Xiao had already taken his seat at the main position early on. However, an unexpectedly higher-ranking position was inserted among the originally separate seats of the elders, which seemed to be the position of the Grand Elder, Tang Chun. When the time was about right, Tang Chun entered the hall with a group of elders and took their seats. Upon learning that Tang Yu was also a god-level being, the elders, who had originally planned to make a grand entrance, no longer dared to keep any suspense. After all, after today, even if she was a god-level powerhouse, she would still be one of their own, and it wouldn't be appropriate to show any disrespect to their own people. As the elders took their seats, the people below were also discussing among themselves. What's going on today? Such a grand occasion. Even the Grand Elder has come, and they let the elders take their seats first. I don't know either. Let us wait and see. The main door slowly opened, and Tang Yu and Tang San entered the hall under the lead of Tang Hao and Qian. Everyone present turned their gaze to Tang Yu and Tang San. The immediate impression they gave was that they were too weak and didn't quite match the style of the Haotian sect. Indeed, after awakening the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang San inherited a Yin's excellent genes, completely offsetting Tang Hao's rugged and bold genes, making him more refined. As for Tang Yu, what else is there to say? Demonic realm beings are like this. What can she do about being one? 5 meters tall? She can't just transform into Beiana, right? Although that would make her taller, with her current strength. If she transformed into Beiana, most people present would have to lie down. On the main seat, Tang Chun waved to Tang Yu and Tang San when he saw them, especially Tang Yu. This scene caught the attention of the Haotian clan disciples present, who couldn't help but express their amazement. The ceremony for recognizing their ancestors was quite simple, starting with a test of strength. However, what Tang Yu and the others did not expect was that they initially only planned to test Tang Yu and Tang San. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu actually revived Qian, and now Qian, as a 10,000-year-old beast, would bring trouble to the Haotian clan if her strength was insufficient. Although they weren't afraid, it was still necessary to assess her. The final result, of course, is that all passed. Qian's yellow, purple, black, 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 and red soul rings indicate that the person in front has already become a titled Douluo, and self-protection is completely assured. As for Tang San, the combination of yellow, purple, black, and red in the sky showcases his extraordinary talent. How old is Tang San now? He has just reached adulthood and has already achieved the rank of Soul Sage. As for Tang Yu, she is quite special. However, the method is still simple. After Tang Yu fought and completely defeated Tang Chun, everyone was left speechless. Defeating a limit Douluo so decisively is truly impressive. Chapter 50, Reunion of the Seven Monsters. Tang Yu's combat power was recognized by all members of the Qian sect. Well, if you think you're capable, then step up. Once Tang Yu demonstrated her strength by completely defeating a limit Douluo, everything became straightforward. After completing the ancestral recognition ceremony, as direct descendants of the Qian sect, everyone participated in the sect's clan meeting to discuss matters regarding the Qian sect's return. In the end, after much discussion and the suggestions from Tang Yu and Tang San, the main body of the Qian sect chose to remain hidden. However, a reconstruction will take place in the outer villages to serve as the outer gate of the Qian sect, presenting itself to the world. At the same time, elders from the clan will be dispatched to gather the 4 major families that previously allied with the Qian sect. With the strong support of Tang Yu, Tang San has gained the opportunity to rebuild the Tang sect. Tang San will serve as the first sect master, and the location will also be chosen at the outer gate of the Qian sect. In a way, the two are one and the same. The outer gate of the Qian sect will include direct disciples of the Qian sect, as well as talents recruited from outside, all under the jurisdiction of the Tang sect. At the same time, personnel from the 4 major families involved in the affairs of the Qian sect will also join the Tang sect, managed uniformly by it. As for the name Tang sect, all members of the Qian sect express their agreement, as they all share the surname Tang. So calling it the Tang sect is not an issue. Finally, there was the ancestor worship ceremony. After Tang Yu and Tang San accompanied Tang Hao and Yin to pay respects to the previous sect master, Tang Yu and Tang San became free individuals. The 5-year agreement they initially set was also approaching its end, so Tang Yu and Tang San planned to return to Shrek first to fulfill their original promise, and then go to the Star Do Forest to find Xiao Wu. Sister, I wonder how Dai Lauda and the others are doing. On the way, Tang San felt a bit nervous. Xiao San, don't worry. With my inheritance, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. And this rapid improvement in strength will ensure that they live well. Just rest assured, Tang Yu was quite confident about this, knowing that during this year of cultivation, Tang San's level had reached level 78. It can be said that he already stands out among the crowd, thanks mainly to the generous support from the City of Slaughter. With the support of Tang Yu's inheritance mark, reaching level 70 in 5 years is not a problem. Meanwhile, Tang Yu's level has skyrocketed again this year, already reaching level 89 and about to hit level 90. When Tang Yu and Tang San arrived at the academy, the other 5 had already gathered. Now, they were truly enjoying their time together. The appearance of Tang Yu and Tang San surprised the 5 greatly. They recognized Tang Yu at a glance, as there had been no changes in 5 years. However, Tang San had changed significantly. Of course, after not seeing him for so many years, Dai Mubai and the others were also planning to test Tang San's strength. As for Tang Yu, they still vividly remembered the battle in Wuhuan City 5 years ago. That sky-splitting ship-slicing blade was no joke. In these 5 years, everyone's strength has made significant progress. Tang Yu can clearly sense that Dai Mubai's soul power level has reached 75, which can be said to be a rapid advancement. It is worth noting that they do not have the friendship soul power sponsorship from the Slaughter City. Zhu Zhuqing's level has also reached 71, while Ning Rongrong's level has reached 72, and Oscar's level is at 73. Ma Hongjun has also reached 71, but his aura is somewhat unstable, indicating that he may have broken through in the few days before coming here, likely to gain some face. However, he still has the lowest level among them. Reaching level 70 means that they have unlocked the majority of their skills. Oscar's fighting style clearly shows that he is well practiced. He skillfully activated the Holy Spirit Hammer right from the start, likely having familiarized himself with the rules of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School over the years. Oscar is truly grateful to Tang Yu for this. Shortly after being released, he returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Ning Rongrong. Because the direct partners of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must be Battle Soul Masters, Oscar had already showcased his combat strength during the Soul Master competition. Therefore, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School set a trial for Oscar and Ning Rongrong's relationship. However, this trial was quite simple, to demonstrate the combat qualities of a battle soul master. Over the past 5 years, Oscar has trained hard to enhance his combat abilities while also developing his support skills. Practicing 2 sets of skills alone has been exhausting for him, but the outcome was rewarding. Oscar successfully passed the trial of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and gained a wife. Ning Rongrong and Oscar also officially confirmed their relationship. Later, Oscar's astonishing training speed made Ning Fengji very satisfied with his son-in-law. When he reached level 60 and 70, the hunts were led by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo respectively. Of course, it was still Oscar and Ning Rongrong who completed them. With 2 sons down, the soul beast would still suffer even if it didn't die. Back at the academy gate, Ning Rongrong had already taken out that super gorgeous huge cross, leaping high to thrust it into the ground. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire area, and Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun immediately received a massive boost. The 4 of them unleashed their awakening skills and attacked Tang San. Tang San's talent is incredibly impressive. Now, under Tang Yu's training, he has already mastered the ultimate secret skill of the Poison God, the Forbidden Technique, 10,000 Poison Snake Cave. As expected of a second awakening, he can actually withstand the combined attack of Dai Mubai and his 5 companions with a boost from both fields. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that they were holding back. Otherwise, not to mention whether anyone would get injured, the academy's main gate would likely be destroyed. After this move, everyone also stopped. Oh, Sengu is still so impressive. I've worked so hard these past few years, yet I'm still at the bottom. Not to mention Yujia. Speaking of which, Yujia, after all these years, why haven't you grown taller? As soon as Ma Hongjun finished, he started complaining. But little did he know he accidentally stepped on a landmine. Then the others saw Tang Yu, with a bright smile, directly grabbing Ma Hongjun by the back of his collar and dragging him to the side, followed by a series of tragic wails. Oh, Fatty, this is really something. Come on, Xiao-san, welcome back. Dai Mubai couldn't help but comment. He still remembers the scene when Tang Yu and Tang San joined the school. The commotion here has also attracted the attention of the teachers in the academy. They all rushed out and immediately saw the 7 people chatting and laughing at the door. Chapter 51, Return to Shrek Academy. Oh, little ones, you're all back. Let me see, you've all grown taller. Zhao Wujia also noticed everyone and happily came over to greet them. However, he unknowingly stepped on a landmine, and as he approached Tang Yu, he received a direct eye roll. If it weren't for the fact that he was once a teacher, he might have gotten a good beating. Haha, kids. It's been so long since we last met. I'm sure everyone's strength has improved tremendously, right? Yu Xiaojing also asked. Teacher, Tang San was very excited. After all, the last time they met was during Yu Xian's vacation, and he had come in a hurry without having a proper fun time. All right, Xiao San. Everyone, let us go inside and chat. Lu Erlong also invited everyone to go in and talk. After some casual conversation, the teachers learned about everyone's experiences during this time. I really didn't expect it, you little monsters. Your strength has increased so astonishingly, reaching over level 70 at such a young age. It's worth noting that even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was only at the Soul King level at your age. It seems you are the true golden generation. Yu Xiaojiang was quite amazed by everyone's soaring levels. Of course, the most impressive was still Tang Yu, who had reached 89 levels, not to mention that this was not even the level of Soul Master. Her combat ability might even surpass that of ordinary deities. By the way, Master, Dean Flander, what about your levels? I remember coming here a year ago and giving you some basic imprints. Tang Yu was clearly more concerned about the teacher's strengths. Haha, does our super monster still remember to ask about our levels? Everyone, show these little ones what you've got. Flander was also quite happy and clearly had made significant progress in strength. Flander, level 90 quasi-titled martial soul. Oh, indeed. After receiving the inheritance imprint from Tang Yu, the shackles were removed, and with a solid foundation, his level rapidly rose to 90. Now he just needs one more soul ring to officially become a title Daw. No wonder he was so proud. Zhao Wujia, level 88 soul Daw, martial soul, mighty golden bear. Zhao Wujia had also reached level 88 and seemed to be not far from reaching level 90. Xiao Xian, level 81 soul Daw, martial soul, candy bean. Teacher Xiao Xian had also become the first food-type soul master in the history of Douluo continent to reach the soul Douluo level. Qin Ming, level 78 soul saint, martial soul, blazing fire wolf. Qin Ming also took a free ride and, being still young, made remarkable progress. Li Yusong, level 79 soul saint, martial soul, dragon pattern staff. Lu Qibin, level 81 soul Daw, martial soul, star chess. Li Yusong and Lu Qibin's strength has greatly improved. And Li Yusong is also on the verge of breaking through to the level of a title Douluo. Lu Erlong, a level 90 quasi-title Douluo, has the martial soul of a fire dragon. Finally, there is Lu Erlong, whose situation is similar to Flinder's, as she is just one soul ring away from becoming a true title Douluo. Originally, the two planned to go out to obtain soul rings, but they had just broken through and coincidentally met Tang Yu and the others returning to school, so they decided to take it slow. Wow. Dean Flinder and Vice Dean Lu Erlong are both already level 90. Have you obtained your soul rings? If not, I actually have a suggestion. Tang Yu couldn't help but marvel at how much the teacher's strength has increased. What suggestion? Flinder and Lu Erlong were puzzled. Could it be that? Tang San, who was nearby, seemed to remember something. Exactly that. Dear teachers, during these 5 years, I spent some time training in the Slaughter City with Xiao San. Tang Yu began to explain. What? The Slaughter City? Everyone present who knew about the Slaughter City was taken aback as the two actually went there to train. Don't interrupt. With Tang Yu's shout, everyone quieted down. In the Slaughter City, we found our long-lost ancestor, Tang Chun. Tang Yu's words astonished Yu Xiaojiang, who had once been in the Spirit Hall and had the fortune to learn about Tang Chen's existence. Then we learned that the Slaughter City is actually a place for the divine examination. At this point, everyone couldn't sit still, as this was the divine examination, a chance to become a god. Just as everyone was eager to try, Tang Yu immediately pressed her hands down to signal for silence. There is no rush regarding the divine examination. Let us talk about other things first. While in the Slaughter City, I reached level 80 and officially completed my second awakening, fully mastering the power of the apostle. It was also there that I helped Xiao San condense his 7th soul ring. As Tang Yu spoke, Tang San cooperatively revealed his soul rings, which were arranged in the pattern of yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, stunning everyone. That red soul ring exuded unparalleled pressure. After obtaining knowledge about the divine examination from our ancestor, I completely learned how to use my apostle power to condense divine soul rings. Now, who wants a soul ring? After finishing, Tang Yu raised one hand and asked the crowd present. Flander and Lu Erlong were still in shock over Tang San's red 100,000-year spirit ring. It was only after Yu Xiaojiang called out that they regained their senses. Beware, this won't have any impact on you while we condense the spirit ring, will it? Although Lu Erlong was eager to possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, she still prioritized the safety of Tang Yu and the others. Vice Dean Lu, you can rest assured. For me, it's just a bit of effort, and it won't have any effect at all. A bottle of medicine will completely restore me. After receiving a definite answer, the two felt relieved and decided to accept Tang Yu's divine spirit ring. The process went very smoothly, with 2 streams of golden energy swirling around Tang Yu's hands, eventually converging into 2 golden rings. All right, are you two ready? After saying that, Tang Yu threw the 2 energy rings towards them. Flander and Lu Erlong each received 1 energy ring, and streams of energy flowed within the rings, gathering around them to form a white soul ring. The color then began to deepen rapidly, turning yellow in an instant and quickly transitioning to purple. Before long, it became purple and started to darken. Once it turned black, the color change of the soul ring began to slow down slightly. Finally, as it approached 100,000 years, the entire black soul ring had taken on a reddish hue, and suddenly it transformed into 2 red 100,000-year soul rings, after which the age continued to rise. Flanders stopped at 170,000 years, while Lu Erlong's was slightly better at 180,000 years. With this, Shrek Academy now possessed 4 title, dual-level combat powers. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Chapter 52, Farewell, Xiaowu. After completing the promotion, Flander was in a good mood, as it was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. Although since Tang San's generation, such 100,000-year soul rings seemed to be as abundant as if they were free, they were still quite rare. In a great mood, Flander thought about squeezing a few students for some competition. Thus, the performance match came into being. Of course, Tang Yu was banned from competing. Otherwise, it wouldn't mean anything, as Tang Yu would just dominate the match instantly. The result of the battle was also obvious. On one side were the 2 suns, and the true form of the martial soul was revealed, directly triggering the awakening technique. They managed to take down a title Douluo and a soul Douluo. Of course, they still showed respect to the teacher in the end. In the original work, 3 level 60s and 2 level 50s could defeat 2 level 80s. Now, with my 6 enhanced level 70s, defeating 1 level 90 and 1 level 80 should be fine. After that, everyone stayed at the academy for a few more days. During this time, Nothing much happened. By the way, Master, where's Teacher BB Dong? Tang Yu suddenly asked Yu Xiaojing while they were chatting. Dong is currently busy separating the spirit hall from Qian Douluo and restoring it to its original state. Yu Xiaojing also revealed Bibidong's current plan. The original state? Upon hearing this, everyone present perked up. It seems you all don't know, so let me tell you. Seeing that everyone was interested, Yu Xiaojing decided to introduce it and let everyone know what BB Dong was currently doing. The Spirit Hall was originally an organization that helped common soul masters cultivate and grow, gathering ordinary soul masters without family support to help each other. After becoming powerful, it was also responsible for providing every soul master who hadn't broken through to the soul sect with monthly funding, as cultivation is quite expensive. Moreover, evil soul masters were also targets for elimination by the Spirit Hall. Listening to the Master's introduction, everyone felt that such a Spirit Hall was quite dreamlike. Isn't it hard to believe? I thought so too. However, the Spirit Hall changed. Since the Qian family took over as Pope, they turned the Spirit Hall into a tool to help them complete the divine test. Although their strength and foundation soared, the essence of the Spirit Hall completely changed. The funds that were originally distributed became sourced from the Empire, then distributed on their behalf. By the time of Qian Xunji, things had become even worse. Qian Xunji turned the conveniences of the Pope into a tool for passing on the family line. When Yu Xiaojing reached this point, his emotions became agitated. So, what Teacher BB Dong is doing now is to eliminate the influence that the Qian family Pope brought to the Spirit Hall and restore it to its original state. That's great. Tang Yu also understood Bibidong's current actions. The others weren't fools either and naturally analyzed it as well. Teacher, I suppose this task isn't easy to accomplish, right? Tang Sin saw the difficulties in this plan. Based on the introductions from his great-grandfather and Tang Yu, along with the information from the Master, just Qian Douluo himself is a level 99 limit Douluo, and the title Douluo in the Spirit Hall's Offering Hall all obey Qian Douluo. The ones directly responsible for the Pope were only the Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo, who were injured by Tang Yu back then. Indeed, but there have been results over the years, all thanks to Yuer. That blow from Yuer severely injured Qian Douluo, giving Donger a long time. Yu Xiaojing sighed and thought it was truly the workings of fate. In addition to reminiscing, another event occurred. Lu Erlong's father, Yu Xiaojing's uncle Yu Luomian, came to the academy with the intention of taking Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing back. However, upon seeing the two red 9 soul rings and Yu Xiaojing's overwhelming mechanical army, he chose to follow his heart, and, after delivering a few greetings to the Thunder Douluo on behalf of Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, he left. On that day, Tang San and Tang Yu planned to bid farewell to everyone and head to the Stardow Forest to pick up Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had likely entered a mature phase by now, and with Tang Yu's strength, who could possibly harm her? Be careful, San. Dai Mubai, as the leader of the group, reminded Tang Yu and Tang San. Yes, Sangu, bring Xiao Wu back. Ning Rong also expressed her longing for Xiao Wu. With me around, there's definitely no problem. Once we bring Xiao Wu back, we can all go to Sea God Island. After all, our great-grandfather has already gone there to see his old lover. We might also have some fun there, and who knows? We might even get a chance to take the Sea God's test and help you guys get a few soul rings for free. Tang Yu waved to everyone and shared the upcoming plan. Everyone agreed with Tang Yu's suggestion to train at Sea God Island. After all, aside from Tang Chen's relationship with Poseidon, Tang Yu's strength would also allow her to have fun there. Today, the Stardow Forest was destined to be anything but calm. A powerful aura crushed a path from the 10,000-year area straight towards the core area. It was easy to guess that the only one bold enough to act like this in the Stardow Forest was Tang Yu. After entering the 10,000-year area, Tang Yu directly activated her apostle state, and the overwhelming pressure crushed the extremely thick surrounding trees into pieces. The soul beasts naturally did not dare to approach, and Tang San followed closely behind Tang Yu. Sister, is it really okay for us to be this ostentatious? Tang San was doubtful about Tang Yu's approach. Of course it's fine. With my current strength, even a million-year soul beast can't defeat me. Besides, this massive forest is so big. How long would it take to find Xiao Wu? It's better for me to create some commotion so that Er Ming can come find us directly. Tang Yu said confidently, easily able to take out Limit Douluo with one move. Er Ming? Tang San caught on to the point. All right, you don't know yet. The Titan Giant Ape-back, then, is Er Ming. He is Xiao Wu's friend. Tang Yu casually revealed this shocking information while moving forward. Sister, you know everything. You all kept this from me. Tang San finally realized that the fool was actually him, as he knew nothing. Soon, a huge noise approached from a distance. and both Tang Yu and Tang San sensed it. Before long, two forest destroyers met, and the newcomer was Titan Giant Ape Erming, with a beautiful girl standing on Erming's shoulder, none other than Xiao Wu. Sister Yu. Chapter 53. Destiny? Although Tang San had changed a lot, Tang Yu hadn't changed at all in 5 years. Xiao Wu recognized her at a glance while on Erming's shoulder. As Tang Yu had anticipated, Xiao Wu appeared accompanied by Ming, and she also lifted the apostle transformation. She retracted the pressure that had been weighing down the surrounding environment. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately jumped down and pounced on Tang Yu, just like when they were kids. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu had grown taller while Tang Yu had not. As a result, when Xiao Wu tackled Tang Yu, she was directly knocked down due to Newton's third law. All right, Xiao Wu, get up quickly. Tang San, who was watching from the side, smiled in relief and reached out to help Xiao Wu up. Just as Xiao Wu was wondering who this person resembling Tang San was, Tang Yu's words provided the answer. Little San, quickly move Xiao Wu off me. How could you just pounce on me like that? When Xiao Wu learned that the familiar yet unfamiliar man in front of her was her long-awaited San Gu, she couldn't care less about Tang Yu. She immediately got up and rushed towards Tang San, embracing him. San Gu, you finally came. Xiao Wu didn't say much, as everything was understood without words. Tang Yu and Ming were watching the two in front of them, who were constantly emitting a sweet fragrance with a hint of envy. Hey, Ming, look. Now that San Gu is here, he has abandoned me, the sister who took care of him in every way. Tang Yu didn't want to disturb the two, so she started chatting with Ming. I remember you. You were the one who fought with me on the outskirts of the forest back then. I didn't expect that in such a short time, your strength has grown so much. Ming also felt quite wary of Tang Yu. The little girl who had injured him when he had held back most of his strength had, in just a few years, grown to a level that posed a significant threat to him. Tang San and Xiao Wu were also being affectionate, holding hands as they walked towards the two. Sister Yu. I'm really sorry about what just happened. After a moment of being intimate, Xiao Wu returned to her innocent and carefree self. It's okay. Speaking of which, Xiao Wu has grown up, but I'm still the same as before. It drives me crazy. Tang Yu looked at Xiao Wu, who had a great figure and was tall, matching Tang San perfectly, and recalled her own height, which hadn't changed in 10 years, filling her heart with resentment. Hee. It's all right, Sister Yu. You can still transform. It's no big deal. Xiao Wu smiled and tried to comfort Tang Yu, who naturally didn't take it to heart. All right, Xiao Wu. We should leave here quickly. The commotion here has probably attracted those people. At that moment, Ming began to urge everyone to leave. What is going on? Both Tang San and Tang Yu were puzzled by Ming's urgency. However, their confusion was soon resolved. Ha! You really are hard to find. How come you dare to come out of your nest today? A loud voice came from a distance, followed by several figures. As the newcomers approached, they could see their appearances. They were all dressed in luxurious clothing, indicating their noble status. Who are you? Tang San understood the principle of asking when in doubt. The other party did not disappoint him. We're the offerings of the Spirit Hall. Under the orders of the Grand Offering, I, Golden Crocodile Douluo, am leading the team to capture this 100,000-year soul beast. Come with us obediently, and you'll suffer less. The newcomers were indeed the offerings of the Spirit Hall. That's right, they were offerings, not the Moon Observer and Ghostly Charm. The two of them were still running around the continent under Bibi Dong's command. As for Xiao Wu, she was somewhat connected to them, and she herself had killed Xiao Wu's mother. Yu and Xiao Jiang had always been very concerned about this matter and didn't have time to deal with Xiao Wu right now. In Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong was also busy with a lot of tasks every day. Qian Douluo couldn't say much about it. Qian Douluo planned to suppress Xiao Wu and provide her with soul rings when Qian Rinchua advanced. So he sent the most trusted Golden Crocodile Douluo to lead a team to capture Xiao Wu. The reason why Genie Douluo is still here talking nonsense is largely because Tang Yu is partially blocked by Ming's huge body, and after 5 years, he hasn't immediately recognized that Tang Yu is the one who seriously injured him and Qian Douluo back then. Because of this, the offering team might not survive this time. Faced with the powerful lineup and overwhelming momentum of the newcomers, Xiao Wu nervously tightened her grip on Tang San's hand. She was already prepared to sacrifice herself if necessary. Tang San also noticed Xiao Wu's nervousness. He appeared calm now, as his powerful sister Tang Yu, who was unmatched in the world, gave him ample sense of security. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. With me here, think of my sister's strength. We will be fine. He gently comforted his beloved in his arms. Under Tang San's soothing words, Xiao Wu gradually relaxed. In the eyes of the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, and others in the sky, they also knew that Tang Yu and the others did not intend to cooperate. They all revealed their martial souls and soul rings. It seemed that it was still up to us to take action. As the words of the golden crocodile, Douluo, fell, the pressure of the tidal Doa swept over. It was as if it wanted to directly suppress the few people in front of it and the 100,000-year Titan giant ape. However, their performance time had come to an end. A more powerful force, as if facing the entire world, directly crushed the combined pressure of several tidal Douluos. Under such pressure, several tidal Douluos were even pressed to the ground. It was clear that Tangyu had made her move. Now, Tangyu had once again entered her apostolic state. With golden apostolic power surrounding her body, and the pressure of a higher being felt tangible. If you want to touch them, you must first get past me. Since you've come to ruffle my feathers, be prepared to die, just when I was recently stuck at a bottleneck. Let your battle help me break through the level of 90. Tang Yu's words, along with her slowly rising figure, attracted the attention of several tidal Douluos. Just as the others were still puzzled by Tang Yu's claim of being level 90, the golden crocodile Douluo had already decided to escape. That's right. He finally remembered that 5 years ago, in Spirit City, he and Qian Douluo were severely injured by just one move. Now it appeared before his eyes once again. But could he escape? The battle ended quickly, yet it was still intense. Under the might of star pattern explosion and 1 against 1,000 shattering domination. A large area of forest here had been flattened. A large area of broken wood and a huge pit marked the place where several super Douluos of the Spirit Hall had perished. And along with the fate of Tang San's family, it was crushed under immense power. Chapter 54. Sea God Island during these 5 years. Xiao Wu has been reminiscing about her life with everyone and all the little moments. Her strength has also progressed rapidly under the influence of Tang Yu's mark. 2 years ago, she had already broken through to level 60, fully entering her mature phase. Now, Xiao Wu's level has reached 69, and she's not far from breaking through to Soul Sage. The three of them are currently on their way back to Shrek, with Tang San and Xiao Wu walking ahead, chatting and laughing warmly. Tang Yu is floating far behind them, clearly stronger than when she first arrived. After fighting several offerings from the Spirit Hall, Tang Yu has also broken through to level 90 and is now adept at using her apostle power. With the three of them moving swiftly, they quickly returned to the academy, and Xiao Wu was very happy to see everyone. She chatted joyfully with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The return of Xiao Wu also made Tang San feel incredibly relaxed. Afterward, Tang San went to the residence of the Strength Clan to discuss the establishment of the Tang sect, while Tang Yu began to slack off. Currently, the continent appears calm and peaceful, but this tranquility feels overly calm, like the stillness before a storm. The top forces are also sensing this. The soul-hunting operation that should have been initiated by the Spirit Hall and the reselection of the 7 major sects did not take place under BB Dong's manipulation. However, it is clear that Qian Douluo is about to lose his patience. The golden crocodile Douluo has not returned for a long time, clearly having encountered problems. Losing a level 98 super Douluo from the offering hall is no small matter. Later, Tang San also attended the meeting of the 4 great families with Titan. This time, without the pressure of reselecting the 7 major sects and the apology teams sent by the Haotian sect, plus Tang San's talent reaching level 70. He successfully subdued the 4 great families and established the new Tang sect. Tang San served as the sect master, while Xiao Wu became the sect master's wife. Tang Yu was appointed as an honorary elder, but she mainly did nothing and just held the title, which was primarily to facilitate Tang San in finding opportunities for the Tang sect in the future. The vice sect master was given to Ma Hongjun, fulfilling some of his dreams. After finishing some trivial matters, everyone planned to go to Sea God Island for training under the leadership of Tang San and Tang Yu. After all, it is a place for divine trials, and even if one cannot become a god, getting a few rewards for free is still very good. So everyone prepared to set sail. The journey to Sea God Island went very smoothly. Except for the deep-sea magic whale king that Tang Yu had beaten up, they encountered no other issues. They successfully arrived at Sea God Island. As outsiders, to stay on the island for an extended period, they must undergo the Sea God trial. Everyone had heard about this and was naturally aware of it. Everyone's talents were commendable, all receiving the red level trial, with only the number of trials varying between 7 and 8. However, for Tang San and Tang Yu, it was different. Tang San was highly regarded by the Sea God and received the Sea God's 9 trials, which also attracted the attention of Sea God Douluo Poseidon, who was reminiscing with Tang Chan at the time when the divine trial caught her attention. Tang Chan also followed along, eager to see which little brat dared to interrupt his date with the goddess. However, upon reaching the destination, Tang Chun and Poseidon saw Tang Yu and the others. Tang Chun recognized his two super genius great-grandchildren. Oh, ISNT this Xiao, San, and Xiao Yu? You've come to Sea God Island. Let me see what level of test you have. As Tang Chun spoke, he wanted to step forward to investigate, but he was directly pulled back by Poseidon. Poseidon approached Tang San, sensing that the one who had accepted the Sea God S9 trials was right in front of her. Child, you have accepted the Sea God S9 trials, Haven to you? Poseidon's words were not a question, but a confirmation, and when this reached Tang Chun's ears, it made him feel sorrowful. On one side was the opportunity for his descendants to become gods, and on the other was the life of his goddess. Wasn't his pursuit of godhood initially just to have the capital to negotiate with the sea god? Then Tang Chun looked at Tang Yu, still curious about what it would be like for someone like Tang Yu, who already possessed god-level combat power, to undergo the trial. So, Xiao Yu, what level is your trial? Upon hearing Tang Chun's inquiry, Tang Yu scratched her head and said, Great-grandpa, I haven't accepted it yet. How about I try it now? After speaking, Tang Yu looked at Poseidon and the Douluo guarding the god pillar. Finally, after Poseidon nodded, Tang Yu also reached out her hand. A brilliant red light illuminated everyone, and those who were unaware felt it was quite exaggerated just for a red-level trial. However, Tang Chun sensed something was off. Why was it red level? At that moment, Poseidon, as the sea god's representative, received a divine oracle. In summary, it conveyed one meaning. Let this crowned one have fun. Goodness, Poseidon exclaimed in astonishment. A being referred to as Your Majesty by a deity was truly remarkable. The content of Tang Yu's trial also appeared. There was only one task, to have fun on Sea God Island. This assessment was less of a test and more of a compliment. The reason it was red was that apart from the divine trials, red was the highest level, merely to give face. The sea god in the divine realm also felt immense pressure. When did a god king appear in the mortal realm? And even participating in his divine examination? Isn't this a joke? Is he here incognito? After Tang San and the others learned about Tang Yu's trial content, they felt quite strange and all turned their gazes towards Tang Yu. What are you looking at? You're here for training. Of course the trials should be more numerous and difficult for better results. I'm already invincible. What's wrong with coming here to play? Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, everyone felt there was something off at first, but after thinking it over, they found no problem. Indeed, Tang Yu could now be considered invincible in this world, and there was no need for further challenges. Moreover, looking at the content of the assessment, it did seem to have a hint of flattery in it. Thus, Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters began their trials on Sea God Island, whether it was climbing stairs or swimming across the sea. In short, they had a fulfilling experience, while Tang Yu was lounging on a beach chair, sipping delicious and refreshing coconut juice under the sun. Meanwhile, a large body of deep-sea magic whales floated on the surface of the sea, with several magic soul, great white sharks trying hard to finish them off. The king of the magic soul, great white shark, Xiao Bai, is fanning the sun. Chapter 55, The Return of the Title. Just as Tang Yu was happily enjoying life on the beach of Sea God Island, Tang San and the others were undergoing the Sea God's trials. Everyone was more or less affected by Tang San's Sea God 9 trials, which had significantly increased the original difficulty. However, this is also a good thing, as it means that the benefits have also increased. The reason Tang San was able to obtain the Sea God 9 trials actually involves Tang Yu as well. After all, during his time in the City of Slaughter, Tang San, with Tang Yu's help, had already comprehended the core passive skill of the second awakening of the Poison God, Mourning of the Venom, ahead of time. Recently, he even learned the heart-eating venom technique in advance. At the same time, he has been researching Tang Sek's poison skills and combining them with his own martial soul, moving towards comprehending Shanai. It is important to know that once he completes the comprehension of Shanai, he can directly ascend to the God King level in this Douluo world. If he can turn that comprehension into the ultimate mystery, he can even achieve the status of a supreme god. The Sea God recognized this. After all, the Sea God is only a first-level god, while Tang San has already started preparing to leap directly to the God King level. Isn't it nice to have a God King level junior for free? As for Tang Yu, without the burden of soul power, she could reach the supreme god level just by relying on her apostolic power. Moreover, Tang Yu inherently possesses the comprehension of Shanai, and what she lacks is only the intensity of energy. Once Tang Yu reaches level 100 and advances her apostolic power, she will become a being of the Creator God level. Especially now that Tang Yu has reached level 90, her energy intensity alone is at the God King level. and her comprehension of Shanai has already integrated within herself, just waiting for level 100 to transform into the ultimate mystery. It can be said that every inheritance Tang Yu gives to others is a divine inheritance, as long as one works hard enough. Taking the whole family to the heavens is not a problem, and Tang Yu doesn't care. These powers are something Wei Li once mentioned, and Tang Yu can squander them at will. In this world, only a few family members, friends, and teachers are worth it. Sister, while basking in the sun, Tang Yu suddenly heard Tang San's call. She put down the coconut juice in her hand, turned around, and saw Tang San walking over with 6 little partners. Oh, it's Xiao San. It seems your trials are almost over. Tang Yu was very happy to see Tang San and the others. Even if she could slack off every day, Tang Yu had a personality that couldn't stay idle. Otherwise, how would the deep-sea demon whale on the surface of the sea be accounted for? Seriously, why are you all so slow? I've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. Although I'm enjoying myself here. I've used my training to level up to level 95. Tang Yu's words also reflected the long time Tang San and the others had spent cultivating. Even someone like Tang Yu, who would rather find a large group of soul beasts to fight and train, had reached level 95 through her training. This month, sister. We can't compare to you, right, big brother Dai? The already not fat fatty Ma Hongjun immediately complained. With Tang Yu setting such a high bar, they really seemed to fall short of the title of geniuses. Yes, Dai Mubai could only agree. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that everyone's spirit was quite good. Exactly. Sister Yu's training is not as slow as us ordinary people. Ning Rong teased from the side. Alright, let's talk about what levels you all have reached. Have you completed your second awakening? Tang Yu was very curious about everyone's situation. Of course, when we came here, we had already reached the level of Soul Saint at level 70. Now, thanks to the gifts from the Sea God trials and your inheritance marks, our strength has naturally skyrocketed. Now, except for Xiao San, we have all absorbed the 9th spirit ring and reached the level of Tidal Law, Oscar said proudly. Indeed, the first food system Tidal Law in history, and a food system Soul Master capable of defeating Battle Soul Masters, everyone echoed. Tang Yu was a little surprised by everyone's level increase. They had all risen by 20 levels? Not bad. Xiao San, why are you the only one who isn't a Tidal Law? After praising the others, Tang Yu turned her attention to her very promising younger brother. Sister Yu. It's because there's a requirement to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king we encountered before as the 9th spirit ring, which is why I haven't leveled up. Before Tang San could answer, Xiao Wu immediately came up to defend him. That's right. That SA soul beast close to 1,000,000 years old. Everyone chimed in. Alright, that reason is not bad. Then, Xiao San, since that's the case, you should work hard. You probably don't need to go help. Tang Yu's words puzzled everyone, and they all looked at her with confusion. Don't look at me like that. I was just bored these past few days. The only thing in the entire ocean that is worth fighting is that demon whale king. Isn't it just a matter of going to beat it up every now and then? I just finished fighting it yesterday, and it's probably still recovering now. Saying this, Tang Yu pointed her head at Tang San and whistled softly, trying to divert attention. The response from Tang Yu left everyone feeling incredibly awkward. The goal of this assessment was indeed quite tragic. They couldn't help but lament the plight of the sea demon whale king, with no doubts about Tang Yu's ability to defeat it, whether it was the earlier beating or just based on Tang Yu's consistent performance. It made everyone firmly believe in her strength. Well then, thank you, sister. Tang San also felt happy. After all, when they first heard it was close to 1,000,000 years, everyone expressed that it was too difficult. But now, half-dead, one posed no problem. It seemed that any trump cards were gone as well. Alright, Xiaobai. With Tang Yu's call, a giant soul demon great white shark swiftly swam over from a distance. Upon seeing the approaching shark, everyone felt a sense of familiarity, as they had often dealt with it during the trials. Alright, Xiao San. Xiaobai will take you to find that big fool. Good luck. Once you become a Tidal Law, we can return to the Douluo continent. After saying this, Tang Yu stretched and set down 6 beach chairs next to her, then lay down first. Her intention was clear. Seeing this, the others gave Tang San supportive glances, then comfortably laid down as well. Finally, after giving Tang San a loving hug, Xiao Wu also lay down in the spot left for her against Tang Yu. Good luck. Tang San had no choice but to go off and strive alone with Xiaobai. By the time he returned, everyone would probably be able to return to the Douluo continent as Tidal Douluos. Chapter 56, A Sudden Change in the Spirit Hall After a Fierce Battle. Tang San finally defeated the Sea Demon Whale King and obtained a nearly 1,000,000-year-old 10,000-year soul ring from it. The assessment content on Sea God Island temporarily came to an end. Next, He needed to return to the Douluo continent to search for the sea god's heart that matched the newly acquired sea god's trident. When Tang San returned to the shore, he was covered in blood, which startled everyone. Fortunately, it was all the blood of the sea demon whale king. Considering how large the whale was, it was not surprising to be covered in blood. Everyone was relieved, but Xiao Wu took the opportunity to chastise Tang San for a while. Mainly, it was because he was too eager. After obtaining the soul ring, he rushed back without even washing the blood off in the clean waters. All right, this time it was my fault. Tang San could only keep apologizing to Xiao Wu. Xiao San, do you have anything else to do? At this point, Tang Yu was also feeling bored on Sea God Island. I've completed everything, sister, everyone. Now I've finished the assessment on Sea God Island. All that's left is to return to the continent to find the sea god's heart. Tang San felt a bit relaxed after all. Everyone had been away from the continent for a while. The sea god's heart. The continent is so vast. Where are you going to find it, third brother? Ning Rongrong exclaimed when she heard about Tang San's task. It was indeed a daunting task to find such a small item across the entire continent. They might not even find it by the time everyone had trained to break through to God level with Tang Yu's legacy. All right, thank you for your concern, Rongrong. This matter will depend on fate. Everyone should work hard to cultivate. I received news from the sea god that if everyone focuses on cultivating the legacy given by my sister, there's a chance to directly become gods. This news from Tang San was quite uplifting. The accuracy of the information from the sea god could be trusted, and it gave the Shrek 7 monsters, who had reached the title Douluo level, a new goal to strive for. As long as they reached level 99 and delved deeper into Tang Yu's legacy, they could rely on their own strength to become gods at level 100. In fact, as those who had already comprehended the Second Awakening, their true combat power had already reached the level of Limit Douluo. However, everyone had just recently broken through to Title Douluo, which was why their levels were relatively low. Once they reached level 99, they would find that the limitation of level 100 would not exist. With extreme cultivation, they could directly break through to level 100. At that time, they could directly become first-level gods. Yes, first-level gods. After all, it was the combination of the 100-level godhood in the martial soul system and the 100-level breakthrough in Terra skills, both influencing each other to reach the level of first-level gods. If one comprehends the moment of enlightenment later, it can lead to achieving the level of a god king. If the moment of enlightenment undergoes transformation and becomes the ultimate principle, it can even break through to the level of the supreme god. It is important to note that the highest position in the divine realm is only a dual god king, and even that is fallen. After Tang San finished his business, everyone bid farewell to Tang Chun, who planned to stay on Sea God Island and return to Douluo continent. After drifting for a while, they finally reached the continent before feeling seasick. After a brief rest, they headed towards Heaven Do City. After all, everyone had reached the title Douluo level, and it was time to return to the academy to showcase their abilities. However, as they approached Heaven Do City, they found that the city was under martial law. They were stopped, and it was only under Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile school token that they were allowed in. Third brother, what's going on? Ning Rongrong was the first to ask the question everyone was concerned about. I don't know, but something serious must have happened. Let's hurry back to the academy and ask the teacher, Tang San replied. Daimu Bai, after you and Zhu Qing have checked with the teacher for updates, you should also return to the Star Luo Empire. Tang San's expression was quite serious. Everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere in Heaven Do City. After hearing Tang San's words, Daimu Bai and Zhu Qing nodded. As royal members, they had their speculations regarding the current situation. Soon, they arrived at the academy, and this time no one stopped them, as the guard was now teacher Li Yusong. Upon seeing Tang San and the others, he immediately greeted them happily and invited them to meet Yu Xiaojiang. Once they entered the conference room, they saw Bibi Dong, who usually appeared only occasionally. At that moment, Bibi Dong was not wearing her usual Pope attire, but was in casual clothes, although her expression was quite grim. Moreover, it wasn't just Bibi Dong present. There were also titled Douluo's Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo Mei. Teacher, what happened? And why is the teacher's wife at the academy? And 2 titled Douluos? Tang San immediately inquired about the current situation upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang. After Yu Xiaojiang saw Tang San and Tang Yu's group, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang San, you returned just in time. A lot has happened since you left. Come, sit down, and I'll slowly tell you all about it. As Yu Xiaojiang spoke, he gestured for everyone to take a seat, and they each found a place to sit. Then, Yu Xiaojiang detailed the events that occurred after the Shrek 7 monsters left the continent. It turned out that shortly after everyone left the continent, Bibi Dong's movements were discovered by Qian Douluo. The two engaged in a fierce battle. At that time, Bibi Dong was still undergoing the god examination, and most of her strength was constrained by it, which put her at a disadvantage. Although she had the help of the two true love title Douluos, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, they still struggled against the level 99 Qian Douluo. Fortunately, the level 98 Golden Crocodile Doa was taken down by Tang Yu. Otherwise, they would have really been in trouble. In the end, Bibi Dong managed to regain some power by interrupting the god examination, and with the three working together, she escaped from the Spear Hall. As a result, Bibi Dong's position as Pope was naturally lost. Meanwhile, her disciple Beiana and others were fortunate to have been out training, so they escaped the disaster. On the side of the Heaven-Do Empire, the poison of the Snow Knight Emperor has also erupted. As the Snow Knight Emperor lies on his deathbed, the first Prince Xue is nowhere to be found. Of course, after Bibidong's arrival, it was discovered that Xue was actually the transformed form of Bibidong's daughter, Qian. Currently, Qian should be undergoing the Angel Divine exam from Qian Douluo. Ultimately, the Heaven-Do Empire is succeeded by Xue. After Qian Douluo returns to the position of Pope, he also restarts the soul hunting plan, intending to gather the strength of the entire continent to assist Qian in completing her divine exam. Due to the previous dismantling of some configurations of the soul hunting plan by Bibi Dong, although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant School were still attacked, the casualties were not particularly severe, and their viable forces were preserved. However, the issue that needs attention right now is actually Bibi Dong. She has encountered a problem similar to that of Tang Chen back in the day. Due to the interruption at the critical moment, the powerful backlash force has been eroding Bibi Dong's body and will. Perhaps it won't be long before Bibi Dong is occupied by the divine power of the Rakshasa god, becoming a divine-level wandering soul. Chapter 57. Crisis of the Rakshasa god. Although Bibi Dong seems to be fine now, most of those present are at the level of title Douluo and can easily see that two different powers are battling within Bibi Dong. One of the more powerful energies is eroding the other energy within Bibi Dong, which is obviously the divine power of the Rakshasa god. Xiao Gong, you really don't need to worry about me. I have committed too many mistakes in the past, and now I have ended up like this, which is well-deserved. In the final moments of my life, I am very happy to be by your side. The grievances between me and that child Xiao Wu should also be resolved after my death, right? Bibi Dong has a very open-minded perspective now. No, Your Holiness the Pope. How can you say such discouraging words? The nearby Zhu Douluo immediately became anxious upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. Yu Guan, I am no longer the Pope. As elders of the Spear Hall, why must you be like this? Bibi Dong found it strange why Yu Guan and Gue Mei would leave the Spirit Hall with her. Your Holiness, in our hearts, you are the true Pope. Ever since we were sheltered by the Spirit Hall and gradually grew into title Douluo, we watched the Spirit Hall, under the operation of the Great Offering family, turn into a one-man show. The Spirit Hall that once benefited a large number of ordinary soul masters has also changed. Your recent actions have given us hope to see the Spirit Hall return to its original state. Please do not give up. Yu Guan's words were very sincere, and everyone seemed to realize for the first time who this former title Douluo who had attacked them was. Upon hearing Yu Guan's words, Bibi Dong let out a self-deprecating laugh. She never expected that her actions to destroy the Spirit Hall would be completely reversed by this series of measures that led her back to the right path. She felt even more regret for her past misdeeds, and it was no wonder she was chosen by that evil-minded god, the Rakshasa god. Just as a few of them were worried about Bibi Dong being invaded and her soul being extinguished, Tang Yu had already started inquiring about the perfect solution from Nung. Tang Yu's worldview is still quite simple. She likes happiness, dislikes sadness, likes reunions, and dislikes separations. Since she now possesses such power, she must achieve a perfect conclusion. Since Xiao Wu came to the room and saw Bibi Dong, she has been feeling conflicted and stayed by Tang San's side, saying nothing. Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's thoughts. After all, Bibi Dong was the enemy who killed Xiao Wu's mother. The fact that she didn't rush forward to confront Bibi Dong was also out of consideration for Tang San, since Bibi Dong was Tang San's teacher's wife. Just as the atmosphere was extremely tense, Tang Yu, who had been murmuring with Willie, suddenly spoke up. I have a plan. This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Tang Yu was not nervous. Everyone, I have a plan regarding the former Pope Bibi Dong that can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Who want to hear it? However, this question from Tang Yu received a lot of eye rolls. All right, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us the plan. Upon hearing that Tang Yu had a way to help Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang became extremely anxious. Although he didn't know what the other two birds were in addition to saving Bibi Dong, he was still concerned. Okay, but first I need to confirm something. What kind of god is the Rakshasa god? The crowd felt completely at a loss regarding this question. However, out of trust for Tang Yu, Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong explained the positioning of the Rakshasa god. In other words, the Rakshasa god is an absolute evil god, right? Everyone nodded subconsciously at this question from Tang Yu. Then there's no problem. After hearing Tang Yu's words, everyone sighed in relief. But they also became curious about what kind of method could relate to the nature of a god. Let me briefly explain the plan. First, I need a drop of Xiao Wu's blood. As soon as Tang Yu said this, Tang San stood up abruptly. As a martial artist in his previous life, he naturally understood the importance of blood essence. Losing even a drop could harm one's foundation. Sister, may I ask what you need this blood for? Tang San asked seriously. Third brother, what is blood essence? Why are you so nervous? Xiao Wu also noticed Tang San's seriousness and quickly asked. Blood essence is the foundation of a person. There are not many drops in the body. Every time a drop is lost, one becomes quite weak, and it can also harm the foundation. After hearing Tang San's words, everyone understood the importance of blood essence and looked at Tang Yu with questioning eyes. Although they trusted Tang Yu, their curiosity was still present. This is related to my plan. Tang Yu didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained her plan. It was truly an incredible plan, since Bibi Dong was currently being eroded by the power of the Rakshasa god, and soul power was clearly unable to block the erosion of divine power. It needed to be resolved at the source. By turning the Rakshasa god's power into unowned divine power, it could be directly absorbed and would be highly beneficial. Therefore, the first step of Tang Yu's plan was to summon the Rakshasa god to this realm using the Rakshasa power within Bibi Dong's body and then eliminate the Rakshasa god directly. This way, the divine power within Bibi Dong would become unowned divine power and could be easily absorbed. However, if it were only this, then the vast divine power left behind when the deity died would be wasted. And this is Tang Yu's remaining plan. Since Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring is taken from Xiao Wu's mother, and a 100,000-year soul ring will carry part of the soul of the soul beast. Tang Yu intends to catch the divine power left behind at the moment of the deity's death, directly dismantle Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring, and by combining the divine power with Xiao Wu's blood essence, directly resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. At the same time, the remaining soul power can be used to regenerate a 100,000-year soul ring that is most suitable for Bibi Dong. This series of plans can truly be said to achieve 3 goals with 1 arrow. However, this series of operations is indeed astonishing, and what seemed almost impossible now seems achievable in front of the extraordinarily powerful Tang Yu. After Xiao Wu learned that she could resurrect her mother, she immediately agreed to Tang Yu and asked how to extract the essence blood. As for the issue of damaging her foundation, she planned to use scraps of divine power to patch it up later. Having settled on a plan, everyone searched for a sparsely populated location to prepare for the god-slaying plan. Chapter 58. The fall of the Rakshasa god and the descent of the Azura god. Bibi Dong sat cross-legged in front of Tang Yu, who activated her apostle transformation. A tough battle was about to begin. Tang Yu mobilized the power of the apostle and entered Bibi Dong's body, starting to search for the Rakshasa divine power. Soon, Tang Yu locked onto a portion of the Rakshasa divine power and used it as a medium, raising her weapon high. A torrent formed by dazzling patterns directly struck the space above, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, opening a rift in the sky. While everyone was still in awe, Tang Yu gathered the apostolic power and reached upward, as if grasping something. The apostolic power then straightened, and seeing this, Tang Yu immediately pulled hard. Under Tang Yu's exaggerated might, a figure shrouded in ominous black energy was dragged down, which was none other than the true form of the Rakshasa god. Where's this? Clearly, the Rakshasa god, just pulled down from the divine realm, had not yet realized what was happening. Wait, this is the lower realm. What on earth is going on? After sensing her surroundings, the Rakshasa god realized where she was. However, before she could think further, a sharp spear shadow had already attacked her face. As a battle god, the Rakshasa god managed to dodge at the last moment. Seriously, why are you dodging? Wouldn't it be better to just let me take you down? Immediately after, the Rakshasa god heard words that infuriated her, spoken by none other than Tang Yu. In the surrounding area, only Tang Yu and the Rakshasa god remained. Everyone else had retreated far away to watch the divine battle from a distance. Who are you? Who gave you the courage to speak to me this way? The Rakshasa god still held some of her divine authority. Tang Yu paid no attention to the Rakshasa god's question. directly gathering her power and transforming her weapon into the Huanglong Yinhua blade, then launching a powerful attack towards the Rakshasa god. Faced with the formidable offensive of the Huanglong Ruanwu, the Rakshasa god had no choice but to quickly focus and defend. However, the combat mage's attacks were not limited to just this one. The Rakshasa god would soon face an unending barrage of attacks. Tang Yu would not give the Rakshasa god a chance to counterattack. She continuously unleashed skills such as Shattered Overlord, Dazzling Pressure, and Apostle Dance, keeping the Rakshasa god firmly suppressed. At this moment, the Rakshasa god realized the severity of the problem. The being before him was actually a god-king level existence. Just as the Rakshasa god became aware of the true nature of his opponent, he was directly pinned in place by Tang Yu's one man against 1,000 technique. As the second explosion of one man against 1,000 was about to occur, Tang Yu simultaneously unleashed another attack, Star Pattern Meteor. After a brilliant flash of light, only Tang Yu's figure remained amidst the ruins, while it was evident that the Rakshasa god had already perished. After a brief pause in this space, a shockwave suddenly erupted, followed by a pure energy manifestation at the position where the Rakshasa god had been, representing the lost divine power, which was quickly dissipating. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately approached and enveloped it with apostle power, preventing the divine power from leaking away. Others, witnessing the end of the battle, also gathered around. At this moment, Tang Yu took out Xiao Wu's essence blood. All right, the Rakshasa god has fallen. Now it's time to revive Xiao Wu's mother. Are you ready? Tang Yu naturally referred to Bibi Dong, who, with the fall of the Rakshasa god, found her internal divine power becoming more docile, and her complexion improved significantly. Bibi Dong then directly unleashed her soul rings, with the final red 10,000-year soul ring representing everything Xiao Wu once had. Upon seeing Bibi Dong display all her soul rings, Tang Yu also wrapped his hands in apostle power and surprisingly grasped the 10,000-year soul ring directly. With a forceful pull, the soul ring was removed, causing Bibi Dong's aura to drop significantly. Tang Yu controlled the divine power within the apostle power to reshape a new physical body using Xiao Wu's essence blood. When Xiao Wu saw that figure, tears streamed down her face. It was indeed the appearance of her mother. Tang Yu then used divine power to complete the soul within the soul ring, awakening it and infusing it into the new body. Finally, using divine power to combine the two. Before long, Xiao Wu's mother began to show signs of life, and Tang Yu handed her over to Xiao Wu while also giving a strand of divine power to help her recover. Subsequently, Tang Yu approached Bibi Dong, using the remaining divine power to reforge a 9th soul ring for her. The moment the soul ring was attached, Bibi Dong's aura surged rapidly, even surpassing her previous peak. She quickly reached level 99, becoming a limit Douluo. At the same time, the divine power within Bibi Dong began to merge with her soul power. Once the fusion was complete, Bibi Dong would become a new deity. Just as everyone thought everything was about to end, a voice filled with anger echoed from above. Who dares to commit such blasphemy? A figure wielding a divine sword appeared above the crowd. The sharp-eyed Tang Sen immediately recognized the pattern on that sword, which was identical to that on his Haotian hammer. He had previously learned from his ancestor Tang Shan that the killing god domain was the ticket to the Azura goddess trial. Making the significance of the pattern obvious, it represented another deity, the Azura god. The Azura god also sensed Tang San's killing god domain, indicating that he was a potential successor. However, these individuals dared to slay a god, particularly the Rakshasa god, who had once been associated with him. Although the Rakshasa god had completely separated from him, they still had countless ties. With the Rakshasa god killed by Tang Yu, his own strength was significantly affected. If not for the immense power he had absorbed during the previous war in the Divine Realm, he would have fallen below the God King level by now. Thus, the Azura god was extremely furious, as his years of effort were on the verge of going to waste. Faced with these obstacles, he intended to leave none alive. However, just as the Azura god gathered his strength to attack the crowd, Tang Yu took the initiative to confront him, rather than dealing with the threat to his family later. It was better to eliminate it in the cradle. Just after killing the Rakshasa god, Tang Yu's level once again broke through to 97, and his condition was fully restored. Facing an existence that he sensed was not much stronger than himself, he had no fear. Chapter 59, My World 4,000-word chapter. Tang Yu's onslaught was relentless, continuously launching dazzling patterns and dazzling martial techniques against the Azura god. As the enforcer of the divine realm, the Azura god was undoubtedly a war god. He exchanged blows with Tang Yu, with the Azura god's sword clashing against the willy, producing a sound of metal striking metal. However, the Azura god soon realized something was off. With each contact between the Azura god sword and the willy, the sword, which originally had the ability to devour and absorb the enemy's divine power, had lost its former might. Instead, tiny gaps began to appear with each clash. The Azura god immediately sensed danger. After suffering a setback, he hurriedly entered the lower realm through a closing rift, originally intending to punish some capable mortals, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. However, it was now impossible for him to escape the battle, so he began searching for a chance to win. Just as the two sides clashed again and were forced apart by their mutual attacks, the Azura god seized the opportunity to unleash a divine power aimed at Tang San, intending to capture this successor as a means to secure his victory, as this successor had been watching his opponent intently since the battle began, clearly an important figure. However, the Azura god's action touched Tang Yu's reverse scale. In this world, her family was what she cared about the most. The sight of the Azura god attacking Tang San was seen by Tang Yu as a death wish. At this critical moment, Tang Yu unexpectedly comprehended a new skill ahead of time, source of dazzling patterns, ancient divine light. A massive amount of apostle power gathered at the spearhead, forming a gigantic light spear that pierced directly toward the Azura god, enveloping him entirely in an instant and heavily injuring him. The Azura god's divine power was also forced to dissipate in midair. Tang Yu flew before the severely injured Azura god, his tone cold as he said, "The one thing you should never do is harm my family. Now I will give you the most terrifying nightmare." Sensing the Azura god's desire for power, Tang Yu wrapped his left hand in apostle power and directly plunged it into the Azura god's chest, extracting a brilliant energy ball adorned with 9 sparkling rings. At the moment the energy ball was extracted, the Azura god felt his power rapidly diminishing and realized what Tang Yu had just taken from him: his divine position, his god-king power, and everything that defined him as the Azura god. He was being stripped of it all by a being from the lower realm. "My punishment for you is to lose all your power and spend the rest of your life on Douluo continent." As Tang Yu's cold words fell, an energy ball carrying the powerless Azura god flew toward an unknown direction. Tang Yu also stored that energy ball carefully, planning to give it to his father when the time was right. After all, it was a god king's divine position. The crowd below was also shocked by the 2 consecutive divine battles, but all of this has truly passed, and the rift has already closed. Xiao Wu's mother has woken up, and, upon seeing her grown-up daughter, shed tears of relief while embracing her. At this moment, she is testing her son-in-law. Yuxiagang tightly embraced the recovering Bibi Dong, who then was pinched on the soft flesh around her waist by Lu Erlong, causing her to grimace in pain, while Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. The grudges between Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu have been resolved. Although Xiao Wu had to endure the pain of losing her mother for over a decade, it was something that couldn't be changed. After returning to Tiando City, everyone received the news that the Spirit Hall had officially announced the establishment of the Spirit Empire and declared war on the 2 major empires of Tiando and Xinglong. The army was also advancing towards them. The newly crowned Xueping summoned Tang San. Although they had past grievances, under the influence of Dugabo, the 2 managed to reconcile. At the same time, Xueping appointed Tang San as the national teacher and conferred upon him the title of Duke of Lanhao, intending to bind Tang San to the war chariot of the Tiando Empire. In the end, he even presented the national treasure, referred to by Tang San as the Hanhai Qin Kuinjiao. As for Tang Yu, after the battle with the Shura god, her strength broke through again, reaching the limit of level 99, just one step away from breaking through to level 100, and she sought a favorable location to prepare for the breakthrough. Everyone decided not to disturb her. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Star Luo Empire, preparing to collaborate with the Heaven Do Empire to launch a joint attack on the Spirit Empire. The current leader of the Spirit Empire is Qian Renxue. Although the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang has improved after their reconciliation, the mother-daughter relationship still remains tense. In Qian Renxue's eyes, Bibi Dong is a cold-blooded and heartless woman who killed her own father. Only her grandfather truly cares for her, and, just yesterday, her grandfather sacrificed himself to help her complete the divine test, paving the way for her. Now, she is set to become the angel god and unify the continent. The war between the Spirit Empire and the 2 great empires has begun. Although the military strength of the 2 empires is formidable, the Spirit Empire possesses 70% of the continent's soul masters, with a significant number of title-level powerhouses as well. The battle between both sides quickly reached a stalemate. The one who broke this balance was the figure with 6 wings of the owner, none other than Qian, who had completed the divine trial and ascended to become the god of angels. With her god-level strength, she changed the entire battlefield single-handedly. Due to Tang Yu's seclusion, the two great empires could not muster any god-level combat power at this moment. So they had to make a dangerous decision to fully delay and buy time for Tang San, who discovered that the vast sea universe cover was the heart of the sea god, to have a chance to ascend to godhood. Just when the coalition's defense line was about to completely collapse, Tang San finally returned to the battlefield in a brand new form. After an intense battle, he defeated Qian, and just as the sea god's trident was about to pierce Qian's chest, a figure blocked in front of her. That figure was Bibi Dong, who harbored immense hatred for Xunji, but as a mother, she still took the hit for Qian. Not far away, Yu Xiaojiang reached out in an attempt to save her. The battle continued, but at that moment, the world seemed to become incredibly tranquil. Qian's hatred dissipated at that moment, and for the first time in so many years, she truly felt the warmth of a mother's love. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the entire world, suddenly breaking the silence. Yet the melody brought a sense of peace to everyone. Countless flowers, plants, trees, and living beings began to emanate a shimmering light, converging towards a certain point. That place was a tranquil valley. At the top of a giant rock in the valley, a girl with red hair was sitting cross-legged on the stone. Countless lights swirled and gathered around her, and under the influence of this energy, her consciousness arrived at a magical place. Here, there were no flowers, plants, or trees, only an endless plain made of crystal. Crystals of various sizes and brilliance grew in an orderly manner throughout this space. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within the crystals were reflections of vibrant and colorful worlds. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and a gigantic bird made of crystal flew over Tang Yu's head. Soon, Tang Yu discovered a palace constructed of crystal, and an inexplicable feeling guided her towards the interior of the palace. In the innermost hall of the palace, Tang Yu encountered a figure. It was a girl sitting on a throne made of crystal, with dazzling and beautiful white hair, the tips of which were colorful. She possessed an indescribable beauty. "You have finally come," the girl said, her voice like the most beautiful music in the world. "Who are you? Where's this place? How do you know me?" Tang Yu asked, directly posing the 3 philosophical questions. The girl smiled slightly, and in that moment, it seemed as if the world had gained color. "I am the goddess of the moon. From the moment of my birth, this realm of zero was born. This is the divine land of all worlds. The reason I know you is that you are me, and I have been waiting for you." The girl's words led Tang Yu to deep contemplation. She was surprised. After hearing the incomprehensible words of the goddess of the moon, she subconsciously felt that they were indeed the truth. "Then why am I?" Just as Tang Yu was about to continue asking, the goddess of the moon emitted a radiant light. After receiving that light, Tang Yu understood everything. The goddess of the moon was right. This place was called Zero, the origin of all worlds. The goddess of the moon was the ruler of this Zero and the creator of countless worlds. However, apart from the goddess of the moon, there were only the Zero beasts, which were composed of numerous worlds that she had created. By the way, each crystal represented a world. The endless years made the god of the moon feel incredibly bored, so he immersed his consciousness into the world he created to experience, to feel, and to gain joy. When the power of his avatar reaches the limit of that world, it will return to the Zero realm to reconnect with him, allowing the god of the moon to feel those little moments and attain happiness through his avatar. Tang Yu is one of the incarnations. Just now, they completed the connection, and Tang Yu has regained the powers of the Lord of the Zero realm. Tang Yu is truly happy as an incarnation. She possesses complete freedom and can experience all the facets of life in the world she has created, doing everything she wants. After all, if one world is ruined, she can always create a new one. Once Tang Yu's consciousness returns, the brilliance that surrounded her has completely vanished. At this moment, Tang Yu has also reached level 100 and completed the ultimate profound meaning. The power of the apostle has evolved into the power of primordial chaos. But to fully unleash her strength, she must go to the source of this power, where she will completely liberate the strength of the Zero realm. However, for now, Tang Yu should first deal with the matters here. When Tang Yu arrived on the battlefield, not much time had actually passed. She immediately saw Tang, since standing in the center of the battlefield, with Qian sitting on the ground next to him, cradling the barely alive BB Dong. Little San? What happened? However, Tang Yu's question did not receive the expected answer. Tang Xin looked at the voluptuous lady in front of him, dressed in splendid attire and holding a magnificent spear, feeling puzzled. Why was this seemingly powerful big sister so close to him? Little San, why aren't you speaking? Tang Yu also felt strange and suddenly remembered that she had activated her ancient avatar form, so she immediately made contact. At this moment, Tang Xin finally recognized Tang Yu and was slightly surprised. He then recounted the events that had occurred during Tang Yu's retreat. After understanding the situation, Tang Yu nodded. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Little San. I will ensure everything has a beautiful ending. After all, this is my world. After Tang Yu finished speaking, golden light gathered in her hands, which was the light of the ancient. It had been a year since the Spirit Empire went to war with the two great empires. The continent had once again returned to peace. The Spirit Empire was abolished, and a new Spirit Hall was established. But this time it was restricted and fully served as an organization to help civilian soul masters. The new Pope Beiana, with the assistance of Douluo and Ghost Douluo, managed the Spirit Hall in an orderly manner. The Prince of the Luo Empire, Dai Mu Bai, along with his wife Zhu Zhuqing, also disappeared from the Luo Empire. In a remote village called Shunhun Village in the Heavendo Empire, a group of people was toasting and drinking in a small farmhouse courtyard. Little San, now you all have reached the god level, and Dad has also stabilized his position as the Azure God. Mom, as the ruler of the Douluo world, has adapted to her work, and now I have no more worries. It's time for me to leave this world. Tang Yu looked around at the people with a contented expression. The ones present were all family or friends of Tang Yu, including the already ascended Shrek's 7 monsters, Tang Hao, Yin, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Yu Shaojiang, Qian Renshu, and others. Sister, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. Just remember to come back and see us when you have time. After all, the entire divine realm now belongs to our family. Tang Xin also smiled and bid farewell to Tang Yu. That's right, this world is mine, which means it's our family's. Keep up the good work. We will meet again. After saying this, Tang Yu activated her ancient avatar and opened a passage in the air with crystal-like edges, entering it. Tang Yu's adventure officially began. Chapter 60. Terrastar Tang Yu had been in this new world for a week now and had basically understood the situation here. The place she was staying was a library located in the Central Park area, which she had acquired through some means money. The country Tang Yu was in is the research center of the Terra United Council, New Covenant City. In this city, there is a wealth of cutting-edge technology, and it is also the location of the Divine Altar. It is here that the greatest achievement of the Terra scientific community, the 12 Terra artificial gods, was born. The reason Tang Yu settled here was mainly because the greenery in the Central Park area was the best. Douluo continent is a place with an excellent natural environment. So naturally, upon arriving in a new world, she instinctively chose a place with good greenery. Of course, the most important reason was that Tang Yu could faintly sense her connection with those 12 artificial gods. Until today, with Willie's help, Tang Yu finally figured out the world she was in. The place she was currently located was the birthplace of the 12 Beiana divine bodies, the future precursor to the demon realm, the origin of the 13 apostles, and the place where the battle between the primordial light and the primordial darkness took place. She had arrived in Arad. Willie, pass me the wrench. With Tang Yu's shout, Willie, who was floating nearby, had no choice but to go to the toolbox, pick up a wrench with his mouth, and hand it to Tang Yu, who was modifying a drilling machine. Not this one, it's number 10. I need the number 13 wrench. Without looking, Tang Yu took it, checked it, and tossed it back to Willie. Willie leapt up to catch it, clearly very skilled, and then found the number 13 wrench and handed it to Tang Yu. Tang Yu took the wrench, tightened a nut, and tossed the wrench back. She clapped her hands, and the job was done. Willie quickly rushed forward to catch the wrench and put it back in the toolbox. Miss, have you finally completed it? Willie wasn't too sure, as this was already Tang Yu's 5th attempt. Of course, Willie. After 5 rounds of adjustments, my frost drilling machine is finally finished. Today I'm hitting the road to show off to those Beianas. Saying that, Tang Yu grabbed Willie and got into the vehicle. She activated the power device and injected a frost snowman. Let's go. Here, in the underground parking lot of Tang Yu's library, it had been transformed into a workshop. There was also half a pumpkin furnace and a giant mechanical owl head placed nearby, both clearly half-finished products. As for how Tang Yu got to know the Beianas, 2 months ago, after she had just acquired information about this world, she followed the connection she sensed. After turning Willie into a broom, she rode Willie at high speed to a wasteland outside the city. Of course, along the way, She was pursued and intercepted by a bunch of traffic police. As Tang Yu sped along, gradually approaching her destination, the trailing traffic police began to slowly retreat, clearly aware of what lay ahead. As Tang Yu got closer, a tremendous noise came from a distance. "Willie, hurry up. I can feel that there's something I must see there," Tang Yu urged Willie, sensing something. "Miss, I'm already trying my best. I'm not a professional in this line of work," Willie replied helplessly. "Shut up. Accelerate," Tang Yu insisted, disregarding his concerns. Although Willie did not speed up, Tang Yu soon caught sight of it. In that wasteland, 12 figures radiating a golden glow were experimenting with their powers, while others formed a circle, seemingly engaged in discussion. At that moment, one of the graceful figures seemed to sense something and looked up in Tang Yu's direction, locking eyes with her. Simultaneously, the other figures also noticed Tang Yu. One of the figures immediately darted towards Tang Yu, gathering powerful energy in its hands and launching it at her. Seeing this, Tang Yu quickly jumped off Willie, grabbing him and activating her divine transformation. A power far exceeding her previous transformations surged out from within Tang Yu. Holding Willie, she faced the beam of light head-on, channeling energy into Willie and pushing forward. The beam was pushed back towards the attacker, who quickly dodged to the side. Tang Yu's power combined with the beam flew into the distance, exploding upon hitting a mountain. And when the shockwave dissipated, the small mountain was already gone. At that moment, the figure attempted to strike again, but was stopped by the graceful figure from earlier. That figure then spoke to Tang Yu. "Who are you? I can sense that you possess powers similar to ours." Upon hearing this, the other figures were clearly taken aback, surprised that someone had powers akin to theirs. "My name is Tang Yu. I felt a force over here that connected with me, so I came to check it out. And it seems it's you. But you really aren't very friendly," Tang Yu replied. The figure that had attacked earlier felt uneasy after hearing the graceful figure's words, and now, upon being mocked by Tang Yu, he apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. I instinctively attacked when I saw someone disturb us. I didn't expect to find someone like you, who has powers similar to ours. Since you share our abilities, we can be friends from now on." "Sure, let's be friends. By the way, I still don't know your names," Tang Yu said, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with these 12 figures and happy to become their friends. The graceful figure introduced herself. "I am Sarah, their second sister, the Director of Wisdom. The one you just fought is our fourth brother, Qian, the Director of Skills. The one sitting over there, silent and cold, is our eldest brother, Qian, the Director of Power. We also have our third brother, Alice, the Director of the Sky, fifth sister, Hill, the Director of Form, sixth brother, Reggie, the Director of Death, seventh brother, Anton, the Director of Earth, eighth brother, Rost, the Director of the Ocean, ninth brother, Carl, the Director of Life, 10th brother, Lun, the Director of Knowledge, 11th brother, Oma, the Director of Conflict, and 12th brother, Ariel, the Director of Peace." Except when introducing the eldest brother, each time a figure was introduced, they would greet or nod at Tang Yu. These 12 figures were the 12 artificial gods of Terra. The future 13 apostles. Chapter 61, 12 Terra artificial gods. Since that day, after meeting the 12 Terra artificial gods, Tang Yu often visited them to play. She got along best with Qian and Sarah, followed by Qian, Alice, Hill, and Lin. Yes, Tang Yu had a great relationship with the silent and cold eldest brother, because she was the only one who could defeat Qian. Although Qian and Alice also loved to fight, they couldn't beat Qian, the Director of Power. Only Tang Yu, after transforming, seemed to possess all their powers, easily overcoming Qian. Thus, whenever Qian had free time, he would seek out Tang Yu to spar, and their relationship grew very good. As the owner of the power of wisdom, Sarah could always know what Tang Yu wanted and what she could offer, and she was also the first to speak with Tang Yu. Tang Yu loved to stick close to Sarah, and Qian, as the Director of Skills, often sought Tang Yu for skill practice. This led to Tang Yu's previous skills from all her styles beginning to merge, resulting in many skills disappearing and being integrated. The reason why Tang Yu gets along well with Hill is that Hill is one of the 2 women among the 12 gods. As for Luan, it's obviously because he is the Director of Knowledge. Recently, Tang Yu has been studying magical arts, and whenever she goes to ask Sayla, and Sayla doesn't answer, she goes to Luan. Luan will never refuse Tang Yu. And so months passed. Today, Tang Yu finally finished her beloved Frost drilling vehicle and planned to show it off to Sayla and the others. Tang Yu drove the drilling vehicle straight down the main road at high speed. Pedestrians hurriedly avoided her, and even the traffic police turned a blind eye. This wasn't magic. It was because a while ago, when a sage went to seek a divine oracle and Tang Yu happened to be there, still sparring with Qian, The 12 gods showed Tang Yu equal treatment, and this was communicated to the people in New Covenant City, welcoming a new deity. Today, the meeting place Tang Yu agreed upon with Sayla and the others was Lexville. She intended to pass through the Central Rail Center and then head from the Council Square to Lexville. Wow, Willie, this car is amazing. Why didn't I start studying magical art sooner? I shouldn't have wasted my time learning that useless magic back on the continent of fighting Qi. Magical arts are so much more fun, Tang Yu exclaimed excitedly while driving. The pedestrians who avoided her greeted Tang Yu warmly, clearly familiar with her. After all, Tang Yu lives in a library in Central Park, and since she moved in, the collection has been updated with all sorts of strange books, including many comics and novels, covering everything from postnatal care for pigs to how to manually make a nuclear bomb in primitive society. Moreover, Tang Yu is approachable, and everyone in New Covenant City knows about this new and friendly deity. Miss, you can now easily develop magical arts, and it should be credited to the magical knowledge you received back then, Willie explained from the side. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yu agreed with Willie's point, then promptly stepped on the gas and the brake while turning the steering wheel, executing a drift around the corner. Willie in the car was almost thrown out and hurriedly shouted. Soon, Tang Yu arrived at Lexville. After continuing for a while, she spotted several shiny figures in the distance and immediately shouted, Hey, look, this is my new car. How cool is it? As she spoke, Tang Yu performed a drifting parking maneuver, stopping directly in front of Kalia. At that moment, Sayla approached with a big smile, saying, Congratulations, Tang Yu. You've successfully created your desired vehicle. How about it? Am I impressive or what? Tang Yu tilted her head, seeking admiration from the others. The shape is good, but the power source uses natural energy of the ice attribute, which is an interesting idea, though the stability is a bit lacking, Luan commented from the side. Already starting to critique, Tang Yu only heard the first half of the sentence. She didn't care about the second half regarding stability. Sarah, quick, tell me, what are we here for today? Clearly, Tang Yu is still curious about the reason for coming here today. Oh, speaking of the purpose of coming here today, I know it's to find a force within this planet that is similar to ours. Kalia interjected before Sarah could finish. That's right. We discovered a force inside this planet that is like ours, and we want to release it, reshape its body, and welcome our 13th companion, Sarah continued, explaining to Tang Yu. After hearing this, Tang Yu realized that this was the 13th and final piece of the primordial darkness. Long before Tang Yu transformed and obtained all 12 powers, she had already understood the Tao to the powers of wisdom and knowledge. Now, her strength had entered the final awakening stage. As long as the complete primordial light and primordial darkness were both in a state of liberation, she could transform again and fully awaken her true power. However, the primordial light had transformed into Karis to patrol the universe, while the last 13th piece of the primordial darkness remained unawakened. To awaken it, they would have to open Terra, and at that time, all the people on the planet would have to accompany it to their doom. Sarah, have you considered the wishes of the people living on Terra? Tang Yu asked Sarah. The will of mortals is not within our consideration. Cain spoke up, his words chillingly cold. Indeed, in the face of power, the powerless weak have no authority. So, what are your thoughts? Tang Yu continued to inquire. Of course, I hope to welcome our companions. Sarah's answer was ambiguous. Let me think it over and get back to you later. You shouldn't be in a hurry, right? In the end, Tang Yu still hadn't made a decision and planned to take her time. Of course, no problem, replied Korea. Soon, Tang Yu returned to the library distracted, driving the frost drilling vehicle. At that moment, the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, Tang Yu was greeted by an unexpected visitor. Chapter 62. Helder, when Tang Yu opened the library door, she found that the visitor was a young woman with short, neat gray-white hair. Excuse me, are you Lady Tang Yu? The woman asked symbolically. Who else could I be? There's no one else living here, Tang Yu replied bluntly. The woman was clearly taken aback by Tang Yu's straightforwardness. Seeing this, Tang Yu's mood slightly improved, and she invited the woman inside. The woman sat on the sofa, accepted the tea Tang Yu handed her, and directly got to the point. Lady Tang Yu, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Helder, the chief researcher of the Terra Research Institute. I have come regarding the decision of the 12 deities. You don't need to say anything. I already know about this. Sarah and the others told me personally. However, I still really like this planet and the people on it. But before Tang Yu could finish, Helder eagerly interjected. I knew Lady Tang Yu would be on our side. You must think of a way to save this magnificent planet. I beg you, I will not take sides. As an individual, I love this planet. But as their friend, I have no authority to stop them from breaking this planet to free their compatriots. Tang Yu revealed her inner turmoil. Yes, Tang Yu loved Terra very much, but whether it was for gaining power or supporting her friends, it would lead to Terra's destruction. She was now caught between the two. I see. Then please forgive my intrusion, Helder said, looking disappointed as she prepared to leave. Although I cannot stop their decision, I will try to delay them, which should give you time to prepare. As Helder was leaving, Tang Yu made a small promise. However, this was merely a consolation in the worst-case scenario. However, at the door, Helder clenched her fists, seemingly having made a resolution. Tang Yu could tell that this woman deeply loved the planet named Terra. No wonder she would make so many arrangements in the future, leading to the downfall of the Apostles. However, the Apostles would not die, just as the 12 deities ultimately reincarnated as the 12 Apostles. The primordial darkness would never disappear. After sending Helder off, Tang Yu began to worry. Although she had said she would help the people of Terra by time, she had not thought about how to delay them. Now, how should I resolve the issue with Haikao and Quaxia? Tang Yu paced around her room for a long time, unable to come up with a solution. She suddenly grabbed Willie and shook him wildly. Willie, help me think of a solution. Miss, please stop shaking me, Willie said, his speech becoming confused under Tang Yu's frantic shaking. Seeing Willie begging for mercy, Tang Yu stopped and asked again, Willie, think of a solution quickly. Miss, what can I do? They want to break the planet to release their compatriots. What can I do? This isn't in my database. Willie floated around Tang Yu, helplessly responding. Release their compatriots. I got it. Suddenly, Tang Yu had an idea. She grabbed Willie, who was still spinning around, and ran to the garage. Upon reaching the garage, she tossed Willie onto the vehicle, entered the frost drilling vehicle, and filled it with frost snowmen. Let's go. Soon, Tang Yu arrived at the divine residence. She pushed open the door and saw Sarah sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea. Tang Yu walked directly over and sat across from Sarah, taking a sip of tea. Sarah, as a friend, I have no right to stop you. However, to express my feelings, how about I prepare a body for your compatriots before you release them? Tang Yu proposed to Sarah, intending to use the excuse of creating a body for their compatriots to delay the opening of Terra. All right, I understand. Although you're doing this to delay us. As friends, we are willing to wait for you. Of course, an excellent body is also something we need. Let's see what kind of body you can create. Sarah seemed to have seen through Tang Yu's intentions, but still chose to wait for her promise. However, this was merely an agreement between Tang Yu and the 12 deities. In fact, the divine command to break Terra had already been conveyed through the sage's mouth. A few days later, Tang Yu continued her research in magical studies. After all, to create an excellent body, Tang Yu needed to master magical studies well to combine it with the primordial power to create a masterpiece. Although it was to buy time, as a friend, the gift must be exceptional. At that moment, the door was knocked again. Tang Yu opened the door to find Helder again. But her expression was much better now, clearly having found a solution. Tang Yu welcomed Helder inside. Still tea. You look good today. Did you find a solution? Tang Yu asked first. Lady Tang Yu, first of all, thank you for buying us valuable time. I came today to express my gratitude, and we have started building the escape arc, the Genesis. After this meeting, we might not see each other for a long time. Helder sincerely thanked Tang Yu and explained the situation. You found a solution? That's good. There will still be opportunities in the future, right? Perhaps one day we can rebuild Terra, Tang Yu said while drinking tea, seemingly trying to comfort Helder. Yes, I believe one day we will rebuild Terra and restore our glory. Well, I will take my leave now, Lady Tang Yu, Helder said, bowing as she got up and left. Tang Yu sat on the sofa, pondering, should I help her in the future? After all, life on Terra is quite happy. Chapter 63. The Battle of Terra. Since that day, she met Helder. Tang Yu had not seen her again. However, none of this is related to Tang Yu. Now she is diligently studying this dark magic. Willie, part number 18. Tang Yu buried her head in the chassis of a huge ring-shaped device, calling out to her reliable assistant Willie outside. Willie, beside her, went to the place where the parts were stored, picked up the part marked with the number 18, and floated over to hand it to Tang Yu. After receiving it, Tang Yu installed the part. With a push of her small feet, the scooter she was leaning against carried her out from the chassis. Standing up, she covered the protective panel outside and tightened the stabilizer. After clapping her hands, she looked at the Ouroboros ring in front of her, a symbol of mastery in dark magic. Tang Yu clapped her hands to tidy up the area. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 cute little figures sprang out from unknown corners, picking up the scattered parts and tools around her. These are the dark magic assistants she created, the homunculi. These little beings were made through dark magic alchemy, combined with Tang Yu's primordial power, making them significantly stronger than the ordinary versions of homunculi. They're not only smarter, but also possess spatiotemporal abilities, allowing them to hide in unknown corners during normal times. Looking around, she could see that the entire workshop was now filled with various devices of all sizes. There's also a huge cabinet displaying many bottles and jars, some filled with lava-like red substances, while others contained thick black smoke. These are all products of dark magic alchemy. Around her, there were machines such as an electric collision device with an eel head, a mysterious machine with a cat head, a boiler with a big pumpkin belly, a rabbit-shaped electric shocker, and a snowman-shaped ice shaver, among others. Of course, the most eye-catching was a roller coaster placed in the most prominent spot, which integrated almost all the mechanical features mentioned before. Now, Tangyu had completed her research in demonic studies, reaching an advanced level. Furthermore, the training of the Rotation Demon Society had naturally progressed to a breakthrough upon arriving on Terra Star. Now, Tangyu had fully unlocked all her internal abilities. But to completely integrate and master them, it would require a complete collision between the primordial light and the primordial darkness. Now, Tangyu was planning to start creating and winning new bodies for Sarah and the others. After such a long time, Heater and their plans should be almost ready. The materials for the bodies would be a mixture of superalloys and primordial power, ensuring they would be indestructible. As Tangyu murmured to herself, she called for Willy and Himonkaras to help. However, what Tangyu didn't know was that while she was researching in her library workshop, the outside world had undergone tremendous changes. Following the sage's divine decree, reactions around the world varied. Some protested, some intended to follow the divine will to destroy the planet, and others waited silently for death. However, the most prominent was the Ark faction led by Heater, racing against time to construct the Ark Genesis. Another faction was the Rebels, organized by one person, opposing the 12 gods of Terra and starting a war globally. The originally beautiful and peaceful Terra was suddenly engulfed in flames of war. Meanwhile, Sarah and the other 12 gods continued their previous lives, waiting for Tangyu to complete the bodies of their new kin. At the same time, Sarah often left alone to visit Tangyu's library, chatting about progress. Recently, Sarah had also started writing a book, and if one looked closely, the cover boldly read New Genesis. As the war intensified, the rebels continued to gain an advantage. The United Headquarters, ultimately left with no choice, deployed the behemoth forces. The arrival of the massive behemoth beasts instantly turned the tide of battle. Conventional weapons were completely ineffective against the gigantic behemoths, and the rebels quickly began to retreat. However, unpredictable events occurred, and one person in the rebels somehow found a long-obsolete thermonuclear weapon. When the thermonuclear weapon exploded above the behemoth's head, the war became unstoppable. Tangyu is still working hard to create a new divine body. Today, Sarah visited Tangyu again. After Sarah sat down in the reception room, she started talking to Tangyu. "How is the new body production going?" Sarah asked, as gentle as ever. Don't worry, Sarah. It's going very smoothly. The overall framework is already completed. With just a bit more adjustment, it will be finished soon." Tangyu excitedly shared about her excellent progress. "That's really good news. By the way, I've recently written a few books. I wonder if I could put them in your library?" Sarah suddenly made a request while chatting. "Of course, no problem. But I can't believe you write books?" Tangyu was quite puzzled by Sarah's request, but she didn't doubt it and readily agreed. After finishing tea and chatting, Tangyu returned to her workshop to continue making the divine body. After finishing the tea in her hand, Sarah got up and went to the library's collection area, placing the book The Genesis of Creation back on the shelf. She then descended to the library's basement, where she created a different space, at the center of which floated a massive stone tablet. After writing and drawing on the tablet, Sarah connected the entrance and exit of the different space to the book The Genesis of Creation. Once she completed all of this, Sarah left Tangyu's library. Time passed quickly, and that day, Tangyu was still working hard. In front of her was a robust body, protected by armor made of strip-shaped alloys on the head, arms, torso, and legs. Tangyu also flamboyantly added a semicircular ring to the back of this body, exuding a strong presence. After a long struggle, Tangyu finally finished creating the body. After admiring it for a while, she decided to take this body and go find Sarah, Qian, and the others. Considering the time, it should be that Helder was also done by now. However, shortly after Tangyu stepped outside, she saw intense light and heard a roaring sound coming from the distant horizon. Chapter 64. The Destruction of Terra Star, as Tangyu was about to bring gifts to meet Sarah and the others. The commotion from the horizon told her that it was not good news. Tangyu immediately put down the body she was holding and asked Hemong Kuruz to watch over it. She activated her divine presence and flew directly to the source of the noise. Along the way, Tang Yu witnessed many things she had been oblivious to while engrossed in her work. The land was scarred and devastated. People were fleeing in all directions, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. In the distance, she could see many giant whale corpses lying across the cracked ground. Occasionally, she spotted two groups of Terrans in different outfits firing at each other. At that moment, Tang Yu realized that the once peaceful and serene Terra Star had changed. She couldn't bear to witness the conflicts any longer. She had more important matters to attend to. Since seeing the disturbance on the horizon, Tang Yu's heart had been filled with unease. Soon, while flying at high speed, Tang Yu saw Sarah and the others confronting a figure in the high sky. She quickened her speed and arrived by Sarah's side. "Sarah, what happened? Why is it like this outside?" And before Tang Yu could finish her question, Sarah spoke up. "I know you're confused, but these are all their own decisions. Everything is a result of their own making. We simply chose not to intervene. Moreover, we are facing our own difficulties now." As she spoke, Sarah's gaze turned to the figure above, who bore the manifestation of the primordial light, a gear-like figure. That figure was, of course, Karaso, the great will that represented the primordial light, the creator of worlds. Just as Tang Yu was still inquiring about the situation, Karaso spoke. "You have gained form and thought, yet still do not know satisfaction, insisting on pursuing illusory powers. It seems I should make you discard those physical forms and wills that bind you and return with me to the primordial light." As soon as Karaso spoke, the already tense atmosphere became even more serious. Carl directly responded, "You want to erase the physical forms and wills we have worked so hard to obtain? Not a chance." With that, he charged forward. Others had no choice but to follow suit upon seeing this. Qian and Kalia quickly engaged in a struggle with Karaso under the powers of strength and skill. Meanwhile, Elise, Anton, and Rost gathered the powers of the sky, ocean, and earth to attack Karaso. In an instant, this battle that shook the entire universe erupted. Tang Yu floated alone nearby, her thoughts still in a haze. Throughout this long period, Tang Yu had enjoyed her time with Sayla and the others, and she viewed them as merely indifferent to ordinary people. But now, with Terra Star engulfed in flames of war, and Qian, Sayla, and the others fighting their counterpart Karaso, Tang Yu really didn't know what to do. However, while Tang Yu was still lost in her thoughts about life, the clash between the primordial light and the primordial darkness above had intensified, and the shockwaves from the battle directly struck Terra Star. In an instant, the tectonic plates of Terra Star were subjected to tremendous impact. The Terra Star inhabitants who were still fighting also paused their attacks, gazing towards the direction of space. At this moment, in a hidden canyon, a massive spaceship stood tall. Just now, the spaceship, known as the Genesis, finally completed its debugging, organized by Heater. "Izira, hurry, organize the people to board the ship." Heater shouted to the busy workers below. Just moments ago, she detected a massive energy reaction, and enormous energy responses continued to surge towards Terra. If this continues, it won't be long before Terra falls apart. "Heater, what about you?" The researcher, named Izira, shouted back. "I need to go back to New Covenant City. You organize the boarding first, quickly. There's not much time left." With that, Heater rushed towards New Covenant City. "Heater, how will you get back?" Izira clearly knew how dangerous it was to go to New Covenant City right now. "I will find a way. Just go do what you need to do." After saying this, Heater had already left the canyon. Soon, Heater approached New Covenant City and saw some people running toward the outskirts. After directing them, she continued into the city. At this moment, the battle in space had reached a fever pitch, with massive shockwaves hitting Terra, causing its structure to teeter on the brink of collapse. Just then, Qian gathered an immense amount of power to strike at Karaso. Upon seeing this, Karaso directly commanded the halo behind him to gather strength and launch a beam towards Qian. The others, witnessing this, immediately stepped forward to channel their power into Qian, causing the focal point of the beam to move closer to Karaso. Seeing this, Karaso injected all his strength, and Qian and the others did the same. After a brief stalemate, the focal point began to slowly approach Qian and his group, as they were missing 1/13 of their power. As the beam's intersection point was about to hit Qian and his companions, there was no other choice but to scatter and evade. Without any power to obstruct it, the beam continued forward, and right behind Qian and the others was Terra. The enormous beam struck the ground, like a camel about to be crushed under an additional 1,000,000,000 tons of iron. Terra finally could not bear it any longer, beginning to crack massively, on the verge of disintegration. At this moment, on the Genesis ship in the canyon, Izira also saw that beam of light. She knew that Terra was beyond saving, but the boarding had not yet ended. However, for those who had already boarded, she had to immediately stop the boarding process and ascend. Otherwise, it would all be over. "Herd, where are you?" she wondered. The Genesis ship slowly ascended, leaving behind many desperate people who had not had the chance to board. Just as the Genesis ship had not been gone long, with a tremendous roar, Terra was destroyed, shattering into numerous fragments. Among them, the largest piece was New Covenant City, formed under the residual power in Tang Yue's library. Amidst this, Herd, who was stationed in front of the library, felt a tremendous shock and realized what was happening. After a single tear fell, he fainted amid the massive tremors. Chapter 65. The Demon Realm and Arad with the explosion of Terra. The last remnants of the primordial darkness hidden within Terra were released. At that moment, the complete primordial light and primordial darkness converged, and the conditions were met. Tang Yue's power began to operate and integrate spontaneously. Just when Tang Yue was still in a daze, a sudden surge of power awakened her. This was the scene of the planet exploding before her eyes, overwhelming her with guilt. Just then, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and brilliant light enveloped Tang Yue, forming a cocoon of light. Seeing this scene, Sarah, who was still fighting, couldn't help but glance at Tang Yue. However, this moment of negligence caused a fluctuation in the power transmission, and Qian, Sarah, and the others were severely injured. Upon seeing this, Carasso immediately planned to pursue. But just then, Tang Yue's transformation was completed, and it happened so quickly. The powerful energy fluctuations far exceeded the undifferentiated primordial power. Under the radiant energy, Carasso and the 12 gods, who were closest, were completely engulfed. The 13 bodies simply could not withstand this tremendous force. Their bodies began to dissolve continuously. As strong as Carasso was, knowing he could not compete, he erupted with power intending to escape, but was caught by a hand. It was Qian. Soon, the light dissipated, leaving only one figure radiating brilliance in the entire space, Tang Yue. All other existences, including Carasso, had their forms shattered and returned to the depths of the universe to recuperate. Tang Yue awakened, looking around, intending to search for Sarah and the others. At that moment, a black aura floated in, conveying a will towards the sun. "I am Qian. Although we have lost our forms because of you, it is still better than being taken back into the primordial. At that time, I was on the periphery and did not completely lose consciousness. You need not feel guilty. As long as we have not returned to the primordial, we will be reborn again, and we will meet once more." Then, that aura dissipated, seemingly in search of a new body. Meanwhile, the aura released when Terra was destroyed had now merged into a person's body. It was Herd, who lay in front of Tang Yue's library. As the brilliant light of Tang Yu's transformation faded, not only 13 bodies disappeared, but also the New Covenant City and the Genesis ship in space. At that moment, the powerful energy directly tore apart time and space, opening a dimensional passage that sucked the New Covenant City and the Genesis ship into another dimension. At this time, Tang Yu's appearance was similar to when she activated the Divine Present state, but the essence of her power had changed. The power Tang Yu now wielded was no longer magic, apostle power, or primordial power, but a higher, transcendent energy that existed above worlds, the zero-boundary power. It was the source of the world's birth. However, such precision was generally unnecessary. It was sufficient to use it as advanced energy. Looking at the fragments of Terra before her, Tang Yu fell into silence. After a long while, she spoke to Willie, asking Willie, "What do you think I should do now? Should I find a place to wait for Sayla and the others to be resurrected, or should I do something else?" Clearly, Tang Yu was at a loss for what to do. After working hard for so long to give her friend a gift, just when she was about to show off, her friends were gone, her home was gone, everything was gone. Mississippi. Willie was about to comfort Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu seemed to realize something. Since they wanted her to wait for their rebirth, then she would rebuild Terra. That way, when they met again, they could play together and hold gatherings once more. After saying this, Tang Yu approached the fragments of Terra, and a powerful binding force emanated from her hands, enveloping the fragments. And then she began to traverse the universe with them. After a long search, Tang Yu finally found a suitable star system. There was a small planet in the habitable zone, mostly covered by ocean. However, the position of this planet was very suitable. Tang Yu descended to the ocean floor of this planet. After some exploration, she made up her mind to rebuild Terra here. First, she gathered powerful energy to raise the ocean of the entire planet, revealing the land beneath. She manipulated the primordial power to form a massive magic circle that enveloped the raised ocean. As the magic circle was constructed, sunlight from the outside shone through, illuminating the ocean floor and creating a blue sky. Next, Tang Yu scattered seeds of life, and forests rapidly grew on the barren land. Fish and shrimp began to be born in the remaining ocean, and new life was continuously nurtured. After doing all this, Tang Yu came to the surface of the ocean, drew the fragments of Terra over, and wrapped them in the raised ocean, forming several continents that enjoyed the natural sunlight. Tang Yu also scattered seeds of life on these continents. Finally, she built a small island among the continents and constructed a tall tower that led to the world beneath the raised ocean. After completing all this, Tang Yu smiled contentedly. As time passed, this place would become a second Terra. All she needed to do was find a lost New Covenant city. Just as Tang Yu planned to look around a bit longer, a small dimensional rift suddenly opened nearby. Through the rift, Tang Yu sensed the presence of her homunculus. Without a word, she directly entered the dimensional rift. However, the rift did not disappear with Tang Yu's entry. After a long time, the rift suddenly shattered, and a massive spaceship emerged from within. It was the Genesis ship that had entered the dimensional rift along with the New Covenant city. The Genesis ship fell directly downwards, passing through the raised ocean and the magic circle, landing in a valley of the world below. The spaceship opened, and many people began to emerge from inside, scattering in different directions. Some people arrived at the continent above the magic circle through the towering tower to live. After the people inside the spaceship left, it entered sleep mode and concealed itself. As time went by, the people who had descended from the spaceship multiplied generation after generation. They had forgotten their origins and named the world they lived in the Arad continent. Chapter 66. The Birth of the Demon Realm before Tang Yu entered the dimensional rift. This was a passage to another dimension where there was no concept of time and space. However, for Tang Yu, who had completed her final transformation, it had no effect. Sensing the presence of her homunculus, she sped towards the direction from which the aura emanated. Soon, Tang Yu saw a piece of land floating in the dimensional passage from a distance. As she got closer, she discovered a person opening a barrier to block external dimensional energy from entering that land. Tang Yu approached the person directly. "Who are you?" The person clearly recognized Tang Yu upon seeing her. "Tang Yu, it's me, Helder. Ever since your battle led to the destruction of Terra, I drifted to this place along with the New Covenant city." Helder replied joyfully upon seeing Tang Yu, and her tone clearly indicated that she was quite exhausted. "Helder, aren't you a researcher? How are you not practicing magic?" Tang Yu was clearly more concerned about Helder's shift from the scientific side to the magical side. "Are you talking about this power? After I woke up from my coma, I discovered that I could sense the elemental energy in nature and naturally learn magic." Helder answered seriously in response to Tang Yu's question. During the time when Tang Yu was talking to Helder, she had also completed her investigation on him. The power within her was almost identical to the powers of Sarah and the others, but was not any of their abilities. It must be the 13th power that had been released. "So what are you doing now?" After understanding Helder's basic situation, Tang Yu became curious about what he was currently doing. "Lady Tang Yu, I'm currently opening a protective barrier. The energy in this space will erode the bodies of the Terra people, causing them to mutate. Although I have set up a barrier to protect them, many people had already mutated under the radiation before I could establish it. Only a few individuals, under my immediate protection, experienced minor changes like me growing pointed ears." As Helder spoke, he turned his head, allowing Tang Yu to see his ears. "Oh, that means you look like me now. Interesting. So you'll be my kin from now on." Tang Yu clearly had a fondness for these pointed ears. "Thank you very much. However, Lady Tang Yu, can I ask you for a favor? Although I can maintain the barrier now, the replenishment of magical energy is gradually unable to keep up with the consumption." Helder said helplessly about his current situation. All right, you don't need to say more. I understand. You need an excellent energy source, right? Let me handle my homunculus issue first, and then I'll solve the energy problem. In the meantime, just hold on," Tang Yu said, bidding farewell to Helder, who was standing on top of the tallest skyscraper in New Covenant City, Night Skyscraper. After ending the conversation, Tang Yu jumped off the edge of the building, creating a large pit upon landing perfectly, feeling the presence of homunculus and moving forward swiftly. As she got closer to homunculus, Tang Yu noticed that the surroundings began to feel familiar. At that moment, she realized that this was the location leading to her residence on Terra, the library in Central Park. Soon, upon reaching her destination, Tang Yu confirmed her guess. Those homunculus had returned to the place of their birth, quietly waiting for their master's return. However, as Tang Yu pushed open the door, she was greeted by the adorable and aggrieved voices of 4 small figures rushing towards her. each hugging her while saying, "Sorry, master, we lost your gift." After the four homunculus explained, Tang Yu understood what they wanted to say. The new divine body she entrusted to them before heading to the battlefield was caught in a dimensional rift when Terra exploded, and recently, they had been brought out of that dimensional space by a sudden rift. The homunculus had been anxious every day, hoping for Tang Yu's return because they had lost something important. Forget it. Since it's lost, it's lost. We don't need it now anyway. All right, you all go back to your respective magic spaces. We're going on a trip, Tang Yu said, putting the homunculus into her personal space. So, how do I find a powerful and stable energy source to support the barrier of New Covenant City? Tang Yu began to ponder. Miss, I think I have a way. Willie, who was nearby, spoke up. Oh, do tell, Tang Yu said, clearly intrigued. Miss, with your final transformation, I have also evolved. Now, I am equivalent to the core processor of all worlds, mastering all the information of the universes. I can establish an information reception library to receive data from all worlds and filter out the one you need, Willie said calmly. So useful. Why didn't I know about this? Tang Yu was surprised by Willie's words. Miss, you never asked, Willie said somewhat aggrieved. All right, let us not worry about that for now. Quickly help me find something powerful and stable, preferably something that doesn't get along with the Child of Fortune, so we can take it with us. Tang Yu immediately made her request to Willie. Miss, please wait. All right, I've found it. The coordinates of the nearest world have been obtained, and we can head there. Willie's abilities did not disappoint Tang Yu. After acquiring the world coordinates from Willie, Tang Yu entered her liberation state. Her powerful energy was evident, though not fully unleashed, and with a gentle swipe of Willie, she opened the crystalline barrier between worlds. Before leaving, Tang Yu quickly asked Willie, Willie, did you remember the coordinates of this world? Of course, Mississippi. That's good. I don't want to go out only to find I can't come back. All right, let's go. With that, Tang Yu dashed into the world passage. Chapter 67. Existence X. This time, the destination was indeed, as Willie said, a very nearby world. She hadn't traveled far in the world passage before Tang Yu reached the periphery of that world. Looking at its outer shell, it was quite interesting. This was a gourd-shaped world, and Tang Yu could sense that, although the larger universe appeared to be the main world, its energy intensity was completely inferior to that of the smaller universe beside it. At that moment, Willie spoke up. Miss, I have received a signal. The Child of Fortune is in that smaller universe. It was clear that our Child of Fortune was already quite displeased with our target. With Willie's reminder, Tang Yu locked onto the target. She directly penetrated into the smaller space, arriving at the outer shell, and swung Willie to strike at the shell. Subsequently, a crystalline fissure opened. Inside the world, an aerial battle was underway. The protagonist of this world, Tanya, was preparing to shoot down enemy bombers with her locking technique. Suddenly, a huge rift opened in the sky, the crystalline edges highlighting its extraordinary nature. Tanya also paused her spellcasting and looked towards the rift. As expected, Tang Yu slowly floated out from the fissure. Oh, I didn't expect to come out at such a high altitude, Tang Yu said, shielding her eyes from the sunlight. Just then, a magical energy projectile shot towards her. With a flick of her right hand, Tang Yu effortlessly dispelled the projectile. Really? I just arrived in this world, and I'm already receiving such a warm welcome, Tang Yu said with an expression of helplessness. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you have a different entrance style. Existence X, the protagonist of this world, Tanya, clearly misunderstood something. Existence X? What is that? I'm not whatever Existence X you were talking about. Tang Yu sternly denied Tanya's guess, but then seemed to notice something and intended to approach Tanya to take a look. At that moment, the bomber squadron approached from behind and launched an attack at Tang Yu. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately turned around and executed a universe-shattering strike, erasing the existence of the bomber squadron. Then, she flew around Tanya, circling her. Sure enough, you are the Child of Fortune. Interesting. So what you call Existence X is your target. Huh? What are you talking about? Existence X? Are you trying to deny yourself? How pathetic. Clearly, Tanya still did not understand the situation. Just then, a strange power descended, freezing the surrounding time, and nothing happened. TSK, so this is Existence X? What's wrong, Existence X? Aren't you going to control this person's body? Tanya seemed to finally realize that Tang Yu was not the Existence X she had mentioned. Control my body? Oh, does this Existence X need a physical body? How pathetic. Tang Yu clearly knows that this so-called Existence X needs a body to convey its will. Then, Tang Yu casually constructs a basic doll. As the doll takes shape, Tang Yu releases control over it. The doll immediately speaks about the outsider, saying, I have never seen an existence like you. What exactly are you, and why have you come to this world? It seems that Existence X is also unaware of Tang Yu's intentions. Oh, there are even beings that Existence X cannot handle. Ha ha ha. Tanya is happy to see that Existence X has no way to deal with Tang Yu. Well, so you're Existence X? Let me take a look. Saying this, Tang Yu opens the world permissions, and a pure white book appears in her hands. Tang Yu flips through the book to check it. If anyone else were to see the contents of the book, they would discover that there are no words on its pages. This book is actually a manifestation of world history, and only those who hold the highest authority of the world can view its contents. Oh, interesting. A breeding ground of faith? How intriguing. After saying this, Tang Yu closes the book and casually tosses it away, causing it to disappear into space. Now that the situation is clear, let me introduce myself. I am Tang Yu, a zero-bound individual, the current guardian of the New Covenant City, and the creator of the new Tyra star. I've come here to obtain a sufficiently powerful and stable energy source. And now, the target has been identified. It is you, Existence X. Saying this, Tang Yu points at the doll controlled by Existence X, bold and reckless, showing no respect for the gods. The doll also voices its anger. Beings like you are at most just useful batteries, existing at the peak of a low-level world, merely a lowly existence, having stumbled into the cracks of the world and obtained management authority, yet forgetting your own identity. But that is fine, since you are just a powerful administrator. I can take you at will. Saying this, Tang Yu thrusts her spear, shattering the doll and simultaneously pausing time. Tanya, who was beside them, was stunned by Tang Yu's words. She never expected that there would be existences above Existence X. And while she was still in shock, Tang Yu waved her hand, tearing apart the space before her, revealing a dazzling, colorful realm. Tang Yu charged indirectly, unleashing a star-patterned force that shattered the brilliance within that space. The scattered light began to converge towards the center. Tang Yu immediately stepped forward, grasping the core of the light, and a pulling force radiated from her hand. The scattered light rapidly gathered, and a panicked and weak voice emerged from the light. Who are you? How can you find me? Why can't my power affect you? That is because I'm stronger than you. When I arrived in this world, it granted me the highest authority, and your so-called power has become insignificant once it lost that authority. Now, I will erase your will. A qualified battery does not need thoughts. Tang Yu smiled as she uttered the most despairing words. Then, Tang Yu wiped the light sphere in her hand, and its brilliance instantly stabilized, the inner consciousness having been erased. Announcement. Beings born in this world, your gods have perished. Welcome the new life without gods. After conveying this message to everyone in the world, Tang Yu left this world. At this moment, after hearing the message from Tang Yu, Tanya burst into laughter, laughing so heartily that she eventually stopped. Chapter 68. Demon Realm. A rift opened in the sky above the New Covenant City, and a figure flew out. It was Tang Yu, who had just returned from the Battle Chronicle world of Tanya, still holding the source of Energy X in her hand. After arriving above New Covenant City, Tang Yu slowly descended toward the tall building where Helder was located. Helder, I'm back, said Tang Yu as she landed beside him. At this moment, Helder's face was pale, clearly on the verge of collapse. My lord Tang Yu, did you bring the energy source? Helder's voice was extremely weak, clearly exhausted. Of course, I captured an administrator directly from another world. The energy is powerful and stable enough. Now, hang in there a little longer. I will set up a magic formation. As Tang Yu spoke, she shook the glowing sphere in her hand towards Helder. After introducing the energy source to Helder, Tang Yu headed to the center of New Covenant City. Tang Yu activated her material authority, and her entire body began to slowly sink into the ground, gradually reaching beneath the fragment of New Covenant City. Tang Yu raised both hands, and a profound and massive magic array slowly unfolded from her palms, gradually enveloping the entire New Covenant City. Just as the magic array fully opened, an energy wave erupted. Upon sensing this energy fluctuation from the skyscraper, Helder also let go of the magic core in his hands, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. As the Helder magic array was cancelled, the barrier disappeared, and a new protective membrane began to envelop the entire New Covenant City. When the original barrier completely vanished and the new protective membrane fully covered New Covenant City, the ground of the entire city began to tremble violently, and the ground started to decompose, forming 8 blocks. These blocks then slowly merged, wrapping around the position where Tang Yu was located at that moment, forming an octahedron. As the New Covenant City completed its reorganization, a hollow space formed at what was originally the bottom, now the core position where Tang Yu was. Tang Yu placed the magic array she held in the center of this hollow space, and then placed the existence X in the core position. With the sphere of light inserted, the magic array gained a continuous and stable energy supply. After that, Tang Yu added a driving magic array around this core framework array, allowing the new Covenant City to move in a different dimensional space, as well as a life support array that could produce stable gravity and atmosphere, along with a natural regulation system. She then linked the subsystems to the core array. Finally, Tang Yu attached a navigation module and a remote control module to the driving magic array. After completing these tasks, Tang Yu once again used her material authority to return to the ground. It's really troublesome. If it weren't for the extreme turbulence of the different dimensional space, I could have just used a teleportation portal back and forth. After arriving on the ground, Tang Yu complained while heading towards Helder's location. Soon, Tang Yu arrived at the skyscraper where Helder was located. At this moment, Helder's complexion was clearly much better than before. Helder, it's done. I've completed the transformation of New Covenant City. The outer protective membrane will protect New Covenant City from external dimensional energy erosion. And I've also added mobility and ecological regulation capabilities. While saying this, Tang Yu glanced around. Strange, why hasn't the ecological regulation function started? Tang Yu frowned and released her spirit to probe the underground magic array. Lord Tang Yu, is there a problem? Seeing Tang Yu's serious expression, Helder hurriedly inquired. It's nothing. Just that the energy supply for the ecological regulation is too weak. It might be because the current New Covenant City is just a fragment. It's not a big deal. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head to my library. After saying this, Tang Yu stretched and was about to leave in the direction of the library. Wait, Lord Tang Yu, since New Covenant City has been reshaped, why not change its name? Helder suggested to Tang Yu. Let's call it the Demon Realm, the world of magic. After a moment of thought, Tang Yu replied, thus bestowing it with its original name. The Demon Realm, huh? Helder fell into contemplation. By the way, here are the instructions for controlling the navigation system of the Demon Realm's power system. I'll leave it to you. You need to be a good navigator for the Demon Realm, Tang Yu said, teaching Helder how to operate the navigation module of the Demon Realm. Then she flew off in the direction of the library. After Tang Yu left, Helder looked at the small magic array she had condensed in her hand. So this is the directional marker for controlling the Demon Realm? Helder closed her eyes, seemingly making some determination. Soon, under Helder's control, the Demon Realm began to move slowly. Helder found her previous residence in the Baluklin southern Burly Valley after some adjustments and settled there. Not long after Tang Yu had some leisure time, Helder came knocking again. Lord Tang Yu, I apologize for the intrusion. Helder sat respectfully in front of Tang Yu and greeted her. All right, Helder, did you come for something today? Tang Yu asked Helder with a puzzled expression. Lord Tang Yu, after you set up the protective membrane, I had some free time. So, I started to investigate the environment of the entire Demon Realm. Although people mutated under the influence of abilities without much trouble, I found that the energy within them gradually decreased over time, and the trend is accelerating. Helder explained to Tang Yu anxiously about her discoveries over the past few days. Hearing Helder's concerns, Tang Yu closed her eyes and surveyed the entire Demon Realm. She discovered that the life source energy in the entire Demon Realm was continuously declining, likely due to the inefficiency of the ecological regulation system. I found the cause. I'll find a way to solve it, and I'll come to you when I'm done. Upon hearing this, Helder relaxed. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Tang Yu. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Helder bowed and left. Helder, open the door. Tang Yu knocked vigorously at Helder's door. Soon, Helder opened the door from inside and was delighted to see Tang Yu. Lord Tang Yu, have you resolved it? At this moment, Helder had changed into a new outfit, wearing an oversized cloak that expanded her back area by more than 5 times, looking quite peculiar. Approaching Helder, Tang Yu took out a bottle of water that glowed faintly golden. This is the water of life. I built a magic array in the Windward Bay area to supply the life source energy for the Demon Realm. Just add a drop every once in a while. Come back to me when it's used up. After saying this, she tossed the bottle to Helder and left, adding, this bottle should last for tens of thousands of years. In this way, the situation in the Demon Realm stabilized. However, on this day, the Demon Realm passed through a dimensional rift and encountered a planet, which was the world of power, Glenbrad. Chapter 69. The Birth of the Apostle as the Demon Realm approached the orbit of Glenbrad. Under the influence of the Demon Realm's barrier, creatures on Glenbrad became able to cross the sky and descend upon the land of the Demon Realm. Countless gigantic monsters descended into the Demon Realm, rampaging across the land and wreaking havoc on its residents. Seeing this, Helder immediately stepped forward and used her magic, powered by natural magic, to eliminate some of the monsters. However, the number of monsters descending into the demon realm was simply too many, and Helder's attacks were merely a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Tang Yu was busy in the laboratory working on new inventions. After finally finding her way back home, she certainly wanted to settle in. She didn't care about the commotion outside. It wasn't a crisis, and she trusted Helder to handle it well. However, at that moment, Tang Yu felt the same stirring she experienced when she first arrived on Terra. It was the sensation of Sarah and the others. They must be reincarnated. Tang Yu immediately put down her work and rushed towards the battlefield. At this moment, in the place where the monsters descended, Helder was still struggling to fight, but as his magical energy depleted, he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and with a single strike, eliminated all the invading enemies. The immense power of the person before him reminded Helder of the 12 gods on Terra Star. After eliminating the enemies invading the demon realm, the figure planned to leave. At this moment, Helder realized that the demon realm needed the protection of such a powerful individual. But how could he be retained? As Helder pondered deeply, he suddenly remembered the life water that Tang Yu had entrusted to him, a treasure that could change the life source energy of an area, and it should be able to retain the powerful figure before him. However, he then thought that this life water was meant to sustain the demon realm. I can't worry about that right now. There's enough life water left, and using it for the safety of the demon realm should not make Lord Tang Yu angry. With this thought, Helder made the decision to ask him to stay. Helder took out the life water intending to retain that figure, but to his surprise, when the figure saw the life water, he spoke first, asking where it came from. Faced with the inquiry from the powerful being, Helder could only truthfully answer that it was entrusted to him by Lord Tang Yu. Tang Yu. The figure was taken aback upon hearing her name, and then looked around, realizing that the surroundings were very familiar. At that moment, Tang Yu hurriedly arrived. When she saw the figure before her, she was also taken aback. This was the divine body she had entrusted to Menkaraz and then lost. Immediately, Tang Yu sensed the power within this divine body. You are. But before Tang Yu could say the name, the man spoke, saying he was already dead, and now he was Qian. Tang Yu was stunned, and then told Helder to take care of the injured residents of the demon realm first, as she had some matters to discuss with him privately. After saying this, she took Qian to the night skyscraper. Qian did not resist, and allowed Tang Yu to lead him to their destination. Qian, is that you? Haven't you already concluded that this is unimportant? You still have your previous memories, and how did you end up in the gift I prepared for you? Tang Yu bombarded him with questions right from the start. Tang Yu, Qian is already dead. He lost his form in that great battle. I am now Qian. Qian explained to Tang Yu what had happened back then. It turned out that ever since the battle between the 12 gods and Karas, when Tang Yu's transformative light shattered their forms, the others who were severely injured drifted throughout the universe. However, Qian retained some memories and consciousness. He drifted in the vast universe until one day he arrived at a planet filled with powerful beings, which was Greengrad. On this planet, Qian discovered a large pit radiating immense heat, clearly indicating that whatever fell into this pit had just landed not long ago. As Qian approached, he saw many creatures attacking the fallen object, but no matter how powerful the beings were, they could not inflict any damage on it. Upon closer inspection, Qian found that it was a masterless body, the very divine body that Tang Yu had lost. After some exploration, Qian realized that this body was highly compatible with him, or rather, with them, so he entered it. With his entry, the power and authority returned, and one of the original 12 gods was reborn. However, this time it could be considered a new individual who acquired the new name Qian. Afterward, Qian lived on Greengrad. His immense power made his attacks unstoppable, and the body created by Tang Yu was indestructible, impervious to any harm. Even Qian's attacks, bolstered by power and authority, could not affect it. Thus, Qian dominated Greengrad until the arrival of the demon realm. Our power will find the most gifted individuals among the most talented races in the universe as vessels. Perhaps it is fate that led me to find the gift you left behind. Before I obtained it, it was arguably the most promising body in the entire universe. Qian expressed his admiration for the body created by Tang Yu. I see, but what about Sarah and the others? How can I find them? Tang Yu quickly inquired about the whereabouts of the others. You don't need to rush. There is a connection between us, and we will naturally gather together. I can also sense a similar aura here, though it is very faint. Qian explained to Tang Yu, voicing his doubts as well. Oh, you mean Helder? She should be the comrade you were initially going to release. However, it's strange, she didn't use this body as you have taken it. Tang Yu revealed the identity of the aura Khan sensed. Khan was taken aback upon hearing the news. He never expected that the woman who intended to keep him would be the last comrade they planned to release. After some discussion, Tang Yu and Khan gained a general understanding of the situation. In summary, the reincarnation of the 12 gods would gather together under the influence of fate. And now that the demon realm already had two, they would certainly converge here. Khan naturally stayed behind, taking the Parliament Square as his territory. Whenever strange things invaded from the demon realm, Khan would go and eliminate them. Held also focused on the revival work of the demon realm. And now, ahead on the path through the demon realm, there lies a golden planet. Chapter 70. The Prodigy. Pray since Khan arrived in the demon realm, all invaders from the outer space of the universe have been eliminated by Khan. After completing his tasks, Khan would return to the council square. The demon realm has also welcomed a brief period of peace. As the demon realm continued its journey, it soon encountered a golden planet. The planet was filled with light, and with its golden oceans, it appeared as a magnificent golden sphere from a distance. This is the future homeland of the demon realm's third apostle, the prodigy Prey, the golden planet Tiboris. So what is our protagonist, Tang Yu, doing at this moment? In Tang Yu's laboratory, in the center of the lab, there stood a peculiar machine. A large boiler painted white, adorned with decorations of a rabbit and an eel above it. Willie, hurry and bring over those Terra stones. The refining machine is finally complete. Let's test it out. After assembling the machine, Tang Yu sent Willie to fetch some Terra minerals. Soon, with the help of homunculus, Willie threw a large pile of Terra minerals into the boiler of the refining machine. With a series of crunching sounds that seemed like it would explode at any moment, a beam of light shot out from the rabbit head on the boiler. Then, the central boiler opened, and a sphere emitting a blue glow rolled out, which Tang Yu caught in his hands. Great job, Willie. I knew that Terra stones are the best material for energy cores, rich in interdimensional energy, making it the best power source for operating the interdimensional rift device. Let's go find Helder. With the interdimensional rift device, her navigator's job will be easier. Saying this, Tang Yu took Willie outside, of course, with the blue sphere in his arms. Soon, Tang Yu and Willie arrived at Mo Valley. When Tang Yu arrived here, he happened to see Helder outside, teaching a few demon realm children. There was a little girl with white hair named Katie, a little boy with white hair named Charles Fuzz, and a little girl with deep purple hair named Alice, along with a few other children. They were all receiving basic magic education from Helder, essentially early education. At this moment, Tang Yu approached Helder, saying, "Helder, come quickly. I made a new gadget for you. Come take a look." While saying this, he pulled Helder along. Before leaving, Helder reminded the children, "Kids, I have to step out for a bit, so you all train well." Saying this, he was taken away by Tang Yu. After that, Tang Yu brought Helder to St. Patrick's Cathedral, which was the place where the Tyra people prayed to Cain. They arrived at the central courtyard of St. Patrick's Cathedral. This place is close to the head of the direction in which the demon realm is moving. Here, a strange tower has been built. A huge tower composed of 4 different mechanical demonstrations. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the roller coaster that Tang Yu had erected. Helder, look. This is the interdimensional rift device I built. With it, you can open a rift to enter the interdimensional space anytime and anywhere. Of course, if you encounter a planet. Due to gravitational influences, you will exit the interdimensional space, but after recharging, it can operate again. Here, through the interdimensional space. Saying this, Tang Yu placed the energy core into the slot at the bottom of the machine. With a loud rumble, the machine started up. However, at that moment, a violent rumbling sound came from the nearby council square. It turned out that the demon realm had already arrived above Tiboris, and as the controller of Tiboris, Prey Isis intended to investigate the demon realm. When Prey Isis arrived, it caught the attention of the diligent Khan. Khan's power was sensed by Prey Isis, and soon, Prey Isis appeared above the council square. The two then engaged in battle. A massive energy shockwave spread in all directions, and even from the nearby Tiboris, one could see the energy fluctuations. With the power of the sky, Prey Isis was surprisingly evenly matched with Khan in the high air. At this moment, Khan was also certain that the being before him was the reincarnation of his former brother, Elis, who also wielded the power of the sky. When the followers of Pre-Isis on Tiboros felt the aftershocks of the battle above, they hoped to help and flew towards the demon realm. However, under the harsh weather caused by the fusion of residual energy from the dimensional rift surrounding the demon realm and the aftershocks of the battle, everyone was severely injured. Among them, Red-Legged Hector had his wings destroyed and could no longer fly. At that moment, at the head of the demon realm, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the location of St. Patrick's Cathedral, opening a massive dimensional rift in front of the demon realm. Accompanied by the rift's gravitational pull and the demon realm's own momentum, it soon vanished before Tiboris. The beings on Tiboris looked ashen. Their leader, the proud prey, had been taken away. Just then, the long day-lit Tiboris was suddenly plunged back into night, and Isis prey, sealed deep within Tiboris, broke free from her seal and awakened after prey was taken away. At this time, prey Isis in the demon realm also ceased his offensive, gazing at the colorful scene of the alternate dimension outside, and couldn't help but be taken aback. He immediately planned to fly out of the demon realm and return to Tiboris, but was stopped by Qian. Now that the demon realm has entered the alternate dimension, if you go out now, you won't be able to return to your planet, and you might even be in danger yourself. You can only stay in the demon realm and wait to return when it passes by your planet again. Qian's words were devoid of any emotion. After hearing Qian's emotionless words, prey Isis believed him, and he also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the demon realm and Qian before him. Thus, prey Isis stayed and occupied the skies of the demon realm. Chapter 71. Conqueror Caecilius. Since prey moved into the demon realm, many years have passed. During these years, many beings have also entered the demon realm to settle down. For instance, the Little Sparrow tribe in the desert between Central Park and the demon realm camp is an alien species. During this time, the disciples that Herder had taken in had all graduated. Those led by Alice formed an organization called Talakuta to study elemental magic. The group led by Katie established the Spin Magic Association, while Charles Firth gathered the remaining militants to form the Kashi sect. Among the three groups, aside from the Kashi sect making a name for itself in the Harlan region, the Spin Magic Association, led by Katie, was engaged in greening the now decertified Central Park, an effort that was appreciated by Tang Yu. Initially, Tang Yu chose to live near Central Park, a place with a high greening rate. Now, with Central Park turned into a desert, Tang Yu found it impossible to take a stroll after dinner. Katie and others also obtained a super drought-resistant seedling with the ability to transform the environment from Tang Yu. It can thrive as long as magic power is infused. At the same time, Tang Yu also handed over the seeds of Wosu to Katie and others, and taught them contract magic, allowing them to plant Wosu and other aggressive plants in the green areas of Central Park to prevent damage from foreign organisms. Alice established Terracotta to search for individuals with magical talent throughout the entire demon realm and to teach them magic. Soon, Terracotta gained an excellent reputation in the demon realm, and thus, Helder's prestige also rose significantly. Today, Helder visited Tang Yue again, hoping to find knowledge in the only well-preserved library in the demon realm. By the way, Tang Yue's library now has a new name, the Ancient Library. Of course, Tang Yue would not refuse Helder's request. After granting Helder certain permissions, Tang Yue continued with her research. To be honest, Tang Yue has been extremely busy lately. Just a few days ago, she took in a little girl from the demon realm named Monica. This little girl is very well-behaved and always wants to help Tang Yue, but without any prior knowledge of magical studies. Monica often ends up being more of a hindrance than a help. However, seeing her eager eyes, Tang Yue felt she had no choice. As a result, Tang Yue's research time has greatly decreased, and she has dedicated a lot of time to teaching Monica about magical studies. Fortunately, Monica has a good talent for magical studies and soon became a magician. Because Helder frequently visits the ancient library, Monica and Helder have also become quite familiar with each other. After becoming a magician, Monica was appointed by Tang Yue as the head of the ancient library. Even though there are currently only 2 people in the entire library, time flies, and the demon realm was once again pulled out of the dimensional space. It arrived next to a yellow-green planet, which is the eternal battlefield of Qian. At this moment, on the Qian star, Caecilius, who had completed the uprising of the serfs, was wandering aimlessly in search of a worthy opponent. Suddenly, the appearance of the demon realm caught Caecilius's attention. Through his perception of energy, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the demon realm. He knew there would be opponents there who could fight him, so he rushed towards the demon realm without hesitation. This was also noticed by the Moonlight Wanderer Yassine and the Magic Sortabello, who followed suit without hesitation. Thus, the future 4th Apostle Caecilius arrived in the demon realm. Upon arriving in the demon realm, Caecilius headed straight for the council square, and anyone who tried to obstruct his path was dealt with in a single blow, without even a glance. In this way, Caecilius reached the council square and encountered Qian. "You're the strongest here, right?" Accept my challenge or die in humiliation. With that, Caecilius launched his attack. Qian, however, did not fight back and instead led Caecilius to an open area, as the council square was also his residence. When he fought with prey, it didn't affect the skies much. But now it was ground combat, and they needed to change locations. Soon, they reached an open area, with Qian standing in the center, having no intention of fighting back. He sensed that Caecilius's attacks could not harm the body crafted by Tangyue, and he also felt the aura of a kindred spirit, realizing that Caecilius was the reincarnation of Kalia. After Caecilius unleashed his lifelong skills, he still couldn't injure Qian at all. Even though the surrounding mountains were cleaved apart by Caecilius's strikes, he ultimately lost the battle, defeated by the super body that Tangyue had meticulously crafted. I lost, Caecilius admitted his defeat. Your skills still have room for improvement, and I am not the strongest here. With that, Qian left the battlefield, and at that moment, Helder also arrived upon hearing the news. Caecilius, seeing Helder, immediately assumed a fighting stance and said, "You are a strong one here too, right? Fight me. I want to know my level here." Naturally, Helder wouldn't accept the challenge, saying, "I am just a weak woman." Aside from Qian, there are other strong beings in the demon realm, such as Prey Isis from the golden planet Tybalt. Lord Tangyue once told me that more strong beings will come to the demon realm in the future, and you can hone your skills here. After hearing this, Caecilius thought for a moment and agreed to Helder's proposal. "Then tell me, who is the strongest here?" Clearly, Caecilius still had his mind set on the strongest. Helder replied, "The strongest here is certainly Lord Tangyue. She is in the ancient library, but she does not like to be disturbed." However, before Helder could finish, Caecilius dashed off in the direction Helder indicated. Upon arriving at the ancient library, he found that today the sun was shining outside. When the sun sensed Caecilius's aura, it already realized that he was the reincarnation of Kalia. In response to Caecilius's challenge, Tangyue symbolically struck him down, and thus Caecilius understood that he was not the pinnacle of strength in the demon realm and began to continue honing his skills. Meanwhile, Caecilius also made a pact with Katie, who came to Tangyue to obtain new saplings, intending to refine his skills through countless battles. Chapter 72. The name of the apostle. With Caecilius joining the demon realm, there are now 4 apostles. A powerful attraction began to exert its influence in the background. In the following long period, the demon realm passed through many planets, leaving behind several new apostles from these planets. First, there was the transformative planet Geolopa, filled with shimmering light, where the demon realm welcomed Hylock, who possessed the attribute of light and endless transformations. She is the reincarnation of Sil, who wields the power of form. She resides at the center of the demon realm S-orbit. Next came Dirge, from a mysterious planet filled with viruses, who is the reincarnation of Ridge, wielding the power of death. Since arriving in the demon realm and settling in pest influenza, the area and its surroundings began to turn into a death zone. However, upon learning of this, Tangyue created a magic core for Helder to give to Dirge. After Dirge consumed it, although his powerful plague powers still spread, the range was compressed to a radius of 10 meters. Of course, due to the compression, the power of the plague was greatly enhanced. Next to arrive in the demon realm was Anton from the impending destruction of Cloncula. When Anton first arrived in the demon realm, he caused a lot of trouble, since the only sources of energy in the entire demon realm, aside from Tanyue's ancient library and the unmovable dimensional tearing device, with a central orbit which had abundant energy, Anton and his symbiotic partner Matiga often clashed with Hylock, who was also staying in the central orbit over energy resources. Tangyue, fed up with the constant disturbances, created a paradox zone in the quest center region that could absorb no energy but was filled with light and heat. Thus, Hylock moved to the quest center's focusing basin area. After that, from a colorful water-filled planet called Solaris came the giant octopus Rotes, who possessed powerful mental control abilities. He is obviously the reincarnation of Rost, who wields the power of the ocean, changing the order of his name without even altering it. This time, there were no territorial disputes, as the demon realm was essentially a vast super lake, specifically the area around Broad Island. Since there were no inhabitants on the island, Rotes occasionally lounged on the island to soak up the sun. Next, Helder inadvertently tricked Bakel into coming to the demon realm, probably using the same old line about how many strong beings there are in the demon realm. Thus, the overconfident Bakel entered the demon realm, thinking he was invincible. Then Qian, Prey, and Caecilius, the 3 most powerful figures, directly taught him a lesson as they mastered strength, skill, and the powers of the sky. Of course, Luanhai's battle with Rotus could also take down Bakel. As for Anton, who wields the power of the earth, Bakel can only bully those poor children of symbiosis. Accompanied by Bakel's challenges in the demon realm, aside from the warrior Helder and the hide-and-seek player Hylik, Bakel challenged all the visible strong ones. This also gave the people of the demon realm some understanding of the powers of these strong individuals. Soon, the title of apostle began to spread throughout the demon realm. The first apostle, the fated one, Qian; the second apostle, the Eye of Weeping, Helder; the third apostle, the proud one, Prey Isis; the fourth apostle, the conqueror Cassius; the fifth apostle, the stealthy one, Hylik; the sixth apostle, the black plague, Dirge; the seventh apostle, the flame devourer, Anton; the eighth apostle, the long-legged one, Rotes; the ninth apostle, the tyrant king, Bakel; and at the pinnacle of all apostles, the zero apostle, the guardian, Tangyue. Among them, Helder was the most revered in the demon realm, as he was busy teaching magic to the demon realm's people, winning their hearts. Of course, the most respected was still Tangyue, for whether it was the deeds of saving the demon realm in the past or preventing a major conflict among the apostles, Tangyue safeguarded the safety of the entire demon realm. However, when Bakel learned of the titles and rankings of the apostles, he was quite displeased. Although he couldn't defeat the top four, he believed he could still contend with the others and only calmed down after realizing that the rankings were based on the order of their arrival. Nevertheless, after learning of Tangyue's existence, Bakel ended up seeking trouble for himself. At that time, the Tyrant King charged at Tangyue, who immediately took out the newly replaced Ripper launch tower and gave Bakel a painful lesson. After returning, Bakel lay in bed for a whole month. At this moment, Tangyue was conducting her experiments in her laboratory, while Monica assisted her, alongside a little girl named Ichi, whom Monica had taken as her disciple. Monica had grown into a young lady, and her research in demonic studies had long surpassed the quirky level, and she had officially become the head librarian. Of course, while Tangyue was unaware, Helder, as usual, was reading in the library and opened the book that was connected to his fate, the Era of Creation. Upon encountering the inner spells, Helder found himself in a hidden space where he saw a prophecy. The arrival of the apostles had long been foretold. All of this was the arrangement of fate, which aligned with Tangyue's assertion that the apostles would gather under the influence of destiny. Helder discovered that part of the stone tablet before him was missing, leaving only the first and fourth chapters. From these clues, Helder concluded that when the 12 gods willingly offered their powers in sacrifice, they could rebuild the planet Terra. Helder was deeply convinced of this. Others might not know, but the power that Helder inherited was the mastery of emotions. After learning the method to reconstruct Terra, the feelings he had buried deep down for the beautiful era of the past Terra could no longer be suppressed. A plan began to brew in Helder's heart, but the current demon realm still held many things she couldn't let go of, such as her excellent disciple, Alice. Chapter 73. Helder's Plan After Discovering the Era of Creation. Helder obtained the book from Tangyue. At the time Helder brought it up, Tangyue had forgotten about it, as all the books in the library were merely for show, and she had never read them. Shortly after obtaining the Era of Creation, Helder opened a portal that linked to a peaceful continent. Upon arriving on this planet, Helder was extremely shocked. With her power, she clearly saw a gigantic whale swimming between the sea of sky and the sky itself. Wasn't this Behemoth? As a scientist who had studied Behemoth in the past, Helder recognized it at a glance. The place Helder had arrived at was Arad, constructed from a marine planet and fragments of Terra by Tangyue. Helder, are you in there? A familiar voice echoed from the portal. It was her disciple, Alice. Helder, you're here. I just received a batch of new students, and I came to ask for your approval. While speaking, Alice handed the list in her hand to Helder. As Helder took the list, Alice planned to return to the demon realm through the portal after exchanging greetings. However, an unexpected incident occurred at that moment. The portal suddenly shook. The entire magic circle intertwined with a suddenly appearing dimensional rift, and an immense force instantly engulfed Alice. By the time Helder reacted, all she had left in her hand was the artifact, Merilite, which she had begged Tangyue for, capable of playing the Requiem. Just like that, Alice disappeared in this accident. And this event cast a shadow over Helder's heart. Without Alice as an emotional anchor, Helder began to seek other things to replace her pain. She first created a perfect doll, giving it Alice's appearance and name, and also entrusted Alice's artifact, Merilite, to the doll. Astarord, Helder visita Darad, where she sensed an unawakened force, which was also the power of the apostles, but it required some arrangements to awaken. Helder first approached Behemoth, now known as the Celestial Beast. On it, Helder conducted experiments with the followers of the goddess of beauty, Venus. After modifying a book that combined the biological sciences of Terra, she handed it to the followers. Here, Helder successfully created a Yasha, a terrifying monster, preparing for a dreadful power known as the Blood Curse. After completing the research on the Blood Curse, Helder also left behind several tomes, recording the methods for creating mental interference shields, preparing for her future relocation plans. While Helder was making a series of preparations in Arad, significant changes occurred in the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm once again left the dimensional space and arrived at a new planet, a world made of steel and machinery called Heberon. As soon as they arrived above Heberon, Tang Yue sensed a familiar power in her laboratory. She immediately set aside her work and went to Heberon, where she happened to encounter Luke, who was preparing to go to the Demon Realm to find a solution for the issues facing his descendants. "Is that you, Luke?" Tang Yue recognized the flavor of knowledge and power as soon as they met. However, Luke looked completely confused, not understanding what Tang Yue was saying. "I am Luke, the ruler of Heberon, planning to travel to your world to find a way to solve the problem of my descendants' inability to coexist in light and darkness," Luke said, sensing Tang Yue's goodwill. "Oh, you're Luke. Well, you must be an excellent builder, right?" Tang Yue clearly forgot that Luke had already passed away, as she had been lazing around or tinkering with useless inventions all these years. Now that she found a database relevant to her expertise, she was naturally excited. In the end, Luke followed Tang Yue to the Demon Realm, where the two collaborated to create a powerful homunculus Beejich in the ancient library's laboratory. Afterward, Luke returned to Heberon, unable to let go of his creations. When Luke returned to Hebron, the Demon Realm set out not long after, and Held received the news. After secretly transferring Luke to the Demon Realm, he manipulated the realm to head towards Arad. Soon, Tang Yu discovered Luke in the Demon Realm, but by this time, he had already degenerated into an old man due to his inability to absorb light and dark energy. Although Tang Yu was pleased that Luke could stay in the Demon Realm, they had already left Hebron, so it had to be this way. Driven by instinct, Luke began to repair the energy supply of the orbital center. Although the orbital center still experienced long periods of power outage, there were times when it was brightly lit during Anton's slumber. While Luke was continuously building, the Golden Joker also arrived in the Demon Realm. And with the help of the Golden Joker, Luke began to construct Silent City. Helder's plan was also slowly progressing. As recently, a unified human empire was finally established on the Arad continent. Ozma, the protagonist of Helder's plan, had also begun to make a name for himself. Chapter 74, Dark Holy War. In recent days, Tang Yu felt that life had returned to a peaceful state and even took in a promising disciple named Niwu. Niwu had a strong adaptability to flashy patterns and was a natural-born battle mage. Tang Yu resumed her old profession and began to lead Niwu's training. As for Monica, she found a well-preserved laboratory located in the Aridin Memorial Hall in the Harlan area. There, Monica established a magical school named after the ancient library, and Becky was also brought there to live. Of course, Becky would often come to play with Tang Yu, as there were other homunculus like her here. Becky would also frequently visit the orbital center to play with Luke, eventually settling in Silent City, since it was closer to Tang Yu's ancient library. Tang Yu was naturally aware of the existence of Silent City. It had been a long time since there were new buildings in the Demon Realm, and she regarded it as Luke's residence built in the Demon Realm, which she welcomed. At this time, the Demon Realm is constantly moving towards Arad. Helder has not appeared in the Demon Realm for a long time. If it weren't for Alice still active in the Demon Realm, the demons would have thought something had happened to Helder. Compared to the original world-Line's Demon Realm, due to Tang Yu's presence, the various apostles are mostly meeting demands or are wary of Tang Yu's power, leading them to behave themselves most of the time. Although life for the demons is not affluent, it is not yet in a state of upheaval. Now in Arad, it is the prelude to a great event. The Imperial Archmage Ozma has been framed and imprisoned, suffering torment. After much suffering, Held intervened, granting Ozma the power of the Blood Curse. With the acquisition of this power, the dormant apostolic strength within Ozma was awakened. Soon, the Blood Curse began to spread throughout the Empire, and the entire Empire was infiltrated by imposters. People everywhere felt insecure, facing an overwhelming number of alien monsters and fellow citizens who could turn into monsters at any moment, while the Empire's resistance yielded little effect. As the curse of blood spread, an angel descended, and that angel was Michael. Possessing the power of an angel, Michael had the ability to see through imposters. Under his leadership, he formed the Order of the Clerics and taught the worthy the Divine Fist technique. With the clerics, led by Michael, joining the battle, a great war erupted between the Curse of Blood and the clerics. Due to Michael's leadership, the impostors were swiftly eradicated, forcing Ozma to take matters into his own hands and lead the Dark Four Kings in a fierce battle in the Chester region. In this battle, both sides suffered heavy losses, and the entire land was stained black. At this moment, the Demon Realm was approaching Arad. Tang Yue was still training Miwu in the Demon Realm, but today was clearly a busy day. At this time, Tang Yue felt the Demon Realm once again leaving the dimensional space, arriving at a blue planet. When Tang Yue saw this planet, she finally remembered that after returning to the library, she had been preoccupied with the Demon Realm and forgot that another part of the Terra Star was still hanging in this planet. As the Demon Realm was about to reach Arad, Tang Yue called Niwu to continue training and rushed into the house. After taking out a super huge machine from the laboratory, she hurried towards the Geostationary Center. Upon arriving at the Geostationary Center, Tang Yue encountered Becky, who was wandering around. It's Lady Tang Yue. Did you come here to play with me? Becky exclaimed excitedly, bouncing in front of Tang Yue. It's Becky. Is Luke at home? I need to find him. Tang Yue gently replied, but upon hearing that Tang Yue was looking for Luke, Becky puffed out her cheeks, clearly unhappy. So you came to find Grandpa Luke. Not to play with me, Grandpa Luke is in the city, and he even gave me a big slingshot today. Becky, still a child at heart, was sulking earlier, but immediately became excited when mentioning the slingshot. After learning where Luke was, Tang Yue bid farewell to the now pouting Becky and headed towards Silent City. Upon arriving at Silent City, Tang Yue entered directly. In the hall, she saw the Golden Clown appear in front of her. Lady Tang Yue, what brings you here today? The Golden Clown asked seriously, clearly worried about Tang Yue's intentions. I'm here to find Luke. I need his help with something, Tang Yue stated directly. After hearing Tang Yue's purpose, the Golden Clown led her to Luke. At this moment, Luke was not the frail old man as depicted in the original story, but was maintaining his peak form. This was thanks to Tang Yue. Upon realizing that Luke remained in the Demon Realm and that he was degrading due to a lack of light and dark energy, Tang Yue created a gem that could provide Luke the power to maintain his form. Although it couldn't restore Luke's combat power to its peak, it could keep his mind intact. Tang Yue, what brings you here? Luke asked while directing Manus to construct Silent City. I want to install this interdimensional anchor point device in Silent City, which will anchor half of the Demon Realm to the world below, while the other half will directly enter the interdimensional space, continuously roaming between the worlds I've traveled before. Tang Yue stated her request directly. After a brief contemplation, Luke asked, so, half of the Demon Realm will stop, while the other half will continue forward, and it will pass through Hebron again, right? Isn't that obvious? Of course it will. This is a super machine I built when I was bored. Hurry up and install it. Silent City is currently the most suitable location for the anchor point. Tang Yue urged Luke to install the device she brought to Silent City. After some discussion, Luke finally agreed. Once the interdimensional anchor point device was installed, at the moment the Demon Realm approached Arad, a colorless beam of light shot out, shattering the space above, and, immediately, the movement of the Demon Realm came to a halt. However, on the other side, one could see that the Demon Realm had already penetrated into the interdimensional space, and the scenery within the space was constantly changing, as if the Demon Realm was still advancing. Thus, the Demon Realm officially linked to the Arad continent. Chapter 75, Rebirth of Terra. While Tang Yue and Luke were anchoring the Demon Realm, what was Helder doing? Of course, he was watching the Dark Holy War. The Dark Holy War was now nearing its end, with a fierce battle unfolding between Michelle and Ozma on the Black Earth, their powers of peace and conflict colliding with each other. However, as the battle progressed, both Helder and Michelle realized the problem. Neither apostle could kill the other. Helder realized that her plan needed to be modified, and the plan named Transfer began to be written. Michelle felt the situation was tricky. Since neither side could kill the other, this battle would go on forever. Just as Helder was about to seal Ozma into another dimension, Tang Yue descended from the sky. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Tang Yue directly took Ozma, Michelle, and Helder to the Demon Realm. After arriving in the Demon Realm, Tang Yue asked Helder what she was doing in Arad. It's for the reconstruction of Terra. Helder stated her purpose, but did not mention the plan. Reconstructing Terra? What are you so busy with? Just now, Terra has already completed its reconstruction, Tang Yue said, looking at Helder in confusion. Helder was shocked to hear Tang Yue's words. What? Terra has already been rebuilt? Helder was in disbelief. unable to accept that her remaining pursuit had been lost. What's there to be surprised about? Arad is pieced together from other fragments of Terra. Moreover, just now, I saw the Genesis ship hovering over Arad. So the residents of Arad must be descendants of the Terrans. Plus, with the demon realm just anchored, Terra has been reconstructed both on the planetary and the populous levels. Tang Yue explained, causing Helder's mind to become dazed. Then what was I doing all this for? Alice is dead too. What meaning do I have left? Helder began to doubt her thoughts. What? Alice is dead? Wasn't she quite active in the demon realm? Tang Yue was surprised. Helder then told Tang Yue everything she had done. And after hearing Helder's words, Tang Yue felt quite embarrassed. You believe that book, the Genesis, so easily? When you took it, I hadn't remembered yet. But now I recall that book was a novel originally written by Sarah and kept with me. I didn't expect she would go to such lengths to create an independent space. Tang Yue couldn't help but lament how harmful such a Chinibi novel could be. After learning the truth from Tang Yue, Helder's mind became even more dazed. By the way, where is Alice? Bring her here. Let me see if there's a way. I remember Marilette had the power of the soul, Helder said, seemingly clutching at a lifeline, and quickly left. At this moment, Tang Yue finally had time to manage the standoff between Ozma and Michelle. Stop glaring at each other. We're all on the same side, Tang Yue advised them with a helpless tone. Same side? To me with him? To don't mimic me. To seeing the chemistry between the two, Tang Yue couldn't help but recall the days on Terra when they often argued. As their powers clashed, and not wanting to be like Diriji, who was always silent, they naturally bickered all the time. All right, stop arguing. You're all my old friends. Reincarnations of the 12 gods of Terra. Essentially, you share the same origin, so you cannot kill each other. I've already prepared a place for you in the demon realm, Tang Yue said, leading Ozma and Michelle to their residence. Michelle was settled in St. Patrick's Cathedral, as it was most fitting for an angel to reside in a church. Ozma, on the other hand, was placed in the Freiskiel Mountains of the Staten region. With that, the demon realm had gathered all 12 apostles, leaving only Sarah's reincarnation unaccounted for. After arranging Ozma and Michelle, Tang Yue returned to the ancient library. Before the sofa had even warmed up, Helder rushed in with Alice. Master Tang Yue, I brought Alice. Helder said anxiously while Alice, standing beside her, was bewildered by Helder's thoughts. As a puppet, she had yet to understand emotions. Let me take a look, Tang Yue said, circling around Alice. Helder appeared very anxious beside her. Seeing Helder's demeanor, Tang Yue decided not to tease her anymore. All right, there's no problem. Marilette preserved Alice's soul. Now her soul is slowly merging with this body. Just let her experience emotions, Tang Yue diagnosed, easing Helder's worries. So, it means that as long as Alice experiences more emotions, once her soul fully merges, she will be revived, right? Helder asked. Yes, that's correct. So, there's nothing to worry about. Oh, by the way, go inform Khan and all the apostles to meet at the council square tomorrow. Those who cannot attend should take this, Tang Yue said, tossing Helder a few small devices. Helder caught the devices and asked, what is this? It's a remote projection communication device, just a little gadget. And remember not to be late, Tang Yue said before flopping back onto the sofa. Soon, the day of the meeting arrived, and the first to arrive was, of course, Khan, who lived in the council square. All right, no more jokes. Today, I've called you all here for one thing. The demon realm has now welcomed 12 apostles, but the 13th has yet to appear. Our target is that 13th apostle, Tang Yue began, marking the start of the first apostle meeting in the demon realm. Shouldn't there be 13 of us here? Caecilius bluntly pointed out. Caecilius, I don't count as an apostle, so it's 12, got it? Tang Yue shouted directly. After being shouted at by Tang Yue, Caecilius fell silent. Tang Yue, is the last one really Sarah? Khan inquired. That's right, Khan. Do you know the reason? Tang Yue responded. It should be because Sarah was closest to you back then, so her situation is more severe than ours, Khan reasoned. So what should we do? Luke, the knowledge representative, asked. At this moment, Tang Yue revealed the most crucial content of the meeting. I have a plan. Utilize the sharpened blades to let them grow together and eventually achieve awakening. I call these blades adventurers. Chepter Sitantase, Masala. The remote mining colony of the Tyrant Federation, Masala, welcomed a day of change. On this day, Tang Yue crossed the world passage and arrived in this world. Since the demon realm's trial of the blade plan needed time to prepare, Tang Yue seized the opportunity to take a break. Masala is a desert-type planet, but it is rich in mineral resources, particularly the distinctive silicon ore of this world, from now on referred to as crystal ore. However, due to its remote location, the local people are simple and often quite unruly, So dealing with these unruly people naturally requires someone with a notorious record, which is why the local sheriff is a member of the infamous Heaven's Demon, Jim Reno, who will eventually own the Star Fragment revolver. At the Masala bar, give me a big cup of iced red tea. A girl's voice, out of place in this world, came from outside the bar. The only customer inside the bar, or rather, Jim Reno, looked in surprise at the bar's door. Normally, no one would come to the bar, let alone order iced red tea. Hey, it's a self-service bar. Why is there a customer, but no owner? As Tang Yue entered the bar, she saw Jim Reno sitting at the bar counter. Jim Reno also noticed Tang Yue, and it was clear he was quite curious about this delicately crafted little girl, standing at 5 meters tall. Generally, a girl dressed so extravagantly should belong to a wealthy family in the Federation, living into Sarnies. Hey, sir, staring at a lady like that is quite rude, you know? Oh, sorry, but shouldn't a girl your age be at home, studying properly? Why are you back in a place like Masala? Jim Reno was clearly surprised and puzzled by Tang Yu's arrival. According to the style of those vampires in the Federation, such a situation was impossible. What do you mean by my age? I've almost broken 100,000 years. You young kid, I'm just slow to develop. How infuriating. As Tang Yu spoke, a tear of sadness rolled down her cheek. Even after nearly 100,000 years in the demon realm, she still hadn't grown an inch. While her disciples Monica and Niwu, as well as their disciples, had all grown up. What, 100,000? Little girl, don't joke around. After his initial surprise, Jim Reno thought she was just kidding. By the way, what is this iced tea you mentioned? Clearly, after a brief exchange, Jim Reno had developed a bit of fondness for Tang Yu. Thus, he became interested in the iced tea she mentioned when she first entered the bar. Don't you have iced tea here? How could that be? Iced tea is a very famous drink on Earth. As Tang Yu spoke, she pulled out a supersized bottle of chilled iced tea from her personal space. This move really startled Jim Reno. What is this? Iketea. Tang Yu looked at Jim Reno with confusion. No, I meant the opening you used to get it. What is that? Jim Reno was clearly astonished by her unique ability. In his worldview, the most extraordinary beings were those ghost agents with telepathic abilities. This is a personal space that can be used to store things. But since I'm very powerful, my space is particularly large. Here, take this. After answering, Tang Yu tossed a ring to Jim Reno. What is this? Jim Reno clearly did not think that what he held was just an ordinary ring. This is a space ring. Its function is similar to the personal space I just mentioned, but it's more convenient, although the capacity is smaller and fixed. I've also granted you access. You can control it with your mind. As Tang Yu spoke, she poured herself a large cup of iced tea and sat down next to Jim Reno to start drinking. After a bit of experimentation, Jim Reno also learned to use the space ring and felt amazed. I'm Jim Reno. What's your name? And who exactly are you? I am Tang Yu. I thought you wouldn't ask. I'm from another world, and I can be considered a god. Although my existence is countless times stronger than that of a god, Tang Yu said with a strange smile in response to Jim Reno's question. A god? Another world? You. Jim Reno was obviously still surprised and wanted to ask more, but he was interrupted by Tang Yu. Why ask so much? We're friends now. Come on, I'll treat you to iced tea. Just like that, after a round of toasting, Tang Yu and Jim Reno became friends. In fact, it was mainly due to Tang Yu's adorable appearance, her unique charm, and the strange power she gained after arriving in this world that made Reno lower his guard. Otherwise, how could a seasoned warrior easily trust someone he had just met? Let me tell you, recently, I helped our governor in Marsala conduct a simulation drill. Marsala is not peaceful right now. Many strange creatures have appeared in the wilderness, some as big as 3 dogs and looking fierce. After getting familiar with each other, Jim Reno began to share some recent experiences with Tang Yu. However, they hadn't chatted for long before they were interrupted. A Federation soldier in combat gear rushed into the bar. Sheriff Reno, the governor has found that a forward base has lost contact and is asking if you can go investigate with us. All right, work has come up. We'll talk next time. With that, Jim Reno planned to bid farewell to Tang Yu and leave. Wait, how can such an interesting thing lack my presence? I'm going to, Tang Yu said excitedly. After doing research in the demon realm for so long, she was bursting to get out. After all, she had started as a battle mage. Who is this lady? Clearly, the soldier did not recognize Tang Yu. This is my friend Tang Yu. Let her join. I'll be responsible for keeping an eye on her, Jim Reno had to say. Outside the bar, Reno mounted his beloved vulture vehicle, but when he turned to show off, he found that Tang Yu had directly pulled out the Ouroboros ring and sat inside. What are you dawdling for? Lead the way, Tang Yu urged Jim Reno. Reluctantly, Jim Reno had to drive the small vulture vehicle ahead, and thus Tang Yu's adventure in the Copulus Star Zone began. Chapter 77, Deadwater Camp with the Vulture vehicle speeding along, Tang Yu finally arrived at the frontline base under Jim Reno's guidance. A troop was already waiting there. Several Marines and fire bats saluted Jim Reno upon seeing him and followed his orders. Of course, they were startled when they saw Tang use Ouroboros ring, as it was at least as tall as a later Thor tank. Crushing a tank would be no problem, the Apocalypse tank would agree. Naturally, bringing the Ouroboros ring to the front line was meant to make an impression. It wasn't yet time to use it for battle. Jimmy, this is the destination, right? Tang Yu said as she stored the Ouroboros ring and began rummaging through her pockets. The scene of Tang Yu putting away the Ouroboros ring was in front of these soldiers, who had never seen such things and were naturally astonished. Yes. Our goal is to investigate the forward outpost. What are you looking for? Jim Reno, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked. But soon, Tang Yu answered this question with action. She pulled out an enormous drilling machine from the pocket of her clothes. Action direction, Doryman. This drilling machine was different from the ordinary frost drilling machine. Its rear wheels used the same tracks as the front wheels, and where the engine was originally located, a large, multicolored gem was installed. The front drill bit had its threads removed and was shaped like a cone, with 4 square slits on the cone, clearly hiding something within. And the tip was a diamond-shaped crystal. Tajda, prism beam vehicle. Tone direction, Doryman, what is this thing? The curious Jim Reno asked. Good question. This is the super-modified version of the frost drilling machine that I developed during my thousands of years of boring life. It transforms drilling attacks into focused prism beam cannons while greatly enhancing stability. Additionally, the gem on top can fire intercepting beams to deal significant damage to aerial enemies. When in siege mode, the focusing crystal opens for continuous firing. The crowd present had little knowledge, and they only felt it was impressive but unclear. When Tang Yu finished speaking, they began to applaud in unison. Soon, after the compliments ended, Tang Yu mounted the prism beam vehicle and charged ahead. Jim Reno and the others had no choice but to speed up and catch up. Under Tang Yu's leadership, the group quickly approached the forward battle. When they were about 100 meters away from the forward battle, a swarm of jump bugs suddenly emerged from the ground, charging towards them. Prism beam, fire. Tang Yu immediately pressed the button. The crystal at the tip began to gather light and quickly fired out. The beam burned the first jump bug to death upon contact. But that wasn't the end. As the beam hit the first jump bug, it scattered, sending numerous small beams towards the surrounding jump bugs, dealing minor damage to those secondary targets. Action guidance. Phantom tank as the battle ignited. Jim Raynor immediately commanded the firebat to block the front line while the Marines provided support from the back, instructing them not to let the monsters get close. At the same time, Raynor drove the Vulture towards the jumping bugs to launch an attack. The firebats also moved to the front, targeting the jumping bugs that the Marines could not kill in time. A wave of small creatures was quickly cleared away, and Raynor allowed everyone to take a short break. It seemed that things were not simple. During the previous drills, these monsters had only been a small wave, but now there was a large force. Jim Raynor analyzed the situation. Indeed, they had lost contact with the outpost some time ago, and everyone inside had already been killed by these monsters, a Marine responded. The break ended quickly, and everyone continued forward, soon arriving at the interior of the outpost. As they entered, they discovered an infected command center at the center of the outpost. Look, what is that? A Marine pointed at the infected command center. That's a command center. How could it be like this? It looks like it's been occupied by something. We'll blow it up, Jim Raynor commanded immediately after assessing the situation. However, things were clearly not going to be easy. Just as everyone was preparing to take action, several stingrays surged out from behind the infected command center, spraying acid towards Jim Raynor and the others. What kind of monster is this? Jim Raynor exclaimed. However, while Jim Raynor and the others were surprised, Tang had already set up the prism beam vehicle. The 4 metal panels at the rear of the crystal opened, each equipped with a crystal of different colors. Focusing the beams toward the tip of the crystal, a thick beam shot directly towards the infected command center ahead. The beam advanced, annihilating all the newly emerged jumping bugs and stingrays along the way, turning them to ashes. The final target, the infected command center, rapidly melted under the beam and ultimately shattered with an explosion. What were you guys about to do? At this moment, Tang Yu crawled out of the vehicle and asked Jim Raynor. The scene finally allowed them to understand the power of the vehicle that the little girl had mentioned. With just one strike, it had wiped out all the enemies in front of them. After completing the task, Tang Yu followed Jim Raynor to meet the governor, of course, driving the prism vehicle, as the Ouroboros ring was too conspicuous. However, just as Jim Raynor was reporting to the governor, a communication interrupted. This is Duke. The command center you destroyed is federal property. In the name of the Federation, you're under arrest. What? That thing? Raynor was clearly shocked and was about to refute when Duke cut off the communication. Seeing this, Tang Yu remarked, "Isn't this Duke a fool?" "Yeah. What a rigid Federation," Jim Raynor agreed. Chapter 78. Leaving Mars Sarah soon. Someone came to attempt to capture Jim Raynor and Tang Yu. Of course, Tang Yu wouldn't let these fools imprison her and directly summoned Sandal to dispatch the capture team. After the capture team returned, they planned to send more troops to implement the operation, but now Duke's forces were also encountering trouble. The bug nest in Mars Sarah had been established and was launching a fierce attack on Duke's base. Duke was overwhelmed. Of course, the Deadwater base area was also under attack by the swarm, and Duke's orders were to wait for reinforcements. However, relying solely on the forces at Deadwater base was insufficient to stop the swarm's advance. Just as the governor and Jim Raynor were a loss, an unexpected communication came through. "Everyone, I am Arcturus Mengsk, leader of the Sons of Coral. I know we have a bad reputation under the Federation's propaganda, but believe me, we fight for the people, and now only we can help you. We will send transport ships to assist your people. However, if you accept our assistance, you will be labeled as traitors." The person was indeed the old thief Mengsk, but with no other options. The governor and Jim Raynor had to accept the assistance of the Sons of Coral. Of course, Tang Yu didn't care. She asked Mengsk for a blueprint of the transport ship. After receiving the blueprint, Tang Yu gave the prism beam vehicle to Raynor and went off to study the aircraft. Although the Sons of Coral would send transport ships for assistance, it would still take time for the transport ships to arrive. The governor and Jim Raynor had to lead the troops to hold the defense line until the transport ships arrived. Compared to before, with the prism beam vehicle, Raynor could personally defend, and his position only required simple defenses to be as solid as a fortress, significantly reducing the difficulty of defense. Any enemy that approached Jim Raynor's defensive area would be annihilated by beams. Even the flying dragons, when they got close, would be vaporized by the massive barrage emitted by the gems. Unless it was a large troop of flying dragons, they were completely ineffective. Just then, while Jim Raynor and his team were defending, a closed cargo transport ship took off from behind the base. This was clearly Tang Yu's handiwork. While Jim Raynor and his team were setting up defenses, Tang Yu had completed a research and modified a transport ship. "Hey, guys, sorry to keep you waiting. I finally built this big killer. I call it the Annihilator, and I'm going to destroy their base, just watch." Tang Yu opened the communication channel, and after notifying them, she saw the Annihilator's wing-mounted launchers erupt with intense flames and shoot forward. Approaching the bug nest area, a large wave of flying dragons attacked Tang Yu's Annihilator. The spherical devices on both sides of the Annihilator's nose opened, and 3 beams shot out from each side, a total of 6 beams rapidly sweeping through the dragon swarm. The flying dragons fell like dumplings, their bodies slowly disintegrating into pieces during their descent. This was the Annihilator's anti-air weapon, the dimensional cutting beam. Upon reaching above the base, the stingrays and spore turrets began attacking Tang Yu. Facing the ground attacks, a protective shield lit up around the Annihilator, blocking all the attacks. Soon, a swirling opening reappeared below the Annihilator's cockpit, revealing a massive crystal inside, surrounded by numerous smaller crystals. Then, all the small crystals began charging, emitting beams toward the central large crystal. After a gathering of energy, a massive beam shot down from the crystal. Tang Yu piloted the destroyer through this nest of creatures, plowing the ground as she advanced. The beams incinerated everything in their path, leaving no vegetation behind. Truly deserving of the title Destroyer, this scene was not only witnessed by Jim Raynor at the Deadwater base. Even the Protoss fleet in high orbit above Mars Sarah sensed it. Report: high-energy reaction detected. Its nature is similar to psionic energy, a Protoss operator reported to Tassadar. What kind of existence could emit such a powerful psionic reaction? It can't be human. From our observations over the years, humans lack the psionic adaptability to produce individuals with such formidable psionic power, Tassadar remarked. First, carry out a cleanup operation. I will personally go there and take a look. With that, Tassadar left the bridge and boarded a transport to head towards the Deadwater base. The Deadwater base was filled with joy. Tang Yu's strike had directly burned down the entire insect nest, instantly dissipating the pressure of defense. With only a few scattered alien bugs daring to attack, Jim Reno and the governor began to chat casually. "Tang Yu, you are truly amazing, able to create such powerful ships. Of course, who do you think I am? I am the guardian of the demon realm, the founder of demonology, and the pioneer of the battle mage faction. Tang Yu rattled off a long list of titles. Although Jim Reno and the others did not understand any of them, they still expressed their admiration for Tang Yu. Soon, the casual chat came to an end, and the transport ship of the Son of Ka arrived to pick them up. "Are you really not coming with us?" Jim Reno asked Tang Yu as he was about to board. "No, I have my own aircraft now. I want to explore this universe. I'll leave my prism beam vehicle to you. Use it well. I believe we will meet again. Goodbye." Tang Yu waved at Jim Reno. Indeed, after some consideration, Tang Yu chose to part ways with Lei Qian. She planned to explore this star region on her own, knowing that she had once roamed the cosmos dragging a piece of a planet. Now, being alone would be quite relaxing. Just as Tang Yu was about to set off, a golden transport ship landed in front of her. Chapter 79. Tassadar descending from the transport ship was none other than the famous Tassadar. "Hello, mysterious being. I am Tassadar, commander of the Golden Fleet of the Protoss. I can sense you are not human. What kind of existence are you, and what brings you here?" Clearly, Tassadar was perceptive. As a Protoss with strong psionic potential, he keenly sensed that Tang Yu's psionic energy was completely different from that of humans. At the same time, he also felt the vast and boundless energy emanating from Tang Yu. "Tassadar, right? I am Tang Yu, here for vacation. As for my status, I suppose I can be considered a creator-level being," Tang Yu said, seeing that Tassadar was respectful and felt no need to hold back her identity. Could it be Amon? Upon learning that Tang Yu was a creator-level being, Tassadar immediately associated her with their creator, Amon. "What Amon? I'm not that kind of being. Although I possess the abilities and authority of a creator, I am not that Amon of your world." Tang Yu immediately denied it. When she obtained the permissions of this world, she learned what Amon was like at this time. Just a floating giant squid. Our world? It was clear that Tassadar had picked up on some key information. "I come from another world, specifically from beyond your void. I possess powers stronger than those of your world and came here to play. Now, let's not dwell on that. I find your race's appearance quite unique. Take me to have a look," Tang Yu requested. Tassadar, of course, had no authority to refuse such a request. If what Tang Yu said was true, then she would be akin to Amon from another world, which would undoubtedly benefit the development of the Protoss. Thus, Tang Yu boarded Tassadar's transport ship and arrived at the starship. "Wow, your taste is truly unique. Everything is golden and flashy." As soon as she arrived on the starship, Tang Yu began critiquing the Protoss's taste. The Protoss walking by looked at Tang Yu in confusion, and when they saw Tassadar, they quickly turned back to continue their work. "My lady, this is the natural color of our Protoss alloy. It is not something we can change," Tassadar quickly explained, noticing that Tang Yu seemed to misunderstand their aesthetic. "Oh, is that so? Then it's fine." "How boring," Tang Yu said as she continued walking forward. Soon, she arrived at the bridge. With a cleanup operation against the Masala was nearly complete, and they were currently wrapping things up. Looking out the porthole, Tang Yu saw that the Masala was already marked with burn marks, indicating that the alien bugs on the planet had likely been cleared out. "Fleet, prepare to set sail for the next target," Tassadar said as he began his work. "Tassadar, since there is nothing else, I'll go check out your laboratory. Goodbye," Tang Yu said as she dashed out of the bridge. Several months flew by, during which Tassadar's fleet became fully acquainted with the Demon King, Tang Yu. Ever since that day, Tang Yu went to the laboratory. She had concocted an incredibly exaggerated set of armor. This armor's psionic energy blade generator had an extremely strong capability, casually producing 1-meter-long energy blades. With Tang Yu's exaggerated energy amplification, it could even generate blades as long as 40 meters. Simply outrageous. Not only that, this set of armor also featured a shield that automatically drew energy from the void. Weak attacks would barely wear down the shield, while powerful attacks would be significantly reduced by a special stance known as the Stalwart Shield. The only solution to this shield was to use powerful attacks for continuous output, essentially using cannon to swat a fly, which was unavoidable. Of course, in addition to this, Tang Yu also constructed a lightweight fighter jet that perfectly matched the Protoss style on the starship. The fighter jet used a forward-swept wing design and was equipped with 2 additional thrusters at the front, allowing for 360-degree movement and attack when combined with the gravity thruster. The weapon system employed void annihilation rays, using void energy to attack with corrosive effects. Since acquiring her own fighter jet, Tang Yu frequently flew around the entire Golden Fleet in her newly named wings of the Sky's fighter jet, and notably, the Golden Fleet could not keep up with its speed. "Tassadar, are we there yet? I just installed a storm energy convergence generator on my wings of the skies yesterday, and was planning to test it out Tang Yu asked Tassadar over the communication channel. From her excited tone, it was clear she was eager to see the power of her new weapon. My lady, we will soon arrive at Tarsanis. According to the information returned by our detectors, the alien bugs have occupied more than half of the planet. This time, we are facing a tough battle. Indeed, while Tang Yu was burning bugs across the star region with Tassadar, Jim Reno's faction, the Sons of Ka, had acquired psionic launchers and begun planning for the federal capital of Tarsanis. When Tang Yu and Tassadar arrived at Tarsanis, the vanguard forces had already been obstructed and failed to eliminate the alien bugs in the early stages, indicating that someone had interfered. Tassadar, what should we do now? Burn glass? If we don't burn glass, this planet might be ruined, Tang Yu asked Tassadar. In her view, burning glass was the simplest solution, and she could sense that some of the alien bugs on this planet had already left, far fewer than the number initially detected. If there was any purpose, it should have already been fulfilled. Then let us proceed with the cleanup. However, given the current situation, it will be extremely troublesome to clean up thoroughly. Clearly, the Golden Fleet is still somewhat powerless in the face of completely occupied planets. After completing basic cleanup under Tang Yu's guidance, the Golden Fleet followed the coordinates of the spatial transmission and headed to Char. Chapter 80. The adventure on Char under Tang Yu's leadership after passing through several time-space channels. Tang Yu and Tassadar finally arrived at the main planet of the Copper Star region Zerg, the lava planet Char. The planet before them was the endpoint of the time-space fluctuation. No matter what the Zerg had acquired, they had transported it here. Tang Yu stretched and said to Tassadar, "The whole way, it was me leading the way with the Skywing." The Skywing was currently resting in the hangar of the Star Shuttle, where phase engineers were studying it. After finishing her words, Tang Yu returned to her room on the Star Shuttle to rest. Tassadar, however, could not rest yet. He had to arrange for personnel to investigate the planet Char and uncover the Zerg schemes. After resting for a night, Tang Yu once again arrived at the bridge, full of energy. "Hey, Tassadar, what have you discovered?" "My lady Tang Yu, the reconnaissance team reports that human troops have been found on the planet's surface." Engaged in a confrontation with the Zerg in a valley, Tassadar informed Tang Yu without hesitation. While Tang Yu was sleeping, the phase engineers studying the Skywing benefited greatly and, with slight modifications, developed gravity wave technology. The Star Shuttle was now equipped with a new device that could launch gravity rays, creating a gravity vortex at the target point, drawing surrounding enemies to the center, Vorlesen black hole. "Oh, really? Then I'll go take a stroll around there, bye," said Tang Yu as she headed to the hangar, taking off with the Skywing toward the combat point below. By the way, up to this point, the Golden Fleet had not been blown up by the massive explosion of mosquitoes because Tang Yu had modified the Arbiter, allowing it to be concealed while deploying a hidden stance. Flying the Skywing, Tang Yu quickly approached the surface of Char. Just as she broke through the atmosphere, she saw a large group of explosive mosquitoes and flying dragons rushing towards her. "Wow, interesting. This is a warm welcome." Tang Yu immediately adjusted the thrusters to reverse mode and began to circle around a large group of flying dragons and explosive mosquitoes. The Skywing's powerful maneuverability kept the flying dragons and explosive mosquitoes at bay. Meanwhile, void rays were continuously fired, and the number of flying dragons and explosive mosquitoes kept decreasing. Just as Tang Yu was engaging in her thunderous battle, a large wave of explosive mosquitoes and flying dragons flew out from a nearby nest, preparing to encircle her. No way. Flying in 360 degrees without dead angles is not just for show. Tang Yu executed a drift while reversing, directly throwing the two groups of attacking enemies into one unit, continuing to kite them. As flight time passed, the flying dragons and explosive mosquitoes began to gather in increasing numbers, quickly forming a vast sea of bugs. What a good opportunity. Let me try my new equipment. Storm cannon, fire. A large number of psychic energy arcs gathered at the wings of the Skywing, forming a storm energy ball. With a whoosh, the energy ball shot into the sea of bugs, exploding in a bright light, instantly vaporizing the bugs in the central area. At the same time, the energy ball that exploded created a vast psychic storm in the sky, electrocuting all the remaining bugs. Wow, one hit and they're all down. After eliminating this wave of bugs, Tang Yu continued flying towards the valley. Core area of the Charizard nest. SAS. What is that thing? It actually wiped out such a massive swarm with just one body. Daigle, I don't know, but it looks like the style of our archenemy, the Zelnaga. You don't need to pay attention to this matter, nor do you need to worry about it. I have my own arrangements. A powerful voice interrupted their conversation. Yes, the Overmind. Clearly, the two brain bugs were in awe of Tang Yu's creation. Back to Tang Yu. after arriving at the canyon. She flew a circle above the human position, luring a large wave of anti-air missiles. After circling with these missiles for a few rounds, the missiles lost power and fell to the ground. After doing all this, Tang Yu flew above the Imperial Army again, directly infuriating Duke. That's right. Tang Yu discovered that the leader of this human troop was none other than Duke, who had planned to imprison her back on Marcera, and she wanted to annoy him a bit. After playing with the missiles, Tang Yu flew towards the Zerg nest. In the center of the nest, she discovered a special cocoon. She could sense that there was a special and powerful energy within this cocoon. Excited at the prospect, Tang Yu planned to do something with this cocoon. She hovered the sky wing in the air, activated the super cloaking device, then rose to the small-looking but vast cockpit inside. After a series of clinking sounds, Tang Yu loaded a specially made missile into the Skywing's live-fire launch port, returned to the cockpit, aimed at the cocoon, and fired. A tiny missile, equipped with a super cloaking system, shot into the cocoon. This missile contained Tang Yu's primordial power, which could turn the target granted with power into a Qian. After doing all this, Tang Yu flew the Skywing back to the Star Shuttle. After staying on the Star Shuttle for a while, another small human team arrived at Char. After landing near the Zerg nest, they headed towards the special cocoon. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu certainly would not miss the opportunity to watch the drama unfold. When Tang Yu piloted the Skywing to the surface of Char, those newly arrived human troops were being pursued and attacked by a Zerg creature resembling a human. This was Sarah Kerrigan pursuing Jim Raynor. Hey, look who it is. Tang Yu suddenly appeared in front of Raynor, startling him and his team. You are Tang Yu. How did you get here? Hurry. Sarah has been infected and is now hunting us. Jim Raynor was delighted to see the son, but quickly remembered that they were still on the run and urged Tang Yu to leave with them. Where are you going? Jim? Chapter 81. The old mystic accompanying the voice, the Queen of Blades, Sarah Kerrigan, made her entrance, flanked by several jump bugs. She exuded a powerful aura. It was clear that Jim Raynor was still troubled by Kerrigan's transformation. Huh, isn't that the big cocoon I saw before? Tang Yu jumped directly in front of Kerrigan. The big cocoon. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, both Jim Raynor and Kerrigan felt a difference. The former lamented that Tang Yu had arrived at this terrifying planet before him, while Kerrigan was puzzled that Tang Yu had detected her presence even before she had completed her transformation, and now brought it up again. Did it have some deeper meaning? However, what Tang Yu did next greatly intensified their suspicions. Now that you have completed your hatching, I can also reap my first gift. As she spoke, Tang Yu waved at Kerrigan, and a golden energy flowed towards her. What is this? Jim Raynor asked forcefully. This is the genetic coding of a Zerg swarm. With this, I can create some new toys. Tang Yu's response left Jim Raynor completely dumbfounded. As a dropout, struggling in the outside world, he had suffered from a lack of education and couldn't understand what Tang Yu was saying at all. As for Kerrigan, having completed her training as a former ghost agent, she was extremely proficient in basic knowledge and professional skills, but when it came to genetic engineering, she was equally at a loss. Although she gained a wealth of knowledge in xenobiology after being transformed into the Queen of Blades, she had just switched roles and was still not adept. None of this mattered, Jim. For the sake of the past, I can spare your life this time. Now get out of Char. Kerrigan clearly had lost her patience and scolded Jim Raynor. As for Tang Yu, the Zerg and psionic energy instinctively sensed that she was not to be trifled with. Sarah. Jim Raynor obviously had more to say, but a small hand directly grabbed Jim Raynor's hand and pulled him away. Let's go. Don't pay attention to this arrogant guy who has no idea what's going on. It was clear that Tang Yu was angered by Kerrigan's disregard and indiscriminate mockery. But now that Kerrigan was Tang Yu's hidden kin, Tang Yu still valued this first experience of having kin. Soon, Tang Yu brought Jim Raynor to the docking point of the Leviathan. Jim, you still haven't said why you're here? Tang Yu then remembered that her earlier inquiry about Jim Raynor's reason for being there had been interrupted by Kerrigan. Now that it was safe and peaceful, Jim Raynor began to describe what had happened since their separation. In short, under the leadership of the old bastard, he had accompanied his new girlfriend Kerrigan to launch a series of uprising activities, overthrowing the old Federation. Then there was the incident with Tassadar turning against them. How exciting and tragic. Tang Yu's assessment was quite insightful. Indeed, the process of the uprising was naturally very exciting, but the outcome was equally tragic. After Jim Raynor finished sharing his experiences, it was Tang Yu's turn. While exchanging stories, Tang Yu had already gathered around a campfire and started roasting meat. At this moment, Tang Yu sensed several figures approaching from that direction. Who's there? Tang Yu looked directly at an empty space nearby. Seeing this, Raynor immediately took up his makeshift revolver and pointed it at the direction Tang Yu was looking, although he didn't see anything there at all. Respectful strong one. I am Xeratul, the dark prelate of the Nerazim, paying my respects to you. Accompanied by a mysterious voice, a hunched figure emerged from the shadows. Indeed, it was our old mystic Xeratul. You're a Protoss. Interesting. I haven't seen a cloaked Protoss with Tassadar before, and your psionic energy is quite interesting. Mixed with void energy and very pure. Tangyu was quite impressed by this Protoss with a unique dress style. She had long grown tired of the bling-bling Kalai Protoss. Indeed, esteemed strong one, we Nerazim utilize void psionics, which is different from the Kalai Protoss on Ire. Xeratul's posture was very humble. He could clearly sense the vast and boundless psionic energy within Tangyu. Oh, so what brings you here? Also, my name is Tangyu. Please don't keep calling me esteemed strong one. While fiddling with the campfire, Tangyu conversed with Xeratul. Just now, I killed a Cerebrate, and in that brief moment, I touched the mind of the Zerg leader, the Overmind. Its goal is to exterminate us Protoss and then implement a plan. I must inform my compatriots. Since you know the commander of the Golden Armada, Tassadar, I hope you can help introduce us. Sure, no problem. Once we finish eating, we'll set off, for now. You all could take a good rest. Having said that, Tangyu grabbed the already roasted meat of the strange creature caught on char and started to munch on it. While Tangyu was enjoying her meal, Xeratul and Jim Raynor began to chat. The two hit it off quite well, even wishing they could become sworn brothers. Soon, the campfire gathering came to an end, and Xeratul's remaining personnel boarded the Leviathan. After a spatial jump, they directly arrived inside the Hyperion. Back on the Hyperion, Tangyu immediately dove into the laboratory. Having just obtained the Zerg genes, she wanted to study them thoroughly, as she might be able to create something interesting. Jim Raynor and Xeratul, who accompanied him, went to the bridge to meet Tassadar. As for what they talked about, Tangyu didn't know, but she didn't care. Days passed, and Tangyu's research finally yielded some results, but bad news also came from Tassadar. The reconnaissance outpost established on the surface had been destroyed. The Zerg had discovered the location of the starship. Tassadar had no choice but to order the crew to retreat aboard the starship while he remained on Char with an elite team, alongside Xeratul and Jim Raynor to continue the investigation. Of course, Tangyu also stayed behind. However, good times didn't last long. Not long after they began their in-depth investigation, AI Air sent a team to capture Tassadar. Chapter 82. Tangyu's Super Battleship. The fleet sent to capture Tassadar was led by Aldaris, heading to Char to bring him back for the High Council's judgment. However, things didn't go smoothly at all, due to Tangyu's presence. Aldaris couldn't gain any advantage from Tassadar and was even scolded by him for sending a large force to capture him while their homeworld was being invaded. After a heated argument, Tassadar returned to AI Air with his newly made good friends, Jim Raynor and Xeratul. On the way back, Tangyu gave her long-lost first friend, Jim Raynor, a big gift, the True Rule Command Center. The effect was simple. It was a core crystal infused with the power of rules that could project a command center operating entirely according to game rules at a target location once enough resources were obtained, which was extremely overpowered in the real world. Of course, Tangyu also gave Tassadar a core crystal version of the Xel'Naga hub. As soon as they arrived at AI Air, they saw a massive monster occupying the location of the original god temple on AI Air, which was the Overmind. At that moment, on the other side of AI Air, two gigantic battleships were preparing to take off. However, they were too close to the battlefield and clearly weren't fully prepared. Shortly after taking off, they were shot down by a massive swarm of Zerglings. Damn it. This must be the order from that group in the High Council. Don't they consider the importance of these two arcs to the Xel'Naga? They actually took off blindly. Tassadar, who understood the situation, immediately recognized that the two massive battleships that had just crashed were two of the three Xel'Naga salvation arcs. The Atheris Pride, which carried strategic strike weapons, and Anisi's Memory, which stored vast knowledge. Wow, it's such a shame that these two important ships were destroyed just like that. Tassadar, can you give me these two soon-to-be destroyed ships? After all, they have already been ruined by you. Tangyu asked Tassadar with regret. Aldaris jumped up beside her, saying it was impossible. Even if they crashed, they were still the property of our prodigal son. So stubborn. My lord Tangyu, if you can mitigate some of the losses, we are willing to transfer the ownership of these two arcs to you. After a moment of thought, Tassadar looked at Tangyu with hopeful eyes. Don't worry, I will safely bring back all the Xel'Naga inside. With that, Tangyu opened a portal to reach the two falling arcs. On the starship, Tassadar, Aldaris, Xeratul, and Jim Raynor witnessed the most shocking scene of their lives. In battle posture, Tangyu emanated a golden glow, and two streams of golden energy extended in opposite directions, enveloping the two arcs that were plummeting toward the ground. The two massive arcs stopped falling and hovered in midair. Meanwhile, the starship and the temporary base below began to teleport numerous crew members. After the teleportation of the crew stopped, the two arcs began to disassemble into chunks under the influence of the energy, with all the hull components disassembling in an extremely unscientific manner. The fragments continuously gathered behind Tang Yu, gradually forming a giant humanoid mechanical creation. The lower half was a unified conical structure, and the chest area held a dazzlingly bright sphere, which turned out to be a supernova stabilized in an explosive state. Tang Yu utilized the power of rules to keep this supernova in a permanent and infinite cycle of explosion, serving as the power source for the entire war machine. The overall height reached an astonishing 200 kilometers, and behind the creation, a cross-shaped structure floated, with a circular device in the center that had no intersecting parts. Four giant four-colored energy spheres floated in the gaps of the cross, while the center of the ring contained a perfectly contained black hole, appearance directly referenced from the elf king Yggdrasil. As this new humanoid arc was completed, the supernova matrix core in its chest began to operate, and its eyes emitted a blue glow. Tang Yu named this arc, belonging to her, the Primal Trial, symbolizing its future role as a place for those who completed the trials. Once the Primal Trial was activated, it raised its hand and fired a massive beam of light from its palm, sweeping toward the Overmind, completely purging all Zerg in its path. After passing over the Overmind, it even split the Overmind in half. Of course, the ground of AI air was also burned into a glassy strip. At this point, Tang Yu once again contacted Tassadar, but their response was very dull, clearly still in shock from the spectacular scene of Tang Yu creating the Arkansas. However, when they saw Tang Yu was about to start burning glass, Aldaris immediately spoke up, saying that AI air was our sacred homeland and could not be harmed so severely. Translated into plain language, it meant no burning glass. Tang Yu didn't want to say much, as this was their planet, and she still had to consider the owner's opinion. So, she immediately directed several beams of light to key battlefields on the surface of AI air. From the beams emerged a type of creature that no one present had ever seen before, hovering in mid-air. Resembling the Xel'Naga, but with a massive and wide skull from which numerous psionic tendrils drifted. Yes, it was the hybrid destroyer, Little White. Upon arriving on the battlefield, the hybrid destroyer unleashed a psionic shockwave that directly blasted the frantic Zerglings and two Thunder Beasts away, while the Xel'Naga remained unharmed. The hybrid destroyer then released two gravitational cages to lift the two Thunder Beasts, making the situation much easier. The other battlefields were similar. The previously retreating Xel'Naga Templar forces began to regain ground with the help of the hybrid. Chapter 83. The death of the Overmind with the hybrid joining the battlefield. The Templar forces that were on the verge of complete collapse regained several positions with the hybrid's assistance. My lord Tang Yu, what on earth are these soldiers? The sharp-eyed Cyrodiil immediately noticed the extraordinary nature of the hybrids. At the same time, as if by fate, he instinctively felt that the existence of these hybrids was quite ominous. These? I call them hybrids, biological weapons born from the fusion of Zerg and Xel'Naga genes. The ones on the battlefield now have a higher proportion of Xel'Naga genes, possessing powerful psionic abilities, while another type with a higher proportion of Zerg genes has extremely strong physical power, Tang Yu proudly stated while looking at the battlefield, puffing out her meager chest. What? The fusion of Xel'Naga and Zerg. What an evil creation. How could you combine our noble race with those hideous abominations? This time, it wasn't just Cyrodiil. Tassadar and Aldaris also began to protest. It is obviously unacceptable for hybrids. What's the problem? My hybrids are synthesized directly using the technology of materializing void energy, and have nothing to do with your kin. Besides, when I was researching your genes and those of the Zerg, I found that the underlying structure of the Protoss and Zerg genes has a common sequence, specifically existing for the purpose of fusion. You say you have no relation to the Zerg. In a fit of anger, Tang Yu revealed a lot of secrets. The speaker was unaware, but the listener was attentive. The extremely perceptive Cyrodiil quickly noticed the key point in these mystical words. Lord Tang Yu, are you saying that our Protoss genes have similar parts to the Zerg, and it seems that it could be for fusion? Are you manipulating all of this? Wait, Cyrodiil, as far as I know, there are only two most influential events in our Protoss history. The ancient era of living together with the Xel'Naga and the War of the Ancients. Therefore, the only possibility that could connect us with the Zerg is that the Zerg are also favored by the Xel'Naga, and they guided the evolution of the Zerg. The clever child Tassadar was spot on, and even the old mystic keenly sensed the correctness of this answer. However, Aldaris could not refute the impeccable answer. That said, Lord Tangyue, could you please stop the research on hybrids? Although Tangyue stated that her hybrids were made from the purest materials, as a star spirit, Tassadar was still reluctant to see such creations that constantly mock the dignity of the star spirits. This is not acceptable. This is a powerful and useful thing, and I have already planned the next version of an even stronger hybrid. Moreover, even if I don't conduct the research, someone else will, and it is clearly a backdoor design. Don't tell me that no one will use it. I wouldn't believe it, even if you killed me. And by then, it won't be like my pure natural materials, but rather, it will be our kin used as the material to forge flesh and blood. Right? Lord Tangyue, on this matter, we, the Nerism, will support you, but we hope you can inform us of the data and weaknesses of the hybrids, so we can face future threats. Xiridol quickly realized the true solution. Rather than being at a disadvantage in the future after our kin are harmed due to a lack of understanding of hybrids, it is better to support the completely safe research of Tangyue to obtain strategies for future responses. Xiridol really understands. No problem. Anyway, this data is not something important to me. Tangyue naturally agreed immediately, as these were not precious things. For Tangyue, they were merely entertainment. While the group was chatting on the starship, Jim Raynor, who had disembarked early, had already built a commendable base and started producing troops, marching towards the front lines. With Jim Raynor's assistance, the combined forces began advancing towards the Zerg nest. As the front lines continued to approach the Overseer, Tang Yu's hybrid army began to gather in one place. With the number of hybrids on the battlefield increasing from 1 to multiple, the speed of advancement significantly accelerated. Soon, another mobile unit broke into the Overseer's protective circle and launched an attack on the Overseer itself. Whether it was the energy blast from the hybrids or the psionic blades of the Templar, they inflicted tremendous damage on the Overseer, but still could not kill it. It was understandable. A beam from the Primordial trial had once sliced it in half, yet the Overseer was still alive and well. After rooting its body in the temple, and under the influence of the energy from the Xel'Naga temple, the Overseer gained incredibly strong vitality and regenerative abilities, making it virtually invincible. This phenomenon was naturally noticed by Tassadar and others on the Xel'Naga ship. I had once killed a Cerebrate, and the Overseer's situation was strikingly similar. It had to be severed from the void energy to be killed. However, the Overseer's situation was more complex, and it was uncertain whether simple void energy would be effective. Soon, I would pilot the ship to collide with the Overseer, resulting in a mutual destruction. Xiridol volunteered to sacrifice himself to eliminate the Overseer. When he had killed the Cerebrate, the Overseer had glimpsed the coordinates of Ire, leaving him with deep guilt. No, plain void energy would not be enough. Ever since I learned how to use void energy from you, I had merged 2 types of psionic energy before, resulting in an immense outburst of power. I will pilot the Xel'Naga ship, and I will usher in a new era for our people. After saying this, Tassadar teleported everyone out of the Xel'Naga ship, leaving him alone to operate the ship intelligently. Tassadar then went to the energy core of the Xel'Naga ship, channeling the powerful 2 types of psionic energy directly into the energy core. The ship then emitted a powerful psionic wave directed at the Overseer. After a blinding flash of light, only a massive, twisted, and shriveled corpse remained where the Overseer once stood. The first leader of the Zerg, the Overseer, perished on Ire. Chapter 84. Sagula's with Tassadar's sacrifice, the Overseer was eliminated. Tang Yu also began to recover the hybrid troops, in a manner similar to Warp In, but distinctly different. They were directly decomposed and returned to the resource warehouse of the Primordial trial, ready for immediate use. The current situation on Ire was dire. Most of the surface had already been occupied by the Zerg. After the death of the Overseer, a large portion of the Zerg that were directly controlled by it quickly reverted to a wild state, becoming agitated and restless. This made it impossible for the Protoss's initial actions to proceed, and during the Zerg invasion, the High Council was completely annihilated, which was also one of the reasons Tang Yu was able to obtain 2 Ark ships. The situation was not optimistic. Ire had fallen. Aldaris, Tassadar's sacrifice bought us time. There is a portal above Ire that can lead to our home, Sagulus. I will lead you, my kin, to Sagulus. My people will welcome you, and before we reclaim Ire, you can live in Sagulus. Xiridol, will your people not reject us? Clearly, as the last remnants of the High Council, their views on the Nerism date back a long time. Aldaris, know this. Although we Nerism have different customs from you, we are all Protoss, and you will always be our kin. Xiridol confidently placed his hand over his heart and firmly responded to Aldaris. So what you mean is that we're going to Sagulus, right? Tang Yu interjected at this moment. I want to go too. I just upgraded my Void Ray. I have already sent it out to mine in the Primordial trial, and I want to have time to study hybrids in the short term. Now I plan to see your Nerism technology. Tang Yu is also eager, excitedly saying this. Ever since studying the arcane arts, she had been venturing further down the path of forbidden technology. If that's the case, then there's no time to waste. Let us hurry and depart. The wild Zerg are continuously attacking our positions, and I believe the portal will soon be in danger. Xeratal suggested that they set off as soon as he saw that everyone had reached an agreement. This time to Sagula's. Apart from the many civilians who had already set off, there were also researchers and technicians. Tang Yu and her group were the last combat personnel, responsible for the rearguard and closing the portal. Accompanying Tang Yu were Xeratal, Artanis, Phoenix, and Jim Raynor, while Aldaris went to command the large-scale troop relocation. With Tang Yu's help, the vast majority of the Protoss were gathered and taken to Sagula's, unlike before, which left behind a large number of refugees. After escorting the last wave of scattered personnel, Tang Yu and her group finally broke through the Zerg encirclement and reached the portal. Alright, this is the last batch. Now it's time for us to evacuate. Tang Yu waved away the non-existent sweat. Yes, we did an excellent job. All that remains is the rear guard. The young Artanis said energetically. Leave the rear guard to me, young Artanis. Phoenix will block all incoming enemies. Phoenix, who was inside the newly modified prototype of the Immortal that Tang Yu had just enhanced, took on the rear guard duties. That's right, it's the Immortal, still a prototype. This was the super infantry combat armor that Tang Yu began researching after witnessing the Dragon Knights. The first to be lucky enough to test, it was Phoenix, who had been nearly torn apart by the Zerg. However, there is only one of these super immortals, and under the research of the Protoss technicians, it was found that it could not be replicated. Nevertheless, the technicians developed a standard immortal based on it and included it in a manufacturing series of the Mechanical Forge, allowing warriors who survive by a miracle to choose to become Dragon Knights or Immortals in the future. Since we mentioned the super immortal, what exactly makes it super? First, the material of this immortal mech is synthesized by Tang Yu herself, using void crystals mixed with adamantine alloy, compressed at unimaginable levels, making it indestructible, equivalent to several hundred points of armor value, like scraping with a Yamato cannon. Additionally, due to the properties of the void alloy, it will slowly self-repair when out of combat. Secondly, the super immortal is equipped with a time distortion shield. All projectiles entering the shield's range will be slowed down, ultimately losing energy and dissipating or becoming ineffective. As for dog bites, let him bite, scrape away. Finally, regarding weapons. The main weapon consists of two-phase rift cannons that can ignore any defenses and directly crush targets. The attack also creates a gravitational field that pulls surrounding enemies towards the primary target, causing area damage, though it cannot target air units. Of course, air defense is handled by the secondary weapon, the extra-dimensional cutting beam, which was the same one that the Void Ray used to slice the dragon. It can cut through anything except thick-skinned units like the Yamato carrier. I'll stay too. With the command center Tang you gave me, I can help Phoenix with defense. Jim Raynor also volunteered to stay behind. Then let S depart. Once we reach Sagula's, we will need to establish a position to receive Phoenix and Jim Raynor. After Xeratal said this, he led Tang Yu and the others intending to head to Sagula's. Report, detecting a large number of Zerg biological signals approaching us. At this moment, a scout came in to report. Xeratal, Artanis, you all hurry and leave. We will handle it here. Upon hearing the news, Phoenix immediately urged Xeratal and the others to leave. Then goodbye, Phoenix. Be sure to make good use of my invention, and you too, Raynor. Tang Yu waved his hand and entered the teleportation portal. That's right, Jim Raynor's vehicle is indeed that prism beam vehicle from before, and he treasures it dearly now. Not only is its combat power extraordinarily strong, comparable to a regular immortal, but the seemingly open-air driver's seat also has a layer of protective shield that defends against rain, sun, and toxins. It's amazing. Thus, Tang Yu arrive at the new map located in the Dark Sun Galaxy, Sagura's. Chapter 85, The Lizard Temple After a Dreamy Glow. Tang Yu and the others arrive at the main star of Nerisym, Sagura's. However, they were not only welcomed by the Dark Templar warriors of Nerisym, but also by some aberrants that had previously slipped through the teleportation portal. Due to the peculiar nature of the aberrants, shortly after invading Ire, they discovered the teleportation portal, and two brain bugs established a base here. They instinctively occupied the ruins left by the Xel'Naga, surrounding the Lizard Temple. However, the immediate priority was to clear the swarm of insects gathering at the teleportation portal to prepare for the arrival of Phoenix and Jim Raynor, while also closing the portal. The aberrants occupied the exit of the portal, and we must clear them out quickly to support Phoenix and the others. My Dark Templar warriors can stealthily eliminate the enemies. Cyrodiil spoke first, showcasing his forces. Our high-ranking Templar warriors are also ready. They are powerful psionic warriors. The young Artanis boasted. Haha, that's great. My Harbinger wings have undergone a major overhaul, so let me test its power this time. Tang Yu was excited. Nothing is more exhilarating than testing military equipment while fighting. Soon, this elite squad was ready. This time, Tang Yu planned to test the support mode of the Harbinger wings, responsible for tactical support from high altitudes. Since obtaining the pride of Otaris, Tang Yu had many new ideas for strategic strikes. As for the front line, Tang Yu was now wearing that super armor, which was made just when he boarded the ship. 2 psionic longswords shot out, and he shouted, Ula, as he charged out. For Seguras, Cyrodiil ignited his master psionic blade and also dashed out. Friar Artanis, seeing this, unsheathed his dual blades and rushed forward. Under the leadership of the Zealots, high-ranking Templar warriors and Dark Templar warriors also pressed forward. Facing the advancing crowd, the aberrant forces gathered at the teleportation portal immediately launched a counterattack, with a swarm of jumpers charging directly at Tang Yu and the others, while many spore crawlers mixed in, spewing acid. Tang Yu charged into the insect swarm, extending the light blade to 2 meters long, and executed a spinning attack. At his height of 5 meters, he could cover all units. In contrast, the tall Protoss had to slash downwards to hit the jumpers, which was cumbersome. Tang Yu spun around with his spinning attack, and Cyrodiil didn't fall behind, flashing in with a shadow strike, directly cutting down a circle of jumpers and also eliminating a spore crawler. A small area briefly opened up around Cyrodiil, but soon it was filled again with the relentless jumpers. As for Artanis, still just a zealot, he could only fight hard, blocking and slashing left and right. Activate the time shield. With Tang Yu's command, the Harbinger wings in high orbit cast a shield over everyone. The massive shield enveloped the targets and formed a time force field around them, slowing down the movements of the surrounding aberrants, and the field followed the shield bearer's movements. Excellent. With the help of the force field, the battle for Artanis and the others became noticeably easier, while Cyrodiil seemed even more at ease. As for Tang Yu, he had stopped spinning and was kneeling, dry heaving, clearly feeling quite dizzy. Although the spinning attack was effective and powerful, it made him feel nauseous. Damn it. Taste my dignity. Blade slash. With Tang Yu's roar, a 40-meter light blade swept out, completely clearing the area around him. Governor Armor, activate. Da ni we goman. And the Harbinger wings shot a beam towards him. The beam then spread out, forming a strange white sphere. Yes, a white sphere. After research, Tang Yu had created a peculiar piece of armor. Due to his petite frame, when he equipped the Governor Armor, it would emit energy to suspend him in mid-air, radiating a powerful psionic glow like a ball. Unstoppable, Tang Yu shouted, firing a beam that annihilated all jumpers and spore crawlers in its path. Careful, it's a thunder beast, Cyrodiil warned, as 5 giant thunder beasts charged toward them. Leave it to me. Let me show you the power of my Governor Armor. Tang Yu joyfully charged at the 5 thunder beasts. Approaching them, he manipulated the Governor Armor to raise an energy blade and slashed at the adorable thunder beasts. The modified hand blade of the Governor Armor sliced through the thunder beast's monomolecular blade like a hot knife through butter, directly melting it, accompanied by a howl. A large front tooth of the thunder beast was chopped off, and it charged at Tang Yu in pain. In response, Tang Yu directly grabbed the small head of the thunder beast with his other hand, where a small singularity began to form in his Governor Armor's grasp. Tang Yu quickly manipulated the Governor Armor away from the thunder beast, and soon the singularity exploded, sucking in the thunder beast and everything around it, obliterating them in the air. Haha, did you see that? How cool is this move? Clearly, Tang Yu was very satisfied with this technique of the Governor Armor. Seizing the moment, Tang Yu gathered a singularity in each hand and threw them at the other 2 thunder beasts, creating 2 whirlpools that annihilated the 2 thunder beasts and the surrounding aberrants. With the last 2 thunder beasts remaining, Tang Yu charged at them directly using the Governor Armor. As he got close, he jumped out of the armor. Governor Armor, initiate self-destruction. With Tang Yu's shout, the Governor Armor exploded after disengaging from the 2 thunder beasts, releasing a violent shockwave that obliterated a larger area of aberrants. Thus, the group completed the cleanup around the teleportation portal, and the Harbinger wings would periodically deploy additional shields during the battle, resulting in no injuries for anyone. Chapter 86. Activate the temple after completing the clearance near the teleportation portal. Tang Yu and Zeratul once again contacted Gem Rainer and Phoenix. It seems you have resolved the situation on your end. We will remain in Ire to close this teleportation portal and prevent the aberrants from crossing again. Gem Rainer's voice came through the communicator. Indeed, my duty is to defend Ire. With Tang Yu's immortal armor, our defenses are quite solid. Once you rebuild the fleet, come and pick us up. Phoenix also reported their safety. All right then, may Tassadar bless you. We will ensure the safety of Seguras by clearing out the aberrants here. The young Artanis still felt worried. Don't worry, young Artanis. Gem Rainer has demonstrated excellent awareness in previous battles. And Phoenix is a brave warrior with the powerful armor given by Tang Yu. They will be quite safe. Zeratul, as a professional life mentor, enlightened Adnis. All right, let's hurry to meet your chieftain. After confirming the situation with Gem Rainer and Phoenix, Tang Yu couldn't wait to experience the local customs of Sagulus. Soon, everyone, led by the Dark Templar warriors, arrived at Timetros, the outpost of Neralzim, the capital. Welcome to your arrival, especially you, Lord Tang Yu. I have heard of your deeds through the advanced troops and AIRA's kin. Truly powerful and wise. Neralzim's chieftain, Rosagal, praised Tang Yu upon their first meeting, clearly aware of her achievements. Haha, no need to be so formal. I'm just here to have some fun and study your folklore, Tang Yu replied, feeling a bit shy from Rosagal's compliments. In that case, welcome to our land. I will send our most effective phase technician to assist your research. I hope you enjoy your time in Timetros, Rosagal said, before finding someone to take Tang Yu to the phase technician. Zeratul accompanied Rosagal to consolidate intelligence, while Adonis went to the gathering place of AIRA's kin, New Antioch. With the help of the phase technician, Tang Yu quickly grasped the unique technology of Neralzim, such as pirate ships and more. Building on that, she developed many new gadgets, the most outstanding of which was the Holy Judgment Radiant ship, intended to be added to her fleet series. Of course, the blueprints were also taken for research, and with the cooperation of HRA and Neralzim's phase technicians, they replicated the Void Radiant ship. Additionally, they obtained research data on the original Sky Reaver and replicated the Phoenix Fighter and enhanced pirate ships, which could also be flown in reverse. Naturally, the powerful battle mech, the Immortal, was officially equipped as well. After participating in a series of research, Tang Yu developed the blueprints for the Hunter and gifted them to Neralzim in return. Thus, the technology of the HRA was suddenly upgraded, transitioning directly from StarCraft 1 to StarCraft 2. The units of HRA in StarCraft 1 were really disappointing. The only viable ones were carriers and the ball, while others were either weak or had foolish mechanics, like the Goldbug. Otherwise, there were scout units which were overly expensive and had poor combat effectiveness, with the Immortal being the best. After a period of rest, they encountered a thief named Samir Duran, who was caught by Tang Yu while she was wandering and was immediately blasted. However, the psionic network was still damaged, leading to a significant amount of resources being spent on repairs. Therefore, Tang Yu still needed to work with Adonis and Zeratul to find the two crystals, Uralic and Kales. This was not difficult for Tang Yu and the others. With their new equipment, they simply made a swift advance into the void, burning everything in sight. They easily secured the two crystals. Our Queen of Blades is feeling quite good, although it wasn't too difficult for her. Under Tang Yu's influence, Kerrigan's control over the Zerg reached a dominating level, so those fused cerebrates could no longer control Kerrigan again. They were busy fighting each other. Meanwhile, the peak traitor Samir Duran had already been blasted, and he was now activating his backup hidden form, Nerid. Finally, with the two crystals gathered, all they needed to do was break through the encirclement, enter the temple, activate it, and eliminate the Zerg infesting Sagulus. Adonis said excitedly, "That's right, young Adonis." With the assistance of Lord Tang Yu's newly developed arms, obtaining the crystals has gone very smoothly. The only issue now is to ensure its protection during the calibration at the temple, Zeratul agreed. Haha, leave this to me. While you were looking for the crystals, I was not idle. I improved your shield rechargers, making them more efficient at generating energy, and they can charge buildings as well, generating an extra shield while charging. Tang Yu proudly introduced her great invention to Adonis and Zeratul. Not only that, but I also developed the Kalai Colossus, a super turret with ultra-long range. How about defending a temple with that? Tang Yu's pride was evident. This is indeed a timely aid. With the support of these technologies, the task of defending the temple will be greatly facilitated. All right, Adonis, since that's the case, let's set off quickly. The sooner we activate the temple, the sooner we can resolve the Zerg threat, Zeratul said, leading the troops to depart. Upon arriving at the temple, they saw many Zerg swarming around it. Go! Holy Judgment Radiant Ship. Tang Wei immediately dispatched her fleet of radiant ships. Thick, powerful beams swept through the sea of Zerg, clearing a large area. The performance of the Void Radiant Ship was already exceptional, and it was surprising that the prototype, the Holy Judgment Radiant Ship, had such combat effectiveness. Even the well-informed Cyrodiil couldn't help but admire it. After clearing the area, the probes under command surrounded the Izzur Temple with photon turrets, shield rechargers, and colossi. The calibration of the temple went very smoothly, and all the Zerg forces attempting to obstruct them were held back at the defense line. With a beam of light rising, an energy wave swept across, annihilating all the Zerg on Sagulus. Chapter 87. The official formation of a super fleet since the Izzur Temple was activated and the Zerg on Sagulus were cleared, Tang Yue also welcomed a lengthy period of downtime. During this time, she planned to start perfecting the super fleet project. The first thing to do was to recall the flagship of the fleet, the Primordial Trial. While Tang Yue participated in the Sagulus cleansing campaign, the Primordial Trial also successfully completed its tasks, finding several uninhabited mineral planets, where it mined for a while. Now, its cargo hold was filled with crystal ore and a large quantity of gas ore. These would be materials for Tang Yue to build her fleet. First, Tang Yue planned to divide the solid Primordial Trial into some special compartments. The first to be divided and constructed was a special teleportation chamber, which included ordinary teleportation bays and exclusive teleportation bays. The ordinary teleportation bays were for crew transportation, while the exclusive teleportation bays were specifically prepared for the future 13 apostles. Tang Yue's intention was to repurpose the Trial's blade after it completed its mission and triggered Celindes' rebirth to reclaim its position, using them to fight across the heavens. How wonderful that would be. Next came the armory, which housed a large number of mass-produced mechs, including extravagant items like the Governor armor. However, for now, it served as an equipment warehouse, with future plans for it to become a special equipment shop. A laboratory was, of course, essential, but this was Tang Yue's private space, dedicated to her research on black technology. There is no need to elaborate further on that. As an ARC ship, the Starforge factory was indispensable. It was currently responsible for generating other escort ships for the fleet and would later be responsible for producing hybrid troops for deployment. Once the Trial's blade was settled in, it would begin producing special summoned companions, dolls, for sale to players. Next was the living area. Using spatial compression technology, Tang Yue expanded the entire living area countless times, accommodating 1 billion personnel without any issues, and the facilities were complete, with everything from shopping streets to snack streets. This would be the main city for players on the Primordial Trial. Having discussed the modifications of the Primordial Trial flagship, it was time to talk about the escort ships Tang Yue developed during this period. First of all, there is the small-scale aerospace fighter, the Phoenix. This type of fighter has been optimized and modified by Tang Yue based on the Phoenix fighter, possessing extremely high maneuverability and short-range jump capabilities within Galaxy. It is also equipped with phase armor, a gravity cage, and the Phoenix protocol. First, the phase armor opens a phase distortion barrier when attacked, and the attacks received in a short period are banished to another dimension. Temporal and spatial attacks cannot be defended against. Then there's the gravity cage, which allows the Phoenix to deploy a gravity cage to capture a target, either suspending it in midair or using more energy to drag the target along. The Phoenix protocol is designed to activate hidden energy on the back of the Phoenix after it sustains severe damage, deploying an invincible shield at the rule level, and beginning rapid self-repair until fully restored. It can only be activated once. If it is to be used again, new special energy blocks and protocol instructions must be purchased. This is what Tang Yue plans to use as a daily vehicle design for future trials, with an attack style consistent with the Phoenix fighter, but more agile, even capable of flying vertically. Additionally, the Holy Judgment Glimmer ship serves as a beam support ship, acting as a guardian and attack coordination vessel during the Primordial Trials. Of course, Tang Yue has also developed an extremely outrageous battleship, the Solarian, named after the demon realm moon. It has a moon-like appearance and is equipped with 2 sets of thrusters. One set is concentrated thrusters located on the inner arc, providing extremely powerful thrust that allows it to fly faster than all other battleships. However, its attack capability is quite concerning, as it only has small beam cannons on its wings for attack, making it more of a mobile attacker, adept at scraping. However, Tang Yue did not just create a scraping machine. The Solarian can change its form. The cockpit, located at the center of the outer arc, transforms to the inner arc. While the inner arc thrusters is shut down, and the second set of thrusters on the outer arc activates. Although the speed greatly decreases, the exchange for unmatched speed brings stunning destructive power. Once the inner arc thrusters are shut down, the storm cutter activates. This inhumane weapon fires a massive arc-shaped light blade that directly cuts through all material in its path, with energy entities being melted and absorbed by the light blade. Nothing survives in its wake. After witnessing the Solarian, the Protoss engineers, having combined data from the Skyblade, also developed the Storm Battleship. The Golden Fleet has also been significantly strengthened. Of course, when talking about fleets, one cannot forget the legendary Mothership. Although the Protoss engineers successfully restored the production method of the Mothership with Tang Yu's help, it still cannot compare to the super-modified Mothership, the Executor, created by Tang Yu. The appearance of the Executor is extremely similar to that of the Mothership, except that it is 5 to 6 times larger. It is also surrounded by a layer of void shield, continuously drawing energy from surrounding troops. As long as there are friendly forces nearby, it is an invincible entity. The most critical aspect is that the Executor can directly warp Tang Yu's troops around it, and at an extremely fast speed, as long as resources are sufficient, it can continuously supply forces. Of course, these are just ordinary features. What truly gives the Executor its name is its star annihilation device. This device can emit an extremely powerful beam that directly incinerates the surface of a planet as its first capability, while its true ability can directly annihilate a supernova that is about to explode. Meanwhile, as the flagship of the mobile forces, when encountering strong ground resistance and wanting to preserve a planet, the Executor can also transform into a humanoid form to conduct ground combat annihilation operations, which is simply marvelous, referencing the Guardians from Halo 5. Additionally, as a unit for ground landing operations, Tang Yu has developed the Big Red, Big Green, and Sky Blue as supplements, along with the ground bombardment unit, the Void Ripper. Thus, Tang Yu's first generation of the Super Fleet has been assembled. Although the variety is limited, its combat power is strong. Chapter 88. Return to Marsala. Since Tang Yu completed the assembly of the Super Fleet, 4 years have passed. Many events have occurred during these 4 years. The Protoss of Seguras rebuilt the Golden Fleet, which this time features the Mothership as the flagship, with the aircraft carrier group as the main force, the Storm Battleship for long-range strikes, and the Phoenix fighters and pirate ships for skirmishing, while reconnaissance planes have officially exited the stage. With the presence of the Mothership, the Arbiter has been temporarily sealed as a special unit. After reassembling the Golden Fleet, they set off to rescue Jim Raynor and Phoenix, accompanied by the Hyperion commanded by Matt Horner. Upon retrieving Jim Raynor and Phoenix, news of the UED Expeditionary Forces invasion arrived. However, due to Kerrigan being influenced by Tang Yu's power during the early stages of the Overmind's death, she directly utilized her formidable individual combat power, combined with Tang Yu's primordial power, to kill the newly reborn Overmind once again, unifying the Zerg. When encountering the UED, an intense battle ensued. On the other hand, the Terran Empire was retreating under the offensive of the UED, with the capital Kar being occupied by the UED. Arcturus Mengsk was captured. Kerrigan, feeling the UED was troublesome, rescued Mengsk, and the two sides joined forces to defeat the UED troops. At this time, after finally changing his appearance, Nerid felt the battlefield. Stukov was still taken away by Nerid, and the UED Expeditionary Forces Marshal Gerard committed suicide. General Duke of the Terran Empire was also ambushed and killed by Kerrigan. At this point, Kerrigan completely controlled the Zerg, and Mengsk regained control of the Terran Empire. The Protoss began archaeological work and developed technology. Jim Raynor was recuperating and preparing for a rebellion. Meanwhile, Tang Yu went a mine in the Full Star sector. For years passed like this. Tang Yu piloted a Wraith and returned to Mars Sera once again. It was still the same tavern from years ago, and Tang Yu pushed the door open. A glass of iced black tea. Inside, Jim Raynor heard the call and retracted his hand that was reaching for the fractured star revolver. He couldn't believe it. The elusive Lady Tang Yu had finally found time to come to this desolate place after 4 years. Hey, I can go wherever I want. Do I need to report to you, little sheriff? Tang Yu sat down on her own, took out a bottle of iced black tea from her pocket, and started drinking directly from the bottle. Jim, after all these years, what have you been doing? You're not just sitting here being a sheriff, are you? Tang Yu teased Jim Raynor. Of course not. Just in the past few days, I participated in a rebellion. But before they could chat for long, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. As the #1 wanted criminal in the Star Sector, aren't you easy to find? Upon hearing the sound, Jim Raynor again reached for the fractured star revolver. I want to see you, Jimmy Raynor, the people's hero. Hearing the familiar title and tone, Jim Raynor guessed the identity of the visitor. Tychus Finley, I heard you got locked up. So, good behavior got you out? Jim Raynor teased the newcomer. What? You two know each other, Jimmy. Hurry up and introduce me. Tang Yu, hearing their familiar banter, became very interested. Oh, there's a little girl here too? Jim, is she your kid? Tychus finally noticed Tang Yu's presence. Little girl? You are the kid of Jim. Tychus, the poet, directly angered Tang Yu, who immediately retaliated with a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground and locking his joints, bending the armor's parts. Ouch, lady, let go. The parts are coming out. It hurts. Tychus had never encountered such exaggerated combat power. He was wearing powered armor, and it was deformed. What would happen if he were just a regular person? All right, Tang Yi Ue. Let him go. He*s just being cheeky. If you keep this up, Tychus might lose his life. Jim Raynor quickly came to persuade Tang Yu. What am I afraid of? Even if he dies, I can revive him. How dare you call me small? Watch me beat you to death and revive you a dozen times. As she spoke, Tang Yu released the joint lock and started to Hulk smash him. Half an hour later, Tychus, now only wearing rough cloth, sat beside Jim Raynor with a bruised face, drinking in silence, while Tang Yu lay on the sofa beside him, already asleep, clearly tired after all the commotion. In the corner of the bar was a pile of shattered metal pieces, clearly the powered armor that Tang Yu had mercilessly dismantled. At this moment, in the capital car of the Terran Empire inside the palace. Damn it, what is wrong with that prisoner? Why has the signal disappeared? Their emperor was throwing things in frustration. Well, no matter how frustrated you are, you still can't beat Tang Yu. She is a genuine god. We mere mortals can be grateful just to communicate with her peacefully. Jim Raynor continued to console Tychus. However, Tychus was now thinking about the powered armor he had rented. He was worried about how to explain to the dealer if the armor was destroyed. At this moment, Jim Raynor's words caught Tychus's attention. What? A god? Jimmy, you can't be serious, right? Tychus clearly doubted Jim Raynor's introduction. No, I can assure you. I saw Tang Yu suspended in the high orbital space, disassembling and merging two huge spaceships. That scene will never leave my memory. Jim Raynor solemnly recounted what he had witnessed. Now, Tychus was starting to believe. If Tang Yu was as powerful as Jim Raynor said, then being around her would mean freedom for him. At least his life would be in his own hands. By the way, what brings you here? Jim Raynor then asked Tychus about his purpose. If you hadn't asked, I would have almost forgotten. I'm here with a big business deal. No matter who's behind it, money is to be made. Oh, what kind of business? Jim Raynor became interested. Robbery of an alien artifact being excavated by the Empire. Chapter 89, First Artifact Fragment. What? Robbery? Interesting, tell me more. Clearly, Tychus's news piqued Tang Yu's interest radar, waking her from a rest. Tychus, upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, instinctively shrank his neck, still wary of her earlier beating. Hurry up and tell me. I'm very interested in this kind of thing. If you make me happy, I'll reward you with a set of my custom combat armor. Seeing Tychus not speaking, Tang Yu urged him, using both threats and incentives. All right, I'll say it. My informant told me that the Empire has been digging at the excavation site for several days, searching for alien artifacts. As long as we succeed, we can set our own price. Tychus had no choice but to elaborate. So, generous? Of course, listen to me. This money is easy to make. I'll take 60. You take 40. Tychus said to Jim Raynor. It should be 70 for me and 30 for you, Jim Raynor replied, indicating a past agreement. That is not right. The artifact is mine. I'll give you super technology, and we can negotiate the price. I've cleaned out an entire star system, the He's system, of its mines in these years. Tang Yu inadvertently revealed shocking information. Indeed, although it felt like a long 4 years for Tang Yu, what if an entire He's system had been drained? In just these 4 years, the star system Nexalign 1 had completely run out of resources, with all the civilized planets randomly teleported to other star systems by Tang Yu. This also led to that star system becoming a wasteland in the future cosmic development period, as not a single resource was left. Thus, Tychus, due to the Mobius Foundation's plan to wait until the artifact fragments were collected before buying, conveniently sold his second employer to Tang Yu. In this way, the group hurriedly followed Tang Yu to the excavation site nearby. Now Tychus was wearing a new blue-powered combat suit, but it was specially made by Tang Yu. This combat suit was equipped with the latest super stimulant. Not only did it heal, but it also activated the suit's shield generator, producing a layer of shield equivalent to health points. The combat suit also had an auxiliary aiming system, making everyone a sharpshooter. The most exaggerated feature was that this combat suit came with a super radar, capable of detecting cloaked enemies and providing excellent high ground visibility. Equipped with a flicker drive module, it can perform a triple flash. At the same time, Tang Yu also provided takes with a gravity grenade production line that can automatically generate gravity grenades, cooperative grenades. The weapon is a Hua-style Gatling gun, no typo. Its firing rate is extremely fast, with a super high-speed ammunition generator, of very long range, capable of targeting both air and ground, and the bullets can tear through armor. It's simply hundreds of times stronger than the original set of white bards, which made Takes very happy. Just after arriving at the excavation site, he charged straight into the bunker alone. Hey, try this. Takes threw a gravity grenade, which exploded on the bunker, creating a gravitational wave that sent the Marines inside tumbling. Seizing the opportunity, Takes unloaded a barrage of fire on the bunker. Within seconds, it was torn to pieces, exposing the Marines inside. How does it feel to taste bullets? Clearly excited, Takes started to chat up a storm. Is it okay to hand over such armor to Takes? Although I trust him, I'm afraid he might lose control at this rate. Jim Reno watched Takes display his prowess in front of him with Tang Yu and couldn't help but feel worried. What's the problem? This is just something I casually put together. The real good stuff hasn't been brought out yet. Here, take this, said Tang Yu as she pulled out a 1.5-meter sniper rifle from under her skirt. Looking at this scene, Jim Reno felt that there was something he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. What is this? He asked, not understanding. This is just something I made casually, a happy sniper rifle. It fires energy rounds with a firing rate of up to 5,000 rounds per second and an effective range of 200 kilometers. After charging, it can fire small fusion energy projectiles. It can also fire penetrating rounds that can directly penetrate everything in front, whether it's enemies or terrain. It just has a 30-second cooldown. That's ridiculous. I'll let you play with it. Tang Yu casually mentioned some exaggerated specifications and then downplayed it. 5,000 rounds per second? That's a machine gun, right? As someone who has been on the battlefield, Jim Reno sharply sensed the seriousness of the situation. When he tested the sniper rifle just now, he truly felt its power. Such power at 5,000 rounds per second. Are you serious? Of course, that's theoretical. Your bodies are too fragile to withstand such a firing rate. So you have to know your limits. But aren't you going to give it a try? Takes is about to flatten their tank positions, Tang Yu said, pointing to the distance. While Tang Yu and Jim Reno were chatting, Takes had already pushed forward, capturing the bunker cluster and the Hellfire vehicle formation. Now, he had taken down 7 or 8 tanks from the tank positions. Only 2 tanks were left fighting alone. Just as Takes threw another grenade, the remaining 2 tanks were pulled together, and the drivers inside were shaken to confusion. Takes felt it was time for another round of shooting to finish them off. All right, now the tank positions are gone, Tang Yu said helplessly to Jim Reno. It seems we just need to accept it. Jim Reno was also quite helpless. Although he had just received a powerful weapon, his armor was still ordinary, unlike Take's new armor, which had shields and was extremely tough. Tang Yu's materials are at least trillion-level compressed Edmund alloy, like that of Tyrandal, making it easy to push through a tank position. Soon, the 3 arrived at the excavation site. Along the way, Jim Reno also recruited a bunch of rebel troops. When they arrived at the excavation site, Takes was sitting on a pile of wreckage, smoking a cigarette. Lord Tang Yu, this thing is just too awesome. From now on, old Takes will follow your lead. Clearly, the super awesome equipment had won over a fighter's heart. All right, no problem. As long as you work hard, there will be even better equipment in the future. Chapter 90. Evacuating Marsala, the divine artifact has been transported to the transport port. All we have to do is wait for the transport plane. After just finishing robbing the excavation site, Jim Reno, Tang Yu, and Takes were sitting in a bar drinking. This time it was happy water. That's right, it's that simple. I charged in and started a slaughter, and the stuff was in hand. Takes was clearly still reveling in the aftermath of his rampage. Alert! A large number of alien insect signals detected near the excavation site. However, the good times didn't last long. Before they could enjoy themselves, the advisor's alarm went off. Damn it, Takes, how did this get tangled up with alien bugs? For years have passed. Why now? Jim Reno was also quite shocked. Don't worry. I fought through the ignored defense war all my life. Takes' tone remained carefree, which was reasonable. Who wouldn't be elated with such strong equipment? But that's not against bugs. Clearly, Jim Reno was not optimistic about this defense battle, since there was no chance to test the new weapons. It seems this defense battle will be difficult to achieve. At this moment, Tang Yu surprisingly announced such news. What? What should we do? Jim Reno was clearly very convinced of Tang Yu's combat power. If even Tang Yu said the defense battle would be tough, then wouldn't that be the end? We won't fight a defense battle. We'll fight an annihilation battle. Okay, this was Tang Yu's way of thinking. With black technology, why fight a defense battle? Just an annihilation battle. Kill as many as come. Wow. As expected of Lord Tang Yu, it's different. While we were still thinking about how to save our lives, she was already thinking about how to trample the enemy. Takes transformed into a sycophant, showering Tang Yu with praise, clearly wanting new toys. Ha ha ha, I understand. You just want new toys. Don't worry, I've got everything ready. Saying this, Tang Yu led Jim Reno and takes to the side of the Park Sky Predator. Then, Tang Yu pulled out 3 clearly oversized battle mechs from the cramped cockpit of the Sky Predator. Look, this is my new toy. I call it the Basic Battle Mech Zaku. It is equipped with a tenacious plasma shield, a shield reset system, the skill that refreshes shields like Tyrandal's, and an all-round attack interception system, the Dragon Knight floating cannons. After lining up the 3 Zakus, Tang Yu gave a brief introduction. Wow, that's amazing. I can't wait. The first to speak was still Takes. Who could resist such a magnificent machine? How about it, Jimmy? Let's each take one and burn those bugs. Let's go. With that, Tang Yu jumped into one of the cockpits. As the battle mech powered up, Tang Yu drove it straight toward the excavation site. What are you still standing there for? Jimmy? I won't wait for you. Saying this, Takes also hopped onto his Zaku and charged toward the excavation site. Jim Reno looked at the battle mech before him. With robust legs from what he had just seen of Tang Yu and Takes driving, its mobility was extremely strong. The cockpit was in the middle and surprisingly open, reminding Jim Reno of that old and broken prism beam vehicle. On either side of the cockpit were filled with weapons, with a total of 16 rows of missile silos on the outside and 12 barrel mounts on the shoulders. There were also things that should be flamethrowers at both ends. It was simply outrageous. The appearances referenced from Thor with the hands removed and the hand position extended into the body. Just as Jim Reno was stunned, Tang Yu had already reached the outskirts of the excavation site. Ah, taste the power of my new toy, missile launch. Tang Yu slammed her face against the buttons in front of her. Following closely, the missile bays on both sides opened, launching missiles in a frenzied manner without any gaps, as if there was no reloading time at all. In just a few seconds, a torrential rain of missiles filled the sky. A carpet bombing was unleashed at the entrance of the swarm's nest, and the troops that had just gathered to rush towards the transport port were directly engulfed, instantly evaporating without leaving even ashes behind, saving the cost of scattering ashes. How great! At this moment, Takes also rushed over. Hey, whatever, take this. Well, Takes didn't even know which button he pressed. You see, among the 3 Zaki units made by Tang Yu, besides a button with a start symbol at the top center, the only other one with a label was the huge button with a skull on it. The others were identical in color and size. After pressing a button, the cannon on his left shoulder fired a shell, directly hitting a newly hatched Thunderbeast. The Thunderbeast's head exploded as the shell entered its cranial cavity, and it was left with only its lower half in an instant. This thing is really powerful. Takes couldn't help but marvel. Just then, Jim Raynor hurried over. Tang Yu, how do you control this thing? All the buttons look the same? Well, as someone still rational, Jim Raynor asked the core question. What do you mean how to operate? It's all about thought. Just think about it. And for attacking, just press the button. The faster you press, the more firepower you get. It's simple, right? Tang Yu proudly explained this absurd control method. This is too easy. Well, this time Jim Raynor complained. Jimmy, why worry so much? A man should do what a man should do. Let me try this button with the skull. As Takes pressed the skull button, 2 hatches opened on the back of the Zaku, and a total of 24 floating cannons flew out, starting to slaughter in the swarm with Takes' thoughts. That's right. Unleash the massacre. Saying this, Tang Yu also pressed the skull button, but this time an overwhelming number of floating cannons poured out, indicating that the number of floating cannons was linked to the operator's mental strength. Finally, after a round of bombardment, the entire excavation site was plowed through. During this time, Tang Yu also discovered a Minotaur Marines outdoor survival toilet. This is Matt Horner, and they're still living. Well, it seems everything has been resolved. I'll go down to get you. Chapter 91. Tadar Lin, after leaving Marsala, Tang Yu and Takes temporarily stayed aboard the Hyperion. Of course, concerning Takes, Matt Horner regarded him as a dangerous individual and held a great deal of vigilance towards him. However, with Tang Yu's guarantee and Jim Raynor's friendship, Matt ultimately allowed Takes to move about on the Hyperion. Upon arriving at the Hyperion, Tang Yu naturally headed to her favorite research lab, or rather, the armory. After the Char incident, Jim Raynor specifically prepared a separate laboratory for Tang Yu between the armory and the lab, which had been empty ever since. But crew members who had learned about it would not oppose it. Swan and Stetman, who had researched the Prism beam vehicle at that time, were especially astonished, wishing Tang Yu would move in sooner. Just as Tang Yue entered her exclusive lab, Swan hurried over to visit. "Welcome, Miss Tang Yue. How can I assist you?" Swan showed enthusiasm he had never had in front of Jim Raynor. Why wouldn't he? One had all sorts of advanced technology, while the other was a poor boss unable to provide military funding. Can they be compared? "Oh, you're Swan, right? Jimmy has told me about you. You are his chief engineer. I plan to upgrade the equipment of Jimmy's current troops and prepare special gear for takes. Can you help?" Tang Yue naturally knew Swan. Although she had forgotten most of her past life memories by now, her current strength ensured she could do as she pleased. Even if there were problems, she had the data library, Willy. Although since coming to the StarCraft world, Willy had been gathering dust in her personal space. "It's an honor, Miss Tang Yue. Let us get started." Swan immediately became enthusiastic, clearly very happy, while Jim Raynor, who was preparing to acquire good stuff from the chief engineer, looked at the empty armory with confusion. Finally, after Jim Raynor had a drink, played a disappointing game of Viking, and had a good sleep, he waited for his chief engineer Swan to return. Upon returning to the armory, Swan appeared with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes, but was incredibly spirited. Jim Raynor was startled. "Swan, you look unwell." Jim Raynor inquired with concern for Swan. "I'm fine, Mr. Cowboy. Never been better." "Oh my God, can you imagine? What incredibly imaginative ability. I learned so much from Miss Tang Yue. I wish I could work there 24/7. But my body couldn't handle being kicked out by Miss Tang Yue. Still, I'm so excited. I can't wait to bring those designs to life." As he spoke, Swan collapsed on the ground and fell asleep. Well, not everyone can work tirelessly like Tang Yue. After all, she is a godlike existence. After a good rest, Swan still ignored Jim Raynor and started crafting equipment in the armory. Previously, he had completed the armor innovations for Marines and medics with Tang Yue, as well as the super enhancement of missile towers. Now, Swan wanted to implement each one. First, he reinforced the 50 Good Brothers. Tang Yue optimized the original shield, equipping the shielded machine gunners with a small protective shield, half health, which could also set up an energy barrier in front at the cost of canceling the shield, blocking incoming attacks. Next was armor. Tang Yue installed 2 thrusters on the feet of the machine gunners, allowing them to scale cliffs every 5 minutes. Lastly, of course, was the weapon. A magnetic rail launcher was installed on the original firearms, firing a beam after a certain time to damage the target's armor. Of course, the formula for the stimulant was also improved. Although it would consume health when injected, it would slowly restore double the health after use. Next were the medics. Now, they received gravity guns, which could deliver attacks that temporarily stun targets. This was merely a defensive measure. Tang Yue improved the medic's armor for more efficient energy recovery, and it would automatically repair itself after taking damage. The healing beam's range was also doubled, significantly enhancing its healing effect, and it could treat multiple individuals targeting the same unit, with the most impressive feature being its ability to heal mechanical units. Finally, for the missile towers, in addition to the added armor and cluster missiles, 2 freezing beams were installed, referencing Red Alert. And the most impressive was that Tang Yue modified the missile tower's launch bay to be mobile, allowing the lower launch bay to adjust its angle downwards for short-range attacks on distant ground targets. After Jim Raynor tested it, he was quite pleased. Soon, Matt conveyed the news that Take's former employer had sent another message, locating the second fragment of the artifact, which was on the planet Monless. This certainly cannot be overlooked. Tang Yue immediately decided to go to Jim Raynor. Of course, one must repay kindness. So, Hubil and Heo set off for Monlasi to seize the second shard. Upon arriving at Monlasi, the result from the deputy's scan appeared. A signal of Protoss activity was detected. It seems this mission won't be that simple. I don't want to offend the Protoss. Clearly, Jim Raynor, who has some connections with the Protoss, found himself in a difficult situation. "Hey, aren't those Taldarim?" Tang Yue spoke up. "Taldarim?" Well, it seems Jim Raynor, who only has a bit of an acquaintance with them, doesn't recognize the Taldarim. According to the information I obtained from the memory of Nezth, the Taldarim have been isolated from Protoss society since the War of the Ancients, much like the Nerazim. However, based on my calculations from the Primordial trials, the Taldarim are a group of religious fanatics. Tang Yue explained at the right moment. "That's good, we just need to..." Just as Raynor was about to say it was simple, he was interrupted by the deputy. "Warning, a large number of Zerg signals detected." "What? We can't engage on 2 fronts, Jim." Tychus expressed a strategic opinion. Jim Raynor looked at the geographical layout, pondered for a moment, and then devised a strategy. "If we're lucky, we won't need to. We can land below the combat routes of the Zerg and Protoss. While they're engaged in battle, we can carve out a bloody path from the side. No need, just advance slowly. I'll send hybrids to block the front line." Chapter 92. I want to be promoted. Since everything was arranged, Tang Yu and the others naturally disembarked. Jim Raynor landed at the predetermined location with Tychus. And with the portable command center created by Tang Yu years ago, using the power of rules, setting up a frontline position was a piece of cake. Soon, the base on Jim Raynor's side began to take shape. And where was Tang Yu? Of course, at the junction of the upper and lower routes. Just recently, the Primordial trials had returned to the Copperless sector, and its troop deployment area included Monlasi. Troops could be mobilized at any time. At this moment, Tang Yu had set up a small camp on that high ground, complete with lounge chairs, snacks, and refreshing drinks. Moreover, for a good viewing experience, Tang Yu directly used cliff bombs to blow up the entrance. Go, my hybrids, let's physically mediate the fight. It was clear that Tang Yu was still very enthusiastic. With the addition of the hybrids, the battle between the Zerg and Tal'Darim was instantly thrown into chaos. After all, the Zerg were easier to deal with. They would charge regardless of what was in front of them. But the Tal'Darim were different. Were hybrids. The apostles of Amon, the pinnacle of the chain of ascension. The existence they dream of becoming. Suddenly, seeing a large number of diverse hybrids emerge, the first thought of the Tal'Darim was confusion, followed quickly by a frenzied belief that the great god had sent his messenger. We shall surely win. Then, like they had been pumped full of adrenaline, Tang Yu sprayed her refreshing drink all over the viewing area. Now, the situation on the battlefield had changed from the Tal'Darim being unable to withstand the Zerg's relentless advance to now, where the hybrids stood strong, while the Zerg charged in, only to be taken down by the hybrids. The Tal'Darim, like they had been injected with enthusiasm, charged fiercely, managing to push forward a distance before being chased back by the Zerg swarm. The retreating Tal'Darim fell back behind the hybrids' defensive line, and the incoming Zerg were once again eliminated. As for why the hybrids didn't attack the Tal'Darim, it was because Tang Yu saw that the Tal'Darim were filled with fervor and wanted to see how things would unfold. On this side, the back-and-forth tug-of-war was lively. While on Jim Raynor's side, he had gathered a wave of troops, but they were off to find those Protoss artifacts, thinking that Tang Yu might be interested. Of course, she would be interested. Even if Tang Yu didn't find them useful, Stetman could still research some good things. Soon, due to the Zerg forces making no progress, Kerrigan remotely dispatched a new brood mother to the battlefield. Magna was a newly born brood mother. Ever since Kerrigan had caused the previous Overmind to perish, the Overmind species had gone extinct. However, with the help of Abathur, Kerrigan developed the brood mother. Magna was newly created and was sent by Kerrigan to seize the artifact shards in Monlasi. However, things were going poorly and were blocked by Tang Yu's hybrids. I am Brood Mother Magna, sent by the Queen of Blades to seize the artifact shards. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Magna roared at the Tal'Darim and hybrids as soon as she arrived, clearly treating both as part of the same faction. The anger of the Chosen One was even more unbearable. The gods have sent messengers to help us. Today we shall surely ascend to hybrids. A leading Tal'Darim shouted as he charged forward. Of course, this dialogue was also heard by Tang Yu, who was watching. Interesting, these Tal'Darim actually want to become hybrids. How interesting. So, Tang Yu communicated with the Tal'Darim through the hybrids. Since the hybrid's voice was originally designed based on Amon, even though Tang Yu's hybrids were different, the tone and sound were still quite similar. Tal'Darim, bravely kill the enemies, eliminate more foes, and you shall all ascend to hybrids. A deep voice came from the leading large green hybrid. This was incredible. Those Tal'Darim who had a hint of doubt were now completely fervent. I want to ascend. They charged forward. I want to ascend too. In goodness, it was just like the Purifier Sentinels had received a buff, their combat power sword, charging into the Zerg hordes and starting to wreak havoc. Several stabs unleashed the power of the Ale toxin explosion. Damn it, charge. We must seize the artifact shards. For the Queen of Blades. Seeing this, Magna also shouted to rally her troops, leading the Zerg army into battle once more. This time, Tang Yu withdrew the hybrids. She wanted to see just how far these Tal'Darim could go. As the situation on this side escalated, the word of the opportunity to ascend to hybrids reached the rear, causing the troops left behind to rush impatiently to the front lines. Just after Jim Raynor and Tychus finished collecting, stealing, the artifacts, they began to advance, only to find that there was not a single guard in sight, except for the automated photon turrets. Thus, Jim Raynor and Tychus arrived at the location of the shards. Jim, this is really strange. How come there isn't a single guard? Tychus was filled with confusion. I don't know either. Maybe something happened on Tang Yu's side. Let's finish up quickly and go check it out. Jim Raynor was also at a loss. At that moment, The surrounding statues suddenly activated. Be careful. On the front lines of the battlefield, Magna stood in the center, surrounded by Zerg corpses, which were piled thickly on the ground. And now, right in front of her stood the leading Protoss named Aset, ranked 66 on the chain of ascension, who had nearly no chance of ascending, but now had hope, growing more and more courageous as she single-handedly took down 4 Thunder Lizards. Truly a brave bunch. Damn Protoss. Magna was now covered in wounds, her foot membranes tattered. But at this moment, she could only rage in impotence. Today I am far beyond my past self. I will surely ascend. Although Aset was also battered and bruised, her spirit was quite excited. Good, very interesting. You've done well. So I will grant your wish and let you become a hybrid. At this moment, a girl's voice came from the high mountains outside the scene. Chapter 93. The end of the Monlies incident and the redstone mining operation. Along with Tang Yu's words, a beam of light shot straight at Aset. Following there was Aset's painful scream. In that beam of light, Aset's body was torn apart, and the surrounding alien insect corpses were also shredded, merging with Aset's body in midair. What's going on? The young bug mother Magna was clearly puzzled about the situation. However, what responded to her was not an answer, but a powerful psionic shock. Awesome. I have finally evolved into a hybrid. I have surpassed the high-level lord. Well, it was a transformation completed by Aset's Taldarin. Due to Aset's decent qualifications and the high-quality alien materials around, Aset successfully transformed into a hybrid dominator, Big Green. Such abundant psionic energy and power. Is this the strength of a hybrid? My god is indeed right. With such power, we can surely end all of this. Aset felt the power within and shouted excitedly. I don't know who your god is, but you should know that the power you have now was given by me, and it has nothing to do with your so-called god. At this moment, Tang Yu also jumped down from the cliff, and of course in midair, a Big Green caught Tang Yu and slowly brought her down. The scene before Aset once again solidified his inner conviction. No, you must be Eamon, our great god. Newly evolved hybrid Aset offers you loyalty. I will cut through thorns and eliminate all enemies for you. Okay, this brainless Taldarin has completely misunderstood. Moreover, stupidity can be contagious. The trembling bug mother Magna also firmly believed that Tang Yu was the god mentioned by Taldarin. Now, in her view, she was at the end of her rope, facing a bunch of unbeatable hybrids and a god, sinking into deep despair. All right, I almost forgot about you. You're something new made by Kerrigan, right? There's no one like you in the previous alien gene pool. Interesting, you can consider yourself as a gift from Kerrigan to me. Saying this, Tang Yu shot a beam of light that hit Magna. Upon seeing the beam, Magna was greatly frightened, thinking she was done for. However, nothing changed. Her injuries healed. If there was any change, it was that her superior had shifted from Kerrigan to Tang Yu, as expected of Lord Eamon, easily taming this alien insect. Aset, who thought he had been promoted, immediately began to flatter. I told you I'm not Eamon. I'm Tang Yu. All right, no problem, Lord Tang Yu. I understand. Aset said with a smile, which was hard to tell. What do you understand? Forget it. Do as you wish. Tang Yu was also baffled by Aset. How could this Taldarin be so dim-witted? Lord Tang Yu, my warriors are also fighting bravely. I wonder if they could be fortunate enough to be promoted? Aset suddenly started thinking of his former leader, try to seek benefits for his subordinates. Well, it depends on whether they are willing. It doesn't matter to me. Tang Yu glanced around at the alien insect corpses, which should be enough for the remaining Taldarins to transform, and replied, nonchalantly, servants. The great god has given you an opportunity to be promoted to hybrid. Come forward to receive the blessing or die in disgrace. Very good. Very much in the style of Taldarin. Oh, promotion. Unsurprisingly, the Taldarins present were fanatics. Upon hearing they could achieve their ultimate goal of becoming hybrids, they were extremely excited. All right, Tang Yu looked at this group of inexplicable Taldarins and fulfilled their wishes. A light curtain enveloped them, and the remaining 100 or so people let out excited screams. However, this time, due to material issues and qualifications, some of them became hybrid destroyers, Little White, and hybrid raiders, Little Black, with no high-level units appearing. After all, it wasn't like Tang Yu's original trial, where she could directly synthesize whatever she wanted. Thus, when Jim, Reno, and Tychus arrived with the artifact for support, they saw the 100 or so hybrids led by a different hybrid bowing to Tang Yu along with a giant alien insect. Hey, Tang Yu, what is going on here? Jim Reno quietly asked as he approached Tang Yu. I don't know either. This group of Taldarins is dim-witted, claiming I'm their god, and then they pledged allegiance to me. As for that alien insect, It's my trophy. I'll modify it into a super soldier to play with. Oh, well, okay, said the well-informed Jim Reno, who also found the situation before him unprecedented. And so, the matter of Moan Lies ended in such a wonderful way. To accommodate Asset and the 100 or so hybrids, Tang Yu specially used all the remaining resources and buildings from that Star Spirit base before leaving to build a structure known as the Executor, to serve as the base for Asset S hybrids. This scene further convinced Asset that Tang Yu was indeed their god, and even the other Taldaran hybrids, who originally didn't care, completely acknowledged it, raising their loyalty to Tang Yu to the maximum. It was quite remarkable. Magna was brought back to the Hyperion's laboratory by Tang Yu, where she started tinkering, since it was a study of the Zerg. Swan and Stedman didn't have the chance to participate this time. After some time, Matt received a mission message to go mining on Redstone. Jim Reno, whose treasury was tight, immediately decided to take the job for the generous reward. Thus, the Hyperion set off towards Redstone. Upon arriving at Redstone, Jim Reno felt uneasy. The volcanic planet filled with Zerg reminded him of Char and those bad memories. However, there was no way around it as the mission was too lucrative. Just as Jim Reno and Tychus were about to disembark to start mining, Tang Yu came out of the laboratory and called out to them. Wait for this mission. You two stay here, let Magna go down. It's a perfect opportunity to test my modifications. Chapter 94. The True Way of Mining due to Tang Yu's unexpected intervention. The mining activity on Redstone was temporarily halted, and instead, they began the combat testing for Magna. Hey, friends, why change the plan? Didn't we agree that you would help me collect the ghost gold? Jim Reno was easy to handle, but the mission initiator, Tosh, couldn't sit still, asking, what about the mining? Oh, don't worry about it. It's just mining, a small matter. Just let me finish the tests, and I'll help you with the mining. I guarantee it will be perfectly completed. In the face of Tosh's anxiety, Tang Yu could only make a promise to reassure him. Of course, it was just a promise. And Tang Yu didn't pay any more attention to Tosh. Now, it was most important to test her latest research results. All right, our task is to clear a landing zone, and then Tang Yu will send Magna down. After that, all we need to do is follow Magna and collect data. On the transport ship, Jim Reno instructed Tychus and another crew member. Okay, no problem, I'm good at this. Tychus replied while polishing his prize gun. Soon, the transport ship landed in a low-lying area, not far from a small Zerg nest. Hurry, the surface here is extremely unstable. Speed it up. We must take out that base immediately. Saying this, Jim Reno raised his sniper rifle and began attacking the Zerg base. He activated the scope, followed by a series of gunfire and explosions from the distant nest. Hey, Jimmy, you can't just enjoy yourself. Leave some for me. Tychus, holding his gun, charged into the fray. The remaining Marines had no choice but to charge as well. Under Tang Yu's advanced technology, a group of them easily cleared the nest. After cleaning the area, Jim Reno contacted Tang Yu. Tang Yu, we have cleared a landing area below. You can start. Okay, Jimmy, I will send Magna down right away. With Tang Yu's voice falling, a beam of light descended from the sky. When the light dissipated, a larger and stronger Zerg queen appeared before everyone, radiating light like intricate patterns, Zagara's bridal gown. This was Magna, modified by Tang Yu. Now, Magna was different from before. Those glowing patterns were a manifestation of psychic energy overflowing. Under Tang Yu's modification, Magna's body could automatically draw psychic energy from the void, recovering at super speed. Additionally, Magna could restore her wounds by dealing damage to enemies through psychic energy. Of course, these were just the basics. The true power lay in her offensive capabilities. Tang Yu modified Magna's cranial cavity, allowing her brain to develop deeply, enabling her to unleash psychic storms and feedback. At the same time, the strength of her psychic link was greatly enhanced, allowing her to directly control enemies' minds and cause mental confusion. Aside from developing her psychic abilities, Tang Yu modified her spine's launching organs, making the spines incredibly sharp, capable of piercing any armor and attaching psychic energy that would explode upon entering the enemy's body. Naturally, as a Zerg queen, her egg-laying ability was also enhanced by Tang Yu. Magna could hatch a type of shield bug at incredible speed. This Zerg, specially made from jump bugs, had strong vitality and a plasma shield, making it an excellent choice for drawing fire in the front line. Though its offensive capability was significantly reduced. I am the Zerg Queen Magna, here under the command of Lord Tang Yu to eliminate the Zerg nests on this planet. Upon her arrival, Magna stated her mission. Without pause, she began her task. She first hatched 50 shield bugs, then led them to the first nest. Protected by the shield bugs, Magna unleashed her skills wildly, casting lightning at will. Soon, she cleared one nest and hurried to the next location. Jim Reno and others followed him to this place. At that moment, several Reapers jumped down from the nearby cliff. Did Tosh send you here? Hurry up and finish this job and get out of this damn place. What? Clearly, Jim Reno was unaware, so he quickly contacted Tosh. Tosh, are there still people of yours here? Do you want me to rescue them? That would be greatly appreciated. Some of my people are lost here. Thank you for your help. Tosh also expressed his gratitude. Wait, Commander. I detected a powerful signal near you. It should be from the savage beasts. If you can help me collect some samples, our research will make a breakthrough. At this moment, Stedman also entered the communication channel and made a request. Jimmy, we can't handle so many things at once. Obviously, having so many tasks at once seemed troublesome to Taikis. Don't worry. We can collect information and research Tosh's team simultaneously as Magna continues to advance. As for the savage beasts, we can ask Magna for help. After all, savage beasts are also alien insects and should fall within her mission scope. Jim Reno calmly laid out his plan. Good idea, Jimmy. Now we can complete all the tasks directly. Let's get moving. With that, Taikis took a squad and followed Magna's lead. While Magna was clearing the second nest, Jim Reno also brought up the issue of the savage beasts to her. In the worldview of alien insects, it was quite simple. Since savage beasts are also alien insects on this planet, it is only natural to go eliminate them as part of her mission. Thus, with the powerful force of Magna after the transformation by Tang Yu, she easily completed the task, and Tang Yu was very satisfied with the experimental results. May I ask, esteemed Lord Tang Yu, since you have completed the testing, can you fulfill my request now? Tosh seemed to still be thinking about his ethereal gold. Of course, no problem. Let me show you the real mining method. As soon as Tang Yu's words fell, a thick beam of light shot down from deep space, directly hitting Redstone Star, which was already in ruins, instantly blowing it into fragments. Following that, an energy net swept over the remaining fragments of Redstone Star, collecting all the ethereal gold. Look, all the ore is in that net. This is the real mining method. Chapter 95. The Great Fire of Egria. Some time had passed since Tang Yu blew up Redstone Star. After Tosh obtained that batch of ethereal gold far exceeding the standard, he hurriedly hid it away. As a result, during this period, Matt was also unreachable. However, the Rangers always had unfinished tasks. Just then, Matt received a distress signal from the remote colony of Egria. Anyone who receives this distress signal, please help us. Our colony is being attacked by alien insects. Please come to our aid. Commander. Matt looked at Jim Reno. Don't mind me. I'm just here to fight. Taikis immediately spoke up to distance himself. After all, Taikis' current backer was Tang Yu, and the Rangers' main income came from Tang Yu's sponsorship, a mine in a river star system. All right, let's go. Those civilians are innocent. We should try to save as many as we can. Jim Reno still couldn't let go of his compassion. Soon, the Hubrian arrived at Egria. Just as they were preparing to disembark, Tang Yu arrived once again in time. Wait, why didn't you inform me before taking on this job? Tang Yu looked very angry. Sorry, but these are living people. Jim Reno still defended himself. What does that matter? Whether to save people is your business. You should have informed me of such an interesting event, and that's your fault. Tang Yu's tone was quite unpleasant, clearly angry that Jim Reno and the others took on a job without involving her. All right. Now Jim Reno understood that Tang Yu was not angry about them taking the commission on their own, but rather about them taking the job without inviting her to participate. Okay, I was wrong. I will notify you immediately when there is work in the future. That's more like it. Hearing this, Tang Yu showed a satisfied smile. By the way, I just upgraded the Firebat armor that Swan recently brought in, and the new blueprints have been uploaded to the barracks. With Tang Yu's introduction, the group arrived at the surface of Egria. The local head, Dr. Hansen, greeted them. Unexpectedly, the one responding to our distress call turned out to be an Imperial wanted criminal. Yes, but it seems you have no choice but to accept the rescue from us wanted criminals. Jim Reno joked without being annoyed. I will hand over the base controller to you. Please assist us in evacuating this planet. Hansen, seeing that Jim Reno did not seem like the ruthless criminal on the wanted poster, got straight to the point. All right, we will be responsible for escorting your people to the main starport. Jim Reno readily agreed. Soon the new Firebat was unveiled. However, this time Jim Reno and Taikis were surprised to find that the new Firebat seemed unchanged. Tang Yu, isn't this just the same as before? Jim Reno asked in confusion. Oh, you mean this? How about it? My optimization this time is great, right? Without changing much. I installed a Void Fire Line launcher on them. The flames it ejects can instantly melt steel and can shoot high into the air to take down planes. Cool, right? Tang Yu proudly explained the optimization of the firebat. However, it was clear she did not understand what it meant to have a flamethrower that could instantly melt steel and also have an aerial range. It's ridiculous, but considering the previous lessons, it could be acceptable. On the main road, led by Jim Reno and Taikis, the escorting troops displayed their power with hundreds of meters of high flame soaring. Meanwhile, Tang Yu began her adventure in Igria. Speaking of which, since arriving in this world, Tang Yu had hardly gotten her hands dirty. Having spent a long time on the ship doing research, she planned to come out and release some stress. Come out, Willie. Tang Yu raised her right hand, and as her words fell, the long-lost Willie flashed into view from the void. Oh, young lady, you finally remembered me. It has been so long. I've been trapped inside and fell into a deep sleep. Willie started to complain as soon as he appeared. Ha ha, isn't it just playing too much? All right, Willie. I recently researched a new way to play. Hurry up and try it out. Just right. There are a few insect nests here. Saying this, Tang Yu controlled Willie to undergo a transformation. The mouth, originally at a 90-degree angle to the spear body, rotated outward by 90 degrees, turning into the end of a staff. Ack, Willie, breathe fire. Let them taste my newly researched ultra-void flames. As Tang Yu's words fell, a black flame erupted from Willie's mouth, shooting towards the distant insect nest. The moment the flame hit the nest, the entire nest ignited, and with Tang Yu's hand gestures, the flames rapidly covered the entire nest, turning everything to ashes. At the same time, the scattered fire embers also ignited the surrounding trees, spreading quickly. Most remarkably, these black flames continued to burn even after turning their targets to ashes. It turns out that the fuel for these flames is void energy. Unless the energy in the void linked to this space is burned out, it will never extinguish. Coupled with the automatic replenishment of energy in the void, this flame, unless Tang Yu extinguishes it herself, could burn for tens of thousands of years. On one side, Tang Yu excitedly burned through each nest group, while on the other side, Matt was anxious. Commander, a strong energy response has been detected on the other side of the planet. An unprecedented fire disaster is sweeping through Agria. You must act quickly. Matt calculated that, without errors, the colonists could complete their evacuation before the fire approached, but there wasn't much time left. Okay, Matt, thank you for your information. We will be careful. Jim Reno, upon receiving the news, also quickened his pace. Finally, as they could see the black sea of fire on the horizon, the colonists completed their relocation. Sitting in the transport ship, Jim Reno looked at the burning planet and, after a moment of thought, guessed the cause. Who else but Tang Yu, who had disappeared shortly after arriving here, had such capabilities? Thus, a high-quality agricultural planet turned into a planet that burned eternally, which could be considered a spectacle. Chapter 96. Tasher, since setting a great fire in Agria, Tang Yu had temporarily satisfied her destructive urges and was now comfortably staying in the laboratory. However, there were always things to do. The Tosh, who had previously acquired a large amount of ethereal gold, seemed to have finally settled things. He contacted Jim Reno again. Hey, the last collaboration left a deep impression on me. I have a new job. Are you interested? Tosh was very enthusiastic, as the last collaboration had exceeded expectations and made him quite happy. Let's hear it, Jim Reno replied cautiously. I need you to help me collect a rare gas called Gezin on Tasher, Tosh stated directly. It shouldn't be that simple. There won't be bugs again, right? Jim Reno clearly remembered the environment of the last Redstone incident. Of course not, but there's a group of Protoss, specifically the fanatic faction known as Tatterlin. They believe Gezin is the breath of the creator. Tosh spoke frankly. Well, how did we end up dealing with Tatterlin again? Last time, it was because of Tang Yu that we hardly had any combat with them, and she just recruited them as subordinates. This time, what's wrong, brother? Is there a problem? Seeing Jim Reno's strange expression, Tosh couldn't help but ask with concern. It's a bit complicated, but we'll take this job. Although it feels odd, the payment for this task is also considerable. Jim Reno ultimately agreed. However, considering Tang Yu's previous warnings, after accepting the job, Jim Reno hurried to inform Tang Yu. You mean we have to go to a planet occupied by Tatterlin and take their precious items? Tang Yu responded while continuing her research. Well, that's one way to put it. We mainly need some gas and we'll take it and leave. Jim Reno couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with Tang Yu's statement, but felt it was strange. All right, this job is good. I'll take care of it. You all stay on the ship and watch closely. With that, Tang Yu casually tossed a reagent she was holding, ready to head out. Jim Reno hurriedly caught the reagent. What is this? Why are you throwing it around? Tang Yu rummaged through the cabinets nearby, answering, highly concentrated liquid spiritual energy. It can be used to replenish spiritual energy. If an ordinary person drinks it, they will explode. Hearing this, Jim Reno, who was about to try it, quickly placed it safely on the reagent rack. Soon, Tang Yu left, teleporting directly to the executor she had previously assigned to Asset and the others. "Hey, it's your turn. We're going to Tasher to collect some Gezin," Tang Yu announced as soon as she arrived. "Respected Lord Tang Yu, we will set off immediately. We are familiar with Tasher. It is our nearest Gezin supply point. Is this time to shine the glory of promotion upon our brethren in Tasher?" Asset, in a seasoned, sycophant manner, had everything arranged. Soon, the executor arrived in the high orbit of Tasher. "Let us go. We're heading down." With a call, Tang Yu was the first to land on the surface of Tasher. As Tang Yu touched down, she waved her hand at an excellent base establishment point, opening a void rift in the sky. Following that, 3 pieces of void debris descended from above, one of which landed in the mining area. After landing, energy tendrils spread out, linking to the mineral clusters and beginning to extract the minerals. 2 other structures, one located in the center, when deployed, began to reveal the phantom of a hybrid, clearly a barracks. The last one is situated on the front line, and when deployed, it emits a shimmering light. This is artillery platform. This is the recent research achievement of Tang Yu, a creation condensed from void energy, a versatile tool that can mine, produce troops, serve as a turret, and even self-destruct as a nuclear bomb when necessary. It's simply perfect. At this moment, Asset also led his troops down to the surface. "Sir, are we going to contact the other compatriots now?" "No need. They have already arrived." Just as Tang Yu's response fell, a squad of Taldaran troops charged over. This Taldaran squad was quite impressive, with destroyers, vanguards, and punishers all present. Invaders, feel the terrifying power of Taldaran. Without saying a word, these Taldaran warriors rushed forward recklessly. The frontmost void shard directly unleashed a wave of concentrated fire, instantly obliterating the Taldaran squad. This wave of attack left the leading Taldaran dazed, wondering, what is going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? What happened? At this moment, Asset could no longer bear it. These disrespectful compatriots actually dared to clash with the deity's presence. Disrespectful, lower-ranking warriors. How dare you challenge the majesty of the gods? Asset immediately charged forward and began to beat up that Taldaran soldier. The beaten Tatalan was even more confused. What was going on? Why was the apostle of the gods appearing here and beating me up? It was truly baffling. "Esteemed messenger, please forgive my rudeness." After being beaten, the Tatalan also became sober and, along with a group of subordinates, was there requesting forgiveness. "My compatriots, the blessing of the gods has descended. I have been promoted from Tatalan to a hybrid. Today, our god has come to this planet to obtain the essence of the earth. If we do well, there will be a chance for promotion." Asset stepped up and began to give a speech. The news that Asset was a hybrid promoted from Tatalan immediately caused a huge stir among the Tatalan. "Oh my, this person actually got promoted, and the blessing of the gods has arrived." Upon hearing about the need for Daizine, the head of Beishur quickly mobilized to gather Daizine, and the efficiency was impressive. Just like that, Tang Yu had just finished building the base and had barely produced a wave of hybrid troops when a large batch of Tatalan arrived with a cart full of Daizine to pay tribute. After learning the whole story, Tang Yu had no choice but to recall the hybrid she had just created. Then she accepted the Daizine and converted the 3 void fragments into Barak mode to transform the Tatalan. Thus, Asset's army expanded once again. This time, Tang Yu also considered it a completion of her experiment with the void fragments, and everyone was pleased. Chapter 97, Major Outbreak. With the collection of Daizine completed, Tosh, who felt well treated, also arrived on the Hubrian. Of course, Nova still sent provocative messages. However, it was clear that compared to Monsk, Jim Reno trusted Tosh even more. This matter passed just like that, but Tosh felt a bit uneasy. Of course, none of this mattered. The important thing was that Dr. Hansen's people began to cause problems again. Their resettlement point, the refugee camp Mainhof, had erupted with a new type of aberrant insect virus that was spreading across the entire planet. "Jim, please help us. This virus is spreading across the entire new sphere." Dr. Hansen pleaded with a sobbing voice to Jim Reno. "Commander, according to existing data, this new virus is very potent. It can even infect buildings. With our current level of technology, we have no way to handle this virus." Stedman reported the information in a timely manner. "Is there really no other way, Jim?" Dr. Hansen became more urgent. "All we can do now is burn all the infected materials to stop the spread of the infection. Or ask Tang Yu if she has a solution." Jim Reno's tone revealed helplessness. After all, he was just a soldier, and didn't he know the intricacies of genetics? That little girl who spends all day fiddling with strange things in the lab? Dr. Hansen, who had just boarded the ship, obviously didn't know much about Tangyu. Don't let her hear you say that. She hates it when people call her little. Besides, she's a creator god. No one knows her exact age. Maybe she could even be your great-great-great-grandmother. Jim Reno felt the need to warn Dr. Hansen. What? Creator god? If this is true, then my people might really be saved. Dr. Hansen seemed to have grasped the last straw. Just like that, Jim Reno brought the latest news to Tangyu. What? Aberrant insect virus infection. Why didn't you say something so interesting earlier? Wait a moment. Saying this, Tangyu went straight back to the lab, rummaging through things. After a while, Tangyu came out holding a shell. Here, take this. You first shoot this shell at the center of the outbreak. This shell will wrap healthy people and push them out of the outbreak zone, while the infected will be enclosed in a quarantine shield. Just manage it for now. I need to go prepare something interesting. After saying that, Tangyu was about to return to the lab, but at that moment, Dr. Hansen stopped her. Excuse me. Lady Tangyu, is there a solution to this virus? I mean, not just burning it. Only magic can defeat magic, and only a virus can defeat a virus. Why eliminate something so interesting? Let me study it properly first. With that, she entered the lab without looking back. Although this statement sounded confusing, Dr. Hansen understood his insight, which was that there was no solution. Or rather, Tangyu had a solution, but she didn't want to resolve it right now. Soon, the special warhead was fired at Mainhof. A barrier wrapped around all the infected areas, and the survivors were ejected out of that barrier, saved. Shortly after, Tangyu came out of the lab. Haha, it's done. Super Zombie Virus Reagent. A potion that can greatly enhance the combat capabilities of aberrant combatants. Although it still falls short of my expectations, it's enough. After saying that, Tangyu entered the barrier alone. For Umbrella, Tangyu smashed the reagent heavily on the ground. And as the smoke spread, piercing shrieks echoed from all over the infected city. Soon, vibrations were felt, and a sea of zombies surged in, gathering from the end of the field of vision like a tide. This is it. I've always wanted to experience being chased by a tide of corpses. Tangyu cheered and began to run with her arms wide open in front of the tide, maintaining a distance of 50 meters between them under Tangyu's precise control. Willie, come out. Oh, miss, I wonder what is going on this time. Old Willie is almost choking. Willie, activate photo mode and give me some artistically styled photos. Tangyu maintained her posture, running leisurely while being followed by a large group of zombies. In just a short time, the number of zombies had multiplied several times, also mixed with a few aberrant forms. In the high orbit, Jim Reynolds and others naturally witnessed this scene. Jim Reynolds, who had some understanding, felt a headache coming on. However, the well-informed Dr. Hansen was anxious. It's a mutated organism. We need to hurry and rescue. All right, doctor, no need to worry. Didn't you see what was following her? The originally sluggish, infected body suddenly evolved for some reason, and now there's a mutated organism appearing. How can you tell me not to worry? You're simply unreasonable. Dr. Hansen, who understood more, was furious. Dr. Hansen, you have to believe that Tangyu is just playing right now. She will handle it. What we need to do is watch and wait for when she gets tired of playing to end it. Indeed, as Jim Reynolds said, at this moment, Tangyu had already taken that group of zombies on 5 or 6 laps around the entire city. It was clear that she was almost done having fun. Willie, how's the photo taking going? Miss, it's all done. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Good, Willie. Now we need to solve the remaining problems. Saying this, Tangyu grabbed Willie. Let's do a long and used radiant dragon dance. With that, Willie and Tangyu's hand transformed into a gigantic radiant dragon blade hundreds of kilometers long under the boost of her power. With Tangyu's swing, the infected buildings and infected bodies in the entire city were instantly shattered. Dr. Hansen, watching from the high orbit, confirmed Tang used divine identity upon witnessing this scene. After everything settled, the barrier began to shrink significantly, eventually turning into a sphere that Tangyu held in her arms. Thus, the epidemic in Mainhof was completely over. Jimmy, do you have any new tasks? I'll come up with something new. Early that day, Tangyu hurriedly opened the bridge's large door and immediately asked Jim Reynolds for a new mission. Lady Tangyu, we haven't received any new requests for now. Matt quickly explained the situation. Seeing Tangyu's mood shift from sunny to gloomy, just then, Taikis walked in from outside. Oh, you're all here. That's good. The guys from Mobius sent new coordinates for artifact fragments. Taikis casually revealed the news everyone was eager for. Yay, that's awesome. I'm going to get ready right now. With that, Tangyu rushed out of the bridge in a hurry. What happened? A bewildered Taikis asked Jim Reynolds. Thanks to you, Taikis. If it weren't for your message, Tang, you would have probably torn my ship apart. Jim Reynolds explained the situation to Taikis. Well, let's hurry up and set off, Taikis said, wiping a cold sweat. Thus, the Hubrian arrived at the planet coordinates sent by the Mobius Foundation, Seal Planet. Be careful, brothers. We still don't know who cleared this place. Jim Reynolds and Taikis led Tang Yu and their troops to the surface. Speaking of elite troops, one must mention the armed outlaws Tang Yu initially intended to create for Taikis. During this time, Taiki successfully recruited several outlaw members. Old Hand Sam, equipped with Tang Yu's specially made Super Reaper armor, capable of climbing cliffs, short-term high-altitude flight, and can go super stealth during combat. Can self-heal quickly after disengaging from combat. Equipped with a penetrating handgun that can attack through all obstacles, linear terrain ignoring penetrating attack, and an Annihilation C4 bomb that can instantly vaporize any unit or building can be detonated manually. Kevin, Rattlesnake, West, equipped with Tang Yu's specially made Super Raider armor, featuring a steadfast shield and stimulant for health recovery. Armed with a dual-barreled explosive grenade launcher that can deal devastating damage to all units, heavy and light armor. Also carries a Restoration Matrix production line, capable of deploying a Restoration Matrix or directly activating one. The Restoration Matrix significantly reduces damage from ranged attacks and heals allies within the Matrix. Lieutenant Rainer Nikera, equipped with Tang Yu's specially made Super Medic armor, which can deploy a healing barrier that completely blocks incoming ranged attacks. Allies attacking while passing through the barrier will heal their wounds. The core of the Primordial Light Matrix periodically erupts to heal surrounding allies. Equipped with a Decay handgun and a Leap healing beam, the Decay handgun inflicts a massive slowing effect on the target and reduces their armor, reducing speed by 75 and decreasing armor by 5 points. The Leap healing beam can continuously heal all allies, reducing damage taken by 25 for healed allies. Although there were only 4 people, including Taikis, they were worth 1,000 troops, 200 population, counting Jim Reynolds and Tang Yu. The 6 of them set foot on this dangerous land. Eliminate these invaders. Suddenly, a large wave of Protoss surged from a front. Upon seeing the distinctive red paint, everyone knew it was another group of Taldarim. Ironically, due to the existence of the Taldarim's hierarchy chain, branches on different planets hardly communicated. After Tang Yu recruited the Taldarim from Monlith and Bayshore, other tribes only thought that the Taldarim from these 2 places were weaklings who had been eliminated. Well, at least we know how the investigation team died, Jim Reynolds said helplessly. Just then, Sam blasted 2 C4S that directly killed the Protoss in front of them. Continue forward, and they soon encountered a set of photon turrets. Wait, photon turrets. Tang Yu, what about your new stuff? Ha, just watch. Swan, bring them over. As soon as Tang Yu heard it was time for her new invention to shine, she became spirited. Okay, no problem. With Swan's voice, the transport brought 2 siege tanks. See, this is my latest masterpiece, the Phase Strike Siege Tank, capable of engaging air and ground targets with an ultra-long range, the ultimate dream of a tank. With Tang Yu's introduction, the siege tank transformed into siege mode and began machine gun-style bombardment from a distance. Yes, machine gun-style bombardment, as the cannon was modified into a phase collapse cannon that required no cooldown. With quick enough hands from the driver, surpassing a machine gun was no dream. Soon, those photon turrets were turned to rubble. Continue forward. Tang Yu charged ahead. By the way, Tang Yu was holding 2 specially made revolvers, Star Shatter class, yay? Yay! Charge! 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 Along the way, many Deathwalkers and Slayers surged out, but they were all taken down by Tang Yu's revolvers, which fired like machine guns. Before long, they arrived at the base of the previous exploration team. I'm gaining access to the Mobius base. All right. I've transferred control of the base to you. I also linked up with the sensing network left by Mobius. This will help you. With Matt's assistance, the base began operating once more. Draken Laser Drill. Gather the power of the sun at your fingertips and drill through that door. Taikis activated the laser drill, continuing to dig into the temple. We need to deploy defensive forces next to the base to protect the laser drill. Jim Reynolds also began to use the base to set up defenses. All right, you stay here and guard. Taikis, take your team. We're going to take down the Taldarim base. Tang Yu directly summoned Takes and the Outlaws team, planning to raid a house. The process of the raid was incredibly easy. Tang Yu's Starbreaker revolvers fired wildly, while Lieutenant Rainer Nikala deployed a barrier, allowing the group to withstand the heavy artillery fire and flatten the Tatterland base. Jim Reno, sitting inside the base, was stunned by the information on the sensor network and could only slowly sneak out the front door while stealing some relics. Chapter 99. The Great Train Heist. Tang Yu successfully obtained the third piece of the artifact, and the testing of the outlaw super equipment was also excellent. The performance of the new phase siege tank was outstanding. Everything seemed to be going well, except for the Tatterlin of Sheer, who expressed that this was a group of madmen. Just 5 people managed to flatten such a large base. Tang Yu and the group swaggered in and out, leaving a wrecked Sheer behind. The Tatterlin of this tribe was furious and planned to retaliate fiercely, believing Jim Reno was behind it all, in their view. Tang Yu and the group were all working for Jim Reno. However, none of this concerned Tang Yu and Jim Reno anymore. Recently, Matt had collected enough resources and Tang Yu's black technology and was planning to start plotting a rebellion. Commander, we have discovered that the Empire has recently restarted the old railway system in Tisanis and is excavating something there. Matt reported the intelligence about the Tyrant Empire to Jim Reno, as usual, but this time the information clearly held deeper meaning. Interesting. Since the Empire treasures what they're digging up so much, let's set out and rob a train. Takes and Tang Yu were likely going to be thrilled. After a moment's thought, Jim Reno decisively slammed his hand on the table, deciding to head to Tisanis to rob a train. What? Rob a train? That's too exciting. Upon hearing the news, Tang Yu was naturally overjoyed. With so much time passed, Tang Yu's strength had long been integrated, and he began researching interesting external objects. This was an opportunity to experiment and study results, which he cherished immensely. Cool. Since we're going to rob a train this time, it's time to bring out my recently modified good stuff. Tang Yu, with a mischievous smile, mysteriously declared the debut of his new gadgets. Soon, the Huberian arrived at the excavation site on the outskirts of Tisanis, and under the newly improved Super Command Center capsule by Tang Yu, a forward base was quickly established. Everyone, clear the way. We're about to land. Tang Yu shouted from above, while Takes and Jim Reno were busy in the base. The crowd quickly made way, and they saw Tang Yu standing on a huge container, attached to a giant parachute, slowly descending from the sky. As the container landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up by the wind pressure. Once the dust settled, a magnificent and massive laser drilling machine appeared before everyone, its drill bit radiating dazzling light under the sunlight, with Tang Yu standing atop the drill bit pointing ahead. True ultimate Draken laser drill, personally modified by Tang Yu. Capable of ultra-high-speed locking and ultra-high-speed energy gathering. It has phase-ripping rays that continuously damage all enemies in the target area and reduce their speed. It can fire converge rays and pulse cannons. Under Tang Yu's control, it can perform purification strikes, the purifier's attack that penetrates the crust. Wow, you actually brought it. I was wondering why I couldn't find the laser drill after we left Sheer. It turns out you took it. Jim Reno was also surprised by the appearance of the laser drill. When Tang Yu and Takes flattened Tatterlin, Jim Reno originally intended to pack up all the remaining items according to his principle of frugality, but he ultimately couldn't find the laser drill. It seemed Tang Yu had casually taken it when he boarded the Huberian. Of course, when I first arrived at the excavation site in Sheer, I immediately set my eyes on that laser drill. It looked like a very promising toy, and it seems I was right, Tang Yu said proudly. Now that everything is set, let's get started, Takes said, unable to wait any longer. Commander, I've detected many unactivated Federation battle tanks near the base. Matt also reported new information at this time. Hey cowboy, those are rattlesnakes. I thought they had never researched prototype vehicles. These treasures can move and attack simultaneously, which is especially useful for dealing with trains. I'll upload the blueprints to the heavy factory. Swan also provided useful information in real time. All right, I'll be sure to collect the nearby rattlesnakes. Jim Reno readily agreed. Such ready-made combat power was too good to pass up. Look, the first train is coming. Watch how powerful my drill is, Tang Yu exclaimed as he directly activated the laser drill. After a very short locking and energy gathering time, the laser drill shot a beam toward the train. With Tang Yu's modifications, the power of the laser drill was greatly enhanced, quickly dissolving the structure of the train. The first train was rendered completely inoperable. Jim Reno took the opportunity to collect the remaining Viper tanks during this time. It seemed that these were all the Vipers in the vicinity, and having them made it much easier to deal with the train. Jim Reno also sighed. Sir, I intercepted communications from the Empire. They plan to attack our base, Matt reported. Let them come. I'll burn as many as they send. At that moment, Tang Yu had already deployed radar at the Empire's military base. Just as Tang Yu finished speaking, he directed the laser drill to start drilling fiercely into the Empire's base. With the trajectory of the laser drill, the Empire's base was being wildly destroyed. Sir, the Empire has canceled their raid on our base. They're busy putting out fires now. Matt brought good news. That's fine. It's Tang Yu's style. Our job is to take down the train. I'm sure Tang Yu will handle the rest. Jim Reno, already accustomed to this, continued to destroy the train with peace of mind. Thus, while Tang Yu flattened the Empire's base outside the excavation point, 5 trains were intercepted. After clearing them out, Tang Yu directly led his troops to construct bunker clusters at the departure point, successfully stopping the trains. Soon, all the trains were intercepted, and Jim Reno also acquired an old federal officer from it. Chapter 100. The New Furslawn prison break after robbing the trains. Tang Yu and Tychus expressed their satisfaction and temporarily settled down. Jim Reno also had time to tinker with the Yahan crystal that Cyrodiil secretly gave him. Ever since Tang Yu activated the Rizal Temple with Cyrodiil and Adonis in Sagaras, Cyrodiil set out to continue exploring the Xel'Naga prophecy. This exploration yielded rich rewards. The old mystic Cyrodiil even found a Xel'Naga shuttle, the Void Seeker. This thing was incredibly fast, catching prey in the galaxy. If Tang Yu were there, it would probably have been taken from him. Having acquired the Void Seeker, Cyrodiil was naturally in his element, roaming all over the star region. Sometimes, he would even venture beyond the star region to seek clues. Since Tang Yu had already dealt with hybrids on Aiur, this time after Cyrodiil fought with Kerrigan and Elan, he headed to Zakul to seek the protectors. Naturally, he met Maul again, but this time he was very calm, thinking he was just a rookie, not even a big green one, daring to come out and show off. During his time in Sagaras, Tang Yu completed the research on advanced hybrids, combining New York-Aloth and Kayla, now forming the Darum. The Protoss of Darum were naturally well aware of the hybrid's capabilities, not to mention whether they could be produced. Due to the values of the Darum Protoss, they likely wouldn't create any hybrids. However, with Tang Yu's help, they developed a hybrid disintegration device. With just one shot, it could directly decompose hybrids into a pile of Protoss and Xur biomass. Unfortunately, the method of making the hybrid disintegration device was in Tang Yu's hands. Although Darum obtained a large number of hybrid disintegration devices from Tang Yu, they were all installed on the Golden Fleet. Cyrodiil, who was out having fun, naturally received one as well, and it was now installed on the Void Seeker. Upon seeing Maul, he directly fired a shot, killing Maul instantly. After that, Cyrodiil also headed to the remains of the Overmind. Although he easily dealt with Maul, the appearance of hybrids not controlled by Tang Yu also indicated the seriousness of the problem. In the end, Cyrodiil still obtained the original Overmind prophecy. But having spent so much time with Tang Yu, the well-informed Cyrodiil recognized that the illusion of Tassadar should be a true projection of a Xel'Naga. Through the Yahan crystal, Reno naturally learned the news, which made Jim Reno feel very strange. Originally, according to the development of events, everything would eventually be destroyed. However, now Tang Yu had entered their lives as an external factor. Not to mention anything else, just the hybrid disintegration device. How could they lose with this thing? Well, in fact, Cyrodiil's visit this time was just for fun, to share some interesting things. After having some free time again, Jim Reno intended to address the issue of the new passenger on the ship. Tosh, let's talk about your situation. What do you really want? Jim Reno called Tosh to the bridge to discuss the issue with Matt. Before Tosh could speak, a communication request came through the communicator. Matt glanced at Jim Reno, and Jim Reno nodded to indicate it should be opened. I'm Nova. I've contacted you before. Tosh and his ghost are both insane. Their excessive psychic growth will drive them mad. Help me resolve the ghost issue. Brother, after all we've been through, I don't want to say much. You think about it. Tosh appeared very straightforward now. Compared to the Empire's executioner, we've been through a lot together. I hope my choice won't be wrong. Jim Reno clearly chose Tosh. Good brother. I knew you could be relied on. I'll prepare to attack New Furslawn and rescue my compatriots. Tosh left excitedly to make preparations. This will be a disaster for both of us. Nova said a harsh word and then closed the communication, just as Jim Reno and Tosh were preparing to disembark. With the airlock opening, a smaller figure holding a spear appeared before them. It was Tang Yu. Jimmy, I remember I told you before that you need to inform me about good things. What's this? Planning to leave me behind to have fun on your own? I would have known if Tychus hadn't come to get new gear. Tang Yu turned his back to them, his tone chilling. I just thought Tychus would tell you while he was getting the stuff. Jim Reno wiped his sweat and said cautiously, Is that so? Tang Yu turned around, his dangerous gaze fixated on Jim Reno. Yes, Jim Reno stammered. This time you passed, but if there's a next time, you'll regret it. Pointing a finger at Jim Reno. Regret it. Jim Reno clearly looked puzzled. Oh, are you interested? I have a special mixed fruit juice made from unique fruits I collected from several planets I visited before. Want to try? Tang Yu's face turned comical, but his eyes revealed a dangerous glint. No, 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 let's skip that. Jim Reno hurriedly refused. The thought of mixed fruit juice from various planets was terrifying. Haha, since there's no problem, let us hurry and rescue my brothers and sisters. Tosh urged again. This time let you see just the tip of my power. Willie, let us go. After Tang Yu finished speaking, he took the lead and set off. Willie floated right behind Tang Yu, following closely. Soon they arrived at the surface of New Furzlan. As a prison planet, New Furzlan had basically been hollowed out, with most of its structures being man-made. There were also many spaceports in space. This time, with Tosh's help, the Hyperions successfully penetrated the security system that had invaded New Furzlan and disabled the outer defenses, allowing them to successfully infiltrate the surface. Upon reaching the surface, Tang Yu held Willie in his hand to show them Willie's new form, the dazzling projectile launcher. Chapter 101. The rebirth of New Furzlan. Tang Yu's landing could be described as a hardcore hard landing. A trail of fire crashed directly onto the surface of New Furzlan, and the enormous sound immediately attracted all the nearby guards. It's an invader, open fire. The security team leader shouted as he initiated the attack. Interesting. Today I happen to be in a bad mood, so I'll take it out on you. Tang Yu faced the rushing guards without any panic, directly raising her Willie. Shining pattern, fire. Tang Yu shouted with great momentum. Accompanied by her words, the front end of Willie began to continuously launch the shining patterns, slightly enhanced ordinary shining patterns, embedded with a few small spells generated from behind Tang Yu, unleashing firepower towards the guards. Bang, 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 bang. Tang Yu moved forward, and all the guards she encountered, whether they were Marines or Raiders, were either frozen, incinerated, corroded, or shattered under the bombardment of the shining patterns. As Tang Yu relentlessly advanced, the guards of New Furzlan felt a deep sense of fear, an overwhelming fear of an irresistible force. Soon, the defense line was breached. What started as Tang Yu moving slowly with the guards struggling to resist transformed into Tang Yu still moving slowly while the guards ahead fled in panic. So what were Jim Reno and Tosh doing at this time? At this moment, Jim Reno was sitting in the newly established forward position, with Tosh and Tychus beside him. So, are we just going to let that girl handle the guard alone? Tosh, who was never present during Tang Yu's impressive displays, was uncertain about her strength. Don't worry, she's a bona fide deity, a being capable of tearing apart planets. She can handle it just fine. Tychus, as Tang Yu's new subordinate, naturally praised her. That's right. We've all seen Tang use incredible power before. We can leave this to her without worry. Jim Reno affirmed Tychus's words. Moreover, when I just got off the ship, I could tell that Tang Yu was not in a good mood. What you need to worry about is whether those guards can withstand her onslaught, Jim Reno said as he took a swig of alcohol. Enough of that, my friend. Do you have any special members in your ghost squad? I'm thinking of selecting one from a ghost to join the outlaws. Any recommendations? Tychus shifted the topic to Tosh's ghost unit. Well, I have a brother named Nax who is imprisoned. He is a ghost with powerful psychic abilities. Tosh recommended Nax after some thought. Tosh had some understanding of the outlaws. Their specially crafted equipment was simply overpowered, and he felt quite envious. Then it settled. Great, another one who dreams of joining the outlaws. Tychus took a big swig of alcohol as well. In the camp, the group was enjoying themselves, drinking and chatting. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Willie switched to high-speed mode. With Tang Yu's words, Willie transformed into a snakehead broom mode. Tang Yu rode on it, and the front end of the broom continued to fire shining patterns, with the firing speed significantly increased. Tang Yu, sitting on Willie's staff, began to weave back and forth among the large groups of guards ahead. The guards felt like they were in a lottery. With good luck, they would only encounter ordinary attribute shining patterns, but with bad luck, they would be hit by an ice feast, and that would take down a large number at once. Thus, Tang Yu kept advancing, quickly approaching the central prison area. At this time, a satisfied Jim Reno, along with Tosh and Tychus and a small squad, began to clear the path along Tang Yu's advance route. Commander, you are about to reach the first military prison. Would you like to make some new friends? Matt's timely reminder appeared. Interesting. Are the guards in this prison all crayfish? With such a commotion outside, they didn't come out. Jim Reno couldn't help but comment sarcastically. All right, Jim, let's quickly liberate them, Tychus said as he charged ahead, launching a grenade. Meanwhile, Jim Reno and his group slowly started to clean up the battlefield. Tang Yu had already reached the main prison area. Let you scum witness true fear, Tang Yu shouted as she charged into the center of the position. Star Pattern Meteor. After many years, Tang Yu once again unleashed the Star Pattern Meteor. A gigantic star pattern, far surpassing previous ones, was condensed, and with the explosion, The floor of the entire core prison area was plowed down 3 to 4 meters, and the ceilings of the lower cells melted away. In the distance, Jim Reno and his group also saw the strong light. What is that? I can feel that it is a power stronger than a fusion strike. Tosh was witnessing such might for the first time and was naturally quite shocked. I don't know, but it must be Tang Yu's doing. Let's hurry and finish our work. Tang Yu should be done by now, Jim Reno said. As expected, when they finished clearing and arrived at the main prison area, they found no living guards left in the entire region. Jimmy, you're here. Quickly transfer what you need. I have my eyes on this planet. Tang Yu smiled, clearly in a much better mood after venting her frustrations. Soon, Jim Reno and Tosh completed the selection and transportation of prisoners, and many political prisoners opposing Monsk were brought aboard the Huberian for transport elsewhere. Before long, Jim Reno, Tosh, and Taika gathered on the bridge to witness Tang Yu's transformation of New Fortson. At this time, Tang Yu had activated her divine presence, standing in outer space, pointing her divine willy towards New Fortson. As New Fortson was enveloped by a golden power, the entire planet began to transform. Tang Yu also created a core consciousness for this new planet, naming it Kindisha. After infusing her energy into the planet, she opened a world portal and threw it in, planning to visit again when she had the opportunity, but for now, she would let it develop freely. Chapter 102. The fall of Haven. The rescue operation for New Fortson went very smoothly, and Tosh happily returned to the Huberian. Taika's also successfully integrated Nax into the ranks of the Outlaws. Due to the recent activity of Taika's, the number of members in the Outlaw group has successfully increased. In addition to Nax, who was just pulled out from New Fur's lawn, there's also Miles Blazer Lewis, an experienced firebat, Rob Headshot Boswell, a hot-tempered miner in specialized mining armor, and Vega, a ghost agent with powerful psionic abilities. Of course, as the new members of the Outlaw group, Tychus's subordinates received Tychus's heartfelt gifts. Blazer, super firebat armor, equipped with a void fuel tank. The flames emitted can spread directly through space, and the enhanced nozzles significantly increase attack range, capable of igniting high-flying aircraft. Focus flames can instantly melt any armor. It also carries incendiary bombs that can ignite the target area and stick to all enemy units on the ground within range. Headshot, super lurk armor, with phase cables that allow free movement over terrain, reference to three-dimensional maneuvering, can pull itself or a target to another position. It is equipped with a rebirth protocol that triggers an instant explosion when the armor is reduced to 0, restoring all armor while dealing massive damage to surrounding enemies. The shotgun it carries can inflict substantial damage on clustered enemies and can switch to a drill mode to instantly tear apart heavy armament. Vega, Web Super Ghost Combat Armor, equipped with long-range optics, possessing orbital vision. It is equipped with a body control device that allows instant control of multiple enemy units with the aid of psionics. The phase trapping device can drag airborne units to the ground. The specialized sniper rifle has conventional sniping capabilities. Sniping skills become regular attacks, usable on any target, including buildings. It also has the ability to link to outlaw satellites for precision strikes. Monk's small nuclear bomb. Nax wears Super Spectre combat armor, equipped with scanning goggles, sensor tower. It carries a psionic amplifier customized by Tychus, releasing ultrasonic pulses that have a larger range, higher damage, and longer duration, while the position of the ultrasonic pulse can be freely controlled by Nax. It is equipped with a specialized grenade launcher with a very fast projectile speed for both air and ground, dealing small area of effect damage. It also has the ability to link to outlaw satellites for precision strikes. Monk's small nuclear bomb. The significant increase in members has put Tychus in a good mood. However, misfortunes rarely come alone. After the arduous migration of Agria, which had finally found a planet called Haven, the Zerg came again, this time bringing the toxic emitter and virus sprayer. It directly infected several groups of immigrants. This news greatly distressed Dr. Hansen. Lord Tychus, please help my people. They are innocent. Since the incident with Mainhof, Dr. Hansen has been studying the Zerg virus, but he has made no progress lately. The mutation speed of the virus is too fast, making it impossible to develop an antidote. Before Dr. Hansen could prepare, an outbreak occurred again on Haven. Forget it. Let's go to the bridge. Tychus, feeling rather troubled, had no choice but to take Dr. Hansen to the bridge. Tychus, what brings you here? Dr. Hansen is here too. Just in time, we were about to notify you. Jim Raynor was quite surprised to see Tychus and Dr. Hansen arrive at the bridge. What's going on, Jimmy? Our sensors have detected another Protoss fleet arriving in Haven's orbit, so I thought it necessary to have you come. Matt took on a role of commentator once again. Since everyone is here, let's open communications. Jim Raynor ordered to connect the communication as everyone gathered. Intaro Tasadar, James Raynor. It's a pleasure to see you here. And of course, the esteemed Lord Tychus. It has been a long time since we last met after Sargeras. I didn't expect you to be on James Raynor's ship. The communication connected, and the familiar face of Cyrodiil appeared before everyone. Long time no see, Cyrodiil. Adonis must be quite busy lately. Being the high priest is tough. Has Rosagao retired? What about Vorazin? Has she taken office? Tychus immediately bombarded him with questions. Lord Tychus, they're all well. However, the reason I came this time is that our sensors detected signs of Zerg infection on this planet. These infected must be purified. Cyrodiil briefly answered Tychus's questions before getting straight to the point. Jim, Tychus, these are innocent civilians. Give me a little more time. Dr. Hansen desperately tried to persuade. But as he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. Since this is a human issue, if you want to resolve on your own, we are more than willing to let you take on this task. Cyrodiil, out of respect for Tychus and Jim Raynor's camaraderie, planned to relinquish the action authority. Jim Raynor looked at Hansen and then at Tychus. What are you looking at me for? If you want me to say something, you go clear out the Zerg base below first. I'll handle the rest later. Tychus directly ordered Jim Raynor. Meanwhile, Tychus turned to Cyrodiil on the communicator. Leave this matter to us. With me here, there will be no problem. Go back and send my regards to Adonis and the others. Since I have your assurance, we will choose to respect your wishes. I will convey your message. Farewell, Lord Tychus. With that, Cyrodiil closed the communicator. Commander, the Protoss fleet has retreated. Now we should report to Jim Raynor. Of course, we need to go down and clear the Zerg. Jim Raynor replied. Yes, you go clear the Zerg first. Then stop the infection from spreading. The rest I will handle. After saying this, Tychus returned to the laboratory. Dr. Hansen, left behind, was at a loss, but finally seemed to make a decision and rushed toward the laboratory. Chapter 103. Fighting fire with fire after receiving their respective tasks. Jim Raynor led Tychus and the others to the surface of Haven to cleanse the Zerg base and seal off the infected camps to prevent further spread of the infection. Tangu began to create problem-solving gadgets in the laboratory. Although everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Dr. Hansen, who was anxious, seemed to think otherwise. On the surface of Haven, Jim Raynor had just cleared a section of the alien bug base when he received a message from Matt. Sir, Doctor, Hansen has locked herself in the lab, and I'm afraid she might do something foolish. Matt's tone was quite helpless. The lab was now locked from the inside, and it would take some time to open it. All right, Matt, do your best to unlock the lab seal, and let Tangu know. Jim Raynor felt helpless in this situation as well. The ground battle was going very smoothly. With new outlaws joining in, the advance on the positions was exceptionally smooth. Nox's ultrasonic attacks wiped out entire sections of alien bugs, and with blazers fired from a distance, several bursts of flames ignited a whole nest. Soon, the infection outbreak in Haven was brought under control. Jim Raynor returned to the Huberian with Tychus and the outlaw squad. At this time, Tangu also walked out of the lab. Jimmy, have the problems below been resolved? That was quick. Yes, everything went smoothly with the help of the outlaws. Jim Raynor replied, very satisfied with the performance of the outlaws. Of course, you can fully trust old Tychus and his outlaws. Tychus was quite proud of this. All right, what about Dr. Hansen? I've taken care of it. She locked herself in the lab, and Matt has just finished unlocking it. We're about to check it out. Wait, I remember I told Matt to notify you. Jim Raynor initially explained, but then realized he had already asked Matt to do so. Oh, did you? I was too engrossed at the time, so I probably didn't hear it. Let's hurry and check it out. Tangu said with a chuckle, and led Jim Raynor and the others to the lab. Upon opening the lab door, they saw Dr. Hansen collapsed on the floor, convulsing and occasionally spitting out black goo from her mouth. I must develop an antidote. I must save my people, Dr. Hansen murmured, continuing to convulse. It seemed she intended to test the toxin on herself to research the antidote, but clearly it had backfired, and she was likely on the verge of transforming into a mutated combatant. Tangu understood the situation immediately upon seeing this scene. What? Although Reno's words were left unfinished, everyone understood. Given the circumstances, they could only use Plan B. Saying this, Tangu took a red syringe from her pocket, approached Hansen, and injected the red liquid into her neck. What is that? The curious Tychus asked. It's a new virus I've developed, which will merge with the host's will and soul, replacing all body cells and possessing a strong ability to evolve through absorption. I enhanced and modified it using the alien bug virus combined with the basic genetic traits of the alien bugs. When severely injured, it can directly absorb organic matter to repair itself. Interestingly, it can generate seeds from the mother body to develop offshoots. Tang Yu explained her creation in detail. The virus's effects are similar to the blacklight virus, but it is non-infectious and absorption won't grant memories. However, the ability to evolve through absorption is greatly enhanced. It can evolve into desired functions by absorbing corresponding organisms, akin to a supercharged version of the original alien bug. While Tang Yu was speaking, numerous black-red, blood vessel-like tendrils emerged from Dr. Hansen's body, wrapping around her entire form as black and red liquid seeped onto the floor. What is happening? This scene was too shocking for the scientifically inept Jim Reno. Oh, it's nothing, just expelling impurities, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. I should be. At this moment, the convulsing Dr. Hansen slowly began to wake up, although she was still stuttering, clearly still adjusting to her new body. You're awake. Why were you so impulsive? You just ruined my plan to reverse the virus concentration in those infected. So I had no choice but to use Plan B on you and turn you into a prototype, Tang Yu scolded as soon as Hansen woke up. Prototype? Transformation? Doctor. Hansen appeared dazed. Did you forget? You injected yourself with the alien bug virus, and you're about to transform. Right? I remember now. I was so anxious that I injected myself with the alien bug virus, but now? Dr. Hansen was clearly still confused, as her current body did not appear to be that of a mutated combatant. Let me tell you about my masterpiece, the Zero virus. Your current prototype body is entirely composed of the virus, possessing virus-like evolutionary abilities, achieving immortality, and essentially signing a contract of servitude with me, serving me forever. Tang Yu then thoroughly explained the abilities of the Zero virus to Hansen. Once Hansen understood the capabilities of the Zero virus, as a researcher, she quickly absorbed some samples and unlocked a series of abilities such as Claw Form, Iron Fist Form, Acid Cannon Form, Psychic Lightning Form, Rapid Form, Flying Form, and more. She truly played around with the evolutionary capabilities of the Zero virus. After that, Hansen went to the surface of Haven and provided seeds to those latent infected individuals, as the completely mutated combatants had lost their consciousness and were beyond saving. However, Dr. Hansen was able to absorb those mutated combatants and successfully obtain the detailed genetic sequence of the alien bug virus, successfully developing an antidote. Thank you so much. Lady Tang Yu, I will serve you faithfully in the future. Tang Yu gained a special subordinate one. Chapter 104. Terrador under the influence of Plan B. The situation in Haven was stabilized. The humans of Haven were among the first groups to gain immunity to the alien bug virus. Dr. Hansen, now a prototype, selected a proxy and continued to stay on the Huberian as Tang Yu's research assistant. Naturally, the special unit composed of prototypes, the Blacklight, also temporarily joined the Huberian family. The life of a ranger was always busy. No sooner had they settled down than the Mobius Foundation sent out a distress signal. Kerrigan had reached their old home, Terrador, and was directly unleashing Leviathan. The Mobius's weaklings were thoroughly beaten and fled in panic, only to realize that their artifact data was still left behind. With no other choice, the Mobius Foundation had to contact Jim Reno's Rangers through Tychus, intending to have them destroy the data core. That's the situation, Jimmy. What do you think? Tychus said, sitting in a newly built conference room chair. All right, since it concerns artifacts and Kerrigan, we must resolve this issue, Jim Reno replied after some thought. Well, this is a case of a timely delivery. Hansen, take your Blacklight squad down and eliminate all alien bugs. I'll handle Kerrigan, Tang Yu said, resting her chin on her crossed hands while wearing highly reflective sunglasses. Understood, I will lead my team to eliminate the alien bugs. So, Jim, the task of destroying the data core is up to you, Dr. Hansen readily agreed. No problem, Ariel. The core of the data is left to us. You can focus on dealing with the swarm. Everything is arranged, and everyone has their roles. The Huberian arrived at Talador under Matt's navigation. Team A will move with me. Team B will clear Zone 2. Team C will clear Zone 3. And Team D will provide support. This is our first operation, so let's perform well. Dr. Ariel Hansen issued orders through the communicator. Understood, 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 understood. As 4 transport aircraft landed, Dr. Hansen's Blacklight team began their operations. At this time, Talador had already been invaded by the alien insects, with fungal carpets spreading across the streets, and sporadic anti-aircraft fire from spore crawlers could be seen. Many thunder beasts and sting serpents were patrolling in cross patterns on the ground. Our target is the main nest of the alien insects. Keep up. Be cautious. And replenish organic matter promptly if life signs drop. After reaching the surface, Dr. Hansen immediately activated her sprint mode and rushed towards the main nest where the alien insects landed in Talador with Team A. Along the way, All the jumpers and sting serpents encountered were directly sliced open by Ariel's clawed hands, simultaneously absorbing them into her body as organic matter for recovery reserves. When encountering large creatures like thunder beasts, the team coordinated their efforts. One switched to a hammer for direct engagement, while another switched to corrosive armor-piercing attacks. After weakening them, one member would transform into a giant blade to deliver the final blow. The collision of the hammer and the thunder beast's single-molecule giant blade produced a sound like metal clanging. And even with the enhanced physical attributes from the Zero virus, the member facing the enemy was knocked back several steps. Nearby, the corrosive artilleryman continuously fired corrosive rounds at the thunderbeast's head and joints. Although the alien insects had strong acid resistance, the corrosive liquid from the artillery was still able to soften the thunderbeast's armor under the enhancement of the virus. On the other side, two team members switched their hands into long whips, linking together to form a massive slingshot, while the third member fused both hands to create a giant blade. Launching himself off the slingshot, the powerful acceleration multiplied the force of the giant blade, cleaving through the softened thunderbeast. As a result, the Blacklight Squad, enhanced by the Zero virus, possessed at least the physical capabilities of a paladin, and as they continuously absorbed the essence of the alien insects, their physical qualities kept improving. At the same time, many new abilities were being developed, making the task of hunting alien insects increasingly easier. On Tang Yu's side, it's been a long time, Kerrigan. Tang Yu was sitting in the chamber of the Leviathan high above Talador, facing the infected Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades. Indeed, since we parted ways on Char, the most recent encounter was when you took one of my brood mothers. Kerrigan, influenced by the alien insects and Amon's will, radiated a villainous aura. Oh, it's just a brood mother. What does it matter? Didn't you gain control over the alien insects with the power I gave you? Upon hearing Kerrigan's intention to collect a debt, Tang Yu immediately started digging up old grievances. Oh, so this mysterious power comes from you? Then I indeed owe you a favor. But can you tell me why you're here? Kerrigan extended her right hand, creating a golden glow in her palm. The same primal power that Tang Yu had infused into her on Char. At the same time, she asked about Tang Yu's intentions, narrowing her eyes that emitted psionic light, staring intently at Tang Yu. Of course, I'm here to hold you back, Tang Yu said without hesitation. What? I thought you would play along a bit. Kerrigan was quite surprised by Tang Yu's straightforwardness. Is it necessary? You should be able to feel that the alien insect activity on the surface is rapidly diminishing. The combat capabilities of my latest creation are quite strong, Tang Yu said with a slight smile, his half-squinting eyes reflecting his happy mood. Are you not afraid that I will order the Leviathan to attack directly? Kerrigan feigned strength. You can try. As long as you and the Leviathan dare to make any move, I will decompose the Leviathan into a pile of small crystal shards. Tang Yu casually pulled out a cup of milk tea and started drinking. Thus, Tang Yu kept Kerrigan occupied, while the alien insects on the surface were nearly cleared out. Jim Raynor's forces, without any obstruction, gained a batch of new members while also successfully destroying, or stealing, the data core. Chapter 105. Typhon. The operation in Talador was successfully completed, and Kerrigan left in a huff, not knowing who would become her punching bag. With Mobius's withdrawal, Talador was also vacated and legally occupied by Tang Yu, managed by the Blacklight Squad under Dr. Hansen. At the same time, Talador was transformed into a black technology factory, specifically producing cutting-edge black technology units developed by Tang Yu. In addition to the super machine gunner, healing medic, phase tank, and the improved firebat, Tang Yu developed a plethora of black technology during this adventurous life. Ravager, equipped with 100 billion level compressed Edmund alloy armor and powered by a void energy furnace. It features an overloaded kinetic cannon sponsored by a logo from the Electro Eel, which can paralyze the target's electronic signal transmission, including bioelectricity, rendering them incapacitated. Due to the hybrid information transmission being void energy, it can only slow down the target. Reaper, the latest flying backpack, enables short-term high-altitude flight, with the carried explosives changed to improved city-busting explosives that can directly penetrate wall-level armor. The combat suit's first aid protocol allows the Reaper to become invincible for 5 seconds when sustaining fatal injuries and to quickly recover from wounds. Inferno Battlefield, equipped with a transformation system, it can transform into a trained hero, with an attack mode that becomes a fan-shaped spray. The armor uses 100 billion level compressed Edmund alloy, making it sturdy and durable. It is also equipped with the latest developed plasma fuel, which directly melts all armor, effectively eliminating light armored enemies and rapidly destroying heavy armored foes. Goliath, the useless machine gun was removed and the drive legs were reinforced and thickened. The missile bay was enlarged, and new phase-locking technology was installed, allowing it to simultaneously lock on aerial and ground mass enemies for saturation missile bombardment. The body, also made of 100 billion level compressed Edmund alloy, boasts astonishing defensive power. The missile bay is loaded with a space device, directly connecting to the base's ammunition depot for rapid fire. The specially made Nightshade missile has a strong corrosive attack ability, continuously damaging the target's armor. Viper. The weapon was modified into a focused energy beam, with continuous attacks causing the beam to thicken, greatly increasing damage and attack range. It is also equipped with a trillion-level Edmund alloy exterior, making it indestructible. The recommendation system has been significantly enhanced, with linear increases in mobility speed. And it has also been fitted with what is called nitrogen acceleration, which is actually a void energy acceleration method for instant speed boosts. Viking Fighter. The body also uses trillion-level compressed Edmund alloy. The double barrel has been powerfully modified into a laser machine gun, directly penetrating all armor and dealing massive damage to all enemies along the line. The missiles in flight form are equipped with a locking system. Once locked, they will carry out continuous bombardment, while the specially made I Want Your Life 9,000 missiles deal large area damage. Medical transport. Well, this one has been broken. Tang Yu directly overhauled it, transforming the original healing beam into a void-cutting ray. The body is directly equipped with a recovery field, allowing allied units within the field to rapidly recover from injuries and gain a 50 damage reduction, while also significantly increasing energy recovery speed. It also features a Mad Leap technology that does not require coordinates or line of sight, allowing for direct transmission with no cooldown. Now, Talador serves as the production center for these black technologies. Of course, to prevent Talador from being forcibly reclaimed, Tang Yu directly dug 8 massive pits on the surface. 2 located at the poles serve as ethnic shield generators, forming a force field that envelopes the entire planet. Without a pass, not even space dust can enter, let alone missiles. The other 6 massive pits house 6 planet-destroying cannons, capable of obliterating a planet with just one shot. These are used to counterattack and buy time, although having these can resolve most issues. After discussing the situation in Talador, Tang Yu, knowing the location of the next artifact fragment thanks to Jim Raynor's copy data, identified it as the planet Typhon. That's it. It looks pretty good, Jim Raynor said, looking at the Typhon planet on the star map. Exactly, all we need is what? The energy of this star in the system instantly increased 50-fold. I've never seen anything like it. Matt was about to say something, but the report from the detector stunned him. What is going on? That means this star is undergoing a supernova explosion, Matt explained. Interesting. So we have to brave the flames of a supernova to seize the artifact. Cool, Tychus remarked, thinking that if he were still his former self, he might not go back now. But recently Tang Yu had equipped him with a new set of gear, and having witnessed Tang Yu's might, he felt confident about these matters. Then let's get going. We need to hurry. Jim Raynor issued the order to depart. At that moment, the communicator lit up once again. Hey, guys, Swan and I have prepared new toys for you, Banshee. I switched to the trillion-level compressed Edmund alloy and improved the stealth system. Now our Banshees have super stealth. Although they consume energy faster, even anti-stealth units can't detect the Banshees. I also enhanced the missiles, which create a gravitational vortex upon hitting the target, sucking in surrounding enemies before exploding again. Exciting, right? Tang Yu's voice came from the hangar. Clearly, she sensed the supernova as soon as we arrived in this star region. She was already waiting in the hangar for Jim Reno and the others. I asked her why she wasn't on the bridge this time, and it turned out she was already prepared. Jim Reno smiled and said to Tang Yu, let's hurry and deal with it. I still want to collect that supernova. The energy of Talador's annihilation cannon isn't great. It can't fire continuously. Tang Yu's statements were still as astonishing as ever. The rest of the operation went smoothly. Although super stealth consumes more energy, Tang Yu can charge it directly. The undetectable Banshees easily destroyed the entire Taladin base, securing the 4th piece of the artifact without a hitch. Chapter 106. Beiana after obtaining the artifact fragment from Typhon. Valerian eagerly came to show off. However, since he had secretly switched employers long ago, even though Jim Reno expressed disdain, he still had to give him face, as they hadn't found the location of the last fragment yet. Although the members of the Huberian initially had reservations about Jim Reno's cooperation with the Empire, Jim Reno's words changed everything. We are working for Tang Yu now. The Empire is just a tool for us to gather intelligence. Do you understand? Should I say it again? With that, all complaints vanished, and instead, they were full of enthusiasm. Tang Yu was very popular among the Huberian crew. Almost everyone had received help from her. Now, hearing they were helping Tang Yu and could also take advantage of the Empire was simply delightful. Changing the subject. Aside from the artifact matters, there was also an issue with the aide who was taken to the Port of the Dead. Colonel Orlon planned to turn traitor. Upon hearing this, Reno couldn't accept it. Dare to betray our rangers. They must be tired of living. He immediately led a large group of high-tech troops to airdrop in, scattering Orlon's forces. Matt also encountered his nightmare, Mira Han. Reno took the opportunity to snag a few fresh vulture vehicles thanks to Matt's reputation. He was thrilled to see his old buddy again. With the exaggerated firepower of high-tech weaponry, Orlon was easily subdued and handed over to Mira Han for safekeeping. The unlocked aide brought today's big scoop with this evidence. Jim Reno could thoroughly disgust Motsk. Thus, Matt stayed up all night to draft a meticulous plan. Matt, are you really okay like this? Jim Reno looked at Matt, who had two deep dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes. I'm fine, commander. I can hold on. You can't imagine how perfect this plan is, he said, but his voice trailed off as he noticed Matt had fallen asleep on the star map in the bridge. How about we talk about it tomorrow? Takes cautiously inquired. Wow, Matt is really pushing it, Tang Yu said, poking Matt's face with her finger. In the end, someone was called to take Matt back to the cabin to rest. The next day, a lively Matt called everyone to the conference room. According to my intelligence, the Empire is researching a new type of heavy combat mech called Odin in Beiana, and it has reached the final testing phase. They're preparing to showcase it in Ka. Our first step is to intercept Odin and then destroy all Empire bases to seal off the news. The rest is up to me. Matt pointed at the mission view and vividly described his excellent plan. Those present either really didn't understand or were too lazy to listen. In any case, most of what was said didn't T-register. However, they understood the key points. First, rob Odin. Second, raid the bases. Understood. All right, let's hijack Odin and set off. As soon as Matt finished, Jim Reno stood up and said loudly. Takes, and the others, who were starting to doze off, jumped up and shouted, charge. Before long, the Huberian arrived at Beiana. In the infiltration, everyone get your weapons ready and go. Takes led his gang of outlaws charging into the workshop. Intruders, activate the security system. Before the guards could finish their lines, Takes riddled them with bullets. Brothers, charge. Enjoy my grenades. Takes was particularly excited in a fight. They soon reached the assembly room. Wow, this thing is amazing. Let me give it a try, Takes said eagerly as he boarded Odin. Meanwhile, Matt remotely controlled the assembly system to begin assembling Odin. Great, now all we have to do is eliminate all Empire bases. Jim Reno felt that things were going very smoothly. High-tech was fantastic. Commander, I detected a large number of battlecruisers at the Empire base. Odin's anti-air firepower isn't very strong. Matt reported the situation in a timely manner. Looks like we're in trouble. Check out my modified Wraith fighters. Equipped with penetrating laser launchers and phase armor systems that can deflect attacks. Let's have some fun. Tang Yu is always so reliable. A few new Wraith fighters supported the battlefield. Faced with the super armor of the battlecruisers, Tang Yu's Wraith fighters fired several laser beams that instantly pierced through the hull of the battlecruisers. The once formidable battlecruisers, which struck fear into people, were easily shot down by the Wraith fighters. Wow, these Wraith fighters are really powerful. Tang Yu, can you help me modify this baby? Takes exclaimed after being amazed by the power of Tang Yu's modified Wraith fighters, hoping she could also modify Odin. It was clear that Takes had taken a liking to Odin. Small matter. As long as you work hard for me, it's just a little Odin. Simple. Tang Yu was clearly very considerate of her own people. With Tang Yu's promise, Takes' combat power increased significantly, directly flattening two bases. Reno's forces began to land in Beiana one after another. As Taikis and Reno advanced, the Imperial bases were continuously destroyed. Tang Yu even wandered around out of boredom and discovered another prototype, the Vulcan. This was a special battleship cruiser, significantly more powerful than an ordinary battleship cruiser. However, it was shot to pieces by a wave of vengeful spirit fighters commanded by Tang Yu, ultimately crashing at the launch point. As for why Tang Yu didn't take it, it was simply because it was too ugly. For some reason, the Vulcan had abandoned its laser cannon array and opted for a large caliber front-mounted machine gun, which was foolish. In the end, with a nuclear bomb strike from Taikis, the operation in Beiana concluded smoothly. Matt utilized all available resources, and the Empire still believed Odin was under their control. As an old miser, Matt cleverly took away all the supplies, disguising it as a robbery, but left Odin and Taikis inside. Chapter 107. Ka. The operation in Beiana went very smoothly, and Odin was transported to Ka, ready for a cruise. Tyches was also taken along inside Odin, while the Huberian followed closely behind. Although time was tight, Tang Yu still managed to install new gadgets on Odin before leaving. A small nuclear bomb manufacturing factory capable of extracting void energy to create small nuclear bombs and reactivating the skull button. Odin was now performing a cruise show on the ground at UNN, with a large number of civilians flocking to the central square to watch. Colorful paper and ribbons floated in the air. Propaganda vehicles filled the streets, and promotional airships flew overhead. Jimmy and Monsk's faces were everywhere. It was Tang Yu's first visit to Ka, and she was very curious about the scene. The planet, once devastated by the Talon Federation's nuclear bomb, was once again full of vitality through continuous efforts, although the outskirts remained desolate. Soon, Matt would seize control of communications, Tyches would create chaos, and we would take the opportunity to build a base and prepare to transmit signals. Jim Renault outlined the action plan. Don't worry, Jimmy. Swan and I have taken care of the new guy, the Thor. It's slightly smaller than Odin, but its firepower is quite impressive. I've also set up 2 modes for it, one for air superiority and one for ground attack, so make good use of it. Tang Yu said while piloting the transport plane, addressing Jim Renault. Really reliable. Now let's see how Tyches' operation is going, Jim Renault said as he activated the communicator. On the other side, Tyches received the notification to start the destruction. Hey little guys, try this. Ho! Tyches began demolishing with Odin, moving forward and leaving a trail of debris and wreckage. With the second nuclear bomb dropping, 2 bases were cleared, and Matt's control time also came to an end. The base was established, and Jim Renault began to broadcast in an orderly manner. Tang Yu discovered a laboratory near the suburbs, where she found a coordinate and secret documents. After greeting Jim Renault, she set off without delay. Interesting, this is actually a laboratory. Let me see the introduction. Beryllium Element Collection Factory. Wow, interesting. Tang Yu complained as she looked at the travel guide given by Matt. Approaching the main entrance, she found the door tightly shut and locked. Oh dear, the door is actually locked. Take this. Saying that, Tang Yu delivered a swift kick to the door. With a jolt, the door remained intact, but the wall connected to it was shattered. I'm coming in, Tang Yu shouted as she walked in. Intruder, activate the security system, open fire. The excellent guards quickly reacted and notified others. Soon, a batch of security forces rushed to the door. Assault Meteor Strike. Tang Yu unleashed a long and used battle mage skill, and a giant energy hand smashed all the guards into dust. Continuing forward, Tang Yu arrived at a testing area. Sensing personnel approaching, the research chamber opened automatically. Interesting. It's a failed hybrid product. It seems that Cyrodiil mentioned others were experimenting with hybrids when he brought the Ahan crystal. I didn't expect to find it here. As Tang Yu progressed, she soon came to a massive chamber filled with heavy engineering units, like siege tanks and landing vultures, Goliaths, and so on. Oh, look what I found, an automated robot. Tang Yu quickly discovered an offline combat robot. She soon had a new idea, directly crawling into the robot's body and pulling out a large pile of parts, which were scattered all over the ground outside. Who knows how Tang Yu managed to pull out parts larger than the robot's overall volume. Soon, she crawled out and kicked the cover up. The combat robot's eyes lit up, indicating it was activated. Let me show you my charge-forward combat robot. With Tang Yu's command, the new combat robot deployed a shield and began to slowly advance, pushing all guards and siege equipment outside the shield. What is happening? What is this thing? I don't know, it's so powerful, we are all retreating. Hurry and stop it. Behind us is the landing pad. What? Clearly, the shield occupied the entire chamber, steadily advancing and pushing all guards and siege equipment onward, with the key point being a landing pad, leading to the cold vacuum of space. If it couldn't be stopped, the consequences could be imagined. No. In with a wail, Tang Yu successfully dealt with another wave of enemies, and of course, that dumb robot also went off into space. Soon, Tang Yu arrived at the core testing area. With another loud bang, this time the door was gone. Entering the laboratory, she casually used her dazzling pattern to knock out the guards, then stood in front of a massive container. Is this the hybrid created here? Isn't this just an ordinary little black one? Boring. Let me see their research data. The hybrid's armor is indestructible. Are you kidding me? Just this? No wonder it's so weak. Saying this, Tang Yu directly opened the container. With a massive surge of psychic energy, the core laboratory became deserted, leaving only Tang Yu standing in front of the hybrid. Hypocritical existence. My master has already discovered you. Your fate is near its end. Accept death. As she spoke, the hybrid swung its massive claw toward Tang Yu. It can still talk. Interesting. Take this crushing strike. Tang Yu delivered a crushing strike with the willy that appeared out of nowhere against the hybrid. Under Tang Yu's power, The hybrid was directly crushed, although not very strong. It seems others are also at work. I should inform Jimmy and the others. With that, Tang Yu left the laboratory, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Chapter 108. Sigma Quadrant. These are the things I saw there. Any thoughts? Tang Yu shared her experiences from the secret laboratory with Jim Reno and the others through the Ihan crystal. Monsk. It's Monsk again. The universe is doomed. It's another mess he's involved in. Jim Reno was clearly very angry about this. Why get angry, Jimmy? You see, the hybrid in the footage was easily eliminated. With Tang Yu around, there's no problem. Tiki's appeared quite relaxed. Ever since Tang Yu dismantled his mobile prison, he had allied with her, living a good life, playing with all kinds of super high-tech, as long as he helped out, but with Tang Yu's equipment, any job was easy. Well, but that doesn't change the fact that Monsk is playing with fire. Cheer up, Jimmy. Didn't Yu just trip up Monsk? Be happy. Tang Yu comforted him a little. Indeed, our broadcast operation is going very smoothly. That old guy Monsk has a lot on his plate. Matt clearly recognized this uprising activity. Commander, we received communication from the competition ship Frol. It's a communication from Prince Valerian. Let in. Jim Reno replied, seeing Valerian's figure appear on the communicator. It seems your recent actions have been quite powerful. My father is currently overwhelmed. Valerian's image transmitted through the communicator. Is that all you came here to say? Jim Reno replied with a cold expression. Of course not. Our team has located the last piece of the artifact. Once we obtain it, our team can. No need after acquiring the artifact. I have enough excellent personnel here to assemble it. We will gather directly in Char. Are you sure? Assembling the artifact is no joke. This is a very dangerous task. Valerian clearly didn't believe Jim Reno's ragtag team had such high-end talent. Of course, you should know the professionals here are beyond your imagination. Tell me the location of the artifact. We will handle it. Jim Reno didn't coddle the young prince. Since that's the case, I'll wait for your good news. But I hope we can securely obtain the last piece of the artifact. After speaking, Valerian hung up the communication. Oh, Jimmy has guts. If it weren't for you, I guess I would have to turn to them for help. Jim Reno expressed deep helplessness while saying this. Hey, cowboy. That little prince just sent over the blueprints for a new Minotaur-class battlecruiser. Swan's voice came from the internal communication. It seems that little prince takes this matter very seriously. Jim Reno had nothing to say about it. Haha, just in time, I'll go tinker with it. And call back my primordial trial. We'll push straight through. I'm sure with my modified battlecruiser, you Rangers can handle any trouble, right? With that, Tang Yu headed for the armory. The crowd left behind also picked up on some information. And it seems at this time Tang Yu was providing them with their final equipment. Soon, the blueprints for the new battlecruiser were uploaded to the Rangers database. Short-range tactical jumps, small Yamato cannon groups, void phase shields, close defense Dragon Knight float cannon systems, and annihilation supercannons. It can be said that the current battlecruisers are truly mobile battleship units, with powerful firepower, comprehensive protection, and annihilation supercannons that can eliminate all enemies, making them an unmatched tool for sieging cities and capturing territories. With Tang Yu's vast resources, Jim Reno was able to quickly assemble a fleet of battlecruisers. They accompanied the Huberian and the Primordial trial returning from the alien system to the location of the last fragment of the artifact in the Sigma Quadrant. Upon arriving in the Sigma Quadrant, the detector discovered the Xelnaga world ship located within the Sigma Quadrant. And now, this Sarnaga world ship is occupied by a group of Taldarans, and the artifact fragments are in the treasure vault in the core area. Why is it always a group of Taldarans? When will it end? Even Jim Raynor feels speechless about this situation. Why bother with so much? Let's go. With that, Tikis took his customized transport and set off with his gang of outlaws. At this moment on the bridge of the Primordial trial, Tang Yu was sitting in the captain's seat for the first time in a long while. With her, he was by her side, serving her tea and water. It had been a long time since she enjoyed such a relaxed life. Let the hybrids cooperate with Jimmy's actions. With Tang Yu's orders given, the factory of the Primordial trial began to operate, producing a large number of hybrids to be dispatched to the platform of the world ship. Jim Raynor is commanding the newly acquired fleet, advancing towards the treasure trove. The group of outlaws on the ground is truly showcasing their unique abilities. Taldaran's forces are being wiped out effortlessly. Even when they deployed large combat units like the Punisher, Vanguard, Blood Hunter, and Destroyer, they still couldn't inflict effective damage on the outlaw team. Instead, they were being pushed back by the firepower of the outlaws. The fleet of Jim Raynor in the sky is constantly bombarding. The most interesting part is the front line of the hybrids. The Taldarim feel quite wronged. After all, They should be on the same side as the hybrids, who are technically their superiors. So should they fight or not? This has led to the Tal'Darim warriors on this battlefield having extremely low fighting spirit, not knowing what they are doing. On Jim Raynor's side, he faced the most intense resistance, as a high-ranking Tal'Darim ascendant directly brought the Death Fleet's mothership to confront Jim Raynor's fleet. James Raynor, you must pay the price for your blasphemy against the artifact. However, as his harsh words were finished, what awaited him was a barrage of annihilation cannons that evaporated him instantly. Thus, Tang Yu successfully gathered the artifact fragments and prepared to assemble them. Chapter 109. Return to Char with the airlock doors opening. The leader of the Rangers, Jim Raynor, entered. Tang Yu, how is the artifact assembly going? Although he appeared calm, his tone revealed a deep sense of tension, as it concerned his second chance at life. Oh, it's you, Jimmy. The assembly of the artifact is certainly no problem. I did notice a minor issue, but it's not a big deal. Just a slight adjustment is all it needs. Tang Yu is currently using a small archaeological hammer to tap on the assembled artifact. Oh, that's good. But what are you doing now? Oh, this? I found that different positions produce different scales, so I'm planning to try and play a song. Tang Yu was tapping around, exploring the scales. All right, as long as you're happy, just let us know when an artifact is ready for adjustment, and we will head to Char to find Kerrigan. Just ding dang yi ue. Jim Raynor felt a bit relieved and left the laboratory. Not long after he left, cheerful music, Becky's theme, began to play from the laboratory. The adjustments to the artifact were quite crude. Tang Yu first enhanced its energy absorption and conversion capabilities, added a highly efficient charging module for the Primordial Force, and installed the Zero Boundary Force module. As Tang Yu completed the adjustments to the artifact, Matt and Valerian received the signal and headed to Char. In the high orbit of Char, aboard the Frost ship. You're here, Mr. James Raynor, and this is Miss Tang Yu. Valerian appeared very composed, and beside him was the veteran General Warfield. This is General Warfield. My fleet will be commanded by him. Valerian introduced to Jim Raynor and Tang Yu. Nice to meet you, General. Although I don't know why Prince Valerian called you. I hope you don't hold us back. General Warfield clearly looked down on Jim Raynor. All right then, little prince. Why did you call us here? To discuss plans? Jim Raynor, noticing Warfield's disapproval, decided not to make things worse. I will accomplish what my father could not, eliminate the Zerg threat, take down the Queen of Blades, and convert Sarah Kerrigan. But I think you'll be more interested in the next step. Saying this, Valerian activated the communicator, and an elderly voice came through. Valerian, you took half of my fleet. What are you planning to do? The voice of Mengsk came from the communicator. Father, today I will achieve what you could not, eliminate the Zerg threat. I don't have time for your jokes. What gave you the courage to come back? Mengsk clearly understood Valerian's capabilities. And what about me, Arcturus? Jim Raynor entered the communication screen as well. James, I don't know where Valerian dug you up, but you should know that you can't escape my grasp. We'll see about that. With that, Jim Raynor turned off the communicator. Then we will meet on the surface, Prince. With that, Jim Raynor took Tang Yu and left. Goodbye. See you down there, little prince. Tang Yu waved goodbye to Valerian and Warfield onto the firepower suppression of Jim Raynor's newly acquired fleet. The Rangers successfully cleared a landing area. Using the command center Tang Yu had provided, they established a forward position. At this time, Jim Raynor, Tychus, Ariel Hansen, and Tang Yu were gathered around a temporary conference table with a hybrid projection of the former Sykes beside them. The center of the conference table displayed the status of the Imperial fleet, which looked grim. Damn it, I told you that a frontal assault was not advisable. They completely ignore my suggestions. Jim Raynor was clearly pessimistic about the Imperial fleet's landing strategy, as the orbital defense forces had greatly strengthened compared to the time of the Dominion. Jimmy, it seems like we also came down with a frontal assault. Tychus directly countered. That's different. We have advanced technology supported by Tang Yu. It was only with this high-intensity combat power that we managed to land. The Imperial fleet's equipment would find a frontal landing to be utterly foolish. Jim Raynor replied directly. All right, you win. Tychus had no retort for Jim Raynor. Commander, the Imperial troops have suffered heavy losses in high orbit. I've detected some landing pods breaching the defensive line that will land near you. We could try to rescue them. Matt's suggestion came directly from the communicator. All right, we won't try to rescue them. Let's assemble a team to hold the position. Dang yi ue. What do you plan to do? After finalizing his course of action, Jim Raynor inquired about Tang Yu's plans. I will send Sykes to provide support for you in high orbit, and the Primordial trial will begin searching for suitable locations to recharge the artifact. Then clear the Zerg there. Tang Yu also shared her plans. Understood. I will follow your orders. Sykes hung up the communicator after receiving Tang Yu's command and went to prepare. Then that's it. Meeting adjourned. Jim Raynor felt everything was in order and dismissed the meeting. As the Imperial drop pods landed one by one, Jim Raynor's forces grew stronger. With Sykes orbital bombardment support, the rescue operations went very smoothly. At that moment, "This is Warfield. My ship has sustained heavy damage and is making an emergency landing. Surrounding Imperial forces request assistance. All right, it seems our old general needs our rescue." Seeing this, Jim Raynor had no choice but to take the assembled forces to Warfield's crash site. With Sykes' assistance, they arrived at the crash site smoothly and successfully rescued General Warfield, although one of his arms was injured by A-spines. Thus, the Rangers and the Imperial forces officially reunited on the surface. Chapter 110. A Fight to the Death? I never expected that the ones coming to rescue me would be you. Warfield, now equipped with a mechanical arm, held a meeting in front of the communicator at the temporary camp. The defensive forces on Char are far beyond what they used to be. It is already remarkable that you made it to the surface alive. Although his words were harsh, they reflected the truth. Exactly. Raynor, you delayed things with your command skills. If only. All right, General, you know that's impossible. Let's just say we now have a common goal. Jim Raynor clearly saw what Warfield was trying to say. Since that's the case, I won't say more. By the way, where is that little girl who was with you? Warfield seemed quite curious about Tang Yu's presence. Are you talking about Tang Yu? She's not just some little girl. While we were struggling to set up the temporary camp, she should have already cleared the core area and moved the artifact to the target point. Jim Raynor's tone was filled with admiration. What? Even the elite Imperial soldiers had a hard time dealing with the swarm, and she could actually clear them out. Clearly, Warfield was quite surprised by Tang Yu's combat abilities. Hey, Jimmy, I've cleared out a base, and I'm regrouping the troops. You guys should hurry over to set up a defensive line. It's going to be a do-or-die battle next. At this moment, Tang Yu's voice came through the communicator. It seems the final showdown has arrived, General. Let's move out. With that, Jim Raynor led the troops of Tychus and Warfield towards Tang Yu's location. Upon arriving at Tang Yu's camp, aside from high ground for placing the artifact, she had also cleared out an area around it. However, looking at the pockmarked ground, it was clear that the marks were mostly caused by the erosion of Zerg blood. A large number of alien insect corpses are now piled up around the outskirts of the open area, and the Blacklight Squad is currently absorbing the organic matter. Tang Yu stands on the edge of the cliff next to the artifact, keeping watch. It is more accurate to say that Tang Yu's troops are here to wrap things up rather than to clean up. The situation at that time was that after completing the calculation for the Primordial trial and finding the optimal activation point, Tang Yu directly activated the divine state in space. She fell from a high orbit and with tremendous kinetic energy created a massive shockwave upon landing that killed all the alien insects at the drop site. Following that, a single strike from her horse, the 1,000-shattering smash, cleared the surrounding area. However, how could there still be alien insects left? Swarms of jump insects, accompanied by cockroach stinger snakes and thunder beasts, surged crazily towards Tang Yu. Yet, with the chaotic dance of the massive radiant dragon blade, she unleashed. It was like a meat grinder, annihilating all the waves of enemies that approached. The Blacklight Squad has been cleaning up here for a while, and the corpses still form a wall on the outskirts, showcasing the grandeur of the insect tide at that time. However, Kerrigan must have realized something, as she has gathered her forces around again. It's truly a mountain of bodies. Jim Raynor struggled to enter the clearing through the makeshift path. It's hard to imagine how such a scene was formed. Even Warfield, who has resisted 5 Zerg invasions, has never seen anything like it. You have to understand, such a massive amount of Zerg either gets blown to ashes by artillery fire or gets buried. This accumulation of Zerg corpses is truly a first. Jimmy, you guys are here. Quickly establish a defense line and start charging the artifact. After saying that, Tang Yu left directly, commanding the hybrid forces of the arriving Sykes and his own hybrid forces. With Tang Yu's enhanced advanced technology forces, Jim Raynor quickly completed the establishment of the defense line. Warfield also recognized the combat capabilities of the Rangers. It was unheard of that a small rebel organization possessed technology even stronger than the Empire's. Activate the charging module. The artifact is starting to charge. With Tang Yu's command, the base of the artifact began to draw void energy for charging. The strange energy pulses sent all the surrounding Zerg into a frenzy, rushing madly towards the artifact. Guys, we must hold the line. Jim Raynor rallied his defense. Imperial soldiers, hold your positions. We cannot let the Rangers outdo us. Warfield shouted in support. Chosen One, eliminate these Zerg. For Lord Tang Yu. Sykes led the Hybrid Legion to engage the Zerg head-on. Blacklight Squad, stay alert and eliminate any stragglers. Dr. Ariel Hansen led the Blacklight Squad, to check for any leaks. Outlaws, follow me. Clean up those pesky tunneling Zerg. Tikis led the outlaw squad to deal with the emerging tunneling Zerg. In addition, numerous executors, escorted by the Solarians and the Holy Judgment flagship, intercepted any Zerg air forces attempting to support the ground battlefield from the air. Even though the air forces were blocked by Tang Yu's super fleet, the pressure from the ground troops was overwhelming for Jim Raynor and Warfield's defense. Sykes hybrid forces, due to their numbers, could not fully block the main Zerg force. Fortunately, Tang Yu's hybrids were there to back them up. However, Jim Raynor and Warfield's line was not in an ideal state, and Zerg units began to breach their defenses, but they were promptly eliminated by the Blacklight forces. Warning: detected level 12 psionic waveform. The Queen of Blades has entered. Suddenly, the aide's alarm sounded. Damn it, it's Kerrigan. She's come down personally. Jim Raynor looked anxious. Don't worry, Jimmy, this is exactly when we've been waiting for. The Primordial successfully activated the support artillery for orbital bombardment. The artifact ceased automatic charging. It was time to end this farce. With Tang Yu's command, the Primordial Trial, positioned in high orbit over Char, opened its secondary cannons and began an orbital bombardment around the defenses. Massive beams and energy projectiles poured down, clearing the area almost instantly. Tang Yu slowly approached the artifact and placed a hand on it. With my primordial power, activate the artifact's strength and reverse the Queen of Blades. As Tang Yu infused his power, the artifact erupted with dazzling light. Unlike the originally deep blue glow, this time it appeared golden. The charging progress of the artifact surged to completion. A vast pulse of pale golden energy swept across the entire area, instantly evaporating all the Zerg, while more energy surged toward the Queen of Blades. After a pillar of light shot into the sky, the Queen of Blades temporarily vanished from the Copperless sector. When Jim Raynor brought Sarah Kerrigan back from the now-ruined Zerg base, it signified the conclusion of this desperate battle. Chapter 111. Sarah Kerrigan. Sarah, I heard you filled the lab's bottom floor with bugs yesterday. Is that true? Tang Yu asked curiously as he sat beside Kerrigan. Yeah, I gave Valerian a little lesson. Kerrigan replied. Before the playful incident yesterday, only Tang Yu was allowed in her quarters, and because Kerrigan couldn't read Tang Yu's thoughts, she felt quite relaxed when he was around. If you ask me, those exterminators are useless. They can only serve as security to check IDs. If it comes to a fight, their combat ability is really lacking. I don't know which genius designed them. Tang Yu expressed his discontent with the exterminator, a name that sounded powerful but had poor combat capabilities. All right, you should consider their perspective. Not everyone is like you. They're just ordinary people, Kerrigan pointed out, clearly aware of Tang Yu's level. Okay, Fina, I'll lower my expectations for them, but if they dare to give those trash names again, I'll dismantle them all. Tang Yu replied, clearly still concerned about those cool names being taken. All right, it's time for dinner. Let's go eat, Kerrigan said, pulling Tang Yu towards the cafeteria. However, just as they reached the doorway, the main entrance suddenly slammed shut, and alarms began blaring throughout the lab. Alert, facility under attack. Please evacuate immediately. Damn it. I was just about to have dinner. This sudden turn of events infuriated Tang Yu, and in anger, she kicked the closed door. With tremendous force, the lab's airlock door was kicked open, and the Imperial agents who were about to breach were sent flying against the opposite wall, ending their lives abruptly. Jim Raynor, who had just arrived around the corner, witnessed a door carrying several agents rushing past him. Sarah, are you all right? Jim Raynor rushed to Kerrigan, concerned. I'm fine, Jim. But Tang Yu seems really angry. Kerrigan shook her head, indicating that she was okay while pointing to Tang Yu, who was pouting. What happened? Jim Raynor looked puzzled. We were just about to go eat, then the door sealed shut, and then she. All right, no need to say more. I get it, Jim Raynor interrupted Kerrigan, having already guessed the general situation. Thus, Jim Raynor led Kerrigan and the still fuming Tang Yu towards a transport port, picking up a ghost gun along the way. Jim, Kerrigan. Oh, and Tang Yu. The exit of the laboratory is blocked by Imperial forces. You must go through the lower levels to reach the transport port. Valerian's communication brought bad news. Okay, we'll be careful, Jim Raynor replied. Oh, and there's another bad news. The lab is damaged, and the Zerg have broken through containment. Valerian relayed more bad news. You don't need to tell me that, Jim Raynor said, watching Tang Yu set fire to all the Zerg at the lower entrance, helplessly. After passing through the lower levels and eliminating many of the bugs that Kerrigan had created yesterday, Tang Yu's group finally arrived at the transport port after dispatching several Imperial squads. Phew, we finally made it onto the ship. Now, we're heading to the launch port. Jim Raynor sighed in relief after starting the transport craft. At this moment, Tangyu was already munching on a big pancake that she didn't know where it came from. Wait, Tangyu, where did you get this pancake? Kerrigan asked, clearly curious. It's my emergency food, Tangyu said, her cheeks stuffed like a squirrel. This? All right. It was clear that Kerrigan didn't know what to say. Be careful, we've left the lab, but still dangerous on the way. Jim Raynor suddenly noticed that the view ahead had opened up, indicating they had exited the lab's range. Look out, it's an Imperial aircraft. A soldier on the transport ship shouted. Let me destroy them with kinetic shock. Kerrigan unleashed her psionic energy in kinetic shock, destroying one of the transport planes. Soon, the transport ship arrived at the launch port under the protection of the group. Tangyu was still munching on that big pancake. After disembarking from the transport ship, Kerrigan noticed that Tangyu was very focused on her pancake, so she had to pull her along. Hurry up, the transport plane is right ahead. Jim Raynor called to Kerrigan and Tangyu. However, just after Kerrigan pulled Tangyu across the bridge, without waiting for Jim Raynor to cross, the bridge was suddenly destroyed by a missile. Looking at the gap of 20 to 30 meters ahead, Jim Raynor felt helpless. Sarah, you go first. I'll take a detour and meet you. See you on the Hyperion, Jim Raynor shouted. Okay, Jim, don't keep me waiting too long. With that, she pulled Tangyu and continued forward. They proceeded to the helipad. This is the Archangel, and we have successfully blocked the launch port. A special Viking fighter landed on their path. Huh, where's this, and where's Jimmy? Finally, after finishing her pancake, Tangyu snapped back to reality. Jim is cut off. He'll take a detour to meet us, Kerrigan explained. All right, then we need to take down this big guy in front of us. Having just eaten, Tangyu seemed full of energy. The long-absent Willie reappeared, and Tangyu slid under the Archangel, instantly rising up to deliver a long and used spinning kick, smashing the Archangel and its unscientific design to the ground. With a heavy smash, the pilot inside was knocked out of his senses. Kerrigan seized the opportunity and targeted the cockpit with a kinetic shock, instantly shattering the cockpit's protective shield. Skillfully raising her gun, she fired a sniper shot, ending the pilot's life. Tangyu and Kerrigan boarded the transport plane safely, leaving only the wreckage of the Archangel behind. Chapter 112. A reason once again, as the transport plane slowly ascended to the Hyperion, it meant that Kerrigan and Tangyu had successfully left the danger zone. When the hatch opened, Kerrigan hurriedly asked Matt and Valerian, "Where's Jim?" Her tone was anxious. "Sorry, we couldn't." Valerian's words were cut off as an angry Kerrigan used her psionics to lift him by the throat. An attendant nearby rushed forward to stop Kerrigan. But it was clear these two rookies couldn't match the power of the super ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, and they were quickly taken down. "Stop it, Kerrigan. Valerian is here to help us." Matt hurriedly intervened. "IFF alarm failure. We are under attack." Bad news kept coming. "We can leave first and circle back to find Jim." Matt has to be responsible for the other crew members. "Do whatever you want. I'm going back to find Jim." Kerrigan ignored the others and left directly. Hey, wait for me. Following you is definitely more interesting than being with them. By the way, Matt, tell Tychus that during my absence, they can go bother the Mobius Foundation. Their leader is messing with hybrids. Bye. Tangyu followed Kerrigan out, sensing through the river of fate that there would be more fun following Kerrigan, especially since she was also preparing to start her research on the Zerg. "Why are you following me, Tangyu?" Kerrigan clearly didn't understand Tangyu's decision. "It's interesting to follow you. I estimate they'll just be slacking off or hiding from pursuers," Tangyu bluntly said about the current situation. "Look, they're building a big cannon over there." With keen eyes, Tangyu spotted the Imperial Army constructing an anti-aircraft gun. "We must destroy that cannon. Otherwise, Jim's ship will surely be shot down." Although Kerrigan already had a faint feeling that Jim Raynor was in trouble, she was still unwilling to give up hope. Soon, Kerrigan landed the transport plane in a field filled with Zerg nests. Sensing Kerrigan's arrival, the adorable worker bees stopped working and gathered around her. Kerrigan sensed through the psionic link that this nest was under the control of a queen. "Who are you?" "I am a Queen Nactal. Rally your forces. I need to destroy that cannon. I am no longer in your position. I will transfer control of the hive cluster to you. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." With Nactal's words, Kerrigan officially gained control of the hive cluster. "So, Sarah, you're going to use the Zerg to destroy the cannon?" Tangyu asked, watching Kerrigan's series of skilled operations. "That's right. With my current abilities, it's difficult to destroy the cannon in a short time. To speed up its destruction, I must harness the power of the Zerg." Although Kerrigan's superb skills could still allow her to single-handedly eliminate the enemy forces of an entire base after losing the power of the Queen of Blades, it would take time. The current situation is that Kerrigan believes Jim Raynor could take off in a transport at any moment, so she must race against time. "All right, You can take your troops to eliminate some Imperial forces first and leave the base to me. I'll also study the Zerg technology in the meantime. After obtaining precise information from Kerrigan, Tang Yu captured a larva and began her research. Watching Tang Yu engrossed in her work, Kerrigan decided to take the troops she had brought with her and go out to stir up some trouble. However, before Kerrigan could set off, an Imperial force approached the hive. Command, we have located Kerrigan. She is in the Zerg base. Please send support immediately. We've been discovered. We need to hurry. Kerrigan felt an increase in pressure. With Kerrigan's help, they easily defended against the Imperial forces' attack. Before leaving the base, Kerrigan carefully inserted 4 tubes. Not long after Kerrigan left the base, Tang Yu developed something great. I did it. I call it the backup hidden larva. Through her research on the larva, Tang Yu successfully developed a nutrient that allows the hatchery to produce a large number of larvae in a short time, though it consumes a lot. So they can't keep doing it. The hatchery needs to rest in between. When Tang Yu came back to her senses, Kerrigan had already vanished. Tang Yu activated her psychic power to scan and found Kerrigan at the entrance of a cave. Several fierce jumpers charged forward, and from a distance, Kerrigan used a crushing grip to lift the suppressing forces at the cave entrance, rendering them immobile. The jumpers seized the opportunity and pounced, tearing the suppressing forces to shreds. With the suppression forces dead, the Zerg in the cave were released. As Tang Yu was idly wasting time at the base, and Kerrigan was busy opening holes to rescue, time slowly passed. Soon, accompanied by tremors and loud noises, countless tumblers erupted from the ground, followed by a vast sea of Zerg. Seeing this, Kerrigan knew the time had come and immediately led a large force towards the anti-aircraft artillery. At the base of the Imperial interception forces, another tumbler emerged, and this time it was the Zerg matriarch, Nactal. With Nactal's help, the artillery was easily destroyed. Humans scattered in panic. The Queen has truly returned. Under Kerrigan's command, the human forces were eliminated once again, which excited Nactal greatly. No, I've turned back into that cold-blooded blade, Queen again. Feeling something was off, Kerrigan returned to the transport, sat in the pilot's seat, and opened communications, eager for Jim Raynor's contact to stabilize her mind. However, things were not going smoothly. This is an emergency broadcast from UNN. The notorious Jim Raynor has been captured today and executed after a brief trial. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. An overwhelming psychic energy spilled from the cockpit. When Tang Yu returned to the transport, she saw Kerrigan sitting in the cabin, hugging her knees, with a broken-toothed jumper beside her. Chapter 113 Kayadiela. Sarah, what is this? Your new pet? Tang Yu exclaimed upon entering and immediately focused her attention on the broken-toothed jumper. It's you. I need to regroup the swarm. Munsk must pay the price. Kerrigan's eyes were filled with malice, a deep hatred brewing within her. It was a profound anger that had transformed after losing hope once again in despair. What's wrong? Why so angry? Obviously, Tang Yu, who had been playing outside earlier, was unaware of the news about Jim Raynor. Forget it. Let's head out now. Kerrigan ultimately did not say anything more, perhaps thinking that Tang Yu was still a child and shouldn't know such painful news. All right, then I'll take care of the broken-toothed jumper. Let's see what I can do to enhance it. Clearly more concerned about the special jumper than why Kerrigan was angry. Tang Yu was excited. Broken Tooth? That's your new pet, and since it lost a tooth, it's called Broken Tooth. What do you think? Tang Yu was quite satisfied with the name. Whatever you like. Kerrigan did not comment further and opened the navigation to directly lock onto the Zerg territory. Alert! Destination is Zerg-occupied area. That's right. I'm going to find them. Kerrigan's tone was cold and resolute. After a somewhat unstable flight, Kerrigan and Tang Yu finally arrived at their destination. A Leviathan parked far away on the cold planet Kaidiel. Sarah, do you have any plans? Tang Yu, holding the broken-toothed jumper clad in a star-like armor, followed Kerrigan out. I will make them submit, or I will kill them until they submit. Once again returning to her old ways, Kerrigan appeared confident. The surrounding Zerg sensed the intruders and naturally gathered around. Just then, a creature with a human-like face and upper body emerged from the Leviathan's wall. Who are you? Clearly, when she reverted back to human form, Kerrigan lost some memories. I am Isha. You once stored the plan with me. Don't you remember? Isha made a gesture of placing her hand on her chest with 2 tendrils resembling twin tails. Of course, what matters is that you remember me. Saying this, Kerrigan unleashed her powerful psychic energy and initiated a psychic link to reconnect with Isha. You are the Blade Queen. I obey. Good. Gather the swarm and prepare to attack Kerr. Seeing the psychic link successfully established and the swarm under her control again, Kerrigan couldn't wait to talk about life with Munsk. The swarm is fragmented and will not respond to your call. The nest here, influenced by the Zerg matriarch, is right here in Qian, and her swarm possesses high-quality Zerg units. We can start from here. Isha, as expected of the swarm's lieutenant, made a very reasonable plan. Great. If that's the case, let's do it. Clearly, Kerrigan, now in charge of the swarm, was still not very familiar with all the affairs. Queen, you can first go to the evolution chamber. The swarm's evolution master Abathur will be working inside for you. Due to the harsh weather in Qian, Isha recommended Abathur's services to Kerrigan. What? Evolution master. Interesting. Quickly tell me where it is. Where is the evolution chamber? Dani Ue, who had been training Broken Tooth to sit and shake hands, immediately became interested upon hearing the title of evolution master. Queen, is this an outsider? Should we eliminate it? After handling Kerrigan's matters, Isha finally intended to address Tang Yu's issue. No, she is my friend. She can move freely within my swarm, and you better not provoke her, or I won't be able to save you. Having witnessed Tang Yu kick open the laboratory's special door and throw the Archangel over her shoulder with one hand, Kerrigan had little faith in the swarm's ability to harm Tang Yu. Although Isha was puzzled by Kerrigan's command, she granted Tang Yu all permissions. Soon, Tang Yu and Kerrigan, under Isha's guidance, took a winding path to a huge chamber, the evolution chamber. A strange creature suddenly emerged from the chamber wall, and it was Abathur. Organism, Abathur, at your service. Interesting. Kerrigan looked at Abathur with great interest. She had never seen such a creature before. Abathur, serving the Overmind, then the Queen of Blades. And now you. I am the Queen of Blades. Different, the Queen of Blades, efficient, pure, powerful. You, infected by a small amount of human genes, delivered to me, transformed, still possessing a powerful body. The straightforward Abathur had no idea he was saying such horrifying things. Don't touch me. Kerrigan was clearly unhappy, and Abathur was directly scolded. Haha, you're so funny. Tang Yu beside them was amused by the interaction. Unknown existence, powerful, irreplaceable, dangerous. As an evolution master, Abathur quickly saw the terrifying power contained in Tang Yu's small body and was quite frightened. All right, don't worry, I won't eat you. From now on, you'll be my assistant. Tang Yu patted the stiff Abathur, directly taking him on as an errand boy. Okay, Abathur, I need to head to Qian to gain control of that fleshworm nest. Do you have any suggestions? Qian, extremely cold like space, anti-cold genes, unnecessary. What is needed now is to collect local native organisms, extract essence, and evolve the swarm. Abathur quickly provided an excellent plan. With a plan in hand, it was time to take action. Soon, Kerrigan, Tang Yu, and Toothless arrived at the surface of Qian. The landing point was near the fleshworm nest. After a trek, Tang Yu and Kerrigan encountered the harsh weather of Qian's ice storm. However, Tang Yu quickly opened a barrier, blocking the blizzard outside. At that moment, a large group of bear-toothed beasts charged out. After eliminating these bear-toothed beasts and their leader, the swarm gained genes adapted to the ice storm. Chapter 114. The first friendly encounter between the Protoss and the Zerg after gaining the ability to move freely during the ice storm, Kerrigan and Tang Yu continued onward, not far from the frozen fleshworm nest. Along the way, Kerrigan also collected some wild, high-quality cockroaches. These Zerg were not under the control of a higher entity, indicating a bad situation. Kerrigan sensed something was wrong. What's wrong, Sarah? Although it could be figured out with some thought, it was still simple to ask directly. Zerg forces are typically controlled at multiple levels by higher entities, and this wild state only means that their controller has died. The situation is clearly complicated. I wonder which faction of the Protoss is in charge here. If it's the Taldarim, just leave it to me. Tang Yu is evidently confident about her standing in Protoss society. All right, then I'll be counting on you. Let's speed up. I can feel the fleshworm nest is just ahead. Although Kerrigan didn't understand what Tang Yu had done back in Saguris, from her tone, it seemed this battle might be avoidable. While she didn't fear battle, wouldn't it be better to minimize losses when dealing with Monsk? Soon, Kerrigan and Tang Yu reached a frozen nest, the fleshworm nest. It must have been exterminated by the Protoss. I will awaken the nest and bring it under the swarm's command. Seeing the frozen nest before her, the probability of the fleshworm being dead was even higher, about 90 to 95%. As Kerrigan established a psionic link with the nest, having gained new cold-resistant genes, revived once again. The Protoss sensed the anomaly of the nest. They discovered our presence. Zerg Deputy Isha sent a warning. It's the Queen of Blades. How did you become a weak human? The communication from the leader of the Protoss Expeditionary Force came over the public channel. I was wondering when you would show yourselves. Kerrigan was unfazed by the mockery. We must inform Saguris. It will send the Golden Fleet and then eliminate you. This made them appear weak and hollow. Hey, hello there. Long time no see. When did you come here? While both sides were arguing, Tang Yu directly interjected into the conversation. You are Lord Tang Yu. How could you be here, alongside the wicked Queen of Blades? The leader of the Protoss Expeditionary Force expressed strong condemnation of Tang Yu's association with Kerrigan. Oh right, you probably don't know, but I previously turned Sarah from the Queen of Blades back into a human on Char. Now she only has her own special psionic powers and my strength, so she should be considered my subordinate now. You don't need to be afraid of Sarah's swarm in the future. Tang Yu maintained her aloof attitude. What? So the Zerg are now under your control? Although there was still some dissatisfaction in their tone, more of it was astonishment and admiration. Just imagine, the greatest enemy for so long suddenly becoming a powerful ally. The feeling is quite strange yet good. Not exactly. Although the swarm is currently disorganized and chaotic, we are still regrouping the forces. However, it should be Sarah managing it in the future, since I'm not very good at it. But don't worry, Sarah Zerg will be our allies from now on. Tang Yu directly guaranteed this in her own name. After all, Kerrigan's main goal now was to kill Motsk. As long as the Protoss didn't get in the way, it would be fine. Since you have your guarantee, we will no longer obstruct you. However, as Kayadiel is our colony, the leader of the expeditionary force clearly couldn't let go of this place. What does it matter? Let's consider it our first joint garrison point for the Protoss and Zerg United Forces, right, Sarah? You'll agree, won't you? Tang Yu turned to look at Kerrigan with her big, bright crimson eyes. Unable to resist Tang Yu's cute attack, Kerrigan had no choice but to return, stating that as long as those Protoss didn't interfere with her, it would be fine. In that case, we will immediately activate the psionic connection spire to inform Sagaris of this news. Upon receiving a definite response, the leader of the expeditionary force immediately began contacting Sagaris to report this news. During the time when the expeditionary force was establishing communications, they also sent a small team to contact Tang Yu. Among them was a researcher named Lathra, who had previously worked under Tang Yu during her research in Sargeras. I'm really glad to see you again, Lady Tang Yu. Your research in Sargeras was truly impressive, Lathra said excitedly as she approached Tang Yu to shake her hand upon arriving at the xenomorph nest. Oh, I remember you. You were the one recording research data in the lab, right? I didn't expect you to become a researcher for the expeditionary force now, Tang Yu recalled, remembering that Lathra was just a data recorder 4 or 5 years ago when she was studying Xel'Naga technology in Sargeras. Soon, the psionic connection spire was calibrated, and with the amplification of the spire, psionic communication crossed the Starry River and linked to Sargeras. This is High Priest Adnis. I have received reports that you have discovered the Queen of Blades. At this time, Adnis had already become the High Priest of the Taldarim with the recommendation of the Council of Light and Shadow, and he was also dressed in a proper outfit. Oh, it's Adnis. Long time no see. How did you become a High Priest? Tang Yu immediately seized the communication rights as soon as it was connected. It's indeed been a long time, Lady Tang Yu. I too have followed the arrangements of the Council of Light and Shadow to take on the position of High Priest and shoulder the mission of restoring Ire. But let us not talk about that now. I heard that the xenomorphs have joined your ranks and intend to ally with the Taldarim. Is that true? Adnis's tone was filled with nostalgia and surprise, clearly unable to imagine the alliance between the xenomorphs and the Xel'Naga. Of course, but it's not entirely accurate. It's just the xenomorphs under Sarah. There are still many independent and wild xenomorphs that are not under our control. However, we will regain control over the xenomorphs. Tang Yu explained the current situation to Adnis. In that case, we trust your authority. We will form an alliance with Kerrigan's xenomorphs, and also be wary of attacks from other xenomorphs. Adnis understood the situation and still held great trust and respect for Tang Yu, the Taldarim on Sargeras. Thus, Kerrigan successfully reclaimed the Nefash's nest, obtaining high-quality roach and baneling essences. Chapter 115. The 4-year-old Zagara, the actions of Kaidiel went very smoothly. With Tang Yu's influence, Kerrigan successfully acquired the Nefash swarm, significantly increasing her power level. Of course, the main planet Char needed to be reclaimed. After completing the integration of the Nefash swarm, Kerrigan drove the Leviathan, rushing towards Char without stopping. On the way, Abathur, under Tang Yu's pressure, also optimized the genetic sequences of the existing units. Jumping bugs, optimized adrenaline greatly increased movement speed and attack speed. They were also equipped with stronger shells. They could load mutant genes, quickly hatch 3 jumping bugs, and leap over cliffs, activating their wild attack power. Roaches, enhanced underground movement and stronger recovery abilities, optimized bile and stress shells. They could load mutant genes with a symbiotic special microorganism in their bodies that paralyzed the target systems, greatly reducing movement and attack speed. They would also inject parasites, hatching parasitic baby roaches upon the target's death. Banlings, enhanced tendons, increased range, adjusted adrenaline, greatly accelerated attack speed, generated auxiliary shells, and optimized abdominal tendons to accelerate movement speed. They could load mutant genes, and their spines could penetrate armor, causing internal explosive toxicity, armor reduction, continuous damage. They could also further mutate into lurkers. Lurkers, optimized special spines, could attack on the ground, strengthen the toughness of the spines, and greatly increased attack range. The material of the specialized spines was tailored to tear through heavy armor. There are also others, such as the twin spawn worker, enhanced net bugs, mutagenic fungus, automated extraction chambers, and so on, which will not be detailed here. At the same time, Kerrigan, under Tang Yu's psionic training, mastered new abilities. Chain psionic lightning. Attacks could chain infinitely to targets within the attack range, dealing 100 damage per normal attack. Essence absorption. Absorbed the target's essence during attacks, restoring her own. Essence surge. Stimulated the essence with powerful psionics, restoring herself and nearby allies' injuries. Ascendant ray. Gathered the primal power within her body to form a ray, delivering devastating strikes to all targets in a straight line. After learning this move, the proportion of primal power within Kerrigan greatly increased. My queen. The swarm on Char has been led by the broodmother Zagara, who has been leading the swarm to battle against the Empire's army since you were taken away from Char. Isha informed Kerrigan about the situation on Char. Our reconnaissance indicates that broodmother Zagara is entrenched in the acidic marsh, hoarding a large number of eggs there. She intends to collect these eggs to deal with the Imperial army. In that case, let us see who can collect the eggs faster, Kerrigan said confidently and disdainfully. Sarah, I want to go too. I just upgraded the equipment for Toothless. You go collect the eggs, and I'll flatten Zagara's nest. Tang Yu had just used the equipment provided by the Kaidial Expeditionary Force to upgrade Toothless. The powerful psionics infused into it, paired with a complete set of specially made armor. Now, Toothless could be said to be a formidable jumping bug. The original 2 claws were incredibly sharp, and with the addition of 2 psionic claws, it doubled the fun. At the same time, the now powerful Toothless could also unleash psionic storms and perform lightning shield baths. Soon, Kerrigan brought Tang Yu to the nest established in Char's acidic marsh. The base was located next to a huge pool filled with green viscous liquid. My queen, these are the hatcheries. As long as we collect enough eggs and place them in the hatchery, we can accelerate their hatching, Isha explained clearly as always. Great. I will collect the eggs, and then we could drive the Imperial forces out of Char. It was evident that Kerrigan was very unhappy about her homeland being occupied by the enemy. My queen, broodmother Zagara, is leading her forces to attack the nest. Just as they were discussing their plans, Zagara came over to engage in combat. You are not the Queen of Blades. You are just a weak human. Leave Char immediately, or this will be your grave. Zagara began to threaten as soon as she approached Kerrigan's base. However, before Zagara could launch an attack, a large number of toxic banlings erupted from the ground and rolled directly toward her. With a sizzling sound, all the minions led by Zagara turned into a mixture of organic matter and acidic liquid. Zagara herself was severely injured and retreated through the deep trench to return to her base. Sarah, was there an attack just now? Tang Yu had been studying the hatchery when she heard the shouting and turned to find several round toxic banlings outside the now empty base door. Nothing. You can continue your research, Kerrigan said, holding her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. This kind of death was truly unprecedented. By the way, Isha, when was Zagara born? I didn't see any brood mothers when I came to Char 5 years ago. The first one I saw was the one I caught myself on Monolith. Tang Yu suddenly remembered this crucial question. Lady Tang Yu, broodmother Zagara was the first broodmother created by the Queen 4 years ago. Although Isha still had some complaints about Tang Yu, she would naturally follow Kerrigan's orders earnestly. Does that mean Zagara is only a 4-year-old girl now? Tang Yu immediately thought of the key point and jumped up. Kerrigan, who was beside her, heard this news for the first time and pondered for a moment. Although according to the ecology of the Zerg, it shouldn't be calculated this way. If we were to consider it from a human perspective, Zagara was indeed just a 4-year-old girl. Unintentionally, she had a stray thought, and Kerrigan quickly shook her head to refocus on collecting the eggs. All right, Tang Yu, don't worry about these trivial matters. Kerrigan was clearly quite helpless about Tang Yu's extraordinary thinking. How can this be trivial? These are the truly interesting parts, okay? Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. Let's go. Broken Tooth. Time for relocation. With that, Tang Yu led Broken Tooth straight to Zagara's base. With Tang Yu's combat power and the recently super-evolved Broken Tooth, the two directly cornered Zagara in her base. You just send some minions to kill me. If you have the guts, let me out and see whose speed is faster. Stuck in her base, Zagara had no choice but to seethe with frustration. Kerrigan smoothly collected enough Zerg larvae without any interference, directly hatching a large number of troops to block Zagara's doorstep. The 4-year-old Zagara had never seen such a display. How can you control so many Zerg? Zagara questioned in confusion. Because I am the Queen of Blades. I am the Swarm. Chapter 116. Chars belonging under Kerrigan's swarm assault. Zagara finally surrendered and returned to Kerrigan's command once again. Of course, due to the special neural pathways of Zagara, Kerrigan planned to train her as a subordinate leader. Zagara was also eager to learn and was sent by Kerrigan to find Abathur for enhancements, modifications, several times, which caused her some pain. During this time, Tang Yu has also completed the modification of the poison exploding worm, giving it stronger lethality and splash range. The acidic liquid it emits can even heal nearby allies, making it quite useful. Zagara, you've been engaged in battle with General Warfeld during this period. Share your insights. Kerrigan looked at Zagara with a cold, yet somewhat expectant gaze. Since you were taken away from Char, the swarm suffered heavy losses in that battle, and the Imperial forces took the opportunity to control the Zerg network, heavily garrisoning it. Warfeld and I started competing for control of the Bone Trench, although, at the beginning, due to the Imperial forces dividing their troops to guard it, my army gained the upper hand. However, Warfeld received support from a Gorgon-class battlecruiser from the Empire, which directly suppressed our advance. Zagara's tone was filled with bitterness. It seemed they had suffered greatly. The underground Zerg network is heavily guarded, while the surface is under the control of the Gorgon. Comparatively, it is easier to break through on the surface. In comparison to the heavily guarded Zerg network, as long as the heavily relied upon Gorgon is destroyed, the defensive strength can be shattered. But what about the Gorgon, my queen? Zagara's trembling voice clearly indicated the psychological shadow the Gorgon had cast on him. This question is crucial as it relates to the contest for the Bone Trench. After carefully observing the environment of the Bone Trench, Kerrigan discovered a solution. We can utilize those exploding mosquito nests and activate them with fungal mats. They will destroy the Gorgon. Kerrigan clearly had confidence in this plan. Hopefully, those exploding mosquito nests can take down the Gorgon. It seems Zagara is quite fearful of the Gorgon's strength. Sarah, you're going to fight the air units, right? I'll clear the Zerg network. Tang Yu, seeing Kerrigan take on a surface offensive, directly planned to tackle the more difficult Zerg network, as challenges make it interesting. After saying this, Tang Yu left with her now twice-sized Broken Tooth. My queen, will it be okay to leave the Zerg network to her? Zagara clearly had concerns about Tang Yu going alone. Oh, and with a dog, to the heavily guarded Zerg network. It seems you've forgotten who trapped you in the base that day. Kerrigan's words immediately silenced Zagara. It was also back then, after making tough threats, that he was cornered at his doorstep by Tang Yu and killed repeatedly. If it weren't for Zagara's quick escape, he would have been killed several times already. After assigning the tasks, Kerrigan took Zagara and her swarm to the Bone Trench to destroy the Gorgon. Tang Yu led the team, with the Broken Fong, to push through the Zerg tunnel network. In a world line without Tang Yu, Jim Raynor originally flooded the tunnel network with lava. However, this time, thanks to Tang Yu's powerful forces, both the Air Force and the tunneling Zerg were able to push through directly, preserving the tunnel network. This also meant that when the Imperial forces occupied Char, they had to send heavy troops to guard the tunnel network. Although initially, the Imperial forces faced difficulties in the Bone Trench due to divided units. Everything improved after the arrival of Gorgon. However, none of that mattered now, because it was Tang Yu who came to conquer the Bone Trench, along with her new pet, Broken Fong. Broken Fong had now doubled in size, but its mass was 50 times greater than before, with high-density compressed muscle tissue granting it devastating explosive power. The new material of its shell allowed Broken Fong to ignore attacks below the level of Yamato cannons. However, since the tunnel network was underground, the strongest combat unit of the Imperial forces was just a Thor. Of course, they had also introduced a new combat unit, the War Wolf, but unfortunately, their firepower was still insufficient. The entire tunnel network was complex, with the Imperial forces setting up sentries at every traffic junction. Several siege tanks, along with Thors and War Wolves, and dense bunker clusters making the tunnel network impenetrable. However, none of this mattered to Tang Yu and Broken Fong. Fully enhanced, Broken Fong charged directly at the positions, completely ignoring all countermeasures. It was simply devastating, while Tang Yu followed behind to eliminate the remaining forces one by one. Tang Yu's actions went very smoothly, with technological superiority leading to an easy victory. Meanwhile, on the surface, Gorgon's operations were also going very well. The enhanced spine crawlers could even deal effective damage to Gorgon, let alone the defending troops. Under Kerrigan's leadership, the Zerg successfully spread the creep across the entire bone trench, and all the infestor nests were activated, destroying all Gorgon-class battlecruisers in the bone trench. With both fronts successfully conquered, Warfield had no choice but to retreat to his fortress. When Kerrigan and Tang Yu reunited in front of Warfield's fortress, Warfield was taken aback. He never expected to see Tang Yu and Kerrigan together. Dan Yi Ue, how would you be with this thing? Have you considered Rainer's feelings? Warfield intended to seek Tang Yu's help. However, before Tang Yu could respond, Kerrigan's furious voice rang out. You have no right to discuss Jim. You have no idea what your foolish emperor has done. We have nothing to say. It's either you die or I die. After saying this, Kerrigan directly ordered the attack. A massive number of banlings blew the gates open, followed by a continuous surge of roaches, spine crawlers, and jumping bugs toward the fortress. Faced with the overwhelming Zerg swarm, Warfield had no choice but to use his trump card, a nuclear bomb. But everything ended with Tang Yu's guidance. When Kerrigan sensed the fusion missile, she fired an ascendant beam at the launch silo, destroying it immediately. And thus Warfield lost his last card. The Imperial forces scattered and fled, and Warfield ultimately stayed behind for his soldiers, dying at Kerrigan's hands. The other survivors were spared by Kerrigan out of respect for Jim Raynor. Thus, Char, the home planet of the Zerg, was once again under their control. And with Char's forces, Kerrigan's army also gathered some troops, while the remaining Zerg factions continued to return. At this moment, a guest unexpectedly arrived at Leviathan. Chapter 117, Xeris. With Xeris reclaiming Char, Kerrigan could finally take a good rest. Dina also received a vacation from Tang Yu and returned to Kerrigan's side to rest. However, it was clear that someone did not want Kerrigan to rest. The unique psionic communication of the Protoss echoed in Kerrigan's lounge. Sensing the psionic fluctuations in the shadows of the room, Kerrigan recognized the visitor's identity. Xeridol, accompanied by a surge of psionic energy erupting from Kerrigan. Xeridol's figure was pulled out from the shadows. Seeing this, Kerrigan immediately threw a straight punch, causing Xeridol to cave in and crash against the wall. What are you here for? Kerrigan relentlessly pursued, launching a series of attacks at Xeridol. However, Xeridol did not counterattack, merely blocking Kerrigan's assault. What do you want? Seeing that Xeridol was not retaliating, Kerrigan intensified her offensive, but still could not overcome the experienced Xeridol, who seized on a gap. Xeridol's hand directly caught Kerrigan's head, and a psionic influence was infused into her mind. Trust. That was Xeridol's answer. Under the influence of Xeridol's psionics, Kerrigan saw a distant planet, Xeris, the origin of the Zerg, where they were altered and forced to evolve into tools of powerful beings. However, a few primitive Zerg had survived and continued to evolve. You must go to Xeris to obtain its power. Xeridol's thoughts and ideas were conveyed to Kerrigan's mind through the psionic infusion. Thus, Kerrigan learned of Xeris' existence. Just then, the door to the chamber opened, and Tang Yu rushed in. Haha, I knew it was you, old mystic. Tang Yu sensed Xeridol's psionic fluctuations and immediately came over. After all, the last time Xeridol visited Jim Raynor, Tang Yu was busy with experiments and did not meet with Xeridol. But this time, she definitely wanted to catch up. So it's Lord Tang Yu. I didn't expect you to be here. Xeridol was clearly surprised to see Tang Yu with Kerrigan. Don't you know? All right, you really don't know. When I left, you started chasing some prophecy. You should know that now Kerrigan has signed an alliance contract with the Tal'Darim thanks to my mediation. Tang Yu's hands were on her hips, feeling quite proud. What? You were already prepared and realized the arrival of the Dark Ones. The alliance between Kerrigan's Zerg and the Protoss will be our best support for the final battle. Thank you for your efforts. Xeridol was clearly pleased with this news. The early alliance could effectively secure both sides' forces for the final battle. So what are you here for? To catch up with Sarah? That doesn't seem right. You should have conflicts. Tang Yu was so focused on catching up with Xeridol that she didn't notice why Xeridol was here to see Kerrigan. I came to guide Kerrigan to the origin of the Zerg, Xeris, to obtain Xeris' power. Xeridol had nothing to hide from Tang Yu, as she had helped him a lot in the past. I see. Then Sarah, let's go to Xeris. There, I can share more power with you. With Tang Yu's decision, Kerrigan did not refute and led Leviathan and the nearby Void Seeker to Xeris. outside the copperless sector. After a period of travel, Kerrigan and Tang Yue finally arrived at the lush planet of Xeris. Is this really the origin of our Zerg? It's incredible. The young Zagara was amazed by the environment of Xeris. I can sense that there is no aging phenomenon here. Kerrigan observed something marvelous through psionics. What? How is this possible? Zagara expressed deep skepticism. What's so surprising about this? They are evolving all the time, and the speed of evolution far exceeds the speed of aging. They either evolve or get hunted. It's strange if they age. Tang Yue, who was playing with Dinta, explained the essence of the phenomenon. Kerrigan, is your heart still filled with hatred, willing to give up everything for revenge? At this moment, Xeridol appeared before Kerrigan again. Of course, my hatred for Minsk will never fade. At this point, hatred reignited in Kerrigan's eyes. Good, you're on the right track and no longer need my guidance. With Lord Tang Yue's guidance, I am very relieved. After saying this, Xeridol turned to leave, bidding farewell to Tang Yue before driving the Void Seeker away. Xeridol is still so cryptic. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Sarah, I sense an old thing. It must be the wise one on this planet. Once we wake it up, we'll know where the power you need is. Tang Yue clearly saw through Xeridol, but the key now was to help Kerrigan obtain power. I can also sense that ancient aura. On such a planet, the one who has lived long must be a super hunter. Let's set off. Kerrigan also sensed the presence of that aura. Soon, the group arrived in that area. There was an open space, which was rare in the struggle-filled Xeris. This proved that a powerful existence was nearby. After discussion, they gave it a nickname, the Ancestor. Queen, we have established a base near the Ancestor. Collecting the essence of the surrounding steelbacks can awaken the Ancestor. The considerate Isha had also arranged everything. However, things were clearly not that simple. Listen, outsiders. I am Balak. This territory belongs to me, and the essence belongs to me. I will destroy your swarm and devour your essence. Don't think about awakening the Ancestor. At this moment, the leader of the primitive Zerg on Xeris issued a declaration of war. It seems things are not that simple. Kerrigan couldn't help but sigh. Sarah, this is more interesting. Just fighting steelbacks is boring. Tang Yue was rather pleased with this. Chapter 118, Zul'jin. Balak's declaration of war had been issued, and Kerrigan began preparations. First, she led her troops to eliminate the steelbacks in the surrounding area and dispatched worker drones to start gathering. In fact, rather than gathering, it was more about cutting the dead steelbacks into suitable meat chunks and then feeding them to the Ancestor. Kerrigan's actions went very smoothly, which was certainly not what Balak wanted to see. He directly sent his troops to intercept Kerrigan's actions. Fortunately, Tang Yue was there to stop them. To ensure the success of this feeding operation, Kerrigan specifically sought Abathur to optimize the genes of the aberrant dragons. With the aberrant dragons, the swarm now had a highly mobile combination of dragon dogs. Among them, Kerrigan led a strike team composed of cockroaches and spine serpents to encircle the steelbacks, while also collecting those pools containing high concentrations of essence scattered around the planet. Tang Yue led the highly mobile dragon dog unit to intercept Balak's forces everywhere. Haha, Sarah, this Balak is too foolish. All his troops have been intercepted by me. Anyway, he's so weak, we could try to speed things up. In response to Balak's almost mindless actions of sending troops to their deaths, Tang Yue suggested increasing the pace. Kerrigan readily agreed, eager for revenge and unconcerned about speeding things up. However, Balak was not pleased. Your arrogance is unbearable. Xeris will consume you. In a fit of rage, Balak chose to take the field himself, disregarding whether it would attract the attention of the Zerg over mind. Kerrigan's swarm was clearly aimed at awakening it. Pitiful swarm. Let me handle this personally and treat my kind with your essence. Balak charged directly at Kerrigan's nest with a large contingent of troops. In the classification of primal Zerg mutations, Balak should be considered a high-level evolution of the Thunder Beast category. Therefore, he had a robust physique and strong forelimbs. However, Balak's advance was not smooth. He was intercepted by Tang Yue halfway through. Tang Yue directly sent his dragon and jumping bug units to hold back and eliminate Balak's primal Zerg troops. Meanwhile, Tang Yue confronted Balak himself. Big Doggy finally couldn't hold back. Let me teach you what it means to obey. Balak, already furious, faced Tang Yue's masterful taunts. Even though Zerg faces do not show expression, one could tell from his heavy breathing that Balak was genuinely enraged. In a fit of rage, Balak lunged at Tang Yue. But being the clumsy one that he was, this leap was incredibly slow without sufficient acceleration. Tang Yue simply sidestepped, and in that instant, Willy appeared in his hand, delivering a spectacular dragon tooth strike directly into Balak's kidneys. As soon as the Dragon Tooth struck, Tang Yu followed up with a Rondo staff move, using his incredible strength to slam Balak to the ground. The massive impact caused Balak to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. However, before Balak could react, Shatter, accompanied by Tang Yu's words, a shatter move sent Balak crashing into a nearby cliff, creating a significant dent. Tang Yu certainly wouldn't let Balak off the hook. He leaped high and aimed a spiral kick at Balak's soft abdomen. This kick, infused with a large amount of psionic energy, completely detonated the wound on Balak's kidney area. If the massive influx of psionic energy couldn't be withstood, it would explode like a bomb. With a bang, Balak's life came to an end. On his way back to the nest, Tang Yu dashed into a bush and pulled out a massive primal Zerg. "Who are you? What are you doing spying here?" Tang Yu, using his energy to float high, grabbed the primal Zerg by its tail and held it upside down in midair. "I am Dhaka, the Essence Predator. Your power is immense. Following in your footsteps can gather more essence. I was observing your strength, but just got discovered." Dhaka, a loner, had witnessed the entire battle between Tang Yu and Balak and felt that following Tang Yu would lead to great opportunities. "All right then, you can be my little brother from now on. Go follow Sarah for now. I'll call on you when I need you later. Don't be unhappy. You can gather plenty of essence by following Sarah." Thus, Dhaka was taken in by Tang Yu to Kerrigan. When they returned to Leviathan, Kerrigan was in conversation with the Zerg Overmind, Zul'jin. "I'm Zul'jin, the oldest Zerg. Xurus, the birthplace of the Zerg. Long ago, a powerful being arrived at Xerus. Here, in the ancient hatchery, the birthplace of the Zerg, the Overmind was created. It was used to corrupt the Zerg, binding their thoughts under a single will." From Zul'jin's words, Kerrigan finally understood the origin of the Zerg. After Amon's plan against the Protoss failed, he came to Xerus, using the ancient hatchery to create the Overmind and transformed the Zerg into their current form. However, in the end, Amon's host was destroyed by the Overmind, forcing Amon's will to return to the Void, and such disturbances led to his being trapped by other Xel'Naga in the Void. And thus, the Zerg emerged like beasts. Enough with the useless talk. I'm here for power. Clearly, Kerrigan had been listening to Zul'jin's rambling for too long and was losing patience. "You want to enter the ancient hatchery. If you can survive, you can become one of us and gain the power of Xerus." Zul'jin revealed the method to gain power, which was to join. "Sarah, I'm back." At this moment, Tang Yu also entered the chamber, followed by Dhaka. Zul'jin, who had not yet left, immediately noticed Tang Yu and sensed the despairing aura reminiscent of Amon's descent upon Xerus. Upon seeing Tang Yu conversing with Kerrigan, he quietly left, not bothering to hide from Dhaka behind Tang Yu. "Tang Yu, you're back. It seems Balak has been dealt with. Who is this?" Kerrigan was clearly very interested in Dhaka. "This is my new little brother, Dhaka. For now, he will follow you. All he wants is to hunt for essence." Tang Yu briefly introduced Dhaka. "Your essence is extremely weak, but you have potential. I currently do not acknowledge you." Dhaka, although impressed by Kerrigan's humanoid form, did not recognize her. "We'll see about that." Kerrigan naturally did not back down either. Chapter 119. Breaking the Cocoon and Rebirth under Zul'jin's guidance. Kerrigan arrived at the location of the primal hatchery. This time, Kerrigan was leading a retaliatory development of Abathur, the swarm host. Why is it called retaliatory development? That's quite amusing. Due to the previous battle against Balak, the primal Zerg mutated a long-range combat unit based on the Spore Crawler, and Abathur expressed that only he could copy others. No one else could copy him. He was furious that the primal Zerg had mutated a super Spore Crawler. Therefore, upon discovering the swarm host, Abathur quickly replicated a swarm host, showing great determination. The primal Zerg were attacking, commanding the swarm host to take root and resist the primal Zerg forces. Abathur also boasted about his superb mutation techniques, clearly confident in this swarm host. Of course, the swarm host did not disappoint. The small locust produced had astonishing combat power, and the best part was that it was free. Soon, Kerrigan arrived at the edge of the primal hatchery. "Sarah, are you really going in?" Tang Yu asked Kerrigan, looking at the green liquid-filled pool before her. "The primal hatchery contains immense power. The queen's body cannot withstand it. I suggest keeping your distance." Abathur offered a prudent suggestion. "The queen's wrath is even stronger. I will gain the power of Xerus and then return anew." It seemed Kerrigan had made up her mind. Tang Yu had nothing to stop her. "All right then, Sarah, I will inject my power into you while you metamorphose, and how far you can reach will depend on yourself." Tang Yu had no choice but to support Kerrigan's decision, granting her greater power. Kerrigan slowly approached the center of the transport incubation pool and several chitinous membranes extended upward, gradually wrapping around her. When Tang Yu saw the membranes completely enveloping Kerrigan and beginning to pulse rhythmically, she knew that the transformation had begun. Under Tang Yu's control of power, streams of energy from the Primordial and the Void converged into her hands. Tang Yu acted like a transfer station, channeling the energy through her other hand slowly into Kerrigan's chrysalis. Under the influence of this energy, the chrysalis was coated with strands of gold. While the transformation was taking place here, the primal Zerg would not wait for Kerrigan to complete her evolution. Balak's remaining forces began to gather towards the primal hatchery. The brood mother Zagara, the queen, and Tang Yu were focused on the transformation, so we should strengthen our defenses to protect the chrysalis. Isha, the Zerg lieutenant, suggested to the temporary leader of the Zerg, Zagara. Don't worry, I will build a defense line, hatch Zerg hosts, and protect the chrysalis. Zagara moved towards the direction where Balak's forces were gathering to organize the defense. At that moment, the ground trembled, and Dhaka emerged from within. I have come to reinforce. My brood will protect Lord Tang Yu's safety. Dhaka also joined the battle to protect Tang Yu, while also safeguarding Kerrigan's chrysalis. Listen well, insignificant Zerg. Although you have killed Balak, his brood still exists. The territory belongs to me, and the essence also belongs to me. You will be used to entertain my brood. A strange voice intruded into the communication channel. This was the primal leader, Yagzar. It was clear that Dhaka recognized this primal Zerg leader. Yagzar's brood was gathering at another location in the basin, and soon, Yagzar's brood and Balak's forces began to engage in battle in the center of the basin. Isha was evidently concerned about the current situation. Let them go. Our task is to protect the chrysalis with peace of mind. Zagara was still very clear about her responsibilities. Next, Zagara continuously gathered resources and produced Zerg hosts. Under her leadership, they kept Balak's attacking forces at bay on the high ground. Dhaka's forces were also remarkably powerful, and their defense was quite excellent. Yagzar's forces made no progress. However, things soon changed. Whether it was coordinated or not, both sides began their attacks simultaneously, increasing the pressure on the defense significantly. The detected incubation pool contains highly active energy that can hatch locusts to repel the enemy. Abathur brought good news. Unfortunately, due to both forces holding their respective sides with strong defenses, the opposing side could not break through. All right, everything remains the same. After all, Balak's forces were merely remnants, and they quickly fell in the struggle, being continuously consumed by Yagzar's brood. In the end, they were completely worn down. You despicable Zerg are still here. My brood will tear you to pieces. Once the territorial struggle was over, Yagzar could concentrate his forces on dealing with the Zerg. Instantly, countless primal Zerg began to gather around the basin. With the absence of Balak's forces restraining them, Yagzar's forces could now surround the Zerg base from all directions. The intense assaults from all sides increased the defensive pressure on Dhaka and Zagara. It seemed they were about to collapse. Just then, Tang Yu's energy transmission was complete, and it was now up to Kerrigan to digest it herself. At the same time, Kerrigan's chrysalis had also opened, starting to pulsate rapidly, nearing the completion of her transformation. Ha ha ha, now that I'm back, let you pests see my power. With that, Tang Yu condensed a massive energy ball and smashed it directly into Yagzar's forces. After a violent explosion, most of Yagzar's attacking forces turned to ashes. At this moment, the pulsation of Kerrigan's chrysalis was getting faster and faster, and was about to break free. Seeing this, the Zerg forces under Acheron immediately intensified their offensive, but it was too late. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from the chrysalis, and a massive psychic energy even attracted the atmosphere above Xeris. Finally, the sharp bone claws tore the chrysalis apart, and once again, Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, descended, enveloped in soaring psychic energy. Chapter 120, Supreme Overlord. The immense psychic power swept across the entire Xeris, and the leaders of the three existing primal factions sensed Kerrigan's transformation and began to mobilize their forces to attack Kerrigan's swarm. Having completed her metamorphosis, Kerrigan returned to the Leviathan's chamber. Now, she had once again transformed into the form of the Queen of Blades. But this time, the purple psychic energy patterns at the corners of her eyes were golden, and pure primal energy was constantly emanating from them. I can feel that I possess a powerful force, but I cannot wield it in this form. However, with my current strength, it seems I could tear the stars apart. Kerrigan felt that her power had greatly increased. Of course, Sarah, the power I gave you is now just the amount you originally mastered. This metamorphosis has granted you more, which you have yet to fully grasp. I estimate you will need to achieve another leap before you can temporarily unlock the power I have given you, Tang Yu said, sitting beside her, shaping a chair from the Leviathan's wall. Once again, in deep thought about the next leap, Kerrigan recalled that she had merely gained an opportunity to become part of them, as Zorvan had said. It seemed she needed to inquire further about the details from Zorvan. Thus, Kerrigan went outside the Leviathan to meet Zorvan. Since Tang Yu remained inside the Leviathan, Zorvan dared not approach. I have completed my metamorphosis. Now tell me what I should do next. Kerrigan got straight to the point without any preamble. You have become a primal Zerg. The faction leaders are currently mobilizing their forces against your swarm, Zorvan said, opening his large mouth without urgency. That's right. Although their assault is fierce, my swarm can hold them off. Not to mention that Tang Yu has already started mobilizing her forces. Obviously, Kerrigan's forces alone could fend off the primal Zerg's attacks. Not to mention Tang Yu's super fleet, guaranteeing a victory. Now, those faction leaders are vulnerable. You could take advantage of this gap to seize their essence. Acquire the power of Xeris, devour and evolve. This is the tradition of the Zerg. Zorvan revealed his plan at this time. With the specific method in hand, Kerrigan returned to the Leviathan. That's it. This is Zorvan's plan. Kerrigan shared the plan with Tang Yu, Zagara, Isha, and Dhaka. Queen, Isha and I will be responsible for defending the Leviathan. You can proceed with confidence. Zagara took the lead in taking on the defense of the base. My faction will provide support for you. My forces can break through the faction leader's blockade. Dhaka chose to provide reinforcement to Kerrigan. When Kerrigan completed her metamorphosis, Dhaka also sensed her strength, and even the temporary workers would obey her orders. Sarah, my hybrid forces have also arrived. They will be responsible for protecting the Leviathan. I will provide you with tactical support from high in the orbit. Even without saying, I know that old Zorvan is afraid of me. If I go with you, he probably won't dare to show up in the end. Now, he is likely just waiting for you to acquire the essence of the other primal Zerg leaders before he tries to devour you to compete with me. Tang Yu said while sipping coconut milk. It seems I think the same way. It doesn't matter. As long as Zorvan shows his fangs, he should be prepared to be eliminated by me. I will acquire the power of Xeris. Thus, the action plan was fully established. Each leader took on their responsibilities and began to proceed with the actions in an orderly manner. Kerrigan bypassed the defenses of the original Zerg leader and made her way to the rear. Her first target was the closest, the Axar. Axar was a super ash worm that could freely traverse through lava. With her newly acquired powers, Kerrigan easily arrived in front of Axar, the leader of the fallen swarm. No, Axar's voice was filled with anxiety. You are afraid? Kerrigan replied, her tone laced with mockery. The battle was about to begin, and Kerrigan immediately unleashed a jump strike, dealing significant damage to Axar with her clawed wings. She didn't forget to deliver a kinetic shock as well. The fierce psionic impact made Axar howl in agony. Naturally, Axar couldn't just sit back and take it. He unleashed a scorching lava breath. However, such a slow attack was completely unable to hit her. Kerrigan, using her agile movements, easily maneuvered around Axar and took him down. As Axar's massive body fell, a large and pure essence was absorbed by Kerrigan. I can feel my power increasing. I could draw more of Tang Yue's strength now. After leaving Axar's area, she headed towards Kari's territory. However, the path was littered with numerous eggs laid by Axar. But these were no problem. Sarah, just keep moving. I'll handle those eggs. Tang Yue's voice came from the communication channel. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Kerrigan naturally wouldn't refuse. Every egg she passed was incinerated by beams of light descending from the sky, leaving no chance for them to hatch. In this way, Kerrigan arrived at the entrance of Kari's with the support troops from Dhaka. Sarah, there's a fort to your right. Inside is a hand of Dhaka, apparently bitten off during a recent fight. Can you retrieve it? Tang Yue's voice came again. Of course, helping you with a small task is no problem. Kerrigan gladly agreed, as she wasn't in a hurry. After retrieving Dhaka's severed arm, Kerrigan entered Kari's lair. However, this time Kari's was in a worse situation, directly pinned down by a beam of immobilizing light from Tang Yue, unable to fight back. Finally, there was the eternal mother of worms, Silithin, a gigantic host whose hatched locusts would self-destruct. She caused Kerrigan quite a bit of trouble along the way, but ultimately fell beneath Kerrigan's claws. After absorbing the essences of the 3 tribe leaders, Kerrigan was now able to wield a portion of the new powers granted by Tang Yue. At that moment, the turret battling Silithin collapsed, and Zolwyn's figure appeared. Zolwyn, I was wondering when you would make your move, Kerrigan said disdainfully. One party devours another, becoming stronger than both. This is the legacy of Zerg. You have absorbed the essences of all the tribe leaders, brimming with power, and I am starving. You will be the feast that aids my evolution. Zulwin clearly showed his intentions. Then come on, let's see who devours whom. Let me show you my new power. As Kerrigan called upon the power of the Primordial, her bony wings began to emit a golden light, their structure melting away, ultimately giving birth to a pair of wings composed of golden energy. This was the new form in its semi-finished state. As the light wings unfurled, a massive energy gathered in Kerrigan's hands, and a powerful beam was shot out, completely dissolving Zulwin's shell that had evolved over countless ages. Zulwin ultimately fell beneath Tanyue's power. After absorbing Zulwin's essence, Kerrigan's limbs and torso began to radiate golden energy, her entire shell replaced by golden energy armor, and the new primordial power was fully mastered. Chapter 121. News from Raynor. After completing her metamorphosis, Kerrigan successfully brought the original Zerg of Xeris under her command through Dihaka. This action finally made Abathur feel at ease. My queen, the broodmother Krizia, contacted me. Your glorious achievements have made her consider returning to the swarm. Although her hive isn't strong, it possesses a powerful Leviathan. Just back at the Leviathan, Isha brought good news. Broodmother Krizia, listen to me. The Mistaff 4 is the military center of the Empire. Lead your swarm to destroy it, and only then can you return to the embrace of the swarm. Kerrigan informed Krizia of her mission through the psionic link. Understood, my queen. Isha, prepare the Leviathan. We need to return to the Copperless sector. After handling the matter of the broodmother's return to the swarm, Kerrigan turned her attention back to her own affairs. Now that she had completed her metamorphosis and regained powerful strength, it was time to deal with Minsk. After some time traveling, Tangyue and Kerrigan finally returned to the Copperless sector once again. My queen, the Imperial forces have deployed many of these devices to Char. They are not weapons. Upon returning to Char, Isha brought a mechanical product. This is a two-way communicator. Clearly, Kerrigan understood it well. At this moment, the communicator activated, and a projection appeared from it. It was Arcturus Minsk. Blade Queen, I knew you would return to your true form, a monster. Now, if you still care about Jim Raynor's safety, you must do exactly as I say. That's right, he is still alive. So you better keep your swarm away from Carr. Away from me, or he is as good as dead. That man sacrificed everything just to help you regain your humanity. And you have thrown all his efforts to waste. Just think how much he must hate you. I imagine he would be the first to stand up and kill you. After finishing, Minsk smugly cut off the communication. Kerrigan's expression was filled with excitement, but also fear, fearing that it was a lie. She immediately activated her psionic sensing, but she couldn't detect Jim Raynor's response. I can't sense Jim, Kerrigan said anxiously, rushing to the evolution chamber. That's right, Tangyue is right there. Tangyue, tell me, is Jim still alive? Kerrigan's tone was very anxious, hoping for a positive answer. Yeah, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Tanyue's response was very calm, as if she had known long ago. You knew all along. Upon receiving this satisfying news, Kerrigan's intelligence suddenly surged. You didn't ask. I thought that since Jimmy wasn't around anymore. You were planning to start your revenge, Tangyue replied, licking her lollipop with a hint of helplessness. Ugh, forget it. Tanyue's answer left her momentarily speechless. She felt that everything she had done during this time was meaningless, leaving her feeling lost. However, now that she had regained the power of the Zerg, there was no turning back. So tell me, where is Jim now? After coming to terms with things, Kerrigan asked Tangyue about Jim Raynor's location. I don't know. I can only sense that Jimmy is alive and well. How would I know where he is? What's wrong? Clearly, Tangyue didn't care at all. As long as her friend wasn't in danger, it was all good. I can't sense Jim's whereabouts in the psionic link. Kerrigan looked very dejected. Then you could go find Matt. When we went to the Port of the Dead, we picked up a computer expert. We just need to find them. After finishing her conversation with Tangyue, Kerrigan returned to her chamber. Upon receiving the exact news, she immediately contacted Matt. Matt, I got the information. Jim is still alive, but I can't sense him. I want you to find that computer expert and tell me Jim's location. Kerrigan's communication suddenly connected to the Hyperion's communicator. Kerrigan, how did you end up like this again? Matt was surprised to see Kerrigan in her Queen of Blades form. It doesn't matter, I'm still Kerrigan. Tangyue is with me. Now I want you to help me get information about Jim. Contact me when you have intel. After saying that, Kerrigan hung up the communication. Matt stared at the closed communicator, looking bewildered, and glanced at Valerian, who shrugged in response, indicating he didn't know. Some time passed. Tangyue was sitting on a chair against the wall, eating snacks while watching Kerrigan pace back and forth in the chamber. Sarah, stop pacing. Jim is safe right now. I can feel it. Tangyue looked at the anxious Kerrigan and was speechless. Is this the power of love? If you ask me, instead of pacing here, you should think about how to explain things to Jim when you see him, Tang Yu said while munching away. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Kerrigan seemed to suddenly remember this matter and froze. Tang Yu, what should I do? Kerrigan's speed increased even more. All right, you could just activate your primal form when the time comes. That form shines brightly, it should be good, right? Tang Yu had no choice but to casually suggest something to Kerrigan, who was spinning around in anxiety. Soon, Matt's message came through. Kerrigan, we found information on Jim. He is on an Imperial mobile prison. You can only trace his location during supply drops. I'm sending you the next supply time and location. No need, Horner. I'll handle the rest from here. Kerrigan directly interrupted Matt. All right, the new Folsom seems like a daycare compared to that. Be careful. Matt had nothing more to say and could only offer his blessing. I will bring Jim back safely. I'm coming back. Chapter 122, Moros at the Atlas Space Station. The supply point for the Moros. Jim Raynor's imprisonment location. Tang Yu, I'm ready to set off. Kerrigan, leading Leviathan, arrived at the Atlas Space Station, where the Moros had just docked for supplies. Sarah, I'm going too. I can't miss something so interesting. Tang Yu was also excited to board the ship. All right, just don't break the ship, Kerrigan sighed, clearly still worried that her current appearance would be as repulsive to Jim Raynor as Monsk had said. After preparing, Leviathan moved forward, using its tentacles to penetrate the Moros' armor. Leviathan's tentacles were like mutated tunnel worms, capable of the same troop transport. With a loud bang, a massive tentacle pierced into the Moros' hull, and as the chamber opened, Kerrigan and Tang Yu emerged. Wow, this is my first time riding a tunnel worm. It feels just like a super long slide, so thrilling. Tang Yu exclaimed as she hopped down, extremely happy. Anzai, Dang Yi Ue. Let's get started quickly. I'm sure Monsk already knows we're here. Monsk was quite considerate of Kerrigan. As soon as she spoke, a broadcast echoed inside the Moros. Brave Imperial warriors. Our ship is under attack from the Queen of Blades. We must do everything we can to eliminate the Queen of Blades for all humanity. See, Monsk is giving you quite a bit of face, Kerrigan said, a bit surprised, to Tang Yu. Monsk is being too nice to you, Tang Yu pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Monsk's behavior. All right, let us resolve this battle quickly. Delays could lead to changes. As soon as she finished speaking, Kerrigan executed a slide tackle and charged into the front lines. In an instant, chaos erupted. Alongside Kerrigan's assault, Leviathan also provided support, with another tentacle breaking through the Moros' armor, sending troops inside. As they advanced, they discovered that the bridge to the other side had been retracted. Haha, Sarah, you can take your time going around. I'm going ahead. After saying that, Tang Yu leaped across, defying all physical laws. After some demolition, Tang Yu and Kerrigan met in front of a gate. I need some time to break this gate. Swarm, protect me while I open it. After saying that, Kerrigan began to gather energy. The swarm answered your call, Queen. Zagara also sent more reinforcements. However, at that moment, Tang Yu dashed forward, leaped high, and delivered a flying kick. With a huge tremor, the gate and wall were smashed forward at high speed, sending the opposite position into disarray. Kerrigan, who had just finished gathering energy, had to lower her hands. How was that, Sarah? Wasn't he that flying kick cool? Tang Yu boasted proudly in front of Kerrigan. Very cool, Kerrigan replied in a tone full of indifference. Quickly, under Tang Yu's violent demolition, they reached the elevator leading to the lower holding area. Destroy the transport connector. They're breaching the highest alert zone. With a warden's command, a Thor began to destroy the transport connector. Quick, Swarm. Stop them from destroying the transport connector. Upon hearing this, Kerrigan charged ahead, not forgetting to empower the troops with primal rage along the way. The guarding troops were simply no match and were easily taken down. Kerrigan also went down to the lower level with Tang Yu. Upon reaching the lower level, Monsk's voice echoed again. Brave Imperial warriors, your sacrifices are meaningful. For the future of all humanity, thank you for your sacrifices. As soon as his words fell, explosions echoed throughout the Moros. Monsk is as consistent as ever. Tang Yu, we need to speed up. Monsk has activated the self-destruct program of the Moros. Kerrigan prepared to quicken her pace. Haha, don't worry, Sarah, I'm well prepared. Saying this, Tang Yu pulled out a large object resembling a brick and slapped it against the Moros' wall. As the red light on the brick turned green, the explosions on the Moros ceased. Kerrigan felt speechless. I've hijacked it. Now the Moros can only explode if I allow it. Now, let us head to find Jim. After saying that, she bounced ahead, leading the way. After another round of demolition, Kerrigan finally arrived in front of the cell where Jim Raynor was held, but now she hesitated again. Go on, Sarah, don't be afraid. Just use that form I gave you. It should be fine. Tang Yu continued to encourage her from the side. Ultimately, Kerrigan made up her mind. Jim Raynor, sitting in his cell, saw the cell door emit a red glow, followed by a loud bang and a ringing in his ears as the door swung open. In Jim Raynor's hazy vision, Kerrigan appeared, wearing her hostile combat suit, as his senses slowly returned. What stood before Jim Raynor was a Kerrigan glowing with golden light. What the hell is this? Well, obviously in Jim Raynor's best-case scenario, Kerrigan was still in human form, and in the worst case, she would turn back into the Queen of Blades, but this golden, shimmering form was something he never expected. Hey, Jimmy, we're here to rescue you. How did you get caught without making a sound? You're so pathetic, needing us to save you. At that moment, Tang Yu also walked into the cell. Seeing Tang Yu, Jim Raynor suddenly felt that everything could be explained. However, he still felt guilty. He had sacrificed so much to turn Kerrigan back into a human, and now it all seemed in vain. At this moment, Kerrigan also exited her primal form and transformed back into the Queen of Blades. This was it. Jim Raynor exploded on the spot. Why? Why did you turn back into this form again? Jim Raynor suddenly lost his temper. I had no choice, Kerrigan said, her eyes filled with sadness. You should say that to those you killed, Jim Raynor shouted back. Jim, why are you so petty? Back then, Sarah didn't kill any good people either. She just took out that bastard Duke and Gerard. Tang Yu was also angered by Jim Raynor. Jim Raynor calmed down and thought carefully. It seemed there was some truth to it. I love you, Jim. Never forget that, Kerrigan said before walking out, clearly hurt by Jim Raynor's outburst. What are you standing there for? Go after her. Tang Yu kicked Jim Raynor from behind and said. Chapter 123. Sky Research Station. It had been a while since Jim Raynor was rescued from Moros. Although the relationship between Jim Raynor and Kerrigan was quite tense, they eventually managed to reconcile. However, Jim Raynor's life during this time had not been easy. He was now being taken back by Matt to recuperate. Kerrigan's main target now was the hybrid production center of Minsk, the Sky Research Station. Not long after arriving at their destination, someone came aboard the Leviathan. Who are you? Obviously, Kerrigan did not recognize the other person, or rather, she had forgotten. It seems your memory isn't too good, Kerrigan. I am Alexei Stukov, and we were once enemies. The person before her, half human and half Zerg, spoke up. Oh, we're all Zerg now, Kerrigan casually teased. I'm here because we have a common enemy, Stukov said. Oh, do tell, Kerrigan showed interest. The main person in charge here is Arad. It was here that I was transformed and constantly tortured. This is also the Empire's hybrid production center. Destroying it would mean the end for Minsk's hybrids. When mentioning Arad, Stukov's tone and glowing eyes were filled with resentment. So, do you have any good suggestions? The Imperial forces are heavily guarding the entrance to the research station. This place is arguably the most fortified besides Kala. We must take the platform to access the laboratory. Stukov began to outline the challenges of breaching the Sky Research Station. At this moment, the wall of the Leviathan opened again. Troublemaker Tang Yu returned to the bridge of the Leviathan. Sarah, I just received the props I've been working on for a long time, and I finally got them. Who are you? During the UED invasion, Tang Yu had been studying Protoss technology on Sagulath, so she was completely unaware of the battles between UED and the Zerg Terran Empire. I am Stukov. You must be Lord Tang Yu. Stukov bowed respectfully. Do we know each other? Stukov's actions puzzled Tang Yu. When I was being tortured by Arad, he often mentioned your name. He clearly despises you. Stukov seemed pleased that Tang Yu had made Arad uncomfortable. Oh, you're talking about Arad, that shapeshifter. I did make him uncomfortable several times. By the way, Sarah, this Arad is your former subordinate, Duran. As soon as Arad was mentioned, Tang Yu recalled him. First, she had destroyed the avatar named Duran on Sagulath, and later, she had tricked Jim Raynor into using the Zelnaga artifact, which was still in her pocket. By the way, Tang Yu, what were you going to tell me? At this moment, Kerrigan remembered that Tang Yu had entered to talk about some new toy. Oh, you mean this? I previously designed a Void Annihilation Phase Bomb. However, back then, the Protoss economy couldn't support it, so I sent my fleet to mine everywhere, and recently, I finally gathered enough materials for the initial 108 bombs. I had the primal trials start working on it quickly and sent one over to ask you if there was a place to test it. Tang Yu's thoughts were as unique as ever. Lacking resources, she immediately asked about testing a bomb with a ridiculous name. Wait, aren't we just about to attack the Sky Research Station? What a coincidence. I see, you came at the right time. We were discussing how to breach the laboratory defenses, and you can use the Sky Laboratory for your experiments. Kerrigan casually handed over the Sky Laboratory to Tang Yu for her experiments. Using the laboratory for testing seemed reasonable. Awesome. I'll get ready right away. I'm confident about this bomb. Tang Yu rushed out excitedly. Although Lord Tang, you caused a lot of trouble for Narad. Would it be safe to leave the task of attacking the laboratory entirely to her? Stukov clearly had concerns about this. Don't worry, based on my understanding of Tang Yu, her bomb should have no problem flattening the upper levels of a laboratory. We just need to focus on resolving the remaining issues. After saying this, Kerrigan directly went back to rest, preparing to wait for good news from Tang Yu. After getting the testing permission, Tang Yu immediately returned to her chamber, opened the meticulously packaged parcel, and took out a glass sphere filled with golden energy and red-black energy, intertwined with each other. After taking out the bomb, Tang Yu hurriedly ran to Kerrigan's room, intending to call her to come and enjoy the view. Just as Kerrigan had just lain down, she was dragged out by Tang Yu, just like how her father used to drag her. Under Tang Yu's notice, Stukov, Dhaka, Zagara, Isha, and the homebody Abathur all arrived at the bridge, the best viewing spot. Everyone, get ready. I'm about to demonstrate, Tang Yu solemnly reminded everyone. The group, trusting in Tang Yu's abilities, was fully alert. Soon, Tang Yu took out the glass sphere again, shook it in a circular motion, and the two types of energy inside began to mix, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing this, Tang Yu directly opened a spatial portal and tossed it inside. Then, nothing happened. Just as everyone relaxed, the planet where the Sky Research Station was located began to undergo changes. The entire planet's shape seemed to deform like clay, and then it began to collapse toward the center as if being absorbed by something. After an extremely two-dimensional special effect, the entire planet completely vanished into space. How was that? Wasn't it cool? You should know that it cost a lot of materials to create such an effect, Tang Yu asked the crowd, who were dumbfounded. At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the stars. Damn you, Tang Yu. Narad, will wait for you in the void. Chapter 124. Marching to Kala on the Leviathan. Everyone watched as the Sky Research Station turned into a dot and disappeared into the depths of space. They all fell silent, knowing that this was a place with defensive capabilities comparable to Kala. I never expected you to wipe out the entire planet. I thought you would at most eliminate the garrison guarding it. Kerrigan looked at Tang Yu in surprise. How is this possible? If it were really like what Sarah said, I could do it myself. Then what we need bombs for? Although I could blow up a planet, I would need to reach that level to do in my eyes. Tang Yu said arrogantly. All right, but I sense Narad's thoughts just now. He is very loyal to Amon. Kerrigan read his thoughts when Narad's last body was killed by Tang Yu and his consciousness was sent back. My queen, I detected a response from the Xel'Naga on the recent planet, Isha reported. It seems to be the Tal'Darim. They are fervent fans of Amon. But there are always some big fools who regard me as their god sex. Tang Yu shrugged helplessly at the side, truly at a loss for words regarding sex. The brain-dead fan, but now he was indeed working diligently. They worship a dead god. Zagara expressed her inability to understand the Tal'Darim's behavior. That's why they are even more dangerous. Kerrigan understood the underlying implications. For years, Narad had been running around trying to resurrect his master, and the war between the Zerg and the Xel'Naga was likely his doing. But where did he get so much psionic energy to resurrect him on? Kerrigan furrowed her brows. This question was crucial. You released a massive amount of psionic energy when you transformed back from the Queen of Blades to human. So where did that psionic energy go? Stukov stated succinctly. Are you saying that if that's the case, Amon might have already been resurrected? Kerrigan's frown deepened. What are you talking about? Amon should have always been alive. He was just banished back to the void and could no longer communicate with the material plane. Just now, Narad was also forced to return, but I think he can still communicate with the Tal'Darim on the material plane. Tang, you directly revealed the secrets of the void. This world can be considered a high-level world, directly connected to the void, and there are even void life forms present. You should know that void life forms can only be killed by other void life forms or higher entities. Tang Yu's words unveiled the truth of the world. All right, I almost forgot, we still have an existence not weaker than Amon. Now that we have resolved the hybrid issue, let's prepare to march on Kar. Kerrigan also reacted. Tang Yu was indeed an existence comparable to Amon, and they had nothing to fear. My queen, the swarm is ready. The last broodmothers have all returned recently. Isha's tone was as flat as ever. Good. Activate the Leviathan. Notify all broodmothers to prepare for the march on Kar. Isha, help me contact the Hyperion. Kerrigan directly issued the order, and the entire swarm began to move. At this moment, in the airspace near Kar on the Hyperion, the communicator suddenly activated, startling Matt. At this time, Jim Raynor had already recovered and was discussing with Valerian and Matt. Valerian, Matt, oh Jim, you're here too. I'm going to march on Kar. Kerrigan's tone still carried some resentment upon seeing Jim Raynor, clearly still in a Cold War period. So what are you here for? Matt asked, seeing Jim Raynor's expression of constipation. The swarm will invade on a large scale. Civilians will die if ignored. The people need a leader. Kerrigan indirectly expressed her thoughts. If you want me to be a leader, Kerrigan, I need your cooperation, Valerian intended to argue his point. No, Mengsk will seize on this to target me. Kerrigan directly refused. But those are lives. Valerian immediately became anxious. Kerrigan closed her eyes in thought, then said, All right, I will try to avoid densely populated areas. But do not obstruct me. After speaking, Kerrigan planned to leave. At this moment, Jim Raynor, who had been silent, spoke up, Wait, dear. Bring me along this time. It's time to settle my grievances with Arcturus. Jim, aren't you planning to evacuate civilians with Matt and Valerian? Kerrigan's mood brightened upon hearing Jim Raynor's dear. Evacuating civilians is enough with me and Valerian. You all go do what you need to do. Matt immediately took on the task. Jimmy, long time no see. I just heard you're coming to fight Mengsk with us. Tang Yu directly interjected into the communication. It's Tang Yu. Yes, I will act together. I have already informed Tychus and Hansen. They are on their way to Kar. Jim Raynor reported Tychus and Hansen's status to Tang Yu. If it weren't for Tang Yu's presence, Tychus might have forced him to make a choice, and Dr. Hansen might have sacrificed along with the people. Tang Yu saved many tragedies, although Kerrigan was still alienated now. However, from Kerrigan's choice just now, she was no longer the cold-blooded Queen of Blades. Then, Jim, see you at Kar. Kerrigan also bid farewell to Jim Raynor. See you at Kar, dear. After that, Jim Raynor hung up the communication. This Battle of Kar would be unprecedented, with a highly evolved swarm after integration. Jim Raynor's marauders armed with advanced technology, Tychus leading a well-equipped band of outlaws. The Blackwatch team, with powerful virus abilities and near-immortal capabilities. The Taldarum hybrid forces, led by Sex, who defected to Tang Yu. And the Super Fleet, led by Tang Yu with the Ethereal Trial as its flagship. Any one of these forces could rival the Terran Empire, and they were all heading to Kar together. Chapter 125. The Fall of Arcturus. The Empire has built a powerful orbital air defense system. Our forces cannot effectively assemble. Isha presented the first barrier of Mengsk's ironclad formation. Indeed, most of our airships have been destroyed in high orbit. Zagara said helplessly. This exceeded her mental capacity. We can deploy the newly modified spore cannons. Kerrigan's brow was furrowed. Clearly, they could only rely on the spore cannons, which were in a very poor state. Sarah, why don't you ask the amazing me? Tang Yu's words consistently provided solutions. Oh, then may I ask, does the esteemed Lord Tang Yu have a good plan? Since Tang Yu spoke, it seemed she had a solution, and Kerrigan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's simple. Just do a high-intensity orbital bombardment. Let's wait a moment. My fleet will arrive soon, and we can directly bomb from high altitude. Tang Yu gave the most direct method. But that will consume a lot of resources. Isha was too rigid, just dismantling the platform. I have plenty of resources. After Tang Yu finished speaking, she left directly. It is known that being able to speak is an extremely useful skill. The waiting time was short, accompanied by a ripple in the entire space. The super fleet, led by the Ethereal Trial, arrived at Kar's orbit. Haha, my troops, listen to my orders and aim at those damn platforms and fire. Fire everything. Tang Yu vented all her frustrations on those platforms. With countless beams lighting up the sky, Kar's orbital defense system was completely destroyed. All units, march. Without the orbital defense system, the Zerg forces landed smoothly on the surface of Char and quickly intensified their offensive, clearing out the surface defense troops and opening a passage to Augustgrad. Tang Yu's attacks were very precise. After destroying all the artillery, she did not harm any other enemies. The Zerg's path was clear. However, a new problem arose. That old guy, Arcturus, had built an ultra-large weapon against the Zerg. This ultimate weapon could deliver a devastating blow to the Zerg forces by destroying their psionic link. Kerrigan's troops were also blocked outside Augustgrad. Haha, Kerrigan, you don't naively think I would allow this monster to come and go freely in my home, do you? This is something I specially prepared for you. You and your disgusting Zerg will be buried in Char. Just after the Zerg forces suffered heavy losses, Mengsk couldn't help but taunt. Queen, our forces have suffered significant losses. The swarm cannot survive long in the energy field, Zagara said, her tone grave and worried. Don't worry. It seems Arcturus still doesn't know about the primal Zerg's existence. Clearly, Kerrigan was very confident in herself. After all, after so many years of fighting the Zerg, Mengsk had still never seen the primal Zerg. My tribe, and I have no psionic link. We don't need one. I will take responsibility for destroying the psionic disruptor. Dhaka's role came into play at this moment. I will also send the forces of Sykes to carry out the mission. The hybrids didn't care about these things. With their strength, they could completely ignore the position. Tang Yu also had Sykes enthusiastic fans do some work. This operation went very smoothly. The primal Zerg and hybrids completely disregarded the effects of the position, which rendered the defenders of the disruptor utterly powerless. Given the presence of the disruptor, the troop strength was sufficient, but the primal Zerg and hybrids were simply not afraid. What would be done? Additionally, the hybrids had powerful individual combat capabilities, directly pushing down the orbital cannon. At this point, Mengsk began to panic. The current situation was not like the previous timeline. On Char, there were Alpha Squadron, Wolf Squadron, and also the legacy of Tychus, Odin, as well as the ultimate weapon, the Xel'Naga artifact. Now, Odin was attacking the western front of Augustgrad with Tychus Outlaw Squad. Meanwhile, the Xel'Naga artifact was still in Tang Yu's possession. Just recently, the psionic disruptor had been dismantled, which was Mengsk's last trump card. Now, Jim Raynor had gathered his fleet from the west to coordinate with Tychus Outlaw Squad in the attack. In the east, Sykes led the hybrid forces, steadily advancing against strong resistance. In the north, the Blacklight Squad was dominating, and in the south, Kerrigan Zerg was the main offensive direction, an endless sea of Zerg swarming forward. The orbital space was completely blocked by Tang Yu's super fleet, preventing any orbital bombardments or support. Today, I will complete my revenge on this planet. The Zerg army continued to charge, ruthlessly crushing the Empire's tank positions. Mengsk's statue collapsed under countless artillery fire. Empire battlecruisers kept falling from the sky under the blockade of the super fleet. Lines of defense were torn apart by the hybrids, Blacklight Squad, and the Outlaw Elite forces. The outcome of the battle was already set. Mengsk's defeat was irreversible. Kerrigan stood atop the fallen statue, watching the gates of the Imperial Palace being swallowed by the relentless tide of Zerg. I am the swarm. The gates of the palace opened, and Kerrigan directly activated her primal form, soaring over the sea of Zerg into the palace. Mengsk managed to stop some royal guards from blocking her inside the palace, but they were no match for Kerrigan. Under Tang Yu's training, Kerrigan had gained power far beyond her previous self, with various psionic energies merging together. Coupled with the enhancement of primal power, she quickly shattered all defenses and arrived at Mengsk's room. Opening the door, Mengsk was sitting in his chair. I knew you would come, Kerrigan. Now I'm powerless. Mengsk lit a cigarette. Compared to the time Jim Raynor reported scandals in Char, he looked much older. You should have anticipated your end, Archeress. At this moment, Kerrigan was not in a hurry. She slowly walked up to Mengsk. I turned you into a monster, Kerrigan. Kerrigan grabbed Mengsk by the throat and pinned him against the monitor behind him. You turned us all into monsters. With a surge of psionic energy, Mengsk transformed into a bomb. In a burst of brilliant light, his evil life came to an end. At that moment, Jim Raynor also walked in, looking at the open room with a sense of loss. His shattered revolver had still not been used to kill Mengsk. I still have things I must do, Jim. Kerrigan knew she had to leave. She still had a mission. You can come back anytime, my dear. Take care. Jim Raynor smiled. This vendetta had finally come to an end. Chapter 126. Reunion with Cyrodiil. Since the Battle of Char, Kerrigan began searching for hybrid laboratories throughout the sector. With Mengsk's downfall, Valerian gained unprecedented popularity among the people due to his daring rescue and ascended to the throne. Meanwhile, Matt Horner became the new Grand Marshal of the Empire, and Jim Raynor served as a strategic advisor, helping to wrap things up in Char. Sykes' hybrid forces also went to other Taldaran outposts to spread their teachings, intending to recruit some useful Taldaran operatives. If they performed well, they might even be converted through Tang Yu. Furthermore, Sykes had a significant advantage over Marash, as he himself was a hybrid, making him a better choice compared to the still unfulfilled Aemon. Tang Yu's fleet has once again left the copperless sector to mine. The Blacklight Squad and the Outlaw Squad received orders from Tang Yu to move between various planets, destroying Eamon's Zerg swarms or the hybrid facilities of the Mobius Foundation. It seems like a cooperative mode is emerging. On this day, Kerrigan found another Mobius Foundation hybrid breeding laboratory. Sarah, have you found another laboratory? At this moment, Tang Yu had just completed the comprehensive enhancement of Kerrigan's Zerg swarm. Oh, it's Tang Yu. This time, the laboratory we discovered is somewhat different. Kerrigan appeared calm, unlike her impulsive self from the original timeline. Since artifacts and similar items were intercepted by Tang Yu, and Narad had been tricked into death by Tang Yu twice, many of his plans were only half finished, greatly reducing Kerrigan's pressure. Originally, Narad planned to fully collect Kerrigan's psionic energy by modifying the Xel'Naga artifacts to turn her back into a human. But now he could only scrape a little energy from the hybrid at a distance, wasting most of it. Initially, Stukov's speculation was incorrect. Although the hybrid had the energy to collect psionic energy, it struggled against the Blade Queen, built with all resources by the Overmind. It had to rely on the power of artifacts. With the artifacts gone, Nerid had to fill the gap with Taldarin and hybrid forces, which also led to a reduction in the hybrid army. Sarah, quickly tell me what's different. We detected Xel'Naga reactions within this facility. Kerrigan was not keeping it a secret. Isn't that normal? The materials of the hybrid are Xel'Naga and Zerg. Tang Yu was puzzled. Isn't it common for hybrid laboratories to show Xel'Naga reactions? No. This time it's different. This Xel'Naga signal is from outside. It seems that a Xel'Naga force has also discovered this facility and intends to study their compatriots. Kerrigan immediately pointed out the difference in this situation. Why worry about so much? We'll know once we attack. Kerrigan agreed. Indeed, attacking would reveal everything. Soon, Kerrigan led her forces to gather at the laboratory, and at that moment, communication from the Xel'Naga came in. Kerrigan, I'm glad to see you here. I'm here to study our compatriots. I hope we can cooperate pleasantly. A Xel'Naga lady appeared on the communication screen. Kerrigan, I didn't expect to see you here again. I came here with Executor Talus to seek clues about the prophecy. Wow, I didn't expect the old mystic would be here too. Xeridol, I didn't expect you to return here. Executor Talus, since we met here, after the battle, please take the Xel'Naga I saved away. I hope your exploration capabilities can be stronger and not always rely on me for compatriots. Due to Tang Yu's intervention, Kerrigan and Xeridol's attitudes have improved significantly. Moreover, since Kerrigan Zerg had allied with the Taldarim, they would also rescue those Xel'Naga while destroying the laboratory. Thank you very much, Kerrigan. I will send someone to take over soon. Talus expressed gratitude to Kerrigan. It was not their first cooperation. It's Xeridol. Are you still looking for the prophecy? At this time, Tang Yu noticed the communication among the three and immediately used her effective communication insertion technique to join the chat. It's Lord Tang Yu. I didn't expect you to still be on Kerrigan's Leviathan. Talus had heard of Tang Yu's grand achievements and held her in great awe. After all, Sarah is also my kin, so it's necessary to help her strengthen her forces. By the way, Xeridol, how is your prophecy coming along? Clearly, she was more concerned about Xeridol's long search for the prophecy than about Tang Yu's matters. Lord Tang Yu, I have fully uncovered the Xel'Naga prophecy, but it will still take some time to find a solution to the problem. I came here to seek a way to save my people. Xeridol's attitude towards Tang Yu remained respectful. Due to his negligence, Ire was invaded, and it was Tang Yu who had saved most of his kin. Interesting. Just when Sarah's matters are finished. Sarah, then I will accompany Xeridol to explore. Are you okay on your own? Eager to explore holiday fun. Tang Yu chose to change her master again. No problem. My Zerg have enough capability to handle trouble. Thank you for your company during this time. You helped me through the toughest times. At this stage, Kerrigan's strength had far surpassed the past, and taking down a laboratory alone was no problem at all. While everyone was talking, the laboratory on the surface had almost been pushed over. All the Mobius Foundation forces were annihilated, and the Xel'Naga prisoners were all rescued. Xeridol arrived at the central processor of the Mobius Foundation. That's right, this is where Eamon was resurrected on this planet. Our next step is to head here. I hope we can find hope for redemption there. Xeridol felt a sense of urgency. He had peeled back the veil of the future and only saw destruction. But now with Tang Yu's existence, many tragedies have been averted. However, the shadow of Eamon continued to loom over the Xel'Naga, making it hard for Xeridol to sleep. Don't worry, Xeridol. Even if you can't find a solution, we can just gather our forces and charge through the void. Don't forget I'm here too. Tang Yu's words always brought reassurance. With her around, there would always be a way out. Thank you for your support, but I still hope to explore the method of redemption. This should be my own redemption. Chapter 127. Eamon's Strong Condemnation Sigma Sector, Acheron System. This is the place of Eamon's rebirth. This planet is on the brink of collapse. On Talus's mothership, Xeridol and the others were discussing. That's right, and there are heavy Taldarim guards here. Talus was not optimistic about this operation, as Xeridol's reputation in the Taldarim was not very good. Look what I found. It's Malash, the High Lord of the Taldarim, who was previously usurped by Sekus of many subordinates. Why is he here now? Tang Yu also discovered Malash. Speaking of Malash, it was quite tragic for him. Due to his subservience to Eamon, after Tang Yu's repeated disruptions to the plan, he had to fill the gaps with Taldarim lives due to insufficient materials, which was already hard to bear. Moreover, Sekus went digging under the guise of hybrid. It was a tough situation where he couldn't fight back or reason with him. Fortunately, some people remained, and he had no choice but to come here to consult his superiors' opinions. Since even the High Lord of the Taldarim had come here, the Temple of, or must have some gains. I hope your prophecy will be worth the wait. Clearly, The presence of the High Lord made Talus's forces uncomfortable. What does it matter? I'm here, right? I just happen to be working on a set of battle armor on the ship. It's been a while since I played with psionics. Tang Yu also donned 2 new psionic blade generators. Since Lord Tang Yu is so enthusiastic, we will naturally fight to the death. Talus ultimately joined the battle. The planet where the Temple of, or is located, had been greatly impacted due to Eamon's rebirth. And now the entire planet was churning with extremely violent crustal movements. Gas mines were erupting everywhere. Here we go. Tang Yu led her troops at the forefront, charging ahead. 2 15-meter-long energy blades sprang from her wrist guards, startling both sides. Such length far exceeded the most comfortable swinging range. However, to Tang Yu, it was nothing. She executed a windmill attack, where absolute length brought absolute attack range. Anything on the ground couldn't escape her attack. Under Tang Yu's leadership, capturing the temple's defenses was effortless. My troops, and I will guard the temple and block the relentless Taldarans. Xerath, you and Lord Tang Yu must hurry. We won't be able to hold out much longer. After occupying the temple, Talus took on the defensive role. Good luck. I've contacted my fleet. They've sent a team to assist us. In that case, we have no worries. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Tang Yu. Xerath expressed his respect with a hand on his chest. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Let us get inside. Tang Yu was already impatient. She sensed a void rift within the temple. Once they entered, Tang Yu and Xerath encountered strong resistance from the Taldarans inside, but it was completely ineffective. Tang Yu's combat ability dominated the situation. Not to mention Xerath alone was capable of stealth. The most amusing part was the hybrids they encountered along the way. After being defeated by Tang Yu, she directly took control of them using the power of the Primordial. It was quite funny. Soon, Tang Yu and Xerath arrived at a high platform where they could clearly see the entire hall of the temple. In the center of the hall stood a structure resembling a coffin, which was now open, emanating red void energy. Look, Marash is there. He asked, talking to Eamon. Xerath was shocked to find a void entrance here. This must be destroyed. The only method Xerath could think of was to demolish it. At that moment, Marash below finished complaining and, after being scolded by Eamon, left in frustration. They've left Xerath. Tang Yu noticed Xerath, still staring, and couldn't help but speak up to wake him. Indeed, we must take this opportunity to destroy this facility. After saying that, Xerath turned without hesitation and headed toward the hall. Tang Yu had no choice but to follow, resulting in another bloody battle. Tang Yu and Xerath's group arrived in front of the coffin. After destroying it, a gentle and benevolent voice echoed from the void. The keystone will lead you to hope. Before Xerath could comprehend the meaning of this statement, an angry voice erupted from the rift, accompanied by the widening of the void fracture. Damn it, I can sense you. You've been ruining my plans, outsider. Eamon's furious voice came through. Ha ha ha. Look, Xerath, he is furious and powerless. Tang Yu couldn't care less about Eamon's thoughts, finding it amusing instead. You repeatedly ruin my plans and steal my servants. What do you want to do? Clearly, Tang Yu's vacation activities left Eamon utterly confused about her intentions, making it difficult for him to respond. Me? I'm just here on vacation. Tang Yu honestly stated her purpose, which some might see as a mockery. You're mocking me. You will pay for this. Along with Eamon's words, void creatures surged forth from the rift. These were fearless soldiers created by Eamon using void energy. It's void creatures. We must evacuate immediately. Clearly, Xerath was aware of his own limitations. Xerath, what is happening on your end? I sense a massive energy reaction inside the temple, and it's increasing. Talus's communication suddenly connected, and from his anxious tone, it was clear that Xerath and his group were in a dire situation. Haha, don't worry, Talus. Keep your troops far away. I'm about to begin. Tang Yu's tone was light, as if she was completely unconcerned about the current situation. Although Talus didn't understand, he still led his troops to evacuate the area around the temple. Primordial star pattern, annihilation. Tang Yu raised her hand high, gathering a massive amount of void energy, forming a gigantic, colorful star pattern above, referencing the first awakening in the 3 awakenings. After a blinding light of annihilation, the terrain of the temple was reset, transforming into a wide basin, and the void rift disappeared. Xerath, hurry! This planet is about to explode. Tang Yu's voice snapped the dazed Xerath back to reality. Chapter 128. The recapture of Il. Not long after Tang Yu and Xerath left, the planet housing the El temple couldn't hold out any longer and transformed into a brilliant display of fireworks in the cosmos. Talus, I've found the path to redemption. We must notify Adonis now. Do you know where he is? With the exact method in hand, Xerath, who had been anxious, relaxed slightly. The Archbishop is currently coordinating the recapture of EL. I've been sent to rescue the abducted people during the operation. Talus, having narrowly escaped, was still a bit shaken. What? We must go immediately and stop Adonis. Attacking El will make us overlook the immediate threat. Upon hearing that Adonis intended to take on El, Xerath's heart sank again. Don't worry. Isn't Eamon just a nuisance? Let us find Adonis first. I haven't seen him in a while. The last time was during Kaidiel. Tang Yu casually sat in Xerath's passenger seat, not at all concerned about his incessant worries. Even so, I still want to give it a try. Let us hurry, Xerath said as he piloted the Void Seeker into the slipstream. Soon, after a hurried journey, Xerath brought Tang Yu to Adonis's flagship. At that moment, Adonis had just finished a simple yet plain war speech. Personally, I feel that the speech at the beginning of Void Legacy, despite having the same lines, lacks the momentum of the ultimate darkness. The many Templar warriors on site were cheering. Xerath, still in his usual misty demeanor, exclaimed, Adonis, you must stop the expedition immediately. His tone was urgent. Templar warriors, arrest this traitor. The young and capable Ceranthes directly ordered, clearly a newcomer eager to impress. That guilt is hard to forget. But attacking El will make us overlook the real threat at hand. Xerath still intended to reason with them. Just as Xerath was being escorted away, Adonis was about to say something. Adonis, long time no see. Tang Yu also stepped down from the Void Seeker. Archbishop, after completing the rescue mission, I accompanied the Dark Chaplain and discovered something. Talus also arrived on the bridge. It's Lord Tang Yu and Executive Talus. Are you also here to stop the attack on AEL? But it's already too late to stop now. Perhaps after clearing the slipstream, we can have a good talk. Clearly, Artanis is willing to listen to Xerath's opinions, but the responsibilities of the High Templar compel him to launch an offensive against Ale, which has been a long-standing desire of the Dalai. Seeing this, Xerath can only agree, while Tang Yu is indifferent, not believing that Amon can come up with any more tricks. The recovery operation of Ale is proceeding very smoothly. The massive Protoss forces, linked by the Sacred F2, are fighting bravely. They successfully captured 3 temporal gateways. Although they were attacked by the Zerg controlled by the hybrids along the way, they were defeated under overwhelming firepower. Now we can have a good talk, Artanis. Xerath and Artanis arrived at a secluded hill, and this time Tang Yu was not present. She had returned to the Void Seeker to modify it. Let us discuss in detail. Xerath, I hope your prophecy can be of use to us. Artanis is unusually relaxed. Since taking on the role of High Templar, he has been under tremendous pressure. The keystone will guide us to hope. Since humans used it to turn the Queen of Blades back into a human on Char, it has been lost. But Jim Raynor should still know its whereabouts. Now the Dark Godamon, who threatens our race, has been reborn, and we must seek the Xel'Naga to counter him on. Xerath firmly believes in the prophecy of Horus. I will keep things stable here. You go find Jim Raynor to confirm the location of the keystone, and we will regroup later. Artanis made a decision. Then let us do it. May the glory of Tassadar guide you. After Xerath finished speaking, he left for the Void Seeker. Upon arriving at the parking area of the Void Seeker, he found it surrounded by Zerg corpses of various sizes. Tang Yu was there adjusting the position of the Void Seeker. What happened, Lady Tang Yu? Xerath was surprised. He wasn't worried about her safety, but thought that the Zerg should have been cleared out by now. Oh, it's you, Xerath. Just now, a large group of Zerg came to attack while I was modifying the Void Seeker, and I wiped them all out. That's why I'm moving it. It's hard to work with all these corpses around. While speaking, Tang Yu moved the Void Seeker away from the Zerg corpses and set it down. Xerath, Artanis, and the nearby Templar have disappeared from Kara's. I can no longer sense them. At this moment, Seraldus's anxious voice suddenly came through. This is impossible. Your kind does not disappear from Kara's unless they are dead. Xerath's tone was filled with surprise. Then the impossible has happened. Seraldus felt a deep sense of helplessness. What is wrong, Xerath? At this point, Tang Yu had also finished her last task and asked Xerath, we must find Artanis and clarify the situation. Xerath didn't explain much to Tang Yu and led her to investigate the situation of a nearby Templar. Along the way, they discovered many Zerg, which was unreasonable since the Zerg should have been cleared out. Just as they continued their exploration, something incredible happened. Xerath, the betrayer of Kara's, died. Many Templars' eyes were enveloped in a red light, charging towards Xerath as if they had gone mad. This is impossible. Seraldus, I've found the missing Templar. They have been corrupted. Seraldus? Xerath was extremely surprised, but facing his brethren, he couldn't attack and could only push back those Templar with Tang Yu. Continuing forward, they soon found Artanes, who was kneeling on the ground in pain. I see endless hatred. Artanes, Karas has been corrupted. You must sever the neural link. Saying this, Zeratul swung his lightsaber, but it was parried. No, we are only whole within Karas. This time I win, Tangyue. Ha ha ha. Chapter 129. The Fall of Karas Amon, controlling Artanes. Arrogantly mocked Tangyue, finally having the upper hand this time. All the Protoss are mine. They will forge my new avatar. I will end this failed cycle. Amon, manipulating Artanes, boasted. However, at that moment, while Amon was focused on mocking Tangyue, Zeratul quietly approached from behind Artanes, seizing the opportunity to cut off Artanes' braid. With the severing of the neural link, Amon's consciousness was forcibly expelled from Artanes' mind. Accompanied by Amon's roar, Artanes collapsed to his knees. Zeratul quickly stepped forward to support him. Artanes, how do you feel? You must pull yourself together. We need to get the keystone. Zeratul's tone was urgent. If it weren't for Tangyue distracting Amon, severing Artanes' neural link would have come at a great cost. The keystone? Tangyue, who had been watching the farce with Amon, was curious about the term. Although she had heard it in the ire of the temple, she didn't know what it was. And now it seemed she was the only one in the presence of the three who didn't know what it looked like, which made her very angry. It's the Xel'Naga artifact that Jim Raynor and the others mentioned. Artanes had recovered and explained to Tangyue. He didn't know how much she knew about the keystone. But since she asked, he had to answer. Oh, you should have said so. The keystone has always been with me. Tangyue suddenly realized. After calling it the keystone for so long, she thought it was some great item. Now it seemed she was the only one in the room who didn't know what it was. What? The keystone has always been with you. This is truly fate's arrangement. Zeratul was also surprised. He genuinely didn't know that the keystone he had hurried back to have Artanes search for had been right beside them all along. It was truly a twist of fate. Since the keystone is in hand, we should start researching it. I hope it can lead us to save our people, as the prophecy foretold. Zeratul looked at the Protoss corpses around, feeling a mix of emotions. Regarding researchers, I have a good suggestion. Phase Smith Kel'Thuzad. He's an excellent talent. Moreover, our Golden Fleet is under Amon's control, and we need some unconventional means to escape Ale. After recovering, Artanes quickly entered commander mode, calmly analyzing the situation. So, do you have any good ideas? Tangyue, who had been kicking stones idly, asked. The Spear of Adin lies beneath the ruins of Kosa. When the Overmind invaded Ale, the damage to Koshado prevented the spear from launching, allowing it to be preserved. However, we need a skilled engineer to activate the spear's power system. This is also another reason we need to find Kel'Thuzad. Artanes' analysis was clear and compelling. Everyone was convinced. Once the plan was finalized, the three immediately headed to the small base that Seraldus had entrusted to Kel'Thuzad. Along the way, they also tried their best to save some Templar. Upon arriving at the base, they saw Kel'Thuzad, protected by several Centurions, fighting off the Zerg attacks. Tangyue and the others immediately rushed in to assist in the battle, eliminating the Zerg. Phase Smith, your neural link must be severed. Artanes immediately revealed his intentions, ready to perform the operation. I've already been cut off by the Dark Templar. I'm no longer affected by Karas' corruption. Karakos saw Adinus' imposing presence and turned his back to reveal his bare neural lock. Archbishop, what brings you here? Clearly, Karakos was puzzled as to why Adinus had come, thinking it couldn't be just for a few people. We need an experienced phase engineer to activate the Spear of Adin and also to work on researching the keystone. The Spear of Adin. It is a supreme honor. I will do my utmost to complete the task. Upon hearing that he was to work on the Spear of Adin, Karakos was thrilled. The combat strength of the group was quite formidable, and they effortlessly arrived at the ruins of Koshada. After investigating the situation with the Spear of Adin, Karakos provided a concrete plan. The power core of the Spear of Adin is an ancient technology. We need a strong energy source to ignite it and restart the spear. From my observations, there are many energy batteries distributed around. Once we activate all of them, I can gather energy and activate the Spear of Adin. Karakos' plan was very reasonable. I had already gathered all the surviving Nerazim brethren nearby. They could assist us in the battle to seize the batteries. Zeratul was on his way to notify the nearby Nerazim about gathering them, which would provide decent combat strength, at least better than the hasty rescue of the Templar. The operation proceeded very smoothly. Apart from the battery that was activated at the start, the other 4 batteries had stopped working due to infestation by the Zerg. After being cleared out by the forces led by Tangyu, they were activated again. Energy transmission was good, and the Spear of Adin was starting up. After all 5 batteries were unlocked, Karakos immediately began working to gather energy for the restart. Recall all warriors. We must leave Ire immediately. Adnis also ordered right away. Soon, all the Protoss with their braids cut were teleported onto the Spear of Adin. At this moment, Eamon, controlling his new body, came out to taunt. You cannot escape my grasp. Chapter 130. Return to Sargeras after arriving at the Spear of Adin. Even Tang Yu had to admire that the decor of the Spear of Adin was really nice. Back when Tang Yu melted the memories of Nesh and the Ocularis, the internal decoration was fused together. Later, Tang Yu used the power of space to redecorate. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the original decor of the Spear of Adin. Arriving at the Solar Forge, Karakos was conducting research there. The Solar Matrix core, a creation from the golden age of the Protoss, was still vibrant even now. Karakos spoke with overflowing admiration. It's nice, but I feel like an artificial star is still a bit low-end. Tang Yu, who had been spoiled by her supernova furnace, was clearly not satisfied with the power of the Solar Matrix core. You really have high standards, Solar Lord. Even as the son of the god. At the peak of its glory, it couldn't maintain a supernova in an explosive state to draw energy. Adinus, who had seen a supernova furnace, agreed. It was indeed outrageous. A supernova, under the influence of time, remains perpetually at its explosive peak, drawing in tremendous energy. It's simply miraculous. Let me help you modify it. Don't worry, I'm just craving the decor of the Spear of Adin. My original trial was only a rough decoration. Now I want to take inspiration from the decor of the Spear of Adin for my modifications. Tang Yu generously expressed her intentions, which greatly enhanced the trust between the two parties. Thus, Adinus was sent back to the bridge to discuss strategies with Xiridol, while Tang Yu began her modifications on the Solar Matrix core. However, it was clear that Eamon did not intend to let Tang Yu do what she liked. Soon, Adinus hurriedly came to call Tang Yu away. What's wrong? Adinus, what happened? I was planning to develop a secret weapon against Kerrigan after modifying the Solar Matrix core. Tang Yu was quite confused. We discovered a protector at the War Council. She was originally not corrupted by Kerrigan. We thought we could trust her temporarily, but in the blink of an eye, she was controlled by Eamon, and now they're cursing you. Speaking of this matter, Adinus felt extremely awkward. He had just intended to leave Loanna behind to investigate, and before he knew it, he had been slapped in the face. It seemed Eamon had been driven to madness by Tang Yu and was now freely channeling the Zerg. All right, I'll go take a look. Tang Yu felt helpless. It was just a few times she had tricked Eamon. Why was this guy holding a grudge? Soon, Tang Yu, led by Adinus, arrived at the War Council. Upon entering, she saw Loanna, who was possessed by Eamon, imprisoned in stasis, while Xiridol looked on with a constipated expression as Eamon channeled the Zerg. Oh, you finally arrived. Don't think that just because you've run to this pathetic ship, I can't do anything about you. A loud laugh erupted from Loanna. Her voice tinged with Eamon's distinctive tone, and she stopped channeling upon seeing Tang Yu. As I can't play the Zerg, I won't write it. Please let the Zerg master fill in the blanks. Just as Tang Yu was about to speak, Eamon immediately interrupted. Even if you run to outer space, your homeland cannot run away. Perhaps by the time you realize it, your pitiful Sargeras will already be my territory again. Hearing Eamon's words, everyone had different reactions. Adinus was surprised, Xiridol was worried, and Tang Yu was very angry that Eamon interrupted her. This is infuriating. Although we are still in the early stages, dealing with you is not a problem. Saying this, Tang Yu condensed a golden light ball and struck Loanna with it. As the light ball was absorbed, streams of golden energy flowed through Lohanna's neural lock, expelling all the black-red void energy. At this moment, Eamon seemed to sense something. Damn Tang Yu, what have you done? We're not done. Not done. Zerg players, please confidently replace with Zerg version. Eamon's furious curses gradually faded away, and Loanna was freed. Thank you, esteemed warrior. Eamon has left. I can feel his anger and your power blocking him. Loanna showed great respect to Tang Yu, completely different from her old-fashioned views towards other humans. Hello, I just found Eamon's incessant chatter quite annoying. Tang Yu was also puzzled as to why this person was so respectful right off the bat, as she seemed not to know her. Let's not talk about that for now. Lady Tang Yu, Sargeras has truly been invaded. We must head to Sargeras immediately. Adinus rushed to the bridge, realizing that, judging by Eamon's tone, he seemed to have already taken control of Sargeras. Xiridol nodded at Tang Yu before vanishing towards the bridge. As for why they didn't just take the Voidseeker to scout, it was under maintenance in the hangar. Moreover, this time it was clearly a full-scale invasion. Tackling it alone was not a solution. After a leap, the Spear of Adin arrived at Sargeras, where flames and fungal carpets were everywhere. Thank the gods, Adinus. You've come. This is the Archon and Lady Tang Yu. I salute you. Let's not talk about that. The portal to Ire suddenly opened, and countless Zerg poured out from it. Timetros has fallen, and many of our people are trapped in Timetros. The anxious voice of Vorazin came from the communicator. Since the establishment of Dalaram and the formation of the Council of Light and Shadow, Rosagal had handed over the position of chieftain to Vorazin, while she herself became a member of the council. Now it was Vorazin who was in charge, and since Rosagal was still alive and well, Vorazin held great respect for the High Priest Xeridol. Hold on, we will come to help you immediately. Although our Golden Fleet is gone, I can still provide appropriate support. When Artanis said this, he felt quite hollow. He had gone out looking for trouble and ended up losing all his belongings. Chapter 131. Art. As the warp beam lit up, a wave of troops led by Artanis descended upon Timetros. Chieftain, we have come to support you, Artanis said, though he felt somewhat guilty. Thank you, High Archbishop. Why are there only these people? Where are the Holy Knights of Ale? Vorazin, who had initially been grateful, was dismayed to see Artanis arrive with just a few scruffy soldiers. A lot has happened in Ale, and it's not convenient to explain right now. Artanis had to resort to the universal excuse of dragging things out. Well, we still have some Dark Holy Knights. They will support you while avoiding most of the Zerg attacks. In the end, Vorazin still sent a team of Dark Holy Knights to assist Artanis. After all, the Starforging factory of the Spear of Adin had just started working, and the recovery of technology was still in its early stages and needed debugging, so they hurried over. The takeover of the launch port went very smoothly, except for those Void Rippers. The long-range strikes of the Void Rippers made Artanis quite uncomfortable, and they were tough to deal with. In the end, it was Tang Yu who completed the orbital bombardment modification and directly annihilated them with a super-concentrated void energy projectile. After dealing with the Void Rippers, clearing the shipping lanes became much easier. The Zerg invasion had only started not long ago. Although they had managed to complete the infection lockdown of the shipping lanes, the surrounding garrison was still lacking. High Archbishop, can we talk about the Holy Knights now? At this point, Vorazin and Artanis had completed the evacuation of Timetros and returned to the Spear of Adin. Our assault on Ale was initially going very smoothly, but we never expected that Carix was just a lie from Eamon. He corrupted and controlled the Golden Fleet through Carix, and Ale was once again handed over without a fight. Artanis was filled with self-blame. If he had not acted so stubbornly and had chosen to listen to Xeridol's advice, perhaps there could have been a chance for change. There's no need to regret, Artanis. You did well. As the High Archbishop, that is what you must do. Xeridol, who had remained behind, sensed the presence of Artanis and Vorazin and came over just in time to find Artanis in a state of despair. That's right, Artanis. This is not something we could have prevented. You have done enough. Now we should consider the situation in Sargeras. After hearing the comforting words from Vorazin and Xeridol, Artanis clearly felt much better. Then let's talk about the current situation. Artanis also calmed down. The pressure of being the High Archbishop was suffocating him. Our reconnaissance shows that the Zerg swarm is continuously pouring into Sargeras, and its fall is inevitable. Vorazin was not optimistic about the situation in Sargeras. Is there no other way? Artanis still hoped to salvage the situation. Sargeras is our home, the Nerazim's homeland. We cannot let it fall into Eamon's hands. I plan to overload the crystal of the Zizur Temple to impact the planet's core and destroy Sargeras. Vorazin immediately spoke words of wolfish ferocity. Artanis was stunned beside her. Xeridol was pondering nearby. I disagree. Adonais was the first to voice his opposition. Agree? Sagulas has been the home of Nerazim for generations. We will never allow Amon to defile it. We would rather destroy it. Vorazin's stance was equally resolute. I agree with this plan. As Nerazim, we have never forgotten that our true home has always been Ire. Sagulas must never fall into Amon's hands. Xeridol, who was contemplating, also gave his approval. Adonais looked at the two in front of him, lost in thought. The statement, our true home has always been Ire, struck him deeply. Okay, then let's do it that way. However, the plan needs some adjustments. In that brief moment, Adonais had new ideas. Let's hear it. Xeridol and Vorazin both showed great interest. We can hold the temple, attract a large number of Zerg and hybrids, and then detonate the planet to give Amon a decisive blow. Adonais approached the star map and demonstrated his thoughts to Xeridol and Vorazin. Bold idea. Vorazin was quite surprised that Adonais had thought this through so deeply. Good plan. This could cost Amon dearly. Xeridol also expressed his agreement. After discussing the strategy, they went to Tangyue to seek technical support. What? Destroy a planet. I'm quite experienced in that. Oh, you want Amon to gather troops first, right? Simple. Tangyue smoothly took on the task of providing technological support. Before the battle began, Tang Yue prepared sturdy and durable Protoss Nexus cannons, long-range shield generators, and enhanced catering crystals, which integrated the capabilities of a hyperdimensional space cannon. In addition, Tang Yue also added bunker modules to the Protoss Nexus, allowing the Protoss's ranged infantry units to garrison inside for attacks. Immortals could also fit. Although these technologies did not significantly enhance combat capability in ordinary times, they were exceptionally useful for defense. The defense of the temple went very smoothly. Under the protection of the solid barrier of the Protoss Nexus, the backline turrets provided stable output, the catering crystals balanced output and control, and the bunker modules were packed with a large number of immortals. High Priest, I've never seen so many Zerg before. Was the battle for ire like this? Vorazin, looking at the overwhelming Zerg and the not-so-sparse hybrids, felt deeply astonished. No, Chieftain, the current situation far exceeds the battle for ire. Adonis reflected on the scene before him, recalling the battle for ire. Adonis, the temple is ready. It's surprising that the temple we activated back then is now to be personally destroyed by us. Zeratul also felt that fate was playing tricks. Under the control of Adonis and Zeratul, the core of the temple began to overload. As the crimson crystal fell into the core, accompanied by emerging cracks, Sagulas erupted in a stunning display of fireworks in space, accompanied by a massive number of Zerg and hybrids. Chapter 132. Glacius Sagulas had already turned to cosmic dust in that brilliant light. Witnessing my homeland turn to dust was unbearable, but was a necessary sacrifice to combat him on. Zeratul stood on the bridge, watching the fragments of the planet drift in the universe, his heart complicated. As one of the Protoss who left Ire with Rahana, witnessing the fall of their homeland twice, this time watching it be completely destroyed was still difficult to bear. Zeratul and Adonis did not know how to comfort him, but they had to admire the determination of the Nerazim. Do not be troubled, Adonis. We Nerazim only have one true homeland, which is Ire. Let us go and reclaim it together. Vorazin also joined the conversation. It's truly spectacular. Destroying a planet is always so shocking to witness. It took me a long time to piece together my own home when I did it. At this moment, Tang Yue, with a lollipop stick in her mouth, came to the window of the bridge, looking at the planet fragments outside, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems Lord Tang Yue has quite the experience in this regard. Adonis spoke up to lighten the mood, but the effect was rather mediocre. All right, stop wallowing in self-pity. We need to get to work. Seeing the group mourning and neglecting their duties, Tang Yue had to urge them. Okay, we should also lift our spirits. After all, Amon won't give us a moment's respite. Vorazin, do your scouts have any news? Adonis finally perked up in inner work mode. The scouts report that the Taldaran Death Fleet is gathering near Glacius. Something big is likely happening. Vorazin reported truthfully. Good, then let us see what the Taldaran plan to do. Adonis immediately ordered them to head to Glacius. Upon arriving at Glacius, they saw the Black and Red Death Fleet in the distance unleashing firepower on the Glacius facilities. The Taldaran are destroying the facilities. We must go down immediately. Our target is the archives. Valuable information should be inside, which will aid Keralis in researching the Keystone. Adonis ordered immediately. Accompanying the troops down were Tang Yue, who insisted on taking a nap in the turmoil. Amidst several beams of light, several Dark Templar and Zealots were transported down, along with the recently restored war machines, the Immortals. The Spear of Adin was, after all, a creation from the Golden Age, and its technology did not align with the manufacturing methods of the Immortals. Fortunately, the developers and prototype creators of the Immortals were on board. Lord Tang Yue, we have been sent to assist your mission, the leading Dark Templar explained. Huh? Why so few? Where's Adonis? Isn't he coming down? Tang Yue directly asked the question that troubled many commanders. Why wasn't Adonis coming down? The High Priest believes he can command us more efficiently from the ship. The Dark Templar clearly seemed like an honest person. I think Adonis just wants to slack off on the Spear of Adin. Whatever, let's go. After saying that, Tang Yue headed straight ahead without looking back. The group of troops had no choice but to hurry and follow. Not long after they set off, they encountered a wave of Taldaran troops. Without a word, they brandished their weapons and charged at Tang Yue and the others, shouting, "Die in the name of Amon." Seeing this, Tang Yue executed a lightning-fast 5-hit combo. The Taldaran did not dodge and were quite honorable. They directly collided with Tang Yue's attack. Tang Yue's energy was different from that of ordinary psionics. The power it contained was naturally much stronger, and that Taldaran underestimated it. The lightning whip tore through the psionic shield, striking heavily upon him, and the immense energy instantly burned him to death. Young man, when facing a powerful opponent, You must know your limits. Tang Yue said after this ambiguous statement and continued to advance with the troops. Soon they encountered a large gate that had been sealed. The gate is sealed by an energy field. We need to destroy the energy supply source on the other side to open it. No need. Tang Yue didn't care for all this roundabout stuff. They wanted to block her from breaking down the door. Dream on. Ji Jian Tang Yue directly gathered a massive amount of spiritual energy and struck it against the barrier of the gate. The color of the barrier began to shift from the original red of the Taldaran style to Tang Yue's golden hue, just as the gold completely overtook the barrier. The gate exploded with a loud bang, along with the crystal tower behind it, shattering into pieces. All right, it's wide open. Let's move on. Tang Yue immediately beckoned the dazed group to continue forward. Of course, the guards behind the door had already met their end under the shockwave that accompanied the sound. Thus, under Tang Yue's path of demolition, she led her troops directly to the entrance of the archive, taking a shortcut. Meanwhile, the Taldaran's rays had only just burned halfway. Locate the coordinates of the archive and bring the items up. After saying this, Tang Yue directly teleported back to the Spear of Adin. Upon returning to the Spear of Adin, Adinus informed Tang Yue that Taldaran had sent a message, roughly indicating that the first person to ascend in Taldaran strongly condemned the actions. Of course, none of that mattered. What was important was that there was a problem at the Solar Core. Archbishop, I think you better come to the Solar Core and take a look. Kyrax's anxious voice came through the communicator. Upon arriving at the Solar Core, they saw Kyrax scanning a prototype mech. Ah, you finally made it. Besides the data just transmitted from the Grausch's facility, there was also a prototype. Kyrax quietly said to Adinus and the others. Is there a problem? Phase technician? Adinus expressed confusion as to why Kyrax was speaking so cautiously. It's certainly not a problem, but the key is that this is a newly activated purifier prototype, and its memory carrier is Phoenix. Kyrax finally got to the crux of the matter. That is troublesome. Adinus frowned. By the way, I thought something was missing. Where's Phoenix? Tang Yue only realized then that she hadn't seen Phoenix during her visit to the Protoss. Phoenix was one of the leaders of the Vanguard forces attacking AI Air at that time. Now, it seems he was left in the Golden Armada and should now be controlled by Mon. Adinus also felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 133, Ulna. Without discussing the pitiful Phoenix abandoned by the Archbishop at AI Air in the face of Phoenix, Purifier, Adinus and Kyrax expressed that it was really difficult to handle. Since Phoenix himself, as a super immortal, was still active on the battlefield in Amon's hands, they didn't know how to deal with the Purifier version of Phoenix now. Kyrax, what is the replication level of the Purifier matrix? Now, only by clarifying the replication level of the Purifier matrix can they determine whether the current Purifier version is another Phoenix or a new individual. It reached 99.9%. Kyrax also gave an extremely ambiguous answer. This replication level could be considered a complete copy, but that 0.1% might lead to many different choices in a lifetime. Adinus, I have also heard about the Purifiers. I believe that within these bodies exist the souls of the Templar warriors who, like our Nerazim, were once misunderstood. Perhaps we can trust them. Cyrodiil, standing from the perspective of a victim in the former highest council of the Nerazim, could feel the feelings of the Purifiers. I will consider it carefully, but first, we need to deal with this Purifier in front of us. Under Cyrodiil's narration, Adinus felt it made sense, and now their Protoss should unite all their strength. Here, due to Tang Yue's previous actions, Dallin had already allied with Kerrigan, which led to the current Protoss society agreeing that they should unite all their forces against Amon, except for Loanna. However, just as Adinus was about to have a good talk with Phoenix, Purifier, after finishing discussions with Cyrodiil and Kyrax, he turned around and saw Tang Yue standing in front of Phoenix, Purifier. What? You say you're Phoenix? Impossible, impossible. Phoenix almost died in Antioch. I personally conducted the transformation. Now he is a super immortal, not someone like you. Tang Yue directly denied Phoenix's, Purifier, words, laying the harsh reality before him. At the same time, she did not forget to show the current immortal state of Phoenix. So who exactly am I? Goodness, Phoenix, Purifier, fell into self-reflection. Lord Tang Yue, how did you end up here? And Adinus was also at a loss for words. It was really too difficult. Everyone, I need to think carefully about my existence. Can you let me be quiet for a moment? The currently self-reflecting Phoenix, Purifier, did not want to say anything to Adinus and the others. Well then, Adinus, let us go. After saying this, Tang Yue took the lead to leave. Seeing this, the three of them went off to do their own tasks. After a while, Kyrax once again called everyone to the power room, but this time it was not about the Purifiers, but about the Keystone. Archbishop, It seems I have discovered the secret of the keystone. Upon entering the power room, they saw Kyrax's excited expression. Please go ahead, phase technician. Besides Adnis, Zeratul and Vorazin also looked at Kyrax with curiosity. For the keystone, time is meaningless. It can self-repair. I believe the keystone stores its original location, which will lead us to, before Kyrax could finish. Adnis and the others interrupted. Ulna, exactly. That is the homeland of the Xel'Naga. The keystone should have been created there. Kyrax's tone was extremely excited. Then quickly show it to us, phase technician. Adnis was also overly excited. Although there was Tang Yue, an existence on par with the Xel'Naga, after all, she was not their original creator. With a series of operations from Kyrax, a coordinate and image appeared from the keystone. The Otarian Rift. This must be a problem. Sorry, Archbishop. Kyrax looked at the image before him and panicked. This is impossible. No, phase technician. It is said that the Xel'Naga came from a place where life should not exist. Since this helps with the redemption of our race, then we must try our best. Activate the warp engine and head to Ulna. Adnis waved his hand to head towards the Otarian Rift. The spear of Adin shot straight towards the Otarian Rift, directly facing the high-energy particle stream. After a violent jolt, a massive diamond-shaped building appeared before them. Incredible! We are now in Ulna, the cradle of life in this universe. Within the rift of this universe, Vorazin gazed at the spectacular building before him, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, this is amazing. I want this big guy. Quick, let me go see your Xel'Naga. I hope they are generous enough to give me this Ulna. I really like it." Tang Yue, standing beside, looked at the massive Ulna before her, also excited beyond measure, even though the initial trial was a super arc ship that fused two arc ships. Reaching a height of 150 kilometers, it could be considered a supergiant. However, Ulna is an artificial planet floating in space, roughly the size of Earth. Let's head down first. If Zeratul has no objections, we have no other choice. Adnis expressed that he doesn't understand the world of the big shots. Soon, Adnis brought Tang Yu and Zeratul to the surface of Ulna. Archbishop, the door to Ulna is locked. According to our analysis, we need to activate all 4 celestial locks to open the temple. Just as Adnis was at a loss, the considerate Keralis provided the method to open it. Now that we understand Keralis, we will handle it, Adnis said, noting that having a method made it simple. However, it was evident that Amon did not intend to let Adnis and the others work peacefully. The Dark God's will was clear. The temple must not be opened. The appearance of a group of remnants from the Mobius Foundation and a faction of the Tal'Darim complicated the task of opening the door. All right, another group of Tal'Darim and Mobius. Let's take care of them first, Adnis and Zeratul said, indicating they would need to clear the mooks first. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Move aside, let me handle this, Tang Yu said, her impatience showing as she was eager to discuss the transfer of Ulna with Zeratul. Tang Yu gathered a massive star pattern above her head, channeling the primordial power, which radiated brilliant light before detonating. The powerful energy swept across the surface of Ulna, instantly turning the Tal'Darim and Mobius above to ashes. Chapter 134. Direct confrontation. The explosion effect of the star pattern was still impressive, and the Amon forces on the surface of Ulna were completely eradicated. Seeing this, Adnis immediately divided his troops into 5 groups to activate the celestial locks of Ulna. The door to the temple inside Ulna opened smoothly. Upon entering the temple, Adnis immediately focused all his attention. Inside the temple of Ulna, whether due to the passage of time or the original design, there was a vast square in front of the real temple's door, filled with numerous stone pillars. And murals depicting some beliefs of the Zerg were arranged on both sides of the square in front of the door. In contrast to Adnis's vigilance, Zeratul, as a professional archaeological expert, appeared quite at ease in the familiar scene, filled with nostalgia as he looked at the ruins before him. However, just as Zeratul was reminiscing and Adnis was on high alert, a loud noise came from ahead. There's something happening over there. Adnis, Zeratul, let's go. Tang Yu, quick to notice the situation like someone shopping, immediately called for Adnis and Zeratul. The 3 of them quickened their pace, and when they arrived at the source of the noise, they saw the scene before them. The Queen of Blades, Kerrigan, was engaged in close combat with a small purple creature. However, judging by Kerrigan's expression, she had been fighting for some time and appeared somewhat weakened. In contrast, the small purple creature seemed full of energy, clearly having been in a brawl. Just as Tang Yu and the others arrived, the small purple creature knocked Kerrigan to the ground, pinning her down with several tendrils. Stannis immediately revealed his light blade and charged forward with a swift strike, targeting the connection point of the tendrils and cutting one off in a single blow. Cyrodiil also blinked to the other side of the creature, his master psionic blade slicing through with a green arc of light, severing the other tendril. Losing its tendrils caused the hybrid to feel immense pain, weakening its grip on Kerrigan. Seizing the opportunity, Kerrigan kicked the hybrid away, sending it flying directly towards Tang Yu. Facing the incoming hybrid, Tang Yu remained calm. A surge of golden energy gathered in her hand, and as the hybrid leaped in front of her, she struck it with a blossom palm to its back. The moment the blossom palm hit, the golden energy was infused into the hybrid's body, and the hybrid was sent flying back again due to the force. Adanis and Cyrodiil quickly surrounded it, staying vigilant. Kerrigan also took a moment to catch her breath and stood up with difficulty, her broken bone wings rapidly healing. At this moment, the hybrid slowly stood up, but its appearance had changed dramatically. Its originally crimson eyes had turned golden, and the light blue psionic patterns on its body had also transformed into gold. Once it stood up again, it no longer showed any desire to attack. It slowly turned to face Tang Yu and knelt on one knee. Incredible! Just now, Tang Yu's strike had infused energy into the hybrid, directly seizing control of it. What a feat! Seeing the now docile hybrid, Adanis and Cyrodiil lowered their guard and began to focus on Kerrigan. Kerrigan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Adanis expressed his surprise. There's no need to be surprised, Adanis. Kerrigan shares the same goal as us, so it's only natural to meet here, Cyrodiil said blandly, clearly accustomed to encountering Kerrigan during archaeological pursuits. I also didn't expect to run into you, and Tang Yu. It's been a long time. Kerrigan appeared quite fatigued, clearly having fought for a while. Sarah, long time no see. It seems you've integrated my power quite well, but you're still wasting it a bit, and you haven't formed an energy cycle within yourself, Tang Yu quickly assessed, noting that while Kerrigan had fully mastered the primordial power she transmitted, the primary energy supply cycle was still psionic. Prolonged battles would lead to a depletion of Kerrigan's primordial power, requiring her to recover gradually. If the fighting continued, it would put a huge strain on her body. Exactly. Once the battle drags on, the primordial power can't keep up. Kerrigan clearly recognized the issue. It's fine. This time I'm going to demand Ulna from Cyrodiil. On the way, I can help you build an energy cycle for the primordial power, Tang Yu said, leading the way inside. Adanis and Cyrodiil had no choice but to hurry after her. During this time, Kerrigan had also regained her energy, and seeing Tang Yu head towards the temple, she quickly followed, while the recently subjugated hybrid obediently trailed behind. Soon, the four entered the temple's interior. Upon entering, it was evident that the inside was completely different from the outside. The outer hall resembled a rocky planet's cave, while the temple's interior was a high-tech artificial relic, with energy columns floating in midair and bridges made of floating stone pillars connecting various sections. Let's go, Adanis. I hope your gods will give us a satisfactory answer. Kerrigan had fully recovered by this point. During the journey, Tang Yu had been using the primordial power to help Kerrigan construct an energy circuit. Let's hurry up. It seems Lady Tang Yu can hardly wait, Cyrodiil said, filled with excitement. He had been pursuing Cyrodiil's prophecies for years, wandering around for these predictions. Finally, there was an opportunity to see the Zerg, and everyone was incredibly excited. The group continued forward and soon arrived at a large gate, but their steps were clearly blocked. The gate was closed. This was an ancient Zerg mechanism. Outside, 2 different energy cores were needed to activate the gate. The old archaeologist Zalatu quickly observed and came up with a solution, being quite experienced. No need to complicate things. Just watch me. After examining the core left on the 2 mechanisms, Tang Yu understood the method. Looking at the orange-yellow core on the mechanism, filled with a peculiar spiritual energy, which had the ability to transform essence, Tang Yu directly gathered a pure void spiritual energy in his hand and condensed it into a crystal identical to the other core, then placed it directly on the other pedestal. Then something interesting happened. After a slight tremor, the gate slowly opened. See? No need to look for a keystone. I can do it on the spot. With a proud look on his face, Tang Yu led the 3 confused companions forward. Along the way, they encountered a large number of members from the Mobius Foundation and soldiers from Taldarin. Clearly, outside the vicinity of the Ulna Celestial Lock, there were many Eamon forces. However, these minor enemies were just small obstacles in the eyes of Adanis, Zalatu, and Kerrigan, and they dealt with them effortlessly. As for the gates along the way, Tang Yu opened them directly using his improvised key method. Soon, the group arrived at the first massive Zerg legendary altar. looking at the magnificent and detailed altar before him. Zelatu's old habit kicked in, and he immediately surrounded it, continuously circling and observing, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Incredible! This altar records that the Zerg spread the seeds of life throughout this universe right here in Ulna. I need more information. Let's hurry to the next one. Now, Zelatu was the most anxious. Faced with Zelatu, who had fallen into a state of frenzy, the others had no choice but to follow. Under Tang Yu's escort, the group quickly arrived at the last hall. However, this altar was in a dire situation. A hybrid behemoth, Big Red, was leading the charge and destroying the altar. Seeing this, Zelatu immediately panicked and intended to rush over to save the relic. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Tang Yu. Don't rush. Watch me. Saying this, Tang Yu directly gathered a massive energy and transformed it into a beam of light that shot towards the distant altar. The beam advanced, evaporating all the rubble that had collapsed and blocked the door, and then directly hit Big Red, annihilating all the surrounding hybrids as well. Afterwards, the group slowly approached the altar. Zelatu immediately went to inspect it. I finally understand. The Zerg spread the seeds of life in Ulna and then no longer intervened. Ultimately, there will be 2 destined races, one with a powerful form and the other with a powerful essence. They will come to Ulna to undergo sublimation and become new Zerg. Zelatu appeared very excited as he unveiled the origin of cosmic life. Wait, if the Zerg never intervened in the development of life, then we Protoss are Eamon. Everything is Eamon's lie. After some contemplation, Adonis also grasped the truth of Protoss history. It was all just lies given to them by Eamon. All right, Adonis. Ahead is where the Zerg sleep. If you have questions, you can ask them directly. If that doesn't work, you Protoss can just become my kin, although right now, Kerrigan is the only one who can be considered half of my kin. Tang Yu comforted Adonis, who was beginning to ponder life's questions. Beside him, Kerrigan remarked, Why am I only counted as half? Chapter 135, Acquired Item. Ena won the gate to the internal core area, slowly opened. But what appeared before everyone was far from what they had imagined. The ground was littered with ruins, and several massive tentacled creatures' corpses were crushed beneath the debris of the buildings. This can't be the Zerg. Adonis was shocked by the scene before him. He could not accept what he was witnessing. Don't worry, Adonis. As far as I know, if the Zerg die in the material plane, they merely return to the void. Kerrigan said, stepping forward to comfort Adonis, who looked deeply affected. But Sarah, shouldn't Ena be considered the border between the void and reality? That means it should count as part of the void. However, before Adonis could regain his composure under Kerrigan's comfort, Tang Yu once again ruthlessly plunged him into despair. Ha ha ha. So pathetic, so lamentable. You have desperately sought the Zerg, and now you have found them. Yet all you will face are the remnants I have left behind. Sink into the fate I have woven. Just as Adonis was still struggling with his thoughts, and Cyrodiil was trying to accept reality, Amon did not forget to seize the opportunity to mock them, intending to dampen Tang Yu's spirit. Eamon's appearance this time is quite impressive. In the interior of the entire hall, Eamon, taking advantage of Ulnar's special state, opened a massive void gate, with countless void energies continuously spilling out from it. At the same time, a large amount of void energy gathered in the hall, slowly forming a huge amalgamation, seemingly a temporary embodiment condensed by Eamon using Ulnar's power. At this moment, Adonis and Cyrodiil had also completed their mental struggle. Come on, Eamon, we will face you directly. Your lies will no longer bind us, and the son of the gods will no longer fear you. Meanwhile, on the spear of Adon outside Ulnar, a warrior reported to Vorazin, tribe leader. We detected a massive surge of void energy coming from the temple below. Is Adonis in trouble? Vorazin was also unclear about the situation. Just then, a surge of chaotic psionic energy appeared on the spear of Adon, and after a wave of crimson psionic fluctuations, Alarak appeared on the bridge of the spear. The warrior immediately activated his light blades and charged toward Alarak with his aging steps, but was swiftly knocked away by Alarak. I am Alarak, the first descendant of the Taldarim. Your high priest is in danger, and you need my help, but there will be a price. Alarak began to speak for himself right away. Vorazin was not interested in that. She raised her dragon-headed scythe and pointed it at Alarak. Interesting, but how can I trust you? Clever Vorazin took advantage of Alarak's posturing and locked him in a stasis chamber. I don't need to prove anything to you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying that, he directly used void psionics to explode the stasis chamber. Upon seeing this, Vorazin made up her mind, after some contemplation, to take them to find Adonis. After getting the answer she wanted, Alarak no longer hesitated and provided Vorazin with Adonis's current location. In his view, Adonis, who was facing Eamon, was probably in grave danger. Vorazin clearly thought so too, immediately leading the freshly groomed high-ranking warrior toward Ulnar. The previously cleared Taldaram and Mobius forces had once again occupied part of Ulnar's surface. After a swift journey, the rescue team finally arrived at Adonis's location. However, the scene before them was completely beyond imagination. Outside the core hall of Ulnar, two groups of amalgamations were battling fiercely, leaving a circular arena in the center where Adonis and Xeridol were comfortably watching the fight. Kerrigan had already left the arena area and was starting to build a Zerg nest not far away. As for the center of the arena, there lay a gigantic, crimson amalgamation slumped in the middle, while a small figure was riding on this amalgamation, wildly punching down at the amalgamation below. That was clearly Tang Yu. Damn it, why can't my host move? Eamon was raging helplessly beneath Tang Yu. Tang Yu, sitting on Eamon, was furiously attacking the face of Eamon's host, clearly using the meteor strike technique. Tang Yu's fists fell incessantly, and each attack injected a faint golden energy into Eamon's host. This faint golden energy was evidently the reason Eamon's host could not resist. What is barking so frantically in front of me? I can't hear clearly. At this moment, Tang Yu's expression had even turned comical due to the special influence. Sometimes, when tired from the relentless punches, Tang Yu would even drag Eamon's massive host into a hell cradle. This was the incredible scene displayed before the rescue team. At this time, Adonis also noticed the incoming rescue team. Warriors of the Templar, why are you here? Clearly, Adonis found it quite strange that Vorazin had sent a wave of troops over for no apparent reason. High Priest, the tribe leader, notified us to rescue you. The rescuers felt quite awkward. Well, you came at just the right time. Lord Tang Yu previously said that now that Xeridol has fallen, Ulnar is a masterless object, and we need to occupy Ulnar, which would be a token of our allegiance to Lord Tang Yu. Indeed, after learning the truth that Xeridol had been annihilated by Eamon, Adonis had made up his mind to become Tang Yu's follower. Throughout the long time spent with Tang Yu, Adonis had also experienced Tang Yu's power and character. A being of the same level as Xeridol, or even stronger, who had affection for the Protoss and held goodwill toward the world, had helped the Protoss greatly during their darkest times and was very permissive with his subordinates, making him a trustworthy deity from every angle. All right, High Priest, we trust your judgment. Now let us assist you. In the end, the rescuing Templar warriors chose to believe Adonis. Soon, with the help of the rescue team, Adonis and Xeridol established a forward base. Meanwhile, Kerrigan's Zerg nest was also almost complete. Oh, Adonis, it seems you have also established your forward position. We plan to attack the nearby Taldaram base. Do you want to join us? At this moment, Kerrigan, along with a small team, arrived at the Protoss base, inquiring Adonis. All right, Kerrigan, I will also organize a team. Let's work together in Ulnar. Adonis gathered a group of forces to go with Kerrigan to occupy Ulnar's surface. As for Kerrigan, this was an excellent opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Eamon. Not to mention Kerrigan being half of Tang Yu's follower now. She and Tang Yu were also good friends. Helping Tang Yu gain control of Ulnar was undoubtedly beneficial. Soon, under the crushing force of the mixed Protoss and Zerg forces, Ulnar's surface was gradually consumed. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena was also nearing its end. Shortly after the battle began, Tang Yu called for SCK's forces. And after a period of fighting, SCK's Taldaram mixed forces joined the battlefield. With beams of warp light igniting, one Taldaram amalgamation after another entered the fray, liberating the amalgamation forces that had been temporarily NTR'd by Tang Yu, and quickly annihilating Eamon's amalgamation forces in conjunction with the Taldaram forces. On the side of Eamon's temporary host, it was also on the verge of collapse due to Tang Yu's beating. Moreover, judging from Tang Yu's expression, she had already lost interest in continuing to beat Eamon. It's time to end this, little Eamon. I'm tired of playing. After saying this, Tang Yu summoned the primordial version of Willy, infusing it with immense primordial power, transforming it into a massive spear of light that pierced through Eamon's temporary host from behind. With a dazzling explosion of light, Eamon's temporary host was obliterated. Damn it! You wait for me, I will be back. Eamon's impotent fury echoed throughout Ulna. I'll be waiting for you. Bye-bye. Tang Yu even waved and smiled, acting as if she were carefree, with Eamon being forcibly returned to the void. The battle for Ulna lost all suspense. As communications were restored, Adonis immediately contacted the Spear of Adon, dispatching more troops, which, in cooperation with the Xel'Naga, successfully took complete control of Ulna. At this time, Tang Yu also summoned the Primordial trial to conduct in-depth scanning and research on Ulna. After all, there was a lot of Xel'Naga technology here. Compared to Tang Yu's overwhelming victory, Aranak from the Spear of Adin, who originally planned to ask for sky-high prices in front of Adonis, was now in a gloomy mood. Wasn't it said that he was being suffocated by Eamon? Wasn't it promised that there would be timely rescue and gratitude? How could he continue to have fun, show off, like this? That being said, after Adonis returned to the Spear of Adin, he still met with Aranak and discussed in depth Aranak's intention to become a High Lord of Tal'Darin. Chapter 136. The Chaos of the Death Fleet. Due to unexpected changes in the plan to sell the Archbishop a favor, Aranak found himself at a disadvantage in the negotiations. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. He could have been in a dominant position, chatting leisurely. Now, Aranak had to place both sides on equal footing. In the end, under Aranak's superb negotiation skills, Adonis agreed to go to Shireen to help Aranak become a High Lord of Tal'Darin. In exchange, Aranak needed to assist in the battle against Eamon's forces. Thus, the matter of Ulna was finally completed. Once again returning to the material plane, communications between the Spear of Adin and the Protoss forces were restored. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard also brought the intelligence they had gathered during this time. Adonis, the Shadow Guard reports that they have discovered the base of the Mobius Foundation, which is hiding in the Rift of Vengeance. Upon receiving the military report from the Shadow Guard, Vorazin immediately passed the message to Adonis. Great, now we can completely eradicate the cancer that is the Mobius Foundation. However, we have just reached a cooperation with Aranak and now need to go to Shireen. Upon hearing this news about the Rift of Vengeance, Adonis felt happy. But the urgent matter was to go to Shireen to help Aranak become High Lord, which was truly a dilemma. Haha, Adonis, I have an idea. Why don't we split into two teams, one to help Aranak become High Lord, and the other to take out the Mobius stronghold? What do you think? Tang Yi Ue, who had not visited the bridge for a long time, happened to encounter this decision-making moment. High Lord? All right, let's not worry about that for now. So, who does Lord Tang you think should be responsible for the Rift of Vengeance? Adonis, who had a good habit of asking when in doubt, inquired. I can send Kel'Thuzad. After a moment of thought, Tang Yu decided to send Kel'Thuzad to the Rift of Vengeance. Kel'Thuzad, although a phase smith may be slightly lacking in combat ability, still had commendable military qualities. However, relying solely on the phase smith might be somewhat dangerous. After some contemplation, Adonis agreed with Tang Yu's idea, but he worried that it might be difficult to deal with the Mobius Foundation with just Kel'Thuzad alone. You don't have to worry about that. I just completed modifications on the Golden Fleet. The new carriers and Tempest battleships can easily crush the Mobius Foundation, but our battle at Shireen might lack naval support. However, I've also prepared something new. Tang Yu provided a plan in response to Adonis's concerns. In that case, we will split into two teams. We will go to Shireen to resolve the Tal'Darin issue, while the phase smith Kel'Thuzad will head to the Rift of Vengeance to deal with the Mobius Foundation. Adonis made a firm decision. Of course, our old introvert Kel'Thuzad was quite surprised when he learned that he needed to take on a big responsibility and head to the Rift of Vengeance to deal with the Mobius Foundation. In the end, he had no choice but to be pushed into action. With arrangements in place, Adonis commanded the Spear of Adin to proceed to Shireen. Upon arriving in the high orbit of Shireen, they could see crimson-colored Protoss ships docked in the planet's orbit. The entire Shireen was filled with a purple aura, the result of Eamon's specialized drink. Look, that is the Death Fleet, ready to annihilate all living beings under Eamon's command. Aranak stood on the bridge, gazing at the fleet in orbit, sighing deeply. This is indeed a problem, but I believe you will solve it, right? Adonis began to tease at this moment. Of course, I will deal with Marash and then become the High Lord of Tal'Darin. I will lead Tal'Darin. Aranak became increasingly excited as he spoke. So, future High Lord, tell us, what should we do now? After the casual chat, Adonis got straight to the point. First, we need to deal with the Guardians of Marash, as they will assist Marash during the Rakshur ritual and will pose a threat after I deal with Marash. This time, Aranak honestly laid out the plan. Since that's the case, let's prepare and get ready for battle, Aranak. With that, Adonis went to inform Zeratul and Tang Yu. Under the leap of the warp beam, Tang Yu, Adonis, and Zeratul arrived at the surface of Shireen. They were now at the location of Marash's guardians. So, Lord Tang Yu, what is the secret weapon you mentioned? It would be somewhat difficult for just the three of us to deal with all the guardians. Once on the surface, Adonis raised a question, as he really couldn't imagine how they would deal with all the guardians with just the three of them. Although in reality, Tang Yu could handle everything alone. Based on Adonis's observations, Tang Yu would typically choose to play slowly unless she was particularly urgent or provoked. Adonis, don't be anxious. Trust that Lord Tang Yu already has a plan. Xeratel, on the side, appeared very calm and carefree. After experiencing the ups and downs of life, he was finally on the rise again and was in high spirits. Just let you see, this is my new toy that I recently developed, the Super War Mecha. Doryman face. Tang Yu, seeing the anticipation in the two of them, proudly revealed her new toy, although calling it a toy was more for Tang Yu's perspective. Now, before Adonis and Xeratel stood 3 gigantic robots, each over 1 kilometer tall, referencing the Protoss statue warriors in the battle. They were made from a special Protoss alloy, giving them a golden appearance, gorgeous and full of combat power. After that, Tang Yu handed the 2 wristbands to Adonis and Xeratel. Hold on to these. They're the keys. Injecting spiritual energy will allow you to jump into the mecha and take control, said Tang Yu as she directly activated the key, disappearing before Adonis and Xeratel. At the same time, the massive mecha standing at the forefront also lit up its eyes and began to advance. Seeing this, Adonis and Xeratel quickly activated the keys and started working. One can only say that Tang Yu's toys are really useful. The gigantic mecha, equipped with almost endless shields, completely crushed the Mirage Guardians troops. The most frustrating part was that Tang Yu didn't install any ranged weapons on these mechas. Therefore, the battle scenes were quite spectacular. 3 giant humanoid mechas rampaged through the Tal'Darim troops and fleet, using their limbs to strike continuously among the piles of soldiers. Of course, these were all battles fought by Adonis and Xeratel, while Tang Yu played more flamboyantly. Occasionally, Tang Yu would leap high, grab a floating destroyer battleship, and tear it apart in the middle, then throw it left and right, directly destroying 2 Judgment Walkers. The most interesting part was when Tang Yu directly grabbed a Judgment Walker, yanked its legs off, and then started to sing and dance with its core body like a basketball. Sometimes, Tang Yu would even roll into a ball and roll back and forth among the Tal'Darim. The battle progressed quickly, completely one-sided in its crushing. Tang Yu's mecha shield was astonishing. The Tal'Darim troops could not break through the shield and could only endure the one-sided trampling. Aranak, adjusting his stay to the spear of Adon, watched the battle below and felt a sense of despair. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to win either. The death of the Guardians was a foregone conclusion. After the last Guardian fell, this extremely inhumane and horrific crushing finally came to an end. Aranak also adjusted his state and arrived at Marash's door. "Hi, Lord Marash. I challenge you to a Rakshur duel. Accept my challenge or die cowardly." At this moment, Aranak was quite energetic. Tang Yu's performance had given a deep understanding of this ally's power. This is not just an ally. This is a strong support. Is this Rakshur not an easy win? We will duel at dawn. Prepare for your tragic death. Marash ultimately accepted Aranak's Rakshur challenge. At dawn next day, on the Ascension Plateau, "Ha ha, Marash. This time you will die tragically. My ally is not someone you can deal with." At this moment, Aranak was in high spirits, relying on the support of others. He was quite confident in showing off. "Foolish, the Dark God will grant me power. You are undoubtedly doomed." As the battle began, both sides started to continuously taunt each other, both being masters of Zaun. The battle commenced, and Adonis began to construct defensive fortifications, mainly responsible for preventing the Tal'Darim troops from raiding and also secretly hunting some elemental creatures of Serene. As for the supply of spiritual energy and advancement, it was naturally entrusted to the mixed Tal'Darim forces that returned from Unna. That's right, after the primordial trials reached Unna for research, Tang Yu sent the sect back outside the material plane. When Sect led the mixed forces to the Rakshur ceremony, the Tal'Darim on Marash's side were directly shocked. Look, the other side is already upgraded. After all, when Sect came to Serene, he quietly took away some Tal'Darim to join the mixed forces. Now, appearing once again, it caused a huge psychological blow to Tal'Darim society. Even Aranak was extremely shocked. It was impressive to find a battery that turned out to be even more ruthless than the previous employer. Since becoming a hybrid, Sect had been constantly training, and now he was essentially a boss-level hybrid. Facing Marash's mass-produced hybrid batteries was like cutting vegetables. The outcome of the Rakshur ceremony was self-evident. "Damn it, Aranak. You will lead our people to destruction." Marash let out an angry howl before dying. "You are right about one thing. I will lead the Tal'Darim." Under the wave of spiritual energy, the once high Lord Marash fell. The Tal'Darim welcomed their new High Lord, Aranak. Chapter 137. Purifier Plan. The fall of Marash became an established fact, and the Tal'Darim were brought under Aranak's command. Eamon also lost a part of his assets in this battle. Aranak witnessed Tang use unreasonable abilities during this Rakshur ceremony, in which Tang Yu participated. Not to mention the combat power of Tang Yu that he didn't see. Just from the Tal'Darim mixed forces led by Sect, one could see a glimpse of her strength. With the issues on Serene resolved, good news also came from Calyx. The battle at the Rift of Vengeance was proceeding very smoothly. Tang Yu equipped the Storm battleship and aircraft carrier fleet with advanced technology, directly overwhelming the Mobius Foundation at the Rift of Vengeance. Moreover, Calyx was an experienced technician, progressing steadily without any chance of turnaround. After such a battle, one could only say that Eamon's hard-earned assets were significantly reduced, with the Tal'Darim being subverted and the Mobius Foundation eliminated, leading to a direct halving of their strength. The strongest hybrid forces also faced the risk of being intercepted by Tang Yu midway. Only Eamon's personally led insect forces and the Golden Fleet controlled by Kara remained. However, these were not what Adonis and the others needed to consider at the moment. The Phoenix, Purifier, also contemplated life during this collective battle. After profound reflection, he understood his existence and gave himself a new name, Talander, meaning Braveheart. In the War Council of the Spear of Adon, today, we gather here to announce two matters. Adonis stood at the main seat of the War Council table, his expression solemn. Zeratul, Talander, Vorazin, and Loana were also gathered around the council table, while Kael'thas was slowly walking towards the council table. During the battles of this time, I deeply realized that our class system should come to an end. The exceptional combat performance of Phase Weaver Kael'thas proved to us that even a Kale possesses such outstanding military capabilities. From today onwards, anyone can become a Templar. As Adonis's words fell, Kael'thas arrived at the council table, accepting Adonis's commendation. Thank you for your affirmation, High Priest. Kael'thas expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, Kael'thas. This is what you deserve. Now let's talk about another matter. Adonis first praised Kael'thas, then became serious, discussing the next strategic Arkansas. I made a decision that most of you would not agree with. I have decided to restart the Purifier program. Through our joint battles with Talander during this time, I realized that the Purifiers are not cold machines. They are noble Templars. Adonis stated his plan and awaited responses from others. High Priest, we no longer have any Purifier matrices like Talander. Kael'thas raised a technical concern first. It was obvious that Loana, who was well-versed in history, had already thought of what Adonis intended to do. That's right, the former Purifier Legion lies dormant on the Etter Star, aboard their flagship, the Sephiros. Adonis said, as he displayed an image of the Sephiros. History has proven that those Purifiers cannot be controlled. Loana remained as stubborn as ever. They do not need to be controlled. They possess free will like me. Talander immediately countered Loana, representing the conflict between the old and the new. I agree with this. Just like Eden towards our Nerazim, the Purifiers should also become part of our God as chosen. At this moment, Zeratul spoke up. After a long quest for prophecy and recent experiences, he had a new perspective on the existence of Purifiers. Regardless, my decision will not change. We will head to Etter Star, depart immediately. Ultimately, Adonis directly ordered the departure. After a jump, the Spear of Eden arrived in high orbit around Etter Star. At this moment, the Sephiros was docked in orbit around Etter Star, shimmering brightly in its stillness. Etter Star, once the holy land of Kale scholars, is now occupied by xenomorphs. It is likely that the researchers up there have already met a tragic fate. Gazing at the planet covered in fungal blankets, Adonis sighed. I hope they did not suffer when they died. High Priest, the Sephiros' stillness net is very stable. To awaken the Purifiers, we first need to shut down the stillness net. Kael'thas reported after analyzing the Sephiros. So, what do you suggest, Kael'thas? We need to input special commands on the surface of Etter Star to shut down the Sephiros' stillness net. And to do this, we need a special terminal, Magalese. Kael'thas reported truthfully to Adonis. Adonis, there's no need to complicate matters. Let me do it. I can directly dismantle the Sephiros' stillness net. And then you just need to awaken those Purifiers. At this moment, Tang Yu also arrived on the bridge and heard their discussion. Lord Tang Yu, since you wish to help, then go ahead. We will support you. Notify the troops to prepare to land on the Sephiros after Lord Tang Yu contacts the stillness net and awaken the Purifiers, especially Talander. Seeing this, Adonis immediately changed the strategy and notified the troops to prepare. Once the troops were ready, Tang Yu entered space, quietly floating outside the Sephiros. Tang Yu looked at the stillness net, emitting stable energy, before having a thought. Leaning against the stillness net, Tang Yu placed her hand close to it, and waves of golden energy began to flow into the stillness net. Starting from Tang Yu's position, the stillness net was slowly being devoured by the gold. gradually covering the entire net. Once the gold completely covered the stillness net, Tang Yu grabbed the front of the stillness net and lifted it high as if pulling a tablecloth. The enormous stillness net was directly torn away by Tang Yu, gradually dissipating in space. Set off, land on the Sephiroth, and activate the purifiers, Adonis ordered immediately. Soon, Adonis and Talander arrived at the surface of the Sephiroth. However, this time their movements were still a bit slow. The xenomorph forces had also rooted themselves on the surface of the Sephiroth. This is troublesome. The xenomorphs have followed us to the Sephiroth. We need to defend the energy core while activating the phasing circuit to awaken the purifiers. Talander expressed his annoyance at the xenomorphs. Then I will guard the base and the energy core. The task of attacking the phasing circuit and awakening the purifiers will be up to you. Adonis skillfully shifted the hard work onto Talander. However, this task was actually a good one for Talander, as it involved awakening his fellow kin. With the current technological level of the Protoss forces, it had already surpassed that of the Golden Age, and the time Tang Yu spent on the Spear of Eden was not just idling. The combat capability of the Protoss was a complete crush against the xenomorphs of Eamon. Under Talander's leadership, they easily took down the phasing circuit. The purifiers aboard the Sephiroth were also awakened. I am Executor Carolarian. Who are these ugly outsiders? The purifier noticed the xenomorphs as soon as they awoke. I am Adonis, the High Priest of Dalarum. We have come to hope that the purifiers will once again join the god S chosen and become noble Templars once more. Adonis felt slightly relieved seeing that the purifiers were not very hostile towards them. We will discuss these matters later. Let's first eliminate these invading outsiders who discriminate against us. After saying this, several groups of purifier forces began to advance towards the xenomorph forces. Although the technology of the purifiers was on par with that of the Golden Age, it still could not match the current Protoss forces. Of course, dealing with the xenomorphs of Eamon was still quite easy. Seeing this, Adonis would not just stand by. He also commanded the troops to begin clearing the xenomorphs aboard the Sephiroth. Under the crushing power of technology, the xenomorphs aboard the Sephiroth were quickly cleared out. Adonis also returned to the Spear of Eden with the troops, allowing the purifiers to manage the Sephiroth themselves. Not long after Adonis returned to the Spear of Eden, the Sephiroth emitted a massive wave of energy. The Sephiroth in space slowly unfolded, and a tremendous amount of energy gathered at the launch point in the center of the Sephiroth, distorting the atmosphere of Etter Star under that powerful energy. Following that, a beam struck the surface of Etter Star. A visible red ring began to expand from the launch point towards the surrounding area of the planet, forming a scorching energy firewall. The firewall swept across the entire surface of Etter Star, converging on the other side of the planet. All the signals from the alien insects on the surface of Eden have completely disappeared. After a while, Adonis also called Talander to his side, intending to contact the purifiers through Talander. To be honest, we have a lot of opinions about the Firstborn. The voice of Carolarian emanated from Talander's body, as he now represented the purifiers. Times have changed. The once arrogant Firstborn did not regard you as noble Templar warriors, but as machines. However, now we are the Taldarum, the will of all Protoss united. We wish to make amends for past mistakes, and hope the purifiers can return to the Firstborn. Adonis felt deeply moved. They had suffered from Eamon's lies and endured hardships, and now they were united once again. They were discussing. We learned much through Talander's memories. We are still unfamiliar with this era, but your sincerity has touched us, and we are willing to fight for the Protoss once more. Ultimately, the purifiers returned to the Protoss. Chapter 138. The final battle of El. Where's Lord Tangua? We need to start preparing to march on El. Early that day, Adonis began searching for Tangua. Now that Eamon's host body was nearing completion, saving their people was urgent. The Protoss forces are now stronger than ever. Adonis, Tangua should be with Loana during this time. You could check there. Zealot answered Adonis's question. Upon arriving at the War Council, Adonis saw that Loana, who should have been in stasis, had been released, and the crimson eyes and the emanating psionic energy indicated that Eamon had possessed her. You are hurting me, but it is all over now. My physical body is whole. Your arrival is just seeking death. Ha ha ha. In the end, I still won. After saying his harsh words, Eamon left. However, it was clear that Tangua had driven him to a state of confusion. He had not realized that his original plan had been overshadowed by the desire to defeat Tangua, not even noticing when he started to care so much about the outcome against her. Loana, are you okay? How did you get out of stasis? Adonis immediately stepped forward to support Loana. I'm fine, Archbishop. He's already left. When he possessed me, I also read his thoughts. Eamon is gathering the scattered Golden Fleet to head to Ael to protect him. Loanna collapsed weakly on the ground. Archbishop, Lord Tangyue, came here to find Loanna to study Kerala. Just now, Lord Tangyue intended to take it a step further, and shortly after releasing Loanna, Eamon arrived, explained Vola. I see. So, Lord Tangyue, do you have any results regarding Kerala? Clearly, Adonis was also very interested in Tanyue's research on Kerala. Oh, you mean that? Didn't you all say you planned to become my vassals? So I was thinking about how to quickly complete your vassalization process, and now I've finally found a method. That is Kerala. Tangyue was still as shocking as ever. Kerala? Isn't that Eamon's lie? It was evident that Adonis was quite interested in the mention of Kerala by Tangyue. Kerala is indeed a product guided by Eamon, but under my research, your Protoss inherently possess the ability to communicate through psionics from the moment of their birth. The neural lock connecting to Kerala greatly enhances this ability. I can also inject my power into Kerala, and then, as long as you connect through the new neural lock, you can complete the vassalization of your entire clan. Tangyue shared her analysis. That being said, I still want to know what you mean by vassalization, Lord Tangyue. At this point, Adonis finally thought to ask what Tangyue meant by vassalization. Oh, you mean that? Since you plan to become my vassals with your current life levels, you cannot satisfy the requirements to follow me across the myriad worlds. Sharing my power with you, allowing you to be influenced by my power and then vassalized will suffice. In essence, your vassalization is similar to the ascension of your own Xel'Naga. Tangyue briefly explained vassalization. The ascension of the Xel'Naga? What kind of being are you? Adonis gleaned incredible information from Tanyue's words. Oh, by the way, I've made some adjustments to the new Kerala concerning the Nerazim and the purifiers. You can choose whether to connect to the purifier circuit. If you want to experience the purifier matches, you can also connect through Kerala. Now let me experiment first. After saying that, Tangyue approached the now-recovered Loanna. I'm ready, Lord Tangyue. For the sake of Kerala, I am willing to be the pioneer. To preserve the knowledge of Kerala, she also volunteered to be the first test subject for Tanyue's new Kerala. Adonis silently blessed Loanna in front of him, but overall felt relieved. Tangyue had never let them down, while almost never. Seeing Loanna ready, facing her was too beautiful. Although Loanna was considered a petite figure among the Protoss, she was still an average of 5 meters tall. Moreover, Loanna floated due to her psionics, making Tangyue, who was only 5 meters tall, appear even shorter. Normally that would be fine, but in such a serious scene, Tangyue had to look up at Loanna, which was just too beautiful. Tangyue also noticed this issue, so without further ado, she directly activated her divine state. Her height instantly reached 9 meters, and she was now floating, finally able to look at Loanna at eye level. In the name of the Zero Realm, I signed the Zero Realm contract with you, becoming my vassal at this moment, serving me, and I will protect you and ensure your eternal existence. A solemn and majestic voice echoed continuously in this space. A dazzling, silver-like, transparent energy continuously converged towards Loanna. This time, it was no longer the primordial power that Tangyue usually used. It was her true power, the power from the highest source that created the world of the Zero Realm. Under the influence of that astonishing power, Loanna began to emit a faint silver glow. She also felt the changes within herself. The once mesmerizing epic history of the Protoss became clear and simple in her newly elevated state of thinking. Loanna's thoughts reached a higher world as if she had ascended. It was a world filled with brilliant crystals, with gusts of wind constantly blowing across that vast realm. Having gained the standard knowledge of Tanyue's vassalization, she understood what it was. The crystals of the Zero Realm are individual worlds, and the never-ending winds are the time and fate that govern those worlds. This is truly unbelievable. You are such a great being. I am truly honored. May your glory lead us to a brilliant future. After truly understanding Tanyue's existence, Loanna was filled with excitement. Loanna, how do you feel? The Archbishop beside them was still confused. Archbishop, you cannot possibly believe it. Just now, my will transcended the world and reached where Lord Tangyue is. That is the true origin of all things, even our world. Even the Xel'Naga originates from there. Archbishop, it is our honor to become Lord Tanyue's vassal. I have never felt better than now. This war with Eamon has been won the moment we accepted Lord Tanyue's plan from Tassadar. Loanna is truly excited. Adonis, who received a large amount of unbelievable information from Loanna, is also bewildered. Well, since Loanna confirms that Lord Tanyue's plan is sound, It's time for us to head to Aire. When we reclaim Aire, it will be the moment our Protoss become the favored ones of Lord Tangyue. Soon, the Spear of Adin set off towards Aire. Meanwhile, Eamon's preparations in Aire are also nearing completion. The Golden Fleet has gathered in Aire through the time-space corridor, and Eamon's vessel has begun its countdown. Eamon's hybrids are also gathering in Aire, and the Zerg forces are fully assembled. Adinus. It seems Eamon is also planning to go all in. My Eamon forces have left the defense zone. Should I head to Aire as well? As the Spear of Adin moves towards Aire, Kerrigan also sent a communication. Clearly, Eamon is also planning for a decisive battle, as even Kerrigan's side can't locate Eamon's forces. Then let it be. This battle will likely be the final clash between the main world and Eamon. We are ready on our side. This will be a moment that determines our fate. Adinus also extended an invitation to Kerrigan. If that's the case, then we will meet at Aire. After saying this, Kerrigan ended the communication and headed to Aire. Finally, after continuous jumps, the Spear of Adin arrived in the outer space of Aire, followed closely by Kerrigan's Leviathan army. In front of them was the Golden Fleet, fully prepared and surrounding Aire, along with numerous Leviathans and Zerg air forces, as well as many hybrids roaming in space. My brethren, listen to me. We stand once again at the crossroads of destiny. Stand firm in faith, unite our will, and let this final battle be immortal. We shall achieve victory for Aire. This time, Adinus began his speech once more. However, this time, all the Protoss warriors present were filled with fighting spirit. After experiencing this arduous battle, the Protoss were more united than ever. In this battle, our main strategic guideline is to eliminate as many hybrids and Zerg forces as possible. The ships provided by Lord Tangyue are equipped with phase stabilizing nets, and their task is to limit the Golden Fleet as much as possible, controlling them while rescuing more of our brethren. After completing the mobilization, Adinus began to assign tasks. The current forces are mainly divided into 3 parts. One is the capture squad, responsible for controlling the Golden Fleet to prevent them from harming us while rescuing as many of our brethren as possible. The second is responsible for eliminating Eamon's hybrid forces and Zerg troops, with assistance from Kerrigan's Zerg. The last part consists of an elite team led by Adinus, tasked with energizing the Keystone. After Lord Tangyue destroys Eamon's vessel, they will activate the Keystone to strip Eamon's will from Karla, followed by Lord Tanyue's transformation of the Protoss. This will be a new beginning for the Protoss. Chapter 139. The firstborn of God as the horn of the decisive battle sounded. All troops began to act according to the previous plan, relying on the powerful firepower of the Spear of Adin. Adinus and Tangyue broke through the Golden Fleet on the outskirts of Aire and reached the surface. Once a breach in the defenses was created, the capture squad immediately began their operation against the Golden Fleet. Upon reaching the surface, Adinus, along with the elite team, arrived at the ruins of Antioch. Once a glorious capital of the Protoss, it had now been reduced to ruins. Adinus dared not delay, finding a safe location to set up the Keystone. Beside him were all the heroic units, except for Loana, who was serving as a temporary commander in orbit. The young High Priest Adinus, the High Lord of Tatterlin, Aranak, the spokesperson of the Purifiers, Tylander, the new leader of the Nerazim, Vorazin, the representative of the Kale Engineers, Carix, the Dark High Priest Ziradul, the member of the Council of Light and Shadow, Yulrin, the senior elder of the Nerazim, Mohandar, and the Wild Phoenix, who had just been captured and had its neural link severed. Oh, Adinus, Ziradul, this is terrible, the feeling of being controlled in thought. The recently freed Phoenix was sprawled near the Keystone, showing many signs of injury, indicating that the previous capture operation had been harsh. All right, Phoenix, pull yourself together. We need you once again. This will be the redemption of our race, the final battle to save this world. Ziradul spoke to Phoenix in his mystic voice. Meanwhile, Tylander looked at the original form before him and felt a sense of familiarity, as if they were brothers. Phoenix also regained his spirit and stood up again. The strength of the immortal prototype mech made by Tangyue was commendable. At the same time, Phoenix noticed Tylander. After understanding the situation, Phoenix laughed heartily. This is wonderful. We share the same memories of the past, yet we are 2 different individuals. This is good. Now we can fight for Aire, my brother. Phoenix's words filled Tyrandel with immense pride. At this moment, he truly transcended into a noble paladin. He was Tyrandel, he was a brave heart. However, there wasn't much time left for Adinus and the others. The Archbishop detected a large number of signals from aberrations and hybrids approaching you. Lohana's communication brought bad news. Their encounter with the enemy meant that the battle for El had already begun in full force. And the fact is indeed so. At this moment, in high orbit, the capture forces, while methodically limiting the offensive of the Golden Fleet with the capture device urgently developed by Tang Yu, still seemed to be a drop in the bucket in front of the main fleet. Meanwhile, the Eamon swarm located at Ai has already engaged Kerrigan's Zerg outside Antioch. Now the entire Ai is filled with battles. In the location of the Salnaga Temple, dense void energy envelopes this area. Countless void shards draw power from the void, injecting void energy into the super void hybrid above the remains of the Overmind, which is Eamon's host body. Due to the variable brought by Tang Yu, Eamon has now completed the absorption of void energy, and a massive void energy shockwave is sweeping outwards. However, before the shockwave can spread, it is blocked by golden energy, Tang Yu. At this moment, Tang Yu has entered a combat stance, a rare, full display after achieving true sublimation. Radiant energy flows surround her, mixed with colorless transparent energy flows. The golden ones are the primordial force on par with void energy, while the colorless energy is the zero boundary power. You have indeed come, but it's already too late. Today, now, here, I will defeat you. I will end this cycle of failure. Upon seeing Tang Yu's appearance, Eamon appeared quite excited. Although under his reckless actions, the cards painstakingly accumulated by Arad were all used up, Eamon, now possessing a host body, felt inflated and powerful. I had no intention of hunting, but the suffering of the people is real. They have all become my kin. There is nothing more to say now. Let this battle commence. Tang Yu's echoing words fell, and the willy in her hand emitted a dazzling brilliance, gathering the primordial force into a massive spear blade, a true 400-meter blade. Seeing this, Eamon stopped wasting words and gathered a massive amount of void energy in his hands, transforming it into a beam of light that shot directly at Tang Yu. In the face of such an attack, Tang Yu swung the willy, and the enormous spear blade directly severed the void ray before continuing its momentum to strike Eamon. Like a hot knife through butter, Eamon's painstakingly crafted host body could not withstand Tang Yu's attack and was cleanly bisected. Eamon was immediately stunned. After all, this time, Tang Yu was using the zero boundary power. Everyone knows that landing a finishing blow is crucial. In response to the bisected Eamon, Tang Yu immediately gathered a massive star pattern and smashed it down onto Eamon's host body. After a brilliant and enormous energy sphere surged, the original Salnaga Temple, the Overmind's grave, had now transformed into a rounded large pit. At this moment, while Tang Yu was dealing with Eamon's host, the Keystone had also successfully completed its charging. Meanwhile, the elite forces surrounding the Keystone were already covered in injuries, specifically from the aberrant insects and hybrids. In the Golden Fleet, participating in the ground battle, the leader is Sarientis, who has now charged in front of Adnis. At this moment, the Keystone activated, and a strange energy shockwave swept across the entire planet, pulling Eamon out of Kala. Eamon was still in a daze from being killed by Tang Yu, and had no time to react before being roughly pulled out of Kala, which brought him back to his senses. Lord Tang Yu, we are ready. Please begin your ritual. Adnis shouted immediately, and at this moment, Eamon also realized what these Protoss intended to do. Archbishop, what are we going to do? Sarientis, just coming to her senses, asked Adnis with a confused expression. We will ascend to become Lord Tang Yu's kin. Adnis's answer once again confirmed Eamon's guess. Enslavement. Lies. Eamon panicked and spoke recklessly. What do we gain? Clearly, Sarientis still had doubts. Freedom to become the true son of the god. As Adnis's words fell, a massive contract formation covering the entire Ire was already unfolding on Tang Yu's side. Protoss and Zerg, races full of infinite potential. Now, in the name of the Lord of the Zero Realm, I sign a contract with you to become my kin, accept my gifts, and bring me even more delightful pleasures. As Tang Yu's words fell, the contract formation emitted a dazzling light. Under the cover of the light, all the Protoss and Zerg were influenced by Tang Yu's Zero Realm power and began to leap towards a higher level. Chapter 140. A new future Tang Yu's power. Under the influence of the contract formation, entered the bodies of all the Protoss and Zerg. The golden primordial power continuously transformed their bodies, while the colorless Zero Realm power inscribed a mark on the forms and essences of the Protoss and Zerg. With this mark, they would gain the ability to survive in the void, as well as the passport needed to traverse into the true void. The structure of the world is clearly defined. All worlds are born from every grain of sand and crystal in the Zero Realm. and the void is the medium linking the zero realm and the world. The higher the world, the closer its periphery approaches the essence of the void. Beings like the Xel'Naga, born from the inner void, are a manifestation of the world's ascension. After all, the outer void has nothing and does not permit anything to exist unless there is a passport. Tang Yu's primordial power transformed the Protoss and Zerg very smoothly. The severed nerve locks of the Protoss regrew once again, and the nerve locks that had not yet been removed also underwent changes. Streams of golden light traversed through the nerve locks. The entire Protoss race gained a new Kala. The power of psionics was also elevated. Now all Protoss could freely use purifying psionics, void psionics, and twilight psionics. Individuals with advanced psionic cultivation could even elevate their psionics to primordial psionics. With that golden psionic energy containing energy on par with the Xel'Naga level, referencing the energy of Kerrigan with divine attributes. Meanwhile, the transformation of psionics also completely lifted the lifespan limitations of the Protoss, allowing them to live forever as long as they do not die in battle. Of course, even if they die in battle, they could still download their consciousness to become a purifier and continue to live or fight. The changes in the Ichong are not as obvious. Firstly, the primitive spiritual energy within has been transformed into a light golden apostle spiritual energy, which completely immunizes them against the erosion of void energy and allows them to repair themselves by directly extracting void energy. Of course, this refers to the combat units. The higher level with true command abilities possess golden apostle essence, which allows them to rapidly and infinitely enhance themselves through continuous battles. They also have the ability to directly absorb void energy, but they can continuously evolve through void energy. This means that as long as they survive long enough. The Tyrant of the Swarm is not just a dream. The Tyranids express great approval. In this official contract, Kerrigan finally achieved complete evolution, permanently unlocking her divine form. And the golden energy was not the power of the Xel'Naga, but the same primordial psionic energy. At the same time, Kerrigan also gained the ability to transform into a normal human form. Just as this battle ended, she hurriedly took the Leviathan and left, leaving the poor 4-year-old girl Zagara to clean up the mess. Incredible, High Priest. Can you hear me? Once again obtaining Kharas, Kel'Thuzad appeared quite surprised. The most astonished were the Vorazin and the Nerazim, who never expected that one day they would regain the neural lock. I can clearly feel your thoughts. This is real. We have Kharas again. It's truly incredible. Artanis expressed great excitement, although he had somewhat gotten used to the days without Kharas. High Priest, this is truly significant for us Nerazim, but Vorazin felt troubled. Chieftain, I think you don't need to worry about this matter. According to my recent experiments, with the new Kharas, we can freely choose whether to connect, and I believe we won't pursue your actions to close off Kharas. Kel'Thuzad's words also gave Vorazin and Mohandar a relatively satisfactory answer. That's right, Chieftain, and I just learned from Lord Tangyue that through the new Kharas, our kin can fight using the psionic energy of others, and when necessary, they can even teleport to their companions using borrowed psionic energy. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance the survival capacity of the warriors, as long as they are in the same world. Artanis also explained the benefits of the new Kharas to Vorazin. The same world? Obviously, Vorazin realized the key point. That's right. I believe you all know that Lord Tangyue comes from another world, but possesses power rivaling the Xel'Naga. As Artanis said this, everyone present nodded, except Phoenix, who remained aloof. Just now, I gained knowledge from Lord Tangyue. I never expected that outside our world, other worlds are so grand and magnificent, and as those who have been favored by Lord Tangyue, we will inevitably be summoned to explore new worlds in the future. As Artanis spoke, everyone also experienced his thoughts through Kharas and was amazed. Oh, you are all here. At this moment, a light and pleasant voice interrupted the small meeting. Looking up, it was the now normal Tangyue. Why are you still here slacking off? Hurry up and manage the L, and let's enter the void quickly to completely deal with Eamon. My vacation is almost over, and Sayla is still waiting for me. Tangyue's words also caught the attention of everyone present. Indeed, since the Xel'Naga exist in the void, the death of the main world will not truly kill the Xel'Naga. That Lord Tangyue, entering the void, Artanis intended to ask how to enter the void, but was interrupted by Tangyue. Just now, news came from SEK-Sys that Unna's big treasure is a giant void teleportation portal. Just go there. With that, she left without looking back. Days passed, and Artanis arranged all non-combat personnel to rebuild their home in El, taking most of the elite forces aboard the newly modified Spear of Adin to head to Unna. As for what was changed, of course, it was everything. Everything was replaced with void-level materials and power. That supernova furnace was once again transformed into a void star, growing stronger with exposure. The door to the void opened, and then the spear of Adden boldly entered, accompanied by Kerrigan, who was once again in human form and had been enjoying herself these days. Of course, Jim Raynor also received a kinship qualification at Kerrigan's request, and in light of their friendship during this time, Tang Yue gave each of those good brothers a position. The environment in the void was quite harsh, filled with the red void energy transformed by Eamon. Naturally, their welcome party consisted of old friends, the poor worker Nerid, who had painstakingly saved up. Chapter 141. The Fall of Eamon. Nerid, Eamon's loyal worker, was planning to mock and throw some harsh words after seeing the three clans' forces enter the void. However, what greeted him was a divine beam that left Nerid crippled, and the surrounding void crystals were also directly cleared away. At this moment, Kerrigan stopped Artanis and the others from directly killing Nerid. Why, Kerrigan? The young Artanis asked. I think we should give the chance to kill Nerid to our poor Stukov. Don't you think? After saying this, Kerrigan also glanced at Stukov, who was eager to take action. It's my honor. Stukov was quite excited. He had been hanging on for this moment to personally kill Nerid. Then, without hesitation, Stukov unleashed a psionic blast that reduced Nerid to ashes, granting him complete liberation. The death of Nerid also released the suppressed Orus. You have finally arrived. What the hell is this destined situation? Why do you all possess powers at the level of the Xel'Naga? Orus was directly stunned. The script wasn't supposed to go like this. Weren't they supposed to go through great hardships to rescue him? Then he would preach and subsequently instill the essence into that promising candidate to forge a new Xel'Naga. What is the current situation? You are Xel'Naga. Oh my God. It is an immense honor to meet you. Although we have now become the kin of Lord Tang Yue, the greatness of the Xel'Naga is still worthy of our praise. The star spirits on Adonis were quite excited upon seeing Orus. Orus felt a bit of comfort looking at these star spirits, but then he was dumbfounded by Adonis's mention of kin. Kin? What kind of existence could allow the kin to possess the powers of the Xel'Naga? Clearly, Orus was knowledgeable and realized just how strong the existence that could elevate the strength of the kin to the level of the Xel'Naga truly was. At this moment, Tang Yu also came down from the spear of Adon and arrived at Adonis's side. Oh, you're all here. Who is this ugly new friend? Tang Yu's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Orus. Although Zelatul and Tassadar could sense Tang Yu's power, they could only compare it to their impression of the strongest being, the Xel'Naga. Orus, however, was different. As the escort of the endless cycle and a true Xel'Naga, he could perceive much more. The aura emanating from Tang Yu was like the fluctuations from the beginning of the world's source. Her existence resembled the origin of all things. In contrast, Tang Yu was more deserving of the title of the Creator God. Respectful and great existence, I am Orus, the escort of the last cycle. I express my highest respect to you. Thank you for everything you have done for this world. This was a heartfelt sentiment from Orus, especially compared to dealing with Eamon. This has nothing to do with me. I just came here for vacation. That fool Eamon provoked me first. By the way, you must be Xel'Naga, right? I took the Protoss and Zerg away. You don't mind, do you? Although Tang Yu spoke casually to Orus, it was merely a notification. Of course I don't mind. Now, they will all become the new escorts, and we Xel'Naga are more than happy about it. Orus decisively chose to follow his heart. By the way, Adonis, where's Sarah and Eamon? At this moment, Tang Yu also noticed the fundamental purpose of their entry into the void. Oh, we all forgot about that while chatting with the Xel'Naga. Kerrigan also realized the issue. No wonder it felt like something was forgotten. Queen, we have found the passage to the depths of the void. Fortunately, the diligent 4-year-old Zagara brought good news. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we should hurry and leave. Adonis also planned to set off directly to avoid awkwardness here. Seeing Adonis leave first, Kerrigan immediately set off as well, while Jim Raynor took Tychus and others to the Hyperion, leaving Orus watching the departing group with a gratified expression. They're all good kids, working so diligently. As they entered the depths of the void, Eamon's figure appeared before everyone. At this moment, Eamon was surrounded by several void crystals, planning to construct a shell. After experiencing the battle with Ale, Eamon's intelligence finally came online temporarily. He finally realized that Tang Yu was not the Xel'Naga of another world, but a being of a higher level. Now he could only stay in his little nest and prolong his survival. Adonis, did you see that? Kerrigan's communication rang out on the spear of Adon, with Jim Raynor also eavesdropping from the Hyperion. Of course, Kerrigan. Eamon is currently surrounded by high concentrations of void energy. To break through the void energy's defenses and defeat Eamon, we need to continuously attack for a week. What? A week? I can't stand staring at a bunch of drills in this boring place for a whole week. Upon hearing this news, Tang Yu immediately jumped up. Atnas and the others were also startled. Forget it, I'll start. After dealing with Eamon, I'll be about ready to leave. After saying that, Tang Yu left the Spear of Adden and entered the void. In the void, Tang Yu appeared before Eamon and directly entered a combat stance. Countless void energies and colorful powers of the world frantically gathered in Tang Yu's hands, gradually forming a massive ship-slicing blade. This was a skill Tang Yu had never used since her complete awakening, the Universe Shatter. Let us see you experience this move of mine. Here it comes. Universe Shatter. The enormous blade, seemingly slow in Tang Yu's swing, sliced toward the self-entangled Eamon, and in the chilling whispers of despair, Eamon, once an ambitious young man, was completely ended by Tang Yu. The void fell completely silent. Next, Orus needed to diligently restore the void energy modified by Eamon to its original state. Adnas, on the other hand, was to return to AIL to rebuild their home. The Zerg were left by Kerrigan to Zagara for rest and recuperation, while Kerrigan took Jim Raynor to various planets for their honeymoon. I'm off. You all work hard, okay? When I'm ready over there, I'll need your help, you know? Tang Yu waved her hand, with a world passage behind her resembling a crystal crack. Now, Tang Yu was truly arranging the Protoss and Zerg, as the trial for the Blade of the Edge plan was about to begin. Chapter 142, Ritual Preparation. A world passage opened in the ancient library of the Demon Realm, and the commotion immediately drew the attention of the current librarian, Monica. The researchers present put down their work and looked toward the passage. However, when the golden figure appeared in the passage, Monica revealed a happy smile. The newcomers to the ancient library were astonished. The librarian Monica actually showed such a smile. All right, everyone go back to your tasks. Our ancient library's master has returned. This statement from Monica caught the attention of newcomers. Only those like Ichi, who joined the ancient library early, felt curious since they had heard that this ancient library was the legendary residence of the Zero Apostle, and they never expected to see it today. After Tang Yu returned to the Demon Realm, she closed the world passage. Upon landing on the surface, she saw Monica and Ichi waiting to greet her. Oh, isn't this little Monica? Why did you come to the library to welcome me? Although Tang Yu sounded curious, she appeared very happy. Teacher, since you disappeared, I moved my laboratory to the library to keep watch for you. But now that you're back, I'll have to move back soon. Monica already exhibited a strong leadership quality. Oh, I see. From what you said, it seems like I've been gone for quite a long time. Come tell me what has happened. Tang Yu picked up on some information from Monica's words. Okay, teacher. Since you disappeared, the apostles have been resting. Lord Helder has organized the Demon Realm Alliance to promote development. The participants include the Terracotta, formed by Alice, our ancient library, the Cassiopeia faction formed by Sharif, Katie's Spiral Magic Society, the second pack that split from the Spiral Magic Society, and the Oathkeepers formed by Niwu. Monica started explaining the details about the Demon Realm Alliance. It seems everyone is developing well, and Niwu has grown and gained her own strength. So who won in the end? Hearing that her little apprentice Niwu was doing well made Tang Yu happy. In the end, Alice won. Her magic was impressive, especially the effect of that requiem, which was truly astonishing. Monica was also deeply impressed by the outcome of the Demon Realm Alliance. Other than that, there isn't much going on. Right now, besides Helder, who is busy with the Blade of Trials plan and making arrangements everywhere. The other apostles are cooperating when needed, but are otherwise keeping to themselves. Tang Yu realized she wasn't getting any crucial information from Monica and bid her farewell, planning to find Helder to learn about Arad's situation and prepare for the next steps. After saying goodbye to Monica, Tang Yu headed straight to Bull Valley, where she indeed found Helder. Helder, I'm back. After years of being busy, Helder perked up upon hearing her voice. Lady Tang Yu, you're finally back. Where'd you been all this time? Although Helder's tone was very respectful, one could still sense a hint of resentment. Ahaha, I just went on a vacation. I'm back now. Quickly tell me about the situation in Arad, so we can start planning. Upon hearing this, Helder began to recount what he knew about Arad. All right. First, in the Celestial Realm, Bakel has already conducted his brutal rule according to our script and, with Khan's help, has fallen. He is currently resting at home. Meanwhile, Luke's Silent City has been completely finished and is just waiting to be activated. Currently, the nations in Arad include the Delos Empire, the Belmar Duchy, the Void Ancestors, the Dark Elf Kingdom, and the Bantu tribe in the north. Years ago, Hylock's avatar descended into Arad and was killed in the Wailing Caves by 4 aspiring youths and a dark elf berserker. Helder's explanation covered most of the current situation, and Tang Yu understood the general context. Okay, I have a rough understanding of the situation. Now, go prepare. We're going to hold a meeting. Tang Yu realized the current circumstances would impact the execution of their plans, and had some ideas about how to modify the venue. Soon, under Helder's organization, everyone gathered for another meeting. Wow, Tang Yu, I didn't expect you to come back. The first to greet Tang Yu was Cassius, still as cheerful as ever. Khan nodded in acknowledgement when he saw Tang Yu, and others either greeted her or expressed their concern. All right, I won't waste time with small talk. I'm back and have gathered everyone to clarify the detailed plan. That's right, the Blade of Trials plan officially begins. Tang Yu's words captured everyone's attention, and they all looked towards her, waiting for her to continue. I want to keep you in suspense. The specifics will follow Helder's previous plan. You will each arrange your avatars to go to the Arad continent below, and let those future adventurers defeat them one by one, making them think they've discovered their Helder's blades. Ultimately, it's to rebuild the Terra Star. Tang Yu emphasized the content of the script, the game's plot flow, once again. So how do we address the progress issue between experienced adventurers and newcomers? This was a concern that everyone shared. This leads to my next point about the venue arrangement plan. I will modify the rules and apply them to the entire new Terra. The overall plan will advance after the first batch of adventurers descends. Each node will form a dungeon under my power. Later adventurers can undergo trials through these dungeons, and once they catch up in progress, they can participate in the main content. I call this the main storyline of the big map, while later arrivals will follow the dungeon storyline. Tang Yu's plan allowed adventurers arriving at different times and levels to undergo trials, significantly accelerating the awakening speed of Sarah. Do you know what is the most amazing part? I've already found Sarah's reincarnation, but she has lost her memories and powers. I've set her up as the mascot for this trial, so all adventurers must interact with her, greatly enhancing the awakening efficiency. Only the main world is the original body. In addition, I've also utilized the void to prepare a small room for each adventurer, with each room equipped with a projection of Sarah's reincarnation. This is the source of Sarah, and this will also be the birth of the 4th calamity that will sweep across countless worlds. Chapter 143, Dungeon and Warriors officially launch Hot Shard's legend. Brothers, come cut me. Come find a girl by the furnace and sit down. No héroes, no ayanthe. Around the streets, enormous electronic screens constantly played game advertisements. This is Blue Star, a co-orbital planet with Earth, which is favored worldwide. Here, the era of war has passed, and it is now a time of peace. A developed era that has also spurred the growth of the entertainment industry. Conflicts between countries have shifted from the surface to the cultural level. At this moment, 2 figures were conversing outside the boundary of this world. How's this place? A world like this is rare in the endless void. Helder looked tiredly at Tang Yu. Yes, this is the world. Everything seems good. I'll go handle the world core first. You go back and tell them to get ready. The first batch of adventurers should arrive soon. Oh, and take this. Saying this, Tang Yu took out a crystal-like sphere and tossed it to Helder. What is this? This is a world upgrade plugin that, when brought to the Arad continent, will unfold and create a folded space in Arad. If there are too many adventurers in the future, they will enter the folded space to prevent us from facing a sea of people. Basically, it's just a channel splitter, haha. Subsequently, Helder took the crystal ball and returned to the Terra world through the path opened by Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Tang Yu arrived at the core of the world, which she had just named the Source World. She stamped her seal on the world core. This was not the first time she had done such a task, and she was quite skilled at it. At this moment, the boundary core also began to function according to Tang Yu's arrangements. A company called Hui Yuan rapidly rose to prominence on Blue Star, simultaneously sending announcements to the entire society. Our Hui Yuan company has achieved a technological breakthrough with an entirely new stealth technology. We offer a basic version of the stealth helmet or glasses, as well as a standard version of the stealth pod, equipped with an epic-making super complete forced online game. Dungeon and Warriors. Enter it to become an adventurer and save the world. Dungeon and Warriors adopts a large map, storyline progression, and a mechanism for generating subsequent dungeons, continuously growing stronger to explore new plots. Thus, day after day, advertisements flooded the market, and many gaming enthusiasts on Blue Star began to inquire. Upon learning that the basic version of the equipment was quite affordable, and even the standard version was within reach for an average family, interest was greatly piqued. Soon, news of this game spread throughout Blue Star, truly a game ordained by heaven. Xiaobo, an 18-year-old student, had just crossed over. He would be the new darling of this world. After all, he was a rare species of crossover from countless worlds. It seemed he had entered just as Tang Yu broke through the world crystal wall. Just after crossing over, he received the first gift from the world of gambling, a segment of memory and a perfect identity. Xiaobo thought he had crossed into a body identical to his original self. Having been influenced by conservative online novels in his previous life, he naturally accepted this, as he had been a member of the Starting Point orphanage. In this world, he had both parents and was recently the manager of the rising Hui Yuan company, making him part of a wealthy family. Not to mention, he saw something extraordinary, the fully stealthy dungeon game. Oh my! As a veteran player of the Disconnection City in his previous life, he was thrilled to be able to play a fully stealthy dungeon game. He immediately returned home and asked his parents for a high-end version of the gaming pod, which had a built-in temperature control system, automatic nutrient supply, and a mechanical skeleton to facilitate movement, allowing him to exercise while gaming. After a round of promotions, the official launch of Dungeon and Warriors finally arrived. Many players entered the game right from the start, including Xiaobo. Upon entering the game, the first thing was the character customization interface. Interesting, there's even a face sculpting system. Let me take a look. Xiaobo eagerly gazed at himself in this blank, snowy world. What? I can only make slight adjustments, and they must be upward? Well, that's not bad. At least I want to see a bunch of ancient gods running around. Oh, it seems the gender is fixed, so I can only choose a male profession since I'm male? Interesting. If that's the case, I'll choose the Demon Swordman. After all, I completed the entire encyclopedia for the Demon Swordman in my previous life. After some operations, Xiaobo finally finished customizing his face, and a young, handsome swordsman with a demon hand appeared before him. Next was the nickname, right? Then I'll call myself Demon Swordman Skill Mentor. It would be funny if someone got it wrong. This is great. Click to confirm. This name is indeed filled with dark humor. Then came the change in perspective. He found himself in the viewpoint of this body. Finally, a flash of white light, and when his vision cleared again, what unfolded before Xiaobo was a bustling forest path. The road was currently lively, with everyone sporting strange nicknames. Many were engaging in goofy behaviors, like touching nearby female players only to be directly knocked down by what appeared to be a fighter girl, or approaching bushes to taste their flavor, and some even daring to tease the roadside guards who were swiftly taken down. Xiaobo felt that his wonderful life was about to begin. With his previous life's experience in the Disconnection City, he was sure he could shine in this game, barring any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment in the Demon Realm's council chamber, the 13 apostles were gathered around a round table displaying the footage of the Elven defense line. Tang Yu had already collapsed on the table, laughing uncontrollably. Can these adventurers really awaken Celia? Why does it feel like there's something off about each of them? The usually stern Khan pointed to his head, clearly shocked by the adventurer's behavior. I don't know either. You have to understand that when I was authorized by Lord Tang Yu to modify the underlying rules of the world, allowing the Terra people to issue quests, and how much effort it took to prepare for the incoming adventurers, even Helder beside me is feeling incredibly exhausted right now. Don't worry, they'll grow up, trust me. I can't believe there's someone stripping, After a moment of composure, Tang Yu gave everyone a response before bursting into laughter again. It seems that sharpening the blade of the trial will require tremendous effort. Chapter 144. Celia, the game Dungeon and Warriors officially launched, and the advanced technology allowed a large number of players to enter the game. The various realistic visuals and tactile sensations led to conclusions drawn by a multitude of silly netizens through experimentation. This is a game with a realism level exceeding 90%, though they didn't know that it was all directly adapted from reality. So of course the realism is maximized. However, this wasn't the time for them to discuss, because just moments ago, a group of players received a delayed introduction to their class backgrounds. For players from Blue Star, the experience of selecting a class before starting the game was truly unique, and Tang Yu had completely forgotten about it. Only Xiaobo noticed something was missing when he saw the class background story. The character promotional video does not focus on individual unique characters, but rather introduces the origins of the classes chosen by players, such as their hometown backgrounds. For example, the male demon swordman briefly discusses the curse of Kazan and the plague of the cursed hand, while the female demon swordman introduces her noble status and the transfer experiments of the Delos Empire. Adventurers also gained a general understanding of the customs and culture of the new planet, Natera, through this simple documentary. Among the topics that sparked heated discussions among numerous internet users were the insights about the demon realm received by adventurers who chose the mage class. Some of these mage adventurers recorded videos. Yes, Tangwe thoughtfully provided a recording feature to allow these adventurers to promote spontaneously, achieving a word-of-mouth effect about the demon realm, and uploaded them to the newly opened forum. Information from various nations was also included. The grand worldview of Netera quickly attracted a large number of geographers eager to delve into the background story of Netera. Naturally, the most discussed topic was the fleeting mention of the apostles in the background introduction of the demon realm. Wow, does this game really have a place like the demon realm? It sounds like a high-level map. Indeed, the background story of the mage reveals that they were transported to the continent of Arad through powerful magic. Just hearing the name Demon Realm gives the impression of a location for demon lords, and one wonders if it is filled with demons. However, as a veteran player who had immersed himself in the game for years in the previous life, Xiaobo scoffed at the speculations and discussions about the Demon Realm on the forum. The Demon Realm is a super late-game map, where even the lowest-level monsters exceed expectations. The apostles are exceptionally powerful as well. Nevertheless, his first plan was to search for his wife, Celia. Besides Xiaobo, some high-level players had already started heading to the Lauren Forest, not far from the Elven defense line, intending to hunt wild monsters. Meanwhile, Xiaobo relied on his memories from his previous life to search for the hidden boss, the blacksmith Linus, at the Elven defense line. Linus's presence was quite noticeable, and Xiaobo quickly found him among the crowd, constantly swinging his hammer. The approach of Xiaobo also caught Linus's attention. He, like all the locals, knew what kind of beings these arriving adventurers were, so it wasn't too surprising. Moreover, the royal family of the Delos Empire was already studying how to make use of these seemingly foolish adventurers. So, this adventurer, what brings you to me, the old blacksmith? Linus inquired while hammering the iron ingot in his hand. Excuse me, blacksmith sir, is there anything I can help you with? Xiaobo's tone was respectful and gentle, and his attitude was commendable. Ah, the young man's upbringing is quite good, Linus said. Just right. I have a matter that requires your assistance. As soon as Linus said this, Xiaobo knew a quest was coming. The surrounding adventurers also noticed the situation and felt envious. Indeed, it was just envy. When entering the game, the detailed content clearly stated that Dungeon Fighter did not have hidden exclusive quests. This meant that as long as someone triggered and completed a quest, it could be accepted by all players afterward. However, subsequent players would perform the quest in a dungeon, and the quest rewards would be fixed. As the discoverer of the quest, there would be some extra rewards given by NPCs. What is it? I will definitely complete the quest, Xiaobo said excitedly, guessing that the quest was to find Celia. Celia has run off to the forest to pick wild berries again. Can you help me look for her and safely bring her back? As Xiaobo expected, he received the quest to find Celia. He immediately accepted the quest and planned to head to the Lauren Forest to investigate. Wait a moment, young man. With your gear, you'll have a tough time in the forest. Here, take this sword. If you bring Celia back, it's yours, Linus said, pulling out the village's good sword. The autumn leaf blade under Xiaobo's eager gaze. The name of the village's good sword was well-deserved, as it had a powerful fire attribute attack right from the start. Even newly created characters had a few points of initial attribute attack, and the fire attribute attack attached to the village's good sword could unleash its effects without dilution. Then, Xiaobo realized something. The autumn leaf blade was a level 5 equipment, but he was only level 1 and couldn't equip it. However, after looking at the attributes of the equipment, he felt relieved. The original equipment level of level 5 had a green bracket with a -4 inside it. At the same time, the weapon had a buff, a quest item. The effect was to reduce the required equipment level, but the corresponding attribute effects were also compressed. Xiaobo also discovered that most of the character's attributes were not clearly visible. Health bars, mana bars, and experience points were displayed as percentages, while physical attack, magic attack, and independent attack, along with the 4 attributes of strength, intelligence, agility, and constitution, as well as double crit, evasion, hit, speed, and additional attributes like crit damage, only showed the bonus parts. This was quite hardcore. As long as I can't find the basic panel for each profession and level, and checking these would be too cumbersome. It's normal that attributes are not visible in the real world. The visibility of weapon equipment is the effect of Tangyue's rules, mainly serving to distinguish the strength of weapons and providing psychological comfort. Clearing his mind, Xiaobo headed to the Lauren Forest. On the way, he didn't forget to browse the forums, hoping to discover something interesting. At this moment, the main objective of this trial is for Celia to pick fresh wild berries in Glacker. Chapter 145, First Phase Mainline. After confirming some basic information, Douluo. Since the current Arad continent has been directly altered by rule rewriting, some aspects are still somewhat different from the game mode. The most significant manifestation is in equipment. Due to the world's rules having changed not long ago, this has made fallen items quite rare. Nowadays, the high-level players who defeat monsters and obtain equipment are all working overtime in a factory established by Tang Yu and a group of apostles in the demon world. It's worth noting that due to Tang Yu's unlimited quota, nearly 100,000 players flooded in right after the server opened. Even if high-level players are selected from 1,000, that still amounts to almost 1,000. Now, Xiaobo's Autumn Leaf Blade can be considered quite an exceptional piece of equipment. As Xiaobo ventured deep into the Lorn Forest, he encountered many players who were already starting to grind for levels. Most of them were grinding the basic goblins on the outskirts. Looking at those goblins, Xiaobo recalled the early days of playing the game Disconnected City. Those were the vibrant years. However, Xiaobo quickly noticed a true high-level player, a female knight elf named Xiao Gai, whose gender was limited to female characters. This Xiao Gai had the nickname Super Big White Rabbit above her head, but possessed front armor that allowed her to take flight, which was quite remarkable. Due to the game's restriction on adjustments only upwards, the average appearance of players was generally high, and it was clear that this Xiao Gai belonged to the beauty category. However, what attracted Xiaobo was not her looks, but her monster hunting style. Her skills were specifically adjusted through her own awareness, focusing on critical hit positions. The result was that almost all the small monsters were one-hit kills, and even the elite monsters were noticeably in a severely injured state. If one could see the status bar, they would probably be covered in debuffs. This also made Xiaobo realize another difference between the current game and the disconnection city of his previous life. Facing such a high-level player, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Moreover, seeing that slick fighting style, it was likely that he would choose to become a professional parrot in the future. With this in mind, Xiaobo decided to reach out. Hello. Before the interaction, Xiaobo also equipped the Autumn Leaf Knife, as he wanted to showcase his own value. Sure enough, when the Super Big White Rabbit saw the Autumn Leaf Knife in Xiaobo's hand, it showed some interest in conversing with him instead of choosing to ignore him. Is there something you need? The Super Big White Rabbit's voice sounded quite cold, resembling the type of an ice princess. I have a main quest here. Are you interested in completing it together? Xiaobo's words surprised the Super Big White Rabbit. This person in front of him actually received a main quest. According to the official introduction, only after a player accepts and completes the main quest can other players accept the corresponding personal main quests and unlock dungeons. Moreover, the world main quest can only be accepted by one person. Why are you looking for me? The Super Big White Rabbit asked with confusion, as such things should typically be completed by individuals one at a time. Because you are a strong person, and I also have the idea of establishing a long-term partnership with you. How about it? Shall we team up? Xiaobo replied candidly. The supersized white rabbit looked at the player in front of him, who had the misleading nickname of Demon Swordmaster skill Mentor on his head. After some thought, he agreed, as it is well known that the experience from quests is certainly more than that from grinding monsters, so why not? After the two completed their team formation, the supersized white rabbit discovered that he had shared a quest to go to the Lorn Forest to find the lost Celia. After confirming that there was indeed a direct quest, the two set off together to the forest. Along the way, they encountered many goblins. But this was not a big problem for them. Whether it was Xiaobo's high stats from his weapon or the supersized white rabbit skills, the goblins were like dirt chickens and tiled dogs in front of them. Soon, they encountered a different enemy, a bull-headed soldier. At that moment, the bull-headed soldier was chasing a little goblin with big eyes. The two immediately rushed in to engage. After a series of precise maneuvers, the bull-headed soldier fell. At the same time, all players received a message that the Adventure Demon Swordmaster skill mentor and the supersized white rabbit completed the first part of the main storyline's first phase, and the dungeon Dark Forest was now open. This message circulated 3 times in the player announcement bar, besides informing all players that they could start grinding the dungeon. It also let Tang Yu and others know that they were finally getting back on track. Tang Yu is currently located at the core of the Terra world, where she is rewriting the underlying framework of the world, incorporating the concept of a game system into the world's concept. At the same time, by revising the rules, she is ensuring that dungeons will generate equipment. After all, it wouldn't be reasonable to always have a bunch of apostles acting as blacksmiths. Tang Yu also took the opportunity to release the complete world rules with the opening of the first dungeon. World announcement. This game has been updated to version 1. 1. Optimizing the drops in the open world. The spawning of monsters in the open world will now become slower, and the world boss monsters will drop their exclusive equipment. After defeating the monsters, new dungeons can be unlocked. Note, bosses in a non-quest state will receive significant enhancements. Dungeons are now fully open, and there's a high probability of dropping various equipment and energy coins within them. Additionally, clearing dungeons will grant a large amount of experience and the chance to obtain exclusive equipment from bosses. A new equipment category called True Inheritance has been added, which only appears in the main world and has uniqueness. True Inheritance equipment has fixed complete attributes, unaffected by quality levels. In contrast, the same-named equipment produced in dungeons will be subject to quality level restrictions, resulting in some attribute reductions, with a maximum level of 99. All merchants will open a unique energy coin store for trading. This announcement can be said to have completely liberated Tang Yu and his team from the work of manufacturing machines. The existing equipment has been given a true inheritance prefix, and based on this, dungeons can generate replicas on their own, with attributes slightly limited by quality levels, making it simply perfect. While Tang Yu is busy with these matters, the Chosen One Xiaobo and the giant white rabbit, under the guidance of the little goblin Toby, conquered the Thunder Ruins and the venomous Thunder Ruins, obtaining the Thunder Fury and the Poison Cat King's purple shadow wristbands. Both Xiaobo and the giant white rabbit received one of true inheritance quality each. The Ruins of Thunder and the Toxic Thunder Ruins have officially opened their dungeons. Chapter 146, Continuation of Phase 1 Main Quest. With the presence of Lord Powder, many players have found hope. Of course, the lords that spawn in the main world will mostly be camped by some powerful guilds. That's right, guilds. Tang Yu thoughtfully opened the guild feature right from the start. But it makes sense. With the guild model in Disconnect City, there won't be any major disputes over interests. Just some minor conveniences. Of course, for players, having a guild feature is good as it allows them to form alliances and seek support. This also means that the tragic short lives of the main world lords are not to be blamed. As soon as they respawn, they will be burst down, and then the guild leader will rush out from the dungeon to kill the lord, hoping for a true drop. Of course, none of this affects Xiaobo and Tang Yu. At this moment, Xiaobo, along with the giant white rabbit, is being led by Toby to a deeper place, which is the Frosty Dark Forest. The Frosty Dark Forest is now covered in ice, and from time to time, there are sounds of crazy laughter coming from inside. Toby, are you sure Celia is just ahead? As someone who has been through it, Xiaobo naturally knows that they are currently in the final version of the main storyline, and what they will face next is the ice element from the early 4 Elemental Kings. Although in his previous life, when the main storyline transformed into the current version, the difficulty of the main storyline in dungeons had decreased due to inflated data. The monsters inside would basically die with just one hit. However, during the brief period when the City of Disconnection had just launched, the 4 kings were truly formidable. Yes, that's right. I saw Sister Celia go that way. Toby replied to the adventurer's question with wide, watery eyes. In this short time, Toby had already regarded the two as idols. With a confirmed answer, Xiaobo had no choice but to push forward despite his reservations. However, the reality did not disappoint Xiaobo. The previous Thunder Ruins and Poisonous Thunder Ruins were manageable, with the poison pools in the Poisonous Thunder Ruins being the only environmental issue. But now, the Frosty Dark Forest is basically covered in frost. And as soon as Xiaobo and Tang Yu entered, they found themselves with an additional debuff. Affected by the frost, their speed was reduced. Although the impact wasn't significant, it can make a difference at a critical moment, possibly just that little bit of speed. Due to environmental reasons, the goblins here have also undergone changes, evolving from ordinary goblins and tin captain types into green goblins and frost goblins, who have learned to shoot ice arrows. Additionally, the surrounding environmental effects have impacted their movement, significantly increasing the difficulty of combat. Fortunately, Xiaobo and his companion are skilled players, and they are able to handle the situation with relative ease. While Xiaobo was working hard with his friends to conquer the Frosty Dark Forest, Tang Yu was also working diligently. After all, beyond the Frosty Dark Forest lies the city of Graka, where Syria is located. By then, some new features should be launched. Finally, after much contemplation, Tang Yu decided that the mall system would be opened after Syria was rescued back to the Elven defense line. Yes, the mall system. The current version does not have a mall, which has left many wealthy players feeling quite frustrated, with money but nowhere to spend it. Xiaobo also found it strange that such a pay-to-win game had no paid content. Tang Yu's initial plan was to launch equipment-grade adjustment boxes in the mall while unlocking the fashion function. However, the fashion function was limited, aside from aesthetic changes. It only provided an increase in town movement speed, with any combat-related features completely locked. Subsequently, Tang Yu entrusted the development and distribution rights of the fashion items to that company, as they also needed to make a living, even though selling the platform was already quite profitable. Of course, this doesn't mean that free-to-play players would be unable to obtain equipment-grade adjustment boxes. Players could still find great adjustment boxes in Cyria's shop that could be traded using energy coins. Moreover, Cyria could earn real coins at a certain ratio, as she is the reincarnation of Tang Yu's good friend. Despite losing her memory, she shouldn't be left in hardship. This will also mark the beginning of the future wealth of Arad's richest woman. After all, in Tang Yu's plan, gold coin consignment and a trading house will eventually be opened. Although the value of gold coins will be regulated, it will still be slightly cheaper to buy from Cyria. After handling all of this, Tang Yu could take a break. After all, the next wave of excitement would be when players reach level 15, complete the main storyline of Lauren, and begin their specialization. At this moment, Tang Yu's reliable assistant Xiaobo had already arrived at the Lord's room. He looked at the frost mage Kra, who was dressed in attire reminiscent of the XP system. The two were met with an onslaught of ice spikes, preventing them from advancing any further. Xiaobo understood that Kra's actions were likely aimed at sealing off the flames released by Benoshu. However, he still needed to get through this area to reach the ahead, Glocka. Upon seeing Toby, Xiaobo already knew the endpoint of this mission was the new Bull King. Glocka. Just as Xiaobo was pondering this, the super big rabbit launched an attack on Kra. Despite being hindered by the extreme cold, her swift movements remained incredibly agile. Dodging all the ice spikes shot at her, just as she was about to close the distance, an ice wall blocked her path. This sudden turn of events caused a slight frown on the usually calm Xiao Gai's face. By the time they maneuvered around the ice wall, Kra had already created some distance. At this moment, Xiaobo, who had just reacted, immediately joined the battle. Both Xiaobo and his companion had reached level 10, ranking among the top players, all thanks to the rewards from the main quest. Additionally, they had also gained experience from the wild monsters and bosses along the way. Moreover, despite the appearance of rapid upgrades, several days have already passed since the server opened. After all, real battles cannot be finished in just a few minutes, except for Tang Yu. After a fierce struggle, Xiaobo and his companion finally defeated Kra, holding the Thunder Fury in front of him. Now, they can have a proper conversation. The super big white rabbit did not stop Xiaobo's actions, as he was the one who discovered the main storyline, and some special strategies are quite reasonable. Kra explained the causes and effects of the frozen dark forest in detail, unlocking a wealth of information. At the same time, the dungeon of the Frost Thunder Dark Forest was also opened. Kra then returned to the Mage Guild on the west coast, and under the influence of the new rules, a new Frost Mage without self-awareness also respawned before the two. Chapter 147. Job change opened faced with a suddenly respawning boss. Xiaobo and the others felt incredibly awkward. Is this the legendary monster spawn right in front of them? Fortunately, the freshly spawned boss still had a preparation time. With Toby leading the way, Xiaobo and the super big white rabbit continued deeper into the Lorn Forest, heading towards the territory of the Minotaurs, Graka. The Frost Dark Forest is actually not far from Graka, and after a short journey, they reached the entrance to Graka. Upon arriving at Graka, it was obvious that the level of the surrounding monsters had increased. The weak goblins became rare, while minotaurs began to appear in large numbers. It must be said that the experience for minotaurs is indeed rich, as they are higher-level monsters. This also allowed Xiaobo and the super big white rabbit to maintain their initial pace of leveling up. After overcoming numerous challenges, the two finally reached the depths of Graka, and just as they approached, a massive roar echoed in their ears. Without a doubt, this was the roar of the Minotaur King, Sada. Xiaobao also understood and immediately quickened his pace to rush forward. Sure enough, as he got closer, he saw a huge Minotaur threatening a young girl. "Quick, fix the magic circle." The Minotaur's words were intermittent, indicating that it was already somewhat delirious. "Please, don't do this. I don't know how to fix the magic circle." The girl, Celia, felt wronged in the face of such unreasonable demands. Since he had found the target of the mission, solving it became simple. Defeat the Minotaur and rescue Celia. In such a situation, deciding what to do should be quite simple. The two of them immediately stepped forward to block the path between the Minotaur King and Celia. After forcing back the Minotaur King's assault, the boss battle officially began. Due to the influence of the large magic circle, the Minotaur King appeared dazed and his attacks were quite straightforward, making it easy for the two to dodge while still having the energy to counterattack. As everyone knows, dungeons are games that rely on equipment and crafting, and after a series of boss battles, the two were well equipped. Defeating a Minotaur King was not a problem at all. Soon, the Minotaur King fell at their feet. "You must be Celia. Uncle Linus sent me to bring you back," Shabo said as he stepped forward to explain the situation. After learning about Shabo and his companion's intentions, Celia expressed her gratitude. "Thank you very much, adventurers. Although I don't know how to repair that so-called magic circle, I can sense that there is a strange force ahead affecting this forest. It seems that the Minotaur King has gone mad for this reason. He wasn't like this before." As a former member of the elf race, Celia also sensed the changes in the forest. As for the NPC's request, how could the player refuse? So the two set off once again. However, this time, the guide changed from the little goblin Toby to the attractive shopkeeper Celia. The group quickly arrived at the depths of Graka, where a forest was burning fiercely before them. They were facing the first material provider from version 60, the fiery Benoshu. Benoshu showed no mercy to the two adventurers and immediately attacked. His moves exuded a sense of madness, as if he had lost his mind from setting the mountains on fire. However, this was not a problem. All that was needed was an ancient and traditional healing method, which was physical correction. After a thorough beating, Benoshu regained his senses. "Thank you. I didn't expect that I was still affected by that strange aura. Otherwise, who knows how long the forest fire would have continued." Acknowledging his regained sanity, Benoshu expressed gratitude to the two. "It's nothing. But may I ask why you set Graka on fire?" Celia clearly cared about the forest fire and was instinctively wary of it. Suddenly, an ominous aura emerged from the depths of the Dark Thunder ruins, which even affected the large magic circle. I had no solution for it, so I surrounded the area with flames and had my sister create an ice field on the outskirts to prevent the fire from spreading. However, the massive consumption of magical power allowed that aura to take advantage of the situation. But now it seemed that the fire would not spread on its own anymore. Benoshu explained the reason behind all this. After understanding the situation, everyone planned to bid farewell to Benoshu and venture deeper. As thanks, Benoshu gave each of them a business card. The super big rabbit felt nothing special, but Xiaobo was instantly excited. This was the famous fire card for back then. Excitement aside, they still had work to do. After leaving the range of the fiery Graka, they officially entered the territory of the Dark Thunder ruins. It was indeed very dark inside. Although it was not to the point where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, the effective visibility was greatly reduced. The monsters here have turned into countless zombies. Zombies are already quite bothersome, not to mention the dense swarm of them in the Dark Thunder ruins. Both of their classes lack large area skills at the beginning, making it quite a challenge to deal with the numerous small monsters. After much hardship, they finally arrived at the boss's room, where the instigator had been waiting for a long time. In the dim space, a magic circle emitted a shimmering light, and a figure resembling a zombie, or rather a zombie itself, was interacting with the magic circle. They quickly needed to stop him. This was the source of the mutation that Miss Benoxia mentioned. Celia immediately noticed the anomaly of the magic circle. The two of them stepped forward to attack, and surprisingly, the Bone Reaver, Bone Abyss, was not as powerful as Xiaobo had imagined and was resolved in a few moves. But was it really that simple? Soon, Bone Abyss resurrected again in the magic circle, and its aura was stronger than before. Seeing this, Xiaobo immediately asked Celia to think of a solution, knowing that only she could purify the magic circle. Celia did not disappoint, starting the purification of the magic circle following her intuition. Finally, after Xiaobo and Celia exerted tremendous effort to defeat Bone Abyss for the 7th time, the magic circle was purified, and the mission was finally completed. With their worries lifted, the group returned to the Elven defense line. The dungeons of Glakak, Flame Glakak, and the Dark Thunder ruins have also been unlocked. At the same time, the player's job change mechanism is now open. As long as they reach level 15, they can accept quests. And after completing the Dark Thunder ruins dungeon, they can finish it. Chapter 148, Sky City, Demon Realm, Council Square. Everyone, the plan is proceeding smoothly. The adventurers have completed the initial area of Lowland Forest and have also begun their job change journey. Their next destination is Sky City. The speaker is Helder, the main executor of the plan and the external representative. Helder monitors the situation using her magical powers. Not bad. It seems these so-called adventurers have some skills after all. I really look forward to their growth and then have a match with them. Regarding the rapid growth of the adventurers, Caecilius expressed his approval. Well, you'll have to wait a long time. According to the plan, you will battle the adventurers only after they face Qian. Before that, they must first deal with Rhodas, Dirge Anton, Luke Prey, me, Ozma, and Michelle, and then it will be your turn. The speaker is Sherlock. From Shillick's words, one can tell that it will indeed be a long journey. Oh, Can't you just not mention this desperate plan? Caecilius felt like his head was about to explode when he heard the previous list. Caecilius, think from another perspective. After they go through our layers of tempering, the one standing in front of you will definitely not be weak. Unlike me, being the first to go up against those still rookie adventurers, it's really hard to perform. The one speaking is Rhodas, who is the first candidate for the assault battle, and the task is arduous. Caecilius felt Rhodas had a point and began to feel a bit pleased. All right, everyone, since there are no issues, Bakel, you go to Sky City and arrange your subordinates to ensure the execution of the script. Rhodas, you can also start preparing, ready to connect with them for their first assault battle after the adventurers break through the Lord's trial. The final instruction was given by Tang Yu, who has finally sorted out the game rules during this time and seems to be able to maintain it for a long while. While the real big shots in the Demon Realm are arranging plots for the players on the continent of Arad below could be celebrating. After unlocking the job change, players have gained a preliminary understanding of the profession system in Arad. Each profession has 4 or even 5 job changes, and the skills differ based on gender, aligning better with the corresponding physical attributes. At the same time, the 3 healing professions, priests, healers, and healing fairies, have also caught everyone's attention. It's worth noting that previously, everyone was playing games with warriors, mages, and priests, and in this game, there were only 2 holy jobs with simple healing abilities at the start. Now, with the job change, the emergence of healers has immediately drawn attention. Although the current healing capabilities seem low, it is well known that the existence of healers is to provide protection, making them undoubtedly important roles in a game where everyone serves as damage dealers. Some large guilds are starting to recruit or train healing professions themselves. However, these are just minor matters. The real big news is that players have finally discovered Sky City. Unlike Lowland Forest, the exploration of Sky City does not have clear main storyline restrictions. Players can join different exploration factions, such as the Free Adventurers, the Delos Empire, or the Belmar Duchy. The only indicator of progress in exploring the Sky City is the number of layers of the Sky City. However, as soon as they arrived, the adventurers faced difficulties. Having just completed their class changes, they were not yet fully familiar with their own job characteristics and encountered dragonmen who were completely elite compared to the Lorne Forest, and they were directly beaten to the point of despair. However, one thing deeply affected the players: the opening of Celia's Inn. Every adventurer could now receive their own room here. Previously, everyone could only find Celia to purchase adjustment boxes in the treehouse at the Elven Defense Line, but now, thanks to the teleportation routes of Celia's Inn, it connected the entire world, and each player could also receive their own Celia, Phantom. Store manager, you are amazing for being able to do such things. A beautiful girl in green clothing was currently talking to a lowly standing on a table inside a bookshop. The girl speaking was Celia, or rather, the real Celia. The previous landlord suddenly transformed the treehouse into an inn and used space magic to connect the door to various places in the world. At the same time, she granted herself the ability to create phantoms to welcome those adventurers. Celia, these are just small matters. All right, Celia, work hard. If those adventurers hesitate when buying something, just tell them you like it and encourage them to buy a dozen more. The store manager, who is actually Tang Yu, had just completed her work and planned to oversee some larger matters. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, manager? Celia felt that this was like deceiving the adventurers. It's okay. Those adventurers fall for this. All right, you get back to work. I'll go out for a stroll. After saying this, Tang Yu left the inn and appeared in Hertun Mall. At this moment, the toolman Xiao Bo, who is destined for greatness, has just completed his job transition and has become a sword soul, capable of mastering swordsmanship to the extreme and providing his teammates with a 25 critical damage boost. After all, strength is temporary, but being cool lasts a lifetime. As for his former teammate, the oversized White Rabbit, she has transitioned to become a shadow warrior, which fits her characteristics very well. The two have also added each other as friends and will team up whenever they get the chance. Xiaobao has also found 2 new teammates. One is a weak dad named Real Tough Guy, and the other is a fierce young lady named Poor Lowly, whose profession is a demonology scholar. Today, the 4 of them teamed up to challenge the Dragonman Tower. It must be said that after coming to the Lorne Forest, the strength of the monsters has clearly increased. The players have been trying for so many days and still haven't managed to break through the range of the Dragonman Tower. Xiaobao also had the idea of triggering the GSD storyline with the Dragon Tower, but it had already been triggered. After that, he fought hard with 3 teammates. However, this time, they discovered a peculiar NPC. Why do I say this? Because this is one of the few NPCs, aside from the guards, that would wander around the city. That's right, what they found was Tang Yu. The keen intuition of the professional player told Xiaobo that there must be a hidden storyline ahead, so he immediately gathered his teammates, intending to investigate further. Perhaps they could pass through the Dragon Tower, just like in GSD. Chapter 149, GM comes down with a map. You triggered my dialogue, so you must fulfill my 3 wishes. This was the reply Xiaobo received after meeting Tang Yu and saying hello. In that moment, all members of the 4-person team fell silent, as they had never encountered such a setup before. Xiaobo clearly wanted to use his words to find a way out. First, you need to collect 540 rusty iron pieces. Go to the Dragon Tower to eliminate 5,000 small flying dragons, and then obtain a limited edition photo album from Benoxio. Finally, kill the 100th reborn corpse looter in the Dark Thunder Ruins. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, the task list of the 4 immediately displayed these 3 tasks. This operation left the 4 in despair, as there was one last requirement. If they did not complete this task, they would not be able to accept any other tasks. The 3 teammates, including the Iceberg Beauty Super Big White Rabbit, shot resentful glances at Xiaobo. However, it was okay if they couldn't complete these. Tang Yu's next sentence suddenly made the 4 feel like they were basking in spring. They only needed to each buy 50 equipment-grade adjustment boxes from Celia. Suddenly, the expressions of the 4 turned to pained faces, feeling heartache. They had worked hard to save up a considerable amount, but they were just short of the money for about 50 adjustment boxes. After all, making money was really slow now, and adjustment boxes were quite expensive. But what could they do? Faced with such a terrifying NPC, they could only accept their fate. Under Tang Yu's supervision, after the 4 handed over all their possessions to Celia, Tang Yu appeared before them once again. Very well, since you have fulfilled my wishes, then accept my reward. Tang Yu's words allowed the 4 to regain some hope, but they also did not expect much, planning to post on the forum to vent after logging off. Tang Yu felt very happy watching the changes in the expressions of the 4. She didn't expect that coming down to secretly visit would lead to such fun. Indeed, these tasks were all made up by Tang Yu on the spot. In the end, she also checked their assets, planning to give Celia a little pocket money. Next, Tang Yu planned to take them directly through the puppet portal. Thus, a scene was captured by a bored netizen, a 1.5-meter tall, red-haired, lowly leading 4 players with their nicknames towards the Sky City. When they arrived at the Sky City, Xiaobo and the others noticed something was off. What happened next exceeded the expectations of the 3. After entering the Dragon Man Tower area, Tang Yu transformed directly into her Beiana form, and a large string of dragon's glimmer appeared behind her. She then led the 4 of them to fight fiercely throughout the Dragon Man Tower, with each encounter resulting in quick kills. The dazzling combat mage skills left the 4 of them mesmerized. The cute character in the team also discovered that the mysterious NPC in front of them was actually a battle mage, a branch of the magician profession. However, she never expected that this NPC was actually the mentor of the founders of the 2 magician factions, the battle mage and the arcane scholar, making him a true founder. And none of this has anything to do with them. They only know that this NPC boss is really strong, leading them directly up and easily breaking through the Dragonkin Tower area that the players have been struggling to conquer. Alright, that's enough for now. See you again if fate allows. After saying that, Tang Yu directly activated the Taichu avatar form, then opened a door, broke a wall, and leaped away, disappearing in an instant. That mentor, was that also a battle mage skill? It's so magnificent. The poor lowly looked at that splendid transformation, feeling an immense sense of envy, exclaiming that she had chosen the wrong job when she transferred. If you ask me, I also don't know. This time, Xiaobo really had no idea. In his previous life, he only played until the great battle against Prey before he was transported, and he didn't know the subsequent content. Right now, this does look very much like the transformation of Niwu, the creator of the battle mage organization called the Guardians in the Demon Realm Alliance. At this moment, all 4 of them were actually shocked yet delighted, as this was clearly some hidden plot. Although it had cost them, they had directly cleared the Dragonkin Tower and picked up many good items along the way. Moreover, now that the Dragonkin Tower had opened as a dungeon, they could directly challenge the next area, the Puppet Gateway. This sudden ride had conveniently made them forget about the plans to blow up the online forum that had just been discussed. Truly a cause for celebration. After the Dragonkin Tower dungeon was unlocked, a large number of players began to tackle the dungeon, as there were difficulty levels to choose from. The monsters in the open world were all set to the highest difficulty, unlike the Lorn Forest, where the highest difficulty was only hard, with a total of 3 difficulty levels: easy, normal, and hard. The Sky City, however, had two additional difficulty levels, very hard and adventure. Now that they could enter a low-difficulty dungeon, they could obtain resources by clearing the dungeon, allowing them to continue challenging the next area, the Puppet Gateway. Tang Yu led Xiaobo and the other three through the influence of the Dragon Man Tower area, with a dungeon as a channel for strength enhancement. The progress of Sky City suddenly surged, especially after someone discovered that by first killing the puppeteer, the tough stone giants could be turned into a fragile soul state. The strategy to conquer the Puppet Gateway seemed just around the corner. Unfortunately, everyone ultimately got stuck in the boss room with the Puppet King Dagli and the Golden Stone Giant. It wasn't until one day when a player named Jiuri, equipped with fully enhanced gear, forcibly defeated both bosses, unlocking the next area, the Dark Suspended Corridor. Players have also discovered a new toy, the Equipment Enhancement, smashing device opened by the celestial being Kelly, which is a luxurious toy. Any player with a bit of assets would try it out, either to take the profit or to lose everything. It's truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 150. The script arrangement of the Sky City. The appearance of the Dark Suspended Corridor also introduced a new type of monster to the players, the Exile. This monster requires activation before it can start fighting, and it has caused some trouble for those brave enough to try it out. Right from the start, relying on their previous shallow experience, they directly unleashed their skills on the statue-like Exile, which naturally resulted in minimal damage. Considering that the Exile's defense in its statue state is extraordinarily high. At that time, because I had lost all my skills and was left with only normal attacks, I was surrounded by numerous exiles. The outcome is obvious. Of course, after being beaten up, I peacefully returned to the respawn point. At this moment, Tang Yu is at the very top of the Sky City, inside the Lord's Palace, accompanied by the tyrant King Bakel, who was dealt with by unknown individuals in Arad's history 500 years ago. Bakel, how's the script coming along? No issues, right? Tang Yu asked as she walked, checking on the progress of the script she had entrusted to Bakel. You can rest assured about this matter. After all, I was the one who wrote, directed, and performed in the Dragon War and the fall of the Tyrant King. You could say I'm an old hand at this. It will definitely be fine. Moreover, my creation, the Lord of Light, can execute my commands 100% without any problems. Upon hearing Tang Yu question his script writing ability, Bakel immediately showcased his excellent work. All right. I got it. We're almost there. We need to hurry since there's actually a whale among those adventurers, and they managed to enhance their weapons with Kelly's variant disassembler. They forced their way through the area where I specifically adjusted to have two bosses. At this point, Tang Yu felt it was absurd. Isn't this still the early stage? Are whales already starting to play with enhancements? She knew that in her planning, players would generally start crafting equipment during the first Apostle raid, led by Rhodas. By then, they would produce Apostle gear that could be used until the final version when completing Selah's Awakening. Although this time Rhodas produced 3 pieces of jewelry, they could still be enhanced. When preparing for the Dirge event, the amplification would go live, allowing for another wave of energy coins to be collected. As they spoke, Tang Yu and Bakel arrived at a magnificent door, which was the Destruction Gate, a necessary path to where the Lord of Light is located. All right, Bakel, it's your turn. Tang Yu turned her gaze to Bakel, who did not hesitate. Open sesame. Accompanied by an unimportant command, the Destruction Gate slowly opened. Bakel about that opening command. Never mind. By the way, this door needs to stay open for now. Close it when Silic comes down later to surprise those adventurers. During their conversation, they laid a foreshadowing for the upcoming battle with Silic. Upon entering the area where the Lord of Light resides, the loyal Lord of Light immediately saw his devoted master. In that moment, the Lord of Light perked up. Lord Bakel, it is my honor to see you again. The Lord of Light showed great respect. My loyal subordinate, I have a challenging task for you, Bakel said seriously, and Tang Yu admired his ability to deliver such a serious speech. After all, he was indeed the self-written, self-directed, and self-performed Bakel. Bakel then issued his instructions to the Lord of Light. Yes, just like that. Adventurers will come with what I call relics, bringing you the news of my fall. At that time, you will need to perform the act of dissipating. After that, you can rest well. When Scylla comes down, we will return to give you your next costume. Make sure to perform well. Lord Bakel, what if the arriving adventurers do not carry the relics you mentioned? The Lord of Light was quite thorough in his considerations. Then beat them to death. As soon as Bakel said this, those players who had worked hard to reach the final level of the Sky City were bound to suffer. When Tang Yu and Bakel completed their arrangements and left the Sky City, the players finally found a way to open the chandelier at the top of the dark hanging corridor. For the players, this was indeed good news. The bright environment also greatly accelerated the players' progress in the knowing that they were being expelled by the Dark Corridor's gatekeeper, the Exile of Heaven. This time, even if it's the Claros 9, there is no way to achieve a strong kill against the prototype Exile, the Celestial Exile, with its graceful combo and positioning. Compared to the ordinary Exile, the Celestial Exile has obvious intelligence, and the lightsaber in its hand is also a good weapon. It often can severely damage those Go swordsmen with extremely low light resistance. In the end, it was the highly skilled Shabo Quartet, favored by the world, who completed the quest to defeat the Celestial Exile, as everyone had hoped. After an exhausting campaign, they also uncovered the true legendary Celestial Exile lightsaber. Physical attack power, 287. Magic attack power, 277. Independent attack power, 178. Strength, 26. Attack speed, 10. Hit rate, -1. Demon Knight, male, //skill level 2. Dark Warrior, male, /skill level 2. There is a 7 chance of unleashing the Celestial Exile's lightning during normal attacks. The attributes of this lightsaber are quite astonishing, but Xiaobo is still a bit short of the level required to equip the level 25 Celestial Exterminator lightsaber. Currently, the 4 members of Xiaobo's team are all around level 24, and they will soon reach level 25. As a Sword Soul, they will also quickly learn the signature skill, Blade Break. Chapter 151. Preparing to tackle the Sky City with the dark hanging corridor breached. Players naturally turned their attention to the highest level of the Sky City, the Lord's Palace. There, they would encounter the first so-called mechanism storyline monster. Of course, if they could reach level 150 now, they could easily crush the Lord. After all, even the Lord of Light City, who has regained the power of the Apostles, cannot withstand the onslaught of level 150 adventurers. However, for now, the first tier of adventurers is still hovering around level 25. So it's best to let it go for now. Dreams can hold anything. What players are focused on now is not the Lord's Palace, but the Dark Corridor dungeon. As according to the game's rules, there is a higher probability of obtaining good equipment within the dungeon. It is clear that players cannot conquer the Lord's Palace with their current gear alone. Even with top-tier equipment, it's still not feasible, but at least that's what players believe. Of course, in this vast world, there are all kinds of possibilities. Some choose to grind for gear to enhance their strength, while others, being reckless, directly rush to the tower. During this time, players have gained substantial experience in dealing with the exiles in Sky City, and although the exiles in the Lord Palace are relatively stronger, the difference isn't significant. Those who rush the tower are also making their way towards the Lord's Palace. At this time, what is Xiao Bo, the plot-driving NPC, doing? Of course, he is leading his team to grind in the Dark Abyss. Knowing the storyline of Sky City, how could he not know that, in terms of setting, the current Light City Lord is invincible to players and can rely on the Great Magic Circle for infinite resurrection? This resurrection is completely under GM authority, different from the previous Bone Abyss. Even if Celia comes to purify, it won't work. The method to deal with the Lord of the City of Light is quite simple, which is to outsmart him. To achieve this, we need to build good relationships with those key NPCs. Minter, how much longer do we have to grind here? The magic user in the team is starting to get impatient. The dad and the gigantic white rabbit who teamed up with Xiaobo at the beginning felt the same way. However, Xiaobo's understanding of the game made everyone choose to seek his opinion. Soon, they realized that this time the Lord was different from the past. A straightforward assault would be futile. Next, they needed to find some NPCs who could help solve the problem. Xiaobo's response left the 3 teammates deep in thought. Clearly, they hadn't expected the Lord of the Sky City to be so troublesome, but then again, it was at the top level. After passing through the Dark Corridor dungeon once again, Xiaobo led his teammates to the Mage Guild, which was also located on the west coast. Unlike the small rooms and games from his previous life, this was a grand and magnificent complex. Upon entering the Mage Guild, they were greeted by a spacious hall and a reception desk. Xiaobo approached the desk and politely asked to see President Shalon. The receptionist warmly replied, "Hello, sir. President Shalon is currently unavailable. You might want to visit Professor Alice. She may also be able to help you." The receptionist service was quite attentive. However, Xiaobo felt uneasy because, while others might not know, he certainly did. Alice was the mastermind behind the Apostle transfer, using adventurers as pawns, and was the puppet of the second Apostle, Helder. Almost all the major events occurring in Arad had her shadow. Although he was reluctant, there was no other choice. So, under the puzzled gazes of his 3 teammates, Xiaobo nervously went to meet Alice. "Well then, what brings you here, adventurers?" Upon entering Alice's office, the four saw her reviewing documents. Professor Alice, we adventurers are about to face the Lord of Light, but as far as I know, the Lord of Light has the ability to connect with the great magic circle, making him practically immortal. So we came to seek help. Xiaobo's reasoning was sound. Alice had already received notification from Helder, so she naturally cooperated with the adventurers seeking the right assistance. What kind of help do you intend to seek? Alice continued reviewing documents. We plan to consult President Shalon regarding the research on the Great Magic Circle. I believe President Shalon has considerable insights. Xiaobo knew how to naturally guide the plot towards Bakel's relics. Seeing this, Alice realized that these adventurers were truly prepared, so she decided to keep them, as President Shalon would be returning soon. Sure enough, not long after, President Shalon arrived at Alice's office. Naturally, she met with Xiaobo and the others. So, you little ones want to see me? Then go ahead, what is it? Shalon got straight to the point. Xiaobo explained the situation again. All right, I understand the situation. This is indeed a problem, but the Lord of Light has clearly obtained the authority of the Great Magic Circle and is now beyond external control. There is only one way left, to let the Lord of Light choose to dissipate himself. As the president of the Mage Guild, Shalon was knowledgeable and quickly analyzed the situation. Make the Lord commit suicide? How we do that? Clearly, Xiaobo's teammates found this absurd. This plan might actually work. Alice interjected, catching everyone's attention. Hundreds of years ago, the Lord of Light was commanded by the Dragon King Bakel to guard the Sky City, blocking all passage. To resolve the Lord's situation, we need to let him know that the Dragon King he is loyal to has been defeated. Then, he should choose to dissipate himself. Alice's words successfully pieced together the final puzzle. Once they had a plan, the rest was straightforward. As for how to convince the Lord of Light, it was simple enough. Find the pilot Mogiato at the dock on the west coast. He possessed the last words left by Dragon King Bakel when he fell. After collecting all the components, Xiaobo and his group, under the kind recommendation of President Shalon, went along with the Greatsword Master Aganzo and the Dagger Master Barn to the Lord's Palace. Along the way, the two masters sparked impressive synergy, quickly arriving at the already open destructive gate, beyond which lay the Lord of Light's domain. Chapter 152, Sky City and the Giant Beast of the Heavens. After passing through the destructive gate, Xiaobo's group hurried toward the Lord's Palace. As ordinary people, they were unsure whether the Lord of Light's ability to resurrect indefinitely using the Great Magic Circle would impact it. If Tangyu were here and willing, she would tell them it wouldn't. Perhaps there would be issues before the magic realm was anchored, but not now. Long before, when Tangyu went to that world with some existence X and brought back the core of that small world as an energy source. The task of maintaining the sky, sea, and Arad's ecology had shifted to that energy source centered around the core. The current Great Magic Circle was merely a decorative item. Of course, it still had some basic capabilities, but even if it exploded, it wouldn't matter. However, the Greatsword Masters and others were unaware of this. Even Xiaobo, who had been a Shirak voyager in his previous life, was uninformed. Meanwhile, such a grand group naturally attracted the attention of players assaulting the Lord's Palace, including the one who had taken down the Puppet King Dorj and the Golden Stone Giant, Jiuri. A discerning eye could tell this was an NPC-led team for dungeon runs. Previously, someone had encountered GSD leading the Dragon Tower and had recorded it for the forum. Thus, of course, they wanted to hitch a ride on this wave. Because of this, the group continued to grow, and by the time they reached the door of the Lord's Chamber, around 70 to 80 people had gathered. If it weren't for Tangyu recently returning to the Zero Realm to collect some native Zero Realm crystals to create mirror dimensions, servers, resulting in a significant reduction in player numbers in each mirror dimension, there might have been even more people. As the strategy battle officially began here, on the other side, Tangyu was with Helder, passing through the temple clusters on the body of the Heavenly Veil Behemoth to meet the first apostle, Rothus, who had already been prepared to meet the adventurers. Rothus, how are your preparations going? Tangyu greeted Rothus as soon as she saw him. Oh, it's Tangyu. It's really uncomfortable here. Although your water storage equipment is here, which isn't a big problem, it's just too dry, and staying here is really unpleasant. Rothus was in a relatively good state, but upon seeing Tangyu, he started to complain about this and that. All right, just bear with it. By the way, make sure to perform well when the time comes. You also need to pay attention to the situation over at the Sky City. When the City Lord gives the signal, make sure those followers send out the messenger. Tangyu repeatedly reminded him. This time, Rothus didn't complain anymore. After all, once he finished this task, he could go back to rest. He could leave a mirror to support the operation of the raid, and then return to the Demon Realm to watch the wonderful performances of other compatriots. Just thinking about it was delightful. All right, you can rest assured. This matter is a small task for me. As the strongest of Solaris, this little thing is nothing to worry about. Rothus boasted about the task. But I remember, Rothus, didn't you always claim to be a master of superweapons? Unexpectedly, while Rothus was bragging, Helder, who had been silent, suddenly undermined Rothus. That's different. Being a weapon master is my profession, while mental control is my racial skill. These two cannot be mixed together. With Helder's interruption, Rothus panicked and immediately started to explain, otherwise his status as an apostle would plummet. Although he didn't know that his status had already fallen sharply when he became the first apostle to go on stage. After all, in the simple thinking of players, the boss that appears first is weaker and has less face than those that come later. All right, then you prepare well here. My script must be perfect. After reminding Rothus once again, Tangyu took Helder towards the nerve center of the Heavenly Veil Behemoth, as there were still some arrangements to be made regarding Behemoth. Helder, I'll leave it to you in a bit. You know, when I first released it here, it was only the size of Dolphin. Who would have thought it would grow so big now? The task of Behemoth was very heavy. If it didn't cooperate, the raid battle I designed would appear very ordinary, and the epic battle feeling would not be reflected. Listening to Tang Yu's words, Helder sincerely appreciated her. As the apostle of emotion, Tang Yu had completed all her long-cherished wishes, rebuilding Terra and resurrecting Alice. Now, she had found a new goal. During her time living in the demon realm, she had come to understand those apostles with different personalities, just like the 12 gods of Terra back then, all possessing powerful abilities yet being mischievous. Although they had all grown after becoming apostles, their essence remained the same, as being an apostle was the primordial darkness from the creation era, which should be matched with a style of dealing with matters like Karis. Of course, Helder liked such apostles. It felt like home. As Tang Yu said, having all of them together made Terra truly Terra. Now, Helder needed to complete Tang Yu's plan, awaken the former second god, Selah, and forever protect this beautiful Terra. Just as Helder was thinking about these things, the two arrived at Behemoth's nerve center. Helder didn't hesitate and directly connected with Behemoth's mind. The originally calm Behemoth became excited upon sensing Helder's presence. Tang Yu could feel the overwhelming joy, like a dog waiting for its owner to return home from a trip. Soon, the arrangements for Behemoth were completed. After all, as Behemoth's caretaker, it was not a problem for Helder to make some small requests. This included, when the adventurers entered Rothus's raid battle in the Heavenly Veil Behemoth, if they attacked the lumps on its surface, Behemoth should cooperate by making a noise and shaking its body. In fact, those lumps were just slightly protruding skin tissues. When the adventurers hit them, Behemoth would feel a tickle, not pain. It was all an act. On the other side, the Lord of Light in the Lord's Palace had just completed the current phase of the curtain call under that profound performance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the Lord dissipate into light particles, and immediately after, there came the sound of a collision from above. The siege battle against Apostles of Rhodes was about to begin. Chapter 153. Siege battle against Apostle Rhodes. The loud noise from the Sky City was brought by Ophelia, who was delivering the message about Apostle Rhodes. As everyone followed the sound and climbed up that damned super long external spiral staircase, scaring off a few people with acrophobia, they finally arrived at the scene. They saw that the outer wall of the Sky City had been struck, creating a huge hole. Inside the hole lay debris everywhere, and in the center of the debris was a girl with red hair. Fortunately, those present were not ordinary characters. Shalon stepped forward and cast a healing spell to stabilize Ophelia's injuries, then took the girl back to the west coast. Upon seeing this, Xiaobo realized that the events in the Sky City had come to a conclusion. After everyone left, the dungeon of the Lord's Palace in the Sky City was unlocked. And at the same time, a unique dungeon called the Floating City was opened. In the Floating City, a large amount of energy coins could be produced, but the dungeon had a special mechanism. Regardless of the equipment or level of the players, when entering these special dungeons marked with trial, their combat power would be adjusted, rendering any damage advantage or equipment superiority completely ineffective. It would all depend on skill. With the of Sky City, players have started to celebrate, and those who love treasure hunting have begun to flock to the Lord's Palace. After all, aside from true inheritance, there is no such thing as binding for the current equipment, only locking. This is still to prevent accidental operations when using the newly launched one-click dismantle feature. This means that as long as you get a drop and are willing to part with it, you can sell all your equipment. It's worth noting that since the Exile's lightsaber can be removed, the Lord's entire set can certainly be removed as well. Players have essentially discovered a path to wealth. However, This has no impact on the high-level players at the front line. They're still waiting to experience the storyline of the NPC that they witnessed descending from the sky. The development of the situation did not disappoint. After Ophelia woke up, she informed the relevant parties about what had happened to her. As Ophelia recounted her story, people began to understand the GBL organization, which lives on the Great Beast and seeks the blue truth. Naturally, everyone also learned about the existence of the Apostle Rothis. "Miss Alice, what do you know about this Rothis?" Shalon asked, noticing a slight change in Alice's expression when Ophelia mentioned Rothis. "Her acting is really good." "Yes, Madam President Shalon. As far as I know, this Rothis is also a member of the Apostles of the Demon Realm, and the Silic, who was killed by the sword Saint Aganzo and others in the Crying Cave years ago, was also a member of the Apostles." As Alice spoke, everyone was taken aback. The battle in the Crying Cave is still fresh in people's memories. The powerful Imperial forces and the Purple Mist group were essentially annihilated. Even the Four Sword Saints returned heavily injured, and after that, Silic's influence did not dissipate. Instead, it gave rise to the powerful profession of Demon Gunner. Now, another existence at the same level as that Shirak, an apostle, has appeared. It seems we need to prepare well for this matter. Shalon also made a suggestion. "Indeed, I am responsible for the Empire's side, and we will send troops to control the battlefield. Barn, inform the king. He will definitely be interested." Princess Isabella, who spoke up, didn't expect that a trip out could lead to such interesting events. "All right, Princess. However, during my absence, you must take good care of yourself." After Barn finished speaking and instructed the deputy commander beside him, he left. At this moment, the silent Ophelia seemed to intend to say something. "Miss Ophelia, if you have something to say, please go ahead." Aegon, seeing Ophelia about to speak, encouraged her to relax a bit. "I think you should send fewer people. That monster has the ability to control minds. The head librarian and the bishop have all been controlled by it and have become strange." Ophelia's words immediately raised the vigilance of everyone. Mind control was indeed alarming. Mind control? Then having more people would not be an advantage. We need to think this over carefully. Shalon showed a clear sign of contemplation. "By the way, Miss Ophelia, the influence of mind control should be minimal in the outer areas, right?" At this point, Alice spoke up again, as her task was to guide everyone in the campaign against the apostle. "Yes, that's right. When I escaped to the outer area, the influence was much less. Moreover, there is our GBL Church's archive in the outer area, which contains 4 prophecy books. Perhaps there are solutions in them." Reminded by Alice, Ophelia recalled many things. Now that there was a plan, discussing strategies would be simple. Soon, the players received news. After discussions among the NPCs, they planned to head to the Titan Beast to liberate the GBL Church. At this time, the system announcement also notified all players. System announcement: the assault on Apostle Rothis is about to begin. All players who wish to participate should prepare. Countdown to the start of the assault: 6 days, 23 hours, and 50 seconds. With the announcement made, the countdown in the background is continuously decreasing. Such a large-scale event has suddenly attracted the attention of all players. Many have begun to prepare, and those who plan to get a share of the pie have started gathering equipment. Recently, it has been revealed that the weapon of the City Lord of Light, the lightsaber Sagahart, has been sold at an astronomical price. And that's not all. The expansion laser cannon, also from the City Lord of Light, was directly acquired by a wealthy player. The treasure hunters are satisfied, while those players who want to participate in the siege but lack funds have either started joining the crowd to farm the City Lord's palace or have begun challenging the floating city, intending to earn money to buy equipment, as the current gold price is still very high. As for Xiaobo and the others, they naturally don't have to worry, as both the Heaven Punisher's divine sword and Segahart's lightsaber are in their hands, which can only be described as incredibly lucky. All 3 teammates have their own unique skills. The burning staff dropped by the Flame Beano is also a drop from the Light City Lord, along with the Sacred Cross at that time. He was the only priest present, and the Horn of the Minotaur. Everyone is actively preparing for the Apostle Ra siege battle scheduled for a week later. Chapter 154. Continuation of the Apostle Roth siege battle. As the countdown for the event ended, the players' first carnival finally began. The docks on the west coast were unexpectedly bustling that day, with players crowding the area. The common people of Arad couldn't help but exclaim how diligent these adventurers were. President Shalon, Alice, Aganzo, Princess Isabella, and Barn, who had just brought reinforcements, along with other well-known figures, all gathered at the west coast dock. Qian had prepared the Megadoth and made special modifications to fully adapt it to aerial routes. After several NPCs boarded the Megadoth, Players looked at the few ships before them and were puzzled about how they would all fit. However, this was definitely not a problem, as it was, after all, an event in the game. When the first player approached the Megadoth and disappeared, the players realized that this was a teleportation. With that, the players began to flock to the entrance of the event. Once they emerged from the teleportation portal, they found themselves in a jungle. However, compared to the dense canopy of Lauren, the trees here resembled an ordinary forest, allowing for decent light penetration. But there was no time for sightseeing. Before the players could steady themselves, a large number of figures wearing strange masks rushed toward them, and the NPCs who arrived first. Soldiers, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. We must clear a path. This will be a prolonged battle. Barn also displayed his demeanor as the battlefield commander and began to deploy soldiers. Barn's words gave the previously lost players a clear objective. This also led Barn and others to have a new perspective on these adventures. With the help of the players and the Imperial troops, a landing area was quickly cleared. It provided a place to rest and officially begin the assault operations. Soon, a map was distributed to the players, detailing the surface conditions of the Celestial Beast. The assault team's position was at the tail of the Celestial Beast, and ahead was the perimeter of the temple. Ophelia speculated that the Mad Pope and High Priest were likely there. This location was also one of the possible sites for one of the 4 prophecy books, while the other 3 were located in the Trant Jungle, the Polar Day, and the Inferno side halls. The first objective of this assault is to conquer 4 strategic locations and obtain 4 prophecy books for interpretation, with the hope of finding a way to counter the Apostles' mental control. Otherwise, retreat will be the only option. With a detailed plan in place, the players began to take action. Since there's only one road leading to the head area of the Titan, the players gathered around the temple's outskirts. The scene resembled the early days of the game launch, with everyone rushing into the Lorne Forest to level up. As the players entered the outer area of the temple, they were met with fierce attacks from numerous controlled followers of the GBL Church. The progress of the assault officially began. It must be said that the number of players was truly substantial. After a fierce battle, some players discovered the location of the boss, which turned out to be the controlled bishop and high priest. The players all headed in that direction, except for one team, which was the Xiaobo squad. Minter, are you sure this way will lead us to the prophecy book? I see everyone else is looking for the boss, and logically, such key items should be with the boss, right? The magic girl expressed her concerns about Xiaobo's decision to head in the opposite direction while others went for the boss. It seems you all haven't paid attention to the storyline, Xiaobo replied. Previous materials indicate that there are 4 prophecy books. According to common religious arrangements, items similar to the Bible are generally kept by missionaries. Since the boss is not the target, things are usually hidden in the opposite direction. After listening to Xiaobo's analysis, the other 2 felt it made sense and quickly followed him to continue their advance. Xiaobo also breathed a sigh of relief. He had just made that up on the spot and couldn't exactly say that the plot from his previous life was designed this way, with the locations of the 4 missionaries being in the opposite direction of the boss's room. The development of events did not surprise Xiaobo. They quickly discovered a member of the GBL cult who was dressed distinctly differently from the ordinary believers. It seemed that this was the target of their mission, one of the 4 missionaries of the GBL cult. Unexpectedly, this missionary, as an elite monster, had surprisingly poor combat ability. Should one say that he truly lives up to the title of a civil official? After the Preacher of Dawn was defeated, the Prophecy Book of Dawn was successfully revealed. On the other side, under the leadership of high-level players from groups like Jiue and Kaleo, players successfully defeated the bishops and high priests of the GBL sect. They completed the clearing of the temple's outer area, and the path to the Trant jungle was now clear. However, what puzzled these players was that they had not found the task item, the prophecy book. Soon, players received news that the first prophecy book had been found. Many players were surprised, but that was all. Since the task in the temple's outer area was completed, they needed to continue advancing inward. However, after entering the Trant jungle area, players encountered trouble. A debuff called mental resistance was applied, slightly weakening all of their attributes, reducing them by about 25%. Coupled with enemies that were clearly much stronger than the controlled cultists, players found themselves in a tough battle. At the same time, powerful monsters like dragonhead cannons and yachas began to appear in the Trant jungle. Only players with high skills, or those who had fought fiercely at Kelly's, could defeat them easily. The progress of the assault slowed down significantly. However, there's a reason why this group of players is referred to as the 4th catastrophe, and eventually they managed to defeat the Trant jungle's lord, the guardian of the Great Tree, Rodan. Meanwhile, Xiaobo once again went in the opposite direction to deal with the Dusk Preacher. Next, a fork in the road appeared, one leading to the Eternal Day and the other to the Inferno. With the discovery of the two prophecy books, the locations of the remaining Light Prophecy Book and Dark Prophecy Book became obvious. In the Eternal Day, players would face the mechanical creations of the GBL sect, while in the Inferno, they would confront the cursed monsters known as Yachas. In these two places, the intensity of mental control has also become stronger, and the debuffs on players have reached 50%, further increasing the difficulty. Chapter 155. The Siege of Apostle Rothis continues. Powerful monsters, along with stronger attribute reductions, undoubtedly make the siege activities even more challenging. However, this merely slightly delays the player's progress. After all, in Tang Yu's design, there is no such thing as a death penalty. It's just a temporary period of weakened attributes. Experienced players indicate that it's still manageable. With such minimal costs, both the Extreme Day and the Purgatory have been conquered, and this time the main force successfully discovered the respawn pattern of the Preacher through carpet searches. With all four prophecy books gathered, they were taken to Shalon and other high-level intellectuals. These are the prophecy books. Let us take a look. Hopefully, there is something we want inside. This siege is led primarily by the Mage Guild represented by President Shalon, with the Empire as the backbone. Naturally, the task of analyzing the prophecy books is entrusted to professionals, taken on by the Mage Guild, while Shalon, Alice, and others are deciphering the prophecy books. The rest prepare for battle and also make retreat plans. After all, it's uncertain whether those prophecy books contain solutions to the problems. As for the players, they're naturally sweeping through the four conquered areas like crazy. They can't just sit idle. Soon news came that there's indeed a method to solve Rothis' mental control in the four prophecy books. Herd expressed it was tough. All the literary work fell to her. The solution is a blueprint for a control interference device. Now that a method is available, the members of the siege team held an overnight meeting to discuss the next strategy. The next step is to conquer the temple located at the first spine. There, a large control interference device will be constructed to counteract the mental control that nearly covers the entire celestial beast. The players, however, are oblivious to all this. They only know there's a new task, and the next step is to attack the first spine. So they hurriedly made their way to the temple they had long wanted to conquer. However, it must be said that the mental control power here, being quite close to Rothis, is incredibly strong, and the debuffs for players have reached a staggering 75%. This initially made it very difficult for players. Everything felt like a scraping treatment, taking forever to grind monsters. Moreover, monsters do not exhibit any martial ethics. They swarm to attack. Not to mention that most of the monsters at the first spine are Rothis kin, a variety of bizarre octopus monsters. These creatures usually lie down, making them hard to attack. And they also have various debuff skills, leaping high to strike at players' knees, which is quite frustrating. However, hard work pays off. What could possibly stop our fourth calamity? In the end, the first spine was successfully conquered by these lovely adventurers. President, the adventurers have completed the conquest of the first spine. A mage reported to the council of the siege team. Very good. How is Miss Kelly doing? That's right. After finding the blueprint, Shalon sent someone to find Kelly. After all, the items on the blueprint are clearly creations of the celestial realm, so they naturally need to be resolved by celestial beings. Miss Kelly is also ready. Very good. Then let us immediately start building the control interference device. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed like those adventurers. With the final order given, everyone started to take action. Soon, a tall tower was erected on the first spine, and waves of energy swept from there across the entire celestial beast. The debuffs that had been limiting the players disappeared. Once again, players, feeling the thrill of the game, rejoiced. Now it seems everything is complete, and all that's left is to head to the second spine, where Rothis is located, and defeat him to end this. Even Xiaobo thought so. However, the script is in Tang Yu's hands, and this siege is far from simple. After crossing the first spine, they discovered that the temple where Rothis resides is surrounded by a barrier. The waves from the control interference device cannot enter the temple, which immediately left everyone at a loss. However, the good news is that with Alice's help, President Shalon found that the source of the barrier is in the side hall next to the temple. Looking at the two side halls before them, it's clear they must have significance. Players, however, were unconcerned about this. Some headed towards the source of the barrier, while others foolishly charged directly at the second spine. It was obvious that those reckless enough to head for the second spine met their end as soon as they entered the barrier. collapsing to the ground and beginning to kill each other. Xiaobo was among those heading for the side hall, but when he saw the sign on the side hall, he felt a wave of fear. The things before him were completely detached from his memory. What appeared before him was mostly a place called the Research Institute. Shouldn't this be the map of the fallen temple? However, there was no time for Xiaobo to contemplate, as the battle had already begun. After a series of battles, these players, who were generally close to level 30, couldn't boast of flashy skills, but they still managed to use basic skills effectively. Just before reaching the Lord's chamber, unexpectedly, in a room before entering the Lord's domain, they encountered a being of Lord-level power named Isagila. Isagala's ancient forbidden curse magic was incredibly destructive. She continuously summoned lesser spirits and struck them at the players in the form of meteors, and after landing, those elemental spirits would continue to chase and attack the players. What shocked the players even more was the massive energy ball hanging above them, although it would release a shockwave before detonating, knocking players down and giving them a few seconds of invincibility. There were always some careless players who got taken out directly. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated Isagila and entered the final Lord's chamber. However, inside was not the Lord, but rather a biological device that looked nothing like anything from Arad. It was a plant with a huge crown-like branch structure, wrapped in a massive bubble-like cell membrane, emitting a rainbow of colors, resembling a marine creature at first glance. Faced with this situation, they naturally moved in to attack. However, the expected invulnerability did not appear. After a powerful strike from Jiori, the membrane shattered like a real bubble. Seeing this, the group planned to leave, but as they were leaving, Xiaobo vaguely noticed that some protective membrane was slowly growing from beneath the crown, indicating that this was not a simple matter. Chapter 156. The assault on Apostle Rothis continues. Since the barrier at Rothis' location had been lifted, the power of mental control inside was suppressed by the control disruptor. So they could begin the assault. Brothers, the Lord's shield has been removed. We can start tackling the final boss. Juri, who had always been active as the leader of the assault, began rallying everyone and shouting slogans to prepare for the assault on Rothis. However, Xiaobo felt something was off. Based on his past experience in raid progression, things were far from simple. Although they had defeated Isagila and removed the shield at Rothis' location, the palace on the other side had not been tackled yet. Its existence must hold significance. So what could it be? Considering this, Xiaobo gathered a group of players he had previously collaborated with to stay behind in case of emergencies. Although he felt a bit regretful for not being able to participate in the Lord battle, the previous collaboration with Xiaobo made them aware that this player had ideas and could always discover interesting things. Moreover, this assault activity was primarily about participation. There were no so-called kill rewards. Xiaobo's concerns were warranted. The team that entered the second spine smoothly reached Rothis' location. Upon entering the battle area, they discovered Rothis wrapped in a rocky altar. At this point, Rothis, having lost the ability to control minds, had a rather simple assault pattern, extending powerful tentacles from the mouth of the altar statue to attack. For this group of daring high-level players, this was an easy feat, however. The real trouble did not stem from this. While this lord was indeed very tough under the statue's protection, the little octopuses constantly summoned by the magic circle were the real menace. These little octopuses would attack players frantically, and upon latching onto them, they would self-destruct, causing tremendous damage. If 3 or more exploded simultaneously, the player would die instantly. But that was not the most critical issue. The key point was that after the little octopuses died, they would generate a stream of water flowing back to Rothis, restoring a significant amount of health. This healing was quite powerful. The health they had painstakingly whittled down could be fully restored by the water streams from just 2 or 3 little octopuses. Now, they had no choice but to seek help from the remaining players, who had previously been a source of confusion for them. Brothers outside, we've run into big trouble here. After receiving the news, Xiaobo had a hunch. The previous side hall was a research institute, and considering the current situation in the Lord's chamber, the other side hall must be the reason for the little octopus's appearance, and this place should be the incubation chamber, also originating from the fallen temple. Its lord should be Vanzelis. With this hypothesis in mind, Xiaobo immediately led the remaining players into the incubation pool. Upon entering, the scene was just as he had anticipated, with octopus eggs of various sizes scattered throughout the temple. After eliminating many octopus monsters along the way, they finally arrived at the Lord's chamber, and unsurprisingly, the Lord was indeed Vanzelis. However, Vanzelis' fighting style is quite disgusting. He continuously summons octopus monsters, and when his health reaches a certain level, he will resurrect all the octopus monsters that were previously killed. This means that if the damage dealt earlier is too slow, this wave of resurrection can lead to a total wipeout. Fortunately, the players present are all elites, and they managed to deal with Vanzelis without any major incidents. As Vanzelis died, a huge magic circle slowly appeared on the ground, covered in countless eggs. Seeing this, everyone began to throw their attacks at the magic circle, which was quickly destroyed. At the same time, good news came from the main team. The small octopuses no longer appeared. Without a continuous supply of health packs, Rhodes was soon worn down by the players' swarm tactics. This siege battle should have come to an end. However, would Tangu let them finish this so easily? Impossible. Just as everyone was about to start cheering, they failed to notice that during their battle, the sky-wrapping beast had already approached the Sky Sea, and now its back temple was directly entering the Sky Sea. As a large amount of seawater flooded into the temple, Xiaobo suddenly felt that something was wrong. It should be noted that in the previous life, Rothis had two versions, one of which was the extremely weak version that the main team had encountered earlier, hiding inside a statue. That version was truly weak and didn't need much explanation. Another way is to release the Rhodes from the sea of the Sky Sea. After absorbing a large amount of seawater, as the ruler of the dream ocean planet Solaris, Rhodes's power will be fully unleashed, and its manifestation will become immensely gigantic, with combat power far surpassing that of the rocky hamburger Rhodes. The current situation is undoubtedly a precursor to the emergence of the true Rhodes. As expected, the home team received bad news. The Rhodes, which had already been defeated, rapidly expanded after the seawater entered, like a puffer fish. Its enormous size broke through the temple. And now, due to the system of the fourth disaster, the home team was only affected by a slow descent in the water, but the giant octopus head and its big eyes were truly terrifying to them. Accept the trial, Blade of the Edge, accept my trial, defeat me and earn glory, or fall before me. And when I return to the sea, humanity will face devastation. Rhodes' words spread throughout the Titan beast through mental power. Others felt a strong sense of a boss presence, while Xiaobo sensed something was off. Logically, Rhodes should have just been suddenly transported and was merely seeking survival in the water. Even the waterfall version would only be a tantrum. However, this was not the time for him to think about that, as the home team reported another problem just moments ago. Wrapped in seawater, their damage was pitifully low, essentially just scraping the surface, and, combined with Rhodes' automatic recovery in the water, although not as exaggerated as a small octopus, it significantly increased the time needed to scrape it to death. After emerging from the incubation pool, Xiaobo and his team discovered a new entrance leading to the interior of the Titan beast, which must be the forbidden area of the Titan. This was likely the method for draining the battlefield of Rothis. Upon entering, they faced a large number of GBL cult members who seemed to have just been resurrected, as well as numerous Yasha. The final boss was the Judge Marcel. After enduring a round of corpse explosions and sacrificing a significant number of players, they finally defeated him. Following this, the height of the Titan beast decreased, and the seawater from the second spine receded. Rothis' frenzied tentacle attacks also ceased, and the damage received significantly increased. In the end, Rothis was defeated, and all players who participated in this assault event were granted a chance to draw a special card, which left Xiaobo perplexed, as he believed that the card-drawing system did not exist, yet it appeared here. Chapter 157, The Apostle Rothis Assault Battle Conclusion. To be fair, the card-drawing system is truly out of place in the material world. Tangu only managed to complete the team card-drawing system just as this tool was starting to tackle Rothis. Moreover, since the previous regular copies did not have a card-flipping system, Tangu simply decided to use this card-flipping system as a reward mechanism for the raid boss battles. This can also save a portion of the world's computing power. Now, with players completing the first main storyline raid, the Rhodes raid has officially been opened. As a special dungeon, it is not designed to be entered casually like regular dungeons, nor is it held twice a week like traditional dungeon games. Instead, it is limited to once a day. The rewards obtained from raids are also far from what is available in the game. Completing a raid strategy will yield varying amounts of Solaris Coral, or you may directly receive a piece of the epic equipment, the Solaris Thousand Armors set, which symbolizes Rothis. Of course, equipment can also be exchanged using Solaris Coral, and the main function of Solaris Coral is actually equipment upgrades. That's right, upgrades. In the setting of Tangyue, epic equipment is only produced in raids, and all of it contains the power of the apostles. The highest equipment available in non-raid dungeons is legendary, and all equipment other than epic can be traded freely. At the same time, The difficulty of raids is fixed, regardless of your level or how luxurious your equipment is. The raids will be subject to the system's combat power balance, ensuring that players can successfully clear them as long as their skills meet the basic requirements. Of course, if you're a skilled player, it will just be a show-off of skills to clear. The reason for this design is that the equipment obtained from raid instances is tied to the player's level at the time of completion. In other words, the equipment earned at level 50 is level 50, while the equipment earned at level 90 is level 90. So, will the level 50 equipment become obsolete? Of course not. This is the true purpose of materials like Solaris Coral from raid instances. Aside from directly purchasing equipment, the main use of raid materials is to upgrade the corresponding raid equipment every 5 levels, allowing its strength to scale with the player's progression. You could say that the earlier you play, the more you enjoy it. The later you play, the more you enjoy it. And if you don't play, it's of no use. This time, the loot from the Rhoda's raid consists of a set of 3 jewelry pieces. Bracelet, forged by thousands of soldiers, increases magic defense, strength, intelligence, and stamina. When releasing skills, it consumes additional durability of the weapon to enhance the skill's effect. There's a 50 chance to restore consumed durability after dealing damage to enemies. Restores additional consumed durability when killing enemies. Significantly increases weapon switching speed. Ring, Shining Will, increases magic defense, strength, and intelligence. Greatly weakens the effects of abnormal states. When in an abnormal state, attacking enemies restores HP and MP. Attacking and hitting enemies will put the target into a mental disturbance state, reducing their desire to attack and increasing the damage they receive. Necklace, Heart of Solaris, increases magic defense, strength, intelligence, and spirit. When weapon durability is consumed, it increases critical damage for 10 seconds. When enemies enter a mental disturbance state, it grants increased attribute damage. Set effect. Solaris 1000 Soldiers Set 2-piece set. When triggering the equipment effect of this subset, gain the Blessing of Solaris, greatly increasing movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed, while also receiving a significant boost to all attributes. 3-piece set. When releasing the highest level skill currently mastered, mentally control 1 enemy unit. The attacks it performs will restore 50 health to the controller based on the damage dealt. If the control target is a Lord unit, additional significant damage is gained. The attributes of this epic equipment from Rhoda's can be considered a template for future epic equipment. The introduction and illustrations of the equipment were naturally included in the official encyclopedia when the raid was opened, but specific attribute enhancements were not displayed. This is because the equipment can be continuously upgraded. If all the data for each stage were released, it would be overwhelming to look at. Moreover, as the first set of non-tradable equipment created for the dungeon game by Tangyue, its set effect can be triggered even with just 2 pieces, which is quite considerate for players. Speaking of the assistant Xiaobo, as an important member of the assault team, he also managed to pull a complete piece of gear, specifically the bracelet Qian Bailing. Upon seeing this piece of jewelry, Xiaobo even thought he was mistaken. After all, the effect that speeds up weapon switching is exactly that of the extreme shadow hand, right? Does this mean everyone could be a sword saint now? However, once he equipped it, his previous doubts completely vanished. The effect of this bracelet can stack with the extreme shadow hand, and now his weapon switching speed is as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Xiaobo's flashy gameplay was noticed by nearby players who recorded it and posted on the forum. Suddenly, this Lotus bracelet became an item that countless Sword Soul players desired. What could be more enjoyable than showing off? Coupled with the switching damage provided by the extreme shadow hand, a rapid switching playstyle was born. It's worth noting that the Sword Soul class, whether using the Breakthrough Blade or this new bracelet, would quickly consume weapon durability, and this rapid switching playstyle quickly became popular among Sword Soul players, greatly alleviating the weapon durability issue, while being both powerful and visually appealing, though it required some luck as it needed many weapons. Regarding this situation, Tangyue observed it all, but she could only express that she truly couldn't relate to the joy of being a clown. After all, she was preparing to implement a feature that adjusts the attributes of equipment using raid materials in the future. If that were to be released, wouldn't there be a large number of Sword Souls on the streets switching weapons competitively? The assault on Lotus has come to a temporary conclusion, with a large number of players pouring into the raid to battle, as the newly emerged epic equipment is undoubtedly the strongest among all current gear. Due to Tangyue's raid design, players who lack skills and are unwilling to invest time to learn began to suffer. This led to the emergence of high-level players leading teams, with high-level players conducting overall commands, while those too lazy to learn would pay energy coins for a reasonable trade. Naturally, with the presence of high-difficulty dungeons, there are also those who publish guides, and these high-level players gained an additional income from this, which is quite commendable. Chapter 158. Vanis. The events of the GBL teaching have come to a conclusion, and as players invested a significant amount of time into the strategy for the Lotus Assault. Those in the top tier began to popularize the epic equipment specially made by Lotus. And then new events occurred. How is the situation with Helder and Dirich? Busy Tangyue took the time to ask Helder about the progress of the plan, which was really considerate of her. My lord Tangyue, I have already had Alice complete the transfer of Dirich. A shadow has been left in Neupala, and it seems that the secondary transfer has been completed, reaching Nothmal. Helder's response indicated that the plan was indeed proceeding in an orderly manner. I see, that's good. Things are going smoothly. Then I'll continue with my work. After speaking, Tangyue returned once again to the location of the core of the realm. Maintaining the balance between gamification and materialization was quite troublesome. At this moment, a storm is brewing in Arad. The Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanis has declared war on the Belmar Duchy, claiming that humans have spread a plague in Neupara, resulting in significant casualties among the Dark Elf population. In response to such accusations, Queen Scotty appeared bewildered and has entrusted the Adventurers Association to investigate at the Avelia camp. At the same time, she has invited Paris, the leader of the Dark Street, to bring the street fighters to the Avelia camp for support and to assist in the investigation, in an effort to mediate the grievances between the two nations. Of course, Scotty also recognizes the capabilities of these adventurers and has dispatched Boken to issue an announcement, hoping that adventurers will intervene in this incident to investigate. In return, she has opened the permission for the establishment of adventurer guilds. When these players discovered that the main storyline quest on Boken had been opened, along with the guild building feature, they cheered. It's a joke that among the top-tier players, there are plenty of rich heirs from big conglomerates entering the game, and their levels are not solely the result of their own efforts. Moreover, large organizations will inevitably begin to form guilds and similar structures for management. This event is just a small matter for the guild, but the key point is that it has opened up a new region, and those adventurous players have rushed to the Averia camp. However, the new dungeons and storylines that players anticipated are not so easy to trigger. The Averia camp today is essentially a front line of war. Although the Duchy of Belmar and the Kingdom of Vanis have not officially started large-scale battles, small skirmishes are constantly occurring, and there is a whole battlefield separating the camps on both sides. Fortunately, there are still many Night Elf players among the players, and they have begun to act as a bridge for communication between the two nations. Due to the involvement of these players, the state of conflict between the two countries has been temporarily alleviated, allowing adventurers some time to investigate the truth of the matter. However, this first requires them to go to the capital of the Vanis Kingdom, the Dark City, to meet with Queen Maya and the Senate to obtain an investigation order. At the same time, the players have also met a character named Clint at the Averia camp of the Dark Elves, who they will come to hate like Kelly in the future. As an almost all-knowing being, Shabo is naturally part of this group of adventurers heading to the Dark City for investigation. Led by Barrett and accompanied by Paris and others, they set off towards the Dark City. Their first stop is the Shallow Analysis region. By the way, Clint, doesn't your Dark Elf Kingdom have any teleportation circles or something that can take you directly to the Dark City? The location of your capital is too deep, and you have to cross these endless mountains. The geographical location of the Vanis Kingdom of the Dark Elves is indeed deep in the mountains, and the Dark City itself is an underground city. The geographical location has led players to traverse a long mountain path to reach the Dark City. However, they soon had no time to think about these trivial matters. They had entered the realm of the resting place, where they were greeted by a continuous stream of resurrected skeletons and reborn ghosts. It is no wonder that this is the origin of necromancy. The Dark Elves' research on necromancy has made them natural candidates for the guardians of this shallow land, which also pleased Hangyu, as they were all naturally occurring small monsters. Although most players are now equipped with a full set of rare gear, the 3 pieces of epic equipment in their jewelry slots still provide them with formidable combat power. Any player who can obtain a full set of Lotus equipment is either highly skilled or a wealthy player. Facing these dazed skeleton monsters, they can easily crush them, completely blocking their path. Soon, they cleared the skeleton monsters on the road. Just as the group was about to leave the area of the Shallow Analysis, they encountered a familiar face from Kryn's past, the alchemist Morgan. However, Morgan had changed drastically, transformed into a mutated monster, exuding an ominous aura. Faced with an old friend who had died and mutated, Kryn had no choice but to ask the players to grant Morgan a release. An alchemist mutated by the influence of Dirige's energy was naturally no match for a large group of the Fourth Calamity, and he died from the righteous beating. Just as Morgan's body was being put to rest, a research note burst forth from it. After handing it over to Krent, the players received good news. From Morgan's notes, it could be gleaned that the sudden plague that had invaded the kingdom of Vanis originated from a cave in Neupera, and this plague was clearly not something that a human kingdom could have created. This research note would be key evidence to persuade the Queen and the Council. Morgan clearly contracted the plague while researching it, and upon realizing that his time was short, he intended to find Clint to stop the war and solve the plague together. However, he fell in the shallow analysis area. Now that there's a clear goal, it is natural to speed up the journey to Dark City. However, it must be said that Dark City is indeed remote. Players had to fight their way through countless obstacles, passing through the Spider Cave, Spider Kingdom, Lava Cave, Hero's Tomb, and even defeating the evil dragon Spiz once again before reaching the entrance to Dark City. The hardships and dangers along the way are truly heartbreaking to hear and hear about. Chapter 159. The Neupera incident. The road to Dark City is long and foul, not to mention filled with reanimated corpses in the shallow analysis area. After passing through the spider-infested Spider Cave, the group arrived at an ancient kingdom, the Spider Kingdom. Due to the influence of Dirige's aura, the long-dead Spider Princess and Spider Prince have been resurrected once again, starting a second war in the Spider Kingdom. Players passing by, along with Krent and his group, were inevitably drawn into this royal dispute that had already reached its conclusion. Although this conflict was meaningless, it successfully delayed the group's progress. After a hard-fought battle, they made the Spider Princess and Spider Prince realize that their current conflict was pointless, allowing them to dissipate and continue on their way. However, what awaited them next was the lava cave occupied by the Goliath-stitched giant, whose scorching visage and rampaging presence forced the group to flee in all directions. After passing through the lava cave, they finally arrived at the Tomb of Heroes, a place where the souls of past heroes of the Night Elves were buried. Under the influence of Dirige's aura, the heroic spirits were reactivated, and those awakened from their slumber clearly had a severe case of morning grumpiness. Calming them down was no easy task. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in returning the heroes to their eternal rest. Then they encountered another problem. The road to the Dark City was blocked due to unforeseen circumstances, forcing them to take a detour through the burial site of the evil dragon Spitz. After knocking down the evil dragon's head, which was about to be resurrected, the group finally reached the entrance of the Dark City, where they were met by the Dark Elf Guard. Your Majesty, this is the note left by the alchemist Morgan. The situation in Neupera is likely not the doing of humans. Do you think a mere research note can exonerate humans, Krent? All right, Elder Sharon. I think we should at least give them a chance. After all, Neupera is currently plagued, and it is inconvenient for our people to investigate. After arriving at the Dark City, Queen Maya and the Council summoned Krent to discuss matters regarding Neupera while the players waited outside. They were uncertain about what was happening inside and what the task entailed. How would I know? This is really well done. Even the royal meetings are so detailed. By the way, several dungeons have already opened along the route we previously traversed, and the loot inside is quite beneficial. Is that so? The players naturally wouldn't just wait idly outside. They began browsing new messages on the forum while chatting. Soon, the door opened and Krent emerged, his expression indicating that the task was likely secure. Adventurers, I have received an investigation order from Queen Maya. Please proceed to Neupera to investigate the cause of the plague. Due to certain reasons, our Vane's kingdom cannot send personnel there, so I'm counting on you. With Krent's words, the players present all received a main quest to investigate the truth behind the plague in Neupera. At the same time, they noticed a new area on the map, right next to the Dark City region, which was the spark that ignited this war, Neupera. As for the plague, players, being the fourth calamity, were not afraid at all. The worst that could happen was losing health until death. They had already defeated a powerful being like Rhotus, so why fear a mere plague? With the specific location now known, the players rushed towards Neupera. However, upon reaching the entrance, they felt exhausted again. It was just another cave. An entire Vane's kingdom seemed to be made up of caves. As the players delved deeper, they soon arrived at a new complex, spacious and adorned with gargoyle sculptures along the way. This place is quite the style, using gargoyles for decoration, one player remarked. These are alive, so be careful, warned Shabo, who knew the inside story. Soon, the anticipated event occurred, as the players ventured deeper into the gargoyle crowd. The previously motionless gargoyles began to spring into action. Some flew into the air, while others brandished weapons, surrounding the players. Caught off guard, some players were taken back to town, while the remaining players quickly reacted and dealt with the hostile gargoyles. With this experience, subsequent encounters with gargoyles were easily resolved. Continuing deeper, the group arrived at an altar. Drawing from past experiences, the players destroyed the altar, which triggered a shockwave that blew them away. Cracks began to form on the ground, with flames spewing forth, and then a figure emerged. This was the Tyrant Altar. The sudden boss battle did not affect the players' fighting abilities. It had been a long time since the game launched, and players quickly unleashed their skills, attacking the boss relentlessly until it was defeated. However, at the moment of the boss's death, a pink light illuminated the area, revealing a new artifact with the title of True Legacy. The appearance of this equipment was not a good sign, with so many people present and having fought together without any artifacts dropping along the way. The emergence of this item instantly heightened tensions in the crowd. Seeing this, Shabo led his 3 teammates away from the group, while some more rational players also seized the opportunity to leave. The remaining players, mostly from large guilds or those eager for the equipment, stayed behind. And what happened next was predictable. After leaving the main group, Shabo and his 3 companions pressed on, quickly arriving at the next area, where they encountered various dwarves. Shabo realized they had entered the dwarven gold mine. Sure enough, not long after continuing forward, golden traces began to appear on the ground and walls, and upon delving deeper, they discovered numerous mine carts filled with gold. The 4 were astonished by the sight of the carts overflowing with gold, while their home conditions were decent. They had never seen so much gold before. However, they were only surprised for a moment. This gold was just part of the scenery, as players' trading currency was energy gold coins. Chapter 160. Neupera. Although Shabo and the others had settled down and planned to quickly leave the gold mine for their quest destination, Neupera, the gold mine, was not a place one could just wander into. While the adventurers agreed, the gold dwarves certainly did not. Offending the dwarves and expecting to escape? In the end, Shabo and his group were cornered by the gold dwarf king within a mine, facing a situation where they could either be killed or kill their way out. Ultimately, the 4 had no choice but to fight, slaying the gold king within the gold mine. Of course, this place then became a new dungeon, and later adventurers suddenly found this gold mine listed among the dungeons of the Dark City, all eager to enter and experience it, as in reality, they had never seen so much gold. Unexpectedly, before the gold mine could be cleared, it became a popular check-in spot. Xiaobao and others also arrived at Neupera, which had long since changed beyond recognition. The once prosperous dark elf city was now in ruins, ravaged by a terrible plague that had caused mutations among its residents. This kind of plague was unheard of on the Arad continent. However, this powerful plague was merely a remnant of Dirge's presence. Xiaobao, who understood the situation, felt the might of the apostles. Whether it was Rothus, who had previously tormented everyone with his powerful mental control, or Dirge, who had now caused a serious plague merely through the aura of his remnant, both demonstrated the strength of the apostles. Moreover, due to the dynamic balance of the team dungeon's difficulty, it makes a lot of sense to Xiaobo. After all, if there were no dynamic balance, when players level up and come back, it would just be bullying, completely failing to showcase the power of the apostles. In this land of death, in addition to large numbers of players, there are also members of the ruthless hunting team who have come to investigate. And these members have caused a lot of trouble for the players. While the players were working hard to conquer Neupera, Tang Yu was also extremely busy. Baker, how's the preparation on Skasa's side? Tang Yu shouted loudly at the newly built Apostle Assembly Center, dragging a large pile of equipment prototypes. All right, I've already instructed Skasa. They should have started their actions by now. Once those adventurers resolve the issues in Neupera, the bandit tribe will declare war on that bell, or whatever. And at that time, we can draw the adventurers' attention to the Snow Mountain. Baker immediately responded to Tang Yu's question. After all, Tang Yu's combat power was still quite significant. Good, that should give us enough time on Derji's side. Rhodas, I'll leave these to you. Do your best. As Tang Yu spoke, he handed over a large pile of equipment prototypes to Rhodas, which were samples of future dungeon gear. Why so many? Can't you have some consideration for those who just finished their work? Rhodas couldn't help but complain as he looked at the mountain of equipment prototypes dragged over by Tang Yu. Stop with the nonsense. Just do what you're told. And don't wave around 1,000 weapons, Tang Yu said with a dismissive look. Rhodas couldn't stand it. This was related to his professional level, so he still took it on. After arranging some matters regarding the Derji Group Dungeons equipment, Tang Yu quickly opened a world portal, preparing to head to other worlds to make some preparations. After all, once the players completed the Derji assault, there would be a long downtime, which was not something Tang Yu wanted to see. How could these players stop? Thus, Tang Yu planned to go to other worlds to recruit players and find them new tasks, while also practicing for the upcoming journey through the 10,000 worlds after completing the awakening of Sarah. After all, the world-traveling mothership was already prepared. Returning once again to Neupera, the number of players began to slowly increase. Many players had cleared the dungeon and opened the teleportation portal to the Dark City, flocking to the Dark City to tackle the Neupera region. As players continued to flock in, the exploration of Neupera accelerated significantly. The members of the Savage Hunting Group, seeing this, realized the situation was untenable and chose to temporarily retreat. With the Savage Hunting Group no longer a hindrance, players explored Neupera even more swiftly. They soon discovered the final boss of Neupera, the Phantom of Dirge. Although it was merely a Phantom of Dirge, its combat power was still fearsome. The miasma surrounding it continuously drained players' health, along with its ever-changing attack patterns and teleportation attacks influenced by the power of time and space, left players in disarray. The first player to encounter the Phantom of Dirge was taken out instantly by a combo attack, and upon respawning, they acknowledged their limited abilities and chose to head to the main guild to share the information about Dirge. After receiving the intel, the guild believed this was a new large-scale raid and intended to take the lead, but ended up failing miserably. However, with the sacrifice of this guild, players noticed that the combat power of the Phantom of Dirge had decreased. After all, it was just a phantom, the real body was long gone, so a decline in combat energy was quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Xiaobo and others, after obtaining and sharing the gathered information, rushed back to the west coast. He knew that the main objective of this incident was not the Phantom of Dirge, but to resolve the issues between the Kingdom of Vanes and the Duchy of Belmar. The simplest way to solve this problem was to expose the identity of the culprit, the Apostle. By mediating through the players, they should be able to resolve the incident smoothly. Miss Alice, do you know anything about this monster? With the events surrounding Rhodas, players, adventurers, gained considerable advantages in the Mage Guild, and Xiaobo was able to meet with Alice thanks to this. Alice's answer did not disappoint Xiaobo, as she provided the title of the Apostle Dirge. After receiving this proof from Alice, Xiaobo began to exchange intelligence between the two countries, finally directing the issue towards the Apostle. Meanwhile, the illusion of Dirge and Neupera was also defeated through the players' relentless efforts. A world passage surrounded by crystals opened, and Tang Yu stepped out, saying, "Long time no see, everyone." Chapter 161. Returning to Douluo continent, the place Tang Yu arrived at was where she grew up, the Douluo continent. Since completing her initial transcendence, Tang Yu had not returned here for a long time. Although she had collected the core of the Douluo continent world before heading to the interstellar world, this was her first time returning home to visit. As soon as she emerged from the world passage, Tang Yu spotted familiar faces. Tang San and Xiao Wu were in a sweet moment together, while Dai Bai and Zhu Zhuqin were also nearby. "What day is it today? You guys are actually having a gathering here. Where are Xiao Ao, Rong Rong, and Fatty?" Tang Yu immediately greeted the four upon seeing them. When Tang San and the others saw Tang Yu, they were incredibly surprised. Although Tang Yu had said she would come back to visit them, it had already been hundreds of years. If they weren't all deities, they might not have been able to wait for Tang Yu. "Sister, how did you come back?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise as he stepped forward to greet her. "What? You're not happy that I'm back? Quickly tell me, what are you four doing here?" Tang Yu didn't give Tang San a chance to change the subject. Tang San noticed that Tang Yu really seemed unaware, so he began to explain. "How should I put it? Actually, today is the day you left back then. For the past few hundred years, we have gathered every year on this day. Rong Rong and Oscar have gone to call Fatty and the others." Tang Yu was also surprised by Tang San's response. She never expected such a coincidence, that it happened to be the same day she left Douluo continent. It was truly marvelous. At this moment, a group of figures was approaching from a distance, and upon closer inspection, it was found to be Ning Rongrong and others. Among them were Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Bai Qinxiang, Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Tang Hao, Yin, and so on. Those who had a good relationship with Tang Yu had gathered together. After all, the inheritance that Tang Yu left for everyone was more than enough for the Shrek's 7 monsters to reach the level of divine kings. After Tang Yu accepted the core of the Douluo continent, Tang San and the others were further separated from the original divine realm as the Douluo continent was directly peeled away from the original Great World, severing their connection with the original divine realm, and a new divine realm appeared on the Douluo continent. Now, the Shrek's 7 monsters were the 7 divine kings of this new divine realm. As Tang Yu gained control over the world's authority, the previous barriers to soul beasts on the Douluo continent also disappeared. The new divine realm now had many beast gods, including the Silver Dragon King and Black Dragon King, who were initially hidden in the Stardew Forest. These are also the messages obtained through the feedback of the World Core after Tang Yu returned to the Douluo continent. It seems that many things have happened during my absence. Tang Yu felt quite amazed by the information she had just received. At this moment, a group of people not far away also approached here. From a distance, they spotted a familiar short figure beside Tang San and the others. As they got closer, they realized it was Tang Yu and immediately quickened their pace to reach her. Qian was the first to arrive in front of Tang Yu and directly hugged her. "Is it you, Yue? You haven't changed at all, still so short and light." Qian's embrace and words initially moved Tang Yu, but the last comment struck a nerve, and her expression instantly changed as she felt uncomfortable. The onlookers also witnessed this scene, all trying hard to suppress their laughter, while Tang Hao, relying on his identity, laughed out loud. This made Tang Yu feel even more frustrated. "All right, Mom, let me go. I'm not a child anymore." Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Qian immediately set her down. Once on her feet, Tang Yu straightened her outfit and tried to present a solemn appearance, but with her unchanged face. It was hard to convey any seriousness. "Everyone, I'm back." With these words from Tang Yu, the crowd applauded, which made her feel quite pleased. She then raised her hand to quiet them down and continued, "The reason I've returned this time is that I need your help with something." This statement piqued everyone's curiosity, as they were all well aware of Tang Yu's strength. It is worth noting that shortly after Tang Yu left the Douluo continent, everyone reached the realm of God King, and during that time, the Silver Dragon King in the Stardew Forest also entered this new divine realm, immediately attaining the level of God King. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King came on strong, looking as if he wanted to fight them to the death. However, unexpectedly, when everyone reached the level of a God King, their inheritance naturally completed the final breakthrough, reaching the level of the Third Awakening, and their own power was once again sublimated. Initially, it was just Ma Hongjun who was able to suppress the Silver Dragon King in battle. Even shortly after, when a Black Dragon King ascended to the divine realm, it was still a 2-to-1 situation, yet Ma Hongjun completely dominated the fight. Afterwards, after Tang San and the others finished playing 500 rounds of Douluo, the battle was finally concluded by the fiery Xiao Wu. The Silver Dragon King also recognized Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, and after some communication, the misunderstanding was cleared up. The Silver Dragon King realized that this divine realm was not her enemy, and that in this new divine realm, there was no suppression of soul beast ascension, so she also chose to join the divine realm. However, that battle made all beings in the divine realm aware that there were two types of God Kings. One was an ordinary God King, and the other had completed the Third Awakening. When Tang Yu left initially, the power she exhibited had already surpassed the level of the current Shrek 7 monsters. "Yue, feel free to make any requests, and we will definitely help you fulfill them, right?" Qian also smiled at everyone. Of course, facing everyone's response, Tang Yu was very happy, as they were all people she was close to. So next, Tang Yu explained her intentions to everyone. "Actually, it wasn't a big deal. After I left the Douluo continent, I went to a new world, which is the origin of the inheritance I gave you. There, I met a lifelong best friend, and with their help, I completed my final sublimation. However, because of that occasion, a friend's reincarnation has been delayed. Tang Yu's request is to designate an area in Douluo continent as a transitional zone for those players while the events in the heavenly realm regarding Anton unfold." Such a simple matter was, of course, directly agreed upon. After all, strictly speaking, the entire world belonged to Tang Yu. After spending a pleasant time slacking off, Tang Yu said goodbye to everyone and returned to the world of Terra. Chapter 162, The Great Adventure in the Snowy Mountains. Since returning to Douluo continent and finalizing the trial arrangements, several days had passed. The players had also resolved the Noipala incident, and the war between the Vanis Kingdom and the Belmar Duchy had come to a temporary halt. However, before the players could relax, new events began to unfold, which was nothing but good news for this special group of players. The ice dragon Skasa, who had been sleeping in the snowy domain, had already been awakened by Bakel, who returned from the Sky City just as the players were heading to the Vanis Kingdom, and began to continue persecuting the Bantu tribe living in the snowy domain. After the war between the Vanis Kingdom and the Belmar Duchy, the Bantu tribe was also forced to head south. This led to a conflict with the Duchy of Belmar, and now the player's task is to resolve the issues in the snowy domain. For players, the snowy domain is a completely different terrain environment, unlike the forests of Lorland, the oceans and towers of the West Coast, the temple of the Titan Beast, and the underground structures of the Vanes Kingdom. The snowy mountains feature a snowy landscape, which brings about a series of problems, such as low temperatures and snow blindness. However, Tangyu had already come up with countermeasures. Manager, do we really have to do this? Isn't this just price gouging? Celia, who was staying at the inn, received guidance from Tangyu once again, and this time it left her feeling troubled. What does it matter? These adventurers are just big spenders. As long as you say a few kind words when the time comes, their grievances will be gone in an instant. Besides, they're about to head to the snowy mountains, where it's heavily snowed and freezing cold. This is a seller's market. We are selling emergency supplies, so it's understandable that the prices are a bit high. Under Tangyu's persuasion, Celia ultimately accepted the sale of the overpriced snow blindness treatment potions and warming potions. Indeed, due to the issue of snow blindness, players who stay in the snowy mountains for a while will acquire a blindness debuff, though its duration isn't too long, only a few minutes. But what if it happens while fighting monsters? That would be serious. It's important to note that Tangyu's game doesn't have resurrection coins. If you die, you have to run the map all over again. The players who first ventured into the snowy mountains have already encountered difficulties. Wow, how did the planners design this snowy mountain map? The blindness effect is truly overwhelming. Yes, I was fighting when suddenly I was blinded. Everything turned white and I couldn't see anything, so I just returned to the city. I think it makes sense. Snow blindness is common in the mountains. That's not wrong, but the experience is really poor. Besides the blindness, there's also a continuously accumulating slow buff. What are we supposed to do about that? Yes. I was just trying to survive in the snowy mountains, but after being blinded and waiting, I started getting a low temperature buff after a few times, which kept accumulating the slow effect, and eventually I was frozen in place and started losing health rapidly, so I had to return to the city. Just as many players were frantically complaining on the forum, someone suddenly posted an uplifting message. Brothers, there's a potion sold by Celia that can remove blindness and the low temperature buff. As soon as this news broke, it exploded on the forum. Is that true? No way. It was waiting here all along. It can't be a recharge item, right? It can't be. Is this beautiful game going to decline? Brothers, I checked, and it's bought with gold, but it's a bit expensive. If it's gold, then it's fine. Aren't there still plenty of players making money? Brothers, let's go. With the existence of these two potions announced, players hurried to their respective inns to pour wealth into Celia. Since these two potions are essentials and used in large quantities, apart from the wealthy players, most ordinary players emptied their small coffers, and Celia's purse rapidly became fuller once again, thanks to the diligent adventurers. With the two potions, players' exploration of the snowy mountains increased rapidly. The snow monsters and ice tigers along the way were brutally killed by these adventurers, and the creatures in the snowy mountains expressed their distress. Well, actually, it was the players who were being tormented in such terrain as the snowy mountains. Even without the increasingly severe slow buff, the deep snow greatly restricted the players' movement speed, while the creatures in the mountains had their own means, making it often necessary for players to expend a lot of effort just to defeat one or two monsters. On the other hand, due to the high pricing set by the greedy boss Tangyu, players are not inclined to waste these two types of potions. They usually only drink them when their health is critically low, to the point where they can barely move. However, during such times, encountering monsters puts them in a dilemma. Drinking the potion feels like a loss, but not drinking it could lead to death, forcing them to climb back up again. Fortunately, there are still wealthy players who, by lavishly using potions, have made their way to the Bantu tribe's camp and opened the teleportation point here, which has established an excellent supply point. The hospitable Bantu tribe also allows players to experience a different kind of snow mountain scenery, excluding those Bantu warriors who aggressively attack them on the mountain. The enemies in the snow mountains are not limited to these. Deeper in the snowy region, there are powerful monsters like ice giants, centaurs, elemental spirits, and more. Ultimately, the player's mission here is to deal with the root cause of the Bantu tribe's southern expedition, the ice dragon scars. Under the guidance of the Bantu tribe's vice leader Olga, they first headed to the training ground in Beiana, where the Bantu warriors were all burly and strong. Even the slightest modification made them incredibly powerful in battle, rendering the effects of the snowy mountain environment completely ineffective, leaving the players in a state of ecstasy. After finally locating Beiana, they had to face Scars in an arm wrestling contest, and his breath was no joke. However, with the encouragement and support from Celia, the players dug deep into their pockets, enriching Celia's purse, and defeated the fearsome ice dragon Scars, resolving the crisis in the snowy region and once again earning the praise of Queen Scotty. Although the players lost some money, The new equipment they obtained here brought them considerable joy, and scar sign photos were also in high demand. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Chapter 163. Norsmar and a new journey after resolving the issues with the Banta tribe in the snowy region and putting the ice dragon scars back to sleep once again. The players returned to the Duchy of Belmar, weary from their journey, for a simple reason. There were more problems arising here. The frequent incidents in the Duchy of Belmar during that time also left players speechless. Is there something wrong with the Duchy of Belmar? Why is everything related to this place? The next piece of news caught the players off guard, making it impossible for them to think about anything else. The culprit behind this incident, judging from the unprecedented plague that erupted in Norsmar, seems to be the same source as the one from Neupera. It is the work of the Apostle Dirich, and just a mere illusion has left the players yearning for more. Now, considering the severity of the situation in Norsmar, it seems that what we are dealing with here might not just be an apparition. Facing the true form of the Apostle means that players will once again engage in a large-scale assault, similar to the battle against Rothis. Unlike the Rothis assault, where Rothis' powerful mind control abilities weakened all attributes of the players, this time, the plague power of Dirich is manifested as continuous damage that cannot be avoided. Although the power of the plague is not strong in the outskirts of Norsmar, players can still rely on potions or recovery skills inherent to their classes to endure it. However, the constant loss of health is still a source of great frustration for players. Soon, a new force intervened. The superpowered individuals living in the Green Capital on the outskirts of Norsmar. The intervention of the superpowered beings was triggered by a group of players who foolishly ventured into the Green Capital and started killing anything they encountered, which angered the superpowered individuals, especially their leader, Mather Monahan. He quickly dealt with those players, causing them to flee in panic. After all, how could players who were only in their 40s compete against an NPC at level 85? Thus, the players ran for their lives, with Mather in hot pursuit, until they encountered Shabo and others who happened to be passing by. Ultimately, under Shabo's guidance, Mather's hostility was diffused, and they gained the assistance of the superpowered beings, primarily from Mather. The subsequent battles became much simpler, as Mather joined the players in their advance, and provided a shield that would resist Dirigi's plague effects for a limited time. However, as they delved deeper, the duration of the shield would become shorter. Nevertheless, this provided the players with a viable plan, and the fourth calamity began to reveal its true nature, starting a ruthless plundering of Norsmar. The group most directly affected is still the thieves' guilds that were originally wandering in Norsmar, which have all undergone some degree of mutation due to the plague. Undoubtedly, these mutated thieves' guilds serve as the first test in this assault. However, this first test is not so easy to pass. Here, the mutated thieves' guilds alone are not enough to challenge the players. But when you add the intricate structure that encompasses the street level, the sewers, and the rooftops, it becomes a different story. The combination of the two creates a situation where players face high repetition, a high likelihood of getting lost, and occasional ambushes from thieves, which can be quite frustrating, giving the feeling of having energy but nowhere to use it. However, thanks to a more realistic game engine, after one player is ambushed and killed for the 10th time, this gunslinger player begins to unleash a frenzy of attacks around them. Remarkably, these seemingly meaningless attacks end up destroying all the buildings in the area, suddenly clearing a large space. The Thieves Guild hiding in the alleyways was also exposed, and now players suddenly open the door to a new world. When it comes to what the fourth cataclysm excels at, there is no doubt that it is pillaging and plundering. Countless players descended like locusts, completely flattening the towns of Northrend, which also saved the manpower needed to demolish the plague-infected houses later on. The simplest and most straightforward approach turned out to be successful, solving most of the problems. The lords who should have been hiding in the towns were also inexplicably dealt with under the overwhelming artillery fire and the splattering of unknown AoE damage. Now, the players directly broke through D-Regi's external defenses, heading straight for D-Regi's location. Soon, the players arrived at the final destination of D-Regi, the Village of Confusion. Faced with the flower fairy Xiao Gai here, the players admired her in a rather LSP manner before defeating her. However, by this point, the concentration of D-Regi's death plague had become increasingly powerful. In the face of such a strong plague, even the shield provided by the level 85 maze was on the verge of collapse. The player's condition was also extremely low. But was this a problem? Clearly not. After a large number of players had their health wiped out by D-Regi's powerful plague and returned to town, D-Regi ultimately fell under the player's onslaught. The players' levels also rose to 50 after this series of events, and they received the Awakening quest they had longed for. The exploration event of the Doregi team provided Celia with a large number of orders, earning her a significant amount of pocket money. All of this was clearly seen by Tang Yu. Herder, it seems the plan is going very smoothly. It won't be long before these little guys can reach a high level of combat power. Tang Yu's mood was evidently good, and her gaze towards Herder was relaxed. Indeed, with the progress of these players, it won't be long before they reach the Celestial Realm. By then, with the trials of Anton and Luke coming to an end, their power will also reach a decent threshold. As the proxy executor of the Blade Plan for the trials, Herder knows the situation of these adventurers best. That's right. By then, it will also be time for them to reach the Demon Realm. You will need to arrange the script then. How is Shale doing? Regarding the plot in the Demon Realm, Tang Yu was also prepared. She had planted the unsettling factor Shale Fuzz early on as a tool to attract the players' attention. By then, those players would foolishly focus on conquering Shale Fuzz and ignore the unreasonable status of the apostles in the hearts of the people in the Demon Realm. Everything is ready. That's good. Then I can rest assured. I've been so busy during this time. So, Herder, the next task will be left to you. I'm going to continue my vacation now. After saying that, Tang Yu waved her hand and left, leaving only Herder and her words. You've been just wandering around during this time. Chapter 164, New Continent. The investigation team joins the New Continent, an area independent from the Old World. Has a unique ecology. In recent decades, guilds have sent 4 batches of elites to investigate it, and now, guided by the Molten Mountain Dragon, the 5th team responsible for concluding the investigation is finally arriving here. Off the coast of the New Continent, a thrilling event is currently unfolding. The ship that was originally scheduled to head to the New Continent ahead of the Molten Mountain Dragon was delayed due to the need to wait for the renowned hunter, resulting in a collision with the migrating Molten Mountain Dragon just as they were about to reach the New Continent. Now the entire ship is stuck on the dragon's back. Upon closer inspection, 2 figures can be seen moving beneath the ship. They are the Hunter Star, awaited by the 5th team, and her partner, nicknamed Ibwa. After a series of evasive maneuvers, climbing, and a thrilling leap into the air, the 2 finally landed near the ancient tree forest camp on the back of a pterosaur. Ah, finally safe, partner. Look, I found this in the camp. Ibwa exclaimed as she pulled out a notebook from the camp tent, while Star was observing the surroundings. Star gladly accepted it, and, upon flipping through, discovered it was a map. Let me see, partner. It seems the outpost is not far from here. Let's hurry over. But we don't have any equipment right now, so we should be cautious. The taciturn Star nodded in agreement with Ibwa's plan, tucked away the notebook, and set off with her. As they exited the camp, they found themselves in a vast plain where many herbivorous dragons were leisurely grazing, while a few crown-headed dragons lay resting nearby. Partner, this way. After some observation, Ibwa found a path forward, and after passing through a corridor, the 2 arrived at a densely shaded area. However, at that moment, a large group of ferocious wolves suddenly appeared, surrounding the 2 unarmed individuals. They quickly ducked into a nearby bush, and their strong concealment ability caused the ferocious wolves to lose sight of them. Just as the wolves were about to leave, and the 2 sighed in relief, a loud sound like glass shattering echoed from above, and a girl with red hair leapt out from the sky. Ah, I'm coming to the new world. The newcomer was none other than Tang Yu. After finishing up the trial arrangements, hurriedly entered the void, planning to have some fun in the new world. Tang Yu's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the ferocious canine dragons, who quickly surrounded her. The 2 individuals hiding in the bushes were taken aback, their hearts racing. They never expected a little girl to appear out of nowhere at such a moment, and she looked so frail. Just as the pack of ferocious canine dragons was about to pounce on Tang Yu, the 2 planned to rush out and take her away, only to witness something unbelievable. Tang Yu pulled out a red and white ball from an unknown 4-dimensional space and threw it directly at the nearest ferocious canine dragon. A red light appeared, and that ferocious canine dragon was sucked inside the ball. This scene instantly shook the 2 individuals' worldview. The pack of ferocious canine dragons, seeing one of their companions mysteriously disappear, was also frightened and fled in disarray. When Tang Yu stepped forward to pick up the Pokeball, the 2 stood up, and for a moment, the 3 of them exchanged looks. The 3-star also rarely spoke, but as soon as it opened its mouth, it clashed with everyone present and immediately shut up. Ibwa was the first to speak again. Excuse me, who are you? Facing Ibwa's question, Tang Yu was very pleased. Encountering such interesting things right after arriving in a new world and meeting locals was truly an extraordinary experience. My name is Tang Yu, the controller of Terra, the savior of the star spirits, the new belief, and the owner of the Douluo plane. The two onlookers fell into a state of shock upon hearing Tang Yu's series of titles. However, Tang Yu quickly stopped. In any case, just consider me a traveler. By the way, where is this place and what are you two doing? After introducing herself, Tang Yu posed her questions to the two. Aibwa, clearly willing to answer, replied succinctly, as this was a simple and rustic world. I am Aibwa, and this is Xing. This is the new continent, and we are hunters from the guild. Aibwa's answer was clear and straightforward, and upon hearing it, Tang Yu showed an interested expression. Interesting, hunters, huh? Great. I've decided. I want to be a hunter too. Observing the little girl who seemed to want to become a hunter on a whim, the enthusiastic Aibwa began to explain the dangers of being a hunter while following Xing, who was clearing the path ahead, continuing toward the base. After all, they couldn't leave a little girl like Tang Yu alone in the dangerous wilderness. Along the way, Aibwa's explanations did not have the desired effect. Instead, they made Tang Yu even more eager to try. Seeing Tang Yu's expression, Aibwa felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, an unexpected situation arose. A ferocious wolf dragon suddenly appeared. Faced with this situation, Xing and Aibwa immediately grabbed Tang Yu's hand and started running without hesitation. However, the path to the base was blocked by fallen trees. At that critical moment, Tang Yu pulled out a red and blue super ball, intending to throw it, when a strong voice came from above. A man with a large sword on his back jumped down from above, landing on the back of the ferocious wolf dragon and directing it to crash into the fallen trees. Instantly, the path was cleared, and the two immediately pulled Tang Yu to chase after him. With the help of that youth, they reached the entrance of the base. Aibwa and Xing also slid over the ferocious wolf dragon to get closer to the base. At that moment, a giant jaw dragon suddenly joined the battle, directly biting into the wolf dragon. Meanwhile, Tang Yu was still outside, and the three at the base entrance were very anxious upon seeing this. Be careful. In a split second, the battle between the two dragons was about to affect Tang Yu. Faced with this situation, Tang Yu summoned Willy, and in the stunned eyes of the three at the entrance, a shattered tyrant rolled into a ball and sent the two dragons flying. Then leisurely, he followed the three into the base. Chapter 165, Starbase. Due to Tang Yu's performance, the three appeared somewhat dazed when entering the base. This situation also attracted the attention of those busy unloading supplies from the safely arrived ship nearby. Tang Yu, on the other hand, seemed very interested in everything, looking around all the way. Fortunately, the distraction of the three was quickly interrupted. It was Sang, a sunny investigator from the recommended group, along with his partner. Oh hey, great to see you all arrived safely. Sang's voice brought the three back to reality, and upon seeing him, they felt happy that everyone was safe and sound. Oh, who is this? Just as the three regained their senses and greeted Sang, he noticed Tang Yu beside them. In response to Sang's question, Aibwa provided an answer. Oh, this is Tang Yu, someone we met on the way to the base, who also wants to investigate as a hunter. With Aibwa's answer, Sang and his partner learned more about Tang Yu, and the investigation team leader finally remembered something important. Oh, almost forgot. The commander is waiting for you. Hurry up. Saying that, he led the three to the meeting place, where the knights had set up a large table. After all, the entire starbase was transformed from various investigation team ships, and the first team ship was even driven to the cliff. Space inside the base was indeed precious. Grandpa, I brought the people, plus one extra. With the captain's call, the commander, who was discussing with a few other managers, turned his attention to Tang Yu and the others. He also noticed that his grandson mentioned an extra person. Soon, the commander observed that the extra one among the three was Tang Yu. After all, Tang Yu is the only one among them with a different appearance, lacking the grappling hook and guiding insect insignia of the New World investigation team. Good. You finally made it. It seems the investigation can progress quickly now, but the base is very busy right now. Follow this kid to familiarize yourselves with the base. Then equip yourselves and start the investigation. As the commander spoke, he nudged the captain, signaling the three to follow him to get acquainted with the environment. The commander had no concerns about Xing, this powerful hunter. He then turned his gaze to Tang Yu. As a person from this simple and honest world, the commander had no ill intentions towards this unexpected visitor, but as the commander, he still needed to ascertain Tang Yu's background to prevent any harm to the safety of the base. Me? I want to be a hunter, so I'll just follow them. Tang Yu expressed her desire to experience being a hunter in this world in the face of the commander's gaze. With Tang Yu's declaration of being strong, the three beside her nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the commander had some considerations. All right, Miss Tang Yu, I'll leave her in your care for now. Let's hurry up and set off. Perhaps out of consideration for observation, the commander agreed to Tang Yu's request, thinking that if she had any problems, this highly recommended hunter could solve them. Of course, it would be even better if Tang Yu turned out to be a reliable partner. On the other side, the four-person group, under the leadership of their captain, began to tour the base. First, they visited the circulation area, which was the lowest level and served as the logistics processing center, with a command center also located in this area. Next, they moved to the upper level, where the forge, built from the ships of the second phase team, was located. As soon as Ibwa saw the forge, she quickly entered to explore. Xing and Tang Yue hurriedly followed, with Xing, a seasoned hunter, understanding that this would be a frequently visited place during their upcoming investigations. While Tang Yue was very interested in the new forging techniques of this world. After all, she was the founder of the Demon Path Scholars. Upon entering the forge, they saw the leader of the second phase team sitting majestically in the center of the forge's conveyor belt. The leader greeted the four of them warmly and expressed that they could hand over any equipment they needed to forge. After leaving the forge, they arrived at the dining area. As soon as Ibwa heard the name of the dining area, she immediately became energized, quickening her pace and rushing out along the path, prompting Tang Yue and the others to follow suit. When they reached the dining area, they found many people busily transporting supplies. At the same time, Ibwa and Xing also spotted their Ailu cat partner, Wang Jiang. Tang Yue found the name quite interesting. They then visited the head chef, a mighty one-eyed Ailu cat, which truly amazed Tang Yue. After touring the base's infrastructure, the captain took the three of them to a small room to collect the initial weapons for the two hunters. Wow, these weapons are so interesting. Are they all this big? The one asking the question was naturally Tang Yue, who, after experiencing multiple worlds, was surprised by the evidently larger weapons here. Of course, after all, our hunting targets are not small. Ibwa kindly explained to Tang Yue. Just then, Xing had quietly taken a standard katana from the box and slung it over her back. Hey, look what I found. You even have this kind of weapon here. Tang Yue exclaimed as she took out a long-handled weapon with blades on both ends from the box. This is the insect stick. I didn't expect you to like such a weapon. You know, the insect stick is one of the more complex weapons, Ibwa remarked, clearly surprised by Tang Yue's choice. After all, I am the founder of the battle mage, so I'm quite familiar with weapons like the spear. This weapon is somewhat similar, Tang Yue said, gripping the insect stick and practicing various spear techniques in the air. Seeing Tang Yue's actions, Xing understood that she was not very familiar with the insect stick. So she quietly stepped forward, grabbed Tang Yue's hand, and led her outside. I'll teach you how to use the insect stick, Xing said, taking Tang Yue to a training ground. As a weapon master, Xing was proficient in all kinds of weapons, including the insect stick. Tang Yue's powerful talent was also demonstrated, as she quickly mastered the insect-controlling stick techniques taught by Xing in a very short time, which made the captain and Ibwa, who rushed over upon hearing the news, sign amazement once again. Chapter 166, the first mission, ready to go. Next, it was time to start hunting. Of course, Tang Yu also received her own guiding insect and grappling hook. When she got the grappling hook, Tang Yu conducted some research and had some immature ideas. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The three of them needed to hunt a few fierce wolf dragons as a warm-up exercise. Finally starting the hunt. How are you preparing, Tang Yu? Abu clearly still felt uneasy about Tang Yu. Although she had amazed him at the entrance of the base, hunting was no joke. Only a few elite hunters could continue down the path of being a hunter. The vast majority of hunters spent their lives at most facing flying dragons like the male fire dragon. I'm fully prepared, nothing to worry about. Xing, let's go. Saying this, Tang Yu directly pulled Xing and ran out of the base, while Iluma Wangchan immediately chased after them. Abu looked at the two rushing away and felt helpless, eventually hurrying to catch up. Wait for me. This mission's location was in the ancient tree forest to the west of the base. The entire forest was established around a supergiant tree, and it was one of the two places the investigation team had conducted a relatively detailed survey so far. The ecology here was also a very standard forest ecology. Since the ancient tree forest was right next to the starry base, Tang Yu quickly arrived at the ancient tree forest. Dan Yi Ue, don't run so fast. How will you complete the commission like this? Ibwa, who was following behind, felt strange watching Tang Yu moving ahead. However, Ibwa was also happy to see Tang Yu's energetic performance. Of course, I'm going to that little grove where we encountered the fierce wolf dragon before. Since we ran into them there, they must not have gathered there. And there must be clues, which will also make it easier for the guiding insect to track. Saying this, Tang Yu took out the Pokeball containing a fierce wolf dragon from her dimensional space and threw it forward. Xing and Ibwa, who were still marveling at Tang Yu's reasoning, watched as a red light flashed, and a fierce wolf dragon appeared at the point where the red light landed. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately rushed forward, mounted the dragon, and grasped its neck, causing the fierce wolf dragon to start running. I'm off now. You guys better catch up. Before Xing and Aibo could react, Tang Yu quickly sped away on the fierce wolf dragon. The two, who had never seen such a scene, were slightly stunned, and then they hurried after her. By the time the three regrouped, Tang Yu had already reached the destination. Swinging the pickaxe she brought from the base at the entrance of a cave, while several fierce wolf dragons that had met their tragic end lay around her. "Ah, you finally made it. I've already taken care of them." At that moment, Tang Yu noticed Xing and Aibo. Aibo was amazed by the scene before her, and once again affirmed Tang Yu's learning ability. Xing bent down to examine the corpses of the fierce wolf dragons. Through observation, it could be seen that most of the fierce wolf dragons were taken down by high-speed slashes, while a few had died from concentrated stabbing attacks. And there were also some subtle traces of insect attacks. It seemed that Tang Yu had a good grasp of the insect controlling stick. At that moment, the guiding insects on the three's waist reacted, circling around them and then extending towards the cave where Tang Yu was. However, the guiding insects quickly turned red and scattered in a panic, followed by continuous emergence of fierce wolf dragons from the cave. The fierce wolf dragons quickly surrounded the three again. The previous scene played out once more. However, this time, Xing was not unarmed. She swiftly drew her katana. With a single cut, she brought down a fierce wolf dragon that lunged at her, followed by a blade of air that swept away the surrounding fierce wolf dragons. The remaining targets have appeared. Let's finish this quickly. Tang Yu had already put away the pickaxe and took out the standard insect controlling stick. The hunting insects, under Tang Yu's control, swiftly and accurately extracted essence from the bodies of the fierce wolf dragons. Seeing this, Aibo quickly left the battle zone from the gap, cleared by Xing, leaving space for the two. At the same time, she didn't forget to cheer them on. Seeing this, Xing no longer paid attention to Aibo and swiftly entered the group of fierce wolf dragons. With a series of exquisite sword techniques, she weaved through the dragon group, quickly filling the air blade slot of her katana and starting to prepare for a blade release. A series of flowing air blade slashes forced back the surrounding fierce wolf dragons, and the final big spin directly knocked several of the nearby fierce wolf dragons flying to the ground. At the moment the big spin ended, taking advantage of the inertia, she swiftly sheathed her sword, followed by an incredibly fast draw that directly cut down all the remaining fierce wolf dragons around them. On Tang Yu's side, she quickly absorbed the essence of the hunting insects through her positioning, gaining boosts in attack, defense, and speed. Then, she directly thrust her insect stick into the ground, lifting her body high, and executed a landing impact with a dazzling pressure technique in midair. Although Tang Yu did not use the dazzling pattern at the moment, the instinct that had already integrated into her body still caused this strike to generate a massive shockwave, instantly sweeping away all the ferocious wolves around her, sending them all retreating and into a state of dizziness. At the moment of landing, Tang Yu also executed a spinning slash, annihilating all the ferocious wolves nearby. This battle ended in an instant. For Xing, the hunter from the recommendation group, it was also a good warm-up activity. Since the task was completed, it was time to gather resources and report back. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask at that time, Tang Yu, what is that red and white ball of yours? How can it capture and release the ferocious wolves? The curious Aibo, while helping to process the materials from the ferocious wolves, did not forget to inquire about Tang Yu's Pokeball. Xing beside her also lifted her head to look at Tang Yu, clearly very interested. "Oh, that Pokeball. I got it from a daughter during a family gathering I attended before. I thought it was interesting, so I brought it to play with. Do you need it? If you want, I can give you a few to play with. It's not anything important." Tang Yu explained about the Pokeball, mentioning that she received many novel little gadgets when she left the StarCraft world to attend the family gathering. Soon, the three finished extracting materials and returned to the base. Next, they were to complete the mission and advance the investigation progress. Chapter 167. Equipment improvement. Once again returning to the base, Tang Yu's combat ability was verified. Clearly, after this, Aibo and the others would not have any worries about Tang Yu's hunting outings. At the same time, after returning to the base and briefly organizing the supplies and newly acquired materials, the three-person team received a notification. They were assigned to investigate the cause of the rampage of the crown dragons in the ancient tree forest. This time, they were to investigate why the crown dragons had suddenly become aggressive. Let's get ready and set off. Aibo, as always, organized the detailed task information, so Tang Yu and Xing could directly go to deal with the target. No problem. Those little ferocious wolves were no match at all. Produce. I made some progress in my research on guiding insects and claw hooks. After returning this time, I'll be able to figure it out in a while. Tang Yu was enthusiastic about hunting and had no issues with undertaking the mission. Xing naturally had no objections to this, as good weapons and equipment require materials. And not having high-quality equipment made her feel somewhat restricted. With the target confirmed, the three packed the necessary supplies and prepared to set off. Of course, this time, the three first went to the dining area to enjoy a meal of cat food. The luxurious side dishes and well-prepared main courses made Tang Yu, who was trying cat food for the first time, feel immensely satisfied. When Tang Yu learned that the current cat food in the dining area was not particularly rich due to ingredient issues and had a lot of room for improvement, she entrusted Aibwa to pay attention to the task of adding more ingredients. This decision was strongly supported by Aibwa, the third-generation glutton. Back to the point, after the three finished their cat food and got ready, they immediately set off for the ancient tree forest. They arrived at the campsite, and as soon as they stepped outside, Xing and Tang Yu saw a rather aggressive Cornitos attacking a nearby herbivore. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately grabbed her standard bug stick, performed a pole vault, and soared above the Cornitos. How could they bully such a cute herbivore? Accompanying Tang Yu's words was a flame pattern that had been condensed by her without anyone noticing. A simple pressure release of the pattern was unleashed, and the powerful heat wave, wrapped in a strong shock wave, instantly killed the Cornitos below and all the herbivores within range. Tang Yu then rolled upon landing and came to the side of the herbivore's corpse, skillfully took out a carving knife, cut off a piece of raw meat from the herbivore, and placed it on the grill that had been prepared at some point to start roasting the meat. Be sure to add more cumin. Watching Tang Yu's smooth and flowing operation, Xing felt admiration and even planned to find an opportunity to learn this barbecue technique, which was simply extraordinary and unheard of. At the same time, Xing quietly approached another herbivorous dragon and took a piece of meat to start roasting, as it couldn't be wasted. After completing an impromptu barbecue feast and bidding farewell to Aibwa, who was drawn by the aroma, Tang Yu and Xing set off again to continue their mission. Guided by the bug, they arrived at a coastal area where a group of Ceratosaurus were rampaging around. Faced with medium-sized creatures like the Ceratosaurus, Tang Yu did not intervene this time, and Xing easily dealt with them alone. After collecting the materials, they noticed another agitated Ceratosaurus had arrived in the open space by the coast. However, before they could approach to handle it, this Ceratosaurus was suddenly swallowed whole by the middle-parted guy, the ferocious Dreadclaw, whose belly was instantly swollen and dragging on the ground. Seeing this, Tang Yu and Xing couldn't hold back. This was a large monster, but could also yield new equipment. So, they rushed towards a middle-parted guy without hesitation, surrounding it. The middle-parted guy realized that these two weren't planning to let it go back to digest today's meal slowly. Xing was the first to strike, stepping forward with a slicing attack that landed directly on the Dreadclaw's belly. Since its belly had been swollen from swallowing the Ceratosaurus, it was quite vulnerable, and this hit caused the Dreadclaw considerable pain. Tang Yu immediately commanded the insect to quickly move back and forth on the body of the great fierce saber-toothed dragon, soon bringing back all three types of enhancement essences to complete the buff. Tang Yu then directly used the insect stick to support herself on the ground, climbed onto the back of the great fierce saber-toothed dragon, and performed a spinning back massage. Originally, such an action could only be done with dual blades, but due to Tang Yu's height, she was surprisingly able to use the insect stick to complete the spinning back massage. At the same time, Xing took the opportunity while Tang Yu was spinning on the back of the great fierce saber-toothed dragon to execute a vertical slash, a horizontal cut, and a cross slash. Then she sheathed her sword and activated the gas blade slash combo. After a final large spin, she sheathed her sword again and delivered another II strike. As everyone knows, the battle mage is a strength-based profession, and as the ancestor of battle mages, Tang Yu possesses immense power in her small frame. This immense strength was best demonstrated when, after Tang Yu executed 2 rounds of windmill strikes and a 5-hit aerial combo on the fearsome wolf dragon, she was directly knocked to the ground. The crown-horn dragon within her was also forcefully expelled. At this moment, Xing, beside her, had gathered the energy of the great sword to its red blade state and leaped high with a dragon slash, causing substantial damage with a single strike. Meanwhile, Tang Yu executed a heavenly strike, directly launching the fearsome wolf dragon into the air, while she herself leaped up, grabbing the body of the fearsome wolf dragon to begin an ace aerial combat. Soon, Tang Yu and Xing started to harvest materials from the fearsome wolf dragon. This hunting expedition came to a close, marking a phase of completion. Although the cause of the crown horn dragon's rampage was not fully investigated, it could be considered a temporary conclusion. After returning to the base, the three of them could take a short break while waiting for further arrangements. During this time, Tang Yu also completed a research on the guiding insect and claw. Firstly, Tang Yu endowed the guiding insect with strong tracking abilities and remarkable vitality. The guiding insects in Tang Yu's bug cage essentially had no lifespan limitations. Moreover, once a target was tracked, it could be permanently recorded, allowing the next tracking to commence from a great distance without first gathering a certain amount of information, while the information required for the initial tracking was significantly reduced. When entering combat mode, force tracking could also be activated. The claw mechanism has been enhanced in length and strength by Tang Yu, allowing for targets to be grasped from even further away. Additionally, the movement of the claw is much faster. The ability to soften the flesh of monsters has also been greatly improved. No matter how strong the defense is, it only takes one hit. This is due to the added rule power of softening. Chapter 168. Establishing a camp. The time for rest was brief. Just as Tang Yu completed the modifications to her equipment and hadn't yet had the chance to test it, she was taken to the command center by the captain. Xing and I will also arrive together. The investigation team reported signs of poisonous demon birds in the ancient tree forest, and their behavior appeared quite frantic. It was confirmed that this was influenced by the traces left behind by the movement of the molten mountain dragon. The commander immediately got to the point, informing everyone present about the situation. Everyone was very pleased to finally receive reliable intelligence. To further investigate, they needed to establish and ensure the safety of a new area, facilitating the upcoming hunt for the poisonous demon birds and the ecological investigation of the molten mountain dragon. For specific matters, please consult the Investigation Resource Management Office. That is all. Dismissed. With the commander's final order, some people went off to do their own tasks, while Tang Yu and Xing headed to the circulation area to consult with the professionals at the Investigation Resource Management Office. The head of the Resource Management Office in the circulation area was an elderly dragon man serving as the technical team leader, a young human female as the materials team leader, and a young dragon man male as the research team leader. "Hey, you're here," said the materials team leader, a mature woman who warmly explained matters related to camp construction to Tang Yu and Xing. Although she consistently adhered to a principle of saving resources. Considering the evident situation of the new continent, the outpost was barely pieced together from the ships and supplies of past investigation teams. However, when it came to establishing camps, the allocation was sufficient, as she understood the importance of using resources effectively. Once again preparing to set out this time, Tang Yu and Xing had gathered good resources from their previous mission. Xing was wearing a bone armor top and helmet, as well as 2 lower garments and gauntlets made from materials of the fierce hunting dog dragon. As for Tang Yu, she still wore her original outfit, as the powerful divine energy surrounding her rendered her immune to the attacks from these dragon beasts. On the other hand, both of them had reinforced their standard weapons using the minerals they collected, which was better than nothing. After finishing their customary cat meal, they took off on their wyverns. This time, someone had already completed a preliminary exploration of the camp, and a location had been roughly determined. The site for the camp was on a natural tree hollow platform at the roots of the ancient tree. The position was quite accessible, allowing for easy access to the upper levels of the ancient tree and being close to the center of the ancient tree forest, making travel to various places very convenient. Now, Tang Yu and Xing's task is to head to the location of the camp and ensure the safety of the surroundings. Once again, departing from the coastal camp. This time they encountered a fishing master at a large water pool while passing through the vast plain ahead. After some conversation, they received a fishing task related to the pink alien fish. With her keen eyes, Tang Yu spotted the pink alien fish swimming in the pool below. So, in front of Xing, who had just taken out his fishing rod, and the fishing master, Tang Yu directly equipped the capture net, aimed at the pink alien fish in the water, and launched it. The modified grappling hook had an astonishing range, capturing the pink alien fish along with surrounding sashimi fish in one go. Holding up the net full of fish, Tang Yu reported back to the fishing master here. The fish you wanted. In response to Tang Yu's actions, Xing silently put away his fishing rod, while the fishing master remained unfazed, accepting the fish from Tang Yu and informing them that they could go to the Resource Management Office to collect their reward. It was clear he was a skilled fisherman. After the fishing interlude, the two continued on their journey. They walked along a path formed by tree roots and arrived at a lush clearing near their target location. The target site was right on the edge of this clearing. At this moment, the captain of the investigation team was already waiting there and greeted them. "Hey, Over here. This is the location where the investigation team found the campsite. Let us head up and take a look. In response to the captain's suggestion, Xing nodded and confirmed with a Kanglen star. Tang Yu also expressed her agreement, and after Xing and the captain swiftly climbed up, she jumped up as well. Fortunately, the captain and Xing went up first and did not see this scene. Upon arriving at their destination, the three saw a guest rummaging through the ground, and soon unearthed a ceramic jar, cradling it in their hands. When they looked up, they noticed the three staring intently at them, which startled the guest. In a panic, they tossed the hard-found jar high into the air, where it landed right in front of the three. Tang Yu and the others understood that ensuring the safety of the camp meant dealing with this individual. The person before them was the San Yao. At that moment, San Yao was already making a run for it. Well then, San Yao is up to you. I'm going to inform the management office and start setting up the camp, said the team leader, waving goodbye as they left. Tang Yu and Xing followed after San Yao. Just when they thought they were about to lose it, Tang Yu received information from the guiding insect about San Yao's current whereabouts. At that moment, San Yao was in a bit of trouble. During its escape, it was caught by a wandering manticore. The manticore bit down on San Yao and slammed it to the ground, causing its prominent crest to tilt at an odd angle. By the time Tang Yu and the others arrived, San Yao was being subjected to the manticore's powerful slams. When the manticore spotted Tang Yu, it felt a surge of memory. It recognized that the young girl before, it was the one who had once struck it and another creature across the entire ancient tree forest with a single blow. So it dropped San Yao and fled in a hurry. Tang Yu and Xing took over the half-damaged bird in front of them, both looking utterly confused. After a round of beating, the Make-1 type automatic thunder capture grenade thrown by Tang Yu successfully captured the bird. What was that just now? It felt similar to a paralysis trap, but not quite the same. After completing the task and notifying AI Bo also arrived at the location where Tang Yu and Xing had finished hunting and naturally saw the bird captured by the thunder capture grenade. You mean this? It's of course my latest invention, the Make-1 type thunder capture grenade. I learned from the scholar by the entrance of the outpost that capturing these monsters could yield more materials and rewards. So, I did some research on capturing. I found the original capture process too tedious. You had to set a trap, wait for it to be triggered, then use a tranquilizing gem to anesthetize the monster. It was too cumbersome, so I improved the trap to make it more powerful in deploying the capture net. The special capture net is enhanced with the conductive properties of thunder worm extract, making it more effective for paralysis. At the same time, I added a tranquilizing gem launcher to the trigger, which can automatically fire tranquilizing gems. All you need to do is aim at the weakened target, turn off the safety, and throw it out. The capture will be done automatically. As Tang Yu finished explaining, Xing and AI Bo felt it was quite impressive. After all, many young hunters often miss the chance to anesthetize a monster because they get knocked away when the trap is triggered. Or they haven't even had time to press the trap button and are taken away by the monster's death throes. This quick and efficient capture method was indeed very useful. What a fantastic invention. Tang Yu, can you pass on the manufacturing method to the technical team? It would definitely help a lot of people. AI Bo also realized the usefulness of this grenade and was very concerned about whether Tang Yu would be willing to teach the technical team how to make this invention. However, AI Bo was overthinking. After all, Tang Yu had created a lot of black technology in the StarCraft world, most of which was given to the three races. Although in the end, the three races lost everything. But in fact, when Tang Yu came to this world, the ownership of this world already belonged to her. Of course, no problem. It's just some small gadgets, and if the technical team learns it, they can produce finished products directly. Collecting materials can be quite tedious. I'd rather fight a few more big monsters. After receiving Tang Yu's affirmative answer, AI Bo cheerfully followed Tang Yu and Xing back to the outpost. After returning, she also taught the leader of the technical team how to make the Make-1 type thunder capture grenade. After learning the manufacturing method, the head of the technical team felt inspired and promised that Tang Yu and Xing could each receive a free Make-1 type thunder capture grenade daily. Although Xing didn't say anything, it was clear she was very happy. After all, who doesn't like useful tools? It's worth noting that the hook claws and guiding worms modified by Tang Yu were already in use, and they were truly incomparable. On the other hand, after capturing the CO bird, Tang Yu and Xing also obtained some good materials. Xing used the materials from the CO bird to craft 2 pieces of lower armor and a handpiece. The handpiece from a CO bird is particularly useful as it grants hunters the special ability of Transport Master, which would be very handy when stealing eggs. Of course, Tang Yu also updated her equipment this time. Both Tang Yu and Xing used the CO bird materials to derive upgraded weapons from the CO bird, not only enhancing their appearance, but also significantly increasing their damage. For Xing, damage is key, but Tang Yu cares more about the appearance of the CO bird insect stick, which looks great. Now that their equipment updates are complete and the camp is established, it's time to progress with the investigation of the Elder Dragon. Currently, the obstacle in front of the investigation team is the aggressive poison wyvern. Therefore, Tang Yu and Xing's next task is to hunt the poison wyvern. With the Thunder Capture Hand Grenade, make one now available, they will naturally try to capture it if possible. After enjoying the cat food meticulously prepared by the giant meow chef, Tang Yu and Xing once again mounted their flying dragon and headed to the central camp of the ancient tree forest to begin the hunt for the poison wyvern. They leaped directly from the camp platform, and Tang Yu took out the scattered feathers from the investigation team that had previously encountered the poison wyvern. After releasing the guiding insect and familiarizing themselves with the poison wyvern's scent, the enhanced guiding insect immediately began tracking. The guiding insect found it. Let us hurry up and go. Upon seeing the guiding insect's reaction, Tang Yu shouted and quickly followed. Xing also hurried to catch up, simultaneously using the hardened powder made from the hardened seeds collected during their previous mission to boost their defense. Clearly, the choice of the camp's location was well thought out. The poison wyvern's habitat was right at the end of the continent next to the camp, a place the poison wyvern particularly favored for nesting. As soon as Tang Yu and Xing arrived, they spotted the poison wyvern wandering about, its peculiar tail with a jet nozzle swaying in the air. Damn, you little tail, how dare you sway in front of me? Do you look down on me? Watch this. Tang Yu clearly just wanted an excuse to cut off the tail. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed under the poison wyvern's tail, forgive Tang Yu's height. With a charged upward slash, she cleanly severed the tail. The poison wyvern, which had been walking fine, suddenly lost its tail, and the combined effect of intense pain and force flipped it over, leaving it whining on the ground. Xing, driven by her hunter instincts, immediately rushed in with a quick draw slash aimed at the head, quickly accumulating blade energy and launching a dragon slash directly at the poison wyvern lying on the ground. The poor poison wyvern had just shakily stood up when Xing's dragon slash struck, causing it to stagger and nearly fall again. Anger surged within it, and it charged at Xing with a bird car attack. However, Xing perfectly predicted this and executed a perfect defense with a quick cut, instantly activating the blade and following up with another head-cutting dragon slash. This time, the poison wyvern truly fell again. The ensuing battle needs no further explanation. With Xing's superb skills and Tang Yu's powerful combat techniques, the poison wyvern was kept pinned to the ground, a sight that startled hunters passing by for gathering tasks. Ultimately, the weak and helpless poison wyvern was successfully captured by Tang Yu with a capture hand grenade, allowing for yet another wave of equipment updates. Not bad. Chapter 170, The Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Well done. Now that the threat of the poison wyvern has been resolved, we can officially initiate the investigation of the Magma Mountain Dragon. According to reports, traces of the Magma Mountain Dragon have been found in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, and the scholars are ready to set off. This investigation relies on your protection. May the guiding azure star illuminate your path. Dismissed. Having completed the hunt for the poison wyvern, the investigation team successfully obtained fragments of the Magma Mountain Dragon located within the poison wyvern's activity range. The investigation into the Magma Mountain Dragon can officially commence. Tang Yu and Xing also received a mission to escort the scholars to the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Next is the escort mission for the scholars, so let us quickly prepare to set off. AI both showed great enthusiasm for the upcoming task, brimming with energy. Naturally, Tang Yu and Xing agreed. However, first, they needed to go to the forge to pick up their customized new equipment. After completing the hunt for the poison wyvern, they had also obtained new materials. Tang Yu crafted a new insect stick derived from the poison wyvern, which was poisoned. After receiving the new weapon and restocking their supplies, Tang Yu and the others set off, departing from the eastern exit of the outpost. After traveling a considerable distance, the surrounding environment changed from lush forest to rugged rocks. They were clearly approaching their destination, the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Passing through the outpost established by the investigation team, they fully entered the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Not far from the outpost was the frontline camp set up by the investigation team, where several scholars were already prepared, readying the cart to carry the traces of the Magma Mountain Dragon. Seeing this, AI Bo immediately stepped forward to help, while Tang Yu and Xing stood guard. The environment of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland is completely different from that of the ancient tree forest. Most places are rocky, and the vegetation consists mostly of low shrubs. Continuing forward, they could see a river flowing from the direction of the ancient tree forest, converging here to form a river, which even pooled into a lake at its end, with swamps formed along the way due to the abundant water source. The scholars chose to take a high route to effectively avoid entering the river area. At the highest point, they could see the massive ant mound in the distance. This is why this place is called the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Surrounding the ant mound is a typical desert environment, with the main vegetation being drought-resistant plants like cacti. Wow, look, that must be the Great Ant Mound. It's truly spectacular. While helping to push the cart, AI Bo took the opportunity to admire the scenery of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, with the massive ant mound being the most eye-catching. As for Tang Yu, she had already picked up her capture net, aiming at a golden stag beetle spotted on a nearby tree trunk. With a snap, Tang Yu successfully captured the large golden stag beetle. After a sufficient rest, everyone planned to set off again. The next area to pass through is a section bordering the ancient tree forest, which has a forest-like environment, essentially an oasis in the desert. However, just then, a loud roar echoed. A few scholars looked closely. It's the female fire dragon, the queen of the earth. The female fire dragon has appeared. Facing a monster of the female fire dragon's level, ordinary hunters would have a hard time coping. The scholars were well aware of this. But now that the female fire dragon was blocking their way, they could only send one person to hold it off, allowing the scholars to pass through. Tang Yu stepped forward, raising one hand. "Leave this to me, you all go ahead." Seeing Tang Yu's resolute expression, the scholars were deeply grateful. Knowing Tang Yu's combat abilities, and having spent so many days together, Xing and Aibua, who had a certain understanding of Tang Yu's personality, could only helplessly nod and help the scholar push the cart to continue on the road. Clearly, Tang Yu was just in the mood to fight. Facing the female fire dragon, Tang Yu charged forward at high speed, leaping high into the air. At the same time, the specially trained hunting bug that Tang Yu had carefully raised quickly flew out. By the time Tang Yu reached mid-air, the bug had already returned with the essence, filling Tang Yu's insect stick with it. Then Tang Yu swung down the insect stick loaded with essence directly onto the dragon's head, which had turned toward her due to the bug's attack. The immense force instantly caused the female fire dragon to stumble, and some of the scales on its head were shattered, while its elegant chin spikes were also broken. Tang Yu used the reaction force from the strike to rise again and, while in mid-air, shot out her claws directly onto the dragon's back, beginning a flurry of attacks. The heavy blows to its back knocked the female fire dragon to the ground. Taking advantage of the end of the flurry, Tang Yu pushed up again, smashing down with great force. The moment she landed, she executed a powerful strike that lifted the female fire dragon into the air, followed by a traditional spinning combo, with her stick swinging it left and right. After this combo, the female fire dragon was covered in injuries, swaying unsteadily and attempting a headbutt attack. However, Tang Yu was already prepared. Using a decoy to position herself behind the female fire dragon, and executed a crushing blow that severed its tail, causing unbearable pain once again. Throughout the battle, Tang Yu was dodging and maneuvering, while the female fire dragon was taking all the hits. Haha, is this all you've got? It seems this so-called Queen of the Earth isn't that impressive after all. With that, Tang Yu threw a thunder capture grenade at the nearly defeated female fire dragon, successfully capturing it. Meanwhile, Xing and Aibua encountered a new opponent, the rampaging Earth Dragon in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. If Xing hadn't come along, it might have posed a real threat to the scholars. Unfortunately, there are no ifs when the strongest hunter of the guild, Xing, is present. With nothing more to say, he dodged ahead but executed a powerful slash with his dragon card, and then performed a 3-hit combo. This directly knocked off the Earth Dragon's pitiful little tail and hard shell. After removing everything that could be detached from the Earth Dragon, Xing threw a thunder capture grenade at the nearly defeated Earth Dragon, completing the capture. At this moment, Tang Yu was also bouncing over from a distance. Seeing this, Aibo came forward to greet her, and then they arrived at the remnants of the molten mountain dragon to collect some materials. The scholars also cheered as they approached the fragments. What needed to be done next was to wait for the scholars to load their findings and transport them back to the base. It was at this time that Tang Yu and Xing encountered a mysterious dragonkin hunter. Chapter 171. Rescue Mission, Who Are You? The newcomer clearly appreciated Xing's hunting skills, but judging by his puzzled expression, he seemed to be somewhat out of touch with the investigation team's information. "We are from the 5th phase team." Xing's response was still concise. The dragonkin showed a slight surprise upon hearing this. "Is it already this time? It seems the investigation into the ancient dragon migration will soon come to an end. I saw your hunt. It was truly splendid. Then the matters at the base will be entrusted to you." You can freely use my previous campsite, and please send my regards to everyone. We will meet again at the end of the investigation. Having said that, he got up, packed his things, and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Ibo and the scholars pushed the trailer loaded with molten mountain dragon fragments back to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Ibo hurried over and was curious about the dragonkin warrior they just passed by, while the scholars were too tired to do anything but sit down. After some understanding, they learned that this dragonkin hunter was a member of the first phase team who came to the new continent with the commander and had been conducting independent investigations for a long time, making him a seasoned veteran hunter. Back at the base, the commander once again gathered Tang Yu and Xing, the trio's recommended group. This time, the achievements were remarkable. The two had completed the hunts for both the sand dragon and the female fire dragon, with each of them taking one. Moreover, Tang Yu's recent performance had caused the commander to lower his guard and begin to form a bond with her as a powerful ally. However, this gathering was for an important matter. Both of you have done an excellent job in the escorting tasks for the scholars. However, the reason for calling you this time is not about that escort mission. After you collected the fragments of the molten mountain dragon, another scholar went to the Great Ant Mound Wilderness for research. Unfortunately, one scholar got separated on the way back, so we hope you can go rescue him. Faced with a rescue mission like this, Tang Yu and Xing naturally would not refuse, especially since the situation was urgent. Tang Yu had a hand over the materials obtained from the female fire dragon directly to the forge for processing, while she and Xing immediately set off to find the lost scholar after completing the resource resupply. However, for Tang Yu, the new equipment wouldn't provide much enhancement because she intended to give the materials from the female fire dragon to Xing to forge a great sword derived from the female fire dragon. After all, a poison greatsword is much more thrilling than a dagger, right? But for now, the priority was to carry out the rescue mission. As for the new great sword, she would have to wait until they returned to obtain it. If she wanted to test its power, she would have to wait until the next mission. It was truly a pity, as it was the strongest creation of the lower-tier weapons. Once again arriving at the Great Ant Mound Wilderness, the sky had already begun to darken. Fortunately, the guiding bugs were still effective, quickly revealing some clues. Following the trail of the guiding bugs, this time Tang Yu and Xing arrived at a river, flowing downstream until they reached the marshy area within the wilderness. At that moment, an abnormal change occurred. The originally green guiding bugs suddenly turned blue and attached themselves to a large tree nearby, which now had root spikes protruding from it. The blue guiding bugs only appear in response to high-intensity energy reactions, raising the seriousness of the situation. The guiding bugs' reaction indicated that things were not simple. Understanding the guiding bugs, Xing immediately became vigilant, as blue guiding bugs meant encountering a formidable foe or an ancient dragon. Don't be so tense. Even if we encounter a powerful opponent, I can definitely handle it. Tang Yu was quite confident in her abilities. Although she had rarely used her battle mage's agility in recent battles, it didn't mean she couldn't. If danger truly arose, she could directly activate her divine state and take down ancient dragons with ease. After careful consideration, Xing realized this was indeed the case, so he also relaxed. Continuing forward, they discovered new clues, a notebook left on a protruding rock. It seemed the scholar had passed through here, with a clear, guiding object. The tracking ability of the guiding bugs was immediately put to use, swiftly leading them toward a distant lake. Seeing this, Tang Yu and Xing immediately followed. Yay, we found the target. Let us go. Accelerating forward. After encountering a bug hanging on a book, Tang Yu quickly fired her grappling claw. Using that bug and her long grappling claw, she swung in a large arc and flew to the lake's edge, with Xing following her leap to the lakeside as well. Here, they could see a scholar sitting on a small island in the middle of the lake next to the body of the sand dragon, which was covered in spikes. Tang Yu and Xing rushed over immediately. However, the scholar was muttering to himself. It's that guy, it must be that guy. Not the mudfish dragon. Tang Yu didn't care about this, while Xing helped the scholar leave the area. After all, this place had already been explored by the investigation team. It was the territory of the mudfish dragon. Sure enough, just as the three of them were leaving, a mudfish dragon rushed out and dragged away this ready-made meal. Originally, the matter could have ended here, but this mudfish dragon was clearly greedy and intended to attack the three of them as well. This would cause trouble. As the mudfish dragon lunged at Xing, he dodged the attack with a leap using his grappling claw. Meanwhile, Tang Yu pulled out a special item she had just cultivated, the soaring bug. She threw it at the mudfish dragon and then directly mounted it. These soaring bugs are great. They simplified the release of some combat techniques and could set up special defensive counters. Most importantly, they allowed for a joyful activity, dragon riding. As for how this was accomplished, It was thanks to the fierce wolf dragon Tang you had captured earlier. After riding on the fierce wolf dragon, she had set her sights on those large dragons. With the contribution from the fierce wolf dragon assisting in the experiment, the soaring bugs were successfully developed by Tang Yu. The mudfish dragon was directly manipulated by Tang Yu and crashed hard into the wall beside it, falling to the ground. The consequences of facing such a downed enemy were self-evident. The three-stage dragon ascension had already begun their aerial assault, and under these fierce attacks, the mudfish dragon could not escape the care of the thunder capture grenade. Poor thing, it hadn't even enjoyed its previously acquired sand dragon yet. It truly was a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Chapter 172. Full preparations. The scholar has returned safely. You all did well. As Tang Yu, Xing, and Ibwa just returned to the base, they were taken to the command center to report on the mission. Of course, the scholar had calmed down and returned to the base, and this time there were no issues with the mission. The commander also praised them, and then immediately notified the leaders of various departments to come for a meeting with Tang Yu, Xing, and the others remaining as representatives of the recommended group. Everyone, we have obtained some clues regarding the investigation of the Lava Mountain Dragon. Therefore, after discussion, it has been decided to carry out a capture operation for the Lava Mountain Dragon. With the commander's decision, all the leaders present felt surprised and excited. This was an opportunity to capture an ancient dragon, and a super large one at that. This opportunity was extremely rare. If missed, they would have to wait another 10 years, but if successful, they could potentially unravel the secrets of ancient dragon migrations. All the leaders expressed their agreement for this action, as it was a chance worth taking. If successful, it would indeed go down in history. Grandpa, since we've decided to conduct a capture operation, we should also ensure the safety of the base. The savage jaw dragon has been very active in the forest lately. The team leader also made a suggestion, and everyone present agreed. After all, they would likely be away for a long time for the capture and research, meaning the safety of the base needed to be considered. Leaving for such a long time also ensured the safety of the rear. Otherwise, if they failed and returned to find their home gone, it would truly be a complete loss. Very well, then I will trouble the recommended group to hunt the savage jaw dragon. Other departments, prepare and allocate resources for the Lava Mountain Dragon capture plan. That's all. Dismissed. With the commander's command, all the leaders returned to their posts and began preparing vigorously. Just as Tang Yu and Xing were about to get ready to deal with that little savage dragon, the scholar stopped the three of them. Recommended group, could you come over for a moment? There are some matters that require your assistance. Naturally, the three were willing to see what the scholar needed. Upon arriving at the destination, they found it was the director of the Plant Research Institute. You're here. I called you because there is a special equipment manufacturing project here, but the collection of materials has been constantly disturbed by the thunder dragon in the forest. If we have the special equipment, it will significantly enhance the chances of capturing the Lava Mountain Dragon. So, I'll need you to handle the thunder dragon. And this special equipment will also be quite effective for hunting the savage jaw dragon. After hearing the director's request, Tang Yu understood. Take down a thunder dragon and then get new toys. Sure, that sounds interesting. So Tang Yu agreed immediately. Moreover, since the thunder dragon was associated with lightning attributes, they would be able to craft a lightning attribute weapon. Back at the family gathering, there was a daughter boasting about how weak dragon attributes were against lightning, claiming her sunlight gun could defeat them with its 5-hit combo. Xing, who was beside her, was also quite interested in this so-called special equipment, and the two quickly hit it off, preparing supplies for their departure. After inquiring with the director of the Ecological Research Institute, they learned that the thunder dragon should be quite vulnerable to poison. Thus, Tang Yu and Xing naturally took out their poison demon bird insect stick and female fire dragon greatsword. These two poison weapons were indeed quite powerful. Once again, they descended upon the ancient tree forest, arriving at a camp deep within, far from the coast and nearest to the trees. Aibo also slowly landed to prepare to assist Tang Yu and Xing, just in case, as these two had become the peak combat power of the entire investigation team. With the thunder dragon scales and feathers that Tang Yu received from an unknown kind-hearted person earlier, the guiding insects immediately began to lead the way. Charge! By the way, Xing, remember to pluck a few more feathers. You promised that kind-hearted person you'd return 5 of them. Xing felt speechless upon hearing this. That hunter had encountered the thunder dragon, being chased all the way back and finally escaping with just a piece of scale feather. After Tang Yu learned about it, she went straight to collect it, promising to return 5 times the amount. However, this scale feather was still quite useful. Soon, the two of them, following the guiding insects, arrived at a platform located halfway up the ancient tree, where they noticed flakes of cotton-like scale feathers drifting down from the sky. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately took out the insect stick and shot upwards. The specially cultivated hunting insect flew out and automatically began to absorb the essence. Below, Tang Yue and Xing discovered the flying thunder dragon hanging upside down on the tree trunk, following the trajectory of the hunter bug. At that moment, the hunter bug, moving at super fast speed and with immense kinetic energy, quickly completed the absorption of 3 types of essence from the flying thunder dragon and began its return journey. While the flying thunder dragon was directly knocked to the ground by these 3 heavy strikes. This scene immediately triggered the DNA of beating the ground dragon that had been cultivated during their hunting period. Tang Yue and Xing slid over to the side of the flying thunder dragon, with one drawing a blade and the other launching an aerial assault. Their frenzied bombardment of attacks completely covered the flying thunder dragon, and, at the same time, the poison on the blade also took effect, causing purple spots to appear all over the flying thunder dragon's body. Tang Yue, on the back of the flying thunder dragon, particularly enjoyed wildly attacking its massive tail, while Xing continuously slashed at its head. Soon, the sharp claws, the magnificent tail, and the electric needles that were originally poised to release electricity all over the flying thunder dragon were completely smashed by the two. After all, it was the flying thunder dragon, a master of electricity, who initially intended to intimidate the two in front of them and show off its power. However, that little guy inadvertently released a hunter bug that interrupted its casting, and it accidentally lost its grip and fell. Then, those two went crazy and started beating it mercilessly. Finally, with Tang Yue throwing the thunder capture grenade that enveloped it, the flying thunder dragon was finally able to peacefully enter sleep, no longer suffering from the dual torment of Tang Yue and Xing. Upon returning to the base, Tang Yue and Xing went to the director of the Botany Institute to collect the so-called special equipment. To their delight, they received 2 pieces of stealth suits. But looking at the leaf-covered outfits, Tang Yue's mood dampened a bit. Fortunately, the good news was that the flying thunder dragon set was indeed quite nice. Tang Yue happily changed into the new outfit. Chapter 173, Barbaric Jaw Dragon Xing. Aibwa, come and see. How does my flying thunder dragon set look? Not bad, right? With a new outfit, Tang Yue couldn't help but show off in front of her good friends Xing and Aibwa. In fact, in this world, most people would choose a dressing style similar to Tang Yue's, which is to wear a complete set. This is not only because of the set effect or aesthetics, but because most hunters only reach a certain level of hunting ability in their lifetime, and these people generally choose to build such a set of equipment based on their maximum hunting targets. On one hand, it reflects their ability limits, and on the other hand, after multiple hunts, they will gain more experience. Tang Yu's outfit is directly aimed at aesthetics. As for Xing, a hunter like her who can mix and match in various styles is either a novice still on the rise or a top-tier expert with exceptional hunting abilities, where dressing up is just for the special bonuses that come with equipment. Clearly, Xing belongs to the latter. It's quite nice. The style of the flying thunder dragon suits you well. In response to Tang Yu's display and inquiry, AI Bo also gave a satisfying answer that pleased Tang Yu. In fact, with Tang Yu's figure, wearing the flying thunder dragon set looks very cute and well-matched. It would only look strange if she wore something oversized, referring to the enormous skirt of the female fire dragon, which I don't find aesthetically pleasing. Having completed the hunt for the flying thunder dragon and obtained the special outfit, it was time to tackle the issue of the brute jaw dragon. After all, it was to ensure the safety of the rear. The 3 of them arrived at the dining area, and both Tang Yu and AI Bo focused on the food. Noticed a change in today's dining area from a distance. Hey, did you notice that? Tang Yu exclaimed to AI Bo about her discovery. AI Bo nodded vigorously, and then, together with Tang Yu, dashed over to the head chef. Chef, is there something new and delicious? Tang Yu asked directly, not wasting any time. In response to Tang Yu's inquiry, the head chef confirmed her suspicion. That's right. In order to prepare for more challenging hunts and the upcoming operation to capture the lava dragon, we specially updated and renovated the kitchen. And now we can offer more sumptuous meals. In feline language, yay, more delicious food. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu and AI Bo immediately jumped up in excitement, clapping their hands to express their thrilled hearts. For these 2 foodies, this was the best news of all. AI Bo, being a glutton, naturally had no objections. And for Tang Yu, her 2 great pleasures in this world were hunting and food. Xing, who had just arrived, also felt happy upon hearing the news, as every great hunter is a big eater, and better quality meals can more effectively aid in hunting. After enjoying a brand new and more abundant cat meal, both Tang Yu and Xing felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Xing, what a powerful boost from this cat meal. Tang Yu, the flavor of this cat meal is truly powerful. In short, after enjoying the higher quality cat meal, the recommended squad immediately took off on their wyverns towards the ancient tree forest. This time, they still arrived at the internal camp, as the brute-jaw dragon preferred to roam near this area. After some exploration of footprints, the guiding bug began tracking, and after a winding search, the two found themselves directly beneath the ancient tree, where the nearest location was actually the central camp. However, these were not major issues. After passing through the waterways and tree holes, they finally spotted the brute-jaw dragon. What unfolded before the two was Chong Wei beating up Tai Fu. No. It was the manticore dragon thrashing the middle-parted guy. Upon seeing this scene, Xing came up with a plan. After giving Tang Yu a look that she completely didn't understand, he stealthily moved to the side and began to use two flying fruit abilities, shooting one towards the ground beneath the giant rock. This immediately caught the manticore dragon's attention, which came over to investigate, still holding the middle-parted guy who had already ascended into the air. Just then, Xing seized the opportunity and launched the other one towards the giant rock above. The rock fell directly, causing the manticore dragon to stumble. Suddenly, it caught the attention of the man-eating dragon. The dragon roared in fury and flung the middle-parted guy it had in its mouth towards Xing, letting out a loud roar that showcased its majestic form. Then, it spotted Tang Yu. Instantly, the scene fell silent, and before Xing could draw his knife to attack, the man-eating dragon immediately turned and fled as if it had seen a natural enemy, without the slightest hesitation. Tang Yu and Xing, who were present, were equally surprised and helpless upon witnessing this scene. It was evident that they recognized this man-jaw dragon as the one Tang Yu had knocked away along with the fierce saber-toothed dragon when they had just arrived at the outpost that day. Seeing the situation, Xing could only sheath his half-drawn katana and cast a puzzled glance at Tang Yu, who spread her hands in response, signifying that everything was unsaid. Goodness! Now the man-jaw dragon was running away upon seeing Tang Yu. How were they supposed to hunt it? In the end, seeing no viable strategy, Tang Yu retrieved two pieces of clothing radiating brilliant light from her personal space. Xing also directed a curious look at Tang Yu. This is my modified, genuine stealth suit. Once worn, it grants complete invisibility, blocking both visual and olfactory senses entirely, and it remains effective even during combat. The duration is a bit short, but it's enough for our use. After hearing Tang Yu's introduction, Xing was greatly astonished. Such equipment was unheard of. Finally, after numbly accepting the clothing, he came back to his senses. The two set off once again, and under the guidance of the guiding insects, they quickly located the man-jaw dragon. Interestingly, along the way, Tang Yu donned the suit and directly took control of the passing split brother, steering it towards the man-jaw dragon. Thanks to the suit's powerful effects, the man-jaw dragon did not notice Tang Yu on the split brother's back, thinking it was just a delivery gone wrong. Just as it was about to bite, Tang Yu maneuvered the split brother to dodge sharply, then thrust forward, knocking the man-jaw dragon to the ground. Xing, who was already prepared, immediately executed a downward slash from a high platform, directly bringing the rising man-jaw dragon back down. After some rough handling, when the effect of Tang Yu's suit wore off, the man-jaw dragon, seeing Tang Yu, ceased its resistance and lay still. Tang Yu, seeing this, was delighted and immediately tossed a high-grade ball at the man-jaw dragon, which, lacking any will to resist, was captured without issue. Chapter 174. The capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers at the outpost. Tang Yu returned to the camp, riding the newly captured man-jaw dragon. Watching the seemingly well-behaved man-jaw dragon beneath Tang Yu, most hunters who couldn't defeat it expressed strong admiration. The scholars, upon seeing Tang Yu riding the man-jaw dragon, immediately rushed over to observe. Although scholars had commissioned hunters for many capture tasks, this was the first time they had seen a fully alert, vibrant man-jaw dragon in its natural state, igniting their research enthusiasm. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. How could the man-jaw dragon be so docile and obedient? This requires thorough research. Naturally, Tang Yu was not averse to the scholars' enthusiasm. However, in the end, their research was halted by the commander-in-chief who arrived after hearing the news, as the primary task at hand was still the capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. And the scholars needed to begin their research immediately after the capture. There was no time for other studies. With the scholars leaving in a mix of regret and anticipation, they began preparing for the capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. Now that the security concerns at the outpost had been resolved, and the man-jaw dragon had even become a defensive asset, it was time to commence the operation. Everyone, Since all matters concerning the capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon have been handled, we will officially begin the operation. Based on the tracking of the Molten Mountain Dragon's movement route, we will conduct the capture operation in the Great Canyon. The logistics team has already transported the equipment to the designated location, and the defense line has been fully deployed. The official capture operation will commence at dawn the next day. Now let us set off. With the conclusion of the meeting, a large number of hunters began to set off for the front lines of the capture operation in the Great Canyon. The Great Canyon, located to the north of the ancient tree forest and the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, is a massive natural barrier that obstructed the investigation team's activities. Only a few elite personnel could cross the Great Canyon to explore deeper into the New World. The last large-scale investigation was before the arrival of the 5th Phase team, where they used hot air balloons to transport an entire ship across the Great Canyon with the 3rd Phase team. However, it seemed that due to the hot air balloons, or other reasons, the 3rd Phase team ended up stranded on the other side of the Great Canyon. Only a few elite hunters traveled back and forth between the two locations for communication. The investigation on the other side of the Great Canyon also faced many difficulties, merely managing to complete the naming process. However, at present, the Great Canyon is also an extremely suitable location for capturing the Molten Mountain Dragon. 2 massive high walls have already been erected in the Great Canyon, and the nearby cliffs are filled with various supplies. A large number of cannons and crossbows are also ready for action. Everyone has arrived at the camp for preparation, waiting for dawn to begin the thrilling capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. Soon, time flew by, and when the first rays of sunlight appeared from the distant coastline, a large number of blue guiding insects flew out from the hunters' guiding insect cages, gathering in the valley below. After a violent tremor, the massive body of the Molten Mountain Dragon, bearing a volcano, erupted from the ground. The Molten Mountain Dragon was surrounded by waves of scorching heat that distorted the air around it. The operation began with the Commander-in-Chief's loud command. The combat personnel quickly took their positions and began the operation. Many hunters formed pairs to operate the cannons. Some fired crossbows, while others, armed with bows and light crossbows, cleared the battlefield, hunting the troublesome Fong-winged dragons. Tang Yu and Xing also found a location to begin their assault on the Molten Mountain Dragon. Xing, along with Wang Jiang, continuously loaded and fired from a cannon, dealing significant damage to the Molten Mountain Dragon. The overwhelming barrage of cannon and crossbow fire frequently pushed the Molten Mountain Dragon back, causing it to stumble and significantly slowing its advance. Tang Yu had already disassembled a crossbow. That's right, she had taken it apart. In the place where the crossbow used to be, there were now many extra parts that she had taken out. While others were working hard to output, Tang Yu's seemingly idle behavior caught the attention of the commander. Just as the commander was about to approach Tang Yu to ask why she wasn't working, Tang Yu had already reassembled the crossbow. However, this time, the crossbow had undergone a significant transformation. The original bow parts were enhanced with 2 additional sets of bows, greatly increasing the power, and the loading position was modified into a chassis filled with complex components. The reason the commander stopped was that Tang Yu had already shoved the crossbow bolt, transformed into a chain of ammunition at an unknown time, into the opening beside the machine box. Then, Tang Yu directly aimed the modified crossbow cannon at the distant Molten Mountain Dragon and began firing wildly. Ha ha ha, try this. Accompanied by Tang Yu's slightly maniacal laughter, the hunters, attracted by her, saw bolts shooting towards the Molten Mountain Dragon in a straight line. The powerful bolts struck the Molten Mountain Dragon, swiftly shattering its relatively weak shell in comparison and exposing the softer tissue inside. This also allowed the subsequent connected bolts to inflict massive damage. Indeed, Tang Yu had transformed the crossbow cannon into a super high-power Gatling gun. In just a short time, she had already fired 20 rounds of bolts. However, the results were remarkable, greatly boosting the hunters' morale. Nevertheless, capturing the Molten Mountain Dragon was clearly not that simple. The first line of defense was flattened under the dragon's strong armor, and the Molten Mountain Dragon continued to push forward, directly collapsing the first barrier. As for why Tang Yu's modified crossbow cannon couldn't hold, it was because the ammunition couldn't keep up. Next, the second phase of the operation began, as the hunters climbed onto the back of the Molten Mountain Dragon to destroy its cooling organs. Xing and the others naturally headed towards the tail, planning to inspect and destroy from back to front. Tang Yu, however, landed directly on the head, as she had seen a cooling organ on the dragon's head earlier. However, upon reaching the head of the Molten Mountain Dragon, Tang Yu heard an ancient voice. "Greetings, great being. Your arrival honors our world, and I hope you find joy in this realm." Who are you? Tang Yu was clearly curious about the voice. I'm just an old dragon nearing the end of my days, currently searching for a resting place. Chapter 175. A new path. I'm actually quite curious. It seems you know about me. The hunters were continuously causing destruction on the back of the molten mountain dragon, searching for cooling organs, while some idle monsters were frantically mining. As for Tang Yu, she was sitting on the head of the molten mountain dragon, chatting with it. I actually did not know of your existence, but your immense power resonates with the essence of the world, continuously showcasing your extraordinary nature. The molten mountain dragon's response was within Tang Yu's expectations. As a member of her kind, it held absolute dominion over the world. Those beings with immense power or a deep connection to the world could sense some of Tang Yu's traits. I suppose only a few, like me, can perceive your greatness. The dragon's words piqued Tang Yu's interest. It seemed there were many beings with profound connections to the world. As for why they did not possess great power, Tang Yu had studied the information regarding ancient dragons in the Ecological Research Institute. In this world, ancient dragons generally held immense power, even representing certain natural phenomena. Such manifestations clearly indicated that these ancient dragons had a deep connection to the world, essentially being part of the natural operating system of the world. Of course, in Tang Yu's view, only those ancient dragons defined by the guild as super dangerous battle-hardened ancient dragons could directly sense her uniqueness, as ancient dragons also had clans, and battle-hardened ones were the strongest among them, possessing a deeper connection to the world. However, the key right now was still the molten mountain dragon. Tang Yu was quite willing to have a good conversation with it. So what is your choice? Should they study the reason for your arrival here, or should you leave? Tang Yu was also curious about what choice the molten mountain dragon would make. I have come here to find a resting place, and my remains will benefit all living things, giving birth to a new place for reproduction. This is the fate of my kind. What these hunters are doing now is futile. I can already feel it coming. I will respond to my destiny and seek a place of rest. Let's part ways here. As soon as the molten mountain dragon finished speaking, before Tang Yu could understand what it meant by it, she noticed a black figure appearing in the distant sky. It's the Annihilation Dragon. Hunters on the back of the molten mountain dragon. Stop the Annihilation Dragon with all your might. Clearly, the commander and others had also noticed the approaching Annihilation Dragon. However, most of the hunters on the back of the molten mountain dragon were only able to mine. Only Xing and Tang Yu, who had just jumped down from the dragon's head, had the capability to fight the Annihilation Dragon. Upon meeting, the two exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's intentions. Xing slid towards the Annihilation Dragon, and as he rose, he executed an upward slash with his blade, striking hard at the Annihilation Dragon's chin. Meanwhile, Tang Yu teleported from behind, closing in and delivering a fierce blow to the Annihilation Dragon's tail, directly severing it. This moment allowed Xing to seize the opportunity and unleash a flurry of attacks on the Annihilation Dragon's large horns. However, it was evident that the power of the female fire dragon's great sword could not inflict much effective damage on the Annihilation Dragon. Tang Yu was able to sever the Annihilation Dragon's tail due to her own immense strength, while the new insect control stick in her hand had also been dulled due to this strike. The Annihilation Dragon has also calmed down and is now furious. The hunting master, who had just arrived to assist, stepped forward to engage the Annihilation Dragon, skillfully using techniques and agile movements to successfully shatter the dragon spikes. The Annihilation Dragon endured the attacks, trading damage for damage, and sent the hunting master flying. The shattered spikes quickly regenerated, clearly indicating that the Annihilation Dragon possesses a powerful regeneration ability. This scene also startled Ebo and the commander. The Annihilator Dragon took advantage of this opportunity to sweep away all the binding dragon guns that were previously fired at the Molten Mountain Dragon, which served as capture nets. The Molten Mountain Dragon seized the chance to make a massive hole and escape. Seeing this, the Annihilator Dragon did not linger in battle, giving Tang Yu a glare before leaving. This scene also confirmed Tang Yu's speculation about ancient dragons. With the departure of the Molten Mountain Dragon, this capture operation was declared a failure. It was clear that conducting another operation of this scale was impossible, as this one had exhausted all available resources. Ladies and gentlemen, this capture operation for the Molten Mountain Dragon has failed. As for our next steps, we cannot conduct another operation. We need to apply for assistance from the guild. I will leave this matter to the captain. The day after the Molten Mountain Dragon capture operation, everyone gathered at the command center for a meeting. The failure of this operation had left everyone feeling somewhat downcast. The commander's orders were answered by the captain on the side, and whether we could obtain more strategic supplies depended on the captain's efforts. although the operation to capture the Molten Mountain Dragon failed. The investigation team reported that they discovered a large crack along the route taken by the Molten Mountain Dragon, which opened up a path to a new area. The investigation of this passage and new area was entrusted to several members of the recommendation group. This also concerns whether the upcoming investigation can continue. Meeting adjourned. Although the situation at the base is not optimistic and strategic supplies are scarce, the investigation must continue. The capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon was not entirely without results, as it at least revealed a new passage, allowing the investigation to continue. Upon receiving the mission, Tang Yu, Xing, and Aibwa immediately set off for the Grand Canyon. Upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, they encountered many familiar faces, such as Sang and his partner from the recommendation group, who were also exploring here. Like Tang Yu and the others, they advanced along the narrow path beside the cliff. Soon, they reached a massive crack. Continuing forward, they discovered a new world. Huge coral-like platforms rose everywhere, and the coral-like terrain was all around. The air was filled with numerous floating leaves and similar things. Many fantastical environmental creatures floated in the air, as if they had entered an underwater world. The beautiful scenery immediately captured AI Bo's attention, and she excitedly jumped down to closely observe the surrounding environment. Xing and Tang Yu followed suit. But before the three could enjoy the view for long, an unexpected guest arrived. Although the trio managed to dodge the attack, the platform beneath them collapsed, causing them to fall. Chapter 176. Lu Shanhua Plateau. When the three of them woke up again, they found themselves in a new stronghold, which also maintained the style of the Xingchen stronghold. The entire base was transformed from the structure of a ship, with numerous curtains, giving it a luxurious appearance. In fact, Tang Yu was fully aware of what had happened after she fainted earlier. After all, with her physical condition, even breaking through a series of planets at superluminal speeds would be a trivial matter. The reason she, along with AI Bo and Xing, was brought back to this new stronghold has to be recounted from that moment. At the time of the platform's collapse, the three of them fell down. Although Xing and AI Bo were both super hunters, they were still unable to withstand the force of gravity and fainted. Tang Yu, on the other hand, created an impact crater upon hitting the ground. After brushing off the nutrient-rich ashes from her body, she noticed the decayed environment around her. At the same time, she discovered the wilderness master, who had arrived with the sound. This old lady appeared quite energetic as she slid down the slope and spotted Tang Yu and the impact crater beneath her feet, immediately realizing that Tang Yu was no ordinary person. After exchanging a few words, they learned about the events that had transpired earlier. Subsequently, the wilderness master led Tang Yu, carrying the unconscious Xing and AI Bo, to this place. The new base, named the Research Base, was established by the members of the third phase team who previously modified their ship into a hot air balloon and ended up stranded after flying over the Grand Canyon. After placing Xing and Aibwa down to rest, Tang Yu directly lay down in between the two and fell asleep. The Wilderness Master also bid farewell to the leader of the third phase team and continued to explore. Back to the present just now, Aibwa and Xing finally understood the current situation, while Tang Yu didn't care about it at all. So, the third phase team was now trapped in this area of the Coral Plateau. Most members of the third phase team were scholars and lacked combat capabilities. So could you please explore the Coral Plateau and ensure the safety of the surroundings? Facing the request from the leader of the third phase team, the three naturally had no reason to refuse, as it was a new map and a new adventure. The leader of the third phase team could tell from the expressions of Tang Yu and the others that this task would be fine. So thank you. And now the paths between both sides of the Grand Canyon have been cleared, allowing for continued investigation of the Coral Plateau. After bidding farewell to the leader of the third phase team, Tang Yu and the others quickly packed their supplies and prepared to set off, which was unavoidable. After all, this area had previously been in a state of disconnection, and the supplies barely met operational needs. However, these were not major issues. With their skills, the three were well equipped to handle the upcoming battles. Moreover, this time, Tang Yu had brought along Xiao Man, the name of the Manicore Dragon. Exiting the research base, they arrived at a camp set up by scholars, located on a plateau that occupied high ground, with a winding path leading down for daily exploration tasks. However, as an experienced hunter, how could one possibly take that path? Of course, they jumped directly off the cliff on the other side. For a super hunter, this height was no problem at all. It should be noted that back in the ancient tree forest, Tang Yu and Xing had often jumped freely from the highest points of the ancient trees, landing quickly at the bottom. As for why they were knocked out last time, that was due to external forces. Tang Yu saw it clearly. It was indeed a head-first landing. With a leap, Tang Yu and Xing arrived at a place lush with vegetation, almost dreamlike. Graceful hummingbird-like creatures flitted among the trees, and jellyfish-like beings floated in the air as if they were in a bright underwater world. Tang Yu was fixated on the creature that emerged from the ground, resembling an eel. The gaze was filled with wisdom, and the swaying creature quickly caught Tang Yu's attention. Before she could delve deeper into understanding these fascinating beings, she was pulled by Xing to explore the map. Seeing this, Tang Yu had no choice but to start working. She reached back and pulled out a pokeball, then threw it directly, summoning a robust and healthy Baku dragon in front of them. "Come out, little man. Let's explore around here." As she spoke, Tang Yu climbed onto little man's back with Xing. Once they were settled, little man raised its head and roared, beginning to advance along the relatively spacious and irregular path of the lush coral plateau. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with several mushroom-like formations that seemed to be deeply buried underground, where a new monster appeared. It resembled a bird dragon type, with a petite body and two long, eyebrow-like structures on the sides of its head. Clearly, this was the bird dragon species named the Dazzling Bird. The Dazzling Bird quickly showcased its signature move to Tang Yu and Xing, the battlefield reporter flash. Its eyebrows opened up to form two massive fan shapes, and after a moment of charging, it emitted a powerful flash of light. Little man was instantly blinded, and Xing, who was on its back, also felt dizzy. As for Tang Yu, she was immune to abnormal states and simply rubbed her eyes in amusement. However, after the flash, the Dazzling Bird took off running, knowing that the Baku dragon was a powerful beast dragon type. After a while, Little Man and Xing regained their composure, but the Dazzling Bird had long since escaped. There was no choice. Their main task now was to explore and confirm the surrounding environment. So, Tang Yu instructed Little Man to continue moving forward. As they proceeded, they soon arrived at a location with many tall, coral-like trees. Here, they also discovered a floating dragon that resembled a flying squirrel. Instead of provoking it, they decided to finish surveying the terrain first. After some exploration, they also found a new camp set up and encountered the mastermind who had knocked the three of them off the platform, the Wind Drifting Dragon. It was also at this time that the Dazzling Bird encountered Xiao Man again on her way back to the research base, and it was a case of enemies meeting, which was particularly intense. Xiao Man directly launched a fireball and then opened her mouth wide to bite down. Tang Yu and Xing also jumped down from Xiao Man's back, pulling out their weapons to start fighting. With Xiao Man tanking in front, the two could focus on dealing damage. The Dazzling Bird, which had been proud of its flash bomb, was captured directly by Tang Yu after being exploded. Chapter 177. Hot Air Balloon. The exploration of the Coral Land was successfully completed, and now it was time to venture into the depths of the Coral Land, specifically to the valley filled with the breath of death. However, to get there, some preparations were needed, namely, to launch a giant hot air balloon for the third group. After completing the exploration of the map, the hunters at the base began to explore the Coral Land. The key figure was the uncle who had been pondering outside the forge, trying to figure out how to compensate for the previous hot air balloon of the third group being destroyed and stranded. He had now arrived at the research base, intending to gather materials to improve the new hot air balloon. The good news was that shortly after this uncle arrived, the hunters who went exploring returned with useful information. According to their research, the most suitable material for the new hot air balloon was the material from the floating dragon. This small flying dragon species can inhale air into its highly resilient throat, forming a large balloon that allows it to float in the air. It was simply a natural hot air balloon. Moreover, living in the Coral Land and not being the main target of top predators, its material's toughness was also commendable. Thus, Tang Yu and Xing received a new mission, to hunt the floating dragon. This time, the goal was to craft a hot air balloon from the floating dragon's materials, so they could hunt it directly. Of course, capturing it was also an option. Having confirmed the mission, they began to pack up and prepare to set off. Tang Yu and Xing once again exited the research base and arrived at the camp in the Coral Land. As usual, the strong man descended directly. Tang Yu immediately recognized a red and white sphere, and a small figure emerged from it, which was the fierce wolf dragon. Beside her, Xing whistled, summoning a local specialty, the cat lizard dragon. Speaking of the cat lizard dragon, it was encountered by Tang Yu and Xing during their exploration when they wandered around the Coral Land. After a friendly sparring, which involved a beating, they went to the cat's camp and received a mission from the hunting reporters duo. After completing this commission, the local cats taught them how to summon the local specialty, the cat lizard dragon, as a mount. Now, both of them were riding on dragons, carrying two small monsters towards the dense coral forest. After all, It had been discovered during previous explorations that the floating dragon liked to drift around that area, hunting. With a clear target in mind and high-quality guiding insects, they quickly arrived at their destination. Sure enough, the floating dragon was puffing its cheeks and floating in the sky. How should they make their first move? Tang Yu looked at the balloon-like creature floating around and wanted to poke a hole in it directly, while Xing was also closely watching the floating dragon. In response to Tang Yu's question, Xing understood and exchanged a glance with Tang Yu, then nodded. All right, leave it to me. The two had developed a tacit understanding, knowing each other's intentions with just a glance. Xing's meaning was clear. I agree with your plan. Let's poke the balloon. Clearly, both of them shared the same excitement about this balloon. Tang Yu quickly took action. She stood up, assumed a standard javelin-throwing posture, and aimed the insect-controlling rod directly at the floating dragon's inflated sac. Then at the right moment, she swiftly threw it, and the rod drew a perfect straight line in the air, piercing through the floating dragon's sac. This blow knocked the floating dragon down to the ground, and the inflated sac was punctured with a large hole, clearly unable to inflate again. But it didn't matter. They could take it back and modify it, as it was still good material for a hot air balloon. Facing the situation at hand, Xing immediately rushed out, grabbing the great sword and crazily attacking the hovering dragon's head. Each swing of the sword struck directly on the dragon's head, which resembled that of a rat. As for Tang Yue, she had just landed next to her insect rod, pulling it out from the nearby rock wall, and while heading back, she also commanded her hunting insects to gather the essence from the hovering dragon. Xing, slow down a bit. I haven't fought this one yet. Seeing Xing's frantic output, Tang Yue, who was still on her way, became anxious. She jumped up from the spot, activated her nitrogen boost, and approached the hovering dragon from the air. Coincidentally, just as Tang Yue was about to get close, the hovering dragon ascended, and its large tail, resembling a waffle, directly hit right in front of Tang Yue. Having developed a strong interest in monster tales during her continuous hunts, Tang Yue certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. She aimed directly at the base of the giant tail and swung down with her sword. To ensure she could cut off the tail, Tang Yue even used the technique 1 against 1,000, shattering dominance. The result was very satisfying for Tang Yu. She directly chopped off the large tail of the floating dragon. Without its tail, which it relied on for acceleration, braking, and balance, the floating dragon fell straight down and could no longer take off. Below, Xing was just about to use a claw to bring the floating dragon down when this incident occurred, and he was directly crushed under the falling dragon. The floating dragon was a bit confused as to why this fall didn't hurt as much this time. Fortunately, the super hunters were tough. Even though the falling, floating dragon landed heavily on him, Xing still stood up firmly. After downing a bottle of recovery potion G, he recovered. The hovering dragon beside them has completely transformed from a flying dragon into a ground chicken. Without its large tail, it even wobbles while walking. The overall balance has been completely disrupted. In the following battle, Tang Yu and Xing only need to exert a little more effort to knock this hovering dragon down to the ground. Wow, this is too easy. At this moment, Tang Yu and Xing have successfully captured the hovering dragon and are on their way back, with Tang Yu dragging along the large tail she had cut off. Her mood is quite good right now. Tang Yu plans to take this tail back and, after the exam, transform it into a new fly swatter in the field of demonic studies. After obtaining the floating dragon, Uncle Hot Air Balloon was overjoyed and began using the floating dragon to gather materials to complete his new hot air balloon blueprint. After a period of rush work, the new hot air balloon was finally completed, and the long-idled ships of the third phase team took to the skies once again, ready to explore the Miasma Valley. Chapter 178, Miasma Valley Ding. After the crisp sound of the bell from the leader of the third phase team rang out, the research base slowly ascended with the accompaniment of that sound. Aibwa and Tang Yu were both very curious about this scene. One was experiencing flying on a sky ship for the first time, which was a fresh experience. The other had only been on high-tech ships and was seeing a hot air balloon ship for the first time. In short, both Aibwa and Tang Yu appeared very happy, while Xing beside them showed a high level of alertness, preparing for any unexpected situations. All right, then let's set off. With that, the leader of the third phase team struck the unknown controller in his hand again, directing the research base to fly toward the Miasma Valley below the land coral plateau. As the altitude continued to decrease, the originally stunning underwater scenery disappeared, replaced by a scene reminiscent of an ancient dragon graveyard. The colors of the surrounding cliffs were filled with decayed hues, and the air was filled with a gas that resembled the smell of sulfur smoke. This is also the reason why this area is called the Miasma Valley. Those gases are the persistent miasma of this place. Wow, This is really a completely different style from the land coral plateau. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful land coral plateau is actually beneath such a scene. Aibo exclaimed as he looked at the scenery before him. Tang Yu, on the other hand, didn't care much about the scenery here, as she had seen even stranger terrains in her interstellar world. However, new ecosystems meant new monsters, which was what attracted Tang Yu. Oh, look over there. It seems like a suitable place to set up camp. Aibo, who was looking around, also discovered a suitable campsite. The leader of the third phase team saw it too and nodded in agreement. He once again tapped the controller in his hand, directing the research base to slowly approach. Tang Yu and the others had arrived at the landing platform, using the original ship's anchor to solve the issue of the ground. As they descended slowly, they discovered that on this piece of open land, there was a tyrant dragon species gnawing at the ground's fawn-winged dragon. What should they do? In this situation, it was indeed inconvenient to establish a camp. However, this was not a problem for Tang Yu, who directly threw the Pokeball in her hand, and a massive beast dragon species appeared in the open space. This beast dragon resembled a barbarian jaw dragon, but had white skin adorned with stripes of red, yellow, blue, purple, and black. Its originally brown fur had transformed into a multicolored hue, making it quite striking. The original bony armor on its head had also turned into a protruding horn. Indeed, the creature that appeared was Tang Yu Xiaoman. During this time, Tang Yu had adjusted Xiaoman's energy, endowing it with the elemental energies of ice, water, lightning, and dragon. With the infusion of these species' energies, and under Tang Yu's adjustments, a new energy transformation cycle was formed, altering Xiaoman's appearance. Xiaoman could now switch between 6 different forms. The specific identification method was based on its colorful fur. In its colorful state, Xiaoman's physical combat capabilities were greatly enhanced, while also possessing high resistance to all attributes. When its fur transformed into a single color, it would become completely immune to the corresponding attribute and would inflict massive damage of that attribute with its attacks, while also being able to unleash breath attacks of the corresponding attribute. Additionally, all of Xiaoman's states were completely immune to abnormal status attributes, except for explosive attributes. It could be said that Xiaoman had been completely reborn and could easily take on a Miezi. Now, Xiaoman's target was the tyrant dragon species right in front of them. Xiaoman rushed forward, stepping on the tail of the large poison-stunned dragon, and then bit down on its head, swinging it around wildly. Wow, how did Xiaoman change so much? Clearly, this significant change caught the attention of Aibo and Xing, who curiously asked Tang Yu, as this was something Tang Yu had created. Tang Yu had no intention of hiding anything. Of course, I put a lot of effort into adjusting Xiaoman's energy. Now, Xiaoman is proficient in all attributes and is incredibly powerful. If we encounter that Miezi again, I guarantee Xiaoman can take it down easily. As Tang Yu spoke, she raised her head high, looking quite proud. Indeed, if Xiaoman could really take down the Miezi alone, that would be impressive. While the three were talking, the little man had already brought the nearly lifeless great poison dragon and was looking eagerly at Tang Yu and the others. Seeing this, the three jumped down directly and arrived in front of the little man. Tang Yu patted the little man's leg, and the little man opened her mouth to drop the great poison dragon on the ground. Meanwhile, Xing took out the thunder capture grenade and captured the great poison dragon, not wanting to waste it. Under the little man's resentful gaze, Tang Yu put it away and cleared some space to start setting up the camp. After completing the camp setup in the Miasma Valley, they had temporarily established a foothold there. Stepping out of the camp, they could see the overall view of the Miasma Valley from a high vantage point. The upper part of the valley seemed to be built on the skeleton of an enormous ancient dragon, likely the Serpent King dragon. The path from the camp to the main road was covered in vines, and as for the fierce man, he naturally descended from the sky. Upon reaching the main road, they found it to be a slope, one end descending and the other rising. Soon, the guiding insect discovered some traces. Since they couldn't decide which way to go for the time being, they decided to follow the guiding insect. Continuing upward, they arrived at an open area, but before Tang Yu and Xing could properly observe their surroundings, they heard a rumbling sound coming from afar, as if a massive object was rolling on wheels. The sound quickly approached. The two finally saw what it was. A creature clad in a large amount of bony armor rolled toward them in a tight ball. The strong tremor caused a large bone hanging from above to fall directly down. Tang Yu was quick and kicked the falling bone. The bone flew at high speed toward the beast dragon species, striking it hard and shattering a large portion of its bony armor. It seemed that these bones were not its own, but were stuck to it by the black, tar-like substance on its body. The one who arrived was the Bone Hammer Dragon. As soon as Tang Yu saw this, flames erupted from the Bone Hammer Dragon, instantly igniting her excitement. She charged forward with a swift step, executing a sky strike aimed at the Bone Hammer Dragon's belly, and then began a meteor flash strike targeting the side below the Bone Hammer Dragon, causing it to spin rapidly. The bone armor on its body quickly fell off, and soon it was stripped bare. After losing the protection of its armor, the Bone Hammer Dragon was directly dealt with by the star, who had taken over from Tangyu. Chapter 179, Wind, Drifting Dragon. Once again returning to the research base, after receiving the research report organized by Aibua, the leader of the third phase team began to read it carefully. Meanwhile, Tangyu, who was only responsible for fighting, was playing with Wang Jiang beside her. Constantly wavins akateser. Star was maintaining her katana in hand. Soon, the leader of the third phase team finished reviewing the research report and reached a conclusion. He put down the report and looked at the three of them. I've gathered specific information here. It seems that no useful information has been found in the upper levels of the Miasma Valley. Although it has some value for the ecological survey of the new continent, there is still no progress in the investigation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. The leader of the third phase team said, rubbing his forehead, which was rare for him. It was evident that since the previous failure in capturing the Molten Mountain Dragon, the leaders of various teams had been very concerned about the investigation of the ancient dragon migration. Leader of the third phase. I think we need to go deeper into the Miasma Valley. I hope there are useful clues there. According to our previous survey, the road from the upper level to the lower level is blocked. The only way to reach the lower level is from the air. After Aibua suggested this, the leader of the third phase team and Aibua also came up with the next course of action, which was to use the hot air balloon of the third phase team to directly reach the lower level of the Miasma Valley from the air and continue the investigation, hoping to obtain useful intelligence. Upon seeing this, Tangyu and Star also realized there was work to do and turned their attention to this matter. Aibua and the leader of the third team exchanged smiles and immediately prepared to set off. With the magical bell-ringing driving method, the leader of the third team piloted the hot air balloon and took off once again. They arrived at a large canyon on the Lushanhua Plateau, which had a vast airspace. From here, they could directly descend into the heart of the Miasma Valley, and from there, they could reach the lower levels of the Miasma Valley as a transfer point. At this moment in this airspace, not only were there the hot air balloons of the third phase group, but also countless pterosaurs flying and circling around. Wow, what a spectacular ecosystem. Aibua looked at these freely soaring pterosaurs and couldn't help but feel emotional, while the leader of the third phase group smiled slightly at the sight. Tangyu, too, took out a specially made capture net. She launched it. Success. She captured a pterosaur that had just carelessly come too close. Tonight, they could have an extra meal. Just as Aibua and Xing were trying to stop Tangyu from attempting to catch another pterosaur, a sharp, piercing roar came from afar, growing closer. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, everyone saw the source of the roar. A dragon with enormous, graceful wings, a creamy white belly, and a deep-sea blue back was darting around in the air, hunting the surrounding pterosaurs. It seemed this was its territory. The leader of the third phase group recognized the dragon, and Aibua and Xing also vaguely recalled it, realizing that this was the culprit that had caused them to fall off the cliff and lose consciousness. What is that? That's a wind drifting dragon, the top predator of this land, Coral Plateau. It seems this is its hunting ground, and if we don't deal with it, we won't be able to descend to the lower levels of the Miasma Valley. Let's head back for now. Saying this, the leader of the third phase group once again directed the hot air balloon to return to their previous base. Aibua, slightly disappointed, said, by the way, is it because you stole that wind drifting dragon's prey that it's causing trouble here? Although everyone knew this was a joke, Tangyu intended to respond. No. That's not how it is. Everything here belongs to me. It's that wind drifting dragon that stole my prey. Once we get back, we'll set off immediately. And just wait until I make that thief regret it. Faced with Tangyu's declaration, Aibua and Xing became excited and strongly agreed with her idea, as the next task was likely to deal with the wind drifting dragon. As soon as they landed at the research base, Tangyu hurriedly prepared to set off, and Aibua and Xing had no choice but to quickly follow. Upon reaching the window platform, Tangyu immediately hooked onto a nearby pterosaur for transportation, with the destination naturally being the camp located below the highest platform of the Land Coral Plateau. After arriving at the camp, Tangyu quickly crawled out of the camp's hidden entrance and took out a pokeball. Go, Xiaoman, it's you. With a flash of red light, Xiaoman's figure reappeared on the Land Coral Plateau. As Xiaoman let out a cheerful roar, Aibua and Xing successfully arrived here and, seeing Xiaoman, skillfully climbed onto its back behind Tangyu. After the two settled down, Xiaoman immediately started moving toward the highest platform indicated by Tang Yue. After climbing over a long, smelly wall of vines, they finally arrived at this platform. However, what infuriated Tang Yue happened next. Just as Tang Yue and Xing, carried by Xiaoman, reached the cozy little nest of the wind, drifting dragon, the dragon flew away right in front of them. It just flew away. This made Tang Yue extremely angry. She jumped off Xiaoman's back and activated her divine state in midair. A splendid and glamorous outfit enveloped her entire body, surrounded by majestic and dazzling light. And her height, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, increased, transforming her from a lowly into a mature woman. The insect-controlling stick in her hand also transformed into an incredibly magnificent war spear under the influence of her magical power. Without caring about Xing, who was stunned by this glamorous transformation behind her, Tang Yue flew towards the departing wind, drifting dragon, grabbing the tip of its tail and pulling hard, slamming it down onto the platform below. "Huh, you think you can leave after offending me? Impossible." Tang Yue immediately followed the falling wind, drifting dragon with a powerful strike. Although Tang Yue didn't activate her dazzling pattern this time, her immense magical power caused a shockwave of the strike to envelop the entire body of the wind, drifting dragon. In just one hit, the dragon was covered in countless wounds of various sizes. Its smooth wings were riddled with gashes, and its upright crown feathers were broken at different lengths. But that wasn't the end. Xiaoman, who was watching from below, rushed forward and bit down on the wind, drifting dragon's long neck, lifting it up and slamming it down again. When Xing came to her senses, she saw Tang Yue, who had returned to her normal form, watching as Xiaoman wrestled with the wind, drifting dragon, ultimately unable to bear it, and finishing off the dragon to end its suffering. Chapter 180. The Mad Dog's Claw. After capturing the wind, drifting dragon, the path to the lower levels of the Miasma Valley was cleared. After obtaining a large amount of materials from the wind, drifting dragon, Tang Yue and Xing updated their equipment. Tang Yue donned a new wind, drifting dragon set, showcasing her elegance, though she was a bit shorter. Xing also received a new ice elemental wind, drifting dragon-derived katana, making everyone happy. Once the two main combatants finished their preparations, it was time to set off again to the lower levels of the Miasma Valley to complete their unfinished investigation. Upon returning to the massive cavern, although the Fawny dragon was still floating around, the troublesome wind drifting dragon could not appear for the time being. They needed to wait until other wind drifting dragons discovered that their companion had been taken away before new ones would occupy the area. This time, everything went smoothly. Aibwa, looking at the now tranquil airspace, couldn't help but feel emotional. This was all thanks to the brave hunting of the two hunters. The leader of the third phase group also generously praised Tang Yue and Xing. However, Xing, standing nearby, was reminded of that day. Tang Yue's transformation and that powerful force were still fresh in her memory. While Aibwa and the leader of the third phase group were conversing and Tang Yue and Xing were chatting casually, the research base finally passed through the main passage between the Miasma Valley and the Luoshan Coral Plateau, circumventing the sealed passage of the Miasma Valley and arriving at the lower space of the Miasma Valley. Compared to the upper space, the environment in the lower space was harsher. Although the concentration of miasma had decreased, the pools with strong corrosive abilities and the more ferocious monsters were no joke. Well, for Tang Yue, it was just a joke. "Partner, Tang Yue, wait for me. I want to go too." Just as Tang Yue and Xing had just exited the new camp after completing the mighty man's fall, Aibwa's voice came from behind. It seemed that Aibwa couldn't stand being alone and wanted to join in the investigation. Tang Yue and Xing naturally wouldn't stop her, with the two of them around. There shouldn't be any problems. Look over there. It's the traces of the melting mountain dragon. My deduction was indeed correct. While Tang Yue was still fishing and mining, Aibwa had already spotted fragments of the melting mountain dragon's traces near the corrosive pool. This exclamation caught the attention of Tang Yue and Xing. Upon getting closer, they confirmed that it was indeed the trace of the melting mountain dragon. The three of them felt guided by the insects and continued deeper, quickly discovering traces of the melting mountain dragon comparable to those in the great Ant Mound wasteland. Aibwa was immediately excited and went forward to explore. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor appeared, the Cursed Claw Dragon, a top predator in the Miasma Valley ecosystem. The Cursed Claw Dragon approached the three of them with an extremely agile posture, exhaling hot white smoke from its two small nostrils. Its claws flexed, and the second row of sharp claws above its paws unfolded, entering an attack stance. Faced with this situation, Xing immediately stepped forward, pulling Aibwa back, hoping to help her avoid danger. Tang Yue, on the other hand, drew her insect-controlling stick ready to give it a fierce blow. However, it was clear that there were others present. A fruit of Miasma Valley specialty ammunition shot down from above, directly hitting the Curse Claw dragon on the head, causing it to stumble. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and leave." With this voice, they saw an elderly woman in light green clothing, wearing a breathing apparatus collar, who was firing specialized crossbow ammunition at the Cursed Claw dragon. It was the Wilderness Master from before. Seeing this, Xing nodded and pulled Aibwa, intending to leave quickly. Aibwa, being dragged along, couldn't help but shout, "Auntie, Tangyue, please take care of her." Although Tangyue didn't usually take care of others and might not have understood Aibwa's meaning, perhaps, she only needed to know one thing: to smash the Cursed Claw dragon in front of her. "I'm coming." With Tanyue's words, the swift hunting insect had already pecked the Cursed Claw dragon 3 times, completing the extraction of 3 essences. And Tangyue directly used the insect stick to push herself towards the Cursed Claw dragon. When she got closer, she coincidentally met the returning hunting insect. And while collecting the essence, she thrust her spear directly into the Cursed Claw dragon's head. The Wilderness Master, seeing this, came down from a nearby slope to collect ammunition, planning to provide support for Tangyue. After being struck by Tangyue's powerful thrust, the brutal claw dragon beside her went into a frenzy. With a series of furious roars, it began to dart back and forth at high speed, leaping from one end to the other. The Wilderness Master could only rely on years of experience to predict and shoot in advance, making the task significantly more difficult. While Tangyue possessed immense strength, the insect stick was not a weapon suited for high-speed combat, and she was quickly agitated by the bouncing, brutal claw dragon. "You annoying guy, jumping around everywhere." Tangyue anticipated the dragon's next landing point, and as it leaped over her safely elevated head once more, she swiftly targeted the descending belly of the brutal claw dragon with a well-placed circular thrust. Following that, she executed a spinning throw, slamming the brutal claw dragon hard onto the ground. Before the dragon could get back up, Tangyue lifted her insect stick and unleashed a powerful move called 1 against 1,000. Although it lacked magical or energy enhancements, Tangyue had used special insect silk to create a circular confinement area, pinning the brutal claw dragon in place. Suddenly, the dragon transformed from a high-speed moving target into a stationary one, making it difficult for it to execute powerful attacks. By the time the effects of the special insect silk wore off and the brutal claw dragon regained its ability to move, it was already battered and on the verge of collapse. After capturing the brutal claw dragon with a lightning capture grenade, Xing finally arrived back at the camp with AI bow, only to see the peacefully sleeping dragon in the capture net and the still-shaken Wilderness Master. "Are you all okay?" Xing asked, a rare show of concern. "Of course we're fine, but you were really slow. We had it all sorted out here. Let me tell you, if you ever encounter this nasty creature again, just have Wang Chan fill the area with traps." Tangyue began explaining a series of hunting techniques related to the brutal claw dragon to Xing, while the Wilderness Master smiled and watched the two of them as they made their way back to the camp. Chapter 181, The Pinnacle of the Ecosystem. I forgot to update yesterday, and by mistake, I overwrote yesterday's chapter today, so I had to add this summary at the beginning. So frustrating. After completing the hunt for the brutal claw dragon, the 3 returned to the camp. After gathering some information from the Wilderness Master, they obtained a lead on the ancient dragon people. Thus, after some preparations, the 3 set off to the location of the ancient dragon people they had learned from the commander, the ancient tree forest. After a tough search, they finally found the ancient dragon people, who presented them with a series of cryptic requests. Aibo, translate for us. Faced with the ancient dragon people's riddle-like responses, Tangyue didn't want to use her imaginative brain and instead chose to pass the understanding task to their mascot, AI Bo. Thankfully, AI Bo quickly grasped the meaning behind the ancient dragon people's words. The top of the forest and the bottom of the desert. I understand now. The ancient dragon people want us to prove our strength. The top of the forest must refer to the fire dragon, while the bottom of the desert is certainly the horned dragon. Indeed, both are the top predators of their respective ecosystems. With AI Bo's analysis, the current task became clear: to hunt the fire dragon and the horned dragon to prove their strength and, on that basis, obtain information about the molten mountain dragon from the ancient dragon people. All right, we understand. Without further ado, there's a fire dragon wandering outside. Let's go take care of it. Saying this, Tangyue grabbed her insect stick, ready to set off. Seeing this, Xing also strapped on her katana and followed Tangyue, simultaneously pulling out 2 bags of powder from her pack, sprinkling them over Tangyue, herself, and Wang Chan. These were, of course, hardening powder and super strength powder. With the powder sprinkled, the two girls and the cat made their way back through the cave they had previously retreated from, arriving at the former fire dragon's nest. However, there was no sign of the fire dragon. It seemed to have gone out hunting or patrolling its territory. Looks like the little fire dragon isn't home. In that case, let's help with some renovations. With that, Tangyu pulled out a large bag and began taking things out towards the outside. Meanwhile, Xing watched as Tangyu pulled out items from her bag and silently mourned for the fire dragon for a moment. What Tangyu took out were all exquisite items. Powerful explosive traps, binding net launchers, lightning paralysis traps, atmospheric disruption devices, super penetrating cannons, 16-round automatic flash bombs, and so on. Tangyu directly arranged these items in this not-so-spacious nest. Her reasonable calculations made the space utilization quite high, almost filling the entire nest to the brim. As Tangyu finished setting up and took out the main controller, not long after wiping away non-existent sweat, a loud sound of flapping wings came from the distance. It seemed the main character was about to arrive, and the good show was about to begin. Xing, get ready. Once that fire dragon arrives, I'll first soften up a bit, then you go in and take it down. As long as it tries to resist, I'll interrupt it. Just focus on fighting. With Xing nodding in agreement, the fire dragon slowly descended from the sky. However, just as it touched the ground, boom, 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 a series of explosions engulfed the fire dragon, followed by a powerful binding net that firmly trapped it. At the same time, the automated crossbows and artillery set up around started firing in alternation, ensuring fire coverage. The fire dragon showcased its strength, using its powerful wings to forcibly break the binding net and gain some altitude. Unfortunately, this was also within Tangyu's expectations. Countless super-penetrating cannons opened fire, instantly riddling the fire dragon's wings with holes, clearly rendering it unable to fly. Meanwhile, the atmospheric disruptor was activated, and chaotic air currents pressed the fire dragon back to the ground. Now's the time go. With Tangyu's command, Xing, ready for action, immediately drew their blade and charged in. With a swift long-range slash, they struck the fire dragon, unleashing a fluid series of katana moves that shattered countless scales that had already reached their limit, leaving a truly tragic scene. As long as the fire dragon shows any signs of resistance, Tangyu will immediately activate the flash bomb to stun the fire dragon once again, and then follow up with a binding net, making it seem like they're being beaten the whole time. In the end, Xing will complete the capture. With that, the ancient dragon people's task is half accomplished. Next, they will head to the Great Ant Graveyard to deal with the Horned Dragon there. To prepare for the Horned Dragon, Tangyu and Xing naturally need to be fully equipped. There's no need to mention Tangyu. After enhancing her insect control rod, she completed her equipment upgrade and prepared special sonic bombs. Xing, on the other hand, upgraded her female fire dragon sword to a fire dragon sword. Of course, to deal with monsters that are vulnerable to poison, Xinghai also crafted a new female fire dragon sword as a backup. Once they were ready, it was time to head to the Great Ant Graveyard. Of course, they couldn't leave without their cat food. After a satisfying meal, the group arrived at the central camp of the Great Ant Graveyard, planning to venture to the Great Ant Grave itself. After all, this place is essentially the true desert floor beneath the lower levels of the Great Ant Grave. Sure enough, upon arriving at the Great Ant Grave, Tangyu and Xing witnessed a sand dragon being knocked upward by a horned dragon emerging from below, accompanied by quicksand as it fell to the lower level. Seeing this, Tangyu and Xing immediately followed suit. Amidst the constantly flowing waterfall of quicksand, a horned dragon with enormous double horns poked its head out, letting out a loud roar at Tangyu and Xing. However, in order to use the special sonic bombs without reservations, Tangyu had long prepared special earplugs for both herself and the cat, completely blocking out the horned dragon's roar. Nevertheless, it was clear that the horned dragon was roaring at them in a show of defiance. Tangyu would not indulge it. She immediately pulled out a machine gun-like special sonic bomb launcher and fired. The powerful sound waves formed a solid presence, propagating through the air, and the horned dragon was directly knocked to the ground by this powerful sonic explosion. The massive double horns, usually excellent sound wave conductors, nearly cost the horned dragon its life this time, as the already potent sonic bomb was further enhanced, delivering a devastating blow. The already prepared Xing directly swung the newly forged katana at the tail of the Triceratops, slicing it off. The Triceratops let out a loud cry of pain, and the agony from both ends made its head sway. Completely dazed, it stood there, Tang Yu and Xing were not polite at all, directly attacking the Triceratops and continuously tormenting it. Whenever the Triceratops showed any signs of recovering, Tang Yu would launch another specially made sound explosive. Furthermore, the two of them deliberately kept the Triceratops's two horns intact to maximize the effect of the sound explosive, shattering them only when the Triceratops was on the brink of collapse, demonstrating their malicious intent. Chapter 182. The fate of the Molten Mountain Dragon. Those who stand at the pinnacle should know the secret of the volcano dragon. That dragon was enchanted by the light of life and escaped from the graveyard, thus getting lost in the earth vein corridor. Now, its time of death is approaching, and its fiery life force has reached its limit. The earth vein corridor, as its name suggests, is the vein of the earth. If the dragon dies deep within the earth vein corridor, it will release a powerful fiery life force that will surge through the veins. It will then spew flames from various points, blackening the sky and scorching the earth. This is its secret. This is the end of this land. This is the theorem of nature. After completing the hunt for the Triceratops, the members of Tang Yu's recommended group gained qualification and naturally received the message from the ancient dragon people at the camp. However, it was clear that the news from the ancient dragon people was not good. So, after the ancient dragon people finished their narration, the group immediately returned to the base to report to the headquarters. Upon learning of the significant news, the commander-in-chief promptly summoned all the present staff for a combat meeting. With everyone gathered, the meeting officially began. First, the representative of the recommended group conveyed the information they received. As the commander-in-chief's orders were issued, Aibo also regained her energy and began to speak. We received information about the movement of the lava dragon from the ancient dragon people. For some unknown reason, the lava dragon has left the Miasma Valley, a graveyard of sorts, but it has become lost in the geomantic corridor, wandering aimlessly inside. Aibo first shared the intelligence regarding the lava dragon's movements, but it was evident that this information was only somewhat useful and did not warrant such a grand gathering. So everyone quietly waited for Aibo to continue. However, the problem was that the lava dragon had entered the final stage of its life, and at the moment of its death, the immense energy accumulated within it would be released. As this news was revealed, the expressions of everyone present tightened. They were all not ordinary people, but rather skilled individuals in their own right. Naturally, they quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Unfortunately, the location where the lava dragon would fall was crucial. The commander-in-chief also keenly noted the key point, the location where the lava dragon had gotten lost, the geomantic corridor. Indeed, the geomantic corridor is the underground network connecting the entire new continent. If the lava dragon dies within the geomantic corridor and releases its powerful energy, it would sweep across the entire new continent, completely destroying it, right? The commander-in-chief articulated the worst-case scenario that everyone had already guessed. Yes, so now, we are faced with only two choices. Either evacuate the new continent and terminate the investigation mission, or confront the lava dragon head-on. The commander-in-chief immediately proposed two strategic options. The people present fell into contemplation, except for Tang Yu. If we just leave like this, it would be really unsatisfactory. Sang was the first to express her reluctance to evacuate, having just arrived in the new continent for the investigation. It would be so embarrassing to go back now. Yes, after all these years, we have developed feelings for this place. Although life has been quite tough, it has all been built up little by everyone. So leaving like this feels very unsatisfactory. The reluctance to evacuate was met with overwhelming agreement from the majority. It seems that everyone has decided to stay and fight. The commander-in-chief looked at the enthusiastic crowd and smiled knowingly. However, even if we defeat the lava dragon in the geomantic corridor, we still cannot resolve the issue of the lava dragon's energy. Just as everyone was preparing to unite for a big fight, they were doused with cold water by the representative of the researchers. Everyone, I have an idea. Just when everyone was at a loss, Aibo stepped forward, and everyone turned their gaze toward her, hoping to receive a feasible plan. Seeing this, Aibo moved closer to the map and placed her finger on a spot near the coast. Everyone, this location is a passage in the geomantic corridor that leads to the ocean. We can ambush the lava dragon here, forcing it to change its course toward the ocean. Yes, if it erupts in the ocean, it won't affect the geomantic corridor. Moreover, the released energy will give rise to a new ecosystem in the future. This feasible plan immediately sparked discussion among the crowd. So, everyone, this operation will be called the Lava Dragon Induction Operation. Everyone, prepare immediately. The commander-in-chief quickly confirmed this, as this plan could be considered the most hopeful course of action under the current circumstances. However, Commander-in-Chief, our supplies were nearly exhausted during the previous operation to capture the lava dragon, and the collection during this time has been barely sufficient to support the base's operations. The leader of the supply unit raised a substantial concern. You don't need to worry about that, the Commander-in-Chief said as he turned his gaze to the elderly figure who had been sitting behind everyone. That's the captain. The crowd also recognized this symbol of hope. Indeed, it was the captain. The captain's appearance meant that the guild supply support had arrived, so they could finally unleash their full potential. All right, since everything is in order, begin preparations immediately. We don't have much time. The lava dragon induction operation is about to commence. Dismissed. With the Commander-in-Chief's command, everyone immediately returned to their posts to begin pre-battle preparations, leaving only the recommended Tang Yu and Xing, who had nothing to do. As for Aibua, she was, of course, busy organizing and coordinating the information. For those two combat personnel, not causing any trouble was the greatest help. With nothing to do, Xing took Tang Yu to visit the support dispatched by the guild, a ship with a stunning bow. Hey Xing, what is this special bow? Clearly, Tang Yu had never seen this unique bow before. The gaps resembling mechanical extensions and the frame, made of dragon bones, all hinted at the engineering marvel of this world. The dragon slaying gun. Oh, that's the one. The latest and strongest super engineering device. The dragon slaying gun, right? That gigantic, retractable, powerful spear that can directly pierce through strong armor. Tang Yu also knew about the dragon slaying gun. After all, her recent reading had not been in vain, but was her first time seeing the real thing. Tang Yu had thought about making one herself before, but she abandoned the idea when the materials were not approved. Now that she had a real object, Tang Yu was overjoyed and planned to fire the dragon-slaying gun herself when the time came. Chapter 183. The end of the old chapter, Geomantic Corridor Lava Dragon Induction Operation Frontline Camp. At this moment, the entire camp was bustling with activity. The staff were each performing their duties, continuously transporting supplies, installing engineering equipment, or moving ammunition. Hunters were also busy adjusting their gear, sharpening weapons, and getting ready for action. Everyone, this operation concerns whether we can continue our activities in this new continent. We must succeed and cannot afford to fail. Under the immense pressure and high morale, everyone present demonstrated strong willpower. They believed they could successfully complete this operation and continue fighting in this new continent. However, contrasting sharply with the bustling atmosphere was Aibua and Xing's recommendation group. They were currently searching for something throughout the entire camp. What they were looking for was Tang Yu, who had disappeared shortly after arriving at the frontline camp. Faced with Tang Yu's sudden disappearance, the two hadn't reacted immediately, but now, as the operation approached, and they still hadn't seen the usually proactive Tang Yu ready to depart, they realized the seriousness of the situation. So where exactly was Tang Yu at this moment? Continuing along the passage of the geomantic corridor, a massive figure was slowly making its way towards the camp. It was none other than the target of this operation, the lava dragon. At this moment, however, a petite figure was sitting on the head of the lava dragon. That was Tang Yu, who had disappeared from the camp. Shortly after arriving at the front line, Tang Yu sensed the lava dragon's telepathic call. Out of curiosity and respect before the battle, she flew up to the lava dragon's head, intending to see what it wanted to say. So, little lava dragon, what do you want to express by calling me here? Tang Yu's voice echoed in the mind of the lava mountain dragon. Her voice was soft, almost like a faint whisper amidst the thunderous sound of the dragon's advancing footsteps. However, the lava mountain dragon still heard her clearly. Little lava mountain dragon? It's such a nostalgic title. I can't remember the last time I was called little. It feels like ages ago. But for someone like you, I truly can be considered small. The lava mountain dragon seemed pleased and sentimental about Tang Yu's address. Don't say that. It makes me sound old. Don't you know that girls care a lot about their age? Tang Yu feigned anger, and the atmosphere between them was quite peaceful. After all, Tang Yu didn't really care about age. If one counted, the combined ages of all worlds wouldn't surpass her true age. And as someone who inherited the powers of the main body, she essentially inherited those immeasurable ages as well. It was quite frustrating. All right, then I won't say more. I called you here to request your agreement on something. The lava mountain dragon felt it was time to get to the point, as they were nearing the location where the hunters would fight, and he decided to skip the small talk. Okay, I am listening. Speak, and, if I can accept it, I'll agree. With Tang Yu's permission, the lava mountain dragon began to explain. I had already reached the moment of my end, traveling thousands of miles to my destined resting place, where I would die and give birth to a new world. However, just as I arrived at the end and was about to sleep, a stronger will invaded my mind, leading me to a deeper place. By the time I regained my senses, I had lost myself in this geocentric corridor. However, here, in this place connecting the sea and land, I discovered the arrangements of these little creatures. It seems they wish for me to go to the ocean. I am like a candle in the wind. It seems impossible for me to return to my destined place. I will follow their will and head to the ocean, where I will meet my end. The Lava Mountain Dragon's response surprised Tang Yu. He actually planned to comply with the hunter's arrangements and head to the ocean to end his life. Then why did you come to me? Tang Yu asked, puzzled. Although I will go to the ocean to meet my end, there exists a powerful new being deeper within. This will be the greatest trial for these little creatures on this continent. Before I leave, I need to give them a trial to see if they can survive here. If they can't even pass my trial, it would be better for them to leave here sooner. My request is that you do not participate in the upcoming battle. Please agree. Listening to the Lava Mountain Dragon's request, Tang Yu fell into a dilemma. After all, she really wanted to use the Dragon Slayer gun. But in the end, she agreed to the Lava Mountain Dragon's request and secretly resolved to thoroughly study the Dragon Slayer gun, ensuring that the next time she had the opportunity, she would use it in rapid succession. All right, I agree, but in exchange, I want you. Hearing Tang Yu's demand, the Lava Mountain Dragon was taken aback for a moment, but then relaxed. After all, he was already like a candle in the wind. In the end, it was merely about contributing his body. So the Lava Mountain Dragon agreed. Having received the answer she wanted, Tang Yu and the Lava Mountain Dragon parted ways. The Lava Mountain Dragon continued onward, while Tang Yu concealed herself in the air, planning to observe the hunter's actions in this battle. After all, those who save others should also be saved. On the other side, after searching the entire camp without finding Tang Yu, Xing and Aibo also stopped. After all, the battle was about to begin, and they were aware of Tang Yu's strength. They were still confident in Tang Yu, but not in those targeted by her. With the entrance of the Molten Mountain Dragon, the battle that would determine the fate of the hunters in the New World began. First was the first phase, with two teams of recommended hunters acting as vanguards, leading the way to the back of the Molten Mountain Dragon to destroy its heat dissipation organs. In order to slow down the dragon's movement speed, the defensive structures on the rock wall began to unleash a continuous barrage of firepower, aimed at weakening the Molten Dragon's stamina. With the experience from the previous capture operation of the Molten Dragon, the hunter team quickly, under the leadership of Xing and Sang, completed the destruction of the Molten Dragon's heat dissipation organs. As time passed, the Elder Dragon, as expected, arrived on the battlefield. However, this time was different. This time, Xing had upgraded his arsenal. The Fire Dragon Greatsword struck the Elder Dragon's body, shattering its spiky scales with each blow. After a fierce struggle, the Elder Dragon ultimately found itself overwhelmed and had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Molten Dragon approached the defensive barrier. Amidst a series of relentless cannon and crossbow sounds, the Molten Dragon's stamina was continuously depleted. This persistent effort and attack made the Molten Dragon recognize the growth of these hunters, noting a significant improvement compared to the last encounter. At that moment, the hunter's ultimate weapon, the Dragon Spear, was fired directly, and the immense power shook the Molten Mountain Dragon. It was this strike that completely made the Molten Mountain Dragon acknowledge these hunters, who then proceeded toward the ocean with satisfaction. Chapter 184. A new investigation begins as the coral petals in AI Bo's hand flew toward the ocean with the wind. This induced operation, which concerned the fate of the investigation team, concluded smoothly. Amidst the sounds of laughter and cheers from everyone, it came to an end. However, while the investigation team was finishing up, for Tang Yu, it was just beginning. The Molten Mountain Dragon strolled in the seawater, the cold water temporarily replacing the damaged heat dissipation organs of the Molten Mountain Dragon, cooling the volcano on its back. It was now waiting for its death, waiting for Tang Yu to fulfill their agreement. I have arrived, accompanied by a voice full of majesty. A figure radiating a solemn golden glow appeared above the Molten Mountain Dragon. The Molten Mountain Dragon raised its head and saw the figure that had arrived, its dignified and sacred posture showcasing its absolute power. Is this really how you look? It truly matches your greatness. The Molten Mountain Dragon also realized who had come. It was Tang Yu, who had transformed. After all, this was a serious moment, and appearing in such a majestic form seemed more appropriate. Now, you need to fulfill our agreement. You will become my possession. I will grant you a new form and a new story. Just as the Molten Mountain Dragon felt a sense of dread, it had no idea that Tang Yu had this hidden power, and thus, its fate of being a lifelong worker was sealed, accompanied by a blinding light. A force that seemed to be of the world, truly a power of the world, enveloped the entire body of the molten mountain dragon. Within this dazzling yet non-glaring brilliance, the molten mountain dragon underwent a tremendous transformation. Its already enormous body grew once again, its form, previously resembling a small path, expanded by hundreds or thousands of times. The volcano on its back towered into the clouds. As the body of the molten mountain dragon rapidly expanded, the rocks it carried on its back also continuously grew. The originally basaltic armor began to diversify, transforming into mountains, forests, swamps, mangroves, plains, and even snow-capped mountains. The original volcano stood tall in the center of this vast continent, with several rivers formed by accumulated seawater from low-lying areas crisscrossing across the land. The molten mountain dragon, originally meant to support the double wings of the volcano on its back, has been greatly expanded, becoming sturdier and broader, capable of carrying the entire land on its back. At the same time, under the influence of magical powers, the creatures living on this land will, upon their death, return the energy accumulated throughout their lives to the molten mountain dragon. The energy of the molten mountain dragon will also nurture life on this land, and as this cycle continues, the creatures above will grow stronger. Tang Yu looked at the masterpiece before her with immense satisfaction. Now, her other plan could also be set in motion. All right, your rebirth has arrived, and the new you is no longer suited to the name of Molten Mountain Dragon. From now on, your name will be Arc Dragon, the ancient dragon that carries an entire life arc. The Molten Mountain Dragon, now the Arc Dragon, had no complaints after hearing Tang Yu's proclamation. Although he would now work for Tang Yu forever, he understood the abilities he possessed after the recent evolution. The current Arc Dragon can freely draw energy from the void to nurture the beings on the continent on its back. And the energy fed back to him from those beings will enhance his strength and his ability to draw energy from the void. Under this cycle, he can continuously grow stronger, and from now on, he will no longer be a moving disaster, but a nurturing mother god of all things. Originally, ancient dragons did not have gender. They merely exhibited gender tendencies based on their form and function. The molten mountain dragon, which led volcanic lava, naturally leaned towards the masculine, while the Arc Dragon, which nurtures all living beings, clearly leans towards the feminine. Thank you for your gift. With the transformation of the Arc Dragon, the sound it produced shifted from the frail and aged to the vibrant and maternal. All right, now you can develop in this world for a while. When I leave here, I will take you to a new world where I have new arrangements. Now go and nurture your own people. With Tang Yu's proclamation, the Arc Dragon carried the massive land and swam towards the distant ocean, gradually disappearing into the sunset's afterglow. The Arc Dragon's physique can refer to the Tian Chuang Long from the Bilibili creator Baluan Bulang, and the sections on its back can refer to the Arc Island. In a standing posture, the sections on its back will move horizontally in layers according to terrain, with a snow-capped mountain on top and a volcano in the middle. Due to the Arc Dragon's world power, the ecological impact on its standing posture is directly influenced by this power, ignoring the drawbacks of natural influences. Tang Yu watched the departing Arc Dragon and transformed back, flying towards the base. Unbeknownst to her, everything happening here was being observed by a tall figure with blonde hair on a high cliff in the distance. These guys are doing pretty well, but this is truly remarkable. Witnessing such a spectacular event is incredible. By the time Tang Yu returned to the base, a celebration feast had already begun. Everyone was indulging in a rare feast. AI Bo even brought a platter of food big enough to cover herself, starting to eat voraciously, truly a young Tyrannosaurus Rex. When Tang Yu found Xing, she was already full and collapsed on the dining table, while Wang Jiang was trying hard to drag Xing back to their small house. It's Tang Yu. Where have you been? We searched for you in the camp for so long. You have no idea how arduous this time was. AI Bo, who was enjoying her second meal, also saw Tang Yu and immediately began recounting the battle process of this operation to her. Meanwhile, the commander, who was drinking and chatting at another table, also noticed Tang Yu. Although her disappearance during this operation concerned him, he chose not to pursue it too much out of trust in a recognized comrade. After greeting her, he returned to his table to continue chatting. By the time the banquet ended, it was already close to dawn the next day. This clearly showed that this operation had indeed put a lot of pressure on everyone in the base. Fortunately, the outcome was good. This difficulty had passed, and the investigation team would welcome a new beginning. Due to Xing's outstanding performance in this battle, the commander, who had nothing else to reward, had no choice but to clear out the 5 dragon halls that were initially set aside for Xing's recommended group as their residence. That was super special, as it involved using special techniques to navigate the ship to a high cliff where the first team's vessels were docked. Although the issue with the melting mountain dragon was resolved, the investigation was still ongoing, with the ultimate goal of uncovering the reasons behind the ancient dragon migration. Now, after experiencing a period of relaxed living, a new crisis emerged. A highly powerful poison demon bird was discovered in the Great Ant Graveyard. Chapter 185. Ascendancy. As soon as this news reached Tang Yu's ears, she realized that something good was happening. Sure enough, the investigation task concerning the super powerful poison demon bird that appeared in the Great Ant Graveyard once again fell to the recommended group. As the main combat force of the entire base, Tang Yu and her team had no reason to refuse. After the incident involving the melting mountain dragon, Tang Yu was quite happy and excited to explore information about the super powerful poison demon bird, thinking that perhaps it could lead to breakthroughs that might help Xiao Man strengthen her abilities. Aibwa, let's set off quickly to the Great Ant Graveyard. Upon receiving the news, Tang Yu immediately went to the dining area, intending to drag Aibwa, who was still eating, to start the investigation in the Great Ant Graveyard. Xing followed closely behind Tang Yu, showing a look of helplessness on her face, along with a hint of eagerness. It seems you all can't wait to set off. Huh, then let's go. Although this meal isn't finished yet, we can eat whenever we want. Let's go, right, Wang Chan? Aibwa looked at the eager duo and paused her eating. Also routinely checking with the side, the Ailu cat Wang Chan, even though its opinion wouldn't really affect anything. With everyone's approval, the group immediately set off, still using the pterodactyl as their mode of transportation. The 3 of them boarded the pterodactyl and flew towards the Great Ant Graveyard. However, an unexpected incident occurred. It seemed that the pterodactyl that Tang Yu and Xing were on suddenly went off course and flew straight toward the peak in the Great Ant Graveyard. Just as they were about to crash, Tang Yu and Xing jumped off the dragon ahead of time, landing safely on a relatively flat platform. Are you guys okay? Why did the pterodactyl suddenly go berserk? Aibwa saw the situation of Tang Yu and Xing and immediately asked anxiously, but thankfully, there was no harm done. Look, Xing, see what I discovered. When Xing turned to look at Tang Yu's voice, she found that a white crystalline or vein had grown on the platform, which previously had no special products. Upon seeing the ore vein, the DNA buried within Xing's body activated, and she immediately took out a pickaxe to start mining. As they dug, the 2 finally realized what it was. It was a carapace stone vein. What? It's actually a carapace stone vein, oh my. This isn't good news at all. After filtering the news of Tang Yu and Xing returning to the camp via pterodactyl once again, Aibwa also realized the problem. After all, things like carapace stone veins only appear in places rich in energy, such as the depths of the geomantic corridor, which serves as an energy transmission channel connecting the continents. Now that the armored stone mine has appeared in the Great Ant Graveyard, it means that for some reason, the energy levels here have significantly increased, even to the extent that they can nurture armored stone mines. Compared to minerals, the changes in energy intensity are more distinctly reflected in the monsters here. It seems that this super powerful poison demon bird is not a coincidence. After AI Bo expressed his speculation, he indeed received even greater fighting spirit from Tang Yu and Xing, as this is the recommended group. And challenging stronger dragon types is their pursuit here. Alright, let's not think about those extraneous matters for now. The most important thing at the moment is to deal with that poison demon bird, as I am quite interested in such a powerful individual. Tang Yu also didn't care about those things, and her words successfully brought the topic back to the point. So let's set off. I believe that as a creature from the ancient tree forest, the poison demon bird would choose to stay in an environment similar to that of the ancient tree forest in the Great Ant Graveyard. Aibwa's words immediately revealed the location of the task's target. Indeed, based on common reasoning, the poison demon bird should be active in the forest of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Therefore, Tang Yu and Xing quickly mounted their respective medium-sized monsters and headed for that forest. As expected, when they arrived at the entrance of the forest, they saw the poison demon bird strolling between the 2 forests. Look over there. It seems our reasoning was correct. Tang Yu spotted the target and, without waiting for Xing's reaction, directly took out the pock ball containing Xiao Man, releasing the little one who had been cooped up for some time. As soon as the pock ball opened, Xiao Man let out a high-pitched roar, clearly very happy. Then it noticed the bewildered poison demon bird right in front of it. As a man-jaw dragon, Xiao Man wouldn't back down in front of the poison demon bird. It immediately activated the energy within, spread its wings, and charged toward the poison demon bird. Oh, go Xiao Man. On the sidelines, Tang Yu was enthusiastically cheering and enjoying the spectacle. Seeing this, Xing also temporarily set aside her thoughts of jumping into the fray. She was quite curious about who was stronger between Tang Yu's little fierce girl and this special poisonous bird. Little man, who was fighting, did not disappoint. She opened her mouth wide and aimed directly at the neck of the poison demon bird to bite. The poison demon bird sensed the danger and flapped its wings to create a counterforce, drifting backward just in time to avoid little man's biting attack. Immediately after, the feathers on the poison demon bird's neck exploded, and its throat surged as it sprayed a mass of poison toward little man. Seeing this, little man immediately counterattacked, gathering flames in her mouth and then spraying them at the poison. The poison and flames met in the air, resulting in a violent explosion. Yay! Wow! So exciting! Tang Yu's cheers were heard by little man, who immediately perked up. The mane on her body began to emit a colorful glow, and with the help of the lightning element, several colorful bolts of lightning erupted from little man's mouth, directly sweeping over the poison demon bird. Various attributes reacted with each other, and a series of reactions severely injured the poison demon bird. Seizing the opportunity, little man charged forward, sent the poison demon bird flying, and then immediately stepped forward, pinning it down and launching several energy blasts of different attributes at its head. Ultimately, this battle ended with little man's victory, and Star also made a capture at the last moment, as living research material is definitely better than dead. Tang Yu was also reprimanded by Xing for this incident, as the outcome was undoubtedly significant and related to the development direction of the base in the near term, hence the need for cautious handling. In the end, this special poison demon bird was brought back to the base, but the research results left most people at the base feeling troubled, as such a strengthening of power would be common rather than an exception, which meant that the ecological system of this new continent would ascend to a higher level. Chapter 186. The upper-level barbaric jaw dragon and the little barbarian, the ecological niche of the new continent reaching a higher level can be seen as both good and bad for the exploration team. The bad aspect is that, over a long period of development within the Hunter Guild, there are only a handful of hunters with exceptional strength capable of defeating ancient dragons. And most hunters only reach the pinnacle of their lives against lower-tier opponents like the Fire Dragon. Although the exploration team that came to the new continent was carefully selected from elites, only a few could thrive in a higher-level ecology. The ecological niche in the New World has risen, and the majority of hunters inevitably face more dangers while undertaking missions. Although the trade routes between the New World and the Guild are now open and supplies are no longer a major issue, they're still not something to be squandered. On the positive side, higher ranks mean higher quality materials, which far surpass those of lower ranks. This applies to the sharpness and hardness required for weapons, as well as the toughness needed for armor, among other things. Higher rank materials are indeed superior to lower rank materials. This presents a great opportunity for investigation teams with a high proportion of elites to enhance the overall combat capability of hunters. Moreover, this time's 5-phase team has 2 powerful recommendation groups. Even though the recommendation groups had been struggling without resources before, now with the strong materials from higher tier monsters to craft equipment, dealing with those powerful creatures has become much easier. They also have a fighting chance against the Elder Dragons, as their ecological niches are at least upper tier, except for the Qian. Eyeball. Look, this is my new Thunder Dragon set. I caught every Thunder Dragon I could find in that forest to complete this equipment. What do you think? In the dining area, Tang Yu also came here to show AI Bo her new Thunder Dragon set that she just picked up from the forge. It really suits you. And this time it's upper tier, so it's even stronger in defense. Ever since capturing the upper tier poison bird, the entire ecosystem of the New World has risen significantly recently. Tang has been on a long hunt in the ancient tree forest, planning to update her Thunder Dragon set. Due to Xing's intention to craft a Thunder Dragon Greatsword, he asked Tang Yue to help gather some materials. This also led to a significant decrease in the frequency of Thunder Dragon sightings in the ancient tree forest during this time, as they were likely scared off. Just as Tang Yue was showcasing the high-rank Thunder Dragon armor to Aibua, Xing appeared before them, wearing a freshly crafted high-rank Shanjua Dragon armor. As for how Xing obtained this Shanjua Dragon armor, it was because Tang Yue, while researching the evolution conditions for high-rank dragons, ventured alone into the Miasma Valley. There, he encountered a Shanjua dragon hunting outside, which, as the little tyrant of the Miasma Valley, directly attacked Tang Yue. Consequently, this led to the high-rank Shanjua dragon armor that Xing now wore. How about that? Not bad, right? Tang Yue felt proud looking at this new set of gear. After all, it was his effort. Thank you. The Shanjua dragon equipment is very suitable for using a greatsword. All right, Tang Yue, partner, there's a new mission from the headquarters. Abwa's words immediately caught the attention of Tang Yue and Xing recently. There hadn't been any major events, although the two went out every day to hunt high-rank dragons. They felt a bit aimless. Tang Yue had a research proposal for high-rank evolution, while Xing was simply focused on defeating monsters. Do you remember those strange traces and scales we discovered during our exploration? Abwa's opening line triggered their memories. Indeed, during their recent hunts, they had observed traces and scales that were distinct from other dragon species in various regions. Although the similarity to the female fire dragon was quite high upon comparison, it was clearly not the female fire dragon. As AI Bo saw that the two had already started to think, she continued with the next topic. Now, the headquarters has fully entrusted the investigation of this unknown female fire dragon to us. So let's work hard together. With renewed motivation, Tang Yue and Xing also perked up, and that day they each took 2 large dragons for hunting to liven things up. However, things always seemed to come flooding in at once. After receiving the task to investigate the traces of the special female fire dragon, the investigation team on the other side also immediately reported intelligence. At the same location, the Great Ant Mound Wilderness, traces of the barbarian jaw dragon had appeared. What more is there to say? Naturally, we have to set off to solve the problem again, and this time the target is still the barbarian jaw dragon, specifically the higher-ranked barbarian jaw dragon. If we can capture it smoothly, Tang Yue is confident that she can help her little barbarian evolve to a higher rank. In that case, let's get ready to set off. Clearly, Tang Yue is very satisfied with this job. Wait a minute. I just learned that the head chef seems to have upgraded the kitchen's configuration again to ensure our investigation goes smoothly, with even higher quality ingredients available. AI Bo's words immediately shifted Tang Yue's attention, and once again they went to the dining area, where they found that many new devices had been installed, and the ingredients hanging from the ceiling had significantly increased. The rich aroma of stew wafted through the air, and the huge chunks of meat roasting in the central stove emitted a strong fragrance. After enjoying a meal far beyond their usual cat food, the three set off once again for the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. It's puzzling why these two special situations both occurred in the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. Upon arriving at the Great Ant Mound Wilderness, Tang Yue directly summoned Little Barbarian, and together with Xing, they headed straight for Little Barbarian's back and rushed towards the forest of the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. Upon reaching the entrance of the forest again, they discovered the barbarian jaw dragon, taking a stroll. History tends to repeat itself. Last time, it was a poison demon bird, and this time, it was the barbarian jaw dragon, with no change of location at all. The higher-ranked barbarian jaw dragon faced off directly with Little Barbarian, who was still wondering why there was a sham made of the same clan. Little Barbarian immediately unleashed a barrage of energy bullets at the higher-ranked barbarian jaw dragon. Despite having various attributes and powerful energy bullet attacks, the lower-ranked Little Barbarian still found it somewhat challenging to battle the higher-ranked barbarian jaw dragon. However, they could still suppress it through firepower coverage. But this was not a one-on-one battle. There were also two highly skilled super hunters nearby. Chapter 187. Cherry, Fire Dragon, Little Barbarian. Now's the time. Use Flame Jet. At the top of the ancient tree forest, a uniquely patterned barbarian jaw dragon was battling against the top predator of this forest, the Fire Dragon. The two sides were evenly matched. After receiving the command, the barbarian jaw dragon actually breathed out a continuous stream of flames, directly rushing towards the male fire dragon, flying in midair. It goes without saying that this was Tang Yue, who had just completed her research on advancing to a higher ecological tier, and, after upgrading Little Barbarian's ecological niche, she hurriedly came out to test its combat power. Tang Yue wasted no time and directly engaged the higher-ranked male fire dragon. Now, it was the advanced Little Barbarian battling the higher-ranked male fire dragon. Little Barbarian's flames formed a continuous fire column that, with the movement of its head, fanned out into a fan shape covering the entire sky. Although the male fire dragon had strong flame resistance, it was forced to land to avoid being scorched by the continuous wave of flames. However, once the male fire dragon, having lost its aerial advantage, landed, the situation would not be good. The barbarian jaw dragon, with its powerful ground combat capabilities, was no joke. As the male fire dragon landed, Little Barbarian's back mane shimmered with various colors of light, and multiple attributes of energy were transmitted through its newly formed energy circuits to its sharp teeth, enhancing them with magical attributes. Little Barbarian, quick on the uptake, went straight for the male fire dragon's neck to take a bite. Although the male fire dragon anticipated the attack and tried to dodge, it was still grazed by Little Barbarian's sharp teeth. The moment the multiple attributes of energy made contact with the male fire dragon, the previously stable state was shattered, resulting in an intense explosion. The powerful explosion caused the male fire dragon's scales to burst apart. Good opportunity, little barbarian. Use Thunder Breath. Tang Yu, who was directing and somewhat hindering from the side, immediately gave the order. As a good little one, little barbarian followed the command without questioning its correctness. A strong thunderstorm gathered in its mouth, followed by a lightning storm, sweeping towards the heavily injured male fire dragon like a net. The continuous lightning paralyzed the male fire dragon, and as the lightning continued to wash over it, its scales were continuously shattered and peeled away. Upon seeing this, Tang Yu began frantically tossing the handful of tranquilizing gems she had grabbed when leaving. When Tang Yu returned to the base, she saw Xing happily walking out of the forging house, holding a brand new blue greatsword. Judging by the materials and patterns on this sword, it was clear that it was a meteor sword, crafted from the materials of the higher-ranked Wind Drift Dragon, showcasing a unique appearance with ice attributes. Hey, Xing! Upon seeing Xing, Tang Yu stepped forward to greet her, and her call brought Xing back from her daze. Upon seeing Tang Yu, she nodded seriously to acknowledge her. However, as soon as she looked up, she noticed that her hand felt light. The meteor sword she had been holding was gone, and upon closer inspection, she found it had somehow made its way into Tang Yu's hands. Xing also wanted to retrieve her weapon, and Tang Yu naturally understood, but she just wanted to take a look at this uniquely designed weapon. She also came to pick up the alluring 3 cobalt hammer that she had seen in the previous victory illustration. Of course, she also brought the captured fire dragon as a gift for Xing, as it was a material from a higher-ranked fire dragon, which could significantly enhance Xing's fire dragon sword, turning it into the flying dragon sword Ju. Alright, I just want to take a look. By the way, I just caught a male fire dragon. Do you need it? Tang Yu's words were casual, but as soon as Xing heard the content, she immediately nodded energetically and quickly headed to the base's entrance, where the male fire dragon that Tang Yu had summoned for transport was being kept. A few days later, the investigation into the mysterious female fire dragon was finally completed, and a large amount of data was sent to the Ecological Research Institute. Under the efforts of the Institute's director, a conclusion was finally reached. The recent touchpoint was on the Land Coral Plateau. Now that the direction was known, all that was left was the hunt. Recommended team. Set out. Tang Yu, Xing, and AI Bo's Dogchan directly boarded the widely recognized transportation tool of the New World, the Pterosaur, and set off. Yahoo! The investigation is finally complete. Let's quickly finish the hunt. In recent days, Tang Yu had also completed the adjustments for Little Barbarian, and its combat power had stabilized, allowing it to easily take down 1 or 2 ordinary ancient dragons without issue. This also led to Tang Yu's good mood. As the group approached, the mission target that was galloping here sensed the 3 people and 1 cat. It planned to take the initiative and approached directly from the air, with a strong wind pressure sweeping toward the group. It's the Sakura Fire Dragon. So it's her. That explains everything. Partners, Tangwe, I'm leaving it to you. Amid AI Bo's exclamation, she directly passed the task to Tangwe, and Xing seeing this, the two immediately sprang into action. Xing leaped and climbed up the vines on the nearby cliff, while Tangwe made a leap and directly landed on the head of the Sakura Fire Dragon, forcing it down to the ground. As soon as the Sakura Fire Dragon fell to the ground, Xing leaped down from the cliff and delivered a powerful falling attack right onto the dragon's head. The recommended group for the smash hit was just like this. No mercy. Just going straight for the head, each one of them ruthless and determined. The Sakura Fire Dragon had never encountered such force before. Usually, it bullied women and dominated men as it pleased. How could it possibly anticipate that it would face this today? Tang Yu and Xing were both seasoned hunters, and they showed no mercy as they attacked. One executed an empty Chinese waltz, while the other performed a large and small Iato dragon sword, dancing directly on the body of the Sakura Fire Dragon. To prevent the dragon from retaliating while they were dancing, Tang Yu even crazily summoned Little Man, who stomped directly on the Sakura Fire Dragon, pinning it to the ground without doing anything else. The poor Sakura Fire Dragon could only watch as Tang Yu and Xing manipulated it up and down, in and out. Ultimately, it was helplessly wrapped up in a captured grenade that had ensnared countless dragon cubs. That was really satisfying. You did well this time, Little Man. All right, it's done. Let's head back. Amidst the crackling sounds of thunder, the two villains returned to the investigation base, concluding today's hunt. Chapter 188. The Land of Dragon Crystals. Oh, it's actually a Sakura Fire Dragon. Yes, and this one has developed quite well. As the Sakura Fire Dragon was brought back to the base, A large number of scholars eagerly approached to conduct inspections and research. Even the commander-in-chief and others were drawn over to observe. They never expected to encounter a subspecies on the lush coral plateau. The commander-in-chief looked at the Sakura fire dragon with a frown. Things were not simple. The conditions for a subspecies to appear were not so easily met, as the scholars had mentioned. The investigation team leader also felt that there was indeed a problem with the appearance of a subspecies on the lush coral plateau, as subspecies do not just appear randomly. That's right, and this subspecies is in such great condition. It must have had a very rich diet to reach this level. The commander-in-chief agreed, stating that since taking on the role of commander, he had gone hunting less frequently and had researched more about ecology, gaining some understanding of subspecies. Oh, so as long as there is a rich nutritional environment, it can give rise to this special body called a subspecies. During this time, while focused on researching higher-tier advancements, Tang Yu hadn't studied the knowledge of monsters to the extent of subspecies. Upon seeing the Sakura fire dragon, she initially thought it was a genetic issue similar to albinism, but now it seemed more complicated. That's roughly the idea, but the specifics still need to be inquired about with the scholars. In response to Tang Yu's question, the investigation team leader was at a loss. He could mention a few things, but couldn't explain everything. I don't know about other things, but I do know about places with rich nutritional growth. Just then, a magnificent and resonant voice came from the direction of the base's entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw a golden lion, or rather, a robust man with a head of thick golden hair appearing at the entrance of the base. Captain. With the team leader's exclamation, the identity of the newcomer was clear. He was the captain of the investigation team, the leader of the first group of elite individuals sent to the New World. He was also the one who skillfully navigated the ship to the two towering stone pillars. You finally returned. The commander-in-chief was quite happy to see the captain's arrival and immediately went to greet him. I saw your performance. That battle with the Molten Mountain Dragon was truly spectacular. Of course, I also saw something incredible. I can share it with the old buddies later. Huh. The captain seemed quite grand, but when he mentioned the incredible thing, his tone turned serious. Clearly startled by Tang Yu's methods when he witnessed her transform the Molten Mountain Dragon from a cliff. Fortunately, at that time, Tang Yu had already entered her divine state, which was quite different from her usual state. If you saw it all, why didn't you come help? The commander-in-chief, upon hearing that the captain had just been watching, punched him in the chest in dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? I really trust you guys. He then burst into laughter, and the commander-in-chief joined in, showing their close relationship. All right, enough talk. Come take a look at this. Saying that, the captain tossed a large bag from his back onto the ground. As the bag hit the floor, its contents spilled out, revealing a multitude of crystals before everyone's eyes. Abo immediately reached out to touch them, and Tang Yu's eyes sparkled upon seeing them. Wow, such powerful energy. As she made contact, the immense energy within the crystals was felt. Where did you find these? The commander-in-chief's expression grew serious at the sight of these high-energy crystals. The appearance of such energy-rich items was not a good thing for hunters. Those were found at the location where we confronted the super-gigantic ancient dragon, deeper in the interior. These things are everywhere there. I have a feeling that these are related to the recent series of changes. Upon hearing the captain's information, the commander-in-chief's expression turned grave, while only Aibua, Tang Yu, and Xing felt pleased. Aibua and Xing were excited because this meant new ecosystems and new prey. Tang Yu, on the other hand, had many new plans after sensing the immense energy within the crystals. I plan to investigate there. Is anyone interested? As soon as the captain said this, the previously buzzing crowd fell silent. While Aibua and Xing were still examining the crystals, Tang Yu had already devised her plans to the third stage. Hey, who has the most energetic right now? The captain directly asked the commander-in-chief, as the one with the most energy would definitely be the strongest here and would also be safer. As soon as the commander-in-chief heard this, he directly threw the crystal in his hand to the side at Xing. This sudden action brought Xing back to reality, leaving him a bit dazed, while AI Bo beside him quickly understood what was going on. All right, it's you guys. Gather at the scene. I'll be waiting for you in that corridor. No tardines. With that, he hurriedly left, clearly not wanting to waste a moment. Seeing this, the others also gave Xing encouraging looks and words of support before leaving one after another. Leaving only the still dazed Xing, the recently snapped back to reality Tang Yu, and the excited AI Bo. After AI Bo explained the situation to the two, they also became interested, igniting their spirits. Without further ado, they geared up, had a hearty meal, and once they were full, set off. Upon reaching the depths of the earth vein corridor, They found the Grand Commander waiting at the entrance of a cave, his golden hair very conspicuous. Ha ha ha, you all arrived quite on time. Come, follow me, I'll show you around. With that, the Grand Commander took the lead. Tang Yu, the three of them, and the cat followed closely behind the Grand Commander. Along the way, AI Bo and the Grand Commander engaged in casual conversation, while Tang Yu had already started gathering resources around them. After passing through a narrow passage filled with hard rocks, a large cluster of crystals appeared before them. Passing through the crystals, they arrived at a vast space, where towering giant crystals rose into the clouds, showcasing the unique topography of the place. Looking at the gigantic crystals, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with a greedy glint. Chapter 189. The Chaos of Crystals. Come on, everyone. There's a trace of the Elder Dragon here. Just as AI Bo and the others were marveling at the grandeur of this crystal land, the Grand Commander dropped a bombshell. The Elder Dragon, which had caused trouble during the battles against the Molten Mountain Dragon twice, had actually appeared here as well. This was quite a catch. Oh, in that case, partners, let's search for traces of the Elder Dragon here. Who knows, we might find its location. AI Bo was visibly excited about the news of the Elder Dragon, though he wasn't quite sure why. However, Xing, who had encountered the Elder Dragon in 2 battles, naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. But by the time the two made their decision, they realized that Tang Yu had already vanished without them noticing. Huh, where's Tang Yu? Huh, if it's that red-haired girl. She must have set off while you were talking. You two better hurry up. The Grand Commander answered AI Bo's question, and as he finished speaking, he forcefully threw out the claw on his wrist and took off on a passing pterosaur for his own actions. Watching the Grand Commander fly away in the empty camp, AI Bo and Xing felt an indescribable emotion. In the end, with no other choice, Xing had to start the investigation alone, as AI Bo was a civilian staff member and couldn't possibly participate in every situation, especially since something always seemed to happen. So what was Tang Yu doing at this moment? As she followed the path in the land of dragon crystals, she arrived at a ravine-filled passage and continued upward. She discovered a cliff, and at the bottom of the cliff was a vast open space, the other end of which was filled with countless crystals growing wildly, filling the entire area. At this moment, Tang Yu was crazily mining in front of the crystal, holding a pickaxe in her hands. Beside her was Xiaoman, who was continuously devouring the crystals under Tang Yu's instructions. The immense energy was flowing into Xiaoman's entire body through the consumed crystals. The wall made of crystals was being constantly gnawed away. On the other side, Xing had also arrived at the roaring racetrack, encountering the rampaging speed demon dragon in this area. As a speedster, he immediately started a wild race, pushing Xing downwards. Huh, Xiaoman, did you hear something just now? Tang Yu, who was mining, seemed to have heard the distant sound of rolling wheels, but quickly faded away, leaving her unsure of what was happening. Xiaoman stopped eating and showed a puzzled expression. All right, I really am a fool for expecting you, Tang Yu said, and then continued her mining endeavors without paying any more attention. On the other side, after the exploding hammer dragon was driven down into a lower space, it erupted directly, using a quick slash combined with a large sword strike to hit the rolling, exploding hammer dragon, causing it to stop. Following that, a dragon sword strike aimed at its head was unleashed. This move thoroughly enraged the exploding hammer dragon, but under Xing's elegant quick slash, it caused no harm to Xing. Although previously, when teaming up with Tang Yu, the poor creatures could only lie on the ground and wait to be trampled under Tang Yu's immense strength. Battles like this were opportunities that Xing could only have when hunting alone. However, the skills of a royal hunter do not diminish, and Xing's techniques remain proficient. With the final attack of the red blade dragon sword, the speed-loving, exploding hammer dragon was bound tightly by Xing's hand grenade, ready for transport. After dealing with the speeding, exploding hammer dragon, Xing planned to continue exploring along the path. As Xing advanced, he arrived at an area filled with lava, where he encountered a lava dragon, a species of fish dragon living in the molten rock. He also discovered new spines of the elder dragon on the nearby rock wall. Just as Xing intended to incapacitate the lava dragon and take it back, a fierce roar echoed from a distance, coming from the direction of the crystal formation. Back with Tang Yu, that intense roar had originated from here. What could be the reason? It turned out that while Xing was battling the exploding hammer dragon, Tang Yu and Xiaoman had directly broken through the crystal wall in front of them. What lay before them was a brand new passage. Fearless, Tang Yu naturally proceeded down the path, harvesting every visible crystal along the way. Upon reaching the depths of the passage, they discovered an ancient dragon covered in black spines sleeping in its nest. Tang Yu immediately recognized it as the Elder Dragon encountered during the battle with the Lava Mountain Dragon. Curious about the Elder Dragon's regeneration abilities, Tang Yu, having only seen that embarrassing lower-tier Qian besides the Lava Mountain Dragon, wasted no time in pulling out the insect stick and slashing at the Elder Dragon's tail. This was followed by a resounding roar, which was the same roar that Xing had heard in the lava area. The Elder Dragon, initially sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by Tang Yu's attack and soared into the air in fury, ready to deliver a descending palm strike to Tang Yu. However, just as it took off, it was struck down by a powerful dragon attribute energy cannon fired by Xiaoman. After releasing that energy cannon, which far exceeded previous ones, Xiaoman felt a wave of relief, having consumed so many high-energy crystals. The Obliteration Dragon was not having a good time. A single energy blast completely destroyed all the black spikes on its body, and the entire dragon fell to the ground. Seeing this, Tang Yu didn't rush in for the finishing blow. Instead, she crouched beside the Obliteration Dragon, watching as its spikes grew back at a visibly rapid pace, with their color deepening continuously. Interesting. What a powerful regeneration ability. Indeed, if it didn't have such a strong regeneration capability, with how much the Obliteration Dragon liked to meddle everywhere, it surely wouldn't last long. While Tang Yu was making her observations, the Obliteration Dragon completed its recovery on the ground, planning to teach the nearby reptile a lesson. By the time Xing arrived in the crystal-laden area following the noise, he saw an ancient dragon, smooth all over, being beaten mercilessly by Tang Yu, with the small spikes that were growing continuously being crushed the moment they sprouted. That day, the Obliteration Dragon wished it didn't have such a powerful regeneration ability. When Tang Yu returned to the base dragging the Obliteration Dragon, it shocked everyone in the base. This was an extremely rare case of capturing an ancient dragon. After all, not all hunters in the base could defeat an ancient dragon that symbolized natural disasters. Chapter 190. B-25 Bomber and Lufa. Ever since Tang Yu brought the Obliteration Dragon back to the base, the scholars inside were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, constantly surrounding the Obliteration Dragon for research throughout the day, and even scholars from the research base came rushing in. Now, these scholars were densely packed around the Obliteration Dragon conducting research, while the Obliteration Dragon lay there like a good child, strangely resting in place, only letting out a couple of roars instinctively when a few daring scholars approached to pull out a spike. The reason why the Annihilation Dragon is behaving so well now is not because Tang Yu is watching it all the time. If that were the case, Tang Yu would probably choose to just throw a ball and take him directly. After all, her own enjoyment is the most important thing. She wouldn't foolishly stay here as a bodyguard, unlike those who would go to great lengths for a second-level attack orb. The reason why the Annihilation Dragon is so obedient now is that Tang Yu directly took out the long-unseen Willy and placed it beside the Annihilation Dragon's head. It's worth noting that ever since Tang Yu reclaimed the power of the Zero Realm, Willy's status has also risen significantly. So suppressing a mere Annihilation Dragon is not an issue. Tang Yu, is this really okay? After all, it's an ancient dragon. At this moment, Tang Yu was in the dining area above, eating cat food, while AI Bo was eating as well, watching the scholars below and the Annihilation Dragon in the center. Of course it's fine. You have to trust Willy. It has accompanied me for many years. As Tang Yu spoke, she couldn't help but show a nostalgic expression, reminiscing about her time in the Douluo continent, stirring things up in the interstellar world, and her close friends in the Terra world. But now it's break time, of course. We should have fun. All right. By the way, it seems that the scholars outside have made some new discoveries. Should we go take a look? Seeing Tang Yu answer so confidently, AI Bo no longer worried, as she had an inexplicable trust in Tang Yu. The topic shifted to recent investigative leads. Of course, I'm interested. You know, I just finished enhancing Xiaoman. Now is just the right time to go out and test it. By the way, where is Xing? Why isn't she here? During this time, Tang Yu wasn't just playing. She had been researching the crystals from the Dragon Crystal Land and recently made significant progress, applying these research results to Xiaoman, greatly increasing her combat power. Oh, you mean her? It seems she recently learned about a special combat arena from the Forging House and went there to hone her skills. While AI Bo was speaking, they saw a weary figure flying from a distance. When it landed and they took a closer look, they realized it was none other than Xing. Hey Xing, you're back. How was that special combat arena? As soon as Tang Yu saw Xing, she knew she had returned from that combat arena, and she was also somewhat interested in it. It was great. The battles were very intense. Although Xing didn't say much, her meaning was clear. She had directly fought all the monsters she had captured in a wheel battle at the combat arena, which indeed sounded interesting. All right, since you're back, let us take a break and then go do the scholar's special task. Seeing this, AI Bo also pulled Xing to rest, and the next day, the three of them gathered again. They boarded the wyvern and set off toward the ancient tree forest. Oh, you guys are here. That's great. We discovered some unusual traces in the ancient tree forest that need your investigation. By the way, where's that partner lady? Upon arriving at the camp, they saw the scholars who had given the commission, but the scholar's question made the two of them turn to look, only to find that AI Bo, who had been preparing in the camp all along, was missing. With no other choice, the two had to start searching, but with the help of the enhanced guiding insect. These are minor issues. They quickly found AI Bo's footprints and followed them, leading them to a clearing outside the internal camp of the forest. Upon arriving, they spotted AI Bo in the distance, collecting mushrooms. As the two approached, AI Bo noticed them and immediately greeted them. However, just as AI Bo was free, a herbivorous dragon stretched its head into the basket where AI Bo stored ingredients. Seeing this, AI Bo nervously rushed over to stop it. But an unexpected event occurred. Tang Yu and the others saw a middle-parted dragon suddenly rush out and bite the herbivorous dragon. AI Bo was also knocked back by the herbivorous dragon's movement and landed on the back of the middle-parted dragon. Just when things seemed to be settling, an unexpected danger appeared. From the nearby woods, another large beast dragon appeared. The greenish color and shape were unmistakably that of a food chain disruptor, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ipo was also taken to the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex by the commotion caused by Zhongfengge being hunted. Just when the two were about to approach and deal with the Tyrannosaurus, a shadow appeared beneath their feet. Looking up, they saw the ecological police, the explosive scale dragon. It was truly a series of infinite layers. Just after the Tyrannosaurus had dealt with Zhongfengge, it was bombarded by the falling explosive scales. Fortunately, it was a side attack, allowing Ipo to escape unharmed, and taking advantage of the moment when the Tyrannosaurus was knocked to the ground. Ipo quickly left and joined Tang Yue and the others nearby. After Tang Yu saw AI Bo leave, she took out 4 small stools and placed them on the ground. When AI Bo arrived, he also sat on a stool with Tang Yu and Xing to watch the battle between the two troublemakers. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately stood up and bit the neck of the explosive scale dragon that was about to pounce, slamming it down to the ground. In an instant, the explosive scales on the explosive scale dragon's neck detonated, and a series of explosions engulfed both dragons' heads. The explosive scale dragon was severely injured, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was also dazed from a blast. The first to recover was the explosive scale dragon, which swung its tail, covered in explosive scales, and struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex, causing a violent explosion. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, attacked, became furious. Its neck scales opened, gathering a large amount of dragon energy, and it unleashed a powerful dragon breath towards the explosive scale dragon. The explosive scale dragon was hit and emitted a large amount of dragon energy, retreating under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack. Realizing the situation was dire, it took to the air and began bombarding the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which continuously sprayed dragon breath at the explosive scale dragon in the sky. Tang Yu and her companions watched with great delight, but at that moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the explosive scale dragon seemed to reach a consensus and charged toward Tang Yu and her group, causing trouble. Tang Yu quickly threw an object, and a gigantic figure appeared in the air. The moment that figure appeared, a brilliant white light engulfed the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the explosive scale dragon, completely immobilizing both. Xing, seeing this, skillfully threw a capture grenade. Chapter 191. Ancient Dragon Battle. Recommended group members, you have finally returned. The command center has urgent matters for you, so please take care of it. As soon as Tang Yu and her companions returned to the base, they encountered an anxious hunter. Upon seeing Tang Yu and the others, the hunter excitedly stopped them and had the aforementioned conversation. Since it was a matter for the command center, Tang Yu and her companions couldn't decline and immediately headed towards the command center not far away, where they saw the leaders of various departments had already arrived. Now that the representatives of the recommended group are here, let's begin the meeting. The commander-in-chief started the meeting as soon as Tang Yu and the others arrived. It seemed that the previous hunter had an important task. Fortunately, he had just met Tang Yu and her group upon their return, or he would have had to take risks to find them. Today, I have gathered you all here for a specific reason. Ever since Miss Tang Yu captured the Annihilation Dragon and brought it back to the base, the investigation teams have frequently discovered traces of ancient dragons in various locations. The commander-in-chief wasted no time and went straight to the point, revealing significant news. What? Traces of ancient dragons have been frequently found in various places? Could it be a large-scale migration of ancient dragons? The head of the supply team exclaimed. Wait, it's also possible that the ancient dragons that originally existed were in hibernation due to the activities of the Annihilation Dragon. Now that the Annihilation Dragon has been captured and lost its suppression, they have started to become active. After all, according to the description from the head of the Ecological Research Institute, the Annihilation Dragon preys on ancient dragons. The investigation team leader provided a different hypothesis, which clearly aligned more with the current situation. So is this my problem? Tang Yu suddenly felt it was her issue. No, not only is it not your problem, but we also have to thank you, Miss Tang Yu. If you hadn't captured the Annihilation Dragon, the ancient dragons in this new continent would not have become active. Although this increases the danger of the mission, as long as we are careful, we should be fine. On the contrary, as the ancient dragons become active, we have a better chance to investigate their true migration purpose. When we learned that the Molten Mountain Dragon was lured away from its sleeping place, we felt that the situation was not simple. If there were indeed large numbers of ancient dragons in the new continent, it would support our hypothesis. The problem is, if the ancient dragons were quietly sleeping there with their powerful vitality, we might never complete the investigation. However, now that the ancient dragons are becoming active, as long as they are active, there will be clues, and with clues, we have the opportunity to complete the investigation. So we should all thank you. After the Commander-in-Chief's explanation, Tang Yu scratched her head in embarrassment. Although she captured the Annihilation Dragon because they accidentally dug into its nest while mining and caught it, the result was good, and that was what mattered. Alright, since the ancient dragons have started to become active, we need to investigate and clean up the necessary matters for the safety of the base. Let's start arranging tasks. This investigation is divided into 3 areas. The ancient tree forest will be handled by an investigation team. The Great Ant Mound Wasteland will be led by a swordsmanship master. And the investigation of the Miasma Valley will be coordinated by the research base, with hunters responsible for investigating the 3 areas and reporting to the respective leaders. Once enough clues are gathered, they will be handed over to the Ecological Research Institute for integration. Meeting adjourned. With the Commander-in-Chief's arrangements, the Ancient Dragon Investigation mission officially began. Tang Yu and Xing immediately took on tasks from the investigation team leader and the swordsmanship master present, then hurried to the research base to receive their assignment. Upon meeting the team leader of the 3rd phase, who looked troubled about the task, Tang Yu and Xing wasted no time and began their sweep of the Miasma Valley, resolving everything from the Bone Hammer Dragon at the top level to the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Tragiclaw Dragon at the lower levels. They then began a thorough search throughout the Miasma Valley. While at the upper level, they successfully discovered some seemingly rotten meat chunks. Strangely, these chunks attracted the attention of guiding insects and exhibited a blue reaction, indicating a high-energy target. This change immediately made Tang Yu and Xing realize that this was the trace of ancient dragons. They quickly let the guiding insects start working, following their lead downward. Soon they arrived at the bottom of the Miasma Valley, where acidic pools were everywhere. Finally, under the guidance of the insects, they were blocked by a wall made of unique biological tissue from the Miasma Valley. This ignited Tang Yu's temper. Hey, nothing can block my way in front of me. Open up. Tang Yu took a step back to create distance, then gathered energy in her insect-controlling stick and threw it at the center of the wall. The moment the stick made contact with the wall, it firmly embedded itself, and then the energy erupted, spreading radiant patterns across the wall. Then Tang Yu leaped high and kicked the exposed part of the insect-controlling stick. As her strength transmitted through, the wall shattered, turning into fragments along the energy patterns. Now the path was clear. Tang Yu picked up the insect-controlling stick that had flown to the side and led the way forward. Xing and Wang Jiang quickly followed suit. Let me see what's in here. Wow, I didn't expect that the innermost part of the Miasma Valley would be a mountain of corpses. Before the two and Wang Jiang were a mountain of bodies piled up. Several local specialty poison stun dragons were feeding on the corpses, surrounded by thick miasma. Just as Tang Yu and her group were about to continue their exploration, a transformation occurred. The miasma that had originally surrounded the poisonous dragon suddenly changed, as strands of energy were drawn out from within the dragon by the miasma, causing the poisonous dragon to collapse, lifeless. At the same time, wisps of miasma continuously gathered, forming currents of miasma that converged towards the center of the mountain of corpses. This scene felt so formulaic, clearly indicating the appearance of a big boss. Accompanied by Tang Yu's complaints, the mountain of corpses rose high, and a tall figure slowly emerged from within, its broken, decayed wings unfurling, covered in what resembled decaying tissue. Two bright, eye-like organs were located on either side of its head. The entire body was draped in remnants of corpses, surrounded by dense miasma. This was indeed the source of the miasma in the Valley of Miasma, the ancient dragon corpse, the corpse dragon. Chapter 192, Ancient Dragon Battle 2. Roar. I knew there would be a big guy here, just as I expected. Come on, Xing. Let's start the hunt. It's decided. You are the one, little man. Tang Yu clearly anticipated the appearance of the corpse dragon, in a place that was obviously set up for a professional boss battle. It would have been a shame not to have a boss appear. As someone who had served as the main planner, Tang Yu was naturally well aware of this. With Tang Yu's cheers, the prepared star appeared, along with the Pak ball containing Xiao Man, thrown from Tang Yu's hand. As the red light fell to the ground, Xiao Man revealed a new form in front of everyone. In the Dragon Crystal Land, Tang Yu had collected a large amount of high-purity crystals, and during previous battles, Xiao Man had already shown her new form, demonstrating her power. Now, Xiao Man's appearance hadn't changed much. However, crystals had formed around the shoulders and back of her two cute little hands, encircling the base of her arms, while her back displayed an expanded form, resembling two ultra-short mini gliding wings. In addition, fine crystals had also appeared on her tail and hind claws. These details are significant and clearly indicate the results of Tang Yu's enhancements this time. As soon as Xiao Man appeared, she lunged directly at the corpse dragon in front of her. Perhaps it was because the corpse dragon, being an ancient dragon, brought its minions with it. Or maybe it was due to her prolonged stay with Tang Yu. But Xiao Man showed no signs of being suppressed in front of the ancient dragon. She bit down on the corpse dragon's head. The corpse dragon, as an ancient dragon, wouldn't just let Xiao Man attack it. It immediately unleashed its signature ability. With the miasma swirling around its body, a violent explosion followed. The dense miasma formed a tangible force that sent Xiao Man flying. Tang Yu and Xing, who were preparing to strike its tail nearby, were also affected. Xing was somewhat accustomed to being knocked back, tossed, and hit, but Tang Yu had never experienced such treatment, especially for miasma. This instantly activated Tang Yu's combat mode. She raised her insect-controlling stick and executed a spinning strike against the corpse dragon, the immense force lifting the massive creature into the air before crashing it down heavily. Seeing this, Xiao Man immediately aimed for the corpse dragon's neck. An energy began to converge from the corpse dragon's entire body into Xiao Man's mouth. Meanwhile, the star naturally came to the back of the corpse suit dragon and struck fiercely at its slender tail, directly cutting off that adorable tail. On the other side, Tang Yu directly launched a meteor flash strike at the head of the corpse suit dragon, delivering a series of rapid stabs like a violent storm, continuously hitting the dragon's head. The two bright, eye-like glowing organs were also directly shattered by Tang Yu. The fragments of the corpse draped over its head were completely smashed as well. After this series of attacks, the corpse suit dragon entered a frenzied state and forcefully shook off the star that had climbed onto its back, as well as Tang Yu, who intended to launch another set of attacks, and the energy-draining Xiao Man, sending them all flying. However, it was already too late. Xiao Man, activat combat mode. With Tang Yu's command, the energy-drained Xiao Man underwent a transformation. Crystals began to grow, forming a crystal blade. Strong joints in its hind legs also sprouted crystals for protection. Most importantly, its originally short forelimbs grew into a pair of strong crystal arms with powerful claws due to the rapid growth of crystals at their ends. Transformed, Xiao Man delivered a powerful slap to the head of the corpse suit dragon. This slap inflicted significant psychological damage on the poor dragon. Immediately after, Xiao Man charged, causing the corpse suit dragon to stagger. Then, with its crystal arms, it seized the dragon's wings, pressing down hard while its large mouth aimed for the dragon's neck once again. At the same time, Tang Yu jumped onto Xiao Man's flattened tail, using the momentum to launch herself like a catapult. Taking advantage of this force, she soared above the corpse suit dragon's back and executed a dazzling pressure strike, performing a 90-degree turn in midair. With a tremendous blow, she struck the dragon's back, breaking its limbs and forcing it to collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the star began to frantically attack all possible locations on the corpse suit dragon for rare materials, hoping to extract valuable items for crafting new equipment. Completely immobilized, the corpse suit dragon was treated like a punching bag by Tang Yu and her companions, ultimately falling tragically and becoming their material. Wow, look what I dug up. While the two were collecting materials, Tang Yu's exclamation immediately caught the star's attention. Looking over, she saw Tang Yu holding up a brilliant gem in one hand, which was the corpse suit dragon's precious gem. This was an ultra-rare material for crafting equipment. Then, while the star was still marveling at Tang Yu's good luck, Tang Yu called out, instantly attracting the star's attention. Instinctively feeling something flying towards her, she reached out and found the gem in her hands. Take it. It's useless to me anyway. Indeed, Tang Yu never cared about the effects when crafting equipment, only the appearance. Such rare materials were far more important to the star. After collecting the materials, the group returned to the research base, satisfied. Yo, we're back. With Tang Yu's greeting, the relevant personnel at the research base turned to look at her. Just as Tang Yu and her group arrived at the high point of the research base to report their mission to the leader of the third team, they noticed the wilderness master nearby. Ah, it's the old lady. You're here too. AI Bo immediately spotted the wilderness master and warmly greeted her. It's you guys. Are you investigating ancient dragons? I discovered a new area deep in the Miasma Valley. There may be traces of ancient dragons. So I came back to notify you and see if anyone would go investigate. What do you say? Would you like to go? The wilderness master briefly explained why she was there and proposed a mission to Tang Yu and her group. AI Bo emitted a shy sound upon hearing this. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Aren't you usually very proactive? This is quite strange. The wilderness master felt puzzled by Tang Yu's group's reaction. It seems there's a reason. Can you explain? The leader of the third team also asked. The area you mentioned has already been explored by us. And there was indeed an ancient dragon, which we just dealt with. Following AI Bo's explanation, there was a brief silence before laughter erupted. Isn't that even better? Chapter 193, Ancient Dragon Battle 3. Although it felt like they had wasted their efforts, the outcome was the same. Since that's the case, I'll leave the remaining troubles to you. The wilderness master felt somewhat emotional about the end of the corpse suit dragon, but didn't say much. After all, everyone here was like that. After advising Tang Yu and her group, she picked up her backpack and set off again. Well, this matter is settled. I have received the results of the ancient dragon investigation in the Miasma Valley, so please return to the starbase to report. The leader of the third team confirmed the settlement of the relevant investigation task. Seeing this, Tang Yu and her group packed their belongings and returned to the starbase. As their work here was finished, it was more convenient to set off for the ancient tree forest and the great ant tomb from the starbase. Well then, let us go. Bye. After bidding farewell to the people at the research base, Tang Yu and her group boarded a wyvern and flew towards the starbase. Upon returning to the base, AI Bo went to the Ecological Research Institute to report on the corpse suit dragon's data, while Tang Yu returned to her cabin to rest. As for the star, she headed straight to the forge, where after a conversation, she used the materials from the corpse suit dragon to forge a set of armor that could continuously restore the wearer's health, which could be considered a lifesaver. The three-piece set from the corpse suit dragon, filled with defense gems, is incredibly stable, though the damage is a bit low. As the command center marveled at the efficiency of the investigation team, Tang Yu and her group set off once again, this time heading for the ancient tree forest. The ancient tree forest was now far more dangerous compared to when they first arrived in the New World. Whether it was the rampaging tyrant dragon that preyed on everything or the world police, the explosive scale dragon, alongside its subspecies, the cherry fire dragon and the azure fire dragon, would occasionally come to the ancient tree forest to hunt. However, what can I say? The ancient dragons in the ancient tree forest seemed to possess excellent mobility, leaving only traces of their activities while their actual forms remained unseen, leading Tang Yu to plan a strategy similar to the unfortunate corpse suit dragon, which ended in failure. Unfortunately, the director of the Ecological Research Institute was not joking. Utilizing the traces collected from the ancient tree forest, she identified the specific species of this ancient dragon. It was the steel dragon. The location of the steel dragon has been found, and it turns out to be in the land of dragon crystals. According to the habits of the steel dragon, the position should be in the upper area of the land of dragon crystals. Upon receiving the news, Tang Yu has also rested well and put on new equipment. They set off immediately. The land of dragon crystals, although it was heavily mined by Tang Yu last time, is still filled with a large number of crystals. Following the guidance of the director of the Ecological Research Institute, the group arrived at the platform above. Soon, a strong whirlwind gathered in the sky, and the scattered crystals around were lifted into the air by the airflow. After a powerful impact, those crystals shot down toward Tang Yu and the others below. The figure in the wind was revealed, and it was indeed the target of the mission, the steel dragon. Seeing the mission target appear, Xing immediately launched an attack with a claw strike. Meanwhile, Tang Yu started pulling things out of her pockets. To deal with this steel dragon, Tang Yu was well prepared. Since these young, ancient dragons couldn't sense her identity, their fate was already sealed, becoming Tang Yu's plaything. This time, Tang Yu pulled out a 3-meter radius machine from her 10-centimeter pocket. The machine was cylindrical in shape, with a large red and blue magnet-like device on top. Without hesitation, Tang Yu activated it. On the side, Xing had just completed an aerial confrontation with the steel dragon, ultimately being shaken off since he couldn't fly, while the steel dragon took a full set of aerial 5-slashes from Xing to finish the encounter. Just as they were about to start round 2, Tang Yu below had already activated her new toy. With a powerful suction force, the steel dragon in the air was uncontrollably drawn towards the machine below. Soon, there was a bang, as the steel dragon was sucked onto the machine, and after a fierce struggle, the steel dragon realized it couldn't resist at all, given its position with its back facing down. Now, the steel dragon was in a state with its limbs in the air, completely suspended, and its wings on its back were immobilized due to the influence of Tang Yu's device, leaving it with no leverage to escape and stuck in midair. Ha ha ha! Xing, look, I succeeded. I created this sealing device for the steel dragon based on its interest, and it worked. Amidst the cheers and Xing's bewildered expression, the steel dragon looked quite dejected, now resembling a lamb to the slaughter, completely lacking the demeanor of a renowned ancient dragon like the wind-soaring dragon. So what's next? Xing, seeing the scene before him, was unsure of Tang Yu's intentions and asked. However, Tang Yu's answer was that she didn't know. Oh, I just thought of calling it the steel dragon, and I made something like a magnet to play with. Who would have thought it would actually work? I didn't consider what to do afterward at all. Indeed, this behavior was very characteristic of Tang Yu, thinking on her feet, with the ability to create something in a short time, but her actions often lacked follow-up. Oh, what incredible thing have you all done again? I could see the commotion from over there. Just as Tang Yu and Xing were staring at each other, a rough and hearty voice came from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was the great commander. Ah, it's the Golden Lion. Tang Yu directly referred to the Golden Lion without any hesitation. Ha ha! Indeed, some people do call me that privately. But compared to this, what you have here is even more surprising. Saying this, the great commander looked at the steel dragon, which was lying there in despair. After several attempts, the steel dragon finally chose to give up thinking. Oh, you mean this? It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and now I have no idea what to do. Tang Yu showed no intention of reflecting on this. This is indeed a problem, although this counts as a capture. And it's another ancient dragon. Leaving it to scholars is still a bit too dangerous. The great commander had recently learned that Tang Yu had captured the Annihilation Dragon, which truly surprised him, as it was a rare ancient dragon capture. So what should we do? Chapter 194, Ancient Dragon Battle 4. I'm finally back. This trip has really exhausted me. Upon returning to the base, Tang Yu stretched widely. This mission was indeed full of twists and turns. It's all your fault for doing that to the steel dragon, leading to such a massive mobilization of manpower and resources this time. Beside her, AI Boat directly criticized Tang Yu's actions this time. In the end, the steel dragon, captured in such a unique manner by Tang Yu, was finally moved to the temporary research site in the Grand Canyon with the help of AI Bo, who returned to the base after hearing the news, gathering a large team to transport the steel dragon, along with the magnet. Additionally, it should be mentioned that the Annihilation Dragon, which Tang Yu had previously dragged back to the base, had already been released. It even looked back 3 times as if worried this was just a joke. Of course, the necessary research had already been completed by the scholars. This time, it can be said that the research on ancient dragons has greatly increased, and the guild has also sent compliments. After the Steel Dragon mission was completed, the only ancient dragon left to investigate was the one appearing in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. While Tang Yu and her team, with the help of the large group, were transporting the Steel Dragon, another team, the Recommendation Group, led by Sang, also completed the investigation of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, determining that the target was the Flame King Dragon under the research of the Ecological Research Institute. Since they were still busy transporting the Steel Dragon, the command center sent Sang and his team directly to investigate and hunt. You're back. Just in time. The other Recommendation Group has encountered trouble. Please go and provide support. Just after Tang Yu and her team returned to the base, they were called over by the Commander-in-Chief. The order they received was to provide support. Given Sang's strength, dealing with a single ancient dragon shouldn't be a problem, but now they actually needed support, indicating that an unexpected situation had arisen. Understood, we'll set off immediately. AI Bo promptly agreed, as support missions differed from other missions, and it was best to hurry. Let us go. We need to get there quickly. AI Bo looked at Tang Yu, who was still lost in thought, and dragged her along with Xing towards the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. When they arrived at the support location in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, they immediately understood what had happened. On the desert of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, there was a battle between a person and 2 towering figures. Those two figures were red and blue, clearly the Flame King Dragon and the Flame Empress Dragon. No wonder support was needed. If it were just the Flame King Dragon, Sang could handle it. But with the Flame Empress Dragon, its official mate, joining in, it was indeed dangerous. Seeing this, Tang Yu and Xing wasted no time and rushed in to provide support. Using the slope of the terrain, they executed a sliding attack directly beneath the Flame King Dragon and the Flame Empress Dragon, aiming for the relatively soft underbelly of the two dragons. Song, who was constantly maneuvering and dodging, also noticed the two. "Oh, you finally made it. It was really a close call. I didn't expect to almost have a mishap this time." Although Sang's words were full of energy, his already chaotic breathing revealed that he had been fighting for quite some time and was feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Don't worry, now that we're here, the battle is over," Tang Yu replied quickly, then countered by knocking the incoming Flame King Dragon's head aside. And the crown that had already been damaged by Sang was now completely shattered. On the side, the Flame Empress Dragon also didn't fare well, as Xing skillfully blocked all of its attacks with precise cuts and air blade slashes, combined with the outdated toy he had just picked up from Tang Yu. The flying insect unleashed several cherry blossom air blade slashes, dealing significant damage to the Flame Empress Dragon, shattering the crown on its head and leaving it looking quite defeated. After Tang Yu sent the Flame King Dragon flying, she directly thrust the blade end of the insect-controlling rod forward and pulled it back, creating a brilliant magic circle that surrounded her hand. The insect-controlling rod transformed into the front end of a massive spear, which Tang Yu then struck heavily against the Flame King Dragon's kidney. This blow caused the Flame King Dragon to roll over in a full 720 degrees and then lie on the ground. It felt an overwhelming sense of weakness flooding its body, indicating kidney deficiency. Goodness, Tang Yu's previous strike probably ruined the Flame King Dragon's kidney. Its later years are not looking good. On the other side, with the help of the recovered Sang, Xing and Sang worked together to directly suppress the Flame Empress Dragon, forcing it to retreat step by step. Just then, a shadow attacked from a distance. When the shadow landed, it turned out to be the Annihilation Dragon. As soon as the Annihilation Dragon touched the ground, it saw Tang Yu dragging the tail of the Flame King Dragon, smashing it back and forth on the ground, while the three were executing coordinated moves to relentlessly beat the Flame Empress Dragon. As the Annihilation Dragon spotted the three of them, Tang Yu and the others also turned their gaze towards the Annihilation Dragon. Seeing this, the Annihilation Dragon immediately stood upright, pointed its fingers twice, and then waved its hand, taking off and fleeing. That was the Annihilation Dragon just now, right? While beating the Flame King Dragon, he asked Xing and Sang beside him. "It should be, right?" Song, who had never seen such a scene, also expressed confusion. "So it is, but I don't know what it's here for. Could it be to say hello?" Tang Yu still couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it anymore and casually tossed the already defeated Flame King Dragon to the ground, preparing to start gathering materials. On the side, Xing and Sang had also finished their work and began to extract materials from the Inferno Dragon, no longer concerned about the small incident of just extinguishing the dragon. After returning to the base, they observed their surroundings and confirmed that no strange items were brought back. Their expressions a mix of disappointment and surprise, as the two recommendation teams completed their tasks normally. However, it was clear that the investigation into the ancient dragon had not ended there. Just as Tang Yu and the others were preparing to leave, two figures approached from outside the base, one of whom was the well-known Golden Lion commander, and beside him was the dragon-human hunter they had encountered in the Great Antum Wasteland. "Oh, you guys are back. Did you find anything?" The commander immediately stepped forward to inquire, as both were friends from the same group, and their return to the base must have been due to some significant discovery. Sure enough, the dragon-human hunter handed over a crystal to the commander. The energy concentration of this crystal. The moment the commander received the crystal, he realized the issue. The energy intensity of the crystal was simply too high. Chapter 195. Ancient Dragon War v. Such a concentration. Where was this found? The current situation directly pointed to the cause of this ancient dragon incident. In the deepest part of the dragon crystal area, at the center of the enormous crystal, which is also the energy convergence point of the entire new world, I call it the convergence zone. The dragon-human hunter did not hesitate to share what he knew. "Haha, it seems the final battle is about to begin. Are you ready?" The commander stepped forward in agreement, and his final words were directed at Tang Yu and her team. In the entire base, besides the aging members of the first team when they were young, it was likely only the recommendation team that had the chance to battle against such a powerful existence, which which had been rampaging and slaughtering ancient dragons. You need to think carefully. This time, the opponent is not on the same level as before. Absorbing such massive energy from the entire new world is undoubtedly a formidable existence. Compared to the commander's exuberance, the dragon-human hunter appeared quite worried. After all, in that area, the dissipated energy alone could give rise to many high-quality subspecies. Then we'll go prepare over there. If you've thought it through, come on over. No tardines. After saying this, the commander and the dragon-human hunter left, heading first to the convergence zone, leaving behind Assyria's commander and a few bewildered members of Tang Yu's team. So, what are your thoughts? The commander ultimately left the choice to Xing and Tang Yu. However, the only thing that needed consideration was what weapons or armor to prepare. Is there even a need to think about it, Commander? We came to this new world for this moment, right? AI Bo clearly understood Tang Yu and Xing's characters and accepted the task. Very well, then it's up to you. Stay safe. The base will meet all your needs. After receiving their response, the commander let out a slight sigh of relief, as this would be the best opportunity to complete the investigation. All clues, the ancient dragon's anomalies, pointed to the convergence zone, where no matter what lay there, it would be the ultimate answer. Having accepted the mission, Tang Yu and her team immediately rushed to the forge. Tang Yu was fine, but the key was Xing. Her entire strength relied on the support of these equipments. Although there were Tang Yu's cross-version items, the equipment was still crucial. This time, Xing also took out a katana made from the materials of the extinguishing dragon. As a dragon that preyed on ancient dragons, weapons made from its materials possessed powerful dragon-sealing abilities. This would definitely be helpful against such a powerful ancient dragon. After a series of preparations, the group set off once again, this time headed towards the depths of the dragon crystal area, specifically inside the enormous crystal that Tang Yu had long coveted. Following an underground river, they arrived at a concealed entrance, where a platform had already been established. And at that moment, the commander and the dragon-human hunter were waiting there. Haha, I knew you would come. Nice, you're quite fast. Upon seeing Tang Yu and the others, the commander stepped forward to pat their shoulders, expressing his admiration. Are you really ready? This time, it's extremely dangerous. Compared to the commander, the dragon-human hunter repeatedly emphasized the danger of this operation. Of course, let's start the battle. Seeing this, the dragon-human hunter said no more, carrying the group onto a small boat, heading into the interior of the crystal. At first, the waterway was quite narrow, surrounded by protruding crystals. But after advancing for a while, they entered a spacious area. Here, they saw a massive cocoon hanging high above, with countless streams of energy converging into the central cocoon as if they were tangible. It seems this guy is the reason for the ancient dragon's migration and the recent anomalies, the commander concluded. Tang Yu and Xing were also paying attention to the situation here. It looks like the one we have to deal with this time is this baby. Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily went blank, but upon further thought, it made sense. If it hadn't hatched yet, it was indeed a baby. Without delay, while it hasn't been born yet, let's contain it, the dragon-human hunter suggested. But just as the others were preparing to respond, the cocoon above began to change, and energy started to flow rapidly. The cocoon was also pulsating. Oops, it's about to be born. Just as the words were spoken, the cocoon above burst open, revealing an enormous ancient dragon that was almost translucent and radiating a mysterious violet energy glow. Its massive form was equivalent to that of 8 ordinary ancient dragons. Is this the baby dragon? The dragon-human hunter marveled at the size of the baby, only to be dragged away by the commander, who was preparing to retreat. Knowing that when the baby dragon was born, it had just unleashed a massive barrage of lasers in all directions. As the commander and the dragon-human hunter retreated, Tang Yu and Xing stood between the two. Then it's up to you guys. With that, the commander made a swift exit. All right, let's get started. Go, Xiaoman. Show your full strength. After Tang Yu finished speaking, she excitedly released Xiaoman, knowing that the modifications made were specifically intended for this dragon crystal area. Now it could be said to be Xiaoman's home ground. After Xiaoman appeared, she quickly absorbed a large amount of energy from the surroundings. The crystals on her body began to grow wildly, forming a blade at her tail, her arms spread out, and the crystals on her back grew into a pair of giant crystal wings. Her entire body was covered in armor made of crystals, similar to the ice armor of the ice-cursed dragon. Tang Yue and Xing also rushed over. Although due to the baby's gigantic size, Tang Yue and Xing would likely only be able to repair their feet if nothing unexpected happened. It is well known that large-sized enemies are weak against foot repairs. Xiaoman was also coordinating the attack from the side, continuously shooting white light. Since the baby had just been born, Its bodily tissues were semi-transparent, filled with internal energy, but extremely fragile. Often, after Tang Yu and Xing focused on one leg for a while, they could disperse the internal energy, and the imbalanced energy flow would directly cause the young baby to lose balance and fall to the ground. At this moment, Xing would execute a swift slash, aimed at the head, crazily attacking the glowing organs on the head of the Ming Deng Long, underworld lantern dragon. Tang Yu started to watch the battle after a while, and from a distance, she felt that the appearance of the ancient dragon in front of her was quite impressive. So she began to consider capturing it. According to the usual practice, to capture a creature, one must first lower its health. Therefore, Tang Yu directly transformed, and upon seeing this, the star below also stopped its actions. Star, who had learned about Tang Yu from her before, knew that this time she was serious. Sure enough, after Tang Yu transformed, she unleashed a comprehensive barrage on the ancient dragon, and when the energy in the heart of the Dark Lantern Dragon was about to extinguish, Tang Yu threw out a Master Ball. Chapter 196. Ancient Dragon Battle ends. Hooray! I captured it, no matter what kind of dragon it is. With a click, the Master Ball on the ground stopped moving, and Tang Yu immediately stepped forward to hold the Master Ball high, declaring her capture. If I'm not mistaken, that is the Master Ball you mentioned earlier, right? Star looked at the Master Ball in Tang Yu's hand, suddenly feeling a bit existential. There was a time when Tang Yu introduced them to the various types of Pokballs. Although due to world rules, Star and the others couldn't use them, they were still aware of the effects of each Pokball. Naturally, they knew that the one Tang Yu held was the so-called Master Ball, which was said to guarantee a successful capture. So, why had Tang Yu worked so hard before? Yes, Tang Yu answered without hesitation, which made Star's heart even more unsettled. This was supposed to be a spectacular, prolonged battle, but the atmosphere was completely ruined by Tang Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Yu had already started directing Xiao Man to munch on the crystals in the area. Tang Yu also took out a pickaxe to start mining the crystals. Seeing this scene, Star didn't know how to express her feelings and could only take out her portable barbecue set to start grilling meat. Wait. After a while, the big captain, riding on a pterosaur, returned to the gathering place with Sang and others, planning to rescue the presumably exhausted Tang Yu and others. However, what they saw was, in the center of the platform where the Dark Lantern Dragon was born, Tang Yu was grilling with one hand while holding a perfectly grilled piece of meat in the other, and the pile of bones beside her had already accumulated. The entire space was now much more spacious than when they left, with a mountain of crystals piled up in the middle. Not far from the wall, Tang Yu was driving an SCV and frantically mining, with Xiao Man continuously munching on the crystals beside her. Looks like we don't need to rescue them. Ha. The big captain, seeing this scene, didn't feel awkward but rather relieved. It was great that these two hunters had such combat abilities. Oh, you guys arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would know how to transport these things back. The baby I just captured has limitless potential. These are all high-quality resources, and I can definitely train it to be invincible. At this moment, Tang Yu also noticed the newcomers and immediately approached them to request help with transporting the goods. Capture the baby. Everyone caught onto the key point in Tang Yu's words. It's that ancient dragon from here, and it has already been captured by me, just like Xiao Man. As Tang Yu spoke, she patted Xiao Man beside her, who curiously leaned down. The people at Xiao Man's base were already quite familiar with her and had seen her gradually transform into her current state under Tang Yu's training. Thinking about the new ancient dragon's gigantic size, combined with Tang Yu's incredible cultivation ability, the future looks promising. Let's head back to the base for now. Since you've completed the capture, please arrange for the scholars to investigate this newly discovered ancient dragon when the time comes. The people present are sensible and kind-hearted, so they won't have any ill intentions toward Tang Yu. However, the investigation of the Mingdang dragon is crucial to the research team's decades of hard work and ultimate goal, so related studies are necessary. Of course, that's not a problem. Finally, under the resentful gazes of the hunters who were notified to transport the crystal, Tang Yu and Xing followed the big leader back to the base. After returning, they reported to the command center. Upon learning that Tang Yu had tamed the new ancient dragon, although there was some surprise at first, reflecting on Tang Yu's actions during this period made it feel less strange. The scholars were also excited to learn that Tang Yu had captured a new ancient dragon and proposed to study it. Ultimately, after coordination, due to the size requirements of the Mingdang dragon, the research location was chosen to be the convenient Grand Canyon. The moment Tang Yu released the Mingdang dragon from the Master Ball, its enormous size, semi-transparent body, and overwhelming energy caused the scholars' blood pressure to soar. A month later, Everyone at the base gathered at the command center as the Supreme Commander was about to announce the final resolution of the guild regarding this investigation. Everyone, I have just received the final confirmation from the guild, naming the newly discovered ancient dragon as the Ming Dang Dragon. The name Ming Dang Dragon is indeed a good one. The crowd discussed the name, and most were in agreement. Everyone, after research confirmation, the reason for the ancient dragon's migration is the energy emitted by the Ming Dang Dragon, which attracts the ancient dragons to come. Thus, the investigation into the reasons for the migration of ancient dragons in the New World is perfectly concluded. Thank you all for your hard work over the years. This news that should have been met with cheers was greeted with little fanfare. As a completion of the task, meant it was time to end their activities in the New World. For a place that countless people had fought for over 10 years, there was a sense of reluctance. The Supreme Commander smiled slightly at the crowd's reaction. He could tell what everyone was thinking, and he was sure the next piece of news would be what everyone hoped for, which was enough. Although the investigation into ancient dragon migration had ended, the guild's investigation into the New World's ecology had not yet concluded. If anyone wanted to continue the investigation, they could stay in the New World. That was the guild's resolution. With the Supreme Commander finishing the reading of the guild's instructions, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Now, let's start the banquet. Oh, soon, with the help of the head chef. Countless delicacies were placed on the table, and a variety of hunters and staff moved back and forth at the banquet, either tasting food or drinking and having fun. During this time, Tang Yu had collected many ingredients from various tricky locations, making this banquet quite lavish. At this moment, Tang Yu was engaged in a food contest with Aibwa, while Xing stood nearby holding a wine glass, gazing at the bright moon in the distance, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Seeing this, the Supreme Commander approached Xing for a conversation. After some small talk, Xing felt very awkward, as she had just been thinking about how infuriating it was. If she had come to that battle herself, it would have been a very enjoyable celebration. Chapter 197. The beginning of a new world. It has been several months since the battle at the convergence point, and this period can be said to be the most free time for the base in decades, as well as the most challenging time, mentally. Without the task of investigating ancient dragon migration, the investigation team began to engage in various activities, setting their own targets according to their preferences. For most hunters, life remained the same as before, going out to gather resources to support the base's expenses. However, for super hunters like Tang Yu and Xing, it became rather dull. After Tang Yu tamed the Ming Dang Dragon, the frequency of ancient dragon sightings decreased significantly. While some ancient dragons still appeared occasionally, they were no longer frequent, and only powerful veteran individuals required the intervention of hunters like Xing. Fortunately, there were still things to do. During this relatively dull period, some visitors from another world came to liven things up. After helping Geralt set fire to the deer-headed spirit and defeating the behemoth that had crossed over, Tang Yu also made new friends and obtained coordinates for 2 worlds, planning to visit them when she had the chance. Most importantly, we need to mention the battle against the Xuankue dragon. During an outing to deal with veteran individuals, Xing discovered traces of the Xuankue dragon. This immediately caught the attention of several old hunters from the team who had become old friends with the Xuankue dragon. After learning about the existence of the Xuankue dragon from these old hunters, Tang Yu instantly became excited. After all, during that time, Tang Yu was basically either dealing with veteran individuals and wandering ancient dragons every day or carefully cultivating her Ming Dang dragon. By the way, the current Ming Dang has grown 8 times in size under Tang Yu's cultivation and is almost as large as a half-melted mountain dragon. If it weren't for the Grand Canyon being large enough, Tang Yu would have to consider a new breeding space. Moreover, the current Ming Dang has also shed its skin several times, and its originally semi-transparent skin has turned into a pearly white. This phenomenon has greatly troubled those scholars who wish for a day to have 48 hours for research. The price of the rapid growth of a lamp is that the tip of the huge crystal in the center of the dragon crystal land has been flattened. Returning to the topic of the radiant dragon, such an ancient dragon that can gather metals greatly interests Tang Yu, who immediately begins searching. Eventually, she corners the radiant dragon in a cave. After a thorough plucking of the radiant dragon's magnificent golden armor, the radiant dragon, feeling aggrieved and in tears, abandons the hard-earned golden armor and escapes. After Tang Yu studied those golden armors and discovered that they were just very useful high-strength alloys, she lost interest in them. On the other hand, the people in the forge were super excited about these high-quality alloys and began to create wildly. Now, a new mutation has occurred. The wind-drifting dragons, which originally inhabited the Coral Plateau, have surprisingly appeared in the ancient tree forest. Such an interesting piece of news is the best news for Tang Yu, as it means new events and new stories. Is AI Bo really true? There are new developments in the ancient tree. As soon as Tang Yu received the relevant information, she rushed to the dining area to inquire about AI Bo. Is it true that wind drifting dragons have been discovered in the ancient tree forest? It is indeed true. Should we investigate? AI Bo immediately thought of what Tang Yu was asking. The most plausible recent event was indeed the appearance of wind drifting dragons in the ancient tree forest. Of course, we need to go. Recently, I've been engaged in some repetitive work, and Ding Ding has also begun its final transformation. I spent a whole month mining just to exhaust that area of crystals. Tang Yu's words were quite alarming. Indeed, recently, after Tang Yu completed the adjustments to the evolution tree, she fed Ding Ding a whole dragon crystal land's worth of crystals, and it began to transform and sleep, leaving Tang Yu with nothing to do. All that remained was the flattened spectacle of the dragon crystal land. After speaking, Tang Yu directly accepted the task and headed to the cabin to wake up her good partner, Xing, dragged from half-asleep state. Xing was brought by Tang Yu to the ancient tree forest, following the tracks until they reached the cliff near Camp 1. With a call of passing wind, drifting dragons roused them. The three of them immediately arrived at the edge of the cliff and saw numerous wind drifting dragons flying in groups towards the distant ocean. Look, the wind drifting dragons. AI Bo couldn't help but feel emotional at the sight before her. Judging by the direction these wind drifting dragons were heading, there must be something there. Otherwise, with their flying ability, they would just tire themselves out at sea. AI Bo also conducted a preliminary analysis of the wind drifting dragons. I see it. There's an ancient dragon hunting the wind drifting dragons, flying towards the distance. There must be something there. At that moment, Tang Yu also spoke about what she saw. Despite the distance of several thousand meters, Tang Yu could still see clearly. Her words immediately drew AI Bo's serious attention. If the appearance of the wind drifting dragons could indicate some special situation, then the emergence of a new ancient dragon flying towards that direction must mean something significant is happening. At this moment, a faint song began to resonate. We should return to the base quickly to report the situation, someone suggested. The group returned to the base and immediately reported their discovery to the command center. So, the appearance of the wind drifting dragon in the ancient tree forest and its flight towards the distant sea holds deeper significance, along with the emergence of an unknown ancient dragon. Therefore, let us convene a combat meeting. After hearing AI Bo's report, the commander resolutely called for a combat meeting. Soon, after receiving the notice, the heads of various departments arrived, including even the commander of the 3rd Phase Corps. So, do you have any suggestions? The commander briefed everyone on the situation. Undoubtedly, there must be islands beyond the sea, and something is happening there. However, if it's a pterosaur, it probably can't fly there. Why not use a hot air balloon? This way, a hot air balloon can maintain a long-term route and carry supplies for the construction of forward positions. The heads engaged in a heated discussion. All right, then let the 3rd Phase Corps use a hot air balloon to carry supplies for exploration. The supply team should prepare, along with scholars from the engineering department and the Ecological Research Institute, to conduct an investigation. Dismissed. After a fervent preparation, the hot air balloon of the 3rd Phase Corps once again ascended into the sky, moving towards the unknown location to begin a new investigation. Chapter 198. Eternal frosted earth. The sea breeze howled as the hot air balloon of the 3rd Phase Corps slowly flew over the sea, surrounded by numerous pterosaurs serving as mobile transportation. Who knows what awaits us ahead? AI Bo and the commander of the 3rd Phase Corps stood on the upper platform of the ship, with the commander steering and AI Bo engaging in conversation. Who knows? It might be an island, or perhaps even a continent. The atmosphere was still relatively relaxed as the commander chatted with AI Bo. As the hot air balloon continued to advance, they were getting closer to their destination. In the distance, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, something unusual began to emerge. Look over there. It's an island. AI Bo exclaimed upon spotting the distant shadow, immediately adjusting the observation equipment on her head for a closer look. At that moment, Tang Yu and Xing also came up from the cabin to the platform. What is going on? Is there a new discovery? Tang Yu hurriedly asked upon hearing AI Bo's exclamation, leaning over the railing to gaze into the distance. I see a landmass over there. Tang Yu's eyes lit up as she pointed towards the distant land. The commander of the 3rd Phase Corps and Xing looked in the direction Tang Yu indicated. A small black that was gradually growing larger. It seems that it's not an island, but a continent. The commander of the third phase corps couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought there would be a new continent in the distant sea of a new land? Seeing this, the commander quickly commanded the hot air balloon to accelerate towards the distant continent. As they drew closer, the appearance of the continent gradually revealed itself to everyone, its size exceeding their original expectations, large enough to constitute a vast and complete ecosystem. Just then, a large mass of clouds began to appear. As they got closer to the land, the surrounding weather rapidly changed. The originally sunny weather turned into a raging storm, with clouds gathering to form dark clouds. We can't continue like this. As the navigator, the commander felt powerless against the current weather. Continuing forward could lead to unforeseen accidents. She had to be responsible for the entire crew. While the commander was in a dilemma, AI Bo, unwilling to end it just like that, launched a grappling hook to catch a nearby pterosaur, intending to lead the investigation. Tang Yu and Xing, seeing this, immediately chose a pterosaur to follow. They couldn't just leave AI Bo to go alone. We'll take charge of the advanced exploration and find a landing spot. AI Bo shouted back to the commander of the third phase corps on the ship. The commander, hearing this, could only smile helplessly and did not stop them. After all, the three of them were the strongest combatants of the investigation team, and she was not worried about their safety. Fortunately, they were close to the destination, and the pterosaurs could still manage to carry the three of them to the ground. Upon landing, they arrived at this new continent covered in ice and snow. Everything was adorned in silver, with snowflakes fluttering in the air. Wow, it's really cold here. Partners, let us change into some warm clothes. Fortunately, the commander asked me to bring special outfits. The surrounding environment made AI Bo exhale vapor as she rubbed her hands and began setting up a forward camp, simultaneously pulling out the prepared warm clothing to change into. After setting up the camp and changing into winter gear, AI Bo and Xing emerged from the tent. As for Tang Yu, she joked that this bit of cold was completely inconsequential to her. She was fine swimming in lava or braving the polar winds. However, the transportation pterosaur was not as resilient in such cold conditions, appearing quite lethargic. Xiaoman also looked very unenergetic, so Tang Yu decided not to let them out. After everything was ready, the three prepared to set off. Before leaving, Xing pulled out a hot drink made from the strong frozen prairie chili they had just gathered. But Tang Yu initially didn't know what it was, and after tasting it, she immediately spat it out. Aibwa and Xing gulped down the super spicy chili water, and immediately their bodies started generating heat continuously, though it made them a bit tongue-tied. The reputation of the super spicy chili water was well-deserved. After crawling out through a hidden tree hole outside the camp, they arrived at a vast plain covered in ice and snow, where coniferous trees thrived on the land. A stream flowed in front of the camp, with several herbivorous animals draped in thick fur wandering nearby. There are Bobo. Aibwa looked at the long-haired mammoths, which reminded him of the Bobo in the old world's snowy mountains and ice fields. After admiring the rare, snowy scenery of this new continent, the three began their investigation. Continuing forward, they discovered the claw marks of the wind-drifting dragon, confirming that this snow-covered continent was indeed the migration location of the wind-drifting dragon. At that moment, a small black and white dragon beast passed by, also covered in suitable ecological fur. Upon seeing this, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She instantly teleported forward and hugged the local specialty, the ice wolf. The ice wolf had a fluffy and thick coat that felt great to the touch. As Tang Yu began to pet it nonstop, the ice wolf reacted and attempted to resist, but before it could make much of a move, Tang Yu's immense strength locked it down. After struggling for a while and finding it ineffective, it gave up. Aibwa and Xing, seeing this, also approached and began to join in. They all expressed their approval. After a while of petting the ice wolf, Tang Yu used a pokeball to capture it. Suddenly, a tremor came from a distance, and upon looking closely, they spotted a large ichthyosaur swimming through the snow, heading their way. Seeing this, Tang Yu recognized that she needed earplugs for herself, Xing, Aibwa, and the nearby Wang Jiang. The two humans and the cat quickly figured out what Tang Yu was planning. They immediately put on their earplugs, and Tang Yu took out a specially made sound bomb and threw it. The intense sound blast startled the passing ice fish dragon, forcing it out of the water. Without hesitation, Xing charged in to start the attack. Unsurprisingly, the passing ice fish dragon was captured, but it was uncertain when the staff would come and take it back. The group followed the trail left by the ice fish dragon, and after some exploration, they finally found a relatively spacious and flat area that was of suitable size. Ibwa immediately fired a signal flare to guide the third phase team to land and establish a forward outpost. Chapter 199, Moonlight Outpost under the guidance of the signal flare. The hot air balloon of the third phase team began to descend slowly. It anchored and hovered at a cliffside location next to the open space, aligning the entrance with the road. Once the hot air balloon was fully docked, the connecting pathway opened, and a large number of staff immediately began unloading the supplies they had prepared earlier. Fortunately, the docking point of the hot air balloon was very close to the chosen location, making transportation of supplies very quick. This place is nice, though a bit small. Well done, everyone. The leader of the third phase team, draped in a cloak, approached Tang Yu and the others after completing the docking. Yeah, but I really didn't expect there to be a continent here, and it has a unique ecosystem. It's truly amazing. Abba was also very excited, having just discovered a new continent and ecological system, which was one of the highest honors for the investigation team. It seems the supply transfer is almost complete. I will return to the star to report, and the remaining supplies will be brought in after the route is confirmed. For now, the safety of this area is in your hands. While they were talking, the supplies from the hot air balloon were transferred, and the staff had already begun construction according to the terrain. After finishing his words, the leader returned to the hot air balloon, ready to set off again. After saying their goodbyes, Xing and Ibwa began patrolling around the new outpost, while Tang Yu stayed at the entrance of the open area, watching the staff busily set up various facilities. It had to be said that they were all professionals. Tang Yu watched as the dining area, forge command center, and reserved heating pipelines were constructed. Although they had only roughly determined an area and simply build a tent for now, it was a good start. The first area to be completed was the dining area. For this investigation, the commander invited the chef of the star base, Granny Cat, to be the head chef of this new base. When Tang Yu saw Granny Cat start to stew meat, she immediately sat down at the table in front of her, eagerly waiting to taste the delicious food. Tang Yu's actions surprised Granny Cat for a moment, but then she felt relieved and pleased and began her cooking. The kitchen assistants also started to work hard, and soon the first serving of cat food in this new land was brought out. Tang Yu, unable to contain her excitement, began to eat as soon as the cat food was served. The flavor was completely different from the head chef's barbecue set, yet one could feel that the seasoning came from the same source. The stew was rich in flavor, and the sauce was incredibly aromatic. Having such a large bowl of stew in this cold land was truly the best delicacy. Tasting delicious food was one of Tang Yu's main goals in this world, and the completely different culinary style from the starbase was very enjoyable for her. Da Ni Ue, how can you secretly indulge in food here while we are out patrolling hard? Just as Tang Yu was savoring the stew, a surprised voice came from outside. Turning around, she realized it was Ibwa and Xing, who had just returned from patrol, and the one who had just scolded Tang Yu for sneaking food was Ibwa, the third-generation glutton. Just as Ibwa was condemning Tang Yu, Xing sat directly beside Tang Yu, and then a helper cat brought over a new serving of stew. Xing, without any pretentiousness, started to eat right away. Ibwa, who was still complaining, immediately stopped criticizing Tang Yu upon seeing this, and quickly found a spot to sit down and wait for the food. In this way, the base continued to improve amidst the lively atmosphere. The next morning, Tang Yu and the others saw the hot air balloon from the third phase team land again at the docking point, which had undergone some simple repairs, allowing the hot air balloon to easily dock and transport supplies. As the hot air balloon docked, the leader of Phase 3 and the commander also came down from the balloon. Of course, they had changed into warm clothing. Wow, you all did a great job. This is also a nice place. With the arrival of the commander, more hunters came along, addressing the safety issues around the base. We have also completed the planning of the transportation routes for supplies, but the docking location for the ships is still some distance away. We need to ensure the safety of the route before we can begin large-scale transportation of supplies. The task of ensuring route safety is entrusted to you. The commander immediately assigned a task to Tang Yu and the others, which was necessary. The hunters at the base were already struggling to ensure its safety. Since the uprising of the wind-drifting dragon, the energy intensity of the entire new continent has increased once again, and ordinary monsters have already surpassed the upper-level strength, reaching the master level. This also indicates that new significant events are about to unfold on this continent. This matter has already been reported to the Union, and upon learning that the ecological niche on the new continent has actually reached the master level, they have strongly supported the investigation here and allocated a large amount of resources. By the way, Zhejiang, let's give this place a name, otherwise it won't be convenient for dispatching without a designation. The investigation team leader suddenly brought up the naming issue as well. Indeed, Let's call this new land Eternal Frost Tundra. And since you discovered it, we can name it Yuetian, in correspondence with Xingqian. The commander's naming received unanimous approval from everyone present. Immediately afterward, the investigation team leader took a small team along with the recommended group, led by Sang, to protect the workers heading to the designated ship docking area to build the port. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and the others proceeded to the Eternal Frost Tundra to eliminate potential threats along the transportation route. The Eternal Frost Tundra is indeed vast, but the transportation route is not too long, and the three can quickly survey the area. However, as they advanced, they came to an intersection that was blocked by fallen trees. Just as Tang Yu was planning to clear the trunks, a violent tremor came from a distance. Soon, everyone saw the source of the tremor. A beast dragon species with a pair of robust antlers charged through the wall of tree trunks and appeared before them. It seemed that this beast dragon was threatening the transportation route. With the target confirmed, Tang Yu and Xing took out their weapons. The two climbed up the antlers on either side, and with two clangs of metal against metal, the massive antlers fell to the ground. Once the captured bull dragon was transported back to Yuetian, it signified that the shipping routes were cleared and large-scale resource transportation could begin. Chapter 200. Investigation of the ice field. As the ships docked, various supplies were loaded onto trucks, aided by small dragons, and rushed toward the Yuetian base. Since Tang Yu and the others had cleared the pathway, the efficiency of the transport team was remarkably high. Soon, a large amount of construction materials was transported to the base, and the engineering team began to build according to the previously designated areas. The originally simple dining area was transformed into a huge circular building that enclosed the entire dining area. At the same time, the thermal conduction channels that were originally reserved were completed with the efforts of the engineering team, and the thermal device serving as the heat source was also constructed. With a large amount of dragon vein carbon being fed into the boiler, a continuous supply of heat was transmitted through the pipes to various buildings. In addition, the forge, command center, and assembly center were also completed, and even a hot spring was built inside the assembly center. It seems that everything here is getting on track, so it's time for me to leave. There are still many things waiting for me at Xingqian. The commander looked at the construction of the Yuetian base, which was nearing completion, with only minor finishing tasks left, and planned to return to Xingqian, as his real-time guidance was no longer needed here. Yigyang. What will happen here when you go back? The investigation team leader panicked at the commander's return to Xingqian, as the investigation team had always acted under the commander's guidance. How about you take over the command here? The commander looked at his grandson and decided to entrust the command work here to him, seizing the opportunity to train him while there were many experienced seniors and powerful hunters gathered at the Yuetian base. I can't do it. Why don't you stay, Ji Jiang? The investigation team leader was shocked that his grandfather intended to assign the command task to him, and felt quite insecure about his abilities. It's settled then. The security here will be entrusted to you. I have faith in you. Now, I will head back to Xingqian. Without giving the investigation team leader a chance to gather his thoughts, the commander resolutely returned to the Xingqian base to oversee the overall situation. After all, Xingqian was the logistics support for Yuetian, and the area and environment of the Eternal Frost Tundra ultimately couldn't compare to the resource-rich new continent. With the departure of the commander-in-chief, the construction of the Moonlight Base has been completed, and the first operation meeting for the Eternal Frost Tundra has officially begun. The participants present include the recommended group of hunters led by Tang Yu, the catering department represented by Grandma Cat, the forging department led by the head of the second phase group, the leader of the logistics team managing supplies, the technical team leader responsible for the thermal supply of the Moonlight Base, as well as the director of the Ecological Research Institute who accompanied them. Of course, we cannot forget the investigation team leader who commands the Moonlight Base and the Wilderness Master who came for the investigation. Now, let us start the investigation operation meeting for the Eternal Frost Tundra. First, as the commander, I am responsible for protecting the base and ensuring everyone has safety. Then, the meal arrangements will be handled by Grandma. Although the investigation team leader lacks confidence, when it comes to making decisions, they remain calm and reliable. Grandma Cat also nodded in agreement, indicating she would take care of it. The allocation of supplies, equipment forging, and thermal supply has been entrusted to the respective teams. The investigation team leader also turned their attention to the three leaders of the logistics team. No problem, leave it to us, was the expected response. Finally, the investigation of the wind-drifting dragon will be entrusted to the recommended group and the master. The most crucial task of investigating the Eternal Frost Tundra has fallen on Tang Yu and others. Leave it to us, right, Grandma? AI Bo readily accepted the task. Yes, just leave it to us. So, the current action plan is set, and everyone else can proceed with their work. with the investigation team leader's words. This operation meeting comes to an end. The heads of various departments return to their posts to start working, while Tang Yu, along with Xing and AI Bo, prepare to head to the dining area before proceeding to investigate the Eternal Frost Tundra. The preparation process was simple and efficient. This investigation was conducted by the trio of Tang Yu and the Wilderness Master together. Soon, they arrived at the Highland Camp, where they encountered the Wilderness Master who had arrived first. "Hey, you guys, looks like this place is quite large. How about we split up to investigate?" After meeting with Tang Yu and the others, the Wilderness Master proposed to split up for the investigation. Although the Eternal Frost Tundra is much smaller than the new continent, it is still an independent land, and they needed to give it due respect. After splitting up for the investigation, Tang Yu and her team followed the guidance of the guiding insect and arrived at a rock wall. "It seems we can't go through here. This place is blocked by collapsed rocks. We'll have to take a detour." AI Bo felt a bit discouraged looking at the rock wall. Just as Tang Yu was about to step forward and blast the rock wall open, AI Bo suddenly exclaimed and started rushing off in the distance. Tang Yu and Xing had no choice but to follow. "AI Bo, why are you suddenly running over there?" "I found traces of ancient dragon people here. If we can ask them, we might get news about the wind-drifting dragon." Tang Yu and Xing found AI Bo's reasoning quite reasonable, and since they could ask directly, there was no need to break down walls. Tang Yu was pleased with this. Soon, the three of them, along with AI Bo, arrived on a glacier under the guidance of the guiding insect and encountered the ancient dragon people there. "Not here. Below, much deeper below. I've already passed the aura to them." The ancient dragon person wasted no time and immediately presented a riddle. Fortunately, they didn't have to guess. As the guiding insect began to navigate, AI Bo thanked the ancient dragon person before following the guiding insect, and Tang Yu and Xing had no choice but to continue following. Soon, they arrived at an underground space where the terrain was made of ice, encasing countless fish of various sizes. They also encountered the Wilderness Master here. "Grandma," AI Bo exclaimed, clearly very reliant on the Wilderness Master. "You guys have come here too. Seems like we are on the right track." The Wilderness Master was pleased to see Tang Yu and her team because it confirmed that their direction was correct. Just then, the guiding insect's trail suddenly rose, leading them to a high cave, which complicated things. It seems this isn't going to be simple, and something doesn't want us to solve it easily. With the Wilderness Master's remark, they looked ahead and saw an orange thunder dragon appearing before them. It seemed they would have to fight after all. Chapter 201. The Paralysis Dragon, the creature that had come to take advantage of the situation, resembling the Thunder Dragon by 90, was indeed the Paralysis Dragon, a subspecies of the Thunder Dragon. Unlike the Thunder Dragon's lightning attribute, the Paralysis Dragon possesses poison and paralysis attributes. However, these details were unimportant to Tang Yu. After all, they were all fish on the chopping block. The Paralysis Dragon launched an attack towards Tang Yu and her group, raising its large tail high and swinging in the air before executing a low-flying pounce towards them. This move was akin to the Thunder Dragon's attack style. Facing such a move, Tang Yu directly used a substitute scarecrow to appear behind the poison dragon, while Xing executed a quick slash to evade it. Immediately after, he followed up with a blade of air, striking hard at the poison dragon's head. Dan Yi Ue, who had teleported to the back of the poison dragon, picked up her insect-controlling rod and delivered a 1,000-year kill to the poison dragon's rear. This resulted in a super critical hit, causing the poison dragon to stumble forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xing executed another quick slash, with the blade instantly surrounded by yellow sword energy. Then, Xing directly unleashed a move called Cherry Blossom Blade Slash, sending the poison dragon flying. At the same time, he activated the red energy blade with his sword drawn. Tang Yu was not idle either. She took off with a push from the ground and gave the poison dragon a back rub, destroying all the spines that had expanded from the attack, while the large tail was also battered and marked. The poison dragon, true to its status as a master ecological niche, chose to counterattack in such a situation, sweeping its tail to try to force Tang Yu and Xing back. However, Tang Yu executed a claw hook to ascend, connecting with a strong press. Xing performed a powerful Iato spiral, directly interrupting the poison dragon's tail sweep and following up with a dragon ascend sword. Tang Yu and Xing leaped into the air together and then descended. Xing delivered a vertical slash to the poison dragon's head, while Tang Yu's strong press knocked the poison dragon to the ground, creating a spiderweb pattern on the surface. While Tang Yu and Xing were attacking the poison dragon, the surrounding battlefield was filled with a myriad of traps, which were set up by Wang Jiang during their fight. There were at least a dozen flash bug cages alone. As Tang Yu and Xing started their mid-game break, The poison dragon took the opportunity to rise and show off its skills, only to step directly onto an explosive trap. This was followed by a series of explosions and the poison dragon being pushed around by the shockwaves, all while being attacked by countless flash bombs. When it finally came to a stop, it ended up stepping right onto a paralysis trap. Tang Yu and Xing once again took the stage to start the offensive in the second half. Due to the environmental issues of the Everfrost tundra, Xiaoman's activity level was not very good, while Ding Ding was too large and couldn't provide opportunities, resulting in no contributions. It was a rare occasion for Tang Yu to conduct a proper hunt. The cooperation between Tang Yu and Xing was quite excellent, and Tang Yu's combat style was also quite unique. Just as the poisoning dragon was about to crush down with its raised upper body, Tang Yu directly moved to the back foot position of the poisoning dragon and delivered a horizontal slash that knocked one of its feet askew, causing the lifted poisoning dragon to fall directly to the ground. Following that was a series of beatings, and after a few rounds like this, the poisoning dragon dared not rise again. It has truly been a long time since a regular hunt. I feel like I'm finally getting into the swing of things. Tang Yu sat on a nearby ice block, continually expressing her feelings. Xing also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it had indeed been a long time since Tang Yu had engaged in a battle like today. All right, we've rested enough. Let's go find Aibo and the others. After saying that, Tang Yu and Xing left to head towards the cave. Left behind was the poisoning dragon tightly wrapped by the capture hand grenades, covered in wounds, remaining in the icy wilderness. After entering the cave, there was a passage located on the cliff wall. Following the path forward, they saw Aibo and the wilderness master in front of an ice field. With Tang Yu's call, Aibo and the wilderness master turned to look at the two. Tang Yu and Xing immediately stepped forward to stand before them. This is what we found here. It looks like a ship. Aibo looked at the scene before her. This was an underground ice river, and the entire area was basically in a frozen state, with a ship diagonally frozen in place. Before our investigation team arrived, many teams had come to explore the new continent. This must be one of those teams, the wilderness master said as he led the way to examine the ancient ship. After clearing the snow from the ship, some text was revealed on its surface. After a thorough search, the wilderness master found a package. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a flag of an investigation team recording certain information, as well as a strange stone wrapped inside. Aibo was incredibly surprised to see the stone, as it was made of the same material as the stone her grandfather had secretly brought back from the new continent. She then took out the stone she had carefully preserved. Let me see what these adventurers wrote on it. With that, the wilderness master began to seriously examine the information on the fragment of the flag, not pursuing the matter of Aibo's grandfather secretly bringing things back from the new continent. There are a large number of monsters stirring, singing, and discovering the stone. I wonder if it formed under special conditions. We need to investigate further. The back part is damaged. The abnormal behavior of the wind drift dragon, the singing. The current situation is similar to the records above. Listening to the wilderness master's account, I was sensed that this must be a key clue. However, just as the two were about to continue discussing, hey, we've been looking for you. The person who arrived was another recommended group, Sang and his editor. Xing issued a call to gather. We must return quickly. However, what the two brought was not good news. Aibo felt very troubled. She was just about to unravel the mystery her grandfather had been obsessed with. And now they had to end it because of the call to gather. The wilderness master also noticed Aibo's thoughts. Would you like to join us? You want to know the secret of the stone, right? I want to know too, so we can't let the truth slip away. Faced with the wilderness master's invitation, Aibo showed her eagerness but also looked at Tang Yu and Xing, as she was participating in the investigation team as Xing's editor and had to be responsible for the hunter Xing. How about this? While you are away, let me take over your work. Sang's editor also suggested, immediately providing a solution to the problem, and Sang praised his editor. Tang Yu and Xing had no objections to this. Thank you. With a solution in place, Aibo could finally start the investigation she longed for, while Tang Yu and Xing were to return to Xingqian for their tasks. Chapter 202. New subspecies You're back. It seems there are no issues on the Moonlight side for now. By the way, where's the third-generation glutton? Upon returning to the base, Tang Yu and the others were summoned by the commander-in-chief, indicating that there was indeed a task to be assigned to them. Upon seeing everyone, he immediately expressed his concern. And of course, he noticed that Aibo had not returned to the base at this time. That one is currently exploring the Everfrost tundra with the wilderness master. So I will temporarily serve as the editors for both of you. This green-clad editor explained Aibo's whereabouts and the Group S discussion results. The commander-in-chief nodded in agreement with this decision, as the investigation team was not an organization with strict rules. Since that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. Now, following the anomalies of the Wind Drift Dragon, disturbances have occurred again in various places. I entrust you with investigating the subspecies events. Regarding Ibu's actions, the commander-in-chief did not elaborate further, as it was not a major issue, and then assigned tasks to Tang Yu and Xing. The subspecies mission, no problem. Leave it to us. As Ibu's substitute, I will also take on the responsibility of being Xing's external vocal organ. Then it's up to you. According to the investigation, the poison demon bird and floating dragon subspecies have been discovered at the lush coral plateau and Great Ant Mound wasteland, namely the water demon bird and floating sleep dragon. I'm counting on you. The commander-in-chief provided the existing information, and since the news was confirmed, it was time to start fighting once again. This time, they returned to the new continent for their mission, and Tang Yu could finally let Xiao Man out to stretch her legs. During this time, Tang Yu and the others had been active in the Everfrost tundra, and the cold-adverse Xiao Man had been the pockball for a long time, preparing for battle. Tang Yu and Xing directly boarded the pterodactyl to set off. To ensure a smooth journey, they chose to first deal with the water demon bird located at the lush coral plateau. That way, once the hunting of the water demon bird was completed, they could directly return along the way to resolve the floating sleep dragon at the Great Ant Mound wasteland. Upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, Tang Yu also took the opportunity to visit Deng Deng. At this time, Deng Deng was still in that large cocoon, but energy fluctuations emanating from within proved that Deng Deng's condition was very healthy. Tang Yu stepped forward to pat Deng Deng's large cocoon, feeling immensely gratified. Good baby, keep it up. When you come out, you will surely shock everyone. As Tang Yu spoke, the large cocoon radiated a series of glimmers, as if responding to Tang Yu's expectations. All right, let us go. Let us complete the mission quickly. After saying that, Tang Yu once again boarded the pterodactyl to set off, and Xing followed closely after taking a deep look at Deng Deng's cocoon. She could clearly sense the immense energy within that cocoon, and when it was born, something significant was bound to happen. Everything in the new world operates with a unique cycle. Upon arriving at the Coral Plateau, the two first went to the research base to visit the leader of the Phase 3 team, while also obtaining more information about the water demon bird, including its main locations. After leaving the research base, they headed straight to the large leaves located beneath the upper layers. Of course, the guiding insect also completed the recording of information about the water demon bird, following the navigation. The two quickly arrived at their destination, where they saw the water demon bird pushing its head into the giant leaf, drawing in a large amount of moisture. The nearby cat lizard dragons also gathered around, planning to test the water spirit bird's capabilities. The outcome, of course, was predictable. The water spirit bird's tail quickly charged up, and then it unleashed a high-pressure water jet that dealt with the cat lizard dragons. Tang Yu, witnessing this, exclaimed "Wow," and immediately threw out Xiao Man to join in. As soon as Xiao Man appeared, she let out a loud roar, venting her excitement. The enormous roar startled the nearby water spirit bird, making it feel dizzy. Fortunately, Tang Yu had thrown her far enough. Otherwise, while Tang Yu would be fine, Xing and Wang Jiang would have felt the brunt of it. The water spirit bird was not one to be easily bullied either. It shot a water jet straight at Xiao Man's face. Xiao Man, who had never experienced such humiliation, retaliated with an icy breath towards the water spirit bird. The water jet fired by the water spirit bird was instantly frozen, and the ice quickly spread over its body. Due to the water spirit bird's earlier reckless water-gathering actions, it was soaked and immediately frozen. Without hesitation, Xiao Man unleashed another breath attack, this time a lightning breath, which struck the frozen water spirit bird with intense electricity, crackling and covering it completely. After a series of cracking sounds, the ice encasing the water spirit bird was forcibly shattered, while the powerful lightning caused a significant amount of damage. In just 2 hits, the water spirit bird was left on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Xing and Tang Yu recognized the opportunity to capture it and did so. It seemed Xiao Man had been a bit pent up during this time, looking at the water spirit bird before her and the excited Xiao Man beside her. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Xing nodded in agreement. After defeating the water spirit bird, the two didn't linger and immediately set off for the Great Ant Tomb Wilderness, where they still needed to deal with the sleep dragon. Once again, flying over the canyon, they arrived at the Great Ant Tomb Wilderness. Tang Yu and Xing hurried towards the forest in the wilderness, knowing that the sleep dragon would likely be active in the quality environment of the forest. Exiting the camp, they followed the river upstream towards the forest. Upon entering the forest, The dense trees shielded them from the scorching sun, making it feel quite cool. Tang Yu and Xing were also on the lookout. Just then, a cloud of mist flew towards them, followed by a wave of drowsiness enveloping Xing. Tang Yu immediately realized that their target had appeared. Without waiting for Xing to wobble and fall asleep, Tang Yu slapped her awake. Coming to her senses, Xing quickly drew her weapon, and the sleep dragon above them showed a look of surprise. What awaited it was a relentless beating. The adorable sleep dragon was battered all over before being captured by the two. Having completed their task, the two returned to the starry base, planning to take a good rest, as there were still many things to do ahead. Sure enough, just after they returned to the base, had a meal, tidied up their supplies, and polished their gear, they were called by the commander-in-chief again. Something needed to be resolved on the Moonlight side. Chapter 203. The White Knight and the Ice Curse. You're back. It seems there are no problems on the starry side for now. By the way, I called you back because the investigation team found traces of Ice Fang dragons in the Eternal Frost Tundra. Please deal with the Ice Fang dragon and bring back the two editors and the Wilderness Master. The outside ISNT very peaceful right now. Upon returning to Moonlight, Tang Yu and Xing were received by the investigation team leader, who immediately assigned them a task. However, this familiar beginning felt like they were just tools going back and forth. But it didn't matter. After resolving the lantern incident previously, Tang Yu and Xing had proven their strength and were praised with excellent titles like the Guiding Azure Star and the White Wind of the New World. In front of Cat Grandma, Tang Yu and Xing prepared to indulge in a delicious stew to kick off their hunting in the Eternal Frost Tundra. Grandma, give me a portion of your secret stew set. In response to Tang Yu's request, Cat Grandma began her meticulous cooking. She coated large pieces of dragon meat with marinade and massaged it using special techniques to infuse the flavors into the meat. Paired with fresh ingredients and drizzled with special dragon milk, the essence of the ingredients was fully absorbed during the high-temperature stewing. When the lid was lifted, a rich aroma wafted out. Wow, I came here just for this. Faced with such delicacies, Tang Yu was extremely happy, as these special foods were a significant reason for her to explore this world. If she had encountered a village serving hot spring tea or endless rice dumplings upon her arrival, she might have left after just a few days of fun. After Tang Yu and Xing, along with Wang Jiang, enjoyed a hearty stew, they set off with their new weapons, knowing that this return to the starry base was not just about dealing with the water spirit bird and the sleep dragon. Prior to this, Tang Yu and Xing had also gone hunting for wind-drifting dragons, fire dragons, and tragic claw dragons, updating and upgrading their various weapons. This time, in order to deal with the ice-toothed dragon, Tang Yu and Xing brought along the new flying dragon blade, blue dye, and evil vice. Following the path to the nest of the ice fish dragon they captured earlier, they advanced towards the distant cliff. Along the way, they passed through a high-altitude passage made of ice, with a sea full of floating ice and a dense population of penguins with hats below. While passing through the high-altitude passage, Tang Yu spotted a few penguins basking in the sun and immediately set up a specially designed, oversized net to capture them, intending to take them back as decorations for her cabin. It should be noted that Tang Yu's cabin was already filled with various sizes of swaying eels, and now she could add new small animals. Continuing onward, they arrived at the base of the cliff that had been blocked by ice before. Last time they were here, Tang Yu refrained from forcefully breaking through the ice, fearing it might cause the entire glacier to collapse. However, this time, this place was their main destination, as Xing had just discovered something new here. Several completely frozen pterosaur specimens from the eternal frost soil were present. It seemed they had been frozen to death by powerful low-temperature air currents, much like how Xiaoman dealt with the water demon bird before. However, the owner of this place did not want Tang Yu and Xing to investigate peacefully. A white figure was seen observing them from above the cliff. Once it noticed that Tang Yu and Xing had turned their gaze towards it, it no longer hesitated and leaped down from the heights. The newcomer had a pair of long, sharp canine teeth, making it clear that this was the target of Tang Yu and Xing's journey, the Ice-Toothed Dragon. Upon landing, the Ice-Toothed Dragon had no intention of giving Tang Yu and Xing a chance to retaliate, charging directly at them with a dragon rush. Moreover, the Ice-Toothed Dragon had no idea of the dangers of society and the cruelty of Tang Yu and Xing. Tang Yu immediately took off on the ground, while you stayed behind and controlled the flying insects to take on a water moon stance. The Ice-Toothed Dragon, a native of the eternal frost soil in the New World, had never encountered such things and charged recklessly. It was then countered and repelled by Xing's deflection, followed by a cherry blossom airblade slash. As misfortune often comes in pairs, while the Ice-Toothed Dragon endured Xing's cherry blossom airblade slash, Tang Yu's aerial insect hunting technique also struck directly on the ice-toothed dragon's not-so-broad back. This added insult to injury, causing the already weak body to collapse to the ground. The star took the opportunity to change direction and launched a direct attack, kicking the ice-fang dragon in the face. With a skill called Dragon Ascend, it severed the dragon's tail. After completing the kill, Tang Yu began to dance on the back of the ice-fang dragon. The insect control stick derived from the Grim Claw dragon danced in Tang Yu's hands with great vigor, referencing Annie from Disconnect City S95 skill. It directly scraped off a layer of skin from the ice-fang dragon's back. After executing a Windblade slash, Xing performed a Cherry Blossom Windblade strike and faced the ice-fang dragon head-on, launching an attack on its head. During this time, the ice-fang dragon attempted to resist, but as it raised its left hand, it was struck down with a stick, and when it raised its right hand, it received another blow from the right. With Tang Yu able to float freely, she suppressed the ice-fang dragon's movements firmly on its back. After shattering the ice-fang dragon's pair of proud fangs, Tang Yu and Xing concluded their brutal assault on the ice-fang dragon and captured it, completing the first half of the mission. Next was to find Aibua and the Wilderness Master. However, fortune smiled upon them. Just as Tang Yu and Xing handed over the captured ice-fang dragon to the arriving transport team, they spotted Aibua and the Wilderness Master approaching from afar. "Hey, Aibua, over here." Tang Yu saw Aibua and took on the role of communicator, as it was well known that the Azure Star was mute. Aibua, upon seeing Tang Yu and Xing, appeared very happy and immediately rushed over to them. "Partners, Tang Yu, you're back. It seems the issue with Xing has been resolved." Aibua came up and took Tang Yu's and Xing's hands, curious about their experiences during this time, especially since the three and a cat had previously acted together. Indeed, under the influence of the environment, various monsters had begun to become active, and the danger had certainly increased. Tang Yu and Xing explained their purpose to Aibua and the Wilderness Master. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, followed by a strong cold current blowing toward them. The pterosaur in the air was instantly frozen by this chilling force, and the presence within the cold was revealed to everyone. It was a pure, white, ancient dragon with colorful, dazzling light. Chapter 204, Pursuit and Omen. After the ice-cursed dragon appeared, it roared a few times and then left, heading towards the New World. This was temporarily good news for Yuechen and the Wilderness Master, since it made the return route to the base much easier. Of course, this was just a joke. Upon seeing the ice-cursed dragon's direction of travel, the Wilderness Master and Aibua hurriedly took Tang Yu and Xing back to Yuechen. Thus, the ice-cursed dragon headed toward the New World. Such a powerful ancient dragon suddenly appearing in the New World would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the local ecology, which was definitely not good news for Xingchen. Upon returning to Yuechen, the Wilderness Master immediately went to the command center to inform the investigation team leader about the ice-cursed dragon. After learning the news, the team leader fell into deep thought. "So, Aibua, how is the investigation in the Everfrost Tundra going?" Surprisingly, the investigation team leader chose to inquire about Aibua's progress in the Everfrost Tundra. It should be wrapping up for now." Although Aibua did not understand why the team leader asked this, he answered truthfully. "Good, in that case, I'll entrust a few members of the recommendation team to return to Xingchen to assist in investigating the ice-cursed dragon's movements and its impact on the local ecology. As for the safety here in Yuechen, I'll take responsibility for that. After all, it's my duty." The investigation team leader made a decision, sending Tang Yu and the others back to Xingchen. This back and forth was indeed quite humorous. Finally, the investigation team leader turned his gaze to the Wilderness Master, assigning her the investigation tasks for when Tang Yu and the others left. "No problem. I'm here to do that anyway, so you can rest assured and go back." The Wilderness Master agreed to the arrangement, having spent decades exploring the New World alone. Now she was simply returning to her previous work state. Without any worries, Aibua rejoined the team and followed Tang Yu and Xing back to the Xingchen base. Once back at the Xingchen base, the group immediately went to the command center to report on the ice-cursed dragon. After all, the ice-cursed dragon was critical information for Xingchen. Sure enough, upon learning about the ice-cursed dragon's movements, the commander recognized the issue and immediately entrusted the strongest recommendation team, Tang Yu and Xing, to investigate the ice-cursed dragon. After Xing used necessary materials to craft 2 new pieces of armor to enhance the power of his sword-drawing strike, the three and the cat set off without delay from the main gate, heading toward the ancient tree forest. If the ice-cursed dragon was heading from the Everfrost Tundra to the New World, its landing point would definitely be the ancient tree forest. Look, there it is. Fragments from the ice-cursed dragon. Indeed, just after leaving the base for a short while, the guiding insect made a discovery. Following it, they found several small pieces of debris scattered on the ground, clearly identical to the piece Ibwa held. Additionally, a faint chill emanated from the fragments, undoubtedly indicating the ice-cursed dragon's trail. Continuing deeper, the group intended to enter the ancient tree for further investigation. However, the guiding insect soon had another discovery. It turned out that it found new traces at the entrance of the ancient tree, which were black feather-like scales. Could it be? Let us keep moving forward. Maybe we can see it here. Ibwa seemed to have realized something upon seeing the scale and eagerly advanced into the depths of the ancient tree, prompting Tang Yu and Xing to follow suit. Since working with the wilderness master for a while on the investigation, Ibwa had become noticeably bolder and reckless, charging ahead without regard for potential dangers, leaving Tang Yu and Xing to clean up after him. Fortunately, a new situation interrupted Ibwa's reckless advance. At the entrance of the ancient tree, they encountered an ancient dragon man, and Ibwa's attention was immediately drawn to it, as each appearance of the ancient dragon man typically involved a lot of seemingly profound dialogue. As expected, upon seeing Tang Yu and Xing, two top predators in the food chain, the ancient dragon man began to speak in his cryptic manner. There exists something that has existed for a long time. If it sleeps, it will awaken, right? It's just a matter of time. One side falls into slumber, while the other remains awake. It repeats endlessly. Occasionally, both sides awaken simultaneously. Both this side and the other side are awake, overlapping. The ancient dragon man's words plunged Ibwa into contemplation, pondering what connection this information had to the current anomalies. What does it mean? Is something supposed to awaken? Ibwa was very concerned about the ancient dragon man's words. It's not difficult. The general meaning is that there's a powerful presence here, and there's also a powerful presence in the Everfrost tundra on the other side, with both sides taking turns to rest. Tang Yu, as the founder of an organization of researchers known as the Demon Path Scholars, has no problem with simple analysis. After all, it's not that she can't, but that she doesn't want to. So what kind of existence is it? Since you, Ibwa, have asked this, let's analyze it simply. First, based on our previous investigations, the most powerful entity in the New World is undoubtedly my lantern, which is incubated using the energy released from the deaths of countless ancient dragons. Lantern can undoubtedly be considered a super ancient dragon. Aside from the lantern, within the ancient dragon species, there exists a powerful entity known as the Mimesy, which, after all, feeds on ancient dragons. If what the ancient dragon person just mentioned refers to the Mimesy, then the corresponding entity should be the ice-cursed dragon. However, based on my speculation, the likelihood of it being the Mimesy is low, as the Mimesy cannot dominate or significantly influence the entire ecosystem of the New World. In contrast, the lantern has indeed had a tangible impact on the ecosystem of the New World. Therefore, according to the information from the ancient dragon people, it can be inferred that there exists a super ancient dragon species with strength comparable to the lantern in the eternal frosted land. Since we have resolved the lantern issue here, that side has begun to become active as a super ancient dragon species that can directly influence the continent's ecosystem. Its signs of activity should be the recent series of anomalies, the migration of the wind drift dragon, the appearance of subspecies, and even the unusual movements of the ice-cursed dragon are all precursors to its activity. Tang Yu's analysis left AI, Bo, and Xing stunned, as the sheer volume of information made them unsure whether to believe it. If that is the case, it would be troublesome. Chapter 205, Swift and Slash Alright. If you want to think about it, you can take your time when we get back. Didn't TU just discover something? Tang Yu looked at AI Bo, who was lost in thought and had completely forgotten their previous goal, and directly pulled him back to the original topic. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Let's hurry over. If nothing unexpected happens, this is also affected by the recent anomalies. AI Bo snapped back to reality and immediately led the charge, rushing deeper into the forest. Tang Yu and Xing quickly followed, seeing AI Bo set aside his previous concerns, which made them both feel a bit more relaxed. Before long, the three arrived deep in the forest, where they found the corpse of a herbivorous dragon lying on ground. The body was covered in numerous dark, blue feather-like scales. It seems these scales are the cause of the herbivorous dragon's death. Oh, just as I thought. I wasn't sure before, but seeing the herbivorous dragon's condition confirms it. It's the swift dragon. AI Bo looked at the herbivorous dragon's death and received confirmation. Just as AI Bo mentioned the name of the swift dragon, several feather-like scales shot towards them at an incredibly high speed from behind. Fortunately, Xing reacted quickly and immediately tackled AI Bo to the ground, while Tang Yu was hit directly by several of the scales, which of course had no significant effect. Right behind the scales came a black figure, the wyvern that Aibo had mentioned. The wyvern dashed forward, moving from behind the group to the front, while the others were still focused on the attack from behind. Just as the wyvern was about to seize this opportunity to launch a fatal blow at Tang Yue and Xing, another unexpected guest appeared. The longtime ruler of this ancient tree forest, the fire dragon, descended from the sky and launched an attack on the wyvern, the intruder. Both the fire dragon and the wyvern belonged to the flying dragon species, but their skeletal structures were different. The fire dragon had a typical flying-type skeleton, with strong hind limbs and elevated forelimbs used for flying. In contrast, the wyvern had a specialized four-legged ground combat structure. Its hind limbs were not as strong as those of the fire dragon, but its forelimbs were significantly stronger, resulting in a substantial decrease in flying capability, but a considerable advantage in ground combat. The two could be said to have their own strengths and weaknesses, and now, facing each other in a narrow space, they were eager to determine who was superior. They began to grapple with each other, fighting as they moved away from the area, while Tang Yue watched in confusion as the fire dragon and the wyvern left, ready to draw her weapon. But this was the outcome. It seems safe now, so let's hurry back to the base. We need to report this to the commander-in-chief. Aibo, seeing the wyvern and fire dragon fighting and leaving, also breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was time to slip back to the base. Tang Yue and Xing had no choice but to follow since the dragons had already left. They couldn't chase after them just to beat them up, right? Well, Tang Yue had done that before, but it was better to return to the base for now. Otherwise, seeing Aibo's distracted expression, Tang Yue was genuinely afraid that Aibo would unknowingly transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon returning to the starbase, the three of them immediately headed to the command center to report to the commander-in-chief. Aibo also informed the commander about Tang Yue's analysis. Indeed, what Tang Yue said was the most plausible and likely explanation, but it was also the worst-case scenario. This meant that the ice-cursed dragon's motive for coming to the New World was narrowed down to two possibilities. Either it was fleeing or preparing for battle. The commander-in-chief quickly deduced a lot of information from Tang Yue's statement. In summary, the activities of the ice-cursed dragon had caused many events to unfold in the New World. In addition to the wyvern discovered in the ancient tree forest, the investigation team had also found the dragon slayer in the great ant graveyard, likely due to the activities of the ice-cursed dragon, which had begun to stir. Therefore, I entrust you with the hunting of the wyvern and the dragon slayer. The commander-in-chief, as always, assigned the hardest tasks to the recommended group of Tang Yue and Xing. There was no choice. After all, they were the guiding celestial blue star, which was what they were meant to do. Subsequently, Tang Yue and Xing immediately prepared their equipment to continue their mission in the New World. After discussion, they decided to split up, with Tang Yue heading to deal with the wyvern in the ancient tree forest, while Xing would go to handle the dragon slayer in the great ant graveyard. This time, Aibo accompanied Xing to the great ant graveyard while Tang Yue acted alone. Upon arriving at the ancient tree forest, Tang Yue immediately took out the wyvern scale she had collected from the herbivore dragon earlier, and the guiding insect quickly completed its information memory and began navigation. Seeing this, Tang Yue followed the guiding insect and set off. The guiding insect's direction was clear, leading towards the higher parts of the ancient tree. After some time, Tang Yue arrived near the fire dragon's nest at the top of the ancient tree. Strange. Why would the wyvern be at the fire dragon's nest? Were they still fighting? That seemed too interesting. Tang Yue quickened her pace towards the top and soon reached the vicinity of the fire dragon's nest. Through the dense branches, she heard a series of sounds. Clearing the branches, she saw the fire dragon and the wyvern engaged in a fierce battle inside the fire dragon's nest. The fire dragon would grab the wyvern and slam it down, while the wyvern would tackle the fire dragon and pound it. One would launch fireballs while the other shot darts upward. Tang Yu directly took out a chair, sat down on it, and began to snack while enjoying the battle between the two, fully embodying the role of a spectator. On the side, the fire dragon and the swift dragon, who had been bickering for a while, finally noticed Tang Yu and surprisingly reached a consensus. Together, they launched a ranged attack at Tang Yu. Tang Yu, whose good mood was ruined, immediately became displeased. She was enjoying the scene from the sidelines, but something got hit in the face. Although it didn't have much impact, her good mood was indeed very precious. Both the rapid dragon and the fire dragon paid a painful price for this. By the time Tang Yu returned to the base, she was dragging the rapid dragon and the fire dragon, both of whom were injured all over their bodies. On the other side, Xing wielded the ice attribute Great Sword of the Wind Drift Dragon, engaging in a full day of Iaijutsu dueling with the slashing dragon in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Ultimately, the battle ended with the slashing dragon suffering a severed tail, which left its entire tail looking tattered and rusted. It was covered in wounds from Xing's cherry blossom blade and energy blade slashes, and was similarly dragged back to the base. Chapter 206, Fracture and Roar. Well done. After dealing with the swift dragon and the slashing dragon, the ancient tree forest and the great ant mound wasteland have temporarily stabilized. As usual, after returning to the base, everyone went to the headquarters to report the mission to the commander-in-chief. However, the influence of the ice-cursed dragon was not over yet. While you resolved the issues with the swift dragon and the slashing dragon, the ice-cursed dragon moved deeper into the area, and its actions also affected the ecology of the Miasma Valley and the Dragon Crystal Land. According to the investigation team's report, traces of the roaring dragon and the fractured dragon were found in the Miasma Valley and the Dragon Crystal Land. The local ecology was also affected. However, the anticipated rest did not come, as more new monsters began to stir due to the ice-cursed dragon. Just after dealing with the swift dragon and the slashing dragon, the roaring dragon and the fractured dragon appeared. Tang Yu and Xing also realized what the commander-in-chief was going to say next. All right, no problem. We'll go take care of it. In response to Tang Yu and the others' interruption, the commander-in-chief didn't show any anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. Then, I leave it to you. May the guiding blue star bless you. Hearing the commander-in-chief's blessing, the group felt incredibly awkward, as they were now referred to as the guiding blue star. Wasn't this just them blessing themselves? However, these thoughts were not important at the moment. Having just completed the hunt for the slashing dragon and the swift dragon, it was time to craft new equipment. As for the roaring dragon and the fractured dragon, they could cause a ruckus for a few more days without issue. Tang Yu obtained materials from the slashing dragon from Xing to craft a slashing dragon-derived insect rod, while Xing also received materials from the swift dragon that Tang Yu brought back to create a swift dragon-derived greatsword. With their new gear, the two split up again. This time, Xing chose to head to the Miasma Valley to confront the roaring dragon, known for its nickname Car Dragon, while Tang Yu went to the Dragon Crystal Land to deal with the fractured dragon. Miasma Valley. Xing leaped off the back of a flying dragon. During this time, she and Tang Yu no longer acted together, but instead operated solo. This feeling brought back a wave of nostalgia for Xing. Before coming to the new world, she had hunted alone. However, since meeting Tang Yu, they had always hunted together. Although the thrill of hunting was no longer felt during their joint hunts, Tang Yu always brought something new to the table, keeping the fun intact. However, the recent solo hunts brought back the same feeling as before. This sense of fighting alone, just one person and one cat against strong foes, ignited her spirit. Confirming that she had everything she needed, Xing set off from the camp, leaping off the cliff at the camp entrance. In midair, she drank a bottle of stamina potion and rolled upon landing to absorb the impact. At the same time, she pulled out a bottle of hardening potion and started to drink. The guiding insect sensed the target's presence and began to navigate. Xing followed the guiding insect while taking another bottle of demon drug to drink. She sped along, using several grappling points along the way to swing across. Soon, she arrived at the guiding insect's destination, and upon closer inspection, she found the target, the roaring dragon, digging into a pile of broken bones. Suddenly, the roaring dragon stopped digging and turned its head. Xing was startled and then felt vibrations coming from behind. Looking back, she saw a bone crusher dragon rolling towards her. The roaring dragon also turned to look at the incoming bone crusher dragon and demonstrated a dragon mouth break to Xing. Looking at the dense bone spikes on the bone crusher dragon, it was clear that the roaring dragon's mouth was indeed powerful. How could the mere bone crusher dragon possibly defeat the Car dragon? It was easily dispatched by the roaring dragon. The roaring dragon's new target then became Xing, who had been watching the spectacular performance. Seeing this, Xing pulled out the swift dragon greatsword from her back. The roaring dragon, facing Xing, was quite courteous at first, launching its signature move with a loud roar. Seeing this, Xing executed a quick draw slash, absorbing the power of the roar to instantly activate her blade, followed by a cherry blossom blade slash, positioning herself behind the roaring dragon, and swiftly executed a decisive slash aimed at its delicate tail. The roaring dragon, suffering from the pain of a severed tail, became ferocious, its entire head turning red as it unleashed its signature move. Dragon Car. It began a relentless series of dragon cars aimed at Xing, facing the dragon car of the Thunder Dragon. Xing showed no fear. He directly adopted the Water Moon stance to block the first dragon car attack, and when the Thunder Dragon turned to launch the second dragon car at him, he executed a quick cut followed by a large spin, instantly accumulating energy into a red blade. He then sheathed his sword, got into position, and prepared to meet the Thunder Dragon's next third Dragon Car attack. As the Thunder Dragon charged at high speed, Xing unleashed a powerful Iato strike, the accumulated force exploding forth, forcibly stopping the Thunder Dragon's Dragon Car, causing it to fall to the ground. Xing then swiftly turned around and delivered a Dragon Sword strike to the downed Thunder Dragon. The intense energy blade slashed into the Thunder Dragon's head, destroying it and shattering its two small protruding horns. A skilled hunter does not miss any opportunity for output. Xing also learned a technique from Tang Yue that allows for comprehensive destruction in such situations. He released a flying insect upward, then used thread manipulation to connect the insect to himself, executing a swirling cherry blossom energy blade strike that continuously rotated around the Thunder Dragon. This technique, referred to by Tang Yue as the rotating eternal cherry blossom energy blade strike, would continue to spin until the target perished if it dared to remain in the center. Now the Thunder Dragon is heavily injured, lying in the middle, subjected to a brutal attack resembling a meat grinder, which is quite deadly. Just as it tried to get up, it was knocked down again by a continuous stream of damage. The early output from a star has pushed the Thunder Dragon to a critical state, and now, with this move, the continuous part destruction has rendered the Thunder Dragon completely unable to rise, ultimately leading to it being knocked unconscious by Star, who then completed the capture. Dragon Crystal Land. On the other side, Tang Yu's also arrived at the Dragon Crystal Land. Upon reaching the camp, Tang Yu noticed that her guiding bug had started to navigate, and as she followed the bug's trail, she discovered that the path the bugs were taking was actually the route leading back to the Dragon Crystal Land. After jumping down a vertical passage from a back path following the guiding bugs, Tang Yu saw the Shard Dragon bullying the Blast Dash Dragon. Chapter 207. First battle with Ice Curse Dragon at this moment. The Shard Dragon and the Blast Dash Dragon encountered each other in the corridor between the mid-level and the lava area. The Blast Dash Dragon directly used its rolling throw technique, launching its explosive body parts. However, faced with the Shard Dragon using explosive slime, it was forced to a halt by a series of explosive punches and then had explosive slime smeared all over its face. By the time Tang Yu arrived here, she saw the Blast Dash Dragon, covered in explosion marks, staggering towards her, with many orange-yellow slimes sticking to it. She watched as the orange-yellow began to turn red, and then it exploded. This explosion was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the Blast Dash Dragon's back. The intense explosion caused the Blast Dash Dragon to fall directly, proving that in terms of explosions, the Shard Dragon was superior. Meanwhile, the Shard Dragon stood atop the fallen Blast Dash Dragon, showcasing its explosive skills. Tang Yu watched the battle between the two dragons. Now that the Shatter Dragon had won the fight, it had gained the opportunity to challenge Tang Yu, and the two were about to begin a new contest. The battle commenced. In front of the Shatter Dragon, Tang Yu took out what looked like a talisman and began to rub it on the blade of her insect-controlling stick. This was a form of on-the-spot enchanting to show respect. As Suilong watched Tang Yu's actions, he felt insulted and decided to strike. Suilong brought his fist to his mouth and unleashed an explosive enchantment. It must be said that Tang Yue had a strong sense of ritual when it came to enchantments. Just as Tang Yue had finished the enchantment, Suilong launched a series of rapid punches toward her, leaving countless explosive sticky spores in his wake. Just as the Shatter Dragon was about to smash its fist down on Tang Yu's head, Tang Yu completed the enchantment and thrust the insect-controlling rod forward, immediately following up with a meteor flash strike. Continuous thrusts landed on the Shatter Dragon's fists. At this moment, Tang Yu's enchantment took effect. The fungi on the Shatter Dragon's hands were rapidly turning black, indicating they had died. This abnormal death prevented the fungi from exploding upon their demise. Soon, the Shatter Dragon's fists were no longer covered by any fungi, and without their protection, Tang Yu shattered the Shatter Dragon's fists. The destruction of its prized weapon was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Shatter Dragon. Fortunately, it still had the fungal secretion port on its head and could still use the explosive headbutt for attacks. Just as the Shatter Dragon was about to launch an explosive headbutt at its formidable foe, Tang Yu took the initiative and executed a heavenly strike, using the insect-controlling rod with antibacterial enchantment to strike the Shatter Dragon's head, killing the explosive fungi there once again. By the time the Shatter Dragon's headbutt hit the ground, Tang Yu had already dodged with a swift motion and followed up with a powerful Shatter Strike, directly smashing the Shatter Dragon's robust headbutt. Now the Shatter Dragon was in trouble. Its weapon was destroyed, and it could not unleash its proud explosive strikes, immediately falling into a disadvantage. While contemplating how to overcome this powerful enemy, the Shatter Dragon saw Tang Yu start to enchant once more. Unable to tolerate any longer, it decided to charge and interrupt Tang Yu's enchantment. However, this time, Tang Yu was well prepared and pulled out the just poison dagger. At the same time, he quickly completed the enchantment, and a single slash against the shattered dragon triggered a violent explosion. It was an explosive enchantment. Tang Yu had activated the explosive enchantment, returning the favor in kind. The shattered dragon fell. It was thoroughly defeated. Whether it was its proud explosive punches or any other aspect, it had lost completely. It knelt before Tang Yu, awaiting judgment, ready to embrace its death as a loser. Tang Yu then took out a capture grenade and secured the shattered dragon. Was this shattered dragon a bit dim-witted? It seemed like it was thinking some bizarre things just moments ago. As Tang Yu dragged the bewildered shattered dragon back to the camp, he also commented on the strange feeling during their recent encounter. While returning to the camp, Tang Yu sensed a chill coming from the crystal square nearby. After handing the shattered dragon over to the transportation specialists, Tang Yu returned to the dragon crystal area, intending to check out the chilling crystal square. Sliding down the passageway, he arrived at the hot dragon crystal area, where the ground was covered in frost. A strong cold air swirled in the center of this area, and in the midst of it was a massive ancient dragon, the ice-cursed dragon. As Tang Yu approached, the ice-cursed dragon lifted its head and looked at him, clearly intrigued by the unexpected visitor. Tang Yu quietly observed the ice-cursed dragon, which stood up as if facing a formidable enemy, unleashing a fierce cold wind toward him. Feeling the cool breeze in this hot place, Tang Yu experienced a refreshing sensation. However, soon after, the ice-cursed dragon's sharp tail came rushing towards him. But Tang Yu was not so easily dealt with. He lifted his foot and stomped down on the rapidly attacking tail. The immense force pinned the tail down firmly, and the ice-cursed dragon, seeing its tail being stomped, attempted to pull it back, but after several tries, it realized it could not free itself at all. After seeing the ice-cursed dragon struggling to pull its tail out, Tang Yu revealed a kind smile. She pulled out the insect-controlling stick from her back and struck down fiercely at the tail beneath her feet. The ice-cursed dragon's agile and slender tail was severed directly. At the same time, the ice-cursed dragon fell backward due to the force of the tail being pulled. The tail whipped at the crystal pillar behind it at an astonishing speed, shattering the pillar, and the ice-cursed dragon felt immense pain, its entire tail going numb. Looking at the ice-cursed dragon lying on the ground, Tang Yu had no thoughts of pity and directly stepped forward, grabbing the dragon's head and smashing it against the ground. The entire dragon became dazed, just as Tang Yu planned to continue a deeper conversation with the ice-cursed dragon. The dragon, relying on its powerful ancient dragon resistance, recovered quickly, spread its wings, gathered the surrounding cold air to form an icy armor, and swiftly fled the area. Seeing the ice-cursed dragon leave without hesitation, Tang Yu had no way to stop it. Although she could chase it down, it was unnecessary. Taking the severed tail from the ground, Tang Yu returned to the base. What is this? Upon returning to the base, the others saw the tail in Tang Yu's hand. Oh, this is the ice-cursed dragon's tail. I encountered it in the Dragon Crystal Land, fought it, and after cutting off its tail, it fled, transforming and adding a layer of armor. It seems to be heading towards the Everfrost Tundra, Tang Yu said indifferently. What? Chapter 208. Return to the Everfrost Tundra while Tang Yu was informing the various leaders of the stars about the ice-cursed dragon's whereabouts. The Wilderness Master was also conducting an investigation in the Everfrost Tundra. This time, she used climbing equipment to descend from the ice cliff into the lower glacier, planning to conduct a search here. Clearly, the Wilderness Master was lucky this time. Behind a layer of ice, she discovered a piece of fabric encased in ice. Without hesitation, she used the launcher in her hand to break through the ice layer and retrieve the fabric. This is just like the one found in the sunken ship. Seriously, they all left, yet still left me with a puzzle. It was evident that this piece of fabric was a supplement to the information found in the sunken ship, and it had a great chance of helping to unravel this series of anomalies, just as the Wilderness Master planned to find a safe place to examine it thoroughly. A strong cold aura approached from the distance. It was the ice-cursed dragon. After being chased away by Tang Yu, it immediately returned to the Everfrost Tundra at an extremely fast speed. The rapid flying speed carried with it a powerful cold aura, directly triggering intense glacier movements. The change directly tore apart the ice beneath the Wilderness Master, causing him to fall. The piece of cloth in his hand also flew up into the wind. Moonlight Base, Captain, we're back. Please be prepared. The ice-cursed dragon has returned to the Everfrost Tundra, and this time it clearly won't be as simple as before. We need to be ready for defense. Tang Yu, Xing, and AI Bo under the orders of the commander. Returned early to Moonlight to inform the personnel here about the ice-cursed dragon. The old man actually arranged for them to come back so early to notify us. It seems this matter is truly serious. We will be prepared. The investigation captain, upon hearing AI Bo's words, realized the gravity of the situation. He was very concerned about this incident, as it would affect the safety of the entire base, and his duty was to protect the base's security. By the way, where's Obasin? AI Bo suddenly remembered that they hadn't seen the Wilderness Master upon returning to Moonlight. Oh, she must still be out investigating. That's not good. If that's the case, isn't it dangerous? Can I ask you for help? The investigation captain quickly understood the Wilderness Master's current situation. Faced with the captain's request from the investigation team, Aibo decisively accepted the task. Leave it to us, partners, Tang Yu, let's set off quickly. The old lady looked at Aibo's anxious expression, and both Tang Yu and Xing nodded in agreement. After all, they had experienced a lot together with this senior. Since it was a rescue mission, the two of them did not prepare any further. After gathering the necessary supplies, they immediately set off. Upon arriving at the Everfrost frozen lands, Tang Yu quickly switched to the guiding insect. Fortunately, Aibo still had something that had been infused with the aura of the Wilderness Master. Once the guiding insect confirmed the aura of the Wilderness Master, it immediately began to navigate. Following the guiding insect, the group soon arrived at the ice cliff facing the sea. The original path was blocked by glaciers, and Tang Yu had tried several times to break through, but missed the opportunity each time. However, that was no longer a concern. The glacier blocking the way had collapsed, revealing a new path. The guiding insect's direction extended inward, and everyone hurried to follow. Soon, they discovered a piece of cloth at the edge of a cliff inside. This is just like the one found at the shipwreck site. Aibo recognized the piece of cloth at a glance. Since they found such a cloth here, they would surely be able to find traces of the Wilderness Master nearby. Sure enough, after Aibo's inspection, they found the goggles belonging to the Wilderness Master on a platform below the cliff. That is, it's the old lady's. Could it be? However, clearly, this scene was not a good sign. Just as Aibo was about to descend to the cliff below for a closer look, a disturbance occurred. A large group of wind drifters was flying towards them. It's wind drifters. So they came here. Aibo realized one of the answers to the many questions upon seeing this large group of wind drifters. Soon, a special individual emerged from the flock. A wind drifter covered in ice armor, looking like an elite among the wind drifters. As expected, the Frostwing Windrake appeared before the group and let out a challenging roar. It seemed that without dealing with it, they wouldn't be able to proceed with the rescue. Partners, Tang Yu, I'm counting on you. Aibo's words reflected the current situation. If they were disrupted by this Windrake, the rescue of the Wilderness Master would be in danger, especially since they had to operate on the recently transformed ice layer below, which could be very dangerous if interfered with. Since they couldn't avoid it, they naturally had to fight. Tang Yu and Xing immediately took out their respective weapons. They were quite experienced in dealing with Windrakes, and this Frostwing Windrake clearly hadn't transcended the concept of a typical Windrake. The fire element bugstick and the greatsword in their hands were undoubtedly good choices against it. Tang Yu and Xing launched their claws, directly climbing onto the airborne Frostwing Windrake, and then struck down with two powerful attacks. The strong assault knocked the Frostwing Windrake to the ground. Facing the downed Frostwing Windrake, Xing began to attack its head directly. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, wielding the Dragon Slayer bugstick, started to trim the Frostwing Windrake's claws. The proud claws of the Windrake were effortlessly severed by Tang Yu's powerful strikes. Tang Yu even kindly polished them to a rounded finish. The star also dealt damage to the Frostwing Wind Drift Dragon's head, directly crippling its roaring organ. The powerful roar and sharp claws were destroyed by the two, significantly reducing the Frostwing Wind Drift Dragon's combat capabilities. As Tang Yu danced in the air and Xing executed his infinite Iato, although the Frostwing Wind Drift Dragon was a special individual among the Wind Drift Dragons, it could not escape the devastation brought by the two powerful demons, ultimately being harvested by them. After dealing with the troublesome Frostwing Wind Drift Dragon, Xing, with the help of climbing equipment, descended to the ice layer below. After a thorough search, he successfully found the unconscious Wilderness Master and rescued him. Seeing the safe Wilderness Master, Aibo let out a sigh of relief, and her inner anxiety was slightly eased. After bringing the Wilderness Master back to the base, they took a good rest. The Wilderness Master only sustained minor injuries from the fall, which was nothing for a hunter. She merely lost consciousness due to the impact upon landing. However, the severe cold was a concern, but the rescue was timely. By the time they saw the Wilderness Master again, she had already regained her spirits. Chapter 209, Ice Cursed Dragon Subjugation. So, this series of changes should be caused by that great existence. The Ice Cursed Dragon is just another minion affected by the great existence. After Tang Yue and Xing arrived at the command center, everyone present learned from Ibua about Tang Yue's analysis of the ancient dragon people and the results of a series of discussions. After discussions among a series of professionals, including the director of the Ecological Research Institute and the commander-in-chief, it has been temporarily confirmed that a series of ecological disasters are caused by a great existence. Although the Ice-Cursed Dragon has also caused a series of ecological changes, it is also one of the affected beings. Indeed, while the Ice-Cursed Dragon is an ancient dragon affected by these changes, its actions have resulted in secondary ecological disturbances. Moreover, the Ice-Cursed Dragon has been driven back to the Everfrost Tundra and may attack the Moonlight Base at any time. We need to prepare supplies immediately, build defensive structures, and brace for a possible ancient dragon attack. Returning to the Everfrost Tundra to convey information is one thing, but it is also to initiate the construction of defense projects at Moonlight so that when the ancient dragon attacks, the main defensive weapons are not still under construction. Alright, we will also begin preparations for the construction of defensive structures here, and the transport troops need to work faster. The investigation team leader understands the importance of the situation and immediately starts planning the construction of defensive works and the allocation of supplies. After Tang Yu and the others left, they were soon called back by Xingchen. The reason was that due to the influence of the Ice-Cursed Dragon, new subspecies had begun to appear and become active. This task required the recommendation group to handle it. Sometimes Tang Yu wonders how a single investigation team has managed to stay in this new continent for so long. In fact, it's simple. Before the fifth phase group arrived in the New World, the ecological niches were very low and the various monsters were not very powerful, with the strongest being the Fire Dragon and the Horn Dragon. However, with the arrival of the fifth phase group and the stirring of the Nether Lantern Dragon, the energy levels of the New World have surged and the ecological niches have rapidly increased. Even the fifth phase group, mostly ordinary hunters, cannot adapt to the rapidly rising ecological niches and can only deal with weaker monsters. As for the Sulfur/Dragon and the Fierce Claw Dragon this time, they are powerful existences that they cannot defeat. There is nothing to be done. After all, Tang Yu and Xing are the white wind of the New World, guiding the way like the Azure Star, so these tasks can only fall to them. Therefore, after conveying the message to Moonlight, they were called back by Xingchen to hunt the Fierce Claw Dragon on the Lushan Coral Plateau and the Sulfur/Dragon in the Miasma Valley. The hunt for the Sulfur/Dragon and the Fierce Claw Dragon went very smoothly, except for the Fierce Claw Dragon, which displayed excessive activity due to stress responses and was directly interrupted by Tang Yu breaking its limbs. There were no unexpected situations. The two were easily resolved. Well done. The combat supplies have been transported, and the surrounding ecology has returned to normal. Now, we entrust you to go to Moonlight to assist with the defense. Sure enough, after completing the hunt for the subspecies, Tang Yu and Xing had to go back to Moonlight again for work, making constant trips back and forth. Upon arriving at Moonlight, they discovered that the base had undergone a significant transformation, with a frontline defense line already constructed at the front of the stronghold. Many workers were currently assembling dragon-slaying artillery. Just as Tang Yu and the others arrived, the Ice-Cursed Dragon also reached the location. As soon as the Ice-Cursed Dragon arrived, it unleashed a freezing breath that swept across the entire frontline position. Many staff members had no choice but to dodge immediately upon seeing this. The Master of Arms rushed forward immediately, intending to confront the Ice-Cursed Dragon. The Ice-Cursed Dragon swung its tail towards the Master of Arms. Seeing this, the Master of Arms leaned back, and the tip of the tail blade grazed past his helmet, leaving a scratch. The Weapon Master took the opportunity to step forward and prepared to launch a Dragon Ascension attack against the weakened Ice-Cursed Dragon. However, when the attack landed, what appeared before the Weapon Master was a thick ice wall, rapidly edged from the cold air by the Ice-Cursed Dragon, blocking this attack. Seeing this, the Weapon Master immediately retreated. At this moment, Tang Yu and Xing also arrived, drawing their weapons to engage in battle. Xing directly used a Water Moon stance to deflect the tail swung by the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Meanwhile, Tang Yu took advantage of the moment when the tail was blocked by the Water Moon stance and struck down with a spear, severing the Ice-Cursed Dragon's tail once again, making it even shorter than it was before in the Dragon Crystal Land. The star also acted in perfect coordination, taking advantage of Tang Yu's moment of distraction to directly claw at the Ice-Cursed Dragon. A series of claw attacks struck the dragon's head, shattering a large portion of its icy armor. The Ice-Cursed Dragon, suffering such damage, immediately rose up, unleashing a fierce cold wind towards the two. What are you all doing? Attack! Get back to assembling if you're just standing around. Why are you frozen in place? The weapon master suddenly shouted at the hunters nearby, who were unsure of how to intervene, slacking off. Hearing this, the hunters began to load their ammunition and attack the ice-cursed dragon, taking advantage of the opening after Tang Yu and the star had engaged the dragon. The staff responsible for assembling the Dragon Lancer cannon immediately continued their work. Under the relentless bombardment from Tang Yu and Xing, the ice-cursed dragon was driven out of the area in front of the Dragon Lancer cannon and into the outer region of the barrier. Seeing this, the investigation team leader immediately ordered the defense barrier to be raised. The tall iron curtain rose, blocking the ice-cursed dragon outside. This excellent sense of security also motivated the staff assembling the Dragon Lancer cannon to work even harder. With the ice-cursed dragon blocked outside, the internal defense systems could not attack, allowing the hunters inside to take a breather, while the hunters outside continued to provide support. Fortunately, these hunters remembered that they needed to restrain the dragon, trapping the ice-cursed dragon. Tang Yu and Xing took the opportunity to rest. After some time, the Dragon Lancer cannon was fully assembled. Great, the Dragon Lancer cannon is ready, so we'll leave the ammunition loading to you. The investigation team leader was pleased to see the Dragon Lancer cannon completed and intended to ask Tang Yu and Xing for help as before. Of course, no problem. We'll load the ammunition while you take care of restraining the ice-cursed dragon. However, Tang Yu's remark made the investigation team leader feel extremely awkward. After all, Tang Yu and Xing were the main combat power of the base, responsible for restraining the ice-cursed dragon. And now they were also going to load ammunition. Wasn't that a bit much? We'll handle it. Just let us load the ammunition, and you take care of restraining the ice-cursed dragon. The investigation team leader felt embarrassed and left to gather personnel for ammunition loading. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and Xing continued to engage the ice-cursed dragon. Finally, just as Tang Yu and Xing had the ice-cursed dragon on the brink of collapse, the investigation team completed the loading of ammunition and fired a shot directly at the ice-cursed dragon's chest, delivering a fatal blow. Which genius decided to stack the ammunition so far away, exhausting everyone? Chapter 210. The Ancient Dragon's active period reopens with the ice-cursed dragon collapsing at the entrance of the Moonlight Base. The disturbances caused by its activity came to an end. However, it was evident that the ecological anomalies would not cease with the fall of the ice-cursed dragon. Everyone, thank you for your efforts during this defense. The defense against the ice-cursed dragon went very smoothly. However, the situation was developing in the worst possible direction. According to reports from the investigation team, ecological anomalies were still ongoing across various regions. This situation undoubtedly confirmed that, as Tang Yu had predicted, the source of everything was the Great Existence. After completing the defense, the investigation team leader gathered everyone for a debriefing and to plan the next steps. The commander-in-chief was also present, seemingly mentoring his grandson. Indeed, all these events stemmed from the Great Existence. The songs associated with it were actually manifestations of its influence on the Earth's veins. At that moment, the dragon-human hunter, who had only appeared a few times in previous investigations, arrived at the command center, clearly here to investigate the eternal frosted land. It must be said that he was quite impressive. Tang Yu and Xing had traversed the entire eternal frosted land and still hadn't encountered him. Oh, you're back. It seems you've gathered quite a bit of information. The commander-in-chief greeted the dragon-human hunter, as they were part of the same investigation team. I also heard that you took down the ice-cursed dragon. I wanted to come and inform you about the Great Existence, but it seems you've already noticed it. Indeed, after Tang Yu conducted a series of analyses, and with the information brought back by the wilderness master from previous explorers, the existence of the Great Existence has been basically confirmed. Next, everyone exchanged a series of intelligence regarding the Great Existence. By the way, have you found the ice-cursed dragon's lair? At this moment, Tang Yu suddenly posed a question. Tang Yu and Xing had already donned the ice-cursed dragon's gear, which was quite eye-catching, especially since Tang Yu had maintained a rather fit figure, after working hard in the forge to resize the standard gear. It looked quite cute and charming on her. We've already located the ice-cursed dragon's lair, since you resolved the ice-cursed dragon at the base. The investigation of its lair has proceeded quite smoothly. Clearly, an ancient dragon's lair without an owner still holds significant investigative value. Just as everyone was about to continue the discussion, a violent tremor swept through the entire eternal frosted land. Intense geological activity caused peaks to collapse across the land. Dark clouds engulfed the sky. In an instant, the world changed color, as if a great calamity were descending. This tremor lasted for a long time, and when it finally subsided, everyone in the command center let out a sigh of relief. It seems we must deal with this great existence as soon as possible. If we continue to let it be, the ecology of a new continent will suffer devastating blows. At that point, we may have to evacuate. Moreover, super ancient dragons like this one, which can directly influence the Earth's veins, undoubtedly possess immense destructive power. Everyone fully agreed with the investigation team leader's analysis. They had all fought for decades in this new continent, and the members of the same team had dedicated most of their lives here. The investigation team leader was a native of the new continent, born and raised. No one wanted to leave this land so easily. Therefore, we must rely on you, Tang Yu, to confront the great existence. After all, the Dark Lantern Dragon was also a being that stood against this great existence. And since you managed to defeat and even tame the Dark Lantern Dragon, you should be able to overcome the great existence as well. We're counting on you. Faced with the investigation team leader's request and the gazes of the other department leaders, Tang Yu naturally lifted her head slightly and nodded. Leave it to me. Tasting unique delicacies and experiencing the joy of hunting. Wasn't that the reason Tang Yu stayed in this world? Since there were powerful and interesting beings like the Lantern Dragon. How about you let it go? In that case, let us get moving. Although we have some understanding of the great existence, we still don't know its exact location. Currently, due to its activities, the entire ecology has undergone drastic changes, and our mission now is to address these changes. The investigation team will be responsible for investigating and dealing with active monsters. The logistics team and other departments will continue their respective duties. The wilderness master and the dragon-human hunter will continue their original actions. Based on the previous experience with the Dark Lantern Dragon, the activities of such ancient dragons that can control the Earth's veins will inevitably lead to the activation of other ancient dragons. We may even encounter our old friend, the Annihilation Dragon. The investigation and handling of ancient dragons will be entrusted to the recommendation team. Currently, you are the only ones capable of effectively suppressing ancient dragons. So we're counting on you. The investigation team leader began to methodically arrange the actions, and everyone present had no objections to such arrangements. It was basically their original work. The only one injured was the recommendation team, Azure Star. By the way, Tang Yu and Xing, we discovered some situations in the Dragon Crystal Land. Could you please investigate there? At the end of the meeting, the investigation team leader finally revealed his intentions and directly handed a troublesome task to Tang Yu and Xing, the two members of the recommended group from the Azure Star. There was no way to refuse, as the combined combat power of everyone in the investigation base was no match for Tang Yu and Xing. They were the only ones capable of solving the problem. The other hunters in the investigation team could handle issues like the rebellious poison wyverns, raging birds, and paralysis dragons. But when it came to formidable opponents like the Tyrant Dragon, Fire Dragon, Horn Dragon, and the Four Great Kings, most of the hunters in the investigation team were helpless. Only the team led by Sang and his editor, also part of the recommended group, could assist in alleviating the pressure on Tang Yu and Xing. Fully equipped with the newly crafted Ice-Cursed Dragon Greatsword and Ice-Cursed Dragon Insect Staff, Tang Yu and Xing set off once again, embarking on the arduous investigation life of the Great Azure Star, with their destination being the Dragon Crystal Land. This time, they were about to face the enhanced B-25, which had been preheated for a brutal encounter. Chapter 211, the second ancient dragon battle. Not long after entering the Dragon Crystal Land, the guiding insects on Tang Yu reacted, with blue insects indicating the presence of an ancient dragon swiftly flying out. Tang Yu and Xing immediately followed, surprised by how smoothly the task was going. Having quickly located the ancient dragon, it seemed they could return early for a second lunch today. With two whistles, two assault dragons, a local specialty, came running over. Tang Yu and Xing jumped onto the dragons and rode them towards their destination. As for why they were using local drivers instead of personal vehicles, it was because Tang Yu had previously arranged for the Ice Saberwolf she had captured to be stationed at the Star and Moon bases for shared transportation. Even Xiao Man had been borrowed to play by a child who suddenly arrived in this world. So now, Tang Yu had no choice but to take the local bus. In Tang Yu's view, it wouldn't be long before she left this world to end her vacation. Her main goal now was to see what surprises the evolving light would bring and what the so-called great existence was truly like. By then, it would be time to leave, but what did it matter? After all, this world was already under her name. Although the assault dragon wasn't fast, it arrived at the destination indicated by the guiding insect. It was once again that vast plain, and one could only say that the energy of the new world was indeed abundant. In just this short period, the crystal mountain that Tang Yu had excavated had already grown a layer, and the surface that was originally exposed black rock was now covered with white crystals. As Tang Yu and her companion got off the assault dragon, they saw several bone spikes made of superior materials sticking out of the ground. Upon seeing this, they knew it was left by the Annihilation Dragon, and sure enough, they had encountered an old friend. Hey, it seems you all have investigated this place too. That's right. These are the traces of the Annihilation Dragon. It looks like something big is about to happen. While the two were inspecting the area, they heard shouting from the side. Turning to look, they saw a humanoid golden lion. Oh, it's the Grand Commander. Wow, it's the Grand Commander. Long time no see, you've lost weight. Everyone in the base knows about this. Haven't you been to the base lately? Tang Yu's remarks immediately made the Grand Commander feel awkward. Indeed, he had been wandering outside and hadn't been to the base, so he was completely unaware of the current strategic direction of the base. Hearing Tang Yu's words, he didn't know how to respond. Ahem. Anyway, it seems the Annihilation Dragon is becoming active again, which is good news. It will lead us to the answers we seek. The Grand Commander quickly changed the subject, intending to divert the awkwardness by discussing the Annihilation Dragon. However, just as he was about to say something else, a shadow swept over their heads, followed by a flurry of shadows rapidly shrinking. Looking up, they saw B-25. Oh, it's the explosive scale dragon bombing them. The group also didn't want to take the explosion head-on, so they quickly dodged. When the explosive scale dragon landed, everyone saw its full form. Compared to the ordinary explosive scale dragon, this one emanated red-high temperatures, and energy flowed continuously through its veins. The explosive bombs were in a pre-explosion state, indicating it was a super-enhanced version. Oh wow, this is quite remarkable. It seems we need to deal with this before we can properly investigate. As the moment drew near, the Grand Commander continued to make teasing remarks, clearly hoping that Tang Yu and Xing Ling would take the initiative to accept the task of hunting the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon. Tang Yu looked at the Grand Commander's behavior and couldn't help but wonder how he could have been out there alone for so long. Just when Xing was about to take on the task and step forward to fight, another tremor came, and suddenly, from the side of the cliff, a beast dragon filled with red and black dragon attribute energy leaped out. It was a Tyrannosaurus. It wasn't just any Tyrannosaurus. It was the rage-eating Tyrannosaurus, which had completely absorbed the suppression of dragon attribute energy. Once again, it was a classic battle between the world police and the city management. And this time, it was an enhanced version. A large number of pre-explosive bombs were quickly hurled towards the rage-eating Tyrannosaurus, which retaliated by unleashing a massive breath of dragon attribute energy, inflicting mutual damage. Then the rage-eating Tyrannosaurus lunged in for a physical attack. While the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon entered its Red Lotus state, its temperature rapidly rising from red to bluish-purple. As the two battled fiercely, Tang Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Taking advantage of the moment when the rage-eating Tyrannosaurus and the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon were entangled, she moved between them and unleashed a powerful cold energy technique, the Anchor Slash. A smooth and massive crescent wave of slashing energy erupted from between the two, completely enveloping both the rage-eating Tyrannosaurus and the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon. The powerful slash struck both from head to tail, and an intense chill instantly swept over their bodies. The rapid drop in temperature caused severe hot and cold convection on the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon, while the rage-eating Tyrannosaurus also slowed down due to the overwhelming cold. The star beside them did not miss this opportunity and directly stepped forward to unleash a cold energy blade, cleaving off the tail of the Crimson Lotus exploding scale dragon. The loss of its tail significantly reduced the Crimson Lotus exploding scale dragon's bombing capabilities. Meanwhile, Tang Yu took the chance to sever the tail of the rage-devouring Tyrannosaurus, blocking its sweeping attacks. At this moment, the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon and the furious devourer Tyrannosaurus, who were almost on the verge of mutually assured destruction, also reacted and reached a consensus to first deal with the two little bugs, Tang Yu and Xing. Then, one of them was countered by Xing's Watermoon stance, leaving the head of the Great Slash in shock. The other was directly pierced by Tang Yu's Rondo stick, and then began to be tossed back and forth violently. After finishing a complete set of moves, they exchanged places and did it again. In just a few minutes, the two dragons experienced the harshness of society and realized their own lack of experience. The enhanced versions of the explosive scale dragon and the Tyrannosaurus, when transported back to the research base, made the scholars quite happy for a while. Moreover, both were oversized creatures, which made them quite suitable for research. Tang Yu and Xing returned after completing their mission and headed to the command center, where the commander had already arrived early. As Tang Yu and Xing entered the command center, they saw the commander just finishing up on the recent developments. Ah, you're back. It seems things went well. We've discovered traces of the ancient dragon here, specifically a subspecies of the Shi dragon in the ancient tree forest, the misty Shi dragon. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 212. The second battle with the ancient dragon 2. The misty Shi dragon. How nostalgic. That battle we had when we went to the Miasma Valley is still fresh in my memory. At this moment, Tang Yu and Xing were on their way to the ancient tree forest, reminiscing about their battle with the Shi dragon, which they found quite interesting. Although due to Tang Yu and Xing's overwhelming suppression, the Shi dragon's miasma had completely lost its effect and was ultimately suffocated to death. However, this time, the misty Shi dragon should be a bit stronger. As they entered the forest, the guiding insects sensed the presence of the misty Shi dragon, and the blue guiding insects began to lead the way for the two. Following the guiding insects, they discovered many unusual spore clusters along the way. These spore clusters had powerful parasitic abilities, and they saw several ferocious wolf dragons covered by the spore clusters, completely devoid of life. It seemed that the abilities were similar to that of the previous Shi dragon, but the medium changed from miasma to spores. That made sense, as this wasn't the kind of terrain naturally suitable for miasma accumulation like the Miasma Valley. In such a forest environment, miasma would quickly dissipate and be broken down by the forest. Spores, however, were quite fitting for the forest environment. Just as Tang Yu was analyzing while walking, the guiding insects stopped their movement and began to gather ahead, as a tall figure slowly approached. The newcomer was clad in armor formed from gathered fungal spores, surrounded by a large number of flowing spores moving at high speed, creating a set of kinetic armor. While Tang Yu was observing the misty Shi dragon, it also noticed Tang Yu and Xing sensing the powerful energy emanating from the two, mainly from Xing, as Tang Yu's energy was too advanced to be easily detected. It wasted no time and launched an attack. After all, the first strike holds the advantage. A massive amount of spores accompanied by a strong airflow surged towards Tang Yu and Xing. The speed at which the spores spread was astonishing, enveloping the two in an instant. As the spore mist rolled in, Xing could feel the energy within him continuously depleting, flowing towards the misty Shi dragon. It seemed to absorb Xing's energy, making the misty Shi dragon appear even stronger, though it could also be an illusion. As for Tang Yu, but these spores couldn't even enter Tang Yu's body, nor could they get close. An invisible energy surrounded Tang Yu, completely isolating the spore mist outside. Such a situation cannot continue. Tang Yu may not care, but Xing will still be affected. On the side, Wang Jiang has already started sneezing. Tang Yu directly took out the insect stick and thrust it forward, hitting the chest of the misty corpse dragon with a strong impact, causing it to stagger. The control over the spore mist was also temporarily halted. The star directly stuffed a handful of dispelling seeds into its mouth, then executed a quick slash at the head of the staggered misty corpse set dragon, which had just lowered its head. A strong wave of cold instantly erupted, freezing the spore mist between the misty corpse set dragon and the star. At this moment, Tang Yu had already circled around to the back of the misty corpse dragon and struck fiercely at its still slender tail, severing it completely. Tang Yu and Xing were in sync. After executing various attacks, Xing unleashed the cherry blossom blade, slicing through the corpse dragon from its left side, while Tang Yu charged in with her insect control stick, delivering a series of slashes from the right. This combination attack severely injured the misty corpse dragon, causing the spores and miasma on its surface to stagnate, revealing large patches of skin. Tang Yu and Xing then unleashed a frenzied assault on these exposed areas. Although the misty corpse dragon had stronger environmental adaptability and combat capabilities compared to ordinary corpse dragons, unfortunately, it was facing beings at the top of the food chain in this new continent. After defeating the misty corpse dragon, Tang Yu and Xing returned to the star point. After all, compared to the eternal frostlands, this period in the new continent was where ancient dragons were frequently active. Due to the influence of a great being, the new continent was once again experiencing a period of ancient dragon activity, with various powerful monsters constantly emerging. Not to mention the angry eater Tyrannosaurus and the crimson explosive scale dragon, which loved to act as international police and city management. There were also various monsters that liked to roam around, like the charging bull dragon and the thunderjaw dragon, which could be found wandering in various ecological environments. This situation undoubtedly put ordinary hunters under great strain. Collecting minerals, gathering ingredients, and other tasks had to be done with extreme caution, as one could suddenly encounter a charging bull dragon. If it were just the charging bull dragon, that would be manageable, But if they encountered powerful monsters like the Crimson Explosive Scale Dragon or the Angry Eater Tyrannosaurus, they would have to abandon all their previous gains and flee for their lives. This has led to a growing scarcity of supplies at the stronghold. Although there are fleets bringing back supplies from the guild, it is undoubtedly just a drop in the bucket, leading to a slow death. After all, the most critical task at hand is to eliminate the threat posed by the Great Existence. If we are to prepare for battle, we must free up space on the transport ships for the strategic supplies, which means that most of the survival supplies must make way, further intensifying the pressure on the stronghold's self-sufficiency. You're back. It seems the issue with the Misty Corpse set dragon has been resolved. The commander looked at Tang Yue and Xing before him, feeling somewhat powerless, which was completely different from the commander the others had seen before. Commander, is there a problem? Aibwa asked, intending to clarify and see if he could contribute. It's nothing, just that the investigation is progressing slowly. With the ecological upheaval, everyone is encountering danger while gathering resources, which has complicated the collection of supplies. If we don't resolve this incident before we completely run out of materials, we may need to rely on the guild for support, which would undoubtedly drag us into a slow death situation. The commander was also quite pessimistic about the current situation. Sorry, things are a bit complicated right now. I shouldn't be complaining in front of you main combat personnel. By the way, since you're back, could you please investigate the lush coral plateau? The investigation team has discovered traces of an unknown ancient dragon there, and based on the reaction of the guiding insects, it's definitely an ancient dragon. I'm counting on you. Seeing the commander's expression, Tang Yue and the others felt they couldn't refuse. Indeed, with so many pressing matters, the investigation's progress was somewhat slow. Partners, Tang Yue, let's hurry to the lush coral plateau. I hope we can complete the mission quickly and relieve some pressure on the stronghold. I actually think you would benefit from eating less. Tang Yue couldn't help but retort while looking at Aibwa. Chapter 213, the Second Ancient Dragon Battle 3. Although Aibwa eats a lot, Tang Yue and the others still needed to complete their mission, which was to investigate the ancient dragon at the lush coral plateau. Due to the strength of the ancient dragon, the hunting task could only be assigned to Tang Yue and Xing, so they didn't need to consider other matters and could focus solely on dealing with the ancient dragon. Every resource at the stronghold must be used wisely, pushing the investigation forward as much as possible with the limited resources available. Without needing to worry about logistical supplies, Tang Yue and Xing directly brought Aibwa and Wang Jiang to the lush coral plateau. It's been a while since I last came here. It looks the same as before. Let us get started. With that, Tang Yue took the lead and jumped off the cliff outside the camp. Xing quickly followed suit and started using items like ghost powder as they landed, chasing after Tang Yue. The two began to explore along the main path surrounding the entire lush coral plateau, planning to collect some basic traces for the guiding insects to track. After all, the investigation team had no idea about the new species of ancient dragon related to the lush coral plateau. They only mentioned discovering traces that differed from all registered ancient dragons. Look, what is this? It seemed like a large puddle of sticky saliva. Xing approached to investigate, and what lay before them was a puddle of clear, gelatinous liquid. While the two were observing, the diligent guiding insects began their work, flying out from their cage and collecting information from the puddle before starting to navigate. It looks like this is it, that distinctive color. Tang Yue and Xing nodded at each other and immediately followed the guiding insects toward the target. As they advanced, their position gradually moved closer to the upper layer of the lush coral plateau. It seems this target is also residing at a high place, just like the Qian, Tang Yue remarked, and Xing agreed. The fastest way to reach the upper layer of the lush coral plateau was to take off. They quickly arrived at the lower part of the top platform, where there was a strong updraft. They spread out their gliding suits, and the strong airflow below propelled them upward toward the platform. After a rapid ascent, they landed steadily on the top platform. However, just as they stabilized, the already dim environment darkened again, followed by a strong jet of water rushing toward them. Caught off guard, if they were swept away by this intense water flow, they might end up in free fall after completing the ascent. Fortunately, Tang Yue reacted quickly, reaching Xing's side, pulling out the insect control stick, and firmly inserting it into the ground to stabilize herself while absorbing the impact for Xing. At this moment, Xing also reacted and pulled out her katana, following Tang Yue's example and embedding the sword into the ground. With the help of their weapons, the two managed to easily withstand the impact of the water flow. Taking a breath, they looked up and saw the culprit behind the high-pressure water jet. Before them was a deep blue creature, its body appearing dark due to the special water flow reflecting the environment. Its bright red head was adorned with bright striped patterns and several long whiskers radiating a faint glow. Having encountered the main target, Tang Yue and Xing showed no mercy. Tang Yue pulled out the insect control stick and used a claw to grab the head of the Mingbo dragon, beginning the attack. However, Xing encountered a small issue. Her katana, which had been embedded in the ground, tilted backward due to the impact of the water flow, compacting the ground and becoming stuck, making it impossible to pull out. Tang Yu, who was battling the Mingbo dragon, also found it strange that Xing had not yet come to deal damage. As for Wang Jiang, he had accidentally been blown away in the recent water flow and was probably still circling around from that coral plateau to get back here. Feeling puzzled, Tang Yu glanced back and saw Xing grappling with the ground. With a hint of speechlessness, Tang Yu had no choice but to focus on fighting the Mingbo dragon. It must be said that as a water-type ancient dragon, the Mingbo dragon often deflected Tang Yu's attacks due to the slime on its body. Moreover, this slime was quite handy. Even the ice attribute insect stick attacks combined with the cold air could not restrict the Mingbo dragon's movements. The slippery surface of the Mingbo dragon made it very difficult to catch, and several times Tang Yu almost fell off. Fortunately, the claws he designed initially had been reinforced once again, so catching the Mingbo dragon was not a problem. Just as Tang Yu was engaged in a lengthy battle with the slime on the Mingbo dragon, Xing finally drew his katana and executed a nose-kicking sword technique aimed at the Mingbo dragon's head. The previously injured Mingbo dragon entered its battle stance. Its originally dark wings began to emit a brilliant glow, and the colors of its body started to brighten. The Mingbo dragon, which had primarily been black, now became resplendently colorful. If its previous colors represented a hunter lurking in the shadows, now the Mingbo dragon was a colorful dancer on the coral plateau. However, the Mingbo dragon's attack was not a dance, but a powerful jet of water. A large amount of water was released, rushing towards Tang Yu and Xing. In the face of the oncoming torrent, the two dodged directly, and the water flow continued forward, once again sweeping Wang Jiang, who had just surfaced, back down. After completing the water impact, the Mingbo dragon released another stream of water, this time infused with its energy, covering the entire battlefield and making the two feel as if they were in deep water, severely restricting their movements. Fortunately, Tang Yu was not without a solution. He directly unleashed a dazzling pressure, condensing the cold air into countless ice attribute dazzling patterns. This was the first time Tang Yu used the complete dazzling pressure in this world. The powerful ice attribute swept across the entire area, freezing all the water flow above. And the traces of the freeze also restricted the Mingbo dragon standing in the water, its limbs frozen to the ground. Facing such an opponent, both Tang Yu and Xing revealed knowing smiles. This was not a situation where they could be easily defeated. Moreover, the Mingbo dragon was still continuously secreting special water flows, resulting in it being frozen over most of its body. It then collapsed under their relentless brilliance. Chapter 214. The Second Ancient Dragon Battle for Yo. You're back. We're having a meeting now, just waiting for you guys. Hurry up. After defeating the Mingbo dragon, Tang Yu and Xing returned to the base, only to be intercepted by Sang, who called them to a meeting at headquarters. Now that everyone is here, I will start this meeting. The investigation results regarding the Great Existence have come in. The investigation captain began the meeting as soon as he saw Tang Yu and Xing arrive. Just as he said, after a difficult period, they had finally completed the information investigation on the Great Existence. First, let me explain. During the investigation of the locations where the singing could be heard, we discovered a certain pattern. I have marked the locations based on time patterns on the map. The first to share information was a Dragonman hunter responsible for investigating the singing. It's a bit chaotic. What kind of pattern is it? AI Bo looked at the markings on the map, puzzled. Don't worry. Next, I will mark the locations of geological changes in chronological order. Following this, the Wilderness Master marked her investigation results on the map, and all the marked points vaguely formed a spiral shape centered around the Dragon Crystal Land. A spiral shape? Is this the ley line? AI Bo began to see some clues. I see. It moves along the energy release of the ley line corridor. The commander also drew some conclusions. Very good. Let's add the winning blow here. Team 5 show the results of the Ancient Dragon investigation. The team leader also made his presence felt as he marked the locations of the Ancient Dragon activities, with the last Ancient Dragon activity point marked. The markings on the map completely revealed a spiral trajectory. According to the investigation team's report, when it followed the trajectory to investigate the extended line, they discovered an island. Considering the period when the ancient dragons began to stir, the Great Existence must be here. The investigation captain also provided the final location obtained by the investigation team. So, I wonder what awaits us on that island. We will need to react based on the situation when we arrive. In any case, I want to hear everyone's opinions. The commander also gave the final choice. No need to hear opinions. Elite few. No objections. Each team leader began to express their views. But Tang, you could only hear one meaning amidst it all. Please guide us, Azure Star. Yes, we understand. No need to say more. Xing, let us go prepare. Anyway, it's clear it will definitely be us. Listening to the discussions, Tang Yu sarcastically remarked and then dragged Xing away to prepare. After all, the upcoming discussions among the team leaders were just about who would join the grand adventure. Seeing Tang Yu and the dragged Xing leave, several team leaders burst into laughter and then began discussing who would be sent on the task. Soon, it was time to set off. The so-called Great Existence had an influence capable of completely destroying the ecosystem from its source. With the ley lines interconnected, it would not be surprising if one day it affected somewhere. We must stop it at all costs. Although they did not know what dangers lay ahead, they had to achieve their goal. The investigation captain delivered an encouraging speech before departure, but only those hunters not participating in the battle were greatly motivated. Tang Yu felt there was no major issue, while Xing hoped to make up for the previous Master Ball battle. After the investigation captain finished his speech, leaders from various departments gathered, and nearly all the veterans of Team 1 were present. They arrived at the newly constructed hot air balloon-powered ship, ready to send off the guiding Azure Star. How nostalgic. It has been rebuilt, right? The team leader looked at the ship before him, feeling nostalgic. It was not a new ship, but rather a refurbished one. Yes, it was reconstructed based on the first test hot air balloon when we first arrived here. The commander answered the team leader's question, thankfully clarifying it was not a refurbished item, but merely a reference. In any case, after some discussions among several old members of Team 1, the Wilderness Master was loaded onto the ship, setting off with a few unfortunate members of the recommendation team. Compared to the upside-down ship of Team 3, this time the hot air balloon ship was in a normal position, and they could clearly feel the increased space for movement. After passing through layers of clouds and mist, they finally arrived at their destination. Among the towering, shaped rocks, they found a place that could barely serve as a campsite. After a brief rest, Tang Yu and Xing, carrying everyone's hopes, followed the path ahead and reached the central location of the island. Here, Tang Yu and Xing encountered their old friend, the Annihilation Dragon. However, the Annihilation Dragon before them was clearly different from the one they had seen before. This one resembled a super-enhanced version of the Annihilation Dragon. The originally oxidized black spikes had transformed into crystalline bone spikes with a substantial texture. The large horns on its head were also black, indicating a significant increase in strength. The current Annihilation Dragon could be renamed the World-Ending Annihilation Dragon. When this World-Ending Annihilation Dragon saw Tang Yu, it clearly showed a look of surprise and took a slight step back. This immediately informed Tang Yu that this world-ending Annihilation Dragon was the same one he had previously defeated, captured, and released at their base. He was surprised to see that after such a long time, this Annihilation Dragon had actually evolved into a more powerful world-ending Annihilation Dragon. It was unexpected to meet again. So this time, let us have another round. Tang Yu felt quite pleased. After all, the last Annihilation Dragon had a disappointing fighting ability. Unable to lift its head after being beaten down by Tang Yu, and it had just lay on the ground. Moreover, the appearance of the world-ending Annihilation Dragon indicated that there must be a powerful ancient dragon capable of destroying the ecosystem in this area, which was undoubtedly a great existence. Xing also seemed to realize this and drew his weapon, preparing to fight against the enhanced version of the Annihilation Dragon, the world-ending Annihilation Dragon. As the Jinsher Miejin Long saw Tang Yu and Xing already in an attacking stance, he no longer hesitated and also prepared for battle. The Jinsher Miejin Long launched into the air, intending to execute a move like the Buddha's palm. However, at the same moment, Tang Yu also took off using the insect manipulation rod, attacking the Jinsher Miejin Long's head in midair, knocking him down. The battle against the Jinsher Miejin Long officially began. Chapter 215. The Second Ancient Dragon Battle 5. With the Jinsher Miejin Long on the ground, Xing stepped forward and unleashed a blade draw slash, striking the Jinsher Miejin Long's wings. The powerful force shattered several crystallized bone spikes. Meanwhile, the signature skill of the Miejin Long clan, Rapid Regeneration, quickly repaired the damaged crystallized bone spikes. Tang Yu arrived behind the Annihilation Dragon, planning to perform a ruthless surgery on its tail. The Annihilation Dragon, having had relevant experience, noticed Tang Yu's intentions and rolled to the side just in time to dodge her strike. "Oh no, how can you do this? I can't even hit your tail," Tang Yu complained after missing her attack. As soon as she said this, the Annihilation Dragon was startled and quickly backed away, standing upright and gripping its tail tightly. Adopting a defensive posture, Tang Yu and Xing couldn't help but find the situation amusing. At this moment, the Annihilation Dragon was extremely alert. After losing its tail to Tang Yu last time, it took a long time for it to grow back. However, this standoff couldn't last long. Tang Yu charged forward. Seeing her approach, the Annihilation Dragon lowered its tail and prepared to meet her attack. Just as Tang Yu was about to engage, she executed a soaring leap. Following her, Xing launched a freezing blade attack at the Annihilation Dragon. The Annihilation Dragon had no choice but to defend against Xing's assault. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Yu flew behind the Annihilation Dragon and struck fiercely at its tail, severing it completely. The Annihilation Dragon never expected that despite being so cautious, Tang Yu would still succeed in cutting off its hard-earned, reinforced tail. The pain from its tail caused the Annihilation Dragon's defense to loosen slightly, and Xing seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to its head, shattering its large, sturdy horns. Tang Yu directly launched an aerial rolling attack, striking the back of the Annihilation Dragon, shattering the numerous crystallized bone spikes on its body. After this series of attacks, the Annihilation Dragon could not help but cry out in pain. In an instant, anger surged within the Annihilation Dragon, and malice began to brew. It intended to use its final move. The Annihilation Dragon raised its body high and then gently toppled to one side, lying on the ground, breathless. I'm dead. Tang Yu and Xing were also left dumbfounded, approaching to poke the Annihilation Dragon, but it showed no reaction. They had never seen a scene like this before and were at a loss for what to do. Partner. Just as the two were unsure of what to do, Aibwa and the Wilderness Master noticed the commotion had ceased and came to check it out. How is it? Are you injured? Maybe take a break. The two expressed their concern to Tang Yu and Xing. Of course, they mostly worried because they saw that Tang Yu and Xing had no visible injuries, so they figured there shouldn't be any problems. At that moment, a strong wind began to roar around them, accompanied by intense vibrations. Not good. Behind them, a pair of enormous wings made of rock rose from the ground, enveloping the Annihilation Dragon's corpse and dragging it deep underground. With this action, the platform also began to crack and collapse downward. Quick, get out of here! The Wilderness Master realized the seriousness of the situation and intended to call for the others to leave. However, Tang Yu and Xing responded by shouldering their weapons and moving towards the direction of the massive rock wings. The Wilderness Master wanted to say something, but Aibwa held him back. I believe in them. Only they can complete this battle. Seeing Aibwa's determined gaze, the Wilderness Master nodded and led Aibwa to a safe place. After Wilderness Master and Aibwa left, Tang Yu and Xing began to jump back and forth among the falling stones, ultimately arriving in a huge space on the lower level. Surrounded by towering mountains, this area resembled an arena. Wow, there's even a special venue. Let's start the battle properly, Tang Yu exclaimed, feeling emotional upon seeing the surroundings. He then took out a Master Ball. Seeing this, Xing immediately panicked. It was his purple ball that had caused the previous battle to be a mess. Raising his hand, he tried to stop Tang Yu, but it was too late. Tang Yu had already thrown a Master Ball. However, the expected scene of a red light capturing a great existence did not occur. Instead, a massive figure was released. As the red and white light faded, what appeared before the two, one dragon and one cat, was a huge figure that closely resembled the Dark Lantern Dragon, but its semi-transparent skin was a deep blue, dotted with stars, radiating a cerulean glow. This was the evolved form of Deng Deng. Before arriving on this island, Tang Yu had captured it in a Master Ball from the Grand Canyon. After absorbing the vast dragon vein crystal and undergoing Tang Yu's adjustments, Deng Deng now bore a 90 resemblance to the legendary Azure Star that ascended to the sky. As Xing saw the situation, he also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately prepared to start the battle. After all, having multiple helpers was better than being directly subdued. Come on, Deng Deng. Show us your first battle after your rebirth. As Tang Yu's words fell, Deng Deng spread its huge wings and brilliant starlight fell from him. Deng Deng then charged directly at the Great Being, the Brother Dragon. The Great Being stumbled as it was directly impacted, and a large amount of rock fell from its body. Tang Yu also noticed that these rocks seemed to be wrapping around its true form inside. She rushed forward and delivered a powerful meteor attack to the Great Being's head, the strong gust of wind directly striking the rocky head, causing fragments to fly everywhere. Deng Deng seized the opportunity to press down on the Great Being, grabbing its massive claw-like wings and pushing down as if trying to break them. Xing also launched his attack, continuously hitting the Great Being's limbs. Under Deng Deng's suppression, The great being could barely move and could only passively take the hits. Chapter 216. The end of the second ancient dragon battle with a deafening roar, the great being, which would later be named the Heavenly Emperor Crying Dragon, also known as Brother Dragon, suffered severe damage. A large amount of its rocky mineral shell began to shed, exposing the ancient dragon's true form inside. Its body resembled an ancient tree, with root-like skin, and its wing-like appendages lacked membrane support. The overall appearance was a yellow reminiscent of the earth, with red hues. And those tightly shut eyes are quite unique, and this situation has made Tang Yu feel challenged. Goodness, how dare they close their eyes when facing me? Do they look down on me? That's probably what it means. Due to Tang Yu's unilateral perception of being provoked, she directly exhibited even stronger power. Since you dare to hold back when facing me, let me show you what true strength is. As her words fell, Tang Yu once again summoned the magic she had rarely used since arriving in this world. The magic flowed through her body once more, fully activating her powerful physical attributes. Under the enhancement of magic, Tang Yu's body slowly rose. The magic directly enveloped the insect-controlling staff in her hand, and under the influence of Tang Yu's unique magic, it began to gradually transform into the primordial spear in its ancient form. A golden and magnificent war spear formed in Tang Yu's hand. Beside her, Deng Deng was also nourished by the magic through his connection with Tang Yu. The starlight on his body began to emit an even more dazzling glow. The energy of the earth veins within him started to activate rapidly and was completely mastered by Deng Deng. Seeing the scene before her, Xing realized that her battle was coming to an end once again. However, concerned about the stronghold, she chose to entrust it to Tang Yu, as this was a sign of trust in her partner. The effect of the magic ultimately transformed Tang Yu's form once again into that of an ancient incarnation. Her usual combat power was fully unleashed, and a powerful pressure and aura began to sweep over the surroundings. This time, the transformation process of Tang Yu was clearly seen by the first phase team members who had just received the notification and rushed over from the Starpoint base. The other first phase team members planned to go down to assist in the battle, but they were stopped by the Grand Commander. It's unnecessary. I have personally witnessed the power of that existence. I just didn't expect that it was Tang Yu who had been active inside the base all along. Out of trust in the Grand Commander and a lack of understanding of the current situation, everyone followed the Grand Commander's advice. At this moment, the battle below has once again intensified. The energy, fully unleashed, allows the lantern to directly gather massive amounts of underground energy in its mouth and fire it out, instantly striking the younger dragon. Meanwhile, Tang Yu charges forward to attack, thrusting the spear in her hand directly into the younger dragon. Following that, accompanied by an unstoppable force, she performs a swirling motion that lifts the younger dragon's massive body. Behind Tang Yu, an immense amount of dazzling patterns continues to gather. She executes a dazzling pattern pressure technique, compressing and launching countless formed dazzling patterns towards the younger dragon. However, the younger dragon does not intend to passively endure the attack. Its wings behind it close in, gathering a violent sound wave energy to form a gigantic sonic cannon. Yet the younger dragon has greatly overestimated its combat capability. To the majority of hunters, the sonic cannon, which seems like a natural disaster, is directly pushed back by Tang Yu's dazzling pattern pressure. The dazzling pattern pressure, wrapped in various magical dazzling patterns, continues its relentless assault on the younger dragon, knocking it down to the ground. At this moment, Deng Deng wrapped itself in energy and charged towards Brother Long with a dragon card. In order to enhance the destructive power of Deng Deng's dragon card, Tang Yu directly teleported to the other side of Brother Long and unleashed the brilliant dragon dance. The continuous powerful attacks pushed Brother Long towards Deng Deng's direction. At this moment, Deng Deng's dragon cart collided with the younger brother dragon. However, the power of Deng Deng's dragon cart was no match for Tang Yu's attack, causing the younger brother dragon to be directly pinned in the middle, constantly receiving attacks from both Tang Yu and Deng Deng. By the time the two attacks ended, the younger brother dragon had already shown obvious signs of fatigue, and its tightly closed eyes had opened wide. Those fierce and terrifying eyes made Tang Yu feel uncomfortable all over. Tang Yu immediately unleashed the ancient Star River, Annihilation. The spear in her hand tore through reality, filling the vast void with countless ancient patterns. As Tang Yu's final few attacks struck down, billions of patterns exploded simultaneously. The younger brother dragon, having endured all of this, was directly slain by the overflowing energy, its life force transformed into nourishment for this world, along with the explosion of billions of patterns. As the younger brother dragon fell, a shadow leaped high from a cliff below. It was the World Annihilation Dragon. The World Annihilation Dragon landed beside the younger brother dragon's corpse, intending to deliver a final blow to this pretender, but upon getting closer, it realized that the younger brother dragon was truly finished. Looking at Tang Yu in her ancient incarnation state and Dang Dang, who was brimming with earth vein energy, it found itself in a dilemma. Facing the World Annihilation Dragon, it thickened its skin and quickly jumped away. Not long after the World Annihilation Dragon left, before Tang Yu had a chance to engage in her transformation, a call from the first group came from above. "Oh, it's you guys, you actually came back. Didn't you plan to leave it all to us?" In response to Tang Yu's teasing, several elders from the first group were unfazed, as they were seasoned veterans. However, the Grand Leader soon put away his beaming smile and approached Tang Yu with a serious expression. Since Tang Yu was currently in a transformed and floating state, she was now taller than the Grand Leader, who originally only reached her waist. "I want to know, is it you who subdued and elevated the molten mountain dragon when it advanced towards the ocean?" Facing the Grand Leader's question, Tang Yu nodded in confusion. She had nothing to hide about this matter. "Is that so? Then why did someone like you come here?" The Grand Leader attempted to describe the power Tang Yu was exhibiting now, but ultimately gave up after a long pause. "Me? I don't have any particular reason. I just came to this world to have fun and enjoy the hunting and food here." Hearing Tang Yu's answer, the Grand Leader and several hunters from the first group smiled and laughed heartily again. After all, based on Tang Yu's previous display of combat power, they believed she wouldn't deceive them, nor did she have to, and they preferred to maintain goodwill. Since Tang Yu came for hunting and food, no matter who she was or how strong, she was a friend worth treating sincerely. A month later, "Tang Yu, are you really leaving?" AI Bo looked at Tang Yu with reluctance. "Yes, I have things to do in other worlds. This time, I actually sneaked out to relax. Besides, during this time, we've also taken down the Underworld Red Dragon, the Radiant Black Dragon, the Grand Leader. No, I mean the Golden Lion. It's time to say goodbye." Tang Yu also expressed some nostalgia, as they had played together for quite a long time. "Will you come back?" "Of course. The food here is quite good, and hunting is very interesting. I will definitely return when I have the chance. By the way, I'll leave Dang Dang with you. It will protect this place for me. So, see you later." As Tang Yu finished speaking and waved goodbye to everyone at the base, she once again opened the world crystal wall and left this hunting world. It was time to complete the reconstruction of Terra. Chapter 217. The final trial. Looking at the crystal wall fissure that appeared once again, Helder felt a bit of his anxious heart finally relax. During the time Tang Yu was gone, the plan had gone very smoothly. Those adventurers, under the script's arrangement, kept growing stronger. They defeated the Dirge, located in Norsemar, completed their awakening and elevation, crossed through the dimensional rift to a world called Douluo continent to familiarize themselves with their powers, returned to Arad to deal with the War of Kalat in the Celestial Realm, ultimately helping the Celestial beings defeat Anton, broke through Silent City and defeated the Maker, Luke, pummeled Charles Furs in the Hailing region, went to the Night Skyscraper and defeated Isis, thwarted the Violent Search Team and defeated Zylok once again, stopped the Chaos Cult and defeated Ozma, fought and won against Michelle, traveled through time and space to defeat Bakel. Now, only Helder as the second apostle, and the fourth apostle Conqueror Caecilius, and the fated one Khan remained. The growth rate of those adventurers was truly astonishing, and Celia's memories of Sarah were rapidly awakening under constant stimulation. Everything was going smoothly except for the imminent confrontation. "Yeah, I'm back." With that energetic voice, Tang Yu returned to the world of Terra once again. "Lady Tang Yu, you finally returned." Helder was extremely excited to see Tang Yu appear. After all, anyone surrounded by a group of people shouting for your health bar every day would feel uncomfortable. "Ah, it's Helder. You seem to have something going on. Tell me how the plan has been progressing while I was away." Tang Yu was also curious about what had happened during her absence, seeing Helder's excited demeanor. Through Helder's narration, Tang Yu learned about the progress of these tool adventurers. "Good, it seems I returned just in time. Now, let's proceed to the final step of the plan. Notify Khan. It's time to awaken our last family member, Sarah." Receiving Tang Yu's instructions meant that this Trials Blade plan had officially reached its final stage. The last apostle would return, and the sacred Terra would be reborn once again. The responsibility for this plan had shifted to Tang Yu. Server-wide announcement. An online update is about to take place. This update will be the final update for the Dungeon and Fighter 1.0 version. This update will introduce the final raid dungeon for the storyline, and this raid will be open for all players to participate. We encourage all players to join in and open a new chapter. This sudden announcement caught a large group of players who were busy grinding through multiple raid dungeons and various enhancement channels due to the version update off guard. Thanks to Tang Yu's planning, the output of each version could be infinitely enhanced, leading to extremely strong preservation capabilities, which also resulted in a diverse range of equipment and build choices for players. The only factor affecting balance was the player's skills, meaning that high-level players' gear setups were not suitable for beginners. There are even developments for lazy dog gear setups. One point worth mentioning is that, although with the help of a vast array of equipment, it is possible to easily enhance a certain skill to have no cooldown time due to the fundamentally resilient realism, it is basically impossible to release countless skills in an instant. Moreover, each skill release will consume mana, and even if there is enough mana, rapidly casting a large number of skills can lead to adverse reactions like kidney deficiency, resulting in such gameplay being attempted only by a few. However, this diverse gameplay and limitless enhancements, along with Tang Yu's operation, which can be considered a conscientious effort in the industry aside from its increasingly beautiful costumes as a monetization project, have led to a player base that remains high even after several decades of operation. There are even countless factions that have established new economic systems through this game. As a result, countless players, driven by the idea of making money, are constantly participating in raids every day as if they were at work. If each person could create more than one character, they might as well work themselves to death. Moreover, due to the unlimited enhancement mechanism, the output from dungeons is of considerable value, as there are various playstyles present. Additionally, during group activities, the difficulty adapts based on the participant's combat power, and higher difficulty dungeons are unlocked, leading players to constantly pursue higher damage. Now, this sudden announcement has caused a stir among so-called top players and a large number of dedicated players. Besides those grinding for Bakel equipment, most are in a state of stagnation, with their gear being shaped by their established playstyles. They are only gathering materials each week to make enhancements. And now suddenly, an announcement has come saying that the long-standing version 1.0, which has been maintained for decades, is finally coming to an end. And there is also a world boss that players have been eagerly anticipating. Isn't this a cause for celebration? In fact, this so-called update is just a change of clothes for Tang Yu, along with a notification about Khan and Celia's timing. When she just returned, Tang Yu was wearing a full set of the shimmering dragon armor, which looked completely different from here. Are you sure you are ready? Khan asked Tang Yu, who had changed back into the battle mage set, as matters concerning Celia are no small issue. Although other companions have always been by her side, without Celia, it feels incomplete. Of course, now is the best time. Next, I will appear as the final boss, bringing these adventurers the ultimate trial. And the energy generated from their battles, as well as their influence on the world, will be collected by me to awaken Celia's final essence. Once this battle is over, Celia will return once again, and I will also use the remaining energy to reawaken the ecology of the demon realm. Terra will once again be restored. Now, let's begin. Saying this, Tang Yu boldly walked towards the dimensional storm that spanned all planets. Yes, although this storm was triggered by Shalefez, its true purpose is to serve as a venue for all players to undergo the final trial. This is also the reason why this dimensional storm has always existed. Attention all players, the final trial is about to begin. Come on, blades of the trial. Let me see how much you have grown and whether you can face the upcoming challenges. With Tang Yu's voice sweeping across the entire Terra world, she, now fully in battle stance, appeared in the center of the dimensional storm, while the space inside the storm transformed into an infinitely overlapping land, with an endless starry sky above. Chapter 2:18 thus ends with Tang Yu's announcement to the entire server. Players gradually began to find the scene of this final trial. As news spread, players also trickled into the dimensional storm. When the arriving players saw Tang Yu in midair, they felt immense pressure and excitement. After all, Tang Yu's battle stance aligns with the XP system of the vast majority. They were quite interested in this battle. Once the number of arriving players reached a certain threshold, the system's explanation reappeared in each player's notifications. Detected that the number of participants has reached the minimum threshold, we now announce the rules of the final trial. This trial is open to the entire server. Players will form a unified faction to face the trial of the Zero Apostle. Player skills will adapt to the battlefield conditions, such as expanded range and increased coverage and duration of buffs, so please explore on your own. In this trial, Players who die cannot use resurrection coins to revive, but will enter a resurrection area for a countdown revival. This trial will comprehensively evaluate players' buff indices, damage indices, control judgment indices, etc. This value will affect the initial resources obtained when version 2.0 launches, so we encourage all players to participate enthusiastically. With the announcement ending, players understood that although this event does not have substantial rewards, does that matter? Completing this event will lead to a new version, and the rewards for this event will directly become the initial resources of the new version, which is a better outcome in any case. Moreover, due to the lack of an official strength evaluation index previously, some classes with control or buff abilities may have a disadvantage in damage output, resulting in the usual damage calculations not accurately reflecting the differences between players, not to mention the dedicated healing classes. And now, there is actually such a thing as a comprehensive index, which has excited those players who focus on combat power. After decades of struggle, today is finally the time to see the results. Players, please note, the final trial is about to begin. As the system announces this, a countdown also starts for the players who have come to the Dimensional Storm. This trial, which has lasted for decades, will come to an end today. So show your strength. As Tang Yu's words fall, the countdown also ends. The eager players immediately activate their awakening skills and charge directly at Tang Yu. The system's prompt is quite clear. This event is all about strong DPS. Although buffs and control bonuses need to be considered, it is evident that for burst professions, dealing as much damage as possible before dying is the optimal solution. The endurance class requires more frequent attention to dodging, maximizing the output during the moments when burst classes are taken down. Meanwhile, support players should provide buffs to those damage-dealing classes as much as possible. As countless skills were hurled towards Tang Yu, she simply waved her hand and a golden barrier appeared around her. The skills that hit the barrier only cause slight ripples. Moreover, this kind of judgment regarding building-like structures completely nullifies the control effects of control skills. However, looking at the expressions of players who specialize in control classes, one can tell that although there is no substantial control effect, the calculation for the control bonus has already been completed. However, Tang Yu would not allow these players to keep attacking like this. She raised the spear in her hand, and a sweeping strike with a long energy trail directly targeted a large group of players. The massive attack range instantly engulfed countless players, and the actions in different layer dimensions were completely synchronized. With just one move, a large number of players were sent into the casting animation. The battle continued like this, although Tang Yu stood still, making the players feel like they were hitting a target that could fight back. The innovative combat capability calculation method and the validation of decades of accumulated results kept the players entertained. Tang Yu looked at the energy that was continuously accumulating and felt quite pleased. Through that barrier, Tang Yu could transform all the attacks into the energy needed to awaken Sarah. With the constant efforts of the players, although the progress bar was rising slowly, it was still visibly increasing. By the time this event ended, they would have enough energy left to double the transformation of the demon world. Let you witness the power of the apostles. Although receiving attacks would generate energy, sending these players to read the bar could also yield a significant amount of energy. And just staying here to take hits wasn't very good either. Therefore, Tang Yu planned to add some fuel to the fire for these players. As Tang Yu's words fell, she raised her spear high. 9 energy spheres of different colors spread out in a fan shape at the tip of the spear. Following that, the 9 different powers of the apostles began to sweep across the battlefield. Powers such as Rothis Mind Control and Dirge Plague. The powers of the apostles that the players had previously defeated started to engulf the battlefield. Players began to suffer large-scale casualties, while those who happened to encounter attacks corresponding to the apostles' powers actually received some enhancements, providing some satisfaction to those players who enjoyed exploring game mechanics. This trial lasted a full day. The players' attacks continued for a whole day, and apart from the hardcore players, many batches of players came and went. However, just as the sun rose once again, with Tang Yu making contact with the barrier, the scene of the barrier seemingly being broken greatly excited the players. Just as these players were marveling at finally breaking the shield and preparing to attack the main body, Tang Yu unleashed a violent shockwave, sweeping all the players out of the dimensional storm. The reason Tang Yu did this was, of course, due to the energy and the completion of the collection. Over the decades, Sarah's consciousness and memories have been continuously excavated and integrated by Celia. Now, with the activation of this energy, Sarah could truly be awakened. I am pleased with your growth. This trial ends here. Now, welcome a new era. Tang Yu's figure disappeared from the demon realm and appeared in the space of Arad. With a collected energy gathered in Tang Yu's hands, one stream of energy was drawn out by Tang Yu and flowed toward Celia, who had already been brought to the Demon Council Square. Under the influence of this energy, the former goddess Sarah was continuously merging with the current apostle Celia. Tang Yu also poured the remaining energy into the demon realm. As the energy merged, the land in the demon realm began to sprout vegetation. The waters polluted by Terra stones became clear, and the abnormal energy caused by prolonged exposure to cosmic radiation was smoothed out. The entire ecosystem of the demon realm was continuously recovering, transforming back to its former state of Terra. With the revival of Selah, the 12 Benaya gods of Terra also reunited once again. Although Selah regained her past, she also accepted everything from the Celia era. The demon realm was once again renamed and returned to its original name. It is now called Terra. Players are not idle. They have successfully launched the 2.0 version prepared for them by Tang Yu, which features the Ark ship that has been in the works since the StarCraft world. After transferring all players' access points onto it, a main control program was installed to absorb some players' inspirations and abilities. It was then cast into a new world, a copy that would roam the void and automatically replicate the worlds it encountered and was left to its own devices. Now that everything is complete, Tang Yu can finally embrace a new life of freedom. It is time to embark on new adventures. Synopsis: descend into the Douluo world, wielding the powers of a battle mage, and create towering waves. Beiana transforms. Apostle transformation. Ancient transformation. The world will witness change. Existing worlds: Douluo, Arad, StarCraft, Dungeon Fighter, Monster Hunter World, and the conclusion.